Class 2 of Senior 3 in a seat by the window at the back, Chu Xiu slowly woke up. An analysis of the two evolutionary forms of the flower greenworm. Postpartum care of the powerful pig. Attribute relationships of beast taming. What the hell is this high school textbook teaching? Where the heck have I ended up? Is this still Earth's? He exclaimed in a daze as he saw the content on the textbook. Chu Xiu, if you don't want to attend class, just continue sleeping at your desk and stop affecting others. Hearing Chu Xiu's voice, a male teacher in a dark black short-sleeved shirt wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with slightly graying hair on his temples immediately darkened his face on the podium. A chalk stub written down to only 1/5 its length flew in the direction of Chu Xiu. Ouch! Who the hell disturbed my sweet dream? A cry of pain came from beside Chu Xiu, and his deskmate Zhang Daxian, who had been fast asleep, rubbed his head and suddenly yelled loudly. Suddenly the entire class fell into dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Damn, this fat guy is so brave. Everyone stared at Zhang Daxian in shock, inwardly giving him a thumbs up. At that moment Zhang Daxian came back to his senses and slowly looked up at the podium, only to find the homeroom teacher Yang Cheng standing there with a dark face. Don't see me, don't see me. Seeing this, Zhang Daxian shrank his neck abruptly, quickly propped up the book on his desk, and hid his head behind it, praying constantly in his heart. Chu Xiu, Zhang Daxian, you two go to the back right now. Immediately. Yang Cheng, looking at Zhang Daxian, acting like a turtle, roared with a dark face. Ring. At that moment the bell rang for the end of class. Seeing this, Yang Cheng glanced at Zhang Daxian, who was about to stand up, and said coldly, this time I'll let it slide, but you two had better not do it again. Shaking his head, Yang Cheng decided not to punish them. Then he collected the textbook from the podium, swept his gaze across the class, adjusted his glasses, and said earnestly, classmates, you are now seniors with only 2 months before the college entrance examination battlefield. If you want to continue on the path of beast taming and become a powerful figure revered by all, I'm sure I don't need to stress the importance of the college entrance exam. I hope that from now on all of you will study hard on knowledge related to beast taming, improve your strength, and not waste time. Only thus can you achieve good results in the exam and enter a good beast tamer university. Do you all understand? Good. But I have to mention that there are still a few classmates who haven't even contracted a beast. I hope that student can condense a beast taming seed as soon as possible in the remaining 2 months, contract a beast, and strive to get into a beast tamer university. With that, Yang Cheng glanced subtly at Chu Xiu. Following his gaze, the classmates all looked toward the somewhat dazed boy at the. After hinting at Chu Xiu, Yang Cheng turned and left the classroom. However, Chu Xiu didn't pay any attention to Yang Cheng's words, as his focus was entirely on himself. The reason for his daze was that he was currently integrating the memories of his transmigration. Damn, this isn't a dream, bro has really transmigrated. As memories flooded his mind, Chu Xiu realized he had transmigrated. The world he was now in was a parallel world where everyone practiced beast taming. The world layout was similar to the Earth he had known, but much larger in area. In this world the strong ruled, and everyone had a chance to contract beasts and become beast tamers. The strength of one's beast determined their status. After understanding this world and his situation, Chu Xiu was not depressed, but instead extremely excited. At that moment a panel appeared before him that only he could see. Ding! God Pet Evolution System has been bound. Ding! System activation successful. Obtained Newbie Gift Pack. Ding! Newbie Gift Pack opened. Obtained Beast Taming Seed X1. Obtained large amount of magic power. Boom! As the system's Newbie Gift Pack automatically opened, Chu Xiu felt a surging power gush out from deep within his body, and he instantly felt his strength multiplied several times. At the same time, within his sea of consciousness, a pale white, glowing crystal shaped like a seed floated around his soul. This was the Beast Taming Seed. The Beast Taming Seed was the key to contracting beasts. Only those who had condensed a Beast Taming Seed could contract a beast and become a beast tamer. Feeling the changes in himself, Chu Xiu immediately turned his attention to his status panel. Chu Xiu level gray white 7-star talent, none beast space, none beast, none achievement points 0. Looking at this almost shabby status panel, Chu Xiu was momentarily speechless. According to the memories he had merged, the strengths of beast tamers and beasts in this world were divided into 9 grades. Gray, white, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, grandmaster, king. From low to high, with each grade subdivided into 1 to 9 stars. Every major grade of a beast tamer could condense 1 beast taming seed and contract 1 beast. Under normal circumstances, when a person's magic power reached gray-white 3-star, they would almost have completed condensing their first beast taming seed and contracted their first beast in life. Before opening the system's Newbie Gift Pack, Chu Xiu's magic power had barely reached gray-white 2-star, which was why he hadn't been able to condense a beast taming seed. Chu Gu. Chu Xiu, who was studying the system panel, was startled by this soul-summoning call, shivering all over. Turning his head, he saw his deskmate Zhang Daxian's chubby face shoved right in front of him, his nose almost touching Chu Xiu's. Damn. Zhang Daxian, what do you want? This sudden scene scared Chu Xiu into a yell, and he slid half a meter back with his chair. I saw you spacing out just now, so I got worried and came closer to check. Bro, I just took the teacher's chalk throw for you, so you have to make it up to me today. Seeing Chu Xiu's reaction, Zhang Daxian's eyes narrowed into slits with glee, and he even extended his palm toward Chu Xiu. Go to hell. Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and slapped his hand away. Zhang Daxian didn't take offense. His words were just a joke. The two had a great relationship and were used to joking like this. Pausing, Zhang Daxian then wiped off his smile and looked seriously at Chu Xiu. But Chu, go on that note, the teacher was right. There are only 2 months left until the exam. Give me a straight answer. When can you condense the beast-taming seed? If you're not sure you can contract a beast before the exam, just tell your bro. I can get you a batch of basic magic nutrient liquid, and then you'll break through to gray-white 3-star in no time and condense the beast-taming seed to contract a beast. Hearing this, Chu Xiu felt warmth in his heart. He reached out and patted Zhang Daxian's shoulder, saying with a smile, "Your words are enough. But I've actually already successfully condensed the beast-taming seed, and I plan to go to the school's secret realm to contract my first beast later." Damn, you broke through. Really? Of course it's true. I'm off to the school's secret realm now. You cover for me for the next. Looking at Zhang Daxian's astonished expression, Chu Xiu confidently patted his own chest and rushed out of the classroom under the other's stunned gaze. Warm congratulations to General Manager Ma of the Penguin Group for completing the evolution of the Imperial Beast Extreme Krypton Emperor Penguin, successfully advancing to the rank of Master-level Beast Tamer. A new spatial rift has appeared 300 kilometers northwest of Linjiang City. Inspectors from the Demon Suppression Division have already departed for the rift to assess its danger level. Young Beast Tamer students, turn your gaze to Jinyun Beast Tamer University. Here you will find first-rate instructors and top-tier training grounds. It is the unrivaled choice for strengthening yourself and nurturing your beasts. At dawn today, the Bureau of Anomalies foiled a premeditated assassination plot by the extremist organization Tianyao Society in Linjiang City, killing 7 of its experts on the spot. 2 other members were severely injured and fled. Citizens of Linjiang City are urged to remain vigilant and immediately call the police upon encountering any suspicious individuals. Chu Xiu walked out of the teaching building and saw that the giant display outside was scrolling through one news item after another. Tianyao Society. Just from the name you can tell it is a cult. This world is far more perilous than Earth. If I want to live comfortably in this world, I must possess strength so formidable that no one dares provoke me. As he watched the news on the screen, a thought stirred in Chu Xiu's heart. He subconsciously quickened his pace, hurrying toward the Weimong secret realm within the campus of Linjiang. 1 high school. Secret realms are independent spaces that do not belong to Blue Star, linked to it through spatial rifts. Since Blue Star entered the beast-taming era, spatial rifts have appeared from time to time, and behind every rift lies a secret realm. The powerhouses of Blue Star classify secret realms according to their size and the strength of the beasts within. From weakest to strongest, they are Weimong secret realms, small secret realms, medium secret realms, and large secret realms, 4 tiers in total. The beasts within a Weimong secret realm are generally at gray-white level and black iron level, posing the lowest degree of threat. The secret realm attached to Linjiang 1 high school is precisely of the Weimong tier. Moreover, ever since this secret realm appeared at Linjiang 1 high school, the principal led the entire teaching staff in a full sweep. Nearly all beasts that had reached black iron level were captured or slain. In addition, teachers regularly clear out any beasts whose strength surpasses gray-white level every month. The beasts that remain are provided by the school for students to form contracts with. Every contracted beast is exceedingly valuable. On the open market, even a gray-white level beast sells for no less than 50,000. Yet at Linjiang 1 high school, every student is granted a single opportunity to enter the secret realm and contract a beast free of charge. This privilege causes swarms of junior high graduates to scramble desperately each year for a place at Linjiang 1 high school. For in Linjiang City, apart from Linjiang 1 high school, no other school offers such benefits. Here we are. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance to the Weimong secret realm. The entrance to the Weimong secret realm was a spatial rift about 5 meters wide and 10 meters high. Its surface resembled a hanging curtain of water emitting a faint blue halo and forming a gateway into the realm. A silver-level teacher guarded the entrance. The strongest beast tamer in Linjiang City was only at gold level, so the fact that Linjiang 1 high school stationed a silver-level beast tamer here showed how much they valued the Weimong secret realm. "Teacher, I am here to contract a beast." Chu Xiu stepped forward to stand before the guardian and handed over his student card. "You understand the rules, do you not?" The guardian took the card, verified the information, returned it to Chu Xiu, and only then looked up to ask. Chu Xiu gently nodded at his words. "In that case, choose your temporary beast." The guardian swept his arm in a broad arc, and dozens of white-bordered cards appeared before Chu Xiu. Rewards: obtained 50 experience points, 5000 game credits. You have triggered and completed a 3. These cards had been created by a special contracted beast under the principal of Linjiang 1 high school, known as the replication card beast. It could replicate any beast it had seen, reproducing their abilities and condensing them into these cards. By channeling magic power into a card, one could activate it and obtain the beast depicted as a temporary companion in battle. However, any temporary beast summoned through these cards could remain for at most 1 day. Even so, such temporary beasts were sufficient to assist Linjiang 1 high school students in contracting beasts within the Weimong secret realm. "Teacher, I choose this one." After sweeping his gaze across the dozens of cards, Chu Xiu finally settled his eyes on a card bearing 7 stars. This card replicates a gray-white 7-star flame-armored lizard. To activate it, you need at least gray-white 6. Unless you have already reached gray-white 6-star strength, you will not have enough magic power to activate the flame-armored lizard. Are you certain you want this card? Seeing Chu Xiu's choice, the Guardian's gaze changed. With a hint of shock and doubt, he questioned. He had guarded the secret realm for many years and had watched over 10,000 Linjiang know. 1 high school students enter to contract beasts. The strength of these students was generally around gray-white 3 stars, while those at 4 stars were exceedingly rare. Almost all of them rushed to contract a beast as soon as they condensed their beast seed, with few willing to continue waiting. After all, once they formed a contract and became true beast tamers, both tamer and beast could drastically increase their cultivation speed. Someone like Chu Xiu delaying beast contraction until reaching gray-white 6 stars was 1 in 10,000. I am certain. In response, Chu Xiu nodded with unwavering resolve. He was already a gray-white 7-star beast tamer. Summoning the flame-armored lizard would be effortless. Very well. Take this card into the secret realm. This is a beast bracelet. Once you contract your own beast, it can temporarily reside within the bracelet. Seeing Chu Xiu's earnest demeanor, the Guardian could only draw out the card depicting the flame-armored lizard and place it in his hand, then produce a beast bracelet and pass it to him as well. Thank you, teacher. Chu Xiu accepted the beast bracelet, and the flame-armored lizard card offered his thanks and swiftly headed toward the entrance of the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished at the gateway. To endure until gray-white 6 stars before contracting a beast. What an interesting little fellow. I hope you can contract a high-quality beast in there. Watching Chu Xiu's silhouette disappear into the entrance, the Guardian murmured softly, the corners of his mouth lifting. Then, as though nothing had happened, he gathered up all the cards and returned to his post. As for Chu Xiu's safety, he felt no concern. Besides this silver-level beast tamer guarding the exterior, there were also teachers stationed within the school's Weimong secret realm. Every student who entered was shielded by these teachers from the shadows. Students might sustain injuries while contracting beasts in the secret realm, but their lives were never at risk. Since this Weimong secret realm had appeared at Linjiang No. 1 high school, not a single student had died within it. Buzzing at the entrance of the mysterious realm, a burst of white light appeared, and a beam of light flashed through the realm. Such commotion immediately caught the attention of the teachers stationed within the realm, who turned to see Chu Xiu's figure appear at the entrance. Without making any noise, the teacher stealthily followed Chu Xiu, providing him protection. Upon entering the mysterious realm, Chu Xiu immediately sensed the change in the magical energy in the surrounding environment. The source of magic is indeed more concentrated here than outside. In this world, beast tamers enhance their internal magical power through the absorption of the world's energy, which is referred to as the source of magic. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu glanced around and decided to proceed straight ahead. Although the beasts in the mysterious realm were not very powerful, the realm itself was quite expansive. Students from Linjiang No. 1 high school could only stay in the mysterious realm for 24 hours. With limited time, he needed to contract a satisfactory beast as quickly as possible and search for beasts within the realm. Come forth, flame-armored lizard. After determining his direction, Chu Xiu shouted, channeling magical energy into the card in his hand. After consuming about 30% of his magical power, the card in his hand emitted a brilliant glow, transforming into light spots that landed in front of him. Once the light spots dissipated, a massive lizard nearly 3 meters long with red horns on its head and covered in red-scaled armor appeared before Chu Xiu. Flame-armored lizard attributes: fire-type quality, elite level, gray-white 7 stars, status perfect, talent skills, fireball, flame, armor, evolution, chain, none. Description: originally a giant lizard living near volcanoes, it possesses both strength and defense. Its flames reach such high temperatures that they can melt steel. This is a magical mirror image created by the replica card, which can exist for 48 hours. Each attack will shorten its existence time, and the beast tamer can continuously supply magical power to enable it to output. After consuming 30% of his magical power to summon the flame-armored lizard, Chu Xiu immediately noticed a panel of attributes belonging to the giant lizard above its head. I didn't expect the system to provide such detailed information, even including the vital evolution chain. Observing the attribute panel above the flame-armored lizard, a flash of surprise gleamed in Chu Xiu's eyes, and he was instantly elated. After a brief moment of joy, Chu Xiu did not linger at the entrance of the mysterious realm for long, but quickly moved forward and sat on the back of the flame-armored lizard. Flame-armored lizard charge. With a command from him, the flame-armored lizard immediately began to sprint forward with its sturdy limbs. On the ground, a row of claw marks was left in their wake. It's actually a gray-white 7-star flame-armored lizard. This kid must at least possess gray-white 6-star strength. To contract a beast in the mysterious realm at gray-white 6-star is quite rare. In a corner, the teacher secretly protecting Chu Xiu looked at him, summoning the flame-armored lizard and running away, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. After realizing that Chu Xiu was about to disappear from his sight, he hurriedly followed. Forest wolf attributes: grass-type quality, ordinary level, gray-white, 3 stars, status fierce, talent skills, leaf blade, evolution chain, 2 first evolution chain, forest wolf, spirit leaf wolf, azure blade wolf, rare, evolution materials. Second evolution chain, forest wolf, songmu wolf, forest giant wolf, firewood demon wolf, excellent, evolution materials. Description: a wolf-type beast living in the forest that enjoys pack living and excels at team hunting. Just after running a short distance, a wolf-type beast with a shoulder height of about 1 meter and a body length of approximately 1.6 meters covered in white-green fur appeared before Chu Xiu. Oh woo! Upon seeing Chu Xiu and the flame-armored lizard, this forest wolf immediately bristled, its fur glaring ferociously at Chu Xiu, and let out a loud howl. Rustle. Almost as soon as its howl fell, a series of rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding bushes, and shortly after 4 more forest wolves similar in size to the first stepped out. The 5 forest wolves surrounded Chu Xiu and the flame-armored lizard, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light, clearly having regarded Chu Xiu and the flame-armored lizard as their prey. 4 gray-white 3 stars, 1 gray-white 4 star, all ordinary quality forest wolves. It's up to you, flame-armored lizard. Facing the 5 forest wolves surrounding him and the flame-armored lizard, Chu Xiu showed no signs of fear. Although the flame-armored lizard was merely a magical mirror image, it was still a gray-white 7-star strength and possessed a higher elite quality than the forest wolves, making its combat power far superior. Buzzing as Chu Xiu's words fell, the flame-armored lizard beneath him opened its mouth wide, and fireballs the size of soccer balls suddenly burst forth from its mouth, which was its talent skill fireball. In the blink of an eye, 5 fireballs shot towards the 5 forest wolves like cannonballs. A woo! Feeling the scorching aura of the fireballs, the 5 forest wolves let out terrified cries and swiftly employed their talent skill leaf blade. 2 crescent-shaped green wooden blades were spat out from the mouths of these forest wolves, colliding head-on with the fireballs in an attempt to extinguish them. However, as grass-type beasts, they were almost completely countered by fire-type attacks. Their leaf blades were incinerated to ashes in an instant upon encountering the fireballs, failing to provide any form of resistance. After breaking through the forest wolves' attacks, the 5 fireballs accurately struck the forest wolves, igniting their fur and turning them into blazing materials, fiercely burning. A woo! In an instant, shrill cries of anguish rang out from the mouths of the forest wolves as they, engulfed in flames, began to roll on the ground in agony, trying to extinguish the fire. Yet all these efforts were in vain. Against the gray-white 7-star flame-armored lizard's attack, after struggling and howling for several seconds, they fell silent, turning into charred corpses that emitted the aroma of grilled meat. Ding Host has killed a forest wolf, completing the first kill of the beast-tamer career. Achievement points 10. Suddenly a message popped up on the system panel, capturing Chu Xiu's attention. What are these achievement points and what purpose do they serve? Looking at the increased 10 achievement points, a hint of confusion appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. He had seen the achievement points section on his attribute panel when the system awakened. However, at that time the achievement points were at 0, and he hadn't paid much attention. Now, having killed a forest wolf and gained 10 achievement points, he became quite curious. Ding! Accumulating 100 achievement points allows you to unlock the system's lucky draw wheel. Consuming 100 achievement points lets you spin the wheel for a chance to win various unexpected rewards. As if sensing Chu Xiu's doubts, a message popped up on the system panel. Wonderful! The system can actually conduct a lottery. Since this is a divine pet evolution system, the rewards on the wheel must be related to nurturing beasts. It seems I need to find a way to quickly gather achievement points to unlock the lucky draw. This message immediately brightened Chu Xiu's eyes, stirring his heart. Let's move forward. He no longer hesitated, and with a thought, the flame-armored lizard continued to guide him deeper into the secret realm. These forest wolves are merely of the lowest ordinary quality. Even if one of them can evolve into the excellent quality firewood demon wolf, Chu Xiu remains unmoved. Beast quality is categorized from low to high: ordinary, elite, rare, excellent, perfect, extraordinary, epic, and legendary. In Chu Xiu's mind, his first beast must at least have an evolution chain that can reach perfect quality. Unicorn. Attribute: grass type. Quality: elite. Level: gray-white 5 stars. Status: calm. Talent skills: healing, nature's power. Evolution chains 2. First evolution chain: unicorn, giant unicorn, rainbow unicorn, excellent, evolution materials. Second evolution chain: unicorn, heavenly unicorn, moonlight unicorn, starry unicorn, perfect, evolution materials. This unicorn can evolve into the perfect quality starry unicorn, which meets my standards. However, with the college entrance examination approaching, my first beast must be of the combat type, and this unicorn is not. Finding a beast that I desire is not easy. Looking at the unicorn drinking water by the river not far away, Chu Xiu shook his head with some regret and urged the flame-armored lizard to turn and leave. 2 hours have passed since entering the secret realm. During this time, Chu Xiu encountered several secret realm beasts, but most were of mediocre quality. Even if they could evolve, they could generally only reach excellent quality. After much effort, he encountered a unicorn that could evolve to perfect quality, but it was a support-type beast and did not meet his expectations. There's still plenty of time. Let's check other places. If I can't find a combat-type beast that can evolve to perfect quality, I can always come back to contract this unicorn later. Quietly noting the position of the unicorn, Chu Xiu continued to command the flame-armored lizard to explore ahead. Boom. Moo. There's some movement ahead, flame-armored lizard, let's check it out. Before long, as they moved not too far, a series of battle roars echoed nearby. Sensing the commotion ahead, Chu Xiu immediately directed the flame-armored lizard to rush forward. Soon he spotted the culprit creating the noise. It was a brawny bull standing at 1.8 meters tall, over 3 meters long, with a tail ignited by flames. In front of it stood a green mantis about the height of a person. After a brief standoff, the two beasts resumed their battle. Firebull. Attribute: fire type. Quality: elite. Level: gray-white 7 stars. Status: angry. Talent skills: fire, armor, bull charge. Evolution chains 2. First evolution chain: Firebull, Bull King, rare, evolution resources. Second evolution chain Fireball Explosive Fireball Lavable Demon Excellent. O evolution resources. Introduction: a bull that lives in lava regions, strong and mighty. Scythe Mantis. Attribute: Grass type, Dark type. Quality: Rare. Level: Gray-White 7 stars. Status: Calm. Talent skills: Swift Blade Cross/Stealth. Evolution chains 3. First evolution chain Scythe Mantis Green Blade Mantis Excellent. U evolution materials. Second evolution chain Scythe Mantis Flying Mantis Sonic Mantis Perfect. Evolution materials. Third evolution chain Scythe Mantis Dark Blade Mantis Blood Blade Frenzy Mantis Shadow Blade Void Ripper Legendary. U evolution resources. Introduction: a common grass-type beast that lives in forests, mutated to acquire dark attributes, possessing impressive strength and potential. Wow, what incredible luck. I've encountered a mutated beast. Watching the Scythe Mantis battling the Fireball ahead, Chu Xiu's eyes widened in excitement, exclaiming in his heart. Originally, the Scythe Mantis was merely an elite quality grass-type beast, but after mutation acquiring dark attributes, its quality has risen to rare. In current research, a typical Scythe Mantis has only one evolution route, evolving into the rare quality Wood. However, this mutated Scythe Mantis possesses 3 evolution routes, with the evolved beasts being at least excellent quality, and it can even evolve into the legendary Void Ripper. Such immense potential, if known by others, would undoubtedly ignite a frenzied competition, stirring up a great storm. The mutated Scythe Mantis, you are the one. Seeing such a powerful beast appear before him, Chu Xiu was greatly tempted, and immediately decided to contract the Scythe Mantis as his first beast. However, he did not act rashly, but controlled the flame-armored lizard to remain hidden in the dense forest, quietly observing the two battling beasts. In battles between beasts, fire types almost completely dominate grass types. Generally, a Scythe Mantis would only face defeat against a Fireball of the same level. Yet the current situation is different. The mutated Scythe Mantis is not only holding its ground against the fire-type Fireball, but is steadily gaining the upper hand. Its form is agile, easily dodging the Fireball's charges. At the same time, its scythe-like blades are swiftly swung with faint black light flickering along the edges. Even with the fire armor defense, it leaves behind multiple bloody wounds on the Fireball. After dozens of exchanges, the Fireball was battered by the Scythe Mantis attacks, its body covered in blood, breathing heavily. Moo! Finally, the Fireball's crimson eyes gradually cleared, realizing it was no match for the Scythe Mantis. It let out a reluctant roar and turned to flee. Although it was no match for the Scythe Mantis, it had the fire armor and an attribute advantage over the Mantis. While the Mantis could injure it, the Fireball was difficult to kill with a decisive blow as long as it was cautious. As long as it escapes, the Scythe Mantis would definitely be unable to slay it. However, the Fireball's ideal was beautiful, while reality was extremely cruel. Suddenly, the Scythe Mantis looked at the fleeing Fireball, and a surge of magic erupted from its body, enveloping it in a cloud of black mist. As the black mist dissipated, the Scythe Mantis figure unexpectedly vanished. The fleeing Fireball looked back, relieved to see no sign of the Scythe Mantis. However, just as it turned its head, 2 intersecting blades silently appeared before it aimed at its throat. The sudden attack left the Fireball with no time to evade. A crossblade flashed, and the scorching blood gushed from its throat, splattering several meters away. So powerful. Combining the stealth skill of the Dark System with the Scythe Mantis is simply a match made in heaven. From behind the bushes, Chu Xiu watched as the Scythe Mantis effortlessly killed the Fire Barbarian Bull of the same level, a look of astonishment on his face. However, after witnessing the stealth skill of the Scythe Mantis, he had already devised a strategy to counter it. Although the stealth skill of the Scythe Mantis could make its form disappear from his sight, the attribute panel above its head, in other words, against Chu Xiu, the Scythe Mantis stealth skill was completely ineffective. Yanjiashi, it's your turn to shine. Seeing the Scythe Mantis slay the Fire Barbarian Bull and begin to feast on its meat, Chu Xiu's thoughts shifted, and he jumped down from Yanjiashi. At the same time, the Yanjiashi under his control suddenly lunged forward, charging at the Scythe Mantis that was busy eating. The Scythe Mantis was extremely alert. Even while eating, it reacted immediately as soon as the Yanjiashi burst out of the trees, turning to face the incoming creature with a flash of irritation in its compound eyes. It despised being interrupted while feeding the most. Without any hesitation, the Scythe Mantis leaped with its double legs, shooting toward the Yanjiashi like an arrow released from a bow. Its blade arms crossed over its chest, the sharp scythe glimmered with a chilling light as it struck downward toward the Yanjiaxi's head. Roar! Under Chu Xiu's command, the Yanjiashi immediately reacted, twisting its body to evade the attack, while its thick tail swept toward the Scythe Mantis with a scorching aura. This strike was immensely powerful, and the air crackled as the tail whipped through it. The swift reaction of the Yanjiashi startled the Scythe Mantis. Having missed its attack, it dared not hesitate, and quickly flapped its wings to retreat rapidly. It narrowly avoided the Yanjiaxi's powerful tail swipe. As the Scythe Mantis dodged, the Yanjiaxi's tail struck a nearby rock. With a loud bang, the rock flew out like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the trunk of a third-turtle tree, embedding itself halfway into the stout trunk. Such power left the Scythe Mantis, which had just evaded the Yanjiaxi's strike, feeling apprehensive, its eyes cautiously scrutinizing the Yanjiashi. Though this Yanjiashi shared the same gray-white 7-star beast classification as the Fire Barbarian Bull, its strength was evidently superior. At this moment, it dared not hold back any longer, and decided to use its stealth skill again to stealthily approach the Yanjiashi for a lethal strike. As a wisp of black mist rose from the scythe mantis, its figure vanished once more from the sight of Chu Xiu and the Yin Jiaxi. Haha, can't sit still so soon. Observing the lines of attribute information that had circled around to the back of the Yin Jiaxi, Chu Xiu's lips curled up and his attention focused. Now he was waiting for the scythe mantis to stealthily approach the Yin Jiaxi and launch a lethal attack, and then he would command the Yin Jiaxi to unleash a surprise explosive attack to severely injure it. Here it comes. Now's the time. Yin Jiaxi turn around and use fireball attack. As the lines of attribute information stealthily approached the back of the Yin Jiaxi's head, Chu Xiu immediately issued roar. With his command given, the Yin Jiaxi instantly turned around and sprayed at the air behind it. A fireball the size of a soccer ball suddenly erupted. Bang! The fireball barely traveled 20 centimeters before it exploded, forcing the scythe mantis out of its stealth mode and sending it crashing backward. Screech! Flames rapidly engulfed the scythe mantis, causing it to emit a painful scream. Yin Jiaxi hold it. Watching the scythe mantis engulfed in flames, Chu Xiu did not hesitate. He continued to command the Yin Jiaxi to charge forward, and with a tail swipe, knocked the scythe mantis down, which was unable to dodge in time due to its suffering. Then rising upright, the enormous body of nearly 3 meters pressed down on the scythe mantis, pinning it beneath, rendering it unable to move. Only after the scythe mantis activated its inner magic to disperse the flames did its once vibrant green exoskeleton turn charred. The heavily injured scythe mantis was pinned beneath the Yin Jiaxi, which was several times larger, unable to struggle, and only able to emit cries of unwillingness and despair. That's about right. The scythe mantis is already heavily injured, and now is the perfect opportunity to contract it. Seeing the scythe mantis in a gravely wounded state through the system, Chu Xiu joyfully stepped out from the dense bushes and quickly approached. Screech! Chu Xiu's appearance caused the scythe mantis to emit another despairing scream. Though it lived in a secret realm, it had seen human beast tamers. Especially when it was young, it had witnessed a teacher from Linjiang one high school enter the secret realm to eliminate beasts stronger than gray-white level. At that time, it had seen a powerful black iron level beast defeated in mere seconds by the teacher, leaving a deep impression of the strength of human beast tamers in its memory. At this moment, seeing Chu Xiu appear, it was left with nothing but endless fear. Scythe mantis, don't be afraid. I won't. As long as you become my contracted beast, we will be family. Understanding the change in the scythe mantis state through the system panel, and sensing its fear, Chu Xiu displayed a gentle smile and spoke to the scythe mantis. Then, regardless of whether the scythe mantis understood or not, he focused his thoughts, summoning the beast contract seed from his sea of consciousness to fly toward the terrified scythe mantis. The beast contract seed merged into the scythe mantis through its forehead, and soon the brilliance in its eyes became dull. At this moment, Chu Xiu's consciousness penetrated deep into the soul of the scythe mantis through the beast contract seed. Contrary to his expectations, the scythe mantis showed no signs of resistance to his contract. It allowed the beast contract seed to fuse with its soul, becoming Chu Xiu's contracted beast. In just the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu completed the contract with the scythe mantis. The brilliance returned to the scythe mantis' eyes, and the fear it had previously held while looking at Chu Xiu was gone. It was even easier than I anticipated. This guy knows how to be sensible. After contracting the scythe mantis, Chu Xiu smiled broadly, expressing his thoughts. With a thought, the Yin Jiaxi moved aside from the scythe mantis, allowing it to stand up. Just as Chu Xiu was about to leave with the scythe mantis, a prompt message that popped up on the system panel instantly captured. Ding! The host has successfully contracted a beast, achieving the Apprentice Beast Tamer achievement, earning 100 achievement points. Ding! Achievement points have exceeded 100 points, activating the lucky spin function. Would you like to start the lottery? After the system's notification appeared, Chu Xiu's attention turned to the system, where he saw a symbol of a lucky wheel added to the system panel. Upon clicking the symbol, a massive wheel appeared before him. Below the wheel, 2 options were presented. One was to spend 100 achievement points for a single reward draw, and the other was to spend 900 achievement points to initiate a 10-fold draw. The wheel was divided into hundreds of small areas, each showcasing various levels of prizes. These areas shimmered with different colors: gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold. From the number of glowing areas, Chu Xiu discerned that gray was the lowest level while gold was the highest. Intermediate magic potion evolution resource with spirit grass advanced healing potion. There's even an egg of the Storm Eagle King. If I remember correctly, the Storm Eagle King is an epic level beast, isn't it? And this is only a purple reward. The prizes in the golden areas of the wheel must be comparable to the legendary quality beasts. Gazing at the various rewards on the wheel, Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. System draw. Without hesitation, he made his decision. As his thought moved, his initial 110 achievement points sharply decreased by 100, and the pointer on the lucky wheel began to spin rapidly. Gold, gold, gold. Watching the pointer spin quickly, Chu Xiu kept secretly praying. About half a minute later, the pointer stopped at a tiny area glowing with golden light. Immediately, the system popped up the result of the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Star Forging Magic Art. Holy cow! Legendary gold. Did I really just hit the jackpot? My luck is off the charts today, haha. Seeing the ancient book radiating golden light appear in the system space, Chu Xiu was momentarily stunned, then he was overwhelmed with joy. In the next moment, his consciousness reached towards the Star Forging Magic Art to examine its cultivation methods. I wonder how much faster the magic power condensation speed of this star-forging magic art, which is worth as much as a legendary quality beast, is compared to the refining method I'm currently practicing. Now that the magic power source in the secret realm is so rich, I can see if I can use the star-forging magic art to break through to gray-white 8 stars. After familiarizing myself with the star-forging magic art, I decided to cultivate right here and now. Before doing so, he glanced at the Scythe Mantis beside him, which had a face full of grievances, took out the Beastmaster's ring, and said to the Scythe Mantis, "Scythe Mantis, you go into the Beastmaster's ring to rest first, and I'll find a way to heal you after I come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the Scythe Mantis transformed into a stream of light and entered the Beastmaster's ring. After completing these tasks, Chu Xiu let the flame-armored lizard protect him as he sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate according to the method recorded in the star-forging magic art. Buzz! As Chu Xiu operated the star-forging magic art, he immediately felt the magic power source around him tremble, and then it surged into his body like a tidal wave. At that moment, the speed at which he absorbed the magic power source was at least 10 times that of the refining method he had practiced before. With the help of the star-forging magic art, both his magic power and physical strength were rapidly increasing. The magic power absorbed by the refining method not only condenses the magic power within the Beastmaster, but also nourishes and strengthens the Beastmaster's physique. What a rapid cultivation speed! This star-forging magic art is much stronger than the ordinary refining method taught openly in my school. With such a powerful refining method, even if my talent is not high, my cultivation speed will definitely not lag behind anyone. Feeling the power of the star-forging magic art, a glint of excitement flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. But soon he suppressed his excitement, calming his mind to continue cultivating. The magic power source in this hazy secret realm was much richer than outside, and the opportunity to enter the school's secret realm was only once. He had only been in the secret realm for 2.5 hours, and he could still stay for almost a day, so he naturally wouldn't waste it. What's this kid doing so jumpy? Moreover, this is too reckless. How dare he cultivate in the secret realm like this? As Chu Xiu focused on his cultivation, a teacher from the school who was secretly protecting him nearby watched Chu Xiu contract the Scythe Mantis with excitement, then quickly quieted down and immersed himself in cultivation, pondering. Chu Xiu was currently in the secret realm, and nearby there was the freshly killed fire savage bull. The smell of blood would soon attract other carnivorous beasts in the secret realm. Although he was shocked by the strength Chu Xiu had just displayed, cultivating under these circumstances was not a wise choice, especially since the flame-armored lizard was merely a magic power mirage and not a true beast. All its actions depended on the Beastmaster's commands and had no autonomous consciousness. If Chu Xiu fell into a deep state of cultivation, the flame-armored lizard could not guarantee his safety. Wait, this kid is so eager to cultivate because he must sense that he is about to break through. He can summon a gray-white 7-star flame-armored lizard, and he hasn't shown any signs of magic power depletion for so long, so his strength level should also have reached gray-white 7 stars. If he can really break through, he will be a gray-white 8-star Beastmaster. In the next 2 months, he might even break through another. A student who reaches gray-white 9-star strength during the college entrance examination is definitely a top student in Linjiangno. One high school, such a promising talent must not encounter any accidents. Seeing Chu Xiu so focused on his cultivation, the teacher suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up as he immediately summoned his own beast and commanded it to patrol a radius of 500 meters to prevent any beasts from approaching. His beast had a black iron 3-star strength, making it a dominant existence in this secret realm. With this beast around, no beasts within a 500-meter radius would dare to approach. Moreover, this teacher's strength was also only black iron 3-star, so he did not notice the unusually rapid speed at which Chu Xiu absorbed the surrounding magic power while cultivating the star-forging magic art. Under the protection of the teacher and the beast, Chu Xiu was undisturbed and cultivated until dark. Buzz! After cultivating for 7 to 8 hours, Chu Xiu's aura changed, and his strength broke through again, reaching gray-white 8 stars. Chu Xiu had already reached the limit of gray-white 7 stars with the vast magic power from the novice gift pack, so it was only natural for him to break through while cultivating the star-forging magic art. I've broken through. This aura is gray-white 8 stars. I was right. At the same time, the change in Chu Xiu's aura caught the attention of the teacher guarding him. Feeling the powerful aura erupting from Chu Xiu, the teacher's body trembled, and he wore a look of surprise. It's strange that after cultivating for so long, not a single beast came over. On the other side, Chu Xiu had already stood up, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, but he did not dwell on it. After his strength broke through to gray-white 8 stars, he did not linger in the secret realm and commanded the flame-armored lizard to take him towards the entrance of the secret realm. On the way back, he did not need to look for beasts. What originally took 2 hours was completed by Chu Xiu in less than half an hour, and he returned to the entrance of the secret realm. Buzz! Chu Xiu and the flame-armored lizard passed through the light curtain at the entrance and returned to Linjiangno, one high school. As soon as he stepped out of the secret realm, the surroundings instantly brightened. The secret realm is an independent space where time differs from the outside world. Although it was already dark inside the secret realm, it was still just around the time for school dismissal outside. Teacher! After leaving the secret realm, the first person Chu Xiu saw was the silver-level teacher guarding the entrance, and he immediately smiled and greeted him respectfully. Seeing the smile on Chu Xiu's face, the guarding teacher nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Haha, it seems you have found a beast. How do I dispel this flame-armored lizard?" Chu Xiu asked, glancing at the flame-armored lizard beside him. The flame-armored lizard was merely a magic power mirage and could not be stored in the Beastmaster's ring like a normal beast. Now that he had come out of the secret realm, it was inconvenient to carry such a large creature with him. Additionally, this flame-armored lizard was just a temporary beast, and the time it could be maintained was only half a day, or it wouldn't be of much use following him. Once these temporary beasts are summoned, they cannot be recalled, or just disperse them. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the guarding teacher waved his hand nonchalantly, and an invisible force descended upon the flame-armored lizard. In an instant, the flame-armored lizard transformed into starlight and vanished. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiu's mouth twitched. This method of dispelling was indeed simple and crude. Having resolved the issue of the temporary beast, he did not linger any longer. After greeting the guarding teacher, he quickly turned and left. The Scythe Mantis was severely injured, and his primary task now was to heal the Scythe Mantis wounds, and then find a way to gather the resources needed for its first evolution. As he emerged from the secret realm, it was already afternoon after school. Therefore, Chu Xiu did not return to his class after leaving the faint entrance of the secret realm, but walked straight out of the school. After leaving the school, Chu Xiu did not hurry home. Instead, he caught a ride towards the Breeder Association in Linjiang. He remembered that he had an older sister in this world, Chu Xiu. Her beast companion was a unicorn with healing abilities, and its strength had reached the gray-white 9 stars. As a fellow grass-type beast master, Chu Xiu believed that the healing abilities of the gray-white 9-star unicorn would surely help his mantis recover quickly from its injuries. Chu Xiu happened to work at the Breeder Association in Linjiang City. After a journey of more than 20 minutes, Chu Xiu finally arrived at the association. Having visited the Breeder Association multiple times before, he quickly spotted Chu Xiu. He saw a tall woman standing quietly in front of one of the counters. The woman wore a simple plain shirt made of chiffon that gently swayed with her breathing, revealing her delicate collarbone, and her black hair cascaded down her shoulders with the ends slightly curled, accentuating her fair face, which added to her exquisite beauty. Her stunning looks caused the men passing by in the Breeder Association to steal glances at her. "Sister." Seeing the familiar, beautiful figure, Chu Xiu called out to her. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Xiu immediately turned to look at him, and a look of surprise flashed across her face when she recognized him. "Chu Xiu, what brings you here?" Surprised, Chu Xiu quickly walked up to him and asked in astonishment. "Sister, I have good news. I've successfully contracted a beast and become a formal beast master." "Really?" As she looked at the excited Chu Xiu, Chu Xiu scratched his nose and replied. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her joy was palpable. Ever since their parents, who were members of the Qingyi Bureau, passed away unexpectedly during a mission, Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu had relied on each other. Her greatest wish was for Chu Xiu to become a beast master. "I really contracted a mantis," Chu Xiu continued, "but I was too harsh on it before the contract, and it's still in a severely injured state now. To be able to contract a mantis, this is an elite-level beast, and it can evolve into the rare wood blade mantis." Upon learning the type of Chu Xiu's contracted beast, Chu Xiu's smile grew even wider. Then she quickly reacted, looking at Chu Xiu with a smile. "Wait, Chu Xiu, you didn't just come to share the good news, did you? You want my unicorn to heal your mantis, right? Sister, you're so clever. You guessed it right away, he." Hearing this, Chu Xiu gave Chu Xiu a thumbs up and chuckled. "Alright, stop joking around, follow me." Looking at Chu Xiu's demeanor, Chu Xiu rolled her eyes at him, but still led him into a "Shall I come out?" After entering the breeding room, Chu Xiu summoned her unicorn, preparing to treat Chu Xiu's mantis. "Wow, a black iron 2 stars. It seems my sister's unicorn has already broken through and never mentioned it to me. What are you staring at? Hurry up and summon your beast." After seeing the level of Chu Xiu's unicorn on the system panel, Chu Xiu looked at her with a strange expression. "Hey, stop spacing out." Seeing that Chu Xiu was still in a daze, Chu Xiu gently tapped his forehead with her right. "Sister, I'm already in my 3rd year of high school. Can you please stop tapping my head? I still have my dignity." Chu Xiu complained helplessly in response to Chu Xiu's childish behavior. "What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders here. Quickly summon your beast so I can take a look." However, after hearing his complaint, Chu Xiu crossed her arms with an authoritative demeanor drastically different from her calm appearance in the lobby of the Breeder Association. Faced with his sister's bloodline pressure, Chu Xiu could only obediently summon his mantis. "Chu Xiu, did your mantis just crawl out of a coal mine? It's so black." At the moment Chu Xiu summoned the mantis, upon seeing its completely dark appearance, Chu Xiu couldn't help but burst screech. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's laughter, the mantis immediately raised its blades and hissed threateningly at her, taking an aggressive stance. "Mantis, this is my sister. No mischief." Sensing the mantis' hostility towards Chu Xiu's expression turned serious as he immediately scolded it. After being scolded by Chu Xiu, the mantis quickly retracted its blades, resting its arms against its chin, looking at Chu Xiu with a pitiful expression. "Alright, it's all my fault for not introducing you earlier. I won't do it again next time." Sensing the mantis' grievance, Chu Xiu sighed and reached out to pat its head in comfort. As he said this, the mantis mood finally returned to normal, and it turned to Chu Xiu, giving a slight bow to express. "Chu Xiu, what level is your mantis?" However, at this moment Chu Xiu looked at Chu Xiu with a shocked expression. Because just as the mantis hissed at her, she felt a sense of danger that sent chills down her spine. Although she did not have a combat-type beast, she was at least a black iron level beast master. Even with a distance of less than 2 meters between them, the intense sense of crisis indicated that this mantis' strength was at least gray-white 7 stars. This was in its peak condition. Now Chu Xiu's mantis was clearly injured, and its strength was probably less than half of its full capacity. In her impression, Chu Xiu's strength was only gray-white 2 stars yesterday, and he hadn't even condensed his beast type. Yet now he suddenly contracted a mantis of at least gray-white 7 stars, which left her astonished. She had initially speculated that when she heard Chu Xiu successfully contracted a beast, he must have just condensed the beast type, and the contracted beast wouldn't exceed gray-white 3 stars. But now it seemed that Chu Xiu's mantis completely exceeded her expectations. Ahem, sister, my mantis level has reached gray-white 7 stars. Looking at Chu Yuqing's shocked face, Chu Xiu puffed out his chest and said proudly, thinking that he had finally made a comeback. Really gray-white 7 stars. My dear brother, it's just the 2 of us here. Quickly tell your sister what kind of magic potion you gave this mantis to make it willingly follow you. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's answer, Chu Yuqing's body trembled, and she stepped closer to him, whispering, "Uft. Who gave it a magic potion? I already said I defeated it into submission." Humph. Chu Yuqing looked unconvinced at Chu Xiu's answer. In her opinion, with his strength, he couldn't possibly defeat a gray-white 7-star mantis. Most likely Chu Xiu encountered this injured mantis in the school's secret realm and took the opportunity to pick it up. Forget it, no matter what, it's a good thing that my brother could contract a gray-white 7-star mantis. This is his opportunity and a great joy for our family. Shaking her head, Chu Yuqing no longer probed further and began directing her unicorn to treat the mantis. Chu Xiu, your mantis scythe has fully recovered from its injuries. A few minutes later, Chu Yuqing withdrew her slightly fatigued unicorn horse back into her beast-taming bracelet and addressed Chu Xiu before the now fully restored mantis scythe. Before her, the mantis scythe had shed its charred exoskeleton and regained its pristine form. Its body length measured 1.6 meters. Its emerald green carapace shimmered with a metallic luster, while its scythe-like forelimbs, jagged and serrated, radiated an icy razor-sharp aura that sent chills down one's spine. Chirp chirp. Restored to full vitality, the mantis scythe emitted a friendly chirping cry and affectionately nuzzled Chu Yuqing's snow-pale lotus-root smooth arm with its triangular head. Ha ha ha. This mantis scythe of yours is truly the most sentient I've ever encountered. Chu Yuqing's laughter bubbled forth as she gently stroked its head. She then turned to Chu Xiu and asked, "Chu Xiu, have you given this mantis scythe a name yet?" At her words, the creature pivoted its head toward Chu Xiu as well. Ahem. I've only just contracted it. I haven't had time to name it yet. Why don't you choose a name for it, elder sister? Feeling their dual gazes upon him, Chu Xiu coughed awkwardly. Very well, let's call it Xiao Dao. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's suggestion, Chu Yuqing's eyes twinkled mischievously, and the name sprang instantly to her lips. Chirp chirp. The mantis scythe swiveled its head toward Chu Yuqing and trilled joyfully, as if utterly delighted. Since you're so fond of the name Xiao Dao, it shall be. Through his soul contract with the beast, Chu Xiu could sense its allure. Seeing this, he silently acquiesced to the name. Xiao Dao returned to the beast-taming bracelet for now. With that, he extended his left hand, the bracelet gleaming softly upon his wrist. In an instant, the mantis scythe dissolved into a streak of light and vanished into the bracelet. Elder sister, do you have any money? Lend me some. I'll repay you double in a few days. Having retracted the mantis scythe, Chu Xiu blinked up at Chu Yuqing with wide, hopeful eyes. Go on, how much do you need? Chu Yuqing showed no surprise at his request, merely smiling faintly as she gazed back at him. As a beast tamer herself, she fully understood the staggering financial investment required to nurture a contracted beast. Chu Xiu had just forged his first soul contract. This was precisely when capital was most urgently needed. I'm not certain yet. I'll let you know shortly. Chu Xiu murmured softly. Once you've decided, just tell me. I still have work to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Do step out soon yourself. Chu Yuqing nodded, offered a gentle reminder, then turned and strode out of the cultivation chamber. 10 minutes had already passed since she'd first laid eyes on Chu Xiu. She was merely an ordinary clerk at the beast-taming guild, daring not linger from her post too long. Moreover, though this chamber was temporarily unoccupied, she couldn't allow Chu Xiu to remain inside for long lest tongues wag. Elder sister, I'll walk with you. Seeing her depart, Chu Xiu called out and hurried after her, exiting the chamber side by side. His immediate goal was to procure materials for Xiao Dao's first stage evolution, though he had no idea how much they would cost. Fortunately, the beast-taming guild sold a wide array of cultivation materials and evolutionary resources. He resolved to browse the main hall until he found exactly what he needed. Mantis Scythe Shadow Blade Mantis Shadow Evolution. Consume 30 shadow weeds. Grind 10 gene of venomous fangs from Black Herontier poison-type demonic beasts in a fine powder. Boil the mixture in a large cauldron. Cool it, then immerse the Mantis Scythe for 3 hours. 30 shadow weeds, 10 gene of Black Herontier poison beast fangs. Will elder sister's private savings stretch far? After reading the evolution requirements, Chu Xiu muttered inwardly as he stepped out of the chamber. He knew little about shadow weed's rarity, but he certainly knew Black Herontier demonic beast materials were prohibitively expensive. Black Herontier venomous fangs were sold individually. Each fingertip-sized fang cost several thousand coins. To purchase 10 gene at once made Chu Xiu's head ache just thinking about it. Shaking his head helplessly, he cleared his mind and began wandering the guild's main hall. Wood Spirit Bloom Gray-White Tier 5 stars. Contains trace wood elemental mana ideal for enhancing wood-aligned beasts. Ice Serpent Scale Silver Tier 2 stars. Shed during the molting of Silver Tier Ice Serpents, rich in water elemental mana, rapidly boosting aquatic beast strength. As Chu Xiu scanned the displays along the guild's counter, detailed information about each resource flickered into view. These were system-generated appraisals, far more precise and comprehensive than the basic descriptions printed on the display. Shadow Weed Black Iron Tier 7 stars. Enhances shadow-aligned beasts. When combined with specific catalysts, may even grant shadow affinity to certain non-shadow beasts. The guild's vast inventory, coupled with his system's accurate identification, allowed Chu Xiu to locate shadow. Found it. So shadow weeds are Black Iron Tier 2, and a single palm-sized specimen costs 8,000 coins. 30 of them. That's 240,000 coins. The price extinguished his initial elation like a bucket. After calculating the cost for shadow weeds, he sought out the Black Iron Tier poison beast fangs. After consulting the clerk, he learned the total for Tinjin would be double that of the shadow weeds. Altogether, the entire evolution set cost 750,000 coins. And how much? 750,000. Chu Yuqing's lips twitched faintly upon hearing the sum at the counter. Working at the beast-taming guild, she saved only a few thousand coins monthly after covering both siblings' expenses. Over the years, her accumulated savings totaled barely 200,000 coins. Even adding her remaining bereavement allowance, she'd still fall short by over 100,000. Chu Xiu, what exactly are you buying for Xiao Dao? Even elevating a gray-white Tier 7-star Mantis scythe to 9-star requires only around 100,000 coins. She leaned and voice lowered, watching Chu Xiu's slightly embarrassed expression. I plan to acquire 30 shadow weeds and 10 gene of Black Iron Tier demonic beast fangs to evolve Xiao Dao. Chu Xiu whispered the truth into her ear without hesitation. Boom. Her mind reverberated as if struck by you mean to evolve Xiao Dao. But these resources aren't part of any known evolution path for mantis scythes. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Suppressing her shock, Chu Yuqing's gaze sharpened, her eyes glinting with keen scrutiny as she fixed them on Chu Xiu. According to all publicly documented evolution paths, the mantis scythe possessed only one viable lineage, evolving into the rare woodblade mantis. Its required catalysts were exclusively precious flora aligned with the wood element. Yet Chu Xiu's proposed resources, shadow-aligned poison-infused, bore no relation whatsoever to the mantis scythe's canonical evolution, compelling her to question his true intent. Elder sister, do I look like that kind of person? Chu Xiu spread his hands wide, meeting her probing gaze. Looks aside, you are that kind of person? Her retort left him speechless, until she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Just teasing you, my silly younger brother. Alright, no more jokes. I can procure those items at an internal guild discount, saving us 70 or 80,000. Still will fall short by roughly 50,000. Wait a few days, I'll gather the rest for you. Her words warmed his heart. Shaking his head, Chu Xiu replied, Elder sister, you've already done so much for me. The remaining 50,000, I'll handle it myself. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Chu, you are back from the secret realm. Was the contract with the beast successful? What kind of beast is it? As soon as the call connected, Zhang Daxian's excited voice came through without any preamble. Hearing Zhang Daxian's rapid-fire questions, Chu Xiu couldn't help but smile as he replied, Daxian, I have contracted a scythe mantis. That's great. This is an elite quality beast. Having an elite quality beast as your first one is quite rare. Our class has only about a third of them. Moreover, the scythe mantis can evolve into the rare quality woodblade mantis, so it has good potential as the first beast. Brother Chu, wait a moment, I will book a private room at Haoyan Restaurant. I'll send you the room number later, and we can celebrate together tonight. Before he could continue, Zhang Daxian's voice boomed on the other end. Ahem, but that's not necessary. The reason I called you today is to ask for a favor. I'm short of 50,000 yuan to purchase beast resources. Could you lend me some to tide me over? I'll pay you back with interest in a couple of days. Chu Xiu declined Zhang Daxian's enthusiastic invitation and stated the purpose of this call. No problem. Just send me your card number, and I'll have Uncle Lu transfer 100,000 to you right away. On the other end of the line, Zhang Daxian waved his hand without hesitation. Even when Chu Xiu repeatedly insisted that he only needed 50,000, he still forced 100,000 on Chu Xiu. Seeing this, Chu Xiu could only remember this favor and then send over the card number. Uncle Lu, immediately transfer 100,000 yuan to my brother Chu's account. In the villa at Linjiang Garden, after Zhang Daxian received the card number from Chu Xiu, he immediately stood up, called for butler Lu Neng, and handed over Chu Xiu's card number. Yes, young master. Lu Neng took it with both hands without asking any further questions and turned to carry out the task. Scythe Mantis, with only 2 months left until the college entrance examination, I need to find a way to help Brother Chu evolve the Scythe Mantis. Watching Lu Neng leave, Zhang Daxian returned to the sofa and whispered. He then took out a junior magic potion and swallowed it, sitting cross-legged on the sofa to practice the forging technique taught at school. Streams of magical energy began to surge into his body. Chu Xiu, your classmate, is impressive. It's been less than a minute since we hung up and the money has already been transferred. In the Breeder Association, Chu Yuqing looked at the notification of the funds arriving on her phone, her face showing a look of surprise. Since she had purchased the beast resources for Chu Xiu, he had just sent her card number to Zhang Daxian to avoid the hassle of back-and-forth transfers. Nodding in response, Chu Xiu said, Sister, let's buy the beast resources now. I can't wait to let the Scythe Mantis evolve. I'll go right now. Seeing Chu Xiu's eager expression, Chu Yuqing stopped talking and turned to start purchasing the necessary evolution resources for him. She was quick in her actions, and within 10 minutes, she had gathered all the materials needed by Chu Xiu. That's right, it's the sister. Can you book a breeding room for me? After the system verified that all materials were correct, Chu Xiu looked at Chu Yu. The Breeder Association has several public breeding rooms available for rent, and outsiders can pay to use them. The breeding room is well equipped, and by evolving the Scythe Mantis here, Chu Xiu can avoid the trouble of purchasing additional equipment. Are you going to evolve it now? Are you doing it alone? Chu Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Chu Xiu. Originally, the materials Chu Xiu had purchased for evolving the Scythe Mantis had already raised her doubts, and now he wanted to operate the evolution himself, which made her scrutinize him with even more suspicion. She had no idea that her brother had such abilities. But seeing Chu Xiu nodding at her confidently, she could only suppress her doubts, and sighed alright. Soon she had prepared a breeding room for Chu Xiu. I hope my brother can succeed, otherwise this 700,000 yuan would... Looking at the tightly closed door of the breeding room, Chu Yuqing silently prayed before turning to leave. Inside the breeding room, Chu Xiu summoned the Scythe Mantis and tossed it a pile of shadow grass. Little blade, eat all of this shadow grass, it will be beneficial for you. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, the Scythe Mantis nodded and began to eat eagerly. While the Scythe Mantis was eating the grass, Chu Xiu used the equipment in the breeding room to grind all the poisonous fangs into powder, then added them to a large pot and set it to boil on high heat. Soon the clear water in the pot was boiled into a deep black color, continuously bubbling. It's been boiling for over 10 minutes. It should be time to turn off the heat. Looking at the boiling pot of black water, Chu Xiu nodded slightly before turning off the heat valve and quietly waited for the boiling water to cool. Once the black water cooled down, Chu Xiu immediately looked at the Scythe Mantis, which had finished eating the shadow grass. Little blade, get in and soak. Hearing this, the Scythe Mantis jumped neatly into the large pot of black water. As soon as it entered the pot, the toxins in the water began to seep into the Scythe Mantis body. Hearing this, the Scythe Mantis jumped neatly into the large pot of black water. As soon as it entered the pot, the toxins in the water began to... Chu Xiu felt the pain transmitted from the Scythe Mantis through the contract and quickly shouted, Gigi. Hearing Chu Xiu's voice, the Scythe Mantis nodded, forcing itself to suppress the urge to jump out. Buzz. As the toxins in the black water entered the Scythe Mantis body, the medicinal effects of the 30 shadow grasses it had just eaten were also unleashed under the stimulation of the toxins. Gradually, the originally emerald green carapace of the Scythe Mantis began to turn black. The surrounding magical energy also started to flow towards it, and a layer of dim black light began to envelop its entire body. As time passed, this layer of black light became more and more intense until it completely enveloped the Scythe Mantis, making it impossible to see its figure. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiu did not panic. He could feel that at this moment the Scythe Mantis life force was still strong and even growing rapidly. 3 hours later, a sudden change occurred. A milky white light shone from within the black light, shifting from dark to bright, finally piercing through the outer black light and illuminating the entire breeding room. The intense light made Chu Xiu instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. When the light faded, Chu Xiu lowered his arm and looked ahead. He saw a dark green figure leap out of the pot, splashing water as it landed in front of him. At this moment, the Scythe Mantis carapace had changed from emerald green to dark green, with barbs growing at the joints. Its serrated scythe blades transformed into smooth, sharp edges, with dark purple patterns emerging along the edges. Success! Looking at the transformed Scythe Mantis, which had become several times stronger, Chu Xiu's face lit up with joy as he immediately looked at its attributes. Dark Blade Mantis. Attributes: Grass type, Dark type. Quality: exceptional. Level: Black Iron 1 star. Status: perfect. Innate skills: Swift Blade Cross, Stealth Shadow Strike, Dark Venom. Evolution: Chain Scythe Mantis, Dark Blade Mantis, Blood Blade, Frenzy Mantis, Shadow, Edge Mantis, Void Ripper. Dark Blade Mantis, Blood Blade, Frenzy Mantis, Bloodthirsty. Evolution: Devour 100 silver level monster hearts, extract 500 liters of golden level monster blood, add 5 blood essence, stones soak for 2 hours. Introduced as an evolved form of the mutated Scythe Mantis, the Dark Blade Mantis possesses superior dark attributes, its blades laced with poison, excelling in assassination. It is a top-tier assassin lurking in the shadows with boundless potential. After evolution, the Dark Blade Mantis not only reached Black Iron 1 star, but also mastered 5 skills. With a Black Iron 1 star rating and exceptional quality, it should secure the top position among the beast tamers of Linjiang No. 1 High School. Looking at the attributes of the Dark Blade Mantis, Chu Xiu's expression was filled with excitement. In just one day, he transformed from a gray-white 2-star beast tamer with no beast species to a gray-white 8-star beast tamer possessing a Black Iron 1-star beast. Such an astonishing upgrade, if known to others, would surely cause a sensation. Ding, the host has successfully evolved the Scythe Mantis. Achievement points 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first evolution achievement. Achievement points 100. At that moment, the system displayed 2 new messages, and the sudden increase of 110 achievement points filled Chu Xiu with joy. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the lucky wheel to begin the lottery. This world is not safe. Although his current strength surpasses 99 of his peers, he still feels weak. He urgently needed to enhance his strength, so, instead of spending more time on 10 consecutive draws to save 100 achievement points, he directly converted the points to boost his power. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities to earn more achievement points in the future. He wasn't concerned about this 100 points. As he consumed the 100 achievement points, the pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly, and moments later it slowly came to a stop. This time Chu Xiu did not have the same luck as before. The pointer stopped in a blue area. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the manufacturing technique for super level magic nutrient liquid. Buzz. As the system popped up the winning notification, a flood of information surged into Chu Xiu's mind all about the methods and insights for creating the magic nutrient liquid. In a short while, Chu Xiu felt as if he had been tempered through countless trials, achieving an extraordinary level of proficiency in producing the magic nutrient liquid. I can now produce magic nutrient liquid on my own. After digesting the extra memories in his mind, Chu Xiu's spirit lifted, his eyes filled with ecstatic delight. Although he did not win a golden legendary prize in this lottery, the blue quality reward is still quite rare. Now the manufacturing technique for the super-level magic nutrient liquid perfectly aligns with his current needs. The magic nutrient liquid contains a rich source of magical power which can not only be directly absorbed by beast tamers, but also allows them to experience accelerated cultivation for a period of time. However, producing the magic nutrient liquid requires a special resource called magic source flower, which can reach 4 levels: black, iron, bronze, silver, and gold, depending on its growth years. The level of the magic nutrient liquid produced from different grades of magic source flowers also varies, categorized into 4 types: primary, intermediate, advanced, and super level. Even the lowest grade primary magic nutrient liquid sells for as much as 1,000. Little Blade, let's go get a few magic source flowers right now to test the waters. After acquiring the super level magic nutrient liquid manufacturing technique, Chu Xiu called to the newly evolved dark blade mantis, gently pulled it into the beast tamer ring, and left the cultivation room. The evolution of Little Blade consumed a lot of time. When Chu Xiu exited the cultivation room, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he opened the door, he encountered Chu Xiu sitting on a chair beside the cultivation room. Sister. Seeing Chu Xiu waiting at the door, Chu Xiu hurriedly called out. He quickly approached her and asked in surprise, "How long have you been waiting?" "Not long. I got off work at 8:30 and came over. Seeing you were still busy, I went to buy some food and just sat down when you came. It's so late, you must be hungry. Here, this is your favorite hot dry noodles with added beef. Hurry up and eat." Hearing this, Chu Xiu looked up at Chu Xiu, her smile bright, as she picked up a food box from the chair beside her and handed him. "Thanks, sister." As he caught a whiff of the fragrant noodles from the box, Chu Xiu's stomach grumbled in response. He quickly took the box and thanked Chu Xiu. The brother and sister sat on a bench outside the cultivation room, enjoying a simple dinner. After filling their bellies, Chu Xiu proposed buying 5 black iron-level magic source flowers, much to Chu Xiu's surprise. After successfully acquiring the magic source flowers, Chu Xiu returned to the cultivation room to begin producing primary magic nutrient liquid. Magic source flower black iron 9-star, rich in magical power, can be consumed directly to enhance a beast tamer's magic power, and the effect is even better when made into magic nutrient liquid. Looking at the information of the 5 magic source flowers before him, Chu Xiu immediately started making the magic nutrient liquid. He crushed the magic source flowers, added them to a beaker, and underwent a series of processes, including extraction and distillation. As Chu Xiu proceeded, every step was executed with ease and fluidity. It was as if he had developed muscle memory, with each action perfectly controlled, flawless, and immaculate. An hour later, a large beaker filled with light blue magic nutrient liquid appeared before Chu Xiu. He took a standard potion bottle from the side and poured the magic nutrient liquid from the beaker into these bottles. After filling 50 standard potion bottles, he finally completed the packaging of the magic nutrient liquid he had made. 5 black iron level magic source flowers produced 50 primary magic nutrient liquids. If sold, that would be 5,000. Just the primary magic nutrient liquid has a profit margin of up to 900. It's incredibly lucrative. Based on my current efficiency in making primary magic nutrient liquid, I can satisfy my cultivation needs while selling. Even if I sell just 10 primary magic nutrient liquids, that's 1,000 in hand. Then, I can buy 10 more black iron level magic source flowers to produce another 100 primary magic nutrient liquids, making another 1,000. Money makes money. I'm going to get rich. Looking at the neatly arranged 50 bottles of primary magic nutrient liquid before him, Chu Xiu caught the scent of money, his face brimming with excitement. After calming his emotions, he took a black plastic bag from the cultivation room, packed all 50 bottles of primary magic nutrient liquid, and headed towards the door. "Sister, hurry. Come home, and he'll show you a great treasure." Outside the cultivation chamber, Chu Xiu saw Chu Xiu standing guard at the doorway and lowered his voice as he urged her. Then, leaving Chu Xiu bewildered, he hastily dragged her away from the Peiyou Association. "Chu Xiu, what's in that? Why so mysterious?" Only after they reached home did Chu Xiu, still curious, look at Chu Xiu and ask. From the moment they left the breeding room until they arrived home, Chu Xiu had clutched the black plastic bag with extreme care, never letting it out of his grasp. She knew Chu Xiu's temperament well. Anything he guarded so cautiously could not be ordinary. Sister, look. No longer hiding anything, Chu Xiu set the black plastic bag on the table and opened it, revealing rows of basic magic nutrient elixirs inside. "Oh, so many magic vials." Seeing the contents of the black bag, Chu Xiu cried out in surprise. She quickly clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle any further exclamation. Her beautiful eyes turned to Chu Xiu with incredulous wonder. After recovering, she whispered to Chu Xiu, "Did you make all of these from those 5 Mayuan flowers you used before?" "Indeed." At his answer, Chu Xiu drew a sharp breath, her heart pounding as if 1,000 horses stampeded within. You can make 10 magic elixirs from a single myuan flower. How is that possible? Chu Xiu's reply left her gasping. The shock inside her felt like a thunderclap. She had worked at the Peiyou Association for years and had met many powerful alchemists. Among them, the crafting of magic nutrient elixirs was most frequent, and she had some understanding of those alchemists' efficiencies. The strongest she knew could only produce 5 elixirs from one myuan flower at best, and even that yield was not always. But Chu Xiu, he averaged 10 elixirs per myuan flower. That efficiency was terrifying. Sister, these are all basic magic nutrient elixirs. While each take 20 vials for cultivation, sell the remaining 10 to buy more myuan flowers, and keep producing elixirs, so we'll never run out of supplies for training. Seeing Chu Yuqing's stunned expression, Chu Xiu smiled and pushed 20 vials of the basic elixir toward her. Alright, I'm going to cultivate first. Before Chu Yuqing could refuse, Chu Xiu grabbed the remaining 30 vials and dashed into his room, closing the door. Is this still the brother I know? Long moments later, Chu Yuqing finally emerged from her shock, staring at the 20 vials before her as if she were dreaming. In his room, Chu Xiu swallowed one of the basic magic elixirs. A dense tide of magic source immediately radiated from within him. Seeing it, he activated his Xingqian Duanma Ju and began to absorb the flow, converting it into his own magic. As he ran the Xingqian Duanma Ju, the surrounding magic sources stirred and surged toward him, converging into his body. With the aid of the nutrient elixir, Chu Xiu's speed of absorbing the world's magic sources rivaled that of training within a secret realm where magic was far denser. Indeed, while he cultivated the Xingqian Duanma Ju, threads of stellar power flew from the countless stars in the night sky and silently fused into his body, imperceptibly strengthening his physique. He trained until the deep of night before finally stopping. One basic magic elixir allows me to train quickly and continuously for 3 hours. The effectiveness is no weaker than training inside a secret realm where magic is several times denser. Moreover, the basic elixir provides abundant, readily absorbable magic sources. Through the Xingqian Duanma Ju, my 3 hours of cultivation increased my magic by a full 20%. This is equivalent to a full day of training in the school's secret realm. If a basic elixir has such effects, what might more advanced magic nutrient elixirs achieve? After ceasing his cultivation, Chu Xiu measured the growth within and felt nearly a 20% increase in his magic. He was filled with eager anticipation. At this rate, he only needed to consume 4 more basic elixirs and train for 12 hours to break through to Gray-White, to advance from Gray-White 8 star to Gray-White 9 star in just 15 hours. Such terrifying speed would astonish everyone if word got out. Of course, this rapid progress owed not only to the basic elixirs, but chiefly to the Xingqian Duanma Ju he cultivated. He had drawn a golden-grade Xingqian Duanma Ju from the system. Its absorption rate of magic was an order of magnitude faster than the tempering techniques taught at his school. Keep training. Experiencing the benefits of the basic elixir, Chu Xiu surged with vigor, took another vial, drank it, and resumed his cultivation. The next morning, after 9 continuous hours of cultivation, Chu Xiu stretched his bones, cracking softly, and went to wash. After cleaning himself, he bought 2 steamed buns at the shop downstairs and headed toward Linjiang No. 1 high school. You want to take a month off? In the office, Yang Cheng looked at Chu Xiu standing before him in astonishment, thinking he must have misheard. From what Zhang Daxian had said yesterday about requesting leave for Chu Xiu, Yang Cheng already knew of Chu Xiu's bonded contracted beast. He had planned to enroll the beast in the school's special training. But now Chu Xiu had come first thing in the morning to request a month's leave, something Yang Cheng had not anticipated. Yet, seeing Yang Cheng's expression, Chu Xiu nodded. With the basic elixirs doubling his cultivation speed, he naturally refused to waste time. Although the school taught contracted beast theory in the morning and organized combat training for students' beasts in the afternoon, both beneficial to a beast's growth, to him those were pure wastes of time. With a system backing him, he needed no lessons on contracted beasts, and beast combat drills held little appeal. Given the time, raising his own strength and contracting another beast would be far more effective than sitting through school training. The school has contracted beast combat classes. They greatly help a student's beast improve. You just bonded your beast. You need battle experience. Are you sure you want to take leave? Yang Cheng asked again, seeking confirmation. Chu Xiu replied with firm certainty, I am sure. Very well, but I can only grant you 20 days. After 20 days, the school will organize all students with contracted beasts to go into the wild for actual combat training. The school requires all students with contracted beasts to participate as a final push for the college entrance exam. Since you have a bonded beast, you must attend. Seeing Chu Xiu's resolute expression, Yang Cheng realized he could not persuade him otherwise and reluctantly nodded. Chu Xiu immediately nodded in return. Although it differed slightly from his plan, 20 days would suffice. After obtaining 20 days leave, Chu Xiu returned home at once with the leave slip and began taking the basic mana serum he had refined, cultivating the Xingqian Duanma Ju star tempering demon technique. After consuming 2 vials of the basic mana serum and cultivating for 6 hours, Chu Xiu, as he had expected, smoothly broke through to Gray-White 9 star. After the breakthrough, he did not stop. Instead, he took another vial of the basic mana serum and continued his cultivation. After advancing to Gray-White 9 star, a single basic mana serum supporting 3 hours of cultivation now only increased his mana by an amount equal to 15% of his own. This was not because his cultivation had slowed. On the contrary, upon reaching Gray-White 9 star, his absorption rate of mana sources while practicing the Xingqian Duanma Ju was even faster than at Gray-White 8 star. All of this stemmed from the fact that after Chu Xiu broke through to Gray-White 9 star, his base mana expanded, making the proportional gain from a single basic mana serum relatively smaller. At the current cultivation pace, I will need to consume about 7 basic mana serums to break from Gray-White 9 star to the Black Iron rank. With sufficient resources, and the Xingqian Duanma Ju cultivation proceeds swiftly. After feeling the post-advance effects of using the basic mana serum, Chu Xiu smiled in satisfaction. He did not continue immediately. He went downstairs to a tavern to fill his stomach, then returned to his room to resume taking the basic mana serum and cultivating. It was not until night fell over Linjiang City that Chu Xiu ended his cultivation and went out carrying the remaining 22 vials of basic mana serum. He went to Linjiang City's busiest night market, set up a small stall in an empty spot, and prepared to sell his remaining. He did not sell directly to the Breeder Association or the large beast material exchanges, because those places needed to make a profit. They offered only 800 for the basic mana serum, 20% less than the retail price. Chu Xiu would rather spend extra time selling his goods piece by piece than lose 20% of his profit. He shouted his wares basic mana serum fair prices for everyone. Not 100, not 9800. Only 9500, bring a vial of basic mana serum home. Limited quantity while supplies last, a one-time chance. Don't miss it. After setting up his stall, Chu Xiu immediately cried out his sales pitch. Naturally outgoing, he felt no embarrassment. His clear, resonant voice quickly drew the attention of everyone nearby. Still on his first night vending at the market, he did not sell at the market price of 100 per vial. As a first-time stallholder, customers had no impression of him. If his price matched the big exchange's retail price, he would lack the reputation advantage they enjoyed. Therefore, for his initial sale, he chose to forego 500 in profit in order to attract customers. If he sold the serum today and earned a reputation, then even if he restored the original price, next time many customers, basic mana serum being sold at the night market. Could it be real? It does look the part, like the basic mana serum I bought before, a pale blue liquid. The stall owner is so young, still in school perhaps. A student selling basic mana serums. Where would he get so many? 500 less than market price. It's probably a scam. You think you save 500, but others covet the 9500 in your hands. Street stall goods don't have the guarantees of the big exchanges. They don't buy counterfeit medicine. Even if it were real, a student possessing so many serums is likely of dubious origin. Ordinary people should steer clear of such things. Let's go. The 9500 per vial price indeed drew many to look, but upon seeing that the vendor was a student named Chu Xiu, more than half shook their heads and left. Those people could not believe someone as young as Chu Xiu could possess so many serums. Nevertheless, after they left, quite a few others remained gathered around him. Their faces showed temptation. 500 was nearly 2 days' wages for some. Even if they did not need it, buying from Chu Xiu and later reselling at market price to relatives or friends would net them 500. But they all doubted the authenticity of Chu Xiu's serums and hesitated long. 30 or 40 people stood there without anyone stepping forward to buy. Only after 2.5 minutes did a broad-shouldered crew-cut man in uniform walk up from afar. Drawn by Chu Xiu's calls, he saw more than 20 vials on the stall and stepped forward, asking Chu Xiu, "Young man, are those basic mana serums genuine?" Finally a customer. Hearing the inquiry, Chu Xiu was elated. He smiled confidently and told the crew-cut man, "I came specifically to vend. Do you think I would sell you counterfeit basic mana serum? I'm right here. After you buy it, you can test the serum's effect in front of everyone. If it's fake, it'll compensate tenfold. My word is my bond." Hearing Chu Xiu, the crew-cut man no longer hesitated. He nodded, took out his phone, and said to Chu Xiu, "Very well, give me 1 vial of basic mana serum. Young man, do you accept Wifubeo or Jixin?" Wifubeo. At once Chu Xiu deftly took out his phone and opened his Wifubeo payment code. The two completed the transaction quickly. The crew-cut man did not hesitate. After buying the serum, he immediately drank it in one gulp. "It's rather sweet," he remarked. After swallowing the serum, he licked his lips with relish, finding Chu Xiu's vial tasted better than any had before. "Wait, are you sure this is basic mana serum?" Yet before he could fully savor it, he suddenly widened his eyes and cried out to Chu Xiu. "This reaction, fake medicine. Certainly fake. Haha, that uniform is the Qingfangjun's standard garb. He must be one of them. This kid dares sell fake medicine to the City Defense Force. This will be entertaining. City Defense Force. Every one of them are Black Iron level Beastmasters. Selling fake medicine to Black Iron level Beastmasters. This kid is doomed. Too young to learn right. I bet this kid will be thrown into the Qingfangjun's prison soon." The crew-cut man's sudden exclamation startled the crowd, but as they recovered, they displayed eager expressions and began to go. Nearly everyone concluded that the crew-cut man's reaction meant Chu Xiu's basic mana serum had no effect. "What? Is there something wrong with my junior magic nutrient solution?" The reaction of the crew-cut man made Chu Xiu. He had already used 8 bottles of junior magic nutrient solution, ensuring that the ones he produced were genuine. Hearing the discussions among the onlookers based on the crew-cut man's reaction, he couldn't help but speculate whether the man was doing this on purpose to extort him. However, the crew-cut man's response next surprised everyone. After listening to Chu Xiu, he shook his head like a rattle drum, and then with an excited expression said to Chu Xiu, No, little brother has misunderstood. Your junior magic nutrient solution is definitely flawless. In fact, this junior magic nutrient solution is even better than the ones I've used before, containing 30% more magical energy than other junior magic nutrient solutions. Saying this, he sat down on the ground in front of everyone and began to practice the magic refining technique. Even the increase in cultivation speed exceeds that of any junior magic nutrient solution I've ever drank by 30%. If this little brother's junior magic nutrient solution were any stronger, it could rival intermediate magic nutrient solutions. Having experienced the increase in cultivation speed provided by Chu Xiu's junior magic nutrient solution, the crewcut man was greatly shocked. He quickly opened his eyes again, a glint of excitement flashing in his gaze as he looked at Chu Xiu. Little brother, I'll buy all the remaining junior magic nutrient solutions at the market price, and I'll transfer the money to you right now. This time he no longer mentioned the increase in cultivation speed from Chu Xiu's nutrient solution, but instead immediately focused on the remaining 21 bottles of junior magic nutrient solution on Chu Xiu's stand, saying excitedly, "Alright." This action also surprised Chu Xiu, but he swiftly took out the payment code. 2,000 was transferred on the spot, and Chu Xiu handed the remaining junior magic nutrient solutions over. The two quickly completed the transaction under the astonished gaze of the onlookers. Little brother, let's exchange contact information. If you have more magic nutrient solutions for sale in the future, I'll buy as many as you have so you won't have to go through the trouble of setting up a stall and facing skepticism from some clueless people. While speaking, he glanced at a few individuals in the crowd who had previously belittled Chu Xiu. Under his gaze, those few quickly averted their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. That sounds great. Hearing the crewcut man's suggestion, Chu Xiu's eyes brightened. From the man's earlier behavior, he subtly guessed that his own junior magic nutrient solution might indeed be more effective than those sold on the market. Since the other party dared to make this offer, it was clear that their identity was not simple. Zhou Hao, Chu Xiu. Soon the two exchanged contact information and learned each other's names. Upon learning Chu Xiu's name, Zhou Hao looked at him with a smile and said, "If you don't mind, I'll take the liberty to call you brother. It is my honor to befriend brother Zhou." Chu Xiu responded with a smile as well. Hearing this, Zhou Hao shook his head with a smile and said, "Brother Chu, you are too humble, ha. If you don't mind, let's go together if you happen to be heading the same way. There are some criminals hiding in Linjiang City, and it isn't safe at night." Hearing this, Chu Xiu remembered the news he saw on the big screen at school yesterday, realizing that Zhou Hao was referring to a few members of the Celestial Demon Society who had escaped during a crackdown by the Qingyi Bureau. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, brother Zhou, but I still need to go to the Breeder Association to make new magic nutrient solutions, which is in the opposite direction of the city defense military camp, so I won't trouble you." "Alright, then be careful on your way." Seeing this, Zhou Hao didn't insist, and after giving Chu Xiu a few reminders, both Zhou Hao wanted to take the junior magic nutrient solutions he just purchased back to the military camp and inform the higher-ups of the city defense military about this good news, while Chu Xiu needed to hurry to the Breeder Association to buy magic source flowers and make new magic nutrient solutions. Zhou Hao had just returned to the city defense military camp and headed straight for the central building. Squad leader. The guard soldier at the door saluted immediately upon seeing Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao returned the salute and nodded before quickly dashing into the building under the guard's watchful gaze. In just a few breaths, he arrived in front of an office on the second floor. With a bang, Zhou Hao opened the office door, and immediately the sound of his excited voice echoed. "Dad, I bought some. Come quickly and take a look." At this moment, a middle-aged officer who bore a resemblance to Zhou Hao and was sitting on the office sofa darkened his face and reprimanded Zhou Hao. "Brat, how many times have I told you you are a soldier? Now, don't always be so alarmed. Also, in this military camp, you should call me commander." If Chu Xiu were here, he would definitely recognize this person's identity as Zhou Guoqiang, the officer in charge of all the city defense military forces in Linjiang City and one of the 5 golden beast masters in Linjiang City. Commander, don't get angry yet, just take a look at this." Looking at Zhou Guoqiang's somber face, Zhou Hao, instead of being scared, smiled and presented the junior magic nutrient solution in his hand in front of him. "Isn't this just junior magic nutrient solutions? What's there to boast about?" Zhou Guoqiang casually glanced at the junior magic nutrient solutions, emitting a faint blue glow that Zhou Hao placed in front of him, his expression one of disdain. While junior magic nutrient solutions are very precious for ordinary people, they are not worth attention for someone like him, a golden beast master with both power and authority. Even if Zhou Hao placed 21 bottles of junior magic nutrient solutions in front of him, it would still be the same. If the quantity were 100 times more, he might take a few more glances. "Old man, just keep pretending. You'll be shocked later." Seeing his father's dismissive expression, Zhou Hao couldn't help, but then he cleared his throat and spoke. "Commander, these are not ordinary junior magic nutrient solutions. I just tried one, and its effect is 30% stronger than the junior magic nutrient solution you gave me back then. Moreover, the selling price of these junior magic nutrient solutions is the market price, 1,100 each." After saying this, he looked at Zhou Guoqiang with a faint smile. "I see." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhou Guoqiang waved his hand impatiently, as if it was a habit. "Wait a minute, what did you just say? These junior magic nutrient solutions are 30% stronger than the ones I gave you back then." But the next moment his movement paused, and he suddenly stood up to look at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's recent words left Zhou Guoqiang in unprecedented shock. Given his status, the primary magical nutrient solution he provided when Zhou Hao first began his cultivation was undoubtedly the best available in the market. If what Zhou Hao said is true, then this primary magical nutrient solution is at least 50% more effective than the one he supplies to the Linjiang City City defense troops each month. As long as bulk purchasing is possible, the cultivation speed of all beast tamers in Linjiang City will increase by half. This would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of the city's defense troops rapidly, and he must take it seriously. Indeed, I have personally tested it. These primary magical nutrient solutions are as effective as I stated, showing remarkable results. Seeing Zhou Guoqiang, who usually wore a stern expression, exhibit such a demeanor, Zhou Hao nodded with pride, feeling secretly pleased. I can't trust just your word. Quickly invite Master Gong Jiangtao over. Zhou Guoqiang glared at Zhou Hao upon seeing his expression and spoke rapidly. Despite this, he firmly believed Zhou Hao's words, for while Zhou Hao seemed carefree, he was exceptionally composed when it came to serious matters and would never deceive himself regarding this. Inviting Master Gong is also to better verify the efficacy of these primary magical nutrient solutions. Alright, I will take care of it right away. Zhou Hao nodded and promptly turned to leave Zhou Guoqiang's office. In less than 15 minutes he returned with a respectful demeanor, accompanied by an elderly man who was over 60, yet still full of vigor. Master Gong. Upon seeing Gong Jiangtao, even Zhou Guoqiang displayed a look of respect and stepped forward to greet. Although Gong Jiangtao's strength was only at the bronze level, he was a master alchemist and could be considered Linjiang City's premier apothecary. Gong Jiangtao oversaw the research institute of the city defense troops, responsible for all research and production of daily potions for the entire defense force. The daily cultivation of 200 city defense troops relied on him. Aside from strength, Gong Jiangtao's status within the city defense force was not inferior to Zhou Guoqiang's. Director. Gong Jiangtao responded humbly when Zhou Guoqiang approached him. After exchanging pleasantries, his gaze was drawn to the 21 bottles of primary magical nutrient solution on the desk. I heard from Xiao Zhou that he purchased a batch of outstanding primary magical nutrient solutions. These must be the ones. As he spoke, Gong Jiangtao found himself unconsciously approaching the desk and picked up one bottle of primary magical nutrient solution. Looking at it, a hint of skepticism crossed his face. On the way here, Zhou Hao had already briefed him on the situation. Hearing Zhou Hao claim that these primary magical nutrient solutions were 30% stronger than the best one he had ever consumed made it hard for him to believe. The best primary magical nutrient solution that Zhou Hao had consumed before was indeed made by him. Although Gong Jiangtao's alchemical skills were not the top tier in the country, he was confident that his ability to refine primary magical nutrient solutions had reached the highest standard for that level. Even the top apothecary in the country would not produce a primary magical nutrient solution better than his. In terms of effectiveness, no apothecary could surpass him. Now, hearing Zhou Hao claim that these primary magical nutrient solutions were 30% stronger than what he had created, he couldn't help but feel skeptical. Exactly, I too find it unbelievable, which is why I asked Xiao Zhou to invite Master Gong for verification. Zhou Guoqiang smiled in agreement upon seeing Gong Jiangtao's look of skepticism. Upon hearing this, Gong Jiangtao nodded lightly, and then under the gaze of both men opened the bottle of primary magical nutrient solution in his hand. Such rich magical energy. As soon as he opened the cap, Gong Jiangtao felt a jolt in his heart, and the skepticism on his face dissipated significantly. Just from the magical energy emanating from it, he could tell that this primary magical nutrient solution was anything but ordinary. Without hesitation, he immediately drank the entire bottle of primary magical nutrient solution, closing his eyes to carefully savor it. Zhou Guoqiang stood by, watching with an expectant expression. Suddenly Gong Jiangtao opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in them, and then he abruptly turned to Zhou Hao. Xiao Zhou, who made these primary magical nutrient solutions. Quickly take me to meet him. With that, Gong Jiangtao had already moved to Zhou Hao's side, excitedly grasping Zhou Hao's shoulders. This is truly remarkable. Gong Jiangtao's reaction also caused Zhou Guoqiang, who was nearby, to tremble. To elicit such a sincere acknowledgement of master from him meant that the efficacy of these primary magical nutrient solutions was undoubtedly as Zhou Hao described. Master Gong, these primary magical nutrient solutions were all purchased from a young man named Chu Xiu. He shouldn't be more than 20 years old. Zhou Hao was startled by Gong Jiangtao's reaction. He had never seen the usually calm and composed Master Gong so agitated. No, this could not have been produced by a 20-year-old young man. The true master is behind him. You don't understand, these primary magical nutrient solutions not only have a magical energy concentration and cultivation speed for beast tamers that surpass my refined ones by 30%, but the duration has also increased by half. The primary magical nutrient solution can only maintain an accelerated cultivation for 2 hours, but I can estimate that the one I just consumed has an acceleration time of around 3 hours. In this way, consuming one bottle of primary magical nutrient solution is equivalent to taking 2 of the ones I refined myself. To enhance the efficacy of primary magical nutrient solutions to such an extent is something even the current top apothecary in the Divine Xia cannot achieve. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Gong Jiangtao shook his head, a look of certainty on his face. If he knew that Chu Xiu had made 10 bottles of primary magical nutrient solution using a magical source flower, he would likely be even more shocked. What? His words immediately caused Zhou Guoqiang and Zhou Hao to exclaim in surprise. Zhou Hao's expression was particularly dazzling. After consuming one bottle of primary magical nutrient solution, only an hour and a half had passed until now. Thus, even though the primary magical nutrient solution in his body was still in effect, he was unaware of its duration. He initially thought that the 30% increase in cultivation acceleration effect from Chu Xiu's primary magical nutrient solution compared to others was already impressive, but he didn't expect it to last this long. Not only he, but even Chu Xiu, who produced the primary magical nutrient solution, was unaware of how powerful his. Prior to this, Chu Xiu had not tested the primary magical nutrient solution, so he naturally believed that the one he refined was on par with those available in the market. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly take me to find him. I want to personally visit that master. Seeing Zhou Hao in a daze, Gong Jiantao urged. Alright, Master Gong, let me ask Brother Chu where he is now. Zhou Hao finally reacted, nodding repeatedly before taking out his phone to message Chu Xiu, but he received no response. After trying a few times, it was still the same. What can't reach him? Did he say where he was going before he left? Seeing that Zhou Hao couldn't contact Chu Xiu, Gong Jiantao frowned and asked anxiously. Prompted by him, Zhou Hao suddenly slapped his forehead. That's right, Brother Chu seemed to mention that he was going to the Breeders' Association before he left. Let's go, we need to hurry to the Breeders' Association. After learning of Chu Xiu's whereabouts, Gong Jiantao exclaimed and dashed out of the office, leaving Zhou Hao dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Quickly take my security team and follow. Ensure Master Gong's safety. Seeing Zhou Hao standing there in a daze, Zhou Guoqiang shouted at him. Yes. Zhou Hao finally reacted, immediately turning to leave. In less than a tease time, 2 military jeeps drove out of the city defense troops camp, racing towards the Breeders' Association. In the Breeder Association, Chu Xiu was fully focused on concocting a basic magical nutrient solution in the cultivation room. After parting ways with Zhou Hao, he came to the Breeder Association and had Chu Yuqing purchase 22 black, iron-grade magic source flowers for him. To avoid any disturbances, he had turned off his phone while making the basic magical nutrient solution. Done. With the last vial of basic magical nutrient solution packaged, Chu Xiu let out a sigh of relief. Even though he was now a gray-white 9-star beast master, producing 220 vials of magical nutrient solution in one go still left him somewhat fatigued. Last time he used 5 magic source flowers to make 50 vials of magical nutrient solution, which took him an hour, so he wasn't as tired then. However, this time, he had been working continuously for 2.5 hours to process 22 magic source flowers into magical nutrient solution. Sigh, if only the equipment in this cultivation room were a bit larger, I could process all 22 magic source flowers at once, saving so much time. Stretching, Chu Xiu sighed wearily. However, when he looked at the neatly arranged 220 vials of basic magical nutrient solution before him, his fatigue faded, considerably replaced by a satisfied smile. He took out the oversized backpack he had prepared and carefully packed all the vials of basic magical nutrient solution. He had already decided on the quantity of basic magical nutrient solution to produce on the way here and had bought a large backpack in advance. After packing all the vials, the backpack was stuffed to the brim. Time to head home. He'll contact Zhou Hao tomorrow to sell him 200 vials of basic magical nutrient solution. After packing all the potions, Chu Xiu looked at the backpack with excitement. What was packed inside wasn't just potions, that was genuinely worth over 2 million. Thinking about the 2 million he would collect tomorrow, Chu Xiu couldn't help but smile, lifting the backpack as if it were a treasure before heading out of the cultivation room. Meanwhile, inside the Breeder Association's hall, Yuqing, we have a gathering with some of our high school classmates tonight. Why don't you join us at Shanghai Hotel for dinner? As Chu Yuqing was finishing her shift, a well-dressed young man approached her counter, gazing at her with admiration. The young man was a classmate of Chu Yuqing from high school, coming from a good family, and was one of her many admirers. However, regarding the young man's invitation, Chu Yuqing frowned and shook her head, saying, Song Jiji, I'm busy lately, so I... Chu Yuqing understood Song Jiji's intentions, but she did not like him, and could even say she found him somewhat annoying, so her refusal was quite resolute, her voice icy. Yet Song Jiji seemed oblivious, continuing to flatter her. Yuqing, we classmates haven't seen each other in 4 years. Everyone has returned after graduating from Beastmaster University. It's our first gathering, you should make time to join us. Besides, what could you possibly be busy with after your shift as a counter clerk in the Breeder Association? Come on, I've already reserved. Song Jiji, please mind your behavior. Remember, our relationship is strictly that of classmates. Chu Yuqing stepped back, her beautiful face suddenly turning cold. Because she had to take care of Chu Xiu, she had not gone to Beastmaster University, but instead chose to work at the Breeder Association. Though she enjoyed some privileges as the family member of a martyr from the Qingyi Bureau compared to classmates like Song Jiji, who had gone on to further their studies at Beastmaster University, her strength now lagged far behind. Song Jiji's recent mention of the gathering being for graduates of Beastmaster University carried some underlying. Of course, the main reason for Chu Yuqing's cold expression was Song Jiji's inappropriate gesture towards her, which deepened. Chu Yuqing's sharp reprimand drew the attention of those around them. Hey, we're all classmates, there's no need to be so worked up. Feeling the gazes around him, Song Jiji's smile froze, and he awkwardly retracted his hand, a surge of anger bubbling. Damn bitch, if it weren't for your status as a martyr's family member, I would have already taken you down a notch. Just wait, it won't be long before you come crawling back to me. Looking at the icy Chu Yuqing, Song Jiji thought to himself. Having graduated from Beastmaster University, he was now a bronze-level Beastmaster, and had received an invitation from the Qingyi Bureau in Linjiang City, where he now served as a squad leader. Moreover, with the influence of the Song family in Linjiang City, a bit of maneuvering could easily secure housing for Chu Yuqing's parents, leaving her no choice but to submit. Sis, who is this? Just then Chu Xiu arrived from a distance with his backpack, his gaze landing on Song Jijia, just a high school classmate. Have you finished your business? Hearing Chu Xiu's voice, Chu Yuqing turned her head, revealing a faint smile. This smile left Song Jijia dumbstruck. He had never seen Chu Yuqing smile before. In his impression, Chu Yuqing had always been the image of an ice-cold beauty, and this smile made him feel that all the beauties he had dated in college paled in comparison. However, being a bronze-level beast master, he quickly regained his composure and smiled as he introduced himself to Chu Xiu. You must be Yuqing's younger brother. I'm her high school classmate Song Jijia. After that, he reached out his hand to shake Chu Xiu's. However, Chu Xiu merely glanced at him lightly, then turned his gaze back to Chu Yuqing, nodding as he said, "Everything's settled, sis. Are you close with him?" He could sense that his sister was not fond of Song Jijia, perhaps even a bit disgusted, so he naturally did not give Song Jijia a good expression. Just an ordinary classmate. We haven't seen each other in 4 years. Since you finished your business, let's head home. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuqing lightly replied before walking towards Chu Xiu, leaving Song Jijia standing alone. Bastard. Seeing Chu Xiu and his sister ignore him, Song Jijia's right hand dropped awkwardly, and his expression, a surge of intense anger arose within him. He had never been so disregarded in his life. Meanwhile, many people in the hall of the Breeder Association noticed this scene, their expressions reflecting amusement as they pointed and stared at Song Jijia. Feeling the scrutiny around him, Song Jijia dared not stay any longer in the Breeder Association and fled in a hurry. Where is he? Where is Chu Xiu? Just 3 minutes after Chu Xiu and the others left, 2 military jeeps stopped at the entrance of the Breeder Association. Gong Jiangtao rushed into the Breeder Association, shouting loudly without regard for his image. Following him, Zhou Hao immediately brought in 8 soldiers dressed in security uniforms. This commotion immediately alerted the higher-ups of the Breeder Association. Old Gong, what brings you here? At this moment, an elderly man descended from the 2nd floor of the Breeder Association, looking at Gong Jiangtao with surprise. The elderly man was Li Feng, the president of the Breeder Association, a seasoned senior breeder. However, his greeting caused an odd expression to appear on everyone's faces, with some even struggling to suppress their laughter. Hearing Li Feng address him by that nickname, Gong Jiangtao's face darkened with embarrassment. Old Li, please call me by my full name from now on. Ha ha ha. It's just a joke. After all, it's been ages since we last met. Seeing Gong Jiangtao's visibly flustered expression, Li Feng burst into hearty laughter and teased him once more. Afterward, curiosity flickered across his face as he turned to Gong Jiangtao and asked, by the way, what's so urgent about tracking down someone named Chu Xiu? What kind of person is he? Gong Jiangtao shook his head solemnly. This matter falls under the City Defense Corps' classified jurisdiction. Don't ask further. Just help me locate him. So grave? Li Feng recoiled in genuine shock. When Gong Jiangtao nodded gravely, Li Feng instantly grasped the weight of the situation. After a brief pause, Li Feng asked again, are you certain he's affiliated with our Cultivator Association? According to my intelligence, Chu Xiu isn't officially registered with your Cultivator Association, but he has been preparing potions there. Please check which cultivation chamber he used. Upon hearing this, Gong Jiangtao immediately spoke up. Li Feng promptly summoned the association's hall manager and president. Yes, a man named Chu Xiu rented one of our cultivation chambers these past 2 days. He just vacated chamber 108 minutes ago. He's likely already left. After a quick search, the hall manager swiftly retrieved the information and reported without delay. He's already left. At the manager's words, Gong Jiangtao furrowed his brow, but then quickly added, chamber 108 hasn't been cleaned yet. The hall manager, eager not to falter, replied at once, he departed less than 10 minutes ago. The cleaning staff should be arrived. Hearing this, Gong Jiangtao's expression hardened. Quick, take me there immediately. Though he doubted Zhou Hao's basic mana nutrient solution had truly been refined by Chu Xiu, Gong Jiangtao reasoned that anyone mentored by such a mysterious and formidable alchemist must have absorbed considerable expertise. Perhaps residual traces left behind in the preparation process could reveal Chu Xiu's proficiency, and thereby allow him to infer the strength of that enigmatic alchemist standing behind him. Observing the urgency, the hall manager glanced at President Li Feng, who gave a silent nod. The manager hurried forward to lead the way. Within moments, the entourage surged toward chamber 108. The very chamber Chu Xiu had recently occupied. The door swung open and the manager ushered them inside. This is residual mana essence from Blackaron grade mana bloom flowers, remarkably potent. There must have been no fewer than 20 blooms. The moment they stepped into the chamber, both Gong Jiangtao and Li Feng perked up, senses sharpened. Though one was Linjiang City's foremost cultivator and the other its preeminent alchemist, occupying distinct disciplines, they shared an identical acuity for detecting mana essence. Instantly, they identified the lingering essence as emanating from mana bloom flowers. Sensing the undispersed mana residue, Gong Jiangtao swept his gaze across the room and swiftly fixed it upon the large beaker Chu Xiu had used to store the mana nutrient solution. Traces of pale blue liquid still clung to its inner walls. Without hesitation, Gong Jiangtao approached, bent low to inhale the faint aroma of the residual potion, and then carefully scraped the interior with a slender glass rod, collecting a single drop of the pale blue basic mana nutrient solution. Having done so, he ignored the stunned expressions around him and placed the glass rod directly into his mouth. A moment. How is this possible? If Xiaozhou spoke true, he's not even 20, barely 20. The potion's effect matched precisely with the sample he'd previously analyzed. No deviation whatsoever. Gong Jiantao trembled inwardly, his mind churning like a storm-tossed sea, whispering hoarsely to himself. Quick, Oldly, I need access to your association's lobby surveillance footage. Find Chu Xiu immediately. Before anyone could react, Gong Jiantao rushed to Li Feng's side, voice taut with urgency. Li Feng recoiled slightly at his friend's sudden frenzy. Though baffled by the intensity of Gong Jiantao's reaction, he knew. If Chu Xiu wasn't found today, his friend would spend the night sleepless. Without hesitation, Li Feng led Gong Jiantao out of the chamber and toward the surveillance control room. While privacy concerns prevented cameras inside cultivation chambers, the association's lobby was monitored comprehensively. No blind spots existed. If Chu Xiu had entered the association, his presence would undoubtedly be captured on tape. It's him, Master Gong. It's the young man I told you about, Brother Chu. Inside the surveillance room, Zhou Hao pointed excitedly at the monitor where Chu Xiu had just walked through the association's main entrance. His shout drew every eye in the room. The footage showed Chu Xiu entering the association, meeting Chu Yuqing to procure mana bloom flowers, carrying them himself into the cultivation chamber, emerging 2.5 hours later, and finally departing alongside Chu Yuqing, backpack slung over his shoulder. The entire sequence replayed swiftly. Old friend, you're searching for this young fellow. To craft basic mana nutrient solution at such a tender age shows promise. But surely that alone doesn't warrant. Having watched the footage, Li Feng deduced Chu Xiu's alchemical capability, but remained unconvinced that such skill alone could provoke such extraordinary agitation from Gong Jiangtao, Linjiang City's foremost alchemist. There had to be something deeper, some hidden truth unknown to him. Ha, you wouldn't understand. I'm growing old, finding a true prodigy worthy of inheriting my legacy. That's cause enough for elation. Gong Jiangtao stroked his beard and grinned, offering no further explanation. Fearing that if he revealed the astonishing potency of Chu Xiu's mana nutrient solution, Li Feng might leap in and try to claim the youth for himself. Humph, I don't believe a word of it. Li Feng scoffed inwardly, utterly disbelieving Gong Jiantao's claim. True, Gong Jiantao was 70, but as a bronze-tier beast-tamer, his lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary mortals. Unperturbed by Li Feng's skepticism, Gong Jiantao simply smiled faintly before asking, Old Li, I see this young man appears close with that young woman from your association. Do you have any family information on them? Li Feng turned to the hall manager. As president of the Cultivator Association, he rarely involved himself in administrative minutiae, such as staff personnel records. Yes, I'll retrieve it right away. The hall manager, acutely aware of everyone's attention focused squarely on him, responded instantly, and within moments located Chu Yuqing's employment file, including her residential address. With that, Gong Jiantao wasted no time. He departed immediately with Zhou Hao and others, speeding toward Chu Xiu's residence in a military-grade jeep. Sister, take these 20 junior magical nutrient liquids. Now that we have achieved freedom with magical nutrient liquids, we don't need to be frugal. Rapidly enhancing our strength is the way to go. Upon returning home, Chu Xiu took out 20 junior magical nutrient liquids from his backpack and handed them to Chu Yuqing. Chu Xiu, you still haven't used the 20 junior magical nutrient liquids you gave me yesterday. You should keep these for yourself. Looking at the junior magical nutrient liquids pushed in front of her, Chu Yuqing shook her head with a faint smile. She needs to go to work. Out of the 20 junior magical nutrient liquids that Chu Xiu gave her, she has only used 2, and the remaining ones can last her for over a week. Alright, just let me know whenever you need them. Hearing her say this, Chu Xiu hesitated for a moment before nodding. After reclaiming the junior magical nutrient liquids, he turned and returned to his own room. Little Knife, try to see if the junior magical nutrient liquids help you. Back in his room, Chu Xiu summoned the Dark Blade Mantis, taking out a junior magical nutrient liquid and saying. He had been so excited after creating the junior magical nutrient liquid yesterday that he temporarily forgot to test whether the junior magical nutrient liquids could enhance the strength of his beast. The reason he was uncertain whether the junior magical nutrient liquid would work was that before this, he had never heard of anyone giving junior magical nutrient liquids to their beasts. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, the triangular-headed Dark Blade Mantis nodded and obediently walked in front of him. Chu Xiu opened the junior magical nutrient liquid in his hand and poured it into the Dark Blade Mantis' mouth. Zhit. As the entire junior magical nutrient liquid entered its abdomen, the Dark Blade Mantis felt a surge of magical energy within its body, immediately letting out 2 joyful cries before quietly absorbing the magical energy from the junior magical nutrient liquid. A few minutes later, the Dark Blade Mantis had absorbed all the magical energy, looking at Chu Xiu with eager eyes. Seeing the junior magical nutrient liquid being absorbed by the Dark Blade Mantis in just a few minutes, Chu Xiu's expression was peculiar. He then took out another junior magical nutrient liquid and poured it into the Dark Blade Mantis' mouth. This time he focused all his attention on the Dark Blade Mantis, even observing every subtle change in its body. After a few more minutes, the magical energy from the second junior magical nutrient liquid was completely absorbed by the Dark Blade Mantis. Alright, now I finally understand why I haven't heard of beast masters using magical nutrient liquids to cultivate their beasts directly. This time a look of realization appeared on Chu Xiu's face. After observing, he found that beasts could not cultivate the magical refinement technique like human beast masters. Therefore, even an exceptional Dark Blade Mantis can only absorb the magical energy contained in the magical nutrient liquid itself, and cannot utilize the effect of the magical nutrient liquid to accelerate the absorption of external magical energy. This greatly diminished the effectiveness of the magical nutrient liquid. If he were to use the junior magical nutrient liquid combined with 3 hours of cultivation acceleration, after taking 1 junior magical nutrient liquid, the magical energy absorbed from the outside during the 2 hours of cultivating the star refinement technique would be nearly 30 times that contained in the junior magical nutrient liquid itself. In other words, the strength enhancement effect of the Dark Blade Mantis consuming the magical nutrient liquid is only 1/30th of his own. Based on the speed of his own strength enhancement, he roughly estimated that to raise the Dark Blade Mantis from Black Iron 1 star to Black Iron 2 star, he would need at least 300 units. To raise it by 1 star costs 300. Using junior magical nutrient liquids to cultivate beasts is too cost ineffective. I can't afford it. Beasts only absorb the magical energy from the resources they consume. It's still more cost effective to cultivate them using monster cores of the same attribute. Tomorrow, after selling these junior magical nutrient liquids, I need to buy a batch of Black Iron level grass and Dark attribute monster cores. I need to focus on my cultivation and break through to the Black Iron level first. After realizing the effect of the junior magical nutrient liquids on cultivating beasts, Chu Xiu decided not to waste any more of the magical nutrient liquids in his possession and put away the Dark Blade Mantis. He powered on his phone, ready to set an alarm to start cultivating. However, just as he turned on his phone, he saw a series of messages from Zhou Hao. Why is Zhou Hao in such a hurry to find me? Looking at the dozens of messages and calls from Zhou Hao, Chu Xiu couldn't help. Ding dong. Just then the doorbell rang from outside the living room. So late, who could it be? Immediately afterward, Chu Xiu heard Chu Yuqing's surprised voice, followed by footsteps heading toward the door. Sister, wait a moment. Hearing this, Chu Xiu quickly walked out of his room and blocked the door before Chu Yuqing could get there. The two siblings usually had no friends, so there shouldn't be anyone visiting at this late hour. Plus, due to the earlier news, he couldn't help but feel vigilant. Chu Laudi, are you home? It's Zhou Hao. But soon the familiar voice from outside made him relax. Zhou Hao, how does he know I live here? Hearing the voice outside, Chu Xiu felt relieved while also confused. After all, Zhou Hao's message asking where he was sent an hour and a half ago, and now he was already at his doorstep. At this moment, Chu Yuqing also looked at Chu Xiu in surprise. Chu Xiu nodded sort of. Then he opened the door. Chu Laudi, we meet again. As soon as the door opened, Zhou Hao greeted Chu Xiu immediately. Little brother Chu Xiu, let me introduce myself. Oh, I am Gong Jiangtao, the director of the City Defense Research Institute. Finally found you. Little brother, you truly are a remarkable talent. Heroes emerge from the youth. At this moment, Gong Jiangtao, standing beside Zhou Hao, excitedly stepped forward to shake Chu Xiu's hand, without waiting for Zhou Hao to finish his words. It's Master Gong. Gong Jiangtao's words immediately caused Chu Yuqing, who was beside them, to widen her eyes in astonishment, especially when she saw Gong Jiangtao's actions. She was even more shocked. The director of the City Defense Research Institute is a significant figure on par with the president of the Beast Cultivators Association. When she worked at the Beast Cultivators Association, she had the fortune of seeing Gong Jiangtao once when he came to handle business, and at that time it was the president of the association who personally went to greet him. She never expected such a big shot would come to their home. Not only Chu Yuqing, but even Chu Xiu showed a surprised expression. Although he didn't know Gong Jiangtao, he had heard of the City Defense Research Institute. The director of the City Defense Research Institute is a prominent figure even in the entire Linjiang city. So it's Director Gong, a pleasure to meet you. Looking at the excited Gong Jiangtao in front of him, Chu Xiu, though surprised, politely exchanged greetings before casting a questioning glance at Zhou Hao. Seeing this, Zhou Hao knew Chu Xiu's confusion and immediately explained the situation in detail in front of everyone. Is my junior magic nutrient solution really that impressive? After learning about the situation, Chu Xiu was also taken aback. Little brother, could you let this old man see the junior magic nutrient solution you made at the Alchemist Association tonight? At this moment, Gong Jiangtao looked at Chu Xiu, his eyes filled with longing. Chu Xiu did not refuse. He turned and returned to his room, taking out several junior magic nutrient solutions he had just made today and handed them to Gong Jiangtao. Exactly the effect. Gong Jiangtao took the several junior magic nutrient solutions, opened one to examine it, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Little brother, could you tell this old man how this junior magic nutrient solution is made? As long as you can explain how it achieves such effects, I am willing to meet any of your requests. In his surprise, Gong Jiangtao looked at Chu Xiu with eager anticipation. The way Chu Xiu produced the junior magic nutrient solution must be unique to achieve such effects. If he could learn from Chu Xiu, he might be able to gather the strengths in Chu Xiu's method of making junior magic nutrient solutions and advance further in his alchemy career. This was also why he was so eager to see Chu Xiu after discovering the effects of Chu Xiu's junior magic nutrient solution. If Gong Jiangtao is this excited, it seems the method for making the special grade magic nutrient solution from the system lottery is indeed exceptional. As expected, anything produced by the system is bound to be of high quality. What should I ask for? Seeing Gong Jiangtao's reaction, Chu Xiu couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. However, in Gong Jiangtao's eyes, Chu Xiu's hesitation meant he had some concerns. Immediately, he initiated the conversation, looking at Chu Xiu and saying, Little brother, how about this? I invite you to become a specially appointed alchemist at our Defense Research Institute in my capacity as the director. You will have your own laboratory at our Defense Research Institute specifically for making junior magic nutrient solutions. We will provide you with all the raw materials. For every magic source flower, you only need to submit one magic nutrient solution to the Defense Research Institute, and the excess junior magic nutrient solutions will be yours to keep. If you want to sell the excess junior magic nutrient solutions, you can sell them directly to the Defense Research Institute. We are willing to buy them at 1.5 times the market price. What do you think, little brother? In his view, since Chu Xiu could produce such outstanding junior magic nutrient solutions, his method must be impeccable. Using one magic source flower, Chu Xiu should be able to refine up to 5 top-grade magic nutrient solutions, or by offering Chu Xiu the position of specially appointed alchemist at the Defense Research Institute and providing enough magic source flowers for free, with everything else going into Chu Xiu's own pocket, this treatment is undoubtedly the best ever. As for purchasing the excess junior magic nutrient solutions at a price 50 above market value, he had already calculated the numbers in his mind. A junior magic nutrient solution made by Chu Xiu would be equivalent to 2 of his own, and when compared to those sold on the market, it would nearly equal 3 ordinary junior magic nutrient solutions. The Defense Research Institute would buy them from Chu Xiu at a price of 15,000 each, which seemed like a loss on the surface, but was actually a huge profit. For every magic source flower, you provide 1 magic nutrient solution, and you can take the rest with you plus sell the excess magic nutrient solutions at 15,000 each. Hearing Gong Jiangtao's terms, a strange expression appeared on Chu Xiu's face. He could produce 10 magic nutrient solutions from 1 magic source flower, so Gong Jiangtao's offer essentially meant he could take home 90 of the profit, making it an incredibly lucrative deal. Moreover, selling the excess junior magic nutrient solutions at 15,000 each would earn him even more than selling them. Not only that, becoming a specially appointed alchemist at the Linjiang Defense Research Institute would give him a strong backing. So, little brother Chu Xiu, do you have any other questions? If you think this deal isn't sufficient, we still have a lot of room for negotiation. Seeing the changes in Chu Xiu's expression, Gong Jiangtao thought that Chu Xiu was not moved, so he hurriedly said, No, this offer is already very good for me, but I would like to make one more request. Seeing this, Chu Xiu smiled and shook his head, saying, What request? Feel free to ask, I will do my best to fulfill it. Upon hearing this, Gong Jiangtao immediately patted his chest and assured Chu Xiu, Whatever it is, I will definitely do my utmost to satisfy you. Looking at Gong Jiangtao's earnest demeanor, Chu Xiu directly got to the point. It's actually not a big request. I only hope that when I am making potions in the private laboratory, I will not be disturbed by anyone, and the Defense Research Institute cannot monitor me in any way. He could produce 10 junior magic nutrient solutions from 1 black iron level magic source flower, and according to what Gong Jiangtao had promised him earlier, he could take 9 of the 10 solutions. He did not want anyone to know this, as it could lead to unnecessary trouble. After all, there are always those who are envious. Haha, I thought it was something serious, but it's actually this simple. Little brother, rest assured, I guarantee to arrange this. Hearing Chu Xiu's request, Gong Jiangtao felt relieved, and his smile grew even brighter. Since Director Gong has agreed so readily, I should set an example as well. Please wait a moment, Director Gong. Chu Xiu looked at the beaming Gong Jiangtao and smiled as well. He then got up to find paper and pen, carefully documenting the steps for making the junior magic nutrient solution that the system had imparted to him. In less than 10 minutes, he handed the recorded paper to Gong Jiangtao, saying, Director Gong, please take a look. Upon receiving the paper from Chu Xiu, Gong Jiangtao's expression immediately became serious. He stood up solemnly, accepted it with both hands, and began to read it closely. Wonderful. I didn't expect the junior magic nutrient solution could be made this way. Genius. Chu Xiu is truly a genius. Soon his eyes gleamed with brilliance as he exclaimed loudly. After finishing reading, a flash of enlightenment crossed his eyes, and his face lit up with joy as he said, Chu Xiu, from now on you are the specially appointed alchemist at the Linjiang City Defense Research Institute. As long as you wish, you can enter and exit the Defense Research Institute at any time. It's getting late, and I have troubled you for too long. I will go back now to have the Defense Research Institute prepare your identity card. They will send it over tomorrow. You should rest well tonight, and we will meet again tomorrow. After saying this, he offered Chu Xiu an apologetic smile. Seeing him like this, Chu Xiu understood that he was eager to return and experiment with the method of making the junior magic nutrient solution that he had taught him. He nodded, and along with Chu Yuqing watched as Gong Jiangtao and Zhou Hao left. Even someone as important as Master Gong personally visited. Little brother, you are truly amazing. Until he saw Gong Jiangtao and Zhou Hao leave in a hurry without even having a sip of water, Chu Yuqing could no longer suppress her shock, looking at Chu Xiu with astonishment. It's just basic skills. Seeing this, Chu Xiu smiled proudly, then quickly closed the door and returned to his room. My brother really isn't humble at all. Looking at Chu Xiu returning to his room, the astonishment on Chu Yuqing's face faded, revealing a faint smile. Though she was very curious about how Chu Xiu suddenly became an alchemist whom even Master Gong treated with respect, she did not ask, and was simply genuinely happy for him. The next morning, Chu Xiu awoke from his bed. Although practicing the Starry Forge magic technique can restore considerable stamina, nothing beats a good night's sleep. Stretching lazily, Chu Xiu smiled. Since he had contracted the beast 2 days ago, he hadn't had any rest. Last night, after returning to his room, he had consumed a magic nutrient solution and practiced for 3 hours before stopping. Now waking up, he felt refreshed. Picking up his phone, Chu Xiu glanced at the time. It was already 9 in the morning. At the same time, he saw a message from Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao will come over at 10 to deliver the identity card. Oh, I might as well ask him to take me to the City Defense Research Institute. After reading Zhou Hao's message, Chu Xiu grinned. After washing up and having breakfast, it wasn't long before he met the arriving Zhou Hao. After explaining his situation to Zhou Hao readily agreed and led the way to the City Defense Research Institute. The City Defense Research Institute was located within the City Defense Army Barracks. With the identity provided by Gong Jiangtao, Chu Xiu entered and exited the barracks without any obstruction. "Chu, my young friend, this is the City Defense Research Institute," Zhou Hao introduced as they arrived in front of a tall building. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw Gong Jiangtao walking out of the main entrance of the City Defense Research Institute, quickly approaching them. "Ha, young friend Chu, we meet again." When Zhou Hao learned that Chu Xiu was coming to the City Defense Research Institute, he informed Gong Jiangtao. Gong Jiangtao had been waiting for some time, which allowed him to come out to greet them promptly. Seeing the beaming Gong Jiangtao, Chu Xiu nodded with a smile and tentatively asked, "Director, are you satisfied with the method I provided for making the basic magic nutrient solution?" He had already guessed that Gong Jiangtao hurried back to the City Defense Research Institute to test the method he provided. What he most wanted to know now was how many basic magic nutrient solutions could be produced using one magic source flower according to the method he provided. "Haha, I am quite satisfied, very satisfied indeed. According to the method for the basic magic nutrient solution that you provided, each magic source flower can easily produce 5 basic magic nutrient solutions. Even the other junior alchemists in the Research Institute can greatly improve their output rate. However, I feel ashamed that my technique is still not very skilled and the effects of the basic magic nutrient solution I produced are still inferior to what you refined, young friend Chu. But I believe that as long as I am given some more time, I will surely improve." Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Gong Jiangtao revealed a satisfied smile. "If an alchemist like Gong Jiangtao can only achieve a production rate of 1 to 5 based on the method I provided, then I can." Hearing Gong Jiangtao's answer, Chu Xiu felt a stir in his heart, then smiled at Gong Jiangtao, saying, "Director, you are absolutely right with your ability. I am confident that it won't be long before you can produce a perfect basic magic nutrient solution." "Haha, then I shall take your good words to heart." Chu Xiu's remark instantly made Gong Jiangtao burst into hearty laughter. Realizing Chu Xiu's purpose for visiting today, he quickly composed himself and said to Chu Xiu, "Young friend Chu, come, let me take you to your laboratory." Saying this, he personally led the way for Chu Xiu. Along the way, the staff of the City Defense Research Institute watched this scene with widened eyes, their faces displaying astonishment. After Chu Xiu and the others had walked far, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Who is this young man? He actually has the director personally welcoming him. Hey, you guys don't know I saw the director waiting at the entrance for half an hour today. I initially thought he was waiting for some big shot, but it turned out to be just this young guy. I have never seen the director treat anyone with such importance. Even the instructors don't have such privilege. What on earth is this young man's background? Could he be the descendant of some important figure from the province?" Inside the independent laboratory, Gong Jiangtao led Chu Xiu in, pointing to a laboratory roughly the size of 2 basketball courts, saying to Chu Xiu, "Young friend Chu, are you satisfied with the laboratory?" Looking at the spacious and well-equipped laboratory in front of him, which was 10 times better than the cultivation room he rented at the Breeder Association, Chu Xiu nodded in satisfaction. "I am very satisfied. I thank you for your efforts, director." Seeing Chu Xiu's satisfied expression, Gong Jiangtao was delighted and said, "Ha, this is what I should do. If you need anything else, feel free to let me know. Director, I would like to refine the basic magic nutrient solution now. Could you prepare a batch of black iron level magic source flowers for me? The more the better." With the laboratory fully equipped, Chu Xiu wasted no time and immediately spoke to Gong Jiangtao. "Sure, I will have someone take care of it right away." Hearing this, Gong Jiangtao chuckled and said to Chu Xiu, then turned to leave. "Master Chu, here are the magic source flowers you requested. My name is Wang Rui. The director said that I will be your dedicated assistant from now on. You can let me know if you have any needs, and I will relay them for you." In less than 3 minutes, a tall and graceful young woman entered, pushing a cart filled with magic source flowers. "Thank you for your hard work. Just leave them here. You can go now, but remember, unless I go out myself, do not let anyone Looking at the cart full of magic source flowers, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up as he immediately addressed Wang Rui. "All right, Master Chu." Upon hearing this, Wang Rui respectfully exited the laboratory. After locking the laboratory door, Chu Xiu excitedly began to count the quantity of magic source flowers. 1, 2, 3, 299, 300. There are actually 300 magic source flowers. The City Defense Research Institute is truly generous. After counting the number of magic source flowers, Chu Xiu was overjoyed. After expressing his amazement, he immediately set to work on the production of the basic magic nutrient solution. The laboratory equipment provided by Gong Jiangtao was fully equipped with all sizes and types of operational tools available. Chu Xiu directly selected the largest tool and added 30 magic source flowers at once for batch refining. Under the favorable experimental conditions, the 300 black iron level magic source flowers were completely refined into basic magic nutrient solutions by Chu Xiu in just 8 hours. He then spent over an hour dividing half of them into 1,500 standard reagent bottles. Aside from the 300 basic magic nutrient solutions submitted to the Research Institute, he planned to sell all of the remaining 1,200 to the Institute. There's still half left, so I'll let Xiao Dao handle that. Looking at the 2 large barrels of basic magic nutrient solution remaining, Chu Xiu felt a stir in his heart and summoned the Shadow Blade Mantis. Plans never keep up with changes. He originally thought that the consumption of basic magic nutrient solutions by the Shadowblade Mantis was too wasteful and was preparing to purchase similarly attributed beast cores to cultivate the Shadowblade Mantis. However, after entering the City Defense Research Institute, he was instead troubled about how to consume the excess basic magic nutrient solutions. Xiao Dao, these 2 barrels of basic magic nutrient solution are yours. Drink as much as you want. After summoning the Shadowblade Mantis, Chu Xiu pointed at the 2 large barrels of basic magic nutrient solution. Squeak, squeak. When the Shadowblade Mantis caught the rich magical source emanating from the 2 barrels of potion, it immediately let out an excited cry. Without hesitation, it dove into the 2 large barrels and began to drink heartily. After consuming an entire barrel of basic magic nutrient solution, it finally stopped, its belly protruding, collapsing to the ground, with a blissful look, letting out a satisfied burp. Having gulped down nearly 800 basic magic nutrient solutions, the rich magical source filled the Shadowblade Mantis body, making it feel as comfortable as if it were soaking in a hot spring. At the same time, the Shadowblade Mantis was rapidly absorbing the magical source within, which was on the verge of dissipating rapidly, enhancing its strength. It seems that even a beast of exceptional quality has reached its limit after drinking so much primary magical nutrient solution in one go. The little blade will need some time to absorb this large barrel of primary magical nutrient solution, once it digests it completely, a breakthrough is certain. During this time, I must also seize the opportunity to cultivate, aiming to break through to the black iron level today. Seeing the current state of the little blade, Chu Xiu nodded gently, and then drank a large mouthful of another barrel of primary magical nutrient solution. Boom. With that big gulp of primary magical nutrient solution down, a rich source of magical power suddenly erupted from Chu Xiu's body. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu immediately sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. In the deep of night, Gong Jiantao arrived outside Chu Xiu's independent laboratory, looking with a hint of worry at Wang Rui, and saying, "Director, I've been waiting at the laboratory door, but Master Chu hasn't come out since he entered today." At the laboratory entrance, a slightly fatigued Wang Rui quickly replied, feeling even more admiration for Chu Xiu, as this wasn't the first time Gong Jiantao had come to inquire about him. Since noon, Gong Jiantao had come every 2 hours to check on Chu Xiu. She had never seen someone of such high authority as Gong Jiantao care so much for another. Still hasn't come out. It's been 14 hours. Could something have happened? Forget it. I must open the laboratory door and check on the situation. Even if Chu Xiu might blame me, he must not have any accident. Wang Rui's response made Gong Jiantao frown. Just as he was about to step forward to open the door, it suddenly opened automatically, revealing Chu Xiu. "Master Chu, you finally came out." Seeing Chu Xiu, Gong Jiantao's eyes lit up and the worry on his brow vanished as he exclaimed in delight. Chu Xiu, who opened the door and saw Gong Jiantao, was also surprised. He had not expected Gong Jiantao to be waiting for him at the door, looking quite anxious. Curiously, he asked, "Director, did you need something from me?" "It's nothing. I just saw you in the laboratory for over 10 hours without eating anything, and I was a bit worried." "I see." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu understood and said to Gong Jiantao, "Ahem, it's all my fault for being too engrossed in making magical nutrient solution inside, making you worry. Director, I've already turned 300 magical source flowers into 1,500 bottles of primary magical nutrient solution. Besides the 300 I will submit, I plan to sell the remaining 1,200 to the Research Institute." Wait, what did you say? You've used up all 300 magical source flowers and made 1,500 bottles of primary magical nutrient solution. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Gong Jiantao initially nodded with a smile, but as he listened to the rest, he immediately... Previously, when Chu Xiu had asked him to prepare magical source flowers, he had generously provided 300 without a second. In his view, these 300 magical source flowers should have been enough for Chu Xiu to use for 3 more days. "Yes, all my primary magical nutrient solution is in the laboratory. The director can go in and check the goods. It's getting late. I must return quickly or my sister will start to worry." Compared to Gong Jiantao's shock, Chu Xiu appeared calm. After greeting Gong Jiantao, he directly left the City Defense Research Institute. Only after Chu Xiu left did Gong Jiantao react, rushing into Chu Xiu's laboratory. He really turned everything into magical nutrient solution. Moreover, there was no sign of any weakening in effect. When Gong Jiantao entered the laboratory and picked up a bottle of primary magical nutrient solution to examine, looking at the rows of light blue bottles piled on the lab table, he was utterly shocked. "Sister, I'm back." On the other side, after returning home, Chu Xiu first greeted Chu Yuqing, who was waiting for him. "It's already so late, you finally." Hearing the noise, Chu Yuqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Chu Xiu. "Sister, I'm fine, you don't need to worry." However, before she could finish her sentence, Chu Xiu shouted without looking back, then dashed straight into his room under her surprised gaze. "Damn kid, I worried about you all night." Chu Yuqing stared in astonishment at the door that slammed shut with a bang, taking a while to react before she couldn't help but complain. After confirming that Chu Xiu was fine, she finally turned off the living room lights and returned to her own room. "System, I want to draw." In his room, Chu Xiu quickly opened his attribute panel. Not long ago, he had successfully broken through to Black Iron Level 1 in the City Defense Research Institute's laboratory. With his strength breakthrough, the system also rewarded him with 100 achievement points. The reason he was so eager to return to his room was to draw rewards. With the thought, the lucky wheel began to spin rapidly again. Every time he drew, the reward items on the lucky wheel would refresh anew. As the lucky wheel gradually came to a stop, the pointer slowly landed on a minuscule golden area in Chu Xiu's excited gaze. Wow, another gold item. Seeing the wheel come to a stop, Chu Xiu suddenly jumped up from his bed in excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SS-level Beastmaster space. At the same time, a wonderful voice echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Boom. Almost simultaneously, a loud sound rang in Chu Xiu's mind, and his consciousness sank into his body, appearing in a vast space. Is this the Beastmaster space? It's so big. I am only a Black Iron level Beastmaster, yet I possess a Beastmaster space in advance, and it's SS level. As he observed this enormous space within his body, complete with mountains and rivers, Chu Xiu was utterly astonished. According to his understanding, only a Beastmaster at the gold level could have enough capability to open a Beastmaster space. Of course, there are some exceptionally gifted and well-connected Beastmasters who can open a Beastmaster space early, but they must at least reach the silver level. Additionally, the Beastmaster space is also ranked from lowest to highest EDC, BAS, and SS. The higher the level of the Beastmaster space, the larger the space, and the greater the acceleration of the beast's growth. An A-level Beastmaster space can double the growth speed of the beasts, a D-level can quadruple it, a C-level can increase it by 8 times, and so on. An S-level Beastmaster space can enhance the growth speed of beasts by 128 times. However, according to class director Yang Cheng's teaching, those who can open an A-level Beastmaster space are 1 in 10,000 geniuses, and those who can open an S-level Beastmaster space are even rarer. In the entire Divine Xia Empire, there are only 3 individuals with an S-level Beastmaster space, all of whom are pillars of the nation, commanding respect from all. As for Beastmasters with an SS-level Beastmaster space, none had appeared on Blue Star until today, which is why there were no classifications for Beastmaster spaces above SS level on Blue Star. According to the current classifications of Beastmaster spaces, the SS-level space should increase the growth speed of beasts by 256 times. I wonder how my SS-level Beastmaster space compares. Feeling the vastness of the SS-level Beastmaster space within him, Chu Xiu focused his mind and summoned his attribute panel to check. Chu Xiu level Black Iron 1-star talent none Beastmaster space SS level beast growth speed 256 Beast Dark Blade Mantis achievement points 20. As expected, I was right. Let's put the little blade into the Beastmaster space and see the effects. Before Chu Xiu left the lab at Changfang Yinzhuo, he had the Onren Tangling consume another large barrel of basic magical energy nutrient. Even now, a considerable amount of the solution remained unassimilated. The moment he placed the Onren Tangling into his SS grade Yusho space, the creature's aura surged violently. In under a minute, its aura vaulted from Black Iron 3-star to Black Iron 4-star. Back in the Changfang Yinzhuo laboratory, when he had the Onren Tangling swallow a full barrel of basic nutrient, it had taken a full 4 hours for the creature to barely refine that volume. Only then had its strength climbed from Black Iron 1-star to Black Iron 3-star. Now within Chu Xiu's SS grade Yusho space, the Onren Tangling exhausted the same barrel in a single minute and attained Black Iron 4-star, a stark demonstration of the terrifying potency of an SS grade Yusho space. Good heavens, such a breathtaking rate of advancement. The 256-fold growth acceleration of an SS grade Yusho space is overwhelming. With sufficient resources, a beast under my care could increase in strength almost overnight. A beast of outstanding quality, even without external beast resources, can through its own cultivation reach gold rank over the span of decades. Xiao Dao is of outstanding quality. Absent any beast resources, it would require roughly 50 years to but now inside an SS grade Yusho space with 256 times the growth speed, Onren Tangling could break into gold in less than 2.5 months. If abundant beast resources were supplied, Onren Tangling's ascent would be even swifter. No wonder those beastmasters who open high-tier Yusho spaces advance so rapidly. The amplification those high-grade spaces confer is prodigious. Watching the Onren Tangling within the Yusho space, which had just leapt to Black Iron 4-star and continued to grow even after depleting the basic nutrient, Chu Xiu felt ecstatic. Yet after the euphoria passed, a trace of helplessness crossed his face. At Xiao Dao's growth rate inside the Yusho space, it will reach bronze in a matter of days. I must accelerate my own cultivation, or I will become a burden. A beastmaster cannot indefinitely command a beast far stronger than himself. Generally, once a beast exceeds its master by 2 major tiers, its growth becomes constrained. With Chu Xiu having only just broken through to Black Iron 1-star, once Onren Tangling reached Silver 1-star, its subsequent growth rate would sharply decelerate. Although aided by Xingqian Duanma Ju-star tempering demonic technique and basic nutrient, he could, if he dedicated himself fully, advance 1 star a day. His speed still paled beside the Onren Tangling in the Yusho space. I will start producing intermediate-grade magical nutrient at Changfang Yinzhuo tomorrow, he resolved. Market intermediate nutrient was several times more potent than the basic variety, its magic source dense. Only after advancing to a Black Iron ranked beastmaster could one withstand and cultivate with it. Now that he had broken through to Black Iron 1-star, it was time to craft intermediate nutrient to further hasten his cultivation. Tonight, I will make do with the basic nutrient, he thought. With that decision, he cleared his mind, drank a vial of basic nutrient, and began to cultivate. The next morning, Chu Xiu arrived at Changfang Yinzhuo early and asked Gong Jiangtao to procure bronze-grade Moyuan flowers to make intermediate nutrient. You are going to make intermediate nutrient Gong Jiangtao exclaimed in surprise outside Chu Xiu's private lab. Seeing Chu Xiu's calm expression, Gong Jiangtao stifled his astonishment and said, "No problem, wait a moment. I will have someone fetch the bronze-grade Myuan flowers now," then hurried off. "Master Chu, here are the items you requested," Wang Rui soon announced, presenting 200 bronze-grade Myuan flowers assembled at Gong Jiangtao's behest. Thank you," Chu Xiu replied, his face brightening at the sight of 200 bronze-grade flowers. Wang Rui was instantly flattered by his gratitude. Chu Xiu paid no heed to Wang Rui's expression. After taking the flowers, he returned to the laboratory, closed the door, and began producing intermediate nutrient. With the system-fed special recipe implanted, Chu Xiu's crafting of intermediate nutrient flowed as effortlessly as when he made the basic variety, smooth and practiced. In less than half an hour, he completed the first batch. "Let's test its effect," he decided, and drank one vial. When the intermediate nutrient entered his body, a concentrated wave of magic source exploded within Chu Xiu. Its potency was several times that of the basic nutrient. Roughly 3 times the magic source concentration, he thought. Now to see how much it amplifies cultivation speed. Feeling the nutrient's dense magic source, Chu Xiu immediately activated Xingqian Duanma Ju. As he practiced Xingqian Duanma Ju, the surrounding magic source began to pour frantically into his body. Cultivation speed had also tripled. "With this intermediate nutrient, I am confident I can break into bronze within 2 weeks. Now my pace can barely match Xiao Dao self-cultivation without external resources," he mused, pleased by the improvement. Buoyed by the acceleration the intermediate nutrient afforded, Chu Xiu settled into concentrated practice. In the days that followed, his life narrowed to a strict routine. By day, he was at the institute crafting nutrient and training. By night, he returned home to continue cultivating. He also made a point of giving any surplus nutrient to the Onren Tanglang in the Yusho space. With only 6 hours of rest each day, his diligence produced rapid gains. By the day before the school's field combat training, Chu Xiu had reached bronze 3-star. As for his beast, aided by the copious nutrient and the SS-grade Yusho space's amplification, it surpassed Chu Xiu by an entire major tier and attained silver 3-star. "Tomorrow is the school's live combat training, so I will not cultivate tonight. I will sleep well and conserve my strength. Besides, I have already condensed both black iron and bronze beast seeds in my spirit sea. When we go out tomorrow, I might find a high-quality beast worth contracting." Feeling the 2 beast seeds circling his soul within the spirit sea, Chu Xiu murmured a brief prayer, set his alarm, and closed his eyes. "Sister, our school has organized a practical training session outside the city for students who have contracted beast companions. We may have to stay outside the city for a few days." The next morning, Chu Xiu got up early and said to Chu Yuqing, who was just waking up and preparing for work, "Be careful and don't be reckless against monsters you can't defeat. Ensuring your safety is the most important thing." Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Chu Yuqing nodded gently. During these 20 days, although Chu Xiu did not reveal the extent of his strength, every time she encountered the dark blade mantis, she could sense a tremendous threat emanating from it. Moreover, over the past few days, Chu Xiu had also switched from using basic magical nutrient solution to intermediate magical nutrient solution for training. Being able to use intermediate magical nutrient solution meant Chu Xiu's strength had undoubtedly reached the black iron level. Although she felt puzzled about why Chu Xiu had suddenly experienced such rapid improvement in strength, her previous shock from Chu Xiu kept her from dwelling on it too much. She considered it a case of late bloomer. After all, there were precedents for situations like Chu Xiu's. He was already a black iron level beast master, ranking among the top students in the entire Linjiang city. Furthermore, since the school was conducting this practical training, they had probably taken precautions, and surely there were teachers secretly following to ensure safety. Therefore, she wasn't too worried about Chu Xiu's safety. No. Hearing Chu Yuqing's advice, Chu Xiu nodded slightly, bid farewell to her, and headed towards the school with the dark blade mantis. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the school gate and found that many people had already gathered on the playground. Linjiang First High School has a total of 10 classes in the 3rd year with around 500 students. Nearly all of the 3rd year students had already contracted their beast companions. Chu Xiu quickly found his class. "Wow, Brother Chu, I thought you weren't coming." Just as Chu Xiu reached the back of class 2, Zhang Daxian's loud voice immediately captured everyone's attention. While speaking, the plump figure of Zhang Daxian dashed out of the line and came to Chu Xiu's side, looking at him in surprise, and jokingly said, "Brother Chu, I thought you had run away with the money, ha." As soon as Zhang Daxian said that, the other students around caught wind of the gossip and all perked up their ears. They were curious about what Chu Xiu had been up to during the 20 days he was on leave and wanted to know what Zhang Daxian meant by running away with the money. Chu Xiu understood that Zhang Daxian was joking. Although he didn't take it to heart, he feigned surprise and suddenly slapped his. "I'll look at my memory. I've been training my beast companion and completely forgot about this matter. He'll transfer the money to you later." He began to take out his phone to transfer money to Zhang Daxian. In fact, he wasn't wrong. He had been busy boosting his strength these days and truly forgot about the money Zhang Daxian lent him. However, having refined a large amount of magical nutrient solution for the City Defense Research Institute every day, especially making all intermediate magical nutrient solutions in recent days, he had accumulated about 360 million in his account. He was definitely the richest person in the class. Brother Chu, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I also prepared some evolution resources for the Scythe Mantis to give you, but I haven't been able to contact you." Hearing that Chu Xiu wanted to transfer money to him, Zhang Daxian quickly waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu felt warm inside. He didn't expect Zhang Daxian not only lent him 1-0 without hesitation, but also prepared evolution resources for the Scythe Mantis. Even according to the ordinary evolution plan for a Scythe Mantis to evolve into a Wood Blade Mantis, this batch of evolution resources would cost over 2-0, which showed considerable loyalty. Thank you, but my Scythe Mantis has already completed its evolution, so I don't need the evolution resources anymore. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Zhang Daxian's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "What? Your Scythe Mantis has evolved? Does that mean it's now a rare quality Wood Blade Mantis? Brother Chu is going to stand out in this practical training." Ha. Hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Zhang Daxian's words drew many gazes. Upon hearing that Chu Xiu had a rare quality beast companion, most people's faces showed envy. The vast majority of them had ordinary or elite quality beast companions, and very few could possess a rare quality. He stand out. Just based on this guy who only contracted a beast 20 days ago. Fatty Zhang, are you filled with pig fat or something? What are you thinking? However, just after Zhang Daxian finished speaking, an uninvited guest approached accompanied by an inappropriate voice. "That bastard. Damn Song, why are you here again to seek attention?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Daxian became furious and immediately turned to look, his expression darkening upon seeing the newcomer. Who is this? Chu Xiu also turned to look, his gaze sharp as he stared at the approaching youth, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar as his appearance was 7 parts similar to someone he had seen at the Breeder Association. Song Jihua from Class 1, the second son of the Song family, in Linjiang City. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Zhang Daxian replied. So this is the second son of the Song family. No wonder Daxian has a grudge against him. It seems the guy who harassed my sister at the Breeder Association last time was the eldest son of the Song family. Upon hearing Zhang Daxian's answer, Chu Xiu understood. Zhang Daxian came from a wealthy family, and his Zhang Group and Song Zihua's Song Group were the 2 largest conglomerates in Linjiang City, competing in business, so it was natural that they were at odds. You fat pig, you are part of the Zhang Group, yet you choose to go to the second class, a worthless class, instead of entering the best class in the school, and you even call yourself a brother to the most worthless of the worthless. You have brought shame to the Zhang family. Hearing Zhang Daxian's insult, Song Zihua's expression turned cold, and he immediately retorted. His words caused all the students in Class 2 to turn dark and cast angry glares. However, facing the anger of all Class 2 students, Song Jihua didn't care at all, though instead he sneered, "What am I wrong?" Boom. After saying this, he unleashed his full aura. Black Iron 3 stars. The students in Class 2 were shocked upon feeling the overwhelming aura from Song Jihua. Faced with the overwhelming strength and the backing of the Song Group, they all felt anger, but dared not speak. However, Zhang Daxian showed no fear. Looking at the arrogant Song Jihua who was releasing his aura, he squinted his eyes and said mockingly, "Ah yes, you're awesome, you're great, you, and your mom gave birth to your dad." This sudden remark made all the students in Class 2 burst into laughter. Even a few students from Class 1 who followed Song Jihua couldn't help but turn slightly red. As for Song Jihua, he was completely furious, his face turning red as he glared at Zhang Daxian and shouted, "Fatty, I'm going to kill you. Are you afraid of me?" Facing the enraged Song Jihua, Zhang Daxian showed no fear and shouted, "It seems you two have boundless energy." Just as the two were about to clash, a cold voice abruptly pierced the air, reverberating across the entire campus square. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of authority descended upon every student present. Regardless of class or fault, all were subjected to it equally. As that immense pressure settled upon them, students on the square paled instantly, their expressions twisting in alarm as they turned toward the source of the voice. Simultaneously, a black silhouette shot swiftly from the distance. Within moments, a vast shadow engulfed the space where Zhang Daxian and Song Jihao stood. Zhang Daxian and Song Jihao, now utterly abandoning their confrontation, immediately suppressed their chi and lifted their gazes skyward. There, hovering above them, was a monstrous raptor with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, circling once before descending, from which a dozen figures leapt down from its back. At their head stood a middle-aged man, sharp-eyed and impeccably dressed, his hands clasped behind his back, the very one who had issued that icy command. Headmaster. Upon recognizing him, both Song Jihao and Zhang Daxian instinctively recoiled, faces flushed with awe and reverence. He was none other than Han Xianming, headmaster of Linjiang No. 1 High School, and one of Linjiang City's 5 gold-tier beast-tamer grandmasters. Such a figure commanded absolute deference. Even the patriarchs of the Zhang and Song conglomerates bowed deeply in his presence. A gold-tier beast-tamer, truly formidable. Beside them, Chu Xiu felt the crushing weight of Han Xianming's aura and stirred inwardly. This was his first encounter with a gold-tier beast-tamer. The sheer intensity of the pressure surpassed anything he had ever experienced. Yet fear did not stir within him. Instead, his eyes burned with fierce focus upon the azure raptor perched atop Han Xianming's head, rows of attributes materializing before his gaze. Azure-scaled eagle, affinity, wind rarity, exalted tier, gold V condition, pristine, innate skills, whirlwind/gale, shield, feather strike, tempest, cyclone, evolutionary chain, 2 first chain, azure-scaled eagle, golden scaled eagle, pristine, second chain, azure-scaled eagle, horned eagle, celestial, horned eagle, transcendent description, a wind affinity, demonic beast, the darling of the skies, carrying a trace of celestial horned eagle bloodline, possessing extraordinary latent potential worthy of cultivation. A gold V azure-scaled eagle. If I could procure even a few buckets of its blood, I could begin preparations for Xiao Dao's second evolution. Gazing upon the eagle's attributes, Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed with sharp anticipation. Lately, while cultivating his own strength and advancing the Darkblade Mantis, he had also diligently sought intelligence regarding the resources required for its evolution into Bloodblade Rampant Mantis. The 100 silver-tier demonic beast hearts and blood essence stones needed for the transformation were readily purchasable, for wealth alone sufficed. Yet the blood of a gold-tier demonic beast remained utterly elusive. Linjiang City's strongest warriors were gold-tier, such masters rarely engaged in combat. And gold-tier demonic beasts possessed intellect rivaling that of humans. Aware that 5 gold-tier beast tamers stood sentinel over Linjiang City, no gold-tier demonic beast would rashly launch an assault, making acquisition of its blood within the city nearly impossible. Only a major battle, where a gold-tier demonic beast appeared unbidden and was slain by Linjiang's elite, could yield the blood he sought. As for purchasing blood directly from Linjiang's gold-tier beast tamers, Chu Xiu had never entertained such a notion, not merely because gold-tier masters held no need for his modest wealth, but even if he offered exorbitant sums, few could, or would, part with such a quantity of their bonded beast's vital essence. For the Darkblade Mantis's ascension into Bloodblade Rampant Mantis demanded no less than 500 liters of gold-tier demonic beast blood. Even the azure-scaled eagle now circling overhead would succumb to fatal hemorrhage should it release 500 liters. No gold-tier beast tamer would ever consent to such a transaction. As Chu Xiu continued studying the azure-scaled eagle, the beast sensed his unwavering gaze. A pair of piercing eagle eyes swept downward and locked instantly upon Chu Xiu's figure. For among all the students assembled on the square, only Chu Xiu dared lift his eyes, not flinching, not cowering. His gaze steady, luminous, utterly unshaken by the eagle's gold-tier sovereignty. What's wrong? Why do I feel this unsettling chill under that boy's stare? At that moment, meeting Chu Xiu's blazing, incisive gaze, the azure-scaled eagle shuddered involuntarily, its spine prickling with sudden, inexplicable doubt. An illusion? Surely an illusion. A mere student could only harbor admiration for my power. How could he possibly entertain any audacious intent? Shaking its head, the eagle dismissed the absurd thought and shifted its gaze away from Chu Xiu. Since your energy runs so high, Class 1 and Class 2's homeroom teachers shall increase the difficulty of your upcoming field exercises. Qi Jinyu Yangcheng, you two are responsible for these students. Double their daily task load for the next several days. See it done. From the podium ahead, Headmaster Han Xianming cast a calm, detached glance toward Zhang Daxian and Song Jihao before speaking coldly. Yes, Headmaster. At Han Xianming's words, homeroom teachers Qi Jinyu and Yangcheng dared not hesitate. They responded instantly, voices taut with obedience. Very well, everyone is assembled. Proceed to the armored buses parked by class, then depart the city under escort. Homeroom teachers will brief your students aboard the buses regarding the objectives of this field exercise. Seeing no further need for address, Han Xianming declared the field exercise officially underway. As his voice faded, homeroom teachers swiftly descended from the podium to lead their respective classes out. Soon orderly columns moved class by class toward the school gates, boarding the armored buses already stationed there. Once all students were aboard, the convoy, led by Headmaster Han Xianming himself, set off toward the city gate. Ahem. Students, this field exercise lasts 1 week and takes place in Qingshan Town on the outskirts of Linjiang City. Each day you must slay either 10 gray-white tier demonic beasts or 1 black iron tier beast. During this period, the school will establish a secure zone at Qingshan Town Central Plaza, offering supplies and protection. However, entry into this safe zone is conditional. You must first complete your daily quota. All classmates must fulfill the standard requirement, 10 gray-white tier beasts or 1 black iron tier beast per day. But Zhang Daxian is exempt. His daily quota is doubled. On board the bus, homeroom teacher Yang Chang cleared his throat and began outlining the exercise's details. Then with deliberate emphasis turned his gaze toward Zhang Daxian seated at the rear. Instantly every eye converged upon Zhang Daxian. Just 2 black iron tier beasts. Child's play. I'll crush them in minutes. Under the collective scrutiny, Zhang Daxian suddenly rose, chest puffed, pounding his sternum with a thunderous thump, his expression radiating arrogant confidence. Watching Zhang Daxian's insufferable swagger, Yang Cheng's lips twitched, his brow darkening with exasperated dismay. The headmaster assigned far too lenient a task. It should be multiplied tenfold. Half an hour later, the convoy of armored buses carrying several hundred students from Linjiang No. 1 high school arrived before the towering steel wall that ringed Linjiang City, its height reaching dozens of meters. As the convoy reached the city gate, 2 military trucks already waiting there, each laden with city defense troops, fell in behind the buses, joining the procession to provide protection along the route. When the armored bus slowly passed through the colossal gate, the students were greeted by a scene utterly unlike the one within. Where the city had gleaming skyscrapers and bustling prosperity, the outskirts lay desolate, as far as the eye could see. As the convoy drove farther from Linjiang City, the brutal reality of the countryside gradually revealed itself to Chu Xiu and the other students. Torn car carcasses lined the road, the bleached skeletons of monstrous beasts lay scattered, and in some places fresh human corpses, recently slain and exposed on the wasteland, were being picked at by the beasts. These sights struck deep into the students who had never left the city aboard the armored trucks. Some of the more timid grew pale and stunned upon witnessing the beasts tearing at human flesh. Those with weaker stomachs could not help but vomit. Even Chu Xiu felt his stomach churn as he looked on at the bloody scene of beasts feeding on humans. Zhang Daxian, who sat beside him, had likewise shed his earlier nonchalance. His face wore the same gravity. Pull yourselves together. This is only the beginning. If you wish to become powerful beast tamers, you will all personally witness scenes like these in the future. This world is not safe. To prevent yourselves from becoming carrion for the beasts, what you must do now is adapt swiftly during this school's field training and strengthen your abilities. Seeing the heavy mood in the bus, Yang Cheng spoke up loudly, his piercing gaze sweeping across every face. Upon hearing him, much of the fear aboard eased. Indeed, to become formidable beast tamers, you must quickly adapt to the wilderness brutal conditions and steal your hearts. This field training is the perfect opportunity to be forged. At Yang Cheng's words, Chu Xiu's gaze hardened. The convoy drove another hour and a half through the wilderness before finally reaching their destination, Qingshan Town. But Qingshan Town was no different from the countryside they had passed through, dilapidated, strewn with ruins scarcely touched by people and overrun by rampant vegetation. Ravaged buildings were cloaked in green growth, turning the town into something akin to a forested settlement. When the convoy entered and halted at the central square, everyone disembarked in turn. After stepping down, Chu Xiu and the others noticed the square had been cordoned off. Tents rose in the center, forming a temporary camp. Soldiers in city defense uniforms patrolled fully armed around the perimeter, ensuring the camp's security. No sooner had the second-class students from Chu Xiu's group disembarked and formed ranks than several soldiers bore a crate to them and began issuing each student a rucksack. Each rucksack handed out contains a ration, a compressed biscuit, and a bottle of mineral water, roughly the amount an ordinary person would eat for one meal. From now until you complete your day's mission and return to camp, this will be your half-day supply. If you want more supplies, finish your daily objectives quickly, otherwise you'll have to fend for yourselves. A word of warning: if you cannot complete your mission and hunger gnaws at you, you may try to kill a beast and eat it raw, but never light a fire to roast it. These are not ordinary animals. The glow and scent of a night fire will only draw them. Alright, take the rations in hand and set out. After every student received a rucksack, Principal Han Xianming appeared before the line of Linjiang No. 1 high school students and addressed them loudly. The principal didn't forbid forming teams. Why don't a few of us go together? There's strength in numbers and it's safer, right? The principal gave no explicit rules for the field exercise. We're all novices at confronting beasts in the wild. Let us hunt together and share any kills equally. Strength in numbers, it's decided. When Han Xianming finished, the more than 500 students did not move at once. They lingered to find classmates they were close to and form teams before setting out together. Brother Chu, why don't we team up? He'll have your back. Within the second class rank, Zhang Daxian turned to Chu Xiu and off. Although Chu Xiu had already told him he had evolved his Sickle Mantis into a wooden blade mantis, Chu Xiu had only contracted a beast 20 days earlier. In such a short time, his strength could not have risen much. Zhang Daxian said nothing aloud, but inwardly judged Chu Xiu to be among the weaker in Linjiang No. 1 high school's 500-plus students. Daxian, that's unnecessary. Your task quota is double ours. Go on alone. I won't hold you back. Hearing Zhang Daxian's offer, Chu Xiu shook his head and declined politely. Although with Zhang Daxian's strength, killing 2 black iron-grade beasts would not be difficult, finding suitable targets in Qingshan Town was no easy matter. From the moment the convoy entered Qingshan Town, Chu Xiu had been observing the surroundings and found that monsters were sparse. Locating beasts that matched the mission would consume far more time than the fights themselves. Thus, killing 20 gray-white-grade beasts or 2 black iron-grade ones would still present a challenge to Zhang Daxian. Brother Chu, are you confident about this? Zhang Daxian, having been refused, did not set off immediately, but fixed Chu Xiu with a grave look and asked. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry, I know my limits. When have you ever seen me tackle something I wasn't certain of? Very well, I'll go on my own. Be careful, Brother Chu." Having said this, Zhang Daxian ceased his pleading and prepared to depart. Zhang Daxian, can we team up? Just as he was leaving, a sweet-faced girl appeared before him. Tangli, reputedly the second. 2 other girls, also classmates from the second class, trailed behind Tangli. Faced with her request, Zhang Daxian puffed up his chest and with an exaggerated flourish declared, "A fierce tiger walks alone. It's only cattle and sheep that flock together." Having said it, he strode out of the makeshift camp with the girls left staring in astonishment. What a flashy fat show-off. Chu Xiu chuckled at Zhang Daxian's display and shook his head. He did not linger in the camp either and walked out toward the wasteland. Xiao Dao, come out. After leaving the temporary camp, Chu Xiu walked several minutes before summoning the Shadow Blade Mantis from his beast space. Though he had already attained the rank of Bronze-tier beast tamer, he still deemed it safer to keep his tamed beast beside him in this perilous wild zone. Upon emerging from the beast space, the Shadow Blade Mantis joyfully vibrated its wings, emitting a soft, resonant hum. Though its strength had surged rapidly within the beast space, the solitude, being the sole creature there, had long grown tedious. Now summoned for real combat, training it relished the prospect of unrestrained slaughter, and thrilled accordingly. Having ascended to Silver Tier Level 3, the Shadow Blade Mantis burned with eagerness to test the true extent of its newfound might. Let's go. Incensing its companion's elation, Chu Xiu flashed a broad grin. And then man and beast strode purposefully toward a sparsely frequented direction. Whoosh. And half an hour later, as they traversed a crumbling street overgrown with emerald vines, the shadow blade mantis suddenly stiffened, its silhouette blurring into motion as it darted before Chu Xiu gaze locked upon a derelict house smothered in ivy. Its alertness instantly sharpened Chu Xiu's vigilance. He followed its line of sight. And soon a faint rustling whisper emanated from within the ruined dwelling. In the next instant, a crescent-shaped wind blade, pale azure and razor-sharp, slashed through the ivy-clad wall and hurtled toward Chu Xiu. Yet a jet-black green figure moved faster still. At the very moment the wind blade reached him, the shadow blade mantis materialized before it, and with a single fluid sweep of its scythe-like forelimbs shattered the attack effortlessly. Having dispelled the assault, its eyes flickered with a cold, dark-red gleam, then it vanished utterly from sight. Whoa! And hidden within the ruined house, a pale azure wind wolf, its fur shimmering with elemental aura, watched in dismay as its wind blade was brushed aside with contemptuous ease. Instinct screamed retreat. When the shadow blade mantis dissolved into thin air, dread surged violently within it. A guttural growl tore from its throat as it whirled to flee. But even as it turned its head, the ivy-choked wall behind it exploded outward. A jagged gash ripped open, leaves and stems scattering like shrapnel. Then, icy numbness at its throat. An instant later, spinning vertigo and the ghastly vision of its own headless body staring back. Before consciousness could grasp what had transpired, darkness swallowed it whole. And dared ambush my master. Nearby, the shadow blade mantis regarded the decapitated wind wolf, its eyes gleaming with grim satisfaction. It had closed the distance unseen, vanished, reappeared, and struck, swift, silent, absolute. Wind wolf attribute: wine rarity, common rank, gray-white, tier level, Fivan status, deceased, innate skill, wind, blade, evolutionary pathway, 2 branches in first path, wind wolf, swift, wind wolf elite, required evolution resources, in second path, wind wolf, umbral wolf, spirit light, demon wolf rare, required evolution resources. In description: once an ordinary wild wolf of blue planet, it absorbed arcane energy and mutated into a low-tier beast, unremarkable in power, yet formidable in packs. As the shadow blade mantis tore through the ivy wall, Chu Xiu beheld the headless corpse of the wind wolf. Gray-white, tier level 5. Against a silver tier level 3 adversary, it stood no chance whatsoever. To dispatch such a common wind wolf with a special technique, that's like using a celestial sword to slaughter a chicken. Approaching the fallen beast, Chu Xiu smiled gently as he stroked the shadow blade mantis's head, its quiet vigil beside him unwavering. In hearing Chu Xiu's words, the creature twitched its mouth slightly and dipped its triangular head, a gesture unmistakably conveying, "I'll be more restrained next time." It had unleashed its skill not for show, but because the wind wolf's treacherous strike against Chu Xiu had ignited its fury. And alright then, sever its right ear. Through their soul bond, Chu Xiu sensed its thoughts, and laughed aloud. At his command, the shadow blade mantis swung its pristine bloodless civilum, and cleanly severed the wind wolf's right ear. According to the system's records, wind wolves are pack animals. This lone specimen was likely a sentry, meaning a full pack may lie nearby. We must search the vicinity. In pocketing the severed ear, Chu Xiu glanced once more at the carcass, and resolved inwardly. Most students encountering a wind wolf would flee immediately, knowing that even seasoned iron-tier beast tamers yield before a wind wolf pack. But Chu Xiu with his current strength held no fear of such a modest pack. Moreover, Qingshan Town had been designated as the school's official field training site, meaning all high-level threats had already been purged beforehand, including any iron-tier wind wolves lurking within the pack. Even without prior clearance, the shadow blade mantis, silver tier level 3, would turn a pack of iron-tier wind wolves into little more than a one-sided massacre. Having settled his decision, Chu Xiu turned to his companion, Xiao Dao. "We'll scout the area. Let's see if we can flush out." The shadow blade mantis nodded sharply and fell into step beside him. In a woo. And no sooner had they ventured a short distance when a mournful howl echoed from behind. Xiao Dao backed silently. In Chu Xiu's eyes flared, he whispered the command instantly. They reversed course without hesitation, retreating swiftly toward the site of the earlier kill. Soon Chu Xiu spotted another gray-white tier level 5 wind wolf beside the first corpse, nudging the still warm body with its snout wailing in sorrow. Its cries drew answering howls, rapid, converging, urgent. Within half a teacup's time, 13 wind wolves gathered around the slain one, encircling the body. Their strongest is barely gray-white tier level 8, so the school truly did purge the major threats beforehand. From their vantage point inside a nearby ruin, Chu Xiu scanned the 13 beasts and confirmed his deduction with quiet certainty. Then he turned to the shadow blade mantis. "Xiao Dao, leave none alive." In the moment his voice faded, a jet black green blur shot forth, swifter than any wind wolf could perceive. Sunlight glinted off its obsidian-sharp sides, cold, lethal, unnerving. And tremor rippled through the blades. Then, flash of silver. Another massive wolf head soared skyward, blood arcing across 5 paces. The pack offered no resistance, only decapitation, swift and absolute. In less than 10 seconds, 13 wind wolves perished, none glimpsing their killer's shadow, none uttering more than a final terrified shriek before annihilation. Within 10 seconds, the shadow blade mantis returned to Chu Xiu's side. 13 severed right ears clutched in its Xiao Dao splendid work. Chu Xiu watched the 13 right ears of Feng Lang he had collected and smiled as he patted the head of Anren Tanglang. In less than an hour, he had overfulfilled the day's quota. There was likely no one at Linjiang Yizhong who could finish the task. He tucked the 13 Feng Lang right ears into his backpack and grinned, then signaled Onren Tanglang to depart. Although he had completed today's assignment, he had no intention of returning to the safe zone. He did not plan to go back to the temporary camp at the town center for an entire week. Instead, he resolved to slaughter as many beasts as possible over the coming days. As Zhang Daxian had advised, he aimed to astonish everyone in this practical training. If he could draw the school's attention, perhaps he might persuade the principal to spare some blood from golden grade beasts. Although 500 liters of blood would be excessive for Han Xianming's Qinglin and golden grade beast masters can contract 5 beasts, Han Xianming might well possess other golden grade beasts. By drawing blood separately, the burden would be far lighter. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon darkness fell. At the temporary camp in the town center, Han Xianming stood with his arms folded, his sharp gaze sweeping across a huge screen within the tent. The big screen was split into hundreds of small windows, each showing a student from Linjiang Yizhong still training. Old Han, it seems we miscalculated. The strongest prodigy at Linjiang Yizhong is not your granddaughter, but this kid called that dark green mantis of his, the Onren Tanglang, has exhibited combat power exceeding all the beasts in Qingshan town. I estimate it may already have reached bronze grade. A middle-aged officer in Chengfang army uniform beside Han Xianming watched Chu Xiu on the screen and smiled as, hearing this, Han Xianming nodded slightly. I did not expect the youngster's beast to be so strong. In that case, we must ensure Chu Xiu's protection. Watching Chu Xiu command Onren Tanglang to fell a gray-white 9-star beast, a gleam of excitement flashed in Han Xianming's eyes. Because beasts in Qingshan town are generally below Black Iron 5-star, the strongest monster Chu Xiu encountered all day was only Black Iron 2-star, so Onren Tanglang never had the opportunity to unleash its full power. Watching the battles via video, Han Xianming could not perceive the explosive aura Onren Tanglang displayed in person, and thus could not accurately gauge its true strength, only deducing that Chu Xiu's beast had reached bronze grade. Even so, Han Xianming was exceedingly pleased. For decades, Linjiang City's top students had never elevated their beasts beyond Black Iron before the entrance exams. Now that Chu Xiu had trained his beast to bronze grade, he had broken Linjiang City's record of the past decades. With such strength, entry into Xinxia Academy would pose no difficulty at all. Xinxia Academy is the preeminent Beastmaster University of the Xinxia Empire, where every student is a 1 in 10,000 genius. Any graduate of Xinxia Academy is not weaker than those veteran golden grade Beastmasters. Small cities like Linjiang have long lacked prodigies who can secure admission to Xinxia Academy. For a talent like Chu Xiu, they would spare no effort to guarantee his safety. The Chengfang army officer beside him patted his shoulder and laughed. Rest assured, I have redeployed personnel to shadow Chu Xiu clandestinely. Moreover, before now, even you and I did not grasp Chu Xiu's true strength. The agents of the Tianyao Hui would have paid even less attention to him. I reckon the Tianyao Hui's current targets remain your granddaughter and the youths from the Zhang and Song families. They will not devote much energy to Chu Xiu. So our focus should remain on those 3 youngsters. This time we must sweep up any Tianyao Hui members who have infiltrated Linjiang City. When he finished, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by solemnity. After the previous clash, the Tianyao Hui will be far more cautious. I'm afraid they may not take the bait. Han Xianming narrowed his eyes, worry creasing his features. Another man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, do not fret. Those scoundrels infiltrated Linjiang City to gather intelligence on our prodigies and then await the chance to assassinate them. Before we lacked the opportunity to strike them within the city, but now that we've drawn our people out, this is a rare chance to act. With your golden grade beast present, those fools will surely assume you are the sole golden grade beastmaster stationed here. There is little risk they will not take the bait. Besides, this live combat training is an annual process for your Yizhong. Even if the enemy does not bite, you will still be able to complete the training in peace, will you not? Seeing anxiety etch Han Xianming's face, the middle-aged officer quickly offered reassurance. Buoyed by the officer's comfort, Han Xianming reflected and conceded, nodding with a faint smile. You have a point. In Linjiang City, in a modest northern house, 20 people gathered under dim light, all seated in silence, as if waiting for some signal. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a rap sounded at the door, causing the 20 inside to shiver. An old man leapt up and pressed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. He moved to the door, but did not open it. Instead, he peered through the peephole to survey the scene outside. When a familiar face appeared, a glint of recognition flashed across his eyes, and he opened the door. Elder Chun. The youth at the door bowed immediately. Come in and speak. The elder then glanced outward twice to ensure no one followed before pulling him into the room. Yinglong, how goes the reconnaissance? The moment the youth entered, the 20 inside pressed around him and asked eagerly. The situation matches our intelligence. During this Linjiang Yizhong live combat exercise, only Han Xianming departed the city with the team. Qingyi Bureau and the Chengfang army have not dispatched their 4 golden grade beastmasters. They remain within the city on guard. The young scout reported as he took in the others' anxious faces. So it is. This is the perfect chance to exterminate Linjiang City's prodigies. Elder Chen, let us depart at once. If we cut down those prodigies, the demon god will surely bestow us with rewards, and our strength will advance. At the youth's words, the others turned to the elder with excitement shining in their eyes. Yet the elder remained composed, his expression grave as he stared at the youth, and asked, are you certain the Chengfang army and Qingyi bureaus for golden grade beastmasters have not left? Hearing this, the returning youth swore. Elder Chen, rest assured. I saw with my own eyes the Qingyi Bureau's director and deputy, and the Chengfang army's commander still at their posts. Seeing his adamant demeanor, the elder frowned and fell into thought. Elder Chen, only Linjiang Yizhang's principal, some teachers, and 2 squads of the Chengfang army accompanied the team. Such numbers cannot possibly protect every student. This is an opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. Indeed, Elder Chen, we must avenge our slain brothers. Seeing the elder's silence, the others urged him on. At last the elder exhaled and said slowly, very well, proceed according to plan. Yes. The others bowed and promptly split into 3 groups before leaving the house. 21 people formed 3 hunting parties, slipped out of the city and raced toward Qingshan town. Each of them exuded a silver-grade aura, and the elder leading them radiated an unfathomable presence. Little Knife, handle this blood-fawn wild boar and remove one of its hind legs. We shall have roasted meat tonight. In Qingshan town, Chu Xiu said to the dark blade mantis who had just slain the gray-white 9-star blood-fawn wild boar. Upon hearing this, the dark blade mantis immediately complied with his order, its blade flashing as it severed one of the boar's hind legs. The blood-fawn wild boar was a top-tier 9-star beast weighing over 1,000 pounds. Even a single leg exceeded 2. Chu Xiu glanced at the severed boar leg and continued to instruct the dark blade mantis on how to process it. First, split the boar leg like this, then remove the skin, take this large piece of meat, and make some cuts to facilitate roasting. This will help it cook evenly. Yes, just like that, well done. With the boar meat prepared, we still need some wood for the fire. Go chop a few pieces of wood. Under Chu Xiu's guidance, the dark blade mantis quickly sliced off a 20-pound chunk of leg meat, carefully making incisions with its own blade. After finishing all this under Chu Xiu's direction, the dark blade mantis chopped a pile of wood nearby and sharpened a few wooden sticks for skewering the meat. The dark blade mantis blades were incredibly sharp, and in just a moment, all the preparations were completed. Next, Chu Xiu took action to start the fire, skewering the prepared boar leg meat onto a large wooden stick and placing it over the flames to roast. Having a beast companion to help is indeed convenient. If I were to handle this alone, it would take at least twice as long. Sitting beside the roasting boar meat, Chu Xiu glanced at the time, a smile appearing on his face as the firelight illuminated. As the high temperature of the flames roasted the meat, a unique aroma of roasting meat began to waft through the air, growing richer with the passage of time. By Chu Xiu's side, the dark blade mantis, which had initially been curiously watching the roasting, suddenly had its large eyes gleam with excitement upon smelling the aroma, uncontrollably drooling. Before being contracted by Chu Xiu, it had only ever consumed the raw flesh and blood of beasts it hunted in the hazy secret realm of Linjiang No. One never having tasted cooked meat. Even during its time contracted to Chu Xiu, as Chu Xiu was busy enhancing his strength, it had remained in Chu Xiu's beast space, consuming magical nutrient solutions and focusing on its training, hardly eating. Now this was its first time smelling the aroma of roasted meat. The dark blade mantis at this moment was irresistibly captivated by the scent that it had never encountered before, drooling uncontrollably. Little glutton, just wait a bit longer. The roasted meat has to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside to be delicious. Sensing the dark blade mantis' thoughts, Chu Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he reached out to pat its head. Roar! Just as Chu Xiu withdrew his hand, a low growl emanated from the darkness nearby. Following the sound, Chu Xiu looked over to see a pair of glowing green eyes moving closer from within the shadows. Soon the figure of its owner emerged in the firelight, revealing its full form. It was a beast standing 2 meters tall, covered in silver-white fur, beneath which lay a layer of silvery scales with a diamond-shaped silver crystal on its forehead. Snow Crystal Silver Lion. Attribute Ice. Quality Rare. Level Black Iron 3-star. Talent Skills Ice Crystal Armor Frost Impact. Status Thirsty. Evolution Chain 3. First Evolution Chain Snow Crystal Silver Lion Ice Dome Wing Lion Exquisite O Evolution Resources. Second Evolution Chain Snow Crystal Silver Lion 3-eyed Ice Lion Frost Lion King Perfect O Evolution Resources. Third Evolution Chain Snow Crystal Silver Lion Snow Shadow War Lion Winter Festival Lion Ice Soul Lion Emperor Extreme Cold Holy Lion Epic Evolution Resources. Description: a lion-type beast evolved from the silver armored lion that consumed the silver-grade mineral ice snow crystal, possessing high affinity for ice attributes, formidable combat power, and exceptional potential. This is actually a rare beast capable of evolving to epic quality. Chu Xiu was slightly taken aback upon seeing the information hovering above the 2-meter-tall creature. Throughout the day, he had slain dozens of beasts in Qingshan town, but most were of ordinary quality, with elite quality beasts making up less than 1/10. Furthermore, the beasts he had encountered previously could only evolve to exquisite quality at best. This Snow Crystal Silver Lion was the first rare quality beast he had seen in Qingshan town, and it had 3 evolution routes. Such potential was already a rare find among beasts, and Chu Xiu's heart suddenly sparked with the idea of contracting this Snow Crystal Silver Lion as his second beast companion. Even if this Snow Crystal Silver Lion eventually evolved into the Extreme Cold Holy Lion, its quality would only be epic, somewhat inferior to the Void Ripper that Little Knife would ultimately evolve into, but it still met Chu Xiu's expectations. After all, as far as he knew, in the entire Shangxia Empire, and even on the whole Blue Star, there were hardly a handful of beast masters possessing legendary quality beasts, and all these beast masters were undoubtedly top-tier powerhouses at the peak of the Blue Star pyramid. How could legendary quality beasts be encountered so easily? Meanwhile, the dark blade mantis beside Chu Xiu also noticed the snow crystal silver lion approaching the firelight. It quickly wiped the drool from its mouth and stood up, crossing its arms in front to assume an attacking stance. Little knife, just knock it down and don't kill it. I still need it to be my second beast companion. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the dark blade mantis, Chu Xiu hurriedly reminded. Hearing this, the dark blade mantis nodded, retracting all its murderous intent. It flapped its wings vigorously and charged towards the snow crystal silver lion. Roar! The sudden outburst of the dark blade mantis immediately made the snow crystal silver lion feel an immense threat. Without the slightest hesitation, it activated its ice crystal armor skill. The surrounding temperature plummeted and a layer of ice blue armor quickly enveloped the entire body of the snow crystal silver. Almost the moment the ice crystal armor of the snow crystal silver lion was formed, the blade of the dark blade mantis sliced through the air, striking the waist of the snow crystal silver lion. A crisp ding sounded, followed by a series of dense crack noises. In just a brief encounter, the ice crystal armor on the snow crystal silver lion was shattered by the dark blade mantis, turning into shards of ice that fell to the ground. The blow from the dark blade mantis not only shattered the ice crystal armor, but also cleaved through the silvery scales on the snow crystal silver lion's body, leaving a 2-foot-long gash on its waist, blood oozing out and immediately staining the surrounding silver-white fur. Had Chu Xiu not intended to contract the snow crystal silver lion as his beast, the dark blade mantis wouldn't have even used 1/10 of its strength. This strike could have easily cleaved the snow crystal silver lion in half. Even so, the snow crystal silver lion was gravely injured, letting out a painful howl. After this exchange, the snow crystal silver lion realized it was no match for the dark blade mantis. Ignoring the pain from its wound, it dared not linger, having no courage to engage the dark blade mantis any further. In the next moment, its figure swiftly fled into the distance. However, the dark blade mantis was faster. In a flash, it had already arrived in front of the snow crystal silver lion, sweeping its arm across and delivering a heavy blow to the lion's chin. Despite weighing less than 1/10 of the snow crystal silver lion, the strike from the dark blade mantis sent the lion flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily back to the ground. The dark blade mantis immediately followed suit, leaping onto the snow crystal silver lion and continuously attacking. Half a minute later, the Shu-edging silver lion lay battered and bruised beneath the dark blade mantis. Its expression, with his strength, he ranked among the most formidable beasts in Qingshan town. Normally a sovereign over his domain, preying upon others without challenge. Drawn by an unfamiliar, intoxicating aroma, his ravenous curiosity had lured him here to investigate the source, only to confront this terrifying mantis which overwhelmed him utterly. Had he known, not even gnawing hunger would have drawn him near. Thud! As the Shu-edging silver lion lamented, the dark blade mantis delivered a thunderous kick squarely to its hindquarters. Arg! With that final strike, the Shu-edging silver lion found itself airborne, then crashed headlong before Chu Xiu, dazed and disoriented, groaning in agony. After propelling the Shu-edging silver lion before Chu Xiu, the dark blade mantis swiftly approached him, gazing up with unmistakable pride. Xiao Dao, well done. Chu Xiu set aside his roasting meat and stepped forward, gently stroking the mantis's head in pride. Xiao Dao had calibrated his assault with exquisite precision, severely wounding the Shu-edging silver lion enough to neutralize all resistance, yet inflicting no irreversible harm. The Shu-edging silver lion now lay prostrate before Chu Xiu, too weakened even to rise. Shu-edging silver lion, become my spirit beast, and your life shall be spared. Having praised Xiao Dao, Chu Xiu let his smile fade, stepping before the fallen beast with icy composure. Roar! At Chu Xiu's words, the Shu-edging silver lion lifted its head and roared, a glare of unyielding fury blazing in its eyes. Stubborn indeed, but that was merely a courtesy warning. Whether you serve me is no longer yours to decide. A faint chilling smile curled at Chu Xiu's lips. To the Shu-edging silver lion, that smile resembled nothing so much as a demon's, and sent an involuntary shiver coursing through its frame. VRM. No sooner had Chu Xiu spoken than a spirit beast seed erupted from his forehead, streaking like lightning into the Shu-edging silver lion's brow. The event unfolded too swiftly for reaction. The lion convulsed violently, its gaze flickering with fear, yet soon that struggle ebbed away, replaced by vacant stillness. Within moments its eyes regained clarity, but where defiance once burned, only reverence now resided. With Chu Xiu's current bronze tier 3rd star cultivation, binding an injured iron tier beast demanded no effort what. Roar! Having been bound as his spirit beast, the Shu-edging silver lion bowed its head low before Chu Xiu and issued a soft, submissive growl. Very well, you're gravely wounded. Enter and heal. Chu Xiu glanced at the beast and gestured with his right hand adorned with a spirit beast bracelet. Instantly, the Shu-edging silver lion vanished, though this was mere theater. In truth, it had been drawn not into the bracelet, but into Chu Xiu's spirit beast realm. Linhong no. One high school would never risk students' lives by holding field combat drills without oversight. He was certain the moment he'd left the camp at town center he'd been under constant surveillance, perhaps even guarded by unseen. Xiao Dao had thus far concealed his true silver tier strength. Accordingly, the binding of the Shu-edging silver lion required careful obfuscation. Otherwise, the sudden disappearance of such a massive beast would inevitably expose his possession of a spirit beast realm. Ding! Congratulations, second spirit beast bound. Achievement points 100. A notification flashed across Chu Xiu's system interface. So achievement points from this divine pet evolution system correlate directly with personal advancement. 3 avenues confirmed binding spirit beasts, evolving them, and breaking through major cultivation realms. Adding the 100 points earned upon attaining bronze tier status, I now possess only 220 points, best conserved for a tenfold draw. Staring at the 220 gleaming beside achievement points on his stat panel, Chu Xiu chose not to gamble. Through recent trials, he'd learned the system's achievement points were far scarcer than first imagined. Initially, he'd assumed hunting beasts would yield points, but reality proved otherwise. As his strength grew, realm breakthroughs demanded ever more time, evolution materials grew exponentially rarer, achievement accumulation would inevitably decelerate. Does this spirit beast realm possess such effects? Just as Chu Xiu closed his interface, his attention snapped to the Xiu-edging silver lion within the spirit beast realm. Sinking his consciousness inward, he beheld the lion, once swollen and bleeding from Xiao Dao's onslaught, now healing at astonishing speed, wounds visibly knitting together. Could this SS-rank spirit beast realm not only accelerate growth, but also catalyze rapid recovery? I wonder, if it consumes a mid-tier magic nutrient solution, will healing accelerate further? Astonishment flickered across Chu Xiu's face as he projected his voice through their bond. Xiu-edging silver lion. This is a mid-tier magic nutrient solution. Drink it. Within the spirit beast realm, a vial of mid-tier magic nutrient solution materialized before the lion. As its cap opened, a rich surge of magical energy spilled forth. Detecting the potent magic within, the lion's eyes flared with sharp light. Then it lunged forward and swallowed the entire dose in one gulp. VRR. Upon ingestion, a torrent of raw magic surged through the lion's body, immediately absorbed and directed to injured tissues by the SS-rank spirit beast realm's influence. Truly effective. What an unexpected boon. Ha ha ha. Henceforth, even without healing elixirs or restorative spirit beasts, my companions may recover swiftly within my spirit beast realm. Watching the transformation unfold, wild elation blazed deep within Chu Xiu's eyes. Ruer. Inside Chu Xiu's beast-taming space, the Xiu-edging silver lion, having ingested an intermediate-grade magical nutrient solution, had fully recovered from its injuries within just half an hour, then raised its head toward the heavens and unleashed a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Chu Xiu's beast-taming space not only accelerated his contracted beast cultivation, but also dramatically hastened their recovery from wounds. Half an hour spent inside Chu Xiu's beast-taming space equated to 5 full days outside. So this is my master's beast-taming space. Truly awe-inspiring. What boundless fortune, to become the master's contracted beast. Having fully healed, the Xiu-edging silver lion let out a prolonged resonant howl, its eyes gleaming with sharp brilliance, and its heart swelling with overwhelming elation. During those 30 minutes within Chu Xiu's beast-taming space, it had profoundly sensed the space's extraordinary power. Not only did cultivation speed and wound recovery far surpass those in the outside world, but the moment its injuries began to mend, faint yet potent streams of unique energy seeped from the vast expanse of the space into its body, actively repairing its wounds. To the Xiu-edging silver lion, such a beast-taming space was nothing short of a legendary paradise, a rare, unseen-a-lifetime blessing, and it felt profoundly grateful that Chu Xiu had chosen it as his contracted beast. Indeed, had it known beforehand of Chu Xiu's possession of such a formidable beast-taming space, it would have pleaded, regardless of Chu Xiu's willingness, to be bound to him. Such thoughts were hardly surprising. Any other spirit beast apprised of Chu Xiu's extraordinary space would have harbored identical aspirations. In truth, high-tier beast-taming spaces significantly ease the process of contracting spirit beasts for beast-taming. Unlike humans, who could meticulously study rare treasures and refine them into potent cultivation resources, spirit beasts possessed no such capacity. They could only grow stronger through centuries of arduous cultivation or by devouring such treasures whole. Yet a high-tier beast-taming space could drastically accelerate a spirit beast's growth, enabling it to swiftly mature into its prime and attain peak strength. Naturally, beast-taming masters possessing such spaces became highly coveted by spirit beasts. Healed already, remarkably swift. At that very moment, Chu Xiu, having just finished roasting the leg meat of the Xiao wild boar, sensed the commotion within his beast-taming space, and a faint smile curved his lips. He set aside a small portion for himself, then divided the rest. Evenly, one half he sent into the beast-taming space for the Xiu-edging silver lion, the other he tossed to the dark blade mantis beside him. After contracting the Xiu-edging silver lion, he had learned it had been drawn by the aroma of his roasting meat. Now that it was his contracted beast, he saw no reason to show favoritism. AOWW. As a generous slab of roasted meat materialized inside the space, the Xiu-edging silver lion, receiving Chu Xiu's mental summons, let out an ecstatic cry, snatched up the offering with eager jaws, and swallowed it whole after only a few vigorous chews. Delicious. Unbelievably delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite, though the portion was far too meager. Having devoured the meat in one gulp, the Xiu-edging silver lion basked in pure delight. Beside Chu Xiu, the dark blade mantis cradled its share of roasted meat with rapturous enthusiasm, its eyes shimmering with delight. If plain roasted meat tastes this sublime, imagine what it'd be like with proper seasoning. I'd send them into blissful oblivion. Ha ha ha. Sensing the twin beasts' unbridled joy through their soul bond, Chu Xiu's lips lifted ever so slightly, as he began savoring his own portion. One bite revealed crisp, caramelized exterior yielding to tender succulent interior, rich with savory juices. As over half a kilogram of meat vanished down his throat, warmth began radiating gently from his abdomen. Spirit beasts nourished by magical energy possessed flesh vastly richer in vital energy than ordinary livestock. The stronger the beast, the denser its flesh's potency. Regular consumption fortified the body and enhanced vitality. On launching, this phenomenon even gave rise to a specialized profession: spirit beast chefs. Masters who through culinary artistry unlocked the full energetic potential of spirit beast flesh, thereby accelerating their master's cultivation. Some elite chefs could even prepare specific organs using esoteric techniques, allowing beast-taming masters to intuitively grasp certain innate spirit beast abilities. Yet such chefs were rarer than phoenix feathers, scarcity matched only by prodigies who had forged strength beast-taming. Chu Xiu, however, had merely roasted the Xiao wild boar's meat simply. Its strength rated only gray-white tier 9. So the modest meal stirred only the faintest ripple of warmth within him, yielding negligible effect. Xiao Dao, let's go. We'll seek out more spirit beasts. Having finished his meal and rested for half an hour, Chu Xiu turned to the Darkblade Mantis beside him, still wearing an expression of lingering satisfaction. Over an hour had passed since the Darkblade Mantis had slain the Xiao wild boar, yet aside from the Xiu-edging silver lion, no other spirit beasts had ventured near. In Chu Xiu's estimation, the local spirit beasts must have detected the Xiu-edging silver lion's aura and dared not approach. Though the Xiu-edging silver lion stood powerless before him, its rare tier essence combined with its black iron tier 3 rank granted it combat prowess rivaling ordinary black iron tier 5 beasts, making it unquestionably the sovereign ruler of this region. To hunt more spirit beasts, Chu Xiu would need to venture deeper into uncharted territory. Now in bronze rank beast-taming master, his stamina far exceeded mortal limits. With the Darkblade Mantis handling all combat, he needed only direct strategy, allowing him to remain alert and unwearied for 2 full days without rest. Shush! Shush! At his words, the Darkblade Mantis immediately nodded, rose, and fluttered its wings before accompanying Chu Xiu away from the site. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the provisional camp in Qingshan town, Zhang Daxian approached from the distance. Upon reaching the gate, he unslung his backpack, unzipped it, and handed it to Yang Cheng, the guard stationed there, saying with a grin, "Senior Yang, mission accomplished. Today I slew 2 black-ear beasts and 5 gray-white-ear beasts, exceeding my quota." Yang Cheng accepted the pack, extracted the beast ears, scanned them with his device, confirmed authenticity, and nodded approvingly. "Good work. You've delivered the right ears, the right ear of the black-ear Liejiao rhinoceros, and the right ear of the black-ear Tiezhuo wolf. Mission complete. You may enter now. Shower, eat well, rest thoroughly, and prepare for tomorrow's assignment." He then returned the emptied backpack to Zhang Daxian. Zhang Daxian took the pack, but did not enter. Instead, he glanced inside the camp, where only 30-odd students lingered. Among them, he found no trace of Chu Xiu. Alarmed, he turned instantly to Yang Cheng. "Senior Yang, I've a question. Has Chu Xiu returned yet?" Hearing the query, Yang Cheng shook his head. "Chu Xiu, he left alone, and hasn't returned since." At this news, Zhang Daxian grew visibly anxious. "Still not back? Senior Yang, what direction did Chu take? I'm going to find him." "Oh, wasn't it someone who claimed a certain person would make a stunning debut during practical training? Why the sudden rush to find that good for nothing now?" Just as Zhang Daxian finished speaking, a voice thick with mockery rang out from behind. Hearing it, Zhang Daxian frowned and turned sharply, his expression darkening as he faced the newcomer. There stood Song Zhihao, his face twisted in scorn, clearly the source of those biting words. Song Zhihao watched. At the sight of Song Zhihao's smug countenance, a surge of fury rose unbidden in Zhang Daxian's chest. "Humph. Zhang Daxian, back when our 2 families stood on equal footing, I still held you in wary respect. But now my elder brother has joined the Qingyi Bureau, appointed as captain of its elite action team. With such influence behind us, the Song family will soon eclipse yours. From now on, you do well to step aside whenever you see me, or else I won't hesitate to trample your Zhang family further underfoot." Yet Song Zhihao spoke these words with utter disdain, unmoved by Zhang Daxian's wrath. Song Zhijia actually joined the Qingyi Bureau and became captain of an action team, and even assumed command of an action team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daxian could not suppress a jolt of astonishment. If his memory served him correctly, Song Zhijia had only just graduated from university, yet now he was handpicked by the Qingyi Bureau to lead an action team. To attain such a position at so young an age signaled extraordinary promise. Within no time, Song Zhijia would surely ascend to high office within the Qingyi Bureau. Coupled with the formidable power of the Song group, the Zhang family would struggle to remain competitive. He's speechless now. Seeing Zhang Daxian flustered and humiliated, Song Zhihao smirked triumphantly, ready to deliver another barb. After all, this was one of the rare occasions in their years of rivalry where Song Zhihao held the upper hand. "Enough. After all, we're all classmates from the same school. Let's keep things civil. Song Zhihao of class 1, correct. Today I'll be tallying students' findings. Please hand over your backpack." At that moment, Yang Cheng, standing beside Zhang Daxian, stepped forward and addressed Song Zhihao, his gaze steady and cool. "Yes, Teacher Yang." Sensing a glint of icy disapproval in Yang Cheng's eyes, Song Zhihao instantly swallowed the retort poised on his lips. Though Yang Cheng taught class 2, he was himself a silver-tier beast tamer, among the most powerful faculty at Linjiang No. 1 High School. In Linjiang City, Yangcheng was a figure of considerable prominence, and Song Zhihao dared not offend him. With a quick assent he strode toward Yangcheng, backpack in hand. Yangcheng then turned to Zhang Daxian and said calmly, Zhang Daxian, Chu Xiu left camp this morning heading in that direction. If you wish to find him, follow that path. Zhang Daxian had no desire to endure Song Zhihao's presence for even a second longer. Grateful for Yangcheng's guidance, he bowed briefly in thanks before summoning his spirit beast. It was a massive hound standing 1.6 meters tall at the shoulder, its fur of blazing crimson radiating waves of searing heat, the rare Firefluff Hound. Firefluff Hound, let's go find Brother Chu. As soon as the beast materialized, Zhang Daxian murmured softly, then directed it toward the path Yangcheng had indicated. Humph. He could have rested peacefully overnight, yet insists on chasing after a good-for-nothing. What a fool. At the camp entrance, Song Zhihao glanced once toward the direction Zhang Daxian had vanished, sneering inwardly. As a rare-grade spirit beast, the Firefluff Hound had reached the black iron tier, its sense of smell dozens of times sharper than that of ordinary canines. Guided by Zhang Daxian's command, it swiftly detected Chu Xiu's lingering aura along the trail and pursued it with After more than an hour of relentless pursuit, Zhang Daxian scanned the silent, deserted streets around him, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. After a brief murmur of doubt, he urged the Firefluff Hound onward. After more than an hour of relentless pursuit, Zhang Daxian scanned the silent, deserted streets around him, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. After a brief murmur of doubt, he urged the Firefluff Hound onward, continuing the search. Soon they arrived at the spot where Chu Xiu had earlier built a fire and roasted meat. This must be Brother Chu's doing. The embers still glow red. He couldn't have gone far. Firefluff Hound, faster. Seeing the still glowing coals, Zhang Daxian's heart leapt with hope. The Firefluff Hound let out a joyful yelp and surged ahead, its speed increasing yet again. A sharp, glacial blade of light flashed through the night. Dark-edged Mantis severed a dozen thick, arm-sized vines. Then, wings beating fiercely, it launched itself forward, darting past a towering tree over 10 meters high. In the next instant, the colossal tree split cleanly at its midsection, toppling with a thunderous crash, its stump oozing ink-green sap. Yet as the upper half crashed down with crown and trunk, the remaining stump abruptly bolted away into the distance. Closer inspection revealed countless roots erupting from beneath the soil, like dozens of frantic legs, propelling the stump forward at astonishing speed. A black iron tier 4 vine demon, weak in combat prowess yet astonishingly resilient. Even after such grievous injury, it still lives. Watching the absurd scrambling stump flee, Chu Xiu chuckled. But Dark-edged Mantis would not permit such an easy. Wings vibrating furiously, it shot forward, closing the gap in the blink of an eye, then slashed repeatedly with blinding speed. Splinters flew as the vine demon was reduced to lifeless fragments. Brother Chu, it really is you. Just as Dark-edged Mantis finished off the vine demon, a voice rang out from behind, drawing both its and Chu Xiu's attention. Chu Xiu turned, and there, cutting through the darkness, rushed a vivid crimson silhouette. Simultaneously, Dark-edged Mantis flickered back to Chu Xiu's side, stance tense, and ready, eyes locked on the rapidly approaching crimson form. Xiao Dao, stand down. He's a friend. Chu Xiu quickly soothed it. At that very moment, Zhang Daxian and the Firefluff Hound arrived before Chu Xiu and Dark-edged Mantis. Daxian, what brings you here? Chu Xiu asked, curious, as Zhang Daxian swung lightly off the Firefluff Hound's back, grinning broadly. Zhang Daxian immediately recounted what had transpired at the camp entrance. Ah, I see. A true brother indeed. Chu Xiu smiled warmly and clapped Zhang Daxian on the shoulder, then finally turned his gaze toward the Firefluff Hound standing quietly beside him. Flame-tuft Hound. Affinity Fire. Rarity Rare. Rank Black Iron 4-star. Condition Perfect. Innate Skills Fireball, Art Blazing Claw, Scorching Ray. Evolutionary Path 2 branches. First branch, Flame-tuft Hound, Blazing Hound, Outstanding. Second branch, Flame-tuft Hound, Magma, Warhound, Nether, Dual-headed Hound, Hell, Tri-headed Hound, Epic. Description: an elite of the Flame-tuft Hound lineage bearing a trace of Hell, Tri-headed Hound blood, granting it extraordinary potential, far surpassing ordinary kin, worthy of dedicated cultivation. A rare-grade Flame-tuft Hound capable of evolving into an epic tier Hell, Tri-headed Hound. Brother Fatso's luck is truly exceptional to have contracted such a rare divine beast. Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed as he gazed upon the Flame-tuft Hound beside Zhang Daxian. Ordinary Flame-tuft Hounds were merely elite rank, but this one bore the rare grade, clearly owing to the faint trace of Hell, Tri-headed Hound blood coursing through its veins. Yet how such blood had come to reside within this hound remained a mystery. Still, that mattered little. Through his divine pet evolution system, Chu Xiu had already fully mapped out the entire evolutionary pathway, transforming this Flame-tuft Hound into a Hell, Tri-headed Hound. Should he so choose, he could guide Zhang Daxian along the second evolutionary path. Given their bond, Chu Xiu had already resolved to uplift his sole true friend in this world. He turned to Zhang Daxian and said, Daxian, your Flame-tuft Hound is no ordinary creature. At Chu Xiu's words, Zhang Daxian's face lit with astonishment, and he raised a thumb, exclaiming, no wonder your brother Chu. You saw it at first glance. My Flame-tuft Hound differs from common ones. It's a mutated variant ranked rare. Still, my father and his team remain uncertain about its evolution. After all, it's a mutation. No one knows whether standard Flame-tuft Hound protocols even apply. Even without evolution, however, a rare-grade Flame-tuft Hound suits me perfectly. As he spoke, Zhang Daxian smiled faintly and gently stroked the hound's head. Whine, whine. The hound lowered its head obediently, emitting soft rumbling purrs, clearly savoring the affection. After petting the hound, Zhang Daxian curiously turned toward Chu Xiu's Darkblade Mantis, his expression shifting to awe. Brother Chu, your divine beast doesn't resemble a Woodblade Mantis at all. Normally after evolution the Woodblade Mantis retained its vivid emerald hue, yet Chu Xiu's Darkblade Mantis shimmered in deep obsidian green, utterly distinct. Moreover, Zhang Daxian sensed a subtle oppressive aura emanating from the Darkblade Mantis, one so potent that even his flame-tuft hound recoiled more strongly than he himself did. That was what stunned him most. Zhang Daxian stood at Black Iron 3-star, his hound a rare grade Black Iron 4-star divine beast. For it to feel such overwhelming pressure before the Darkblade Mantis meant Chu Xiu's Mantis was anything but ordinary. Daxian, my Mantis, like your hound, is also a mutated individual, unique within its lineage, Chu Xiu replied with a calm, faint smile, offering no further elaboration. Hearing this, Zhang Daxian beamed with excitement and cried out, so that's it. I knew Brother Chu was no ordinary man. He asked no further about how Chu Xiu had acquired the Mantis, or its true strength, just as Chu Xiu had not probed his mutated hound. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted beyond Qingshan town. Real war. Grea. Scree. Then a series of ferocious, domineering bestial roars tore through the night sky, each thunderous bellow accompanied by 4 terrifying waves of oppressive force descending upon Qingshan town like divine wrath. Beyond Qingshan town's borders stood 4 colossal, terrifying figures radiating overwhelming energy, clashing instantly. Upon the earth 2 identical golden lions, gleaming like molten suns, locked in brutal combat. In the midnight sky 2 savage avian beasts exchanged dozens of lightning-fast strikes, movements too swift for the naked eye to follow. All 4 figures exuded the mighty aura of gold-rank divine beasts, unmistakably sovereign among more. Each collision unleashed shockwaves of staggering power, ripples of raw force surging outward, shaking the entire town as though struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. What's happening? Zhang Daxian, who had just been about to suggest returning with Chu Xiu to camp, paled, jolted by the sheer magnitude of the disturbance. This commotion must stem from a clash between gold-rank cultivators. Chu Xiu murmured lowly, his expression tightening as he sensed the tremors. His Darkblade Mantis had reached Silver 3-star, and could even challenge higher-rank foes, yet even it could never generate such devastation. Thus Chu Xiu knew with certainty only gold-rank divine beasts could unleash such chaos, not silver-rank nor any lesser tier. Gold-rank cultivators, only Principal Li holds that rank here. Could he be locked in battle with someone? Zhang Daxian's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted the question, then fell silent awaiting Chu Xiu's reply. Chu Xiu nodded gravely. Daxian, I suspect this unknown gold-rank foe has come specifically for the field training. Perhaps even those heaven demon cultists from recent reports. Given the circumstances, our safest course is to retreat to the temporary camp, to seek protection from instructors and city defense cultivators. Though his bronze rank cultivation limited his perception, preventing clear sight of the ground-bound duel, he could still make out the blurred rapid streaks of the 2 aerial combatants. One was unmistakably the azure-scaled eagle, a gold V-star divine beast he'd seen earlier in the school plaza belonging to Han Xianming. Learning that one of the airborne gold-rank raptors belonged to Han Xianming, Chu Xiu immediately formulated a hypothesis and began analyzing it aloud for Zhang Daxian. Heaven Demon Cult. Those scum. Zhang Daxian recoiled in horror, then without hesitation vaulted onto his flame-tuft hound's back, proving himself surprisingly agile for his size. Brother Chu, hurry up. The hound's speed far exceeds ours. We'll race straight back to camp. He extended a hand, urging Chu Xiu aboard. But Chu Xiu suddenly furrowed his brow, shook his head slowly, and spoke with grave finality. Too late. They've planned this meticulously. Escape is no longer possible. What do you mean it's too late? Chu Xiu's words caused Zhang Daxian to hastily withdraw his hand and scratch his head, utterly bewildered. Yet Chu Xiu offered no explanation. Instead his gaze shifted toward the space behind Zhang Daxian. From that direction a series of formidable auras surged forth, swift, relentless, drawing ever closer. In moments 7 figures hurtling at breakneck speed appeared within Chu Xiu's field of vision. Above each of them floated lines of text, visible only to him. Half-beast. All 7 are silver-rank cultivators, undoubtedly members of the Celestial Beast sect. They're clearly after Zhang Daxian. Chu Xiu's heart sank as he beheld the 7 figures charging forward, each marked with the title Half-Beast and ranked as silver rank. His expression hardened with grim resolve. His own strength could barely contend with 1 or 2 silver rank opponents. Against all 7 elite warriors of the Celestial Beast sect, he stood no chance. Yet almost instantly the gravity vanished from his face, replaced by a faint, knowing smile. Return to camp first. We may not be able to protect you both when things escalate. A crisp command rang out, and from narrow alleys flanking Chu Xiu 6 figures burst forth in unison, clad in the uniforms of the City Defense Corps. The voice belonged to their commanding officer. Kill. With that single word hurled at Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian, the officer fixed his icy gaze upon the 7 assailants, whose expressions flickered with sudden alarm, and issued a low, sharp order. In the next breath the 6 officers unleashed their beast-taming energy. 7 silver-rank, tamed beasts materialized and lunged toward the oncoming half-beasts. In contrast, the 7 attackers summoned no tamed beasts. Instead, they roared, bestial, guttural cries erupting from their throats, as crimson fury flooded their eyes and bestial traits erupted across their bodies. Their auras swelled violently. Boom. Clash met clash. In an instant, life-and-death combat erupted. Though outnumbered, the city defense corps held firm, their officer alone deploying 2 silver-rank, tamed beasts engaging 2 foes simultaneously without yielding an inch. Damn it. How can there be so many silver-rank beast tamers here? Zhang Daxian alone is guarded by 6 silver-rank cultivators. If we count the hidden protectors assigned to the other 2 prodigies, that's already 20. No, that can't be right. The city defense corps has fewer than 20 silver-rank beast tamers total. They couldn't possibly deploy all of them for this mandatory field exercise at Linjiang. 1 Academy. This reeks of Qingyi Bureau involvement. As battle raged, the 7 bestial assailants exchanged rapid hushed words, eyes locked on the 6 silver-rank city defense officers shielding Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian. Boom. At that very moment, 2 new, overwhelming auras detonated beyond Qingshan town, both unmistakably golden rank. The sheer magnitude of the disturbance seized every eye. Even the 13 combatants locked in mortal struggle paused mid-strike, heads tilting toward the distant source of the eruption. There against the night sky, another golden rank flying beast soared upward, joining the azure-scaled eagle to encircle and assault its avian foe. With this reinforcement, the azure-scaled eagle swiftly turned the tide, its 2 golden rank allies pressing the enemy into desperate retreat. Damn you, Mu Jingfeng. You were still stationed at the Qingyi Bureau. What are you doing here? A cry of shock and fury pierced the night, laced with raw, visceral dread. But no reply followed. Only the deafening crescendo of escalating battle drowned out the shout. That was Elder Mu Jingfeng, the director of the Qingyi Bureau himself. He's actually here. We've been lured into a trap. We've walked straight into their ambush. Damn it. How catastrophically flawed was Shadow Wolf's intelligence. Hearing that thunderous cry reverberate across the night, the 7 attackers targeting Zhang Daxian recoiled, bodies rigid, faces pale with terror. They were members of the Celestial Beast sect, elite operatives who had recently stormed out of Linjiang City to assassinate its rising prodigies. That cry, they recognized it instantly. It belonged to Elder Qin, the golden rank sovereign among their 30-strong vanguard, the man they revered as their leader. If Elder Qin himself voiced such alarm, then Director Mu Jingfeng of the Qingyi Bureau had undoubtedly arrived. And Mu Jingfeng's cultivation surpassed even Principal Han Xianming of Linjiang. 1 Academy. Elder Qin could hold his own against Principal Han, but against Mu Jingfeng, he stood no chance. Worse yet, now besieged by 2 golden rank cultivators, his resistance would crumble swiftly. And if Mu Jingfeng had come, then scores of Qingyi Bureau elites must have arrived as well. Only now did they grasp why Zhang Daxian was guarded by 6 silver rank warriors. This field exercise was no mere drill. It was a meticulously orchestrated joint operation. Linjiang 1 Academy, the Qingyi Bureau and the City Defense Corps had forged a trap, using their students as bait to lure the Celestial Beast sect's most dangerous predators. Retreat. No longer daring to linger, the 7 bestial assailants abandoned the fight, panic igniting their flight. Humph. Thinking of fleeing now. Far too late. Seeing their retreat, the city defense officer's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a swift command, he directed his tamed beasts to cut off their escape, locking them in brutal, inescapable pursuit. They'd signaled reinforcements the moment the Celestial Beast sect appeared. Help, city defense troops, Qingyi Bureau agents, and Silver Rank Academy instructors would arrive imminently. Brother Chu, shall we slip away first? Zhang Daxian swallowed hard, eyes wide with awe and trepidation as he watched the titanic clash unfold just ahead. For a Black Iron rank student like him, the sheer intensity of a dozen silver rank warriors clashing was profoundly. He'd never imagined this field exercise could spiral into such peril. Not even when the Celestial Beast sect descended. The scenes unfolding before him revealed the truth. This was no ordinary training. It was something far deeper, It was a tripartite conspiracy, school, bureau, and military, designed to use students as living bait, drawing out the Celestial Beast sect's most lethal operatives. He loathed being kept in the dark, and inexplicably watching those silver-rank titans battle sent chills down his spine as though unseen eyes pierced his back. All he craved now was sanctuary, back at the camp in Qingshan town's heart. Yes, we'll leave now. Chu Xiu nodded. Then with imperceptible subtlety his gaze flickered toward a shadowed corner. A glint of frost-hardened intent flashed deep within his eyes. He bent his knees and leapt, landing lightly atop the Firefluff Hound's broad back. Firefluff Hound, return to camp. Zhang Daxian barked the command the moment Chu Xiu mounted. Woof! The hound barked sharply, then exploded forward in full sprint. Xiao Dao follow. Simultaneously Chu Xiu cast a silent glance toward the Shadow Blade Mantis. Instantly comprehending, the mantis spread its wings and launched skyward, gliding in perfect formation behind the hound racing toward the camp. As Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian vanished into the night, a sliver of absolute darkness detached itself from the very corner Chu Xiu's peripheral vision had grazed, slipping soundlessly invisibly in their wake. Master, please stop. After running several miles, Chu Xiu suddenly spoke to Zhang Daxian. What's wrong, Brother Chu? Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Zhang Daxian directed the fire fur dog to halt, and turned to look at Chu Xiu, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Someone is following us. Chu Xiu replied calmly. What? Zhang Daxian looked bewildered. Without further explanation, Chu Xiu jumped off the back of the fire fur dog and glanced back, calling out coldly, "You've been following for so long, it's time to show yourself." However, as his words fell, the surroundings fell into silence, and no one appeared. Seeing that the person following them still did not reveal themselves, Chu Xiu focused his thoughts and immediately summoned the snow crystal silver lion from the beast space, pointing toward the shadow of a dilapidated house. In the next moment, the silver-white snow crystal silver lion suddenly appeared beside Chu Xiu, opening its mouth and unleashing a blast of icy cold air in the direction he pointed. Crack! As the cold wave passed, the temperature around quickly dropped and the moisture in the air condensed into tiny. Wherever the cold wave struck, a human-shaped ice sculpture was frozen in place. Bang! However, as soon as the ice sculpture took shape, it shattered with a loud noise, falling to the ground and turning into a pile of shattered ice, revealing a figure hiding in the shadows. A member of the Tianyao Society, the Shadow Wolf. Kid, how did you discover me? After revealing himself, the Shadow Wolf brushed off the remaining ice crystals from his body, his dark expression fixed on Chu Xiu. The sudden attack caught him off guard, leaving him unable to react in time. Fortunately, the snow crystal silver lion summoned by Chu Xiu was only of black iron level, which posed no threat to him. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble today. Even so, the fact that Chu Xiu could accurately pinpoint his location still left him feeling alarmed. He had fused with the power of the beast Shadow Wolf, and with his silver-level strength, even a gold-level beastmaster would find it difficult to detect him hiding in the shadows. It was precisely because of this ability that he was sent out to investigate the situation regarding the city defense army and the 4 gold-level beastmasters within the Qingyi Bureau in Linjiang City. However, now his once proud stealth ability had been easily seen through by this young kid, leaving him incredulous while also eager to understand what made Chu Xiu so special. There's actually a strong member of the Tianyao Society here. Being stared at by the Shadow Wolf, Zhang Daxian felt as if a ferocious beast had fixed its gaze on him, a chill running down his spine. Even the fire fur dog at his side couldn't help but take a small step back, its keen senses detecting immense danger emanating from the Shadow Wolf. I didn't expect the divine pet evolution system to have this functionality. Besides displaying the attributes of beasts and beastmasters, it can also probe some information about the members of the Tianyao Society. With this function, I will always have the upper hand whenever I encounter members of the Tianyao Society. I will no longer Beside him, hearing the Shadow Wolf's exclamations, Chu Xiu merely smiled, slightly feeling delighted within, but refraining from responding. The reason he could detect the lurking Shadow Wolf nearby was similar to how he had seen the figure using the stealth skill in the school's misty secret realm. It was all thanks to the divine pet evolution system. At this moment in Chu Xiu's line of sight, a line of information hovered above the Shadow Wolf's head. Half-demon. Level silver 4 stars. Description: a demonized person who has fused with the bloodline of the elite quality beast, Shadow Wolf, possessing a half-demon body capable of utilizing some abilities of the beast Shadow Wolf. Clearly, this individual was one of the strong members of the Tianyao Society, just like the previous 7 silver-level half-demons who had infiltrated Qingshan Town to assassinate this group of students. Even if you can discover my presence, what of it? With you 2 black iron level ants, you simply cannot withstand my attack. Seeing that Chu Xiu did not respond, the Shadow Wolf's expression darkened further as he suddenly attacked, charging toward Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian. Though he wanted to understand how Chu Xiu had detected him, the situation in Qingshan Town did not allow him to waste too much time. The strong members of the Tianyao Society had plunged into the trap set by the Qingyi Bureau City Defense Army and Linjiang No. 1 high school, and failure had become inevitable. Now all he could do was kill Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian in front of him, then escape as quickly as possible to preserve his life. Moreover, in his view, although Chu Xiu did not appear on their assassination list, the talent and strength he exhibited surpassed their primary assassination target, Han Ziyue. As long as he could slay Chu Xiu, he could report the situation truthfully upon returning to the Tianyao Society. Even if not a single one of the original targets was eliminated, he could still receive a generous reward. Brother Chu, be careful. Fire Fur Dog Scorching Ray. At this moment, Zhang Daxian, recovering from his shock, quickly commanded the Fire Fur Dog to attack the charging Shadow Wolf. At the same time, the Snow Crystal Silver Lion in front of Chu Xiu once again unleashed its skill Frost Impact, charging directly at the Shadow Wolf. The simultaneous attacks of cold and heat surged toward the Shadow Wolf, and even a bronze-level beast would have to die. Is that all? Facing the attacks of the Fire Fur Dog and Snow Crystal Silver Lion, the Shadow Wolf scoffed, his hands transforming into wolf claws in an instant, swiping forward and directly shattering both attacks without sustaining any damage. After breaking through the attacks of the Snow Crystal Silver Lion and Fire Fur Dog, the Shadow Wolf maintained his speed, reaching Chu Xiu in the blink of an eye, his sharp claws aimed at Chu Xiu's chest. Kid. Die. Clang. A piercing metallic sound suddenly rang out, and the Shadow Wolf's strike not only missed Chu Xiu, but his figure was also sent flying back several meters. Just as the Shadow Wolf regained his footing, he looked in astonishment at the dark green figure that had shielded Chu Xiu. Feeling a painful sting from his claws, he incredulously exclaimed, "A silver-level Beastmaster. How is this possible? What silver-level Beastmaster? Isn't that just Brother Chu's mutated Scythe Mantis?" Hearing the Shadow Wolf's exclamation, an unsettled Zhang Daxian looked at the dark blade mantis in front of Chu Xiu with a confused expression. But soon he widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wait, that's not right. Brother Chu's mutated mantis just forced that guy from the Tianyao Society to retreat. Doesn't that mean what the Tianyao Society's members said is true, that Brother Chu's beast has silver-level strength? And the lion that Brother Chu summoned earlier should be his second beast, which also reached black iron level. My goodness, what on earth did Brother Chu do during these 20 days? How did he suddenly become so powerful?" Only then did Zhang Daxian realize, staring at Chu Xiu, as if he were a monster, his heart stirred with tumultuous waves, unable to calm down for a long time. "This is actually a silver 3-star beast master. How could you have a silver 3-star beast by your side? Are you already a silver-level beast master? No, this is impossible. This beast definitely isn't yours. Someone must have let it follow you to ensure your safety." Across from him, the Shadow Wolf suddenly held a detector, sweeping it over the dark blade mantis. As he looked at the beast's level displayed on the device, a look of horror flickered in his eyes, unable to believe what he saw as he stared at Chu Xiu. In his understanding, anyone capable of nurturing a silver-level beast before the college entrance examination was undoubtedly a genius from a prominent family blessed with extraordinary talent. Such talent and family background could not possibly come from a small place like Linjiang City. Thus, he would rather believe that the Dark Blade Mantis was ordered to follow Chu Xiu for protection by a silver-level beastmaster from Linjiang First High School than admit that the Dark Blade Mantis was Chu Xiu's own beast. Especially when he saw that Chu Xiu only had one beast master bracelet on his wrist, he was even more convinced of this notion. "Little knife, kill him." Chu Xiu ignored the Shadow Wolf's exclamation. Regardless of what the Shadow Wolf was thinking, he directly commanded the Dark Blade Mantis to attack. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's command, a glint of cold light flashed in the pair of compound eyes of the Dark Blade Mantis. With a beat of its wings, it shot towards the still shocked Shadow Wolf like a cannonball. The blade sliced through the air, sending a chilling white light suddenly hurtling toward the Shadow Wolf's neck. "Even if I have a silver-level beast guarding me, what does it matter? It's just a silver 3-star creature. Today I must kill you." Faced with the charging Dark Blade Mantis, the Shadow Wolf had no time to think. He let out an angry roar, his internal magical power surging wildly, pushing his bloodline to its limit. In an instant, he transformed into a standing black wolf, his claws elongated, resembling the werewolves of Western Night. "Oh!" With a piercing wolf howl, the Shadow Wolf charged at the oncoming Dark Blade Mantis, his claws reaching forward. Clang! Sparks flew as the two beasts clashed for a brief moment. Both the Dark Blade Mantis and the Shadow Wolf took a step back, but then immediately re-engaged. With all his might, the Shadow Wolf activated his bloodline, enhancing his physical prowess significantly, almost matching the Dark Blade Mantis in their confrontation. Damn it, the detector clearly showed a level of silver 3-star, but why is this creature so powerful? Even with my silver 4-star level fully activating the Shadow Wolf's bloodline for transformation, I can only draw even with this creature. After exchanging dozens of blows, and realizing he still couldn't gain the upper hand against the Dark Blade Mantis, the Shadow Wolf couldn't help but feel frustrated. During this moment of distraction, a cross-shaped cold light suddenly erupted and rushed toward him. The bone-chilling cold instantly caused the Shadow Wolf to shiver, and he quickly attempted to defend himself. However, seizing the moment when the Shadow Wolf was momentarily distracted, the Dark Blade Mantis struck. Even though the Shadow Wolf managed to defend in time, the attack still left him injured. With a glimmer of faint black light, the blade cut across the Shadow Wolf's claws, landing on his chest and tearing open a half-foot-long wound, instantly staining his front with blood. With this blow, the Dark Blade Mantis utilized both cross-slash and dark poison skills, successfully wounding the Shadow Wolf after his transformation. Under the influence of the dark poison, wisps of black mist swirled around the Shadow Wolf's wound, continuously burrowing deeper into his flesh. Damn it, this creature's blade is actually poisonous. I can't keep dragging this out. Feeling the excruciating pain from his chest wound and the black poison rapidly seeping into his flesh, the Shadow Wolf's face darkened as he cursed angrily. In the blink of an eye, he vanished once again, employing the Shadow Beast Shadow Wolf's concealment ability to blend. "Show off in front of me, little knife. Use Shadow Strike." Seeing the vanished Shadow Wolf, Chu Xiu scoffed and called to the Dark Blade Mantis. Hearing Chu Xiu's command, the Dark Blade Mantis quickly nodded in response. Following that, it transformed into a mass of black shadow and landed on the ground. Then it darted in a specific direction with incredible speed, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Swish! With the sound of a blade slicing through leather, a spray of blood erupted, and the Shadow Wolf's figure reappeared in the view of Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian. However, he now bore a deep wound on his abdomen, nearly severing him in two. "Oh, whoa!" With a piercing cry, the Shadow Wolf could no longer maintain his transformed state, his fur shedding completely as he reverted to human form. However, the wound on the Shadow Wolf's abdomen was even more gruesome, with internal organs threatening to spill out. He could only use his hands to tightly cover the wound on his abdomen, trying to prevent his insides from falling out, then looked at the Dark Blade Mantis, which had reverted from shadow to its true form, with a horrified expression. "You? How could you see through my movements? How is this possible?" Yet the Dark Blade Mantis paid no heed to his thoughts, raising its blade, and with a flash of cold light, severed the Shadow Wolf's massive head from its body. GG. After decapitating the Shadow Wolf, the Dark Blade Mantis let out two screeches toward the fallen headless corpse, its compound eyes glinting with disdain. Under normal circumstances, the Shadow Wolf was merely a creature of elite quality, possessing the inherent skill of stealth. However, the Darkblade Mantis was already a rare quality beast before being contracted by Chu Xiu and also mastered the stealth skill. Now having become Chu Xiu's beast and undergone a round of evolution, it had transformed into an exceptional quality beast with its dark affinity powers greatly enhanced. The Shadow Wolf's attempts to utilize stealth before the Darkblade Mantis were like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. Even without the display of Chu Xiu's divine pet evolution system, the Darkblade Mantis could still detect the shadow. After spitting on the headless corpse before him, the Darkblade Mantis began to rummage through the body with its dual blades. Cutting through the tough chest, it extracted the heart. With one swift stroke, the Darkblade Mantis sliced the heart in half, revealing a blood-red crystal. Excitedly, the Darkblade Mantis returned to Chu Xiu, presenting the blood-red crystal as if it were a treasure. "Little knife, what is this? Why are you so excited?" Seeing the Darkblade Mantis so thrilled, Chu Xiu asked curiously, his gaze fixed on the blood-red crystal it was holding. The Demon Blood Core Shadow Wolf Silver Grade A core that condenses the bloodline power of demonic beasts through a certain secret method. Humans can refine it into their bodies using their heart's blood as a guide to temporarily gain the power of demonic beasts. If the demonic beast absorbs and refines it, it can rapidly enhance its strength. As Chu Xiu stared at the Demon Blood Core, an informational prompt regarding the pet evolution system appeared before him. Zhang Daxian had already dismounted from the fire fur dog, his gaze fixed intensely on the blood-colored crystal held by the Darkblade Mantis, excitedly saying, "Brother Chu, this seems to be the Demon Blood Core found within the bodies of those demon humans from the Heavenly Demon Association, allowing beast tamers to directly absorb it to enhance their strength. What a treasure. My dad once obtained a Demon Blood Core that directly raised his beast from bronze 4 stars to bronze 6 stars, and that was just from a bronze-grade demon human from the Heavenly Demon Association. This one, however, was obtained from a silver-grade demon human from the Heavenly Demon Association, so its effects will be even." As they spoke, the Snow Crystal Silver Lion and Fire Fur Dog also approached the Darkblade Mantis, their gazes equally fixated on the Demon Blood Core. Desire gleamed in the eyes of the two beasts as if this Demon Blood Core held an immense allure for them. So that's how it is. The Demon Blood Core is not only the source of demonization for those demon humans from the Heavenly Demon Association, but can also directly enhance the strength of beast tamers. It seems these demon humans from the Heavenly Demon Association are not entirely useless after all. Seeing the reactions of the Snow Crystal Silver Lion and Fire Fur Dog, and hearing Zhang Daxian's words, Chu Xiu immediately understood the value of the Demon Blood Core, before him a smile creeping onto his lips. He then turned to the still excited Darkblade Mantis, and said, "Little knife, you killed that guy, so you should keep this Demon Blood Core. You don't need to give it to me." Upon hearing this, the Darkblade Mantis nodded excitedly, and under the envious gazes of the Fire Fur Dog and Snow Crystal Silver Lion, swallowed the Demon Blood Core. Boom. As the Demon Blood Core was ingested, a surge of magnificent vitality erupted from the Darkblade Mantis, and immense energy exploded within its body, continuously washing over its form. Sensing the overwhelming energy within, the Darkblade Mantis immediately began to absorb it with all its might. Under the process of absorption and refinement, the energy from the Demon Blood Core gradually weakened, while the aura of the Darkblade Mantis rapidly intensified. In less than 3 minutes, the Darkblade Mantis absorbed all the energy from the Demon Blood Core, its aura surging. It had just broken through to silver 3 stars, and now it had broken through again, reaching silver 4 stars. Buzz. After its strength enhanced, the Darkblade Mantis flapped its pair of wings behind it, joyfully flying around, Chu Xiu expressing its inner delight. "Brother Chu, what is your current strength?" Seeing the jubilant appearance of the Darkblade Mantis after its breakthrough, Zhang Daxian suddenly turned to Chu Xiu and asked. More than 20 days ago, Chu Xiu couldn't even condense a beast seed, and now in the blink of an eye his beast could already kill a silver-grade demon human from the Heavenly Demon Association. Such a tremendous increase in strength in such a short period of time was unheard of. I am now a bronze-grade beast tamer, and as for Little Knife, after refining that Demon Blood Core, it is now at silver 4 stars. Chu Xiu replied straightforwardly, without concealing much from Zhang Daxian. Wow, Brother Chu, did your mantis eat some golden fertilizer? Its power has increased so quickly. Hearing that the Darkblade Mantis had reached silver 4 stars, Zhang Daxian could hardly find words to express his feelings, and could only exclaim a traditional saying. He then glanced at his own Fire Fur Dog beside him, suddenly feeling less satisfied. One was Black Iron 4 stars, and the other was Silver 4 stars. Why was there such a large gap between them? Woof woof. On the side, the Fire Fur Dog sensed Zhang Daxian's gaze turned to him with a puzzled look, barked twice, and then panted with its tongue out. It was unaware of Zhang Daxian's inner thoughts, and was only trying to please its master. This stupid dog. Seeing this, Zhang Daxian felt a wave of helplessness. Perhaps my beast has mutated quite a bit. Chu Xiu chuckled, not revealing that he already possessed an SS-grade beast. Caw. Just as Chu Xiu finished speaking, a mournful cry came from the night sky, prompting both Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian to look up. They saw a shadow in the night sky helplessly plummeting downward, which was the flying beast of the Golden Grade Powerhouse from the Heavenly Demon Association. It seems like the battle tonight is also about to come to an end. Chu Xiu looked at the falling flying beast in the night sky, murmured to himself, and then turned to Zhang Daxian, saying, "Daxian, let's go. I hope you won't tell anyone about my situation for now." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu recalled the Darkblade Mantis into the beast's space, and then directly mounted the Snow Crystal Silver Lion. Don't worry, Brother Chu, I understand. Seeing this, Zhang Daxian nodded seriously, also mounting the fire fur dog, and they both ran towards the temporary camp. When Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian approached the temporary camp, what met their eyes was a scene of devastation. All the houses in the town center had been leveled to the ground, and there were battle scars all over the area outside the camp, along with 7 or 8 corpses lying around the camp. Fortunately, the temporary camp in the town center had not been damaged. At this moment, a group of strong individuals in city defense uniforms and teachers from the school were cleaning up the battlefield, with Yang Cheng among them. Upon seeing Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian riding their beasts back to the camp, Yang Cheng's eyes brightened, and he swiftly approached them, asking with concern, "Zhang Daxian, Chu Xiu, are you two all right?" Looking at the concerned expression on Yang Cheng's face, both Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian shook their heads in unison, saying, "Teacher, we are fine." Then both dismounted from their beasts and fixed their gazes on the lifeless bodies lying on the ground behind Yang Cheng. Curious, they asked, "Teacher, these people should also be the demon humans from the Heavenly Demon Association, right?" Hearing this, Yang Cheng nodded, saying, "Yes, it seems you encountered an attack from the demon humans of the Heavenly Demon Association." Both Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian nodded in agreement. Then Chu Xiu glanced at the corpses on the ground and asked, "Teacher Yang, there shouldn't be any casualties on our side, right?" Yang Cheng smiled and nodded in response, saying, "There are no casualties on our side. In fact, the purpose of this practical training by the school was to draw out those from the Heavenly Demon Association. With the joint efforts of the school city defense forces and the Qingyi Bureau, those demon humans from the Heavenly Demon Association naturally couldn't stir up much trouble." After saying this, his gaze fell on the snow crystal silver lion beside Chu Xiu, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. "Chu Xiu, is this the beast you contracted? Why do I feel its strength has already reached the black iron level?" In his impression, the school's misty secret realm did not seem to have this type of lion-type demon beast. Moreover, the snow crystal silver lion gave him the impression that it had reached black iron level strength. Students who could possess black iron level beasts were exceptionally rare talents in the school. However, as far as he knew, Chu Xiu had become a formal beast tamer for less than a month. The ability to elevate a beast to black iron level strength in such a short time was astonishing. "Teacher Yang, this is my beast. It might be due to its mutation that its strength has increased rapidly," Chu Xiu explained, placing all the blame on the snow crystal silver lion. "Mutated beasts. Both of these kids have contracted mutated beasts. Their luck is simply extraordinary." Hearing Chu Xiu's answer, Yang Cheng glanced at the fire fur dog beside the snow crystal silver lion, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. However, thinking that this was all due to their fortunes, he did not pry further, but smiled at both of them, saying, "All right, since you both are back, let's rest in the camp for the night. Once tonight passes, everything will be resolved." When Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian returned to the temporary camp, the golden level battle outside Qingshan town had also come to an end. "Damn it, I admit defeat this time. I Chen Mo will remember this grudge." Golden Battle Lion retreat quickly. The golden level beast master of the Tianyao Association turned pale after one of his golden level flying beasts was killed, clearly suffering from the backlash of the beast's death. Seeing the 2 golden level flying beasts charging towards him from the sky, he dared not continue fighting and quickly called to the golden lion nearby to escape the battle. "You think you can escape in this situation, eh?" Upon hearing Chen Mo ordering the golden lion to retreat, Mu Jingfeng shouted coldly. His beast, the earth-splitting fury bear, roared and thrust its hands into the ground, heaving upward. Suddenly, the ground beside the golden battle lion cracked open, and 2 massive earthen walls rose up, like closing gates, trapping the golden battle lion in between. Beside him, Han Xianming also cast a cold glare at Chen Mo, urging his beast to unleash a crescent-shaped golden blade several meters long towards the golden lion. His beast was identical to Chen Mo's golden battle lion, except that his beast was not a golden battle lion, but originated from his special beast, the reproduction card, mirroring its strength and skills. Restricted by the 2 earthen walls, Chen Mo's golden battle lion endured the attack, suffering a gaping wound over 3 feet long on its shoulder, blood gushing out. Meanwhile, the flying beasts of the 2 in the night sky were rapidly approaching. If these 2 flying beasts joined the ground battle, they would undoubtedly eliminate Chen Mo. "I can't delay any longer, or I will surely die." Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly urgent, Chen Mo no longer hesitated, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. In a flash, he dashed directly to his beast, the golden battle lion, and pulled out a bottle of scarlet potion, pouring it in. As the scarlet potion was poured into the golden battle lion's mouth, a ferocious aura erupted from its body. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the golden battle lion's size suddenly swelled by a third, its eyes turning crimson. Beneath its golden fur, its skin cracked, blood oozing out and forming a layer of blood-red mist around its body. Boom! At the same time, the 2 earthen walls of the earth-splitting fury bear were shattered by the golden battle lion. "Go!" After the golden battle lion broke free, Chen Mo leaped up and called out from behind the lion. Following his command, the golden battle lion showed no hesitation and turned to sprint towards the distant wasteland. With the aid of Chen Mo's mysterious liquid, the golden battle lion's strength surged, and its speed received a significant. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a streak of blood-red light, disappearing from Han Xianming and Mu Jingfeng's sight. "I miscalculated. I didn't expect this guy to have the blood fury forbidden drug on him, allowing him to escape." Looking at the figure vanishing into the night, Han Xianming frowned and said regretfully, "The effect of the blood fury forbidden drug won't last long, and once it wears off, the golden battle lion that used the drug will enter a period of weakness. This is the best opportunity to deal with him. Old Han, you go back to the temporary camp in Qingshan Town. I'll go chase that guy. Mu Jingfeng glanced at the direction in which Chun Mo and the golden battle lion had fled, said this to Han Xianming, and then summoned the earth-splitting fury bear into the beast space, leaping onto the back of the second golden-level beast, the wind-controlling golden eagle that had just flown over. The man and beast quickly pursued the fleeing direction of Chun Mo and the golden battle lion. Seeing this, Han Xianming also waved his hand, and the golden battle lion that resembled Chun Mo's beast transformed into a ball of golden light. When the light dissipated, a card adorned with golden patterns returned to his side, which he stored in the beast space. After Han Xianming retrieved the reproduction card into the beast space, the blue-scaled eagle came to his side, carrying him towards the temporary camp in the center of Qingshan Town. Principal. As soon as Han Xianming returned to the temporary camp, he was immediately greeted by Yang Cheng and a group of silver-level teachers guarding the camp. After nodding to Yang Cheng and the others, Han Xianming glanced outside the temporary camp, his gaze landing on a pile of 7 or 8 corpses, and spoke up. Those Tianyao Association demons didn't cause us any losses tonight, did they? Upon hearing this, Yang Cheng immediately replied, Principal, with the city defense army and experts from the Qingyi Bureau secretly accompanying us, we didn't suffer any casualties. After investigation, all 20 Tianyao Association experts lured into Qingshan Town have been eliminated, but upon seeing the hesitant expression on Yang Cheng's face, Han Xianming raised an eyebrow and urged, But what? Speak quickly, don't beat around the bush. I dare not be careless about such an important matter. I have already confirmed that among these 20 people, our 3 parties only killed 19, and 1 silver-level Tianyao Association member was not killed by us. Yang Cheng's words caused Han Xianming to show a surprised expression, exclaiming, There's such a thing. Have you confirmed this situation with the City Defense Army and the Qingyi Bureau? It wasn't any of us who killed him. Yang Cheng nodded in response. Then he revealed a worried expression, saying, Principal, it seems that there are still unknown strong individuals hiding in Qingshan Town. Should we end this practical training? A strong individual capable of killing silver-level demons is at least a silver-level beast master, and being able to evade their detection indicates that this mysterious strong person must be remarkable. Such an unidentified strong person is undoubtedly a ticking time bomb for them. If the opponent attacks their students, none of the students would survive the assault. In contrast to Yang Cheng's worries, Han Xianming remained much calmer. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, No need. Since the opponent has killed the Tianyao Association demons, they are likely not enemies. Perhaps they entered Qingshan Town to protect a certain student. In that case, investigate which students passed by the place where the slain Tianyao Association expert was located. Yang Cheng nodded in response, quickly turning to leave and entering the main tent in the center of the temporary camp. Soon he reached a conclusion based on the surveillance footage from that night. Although many surveillance cameras installed in Qingshan Town were destroyed by the Tianyao Association experts, they still saw Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian riding their beasts heading towards the temporary camp from the street where the beheaded Tianyao Association expert was located. It's actually these 2 guys, Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian. It seems that the mysterious person who killed the Tianyao Association expert should be an expert secretly assigned by the Zhang family to protect Zhang Daxian. The Zhang family really values Zhang Daxian, sending someone to secretly protect him during our practical training, even when they don't trust us. Fortunately, the Zhang family was cautious, otherwise both Zhang Daxian and Chu Xiu would have been in danger tonight. After watching the surveillance footage, Yang Cheng's face revealed a look of realization, and he reached a conclusion, feeling secretly relieved. If it weren't for the covert protection of that mysterious strong person arranged by the Zhang family, Zhang Daxian would undoubtedly not have survived against the silver-level strong person. Once Zhang Daxian died during the practical training, the school would also find it difficult to explain to the Zhang family. So have you found any clues? Just as Yang Cheng had a conjecture in his mind, Han Xianming walked in from outside the tent and spoke to Yang Cheng. Principal, I already have some leads. Upon hearing this, Yang Cheng immediately turned to Han Xianming to report his deductions after watching the surveillance footage showing Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian coming out from the direction where the beheaded monster had been. Your conjectures should be correct. In that case, tomorrow's practical training will proceed as scheduled, and we will return to Linjiang City in 6 days. After listening to Yang Cheng's report, Han Xianming nodded lightly, expressing his agreement with the conjecture. All right, Principal. Upon hearing this, Yang Cheng also nodded in response, and then exited the tent. On the other side, after Chu Xiu and Zhang Daxian returned to the temporary camp, they were escorted to the rest area of Class 2 to rest with no further conversation that night. The next day, everyone in the temporary camp, just like before, was given a bottle of water and a portion of dry food before leaving the temporary camp to continue their practical survival training in the wilderness. Everything was so orderly and smoothly conducted, as if the attack from the Demon Association the previous night had never occurred at all. Daxian, I plan to leave alone today. Let's part ways here. At the entrance of the temporary camp, Chu Xiu looked at Zhang Daxian beside him and said, Brother Chu, I'm just waiting for you to take first place in this practical training. I can't wait to see the expression on Song Ziheo's face. Then Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Zhang Daxian laughed heartily. Having witnessed the terrifying strength of the dark blade mantis, he had a profound understanding of Chu Xiu's capabilities. Even the vast majority of teachers from Class 1 were not as strong as Chu Xiu. This time the first place in practical training would undoubtedly be his. In response to Zhang Daxian's words, Chu Xiu smiled lightly, then summoned his snow crystal silver lion from his beast control space, riding it, and swiftly departing in one direction, disappearing from Zhang Daxian's sight in the blink of an eye. Fire Fur Dog, let's go. Zhang Daxian withdrew his gaze, summoned his beast, and said to the Fire Fur Dog. Then he flipped over and mounted the dog's back, letting it carry him away in another direction. For Chu Xiu and his companions, the practical training in Qingshan Town was mostly peaceful after the attack from the Demon Association on the first night. In the following 6 days, Chu Xiu did not return to the temporary camp and continued to hunt monsters within the confines of Qingshan Town. Coupled with his formidable strength, he was able to slay a large number of monsters every day. Additionally, the snow crystal silver lion he contracted in Qingshan Town had undergone a growth acceleration of 256 times in the SS-level beast control space, rising from a bronze rank 3 at the time of contract to a bronze rank 9 in just 6 days. This equated to an increase of 1 rank per day, and this was without the assistance of magical nutrient solutions and other beast resources. If he had sufficient magical nutrient solutions and beast resources, the snow crystal silver lion's rank would be even higher. Today marks the last day in Qingshan Town. Oh, it's getting late, we should head back. At the edge of a dilapidated street in Qingshan Town, Chu Xiu cut off a right ear from a bronze-level monster, the lion mastiff, which had been slain by the snow crystal silver lion. He glanced at the setting sun and placed the ear into a beast skin pouch on the back of the lion. This beast skin pouch was woven from the hide of a wasteland wolf he had used 4 days ago. During these 6 days, Chu Xiu had slain an enormous number of monsters, and the backpack distributed by the school had long been insufficient to hold the spoils he had collected, forcing him to create an additional beast skin pouch for his loot. At this moment, the beast skin pouch on the back of the snow crystal silver lion was also nearly full. Snow crystal silver lion, let's head back to the camp. After placing the right ear of the lion mastiff into the beast skin pouch, Chu Xiu leapt onto the back of the snow crystal silver lion and said to it, "Roar." The snow crystal silver lion let out a thunderous roar, then began to sprint toward the center of Qingshan Town. At this moment, a majority of the students had gathered outside the temporary camp in the town center. As the practical training drew to a close, the scattered students throughout Qingshan Town were nearly all back. At the entrance of the temporary camp stood a massive display screen showing a multitude of names prominently featuring the leaderboard. Besides these students, Yang Cheng and the other teachers from Class 1 stood at the front, tallying the final batch of spoils brought back by the returning students and recording points for ranking. Old class and back Zhang Daxian. Just as the sun set, a loud voice suddenly called out from the back of the crowd. Upon hearing this shout, the students quickly made way, and Zhang Daxian rode his Fire Fur Dog up to Yang Cheng, placing his backpack on the table in front of him. The rules of the practical training state that killing ordinary level monsters earns 1 point per right ear, and killing bronze level monsters earns 20 points. 13 right ears from ordinary level monsters, and 2 from bronze level monsters, totaling 53 points. Adding in the points from the previous 6 days, classmate Zhang Daxian has obtained a total of 421 points in this practical training, currently ranking second in the entire school. Yang Cheng announced loudly after counting the beast ears in Zhang Daxian's backpack under the gaze of the crowd. As his words fell, Zhang Daxian's ranking on the leaderboard in front of the temporary camp hall rose from 3rd place to 2nd. Wow, I didn't expect to get 2nd place and surpass Song Jihao from Class 1. Not bad, ha. Looking at his position on the leaderboard, Zhang Daxian burst into laughter, deliberately raising his voice, while provocatively glancing towards Class 3, locking his gaze on the frowning Song Jihao. Fatso, you just got lucky and scored 1 more point than me. What's there to be proud of? Besides, only the champion qualifies for rewards in every practical training. Oh, what use is it for you to compete for 2nd or 3rd place against me? Seeing Zhang Daxian's proud look, Song Jihao also stood up, grimfist, and shouted loudly at Zhang Daxian. Whether or not I get a reward is irrelevant. The main thing is being able to surpass you, ha? Moreover, your last statement is incorrect. Do you really think you can hold on to 3rd place? Once my brother Chu returns, you'll immediately fall out of the top 3 rankings. In contrast to Song Zihao's grim expression, Zhang Daxian was very happy. Ha, this is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Based on Chu Xiu, who only contracted his beast a month ago, he dares to compete. However, upon hearing Zhang Daxian's words, Song Jihao scoffed, his gaze fixed on the front leaderboard where Chu Xiu had only scored 126 points, ranking far outside the top 100. As Song Zihao's words fell, a few students from Class 1 immediately began searching for Chu Xiu's name on the ranking. Before the practical training began, Zhang Daxian had already clashed with Song Jihao, and the conflict was due to Chu Xiu, so those students following Song Jihao naturally understood who Zhang Daxian was referring to. Their eyes swiftly scanned the ranking board, and soon they found Chu Xiu's name in the position of 120. Upon seeing Chu Xiu's ranking and points, these students from Class 1 burst into laughter and began to mock him. Song Jihao is right, Zhang Daxian, open your eyes and take a good look. The Chu Xiu you mentioned hasn't even entered the top 100. A waste with only 126 points at this point. If he can make it to the top 3, he'll eat a pound of dung live. He'll eat 2 pounds. Ha. These kids are still too young. Yang Cheng beside Zhang Daxian along with several teachers around wore a helpless smile as they shook their heads. Only the scoring teachers knew that Chu Xiu's 126 points were from the first day. After the first day, he never returned to the temporary camp, so his points naturally remained unchanged. If calculated based on Chu Xiu's pace of earning 126 points on the first day, within the 7 days of this practical training his points would exceed 800, surpassing the current first-ranked Han Ziyue by nearly 200 points. Especially Yang Cheng, who had seen Chu Xiu's spirit beast, the Snow Crystal Silver Lion, knew its extraordinary nature. Chu Xiu definitely had the strength to vie for first place. In front, looking at the mocking students from Class 1, Zhang Daxian crossed his arms, observing them as one would a clown. Among everyone present, only he knew how terrifying Chu Xiu's strength truly was. Thus, even upon seeing Chu Xiu's current points ranking, he remained completely unfazed. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar of a lion echoed from behind. This unexpected sound startled most of the students focused on Zhang Daxian, who quickly turned to look. Song Zhihao and Han Ziyue at the front of the Class 1 team also turned their heads at the sound, their gazes shifting to the back of the group. What a majestic lion! When everyone's gaze landed on the Snow Crystal Silver Lion, which stood over 2 meters tall and measured more than 4 meters in length, an astonished gasp passed through their minds. What spirit beast is this lion? I've never seen it before. And why does its aura feel so much stronger than my little body? What spirit beast is this lion? I've never seen it before. And why does its aura feel so much stronger than my little body? And her heart was filled with. She felt an extraordinary pressure emanating from the Snow Crystal Silver Lion. Now, as a Black Iron 5-star Beastmaster with her Ice-Winged Falcon reaching Black Iron 6-star, she should have no rivals among all students. Yet she sensed immense pressure from the Snow Crystal Silver Lion, clearly indicating that its strength was not inferior to her Ice-Winged Falcon, capable of threatening her and her spirit beast. Even a genius like Han Ziyue felt such great pressure from the Snow Crystal Silver Lion. One can imagine how the other The group of students near the Snow Crystal Silver Lion turned pale in the face of the overwhelming aura it released. Soon a passage wider than the one for Zhang Daxian earlier was created by the crowd, all eyes focused on Chu Xiu riding the Snow Crystal Silver Lion, their faces displaying shock. Looks like I returned later than I thought. At this moment, Chu Xiu atop the Snow Crystal Silver Lion was also surprised to see the hundreds of students present muttering a phrase before no longer hesitating, urging the Snow Crystal Silver Lion towards the temporary camp's entrance. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Chu Xiu calmly took off the backpack and additional beast skin bag from the Snow Crystal Silver Lion's back and placed them on the large table in front of Yang Cheng, smiling as he said, "Teacher, I'm back to submit my tasks." After saying this, he unzipped the backpack and untied the drawstring of the beast skin bag, dumping out all the beast ears he had hunted over the past few days. In the blink of an eye, the beast ears piled up into a small mountain on the table, nearly filling the entire surface. So many. Did he wipe out all the monsters in Qingshan town? How is that possible? How could he have so many beast ears? As the students behind witnessed this scene, they all widened their eyes in shock, displaying expressions of disbelief. Especially Song Zhihao and the few students from Class 1, their expressions grew serious. Among them, the two who had just jokingly said they would eat dung looked particularly grim. Just from their current estimation, even if all the beast ears were from ordinary monsters, it would still exceed 400. Adding to Chu Xiu's original 126 points, surpassing 500 points was assured, and with 500 points, he would definitely make it to the top 3. In front of Chu Xiu, Yang Cheng looked at the pile of beast ears with surprise on his face. However, he did not forget his duty and immediately began to count them publicly. It took him a good while to finish counting all of Chu Xiu's gains. 415 right ears from ordinary monsters, 37 right ears from black iron monsters, totaling 1155 points. Adding the original 126 points, Chu Xiu has a total of 1281 points, ranking first. After counting all the beast ears, Yang Cheng's surprise grew even greater as he smiled at Chu Xiu, saying, 1281 points, Chu Xiu, you've given me quite a surprise. Although he knew that Chu Xiu's spirit beast had already reached black iron level, he did not expect Chu Xiu to achieve such a high score, surpassing the recognized first genius of Class 1 Han Ziyue by double. This would mean that Chu Xiu's spirit beast strength was not only stronger than Han Ziyue's. Cough, just average, I suppose. Hearing Yang Cheng's praise, Chu Xiu merely smiled calmly as if all of this was to be expected. Wow, 1281 points, did I hear that right? Han Ziyue only has 635 points, and Chu Xiu's score is actually double hers. After today, the title of the first genius of Class 1 is likely to change hands. Over 1,000 points, how did he do it? I don't know how he did it, but I just want to see someone eat dung live now. Zhang Daxian folded his arms and called out to the two students who had slipped into the crowd, mocking them for having boasted they would live stream themselves eating excrement, and asking why they were now hiding, all the while glancing at Chu Xiu, who had calmly secured first place. Those two were the very ones who had brazenly declared they would stream that disgusting stunt. Zhang Daxian's scolding immediately drew the attention of every student nearby, all turning to look at the pair with expressions that promised they would enjoy the spectacle. The students from Class 2 were especially vociferous, echoing the very words the two had spoken moments before. Sensing the hostile gazes and hearing the jeers from Class 2, the two students behind Song Zhihao flushed scarlet. If any crack in the ground had opened, they would have dove into it without hesitation. How humiliating. Enough, they are all classmates. This was only a joke, there is no need to take it so seriously. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 stood and spoke up, calming the surrounding murmur and saving the two from further. Yang Cheng shot Zhang Daxian a discreet look. Understanding instantly, Zhang Daxian ceased his provocation, instead casting a taunting glance at the livid Song Zhihao before falling silent. Damn, didn't Chu Xiu only contract his spirit beast less than a month ago? How could his beast be this powerful? Watching Zhang Daxian's smug demeanor, Song Zhihao felt as if his lungs might explode with fury. Incredulity likewise flickered in his eyes as he stared at the Shuejing Yinsher. By Chu Xiu's side, his emotions a tangled mess. Had Chu Xiu not returned with so many beast ears brought by the Shuejing Yinsher, Song Zhihao would have been certain Chu Xiu had, but with the Shuejing Yinsher standing beside Chu Xiu and radiating such an oppressive presence, he knew all too well that this beast was far superior to his own. With such a formidable contracted spirit beast, there could be no fabrication in Chu Xiu's astonishing result. Though he resented falling out of the top 3, the matter was settled, and he had to swallow his pride. Chu Xiu, normally an unassuming, almost invisible presence at Yizhong, had today outshone everyone to seize first place in the practical training. Truly unexpected. But I will not concede so easily. When the college entrance exams arrive, I shall reclaim my first place. At the front of Class 1's line, Han Ziyue had recovered from the shock the Shuejing Yinsher had inflicted. Watching Chu Xiu's retreating figure, a glint of combativeness flashed across her beautiful eyes. Although Chu Xiu's Shuejing Yinsher weighed heavily on her, Han Xianming had already prepared evolution resources for her own bonded beast. Before the college entrance exams, her beast would undergo evolution. When it evolved into an outstanding quality beast, its strength would climb several tiers, and it would certainly not be weaker than Chu Xiu's Shuejing Yinsher. Time hurried on, as the sun sank and night cloaked Qingshan town. The practical training at Yizhong was finally brought to a close. With a score exceeding 1,200, Chu Xiu unsurprisingly retained first place and became the champion of this practical training. The announcement was made that the champion was Senior 3 Class 2, Chu Xiu. Let us congratulate Chu Xiu on becoming the champion of the practical training. Principal Han Xianming reappeared before the students to declare the victor. At once, Zhang Daxian and every student from Senior 3 Class 2 erupted in cheers. Thunderous applause. After the applause dwindled, Han Xianming waved his hand, and the assembly fell silent. Seeing the calm restored, Han Xianming instructed, "The practical training is concluded. Teachers, lead your classes back onto the reinforced buses we arrived in. We will depart immediately and return to Linjiang City." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Chu Xiu with evident admiration and said slowly that Chu Xiu should come with him. Then he turned and walked toward the central tent of the temporary camp. Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback by this. Seeing Chu Xiu hesitate, homeroom teacher Yang Li urged him on, telling him the principal intended to present his champion's reward and he should go. At those words, Chu Xiu finally grasped the situation, though a small flicker of puzzlement remained in his heart. Usually the school's prize for the practical training champion was fixed and straightforward. There seemed no reason to summon him separately just to discuss it. Even so, Chu Xiu nodded briskly and quickened his pace to catch up with Han Xianming, who once he spoke with the principal, he would understand the reason. Zhang Daxian and the other students watched with envy as they lingered, all curious to see what reward Chu Xiu. Only after the class teachers pressed them did the students reluctantly board their respective reinforced buses. Inside the tent, Chu Xiu entered first and greeted Principal Han Xianming politely. Han Xianming nodded in response, then smiled kindly and said that according to Yizhong tradition, the student who wins the practical training is entitled to one free opportunity to evolve their bonded beast. He explained that previous champions' beasts were cataloged creatures with established evolution plans, so the school would assist them in completing an evolution before the college entrance exams. However, observing Chu Xiu's lion-type beast, which appeared to be an ice attribute variant, he feared that even if the president of the Linjiang City Breeders Association were to intervene, personally, no evolution plan could be devised in such a short time. Therefore, he had asked Chu Xiu to come so they could discuss the reward apart from arranging the school to attempt the evolution of that mutated ice lion. Chu Xiu could request other rewards, and anything within Han Xianming's power he would strive to fulfill. So that was why. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu finally understood why the principal had summoned him alone to speak. It turned out the principal knew the school could not guarantee the evolution of his mutated Shuejing Yinsher, and so had given Chu Xiu the chance to name his own prize. Recovering his composure, Chu Xiu's mind formed an idea. He smiled and looked toward Han Xianming. He chuckled softly and confessed that he did indeed desire something more urgent than the Shuejing Yinshi's evolution, though he was unsure whether the principal could grant it. Intrigued, Han Xianming asked him to speak, plainly promising that if it was within his means, he would not be stingy in providing. "Principal, the thing I need is something you can certainly procure." Watching Han Xianming beat his chest to assure him, Chu Xiu's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. He extended his right hand with fingers splayed toward Han Xianming and said slowly, "I only need 500 liters of golden grade beast blood." Golden grade beast blood, I can indeed supply some. Wait, how much did you say? 500 liters? At first, when he heard Chu Xiu, Han Xianming nodded calmly. But before he could continue, his tone shifted abruptly, his eyes widening as he stared at Chu Xiu and cried out in astonishment. He certainly possessed golden grade beast blood. He could squeeze a little from his golden grade tamed beast. What he had not expected was that Chu Xiu would require as much as 500 liters. Such an enormous quantity would nearly drain even his golden grade tamed creature, the Qing Lining, to gather. "Chu Xiu, do you have a bloodline beast? Why do you need so much golden grade beast blood?" Moreover, even if you did possess a bloodline beast, even a bronze grade one might not withstand the ferocious energy contained within golden grade beast blood. Do not fool yourself. Han Xianming, fittingly a golden grade beast tamer, who had seen much, recovered quickly from his shock, and asked Chu Xiu, a streak of concern appearing on his face. Principal, rest assured, I act with discretion. Once I obtain the golden grade beast blood, I will not misuse it. Chu Xiu did not answer Han's questions directly, instead patting his chest to promise. After speaking, Chu Xiu's eyes flicked, and he continued, of course, Principal, if you think 500 liters of golden grade beast blood is too precious, I can simply pay for it. He had earned a tidy sum producing mid-grade mana nutrients at the City Defense Research Institute. His account now held a cold 360 million, more than enough to purchase 500 liters of golden grade beast blood. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chu Xiu, Han Xianming's face darkened and he twitched at the corner of his mouth, saying, look at what you say. I am a proud golden grade beast tamer. Once a word is given, it cannot be retracted. Since I promised to procure something I could deliver to compensate your championship reward, naturally, you need not pay extra. You are rather fortunate. On the first night of field training, Director Mu of the Qingyi Bureau and I happened to slay a golden grade beast belonging to a golden grade beast tamer from the Tianyao Association. When we return, I will discuss it with Director Mu and strive to obtain the blood of that golden grade beast for you. Really, that would be wonderful, Principal. At those words, Chu Xiu trembled, a sharp gleam exploding in his eyes. Joy spread across his face as he hurriedly thanked him. When he had first asked Han Xianming to procure 500 liters of golden grade beast blood, it had been little more than a 10. He never expected Han Xianming to actually agree. Now the most difficult Tagada resource for the next evolution of his Onren Tanglang was within reach. If he bought 100 silver grade beast hearts and 5 blood essence stones on the market, he could begin the bloodthirsty evolution of the Onren Tonglong, evolving it into the perfect quality Shueran Quangtong. A perfect quality tamed beast. Such a high-grade creature was something even a golden grade beast tamer like Han Xianming had never possessed. At the thought, Chu Xiu could not contain his excitement. This kid, it's only 500 liters of golden grade beast blood. Is there reason to be so thrilled? Does he have some peculiar obsession? Watching Chu Xiu's ecstatic expression, an odd look flashed across Han Xianming's eyes as he pondered inwardly. Shaking his head, Han dismissed his impractical musings and said to Chu Xiu, since what you need has been settled, travel back to Linjiang City with the team. Remember to come to my office tomorrow and guide me to your home so I can deliver the items. 500 liters of golden grade beast blood is no small amount. Without a beast storage space, even if Han handed the blood to Chu Xiu, transporting it home would be a considerable burden. So he resolved to do the decent thing and deliver the items directly to Chu Xiu's home, sparing him the worry. Thank you so much, Principal. Hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled, nodded to Han Xianming, bade farewell, and turned to leave the tent. 500 liters of golden grade beast blood. Who knows if the slain golden grade feral bird yielded enough. If not, I'll have to make my Qinglin and give some up. Then I'll have to spend a large sum on supplements to restore the Qinglin. What a costly loss. If I had known the boy would ask for so much golden grade beast blood, I should not have spoken so confidently. Only after Chu Xiu left did Han Xianming slap his forehead, his face full of rue. Chu Xiu, having already left the tent, was unaware of the scene that had occurred inside. Leaving Han Xianming's tent, he dashed toward the blast-proof coach, where second squad was stationed, boarded, and with the main force set off for Linjiang City. Escorted by 2 military trucks and the city defense force, the journey was uneventful, and everyone returned safely. After a brief assembly on the one high school playground, everyone dispersed quickly, each excitedly hurrying home. Chu Xiu also hurried home after the dismissal. As soon as he arrived, he phoned his sister to report he was safe, then went to the city's central trading market to purchase a batch of silver-grade beast hearts and blood essence stones. Zhang's beast shop. This must be the beast shop run by Zhang Daxian's family, he thought. Arriving at the trading center, Chu Xiu stared at the large beast resource marketplace before him, surprised, and then stepped inside. Esteemed guest, welcome to Zhang's beast shop. How may I assist you? As he entered, a clerk approached with a professional smile. I need to purchase 5 blood essence stones and 100 fresh silver-grade beast hearts, Chu Xiu said plainly. 100 fresh silver-grade beast hearts. The clerk exhaled softly upon hearing Chu Xiu's request, surprise evident on his face. Is there a problem? Seeing the clerk's expression, Chu Xiu frowned. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, the attendant immediately nodded and said, silver-level monsters are inherently powerful, and hunting them is no easy feat. Moreover, there are only about 100 silver-level beast tamers in the entire Linjiang City, and our Zhang's beast shop can only trade for a few silver-level monster carcasses each month. Taking out 100 silver-level monster hearts at once is extremely difficult for us, let alone fresh silver-level monsters. After saying this, a hint of apology appeared on his face as he slightly bowed to Chu Xiu. So that's how it is. Hearing his explanation, Chu Xiu finally understood and nodded. Dear guest, while we cannot meet your demand for silver-level monster hearts, we do have 5 blood essence stones in our store. At this moment, the attendant beside him smiled and spoke again. Then give me 5 blood essence stones. Also, I need 5 of each ice core and cold marrow dew along with 10 snow. Seeing this, Chu Xiu no longer hesitated over the 100 silver-level monster hearts and instead presented a new request to the attendant. The evolution resources he sought were materials needed for the Snow Crystal Silver Lion to evolve into the Snow Shadow Battle Lion. It seemed he had encountered a big client today. Upon learning of the evolution resources Chu Xiu needed, the attendant beside him was overjoyed. His smile becoming even more enthusiastic as he quickly gestured to Chu Xiu. "We have all of those, please follow me." After saying this, he led Chu Xiu to the second floor. 3 minutes later, after obtaining the required evolution resources, Chu Xiu left Zhang's beast shop and took a taxi to the City Defense Research Institute. Unlike the Dark Blade Mantis, the Snow Crystal Silver Lion is massive, and he could not accommodate a 2-meter-tall Snow Crystal Silver Lion in his home, nor did he have the various instruments for preparing evolution resources. The large laboratory at the City Defense Research Institute was the most suitable place for the evolution of the Snow Crystal Silver Lion. "Master Chu, you are back. I will notify the director right away." When Chu Xiu appeared at the City Defense Research Institute, a staff member immediately exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. "Wait a moment, I need to enter seclusion to evolve my beast." "Don't rush to inform Master Gong. Once I complete the evolution, you can inform him then." Seeing this, Chu Xiu quickly raised his hand to stop him. "All right, understood." The staff member immediately agreed. Thus Chu Xiu swiftly arrived at his own independent laboratory, closed the door, and summoned the Snow Crystal Silver Lion from his beast space, simultaneously taking out the series of Ice-type evolution resources, including the Snow Shadow Flowers, Cold Marrow Dew, and Ice Core. Roar! As soon as the Snow Crystal Silver Lion saw these evolution resources, it was immediately captivated by the rich Ice-type magical energy emanating from them, letting out a low growl of immense desire. It could sense that if it could devour these Ice-type beast resources, its strength would surely see a significant increase. Big White, wait a moment. I need to refine these evolution resources first to maximize their effects. Seeing the desire and brilliance in the Snow Crystal Silver Lion's eyes, Chu Xiu smiled and spoke to it. Big White was the nickname he had given to the Snow Crystal Silver Lion. Roar, roar. Upon hearing this, the Snow Crystal Silver Lion immediately let out 2 low growls and obediently laid down on the ground waiting. Chu Xiu did not hesitate and quickly organized all the evolution resources, placing them on the experimental table. He first soaked the Ice Core in the Cold Marrow Dew, then crushed the Snow Shadow Flowers, extracting a pile of milky white juice, which he slowly poured into the Cold Marrow Dew. As he poured, he continuously stirred with a glass rod. The Ice Core and the Cold Marrow Dew collided, making a clinking sound. As Chu Xiu kept adding the juice from the Snow Shadow Flowers and stirring, blending it with the Cold Marrow Dew, the Ice Core began to slowly dissolve, ultimately merging completely with the Cold Marrow Dew. Big White, drink this bucket of potion, and you will complete your evolution. Half an hour later, a large bucket of pure white potion radiating cold air was refined by Chu Xiu and placed in front of the Snow Crystal Silver Lion. Roar! The Snow Crystal Silver Lion had long desired the potion created by Chu Xiu. After receiving his command, it immediately let out a joyful roar and gulped down the entire bucket of potion. The evolution process of the Snow Crystal Silver Lion was much simpler than that of the Dark Blade Mantis. As the bucket of pure white potion was consumed by the Snow Crystal Silver Lion, a surge of cold air suddenly erupted from within, causing the moisture in the surrounding air to rapidly condense into falling snowflakes, and the temperature in the entire laboratory began to plummet. At the same time, a layer of ice crystals enveloped the Snow Crystal Silver Lion, and in less than 2 breaths it transformed into a massive ice sculpture thoroughly encased in ice. Watching the frozen Snow Crystal Silver Lion, Chu Xiu showed no signs of worry. He simply moved away from its side, went to another experimental table, opened the furnace, and stood beside it to warm himself. Buzz! Crack! Crack! After about 2.5 hours, the Snow Crystal Silver Lion, originally encased in solid ice, suddenly shone with a milky white light of evolution, accompanied by the sound of ice cracking resonating with the luminous display. It's about to succeed. Boom! Just as Chu Xiu was thinking this, the solid ice encasing the Snow Crystal Silver Lion shattered with a loud crash, turning into ice shards that fell to the ground, revealing the form of the Snow Crystal Silver Lion after its evolution. Ding! The host has successfully evolved the Snow Crystal Silver Lion. Achievement points 100. Chu Xiu quickly raised his gaze and saw that the Snow Crystal Silver Lion had not undergone any significant changes in size after its evolution. However, its original silver-white fur had completely vanished, replaced by a layer of translucent ice armor. The claws beneath its limbs had extended by half, and its lion-like eyes had turned ice blue, with shards of ice dropping from the air with every breath. At first glance, it looked like a walking ice sculpture of a lion, majestic and extraordinary. Snow Shadow Battle Lion attributes: Ice Quality, Excellent Level, Bronze 1-star. Talents: Ice Crystal Armor, Frost Impact, Ice Storm Combo, Snow Shadow. Flash Status: Perfect Evolution. Chain: Snow Crystal Silver Lion, Snow Shadow Battle Lion, Winter Festival Lion, Ice Core Lion King, Extreme Cold Saint Lion, Snow Shadow Battle Lion, Winter Festival Lion, Extreme Cold Evolution: Absorb the extreme cold energy of 10 polar ice crystals, and after using 3 Winter Festival soul fruits to freeze the souls of 10 or more silver level ice attribute monsters, it can complete its evolution. Introduction: Evolved from the mutated beast Snow Crystal Silver Lion, it wields powerful ice magic, moves faster, and has immense potential. After evolution, Shuaying War Lion's cultivation rank ascended from Iron Tier 9th star to Bronze Tier 1st star. Though this leap was 5 stars smaller than the Darkblade Mantis's earlier surge, from ordinary 7th star directly to Iron Tier 3rd star, the overall enhancement in combat prowess remained comparable. After all, the higher a beast's cultivation rank, the greater the energy required for each star's advancement. Upon completing its evolution, Shuang War Lion swiftly approached Chu Xiu, its massive head nuzzling affectionately against his body with evident delight. Alright. By now that you've evolved, could you please clear away that pile of ice first? Chu Xiu gently stroked the great beast's broad skull, then pointed toward the scattered shards of ice left behind when Shuang War Lion broke free from its icy prison. Roar, roar. Following Chu Xiu's gesture, the lion nodded decisively and opened its maw, whereupon the scattered ice fragments flowed like liquid into its belly. It can transmute solid ice into its own ice-aligned arcane energy, a truly exceptional ability. Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed as he sensed the intensified aura of frosty power radiating from Shuang War Lion. With such an ability, Shuang War Lion would gain tremendous endurance when fighting across snowbound or glacial terrain. After murmuring his appreciation, Chu Xiu gazed at the immaculate laboratory floor, patted Shuang War Lion's head once more and praised, "Well done, bye. Next I'll prepare a batch of intermediate arcane nutrient solution to elevate your rank. Return to your beast domain for now." At his words, Shuang War Lion obediently dipped its head. With a mere thought, Chu Xiu retracted it into the beast. Once Shuang War Lion had vanished into the beast domain, Chu Xiu opened the laboratory door and stepped out, meeting Gong Jiantao before returning with a large consignment of bronze-tier arcane source flowers to resume full focus on crafting the intermediate arcane nutrient solution. By dawn the next day, after over 14 hours of meticulous work, Chu Xiu had produced more than 8,000 vials. He submitted only his mandatory quota to the City Defense Research Institute. The remainder he reserved exclusively for strengthening his own beasts, refusing to sell any further to the Institute. With this batch of intermediate arcane nutrient solution, I should ascend 3 or 4 stars. Sustained cultivation with this solution, coupled with the SS-tier growth acceleration of the beast domain, means Bai will reach silver tier status within just 3 days. Having stored the majority of the solution within the beast domain, Chu Xiu slung a large backpack, containing only a modest portion as cover, over his shoulder and departed the City Defense Research Institute, heading toward Linjiang No. 1 high school. He did not remain to produce more solution, not because he lacked capacity, but because he had already arranged with Principal Han Xianming to meet him today in the principal's office, requesting delivery of 500 liters of golden-tier demonic beast blood to his residence. En route to Linjiang No. 1 high school, Chu Xiu discreetly located a secluded spot, concealed the backpack within the beast domain, and arrived at the school unburdened, stopping outside Principal Han Xianming's office. "Principal, is that you in there?" "I'm here." Standing before the office door, Chu Xiu rapped firmly and called, "You certainly arrived early, young man." The moment the knock echoed, the door swung open, and Han Xianming's voice emerged from within. His figure appeared instantly, stepping before Chu Xiu. "Principal." Chu Xiu offered a respectful greeting, then grinned. Heh. I simply couldn't sleep last night, knowing what I needed was finally within reach, so I came the instant dawn broke." Han Xianming listened, glanced at Chu Xiu's beaming face, and sighed inwardly. "You're thrilled, but I've spent the entire night running errands on your behalf." As anticipated during their time in Qingshan Town, the blood of the golden-tier demonic beast slain earlier proved insufficient for Chu Xiu's requirements. After prolonged negotiation with Mu Jingfeng, Han Xianming extracted every last drop from the beast's corpse, yielding only 380 liters. The remaining 120 liters demanded extraordinary persuasion. He coaxed his azure-scaled eagle with solemn vows of rare celestial herbs and premium spiritual nourishment. Only then did the eagle consent to part with such a volume of blood. Recalling the steep personal cost of the previous night, Han Xianming still winced inwardly. Yet having pledged his word to Chu Xiu from the outset, he had no choice but to swallow his regret, silently, and without betraying even a flicker of reluctance before his student. Otherwise rumors would tarnish his dignity. How could the revered golden-tier expert and principal of Tiannan No. 1 high school afford such diminished authority? All 500 liters of golden-tier demonic beast blood are prepared. Let's go. I'll accompany you home. Han Xianming suppressed his inner turmoil with a deep breath, forcing a faint smile onto his face as he spoke to Chu Xiu. Yes, principal, follow me." Chu Xiu nodded eagerly, then turned and led Han Xianming out of Tiannan No. "Principal, safe travels." Half an hour later, Chu Xiu stood beneath his apartment building, waving warmly as the vehicle carrying Han Xianming disappeared down the street. Once the car's silhouette vanished completely from view, Chu Xiu whirled around and sprinted home at top speed. 500 liters of golden-tier beast blood, finally secured. Now only a silver-tier demonic beast's heart remains, the final component needed for Xiao Dao's second-stage bloodthirsty evolution. Back home, Chu Xiu stared at 2 towering glass vessels brimming with crimson blood, his exhilaration unmistakable. Since the blood originated from 2 distinct golden-tier demonic beasts, Han Xianming had thoughtfully packaged them separately and reminded Chu Xiu accordingly. Yet he was unaware that Chu Xiu intended to immerse the Darkblade Mantis entirely in the blood, rendering any mixture irrelevant. Store. With a single mental command, Chu Xiu drew both colossal glass vessels, taller than himself, into the beast domain. For most local beast tamers in Linjiang City, silver-tier demonic beasts remain formidable adversaries. Acquiring 100 fresh silver-tier hearts demands personal forays into low-tier secret realms. Once Bai reaches silver-tier in 2 days, we'll venture beyond the city walls to hunt silver-tier beasts and gather the final ingredient for Xiao Dao's evolution. Having secured the golden tier blood within the beast domain, Chu Xiu's resolve crystallized. After acquiring the blood of a golden tier demon beast, Chu Xiu went to purchase a batch of dark attribute beast-taming resources, which he tossed into the beast-taming space for the dark blade mantis to cultivate. Including the expenses for the evolution resources of the snow crystal silver lion, Chu Xiu's bank card balance vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving him with only a third of his funds. Raising beast companions really burns through money. Looking at the reduced balance on his bank card, Chu Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, after which he returned to his monotonous daily life. Every day, besides crafting intermediate magical nutrient solutions at the City Defense Research Institute, he stayed home to cultivate. Through his almost obsessive efforts, 3 days later the Snow Shadow Battle Lion successfully advanced to a silver tier beast, and his own level also rose from bronze 3 stars to bronze 4 stars. Meanwhile, the Dark Blade Mantis, which had been in the beast-taming space, successfully advanced by 1 star to silver 5 stars after absorbing a large amount of dark attribute beast resources and benefiting from the growth acceleration of the SS-tier beast-taming space. With a silver 5-star Dark Blade Mantis and a silver 1-star Snow Shadow Battle Lion, both of which are of exceptional quality, my current beast-taming strength should rank among the top among all beast-tamers in Linjiang City. Now it's time to head out and hunt silver-tier demon beasts, allowing the little knife to devour hearts and complete its second phase of evolution. Chu Xiu glanced at his 2 major beasts in the beast-taming space, a satisfied smile crossing his face as he spoke to himself. After speaking, Chu Xiu placed the already prepared letter on the living room table, weighing it down with a teacup before stepping. During these 3 days, in addition to crafting intermediate magical nutrient solutions to enhance the Snow Shadow Battle Lion's strength level, he also gathered quite a bit of information about the situation outside the city, clarifying his goals for this outing. That goal was the newly appeared spatial rift located 300 kilometers northwest of Linjiang City, which had been reported in the news recently. Now, a month later, the Demon Suppression Division's officials had completed the assessment of the secret realm behind that spatial rift, determining that it was a medium-sized secret realm of considerable scale. Around Linjiang City, there are mostly minor and micro-secret realms. In order to hunt silver-tier demon beasts, Chu Xiu must venture into at least a small-sized secret realm. In small-sized secret realms, the strongest demon beasts are only silver-tier, while most demon beasts are of black, iron, and bronze levels. Silver-tier demon beasts are scarce in small-sized secret realms, almost always existing as local overlords. Chu Xiu needs 100 fresh silver-tier demon beast hearts, and it is unlikely that the silver-tier demon beasts in these small-sized secret realms will meet his needs. Therefore, Chu Xiu chose the recently emerged medium-sized secret realm. Although there are many golden-tier demon beasts in medium-sized secret realms, and even some powerful platinum-tier ones which poses a greater danger than small-sized secret realms, the number of silver-tier demon beasts in medium-sized secret realms is quite substantial, easily fulfilling his needs. Dubai, head in this direction. After leaving the city, Chu Xiu walked to an open area and summoned the Snow Shadow Battle Lion. Looking at the map in his hand, he pointed northwest, then mounted the back of the Snow Shadow Battle Lion. Roar! Following Chu Xiu's command, the Snow Shadow Battle Lion let out a roar and began to run northwest. Sitting on the back of the Snow Shadow Battle Lion, Chu Xiu's black hair was whipped back by the fierce wind blowing towards him, with the sound of howling wind ringing in his ears. After reaching silver 1 star, the Snow Shadow Battle Lion's running speed was comparable to that of a car speeding on the highway. This was under normal running conditions. If the Snow Shadow Battle Lion were to sprint with all its might, its speed could double. Along the way, the Snow Shadow Battle Lion did not conceal its aura, fully displaying its silver-tier presence. Before the Snow Shadow Battle Lion could approach, the demon beasts outside the city had already sensed its dominating aura from a distance and hurriedly avoided it. Although there were quite a few demon beasts in the wild, most were of ordinary and black iron levels, with bronze-tier demon beasts being. Encountering a silver-tier Snow Shadow Battle Lion, these demon beasts were eager to steer clear, which allowed Chu Xiu to pass without any hindrance. After the Snow Shadow Battle Lion had been running for an hour and a half, the two finally arrived at their destination. This is the secret realm entrance that has recently appeared. Its scale is indeed not comparable to that of a micro-secret realm. Looking at the gigantic spatial portal towering over 100 feet high and over 50 feet wide, Chu Xiu gasped in amazement. Compared to the micro-secret realm entrance of Linjiang No. 1 High School, the entrance of this medium-sized secret realm was at least 100 times larger. This is the aura of silver 1 star. This kid's beast companion has actually reached silver tier, and he is so young. Where did this genius come from? I've never seen the ice lion under him, but it looks impressively formidable and is clearly a high-quality beast companion. To possess such a high-quality silver-tier beast companion at such a young age, this child's identity must be extraordinary. He is likely a genius disciple from a major power. Every newly emerged secret realm, having never been developed, contains a wealth of rare treasures. Thus, each new secret realm attracts a multitude of beast tamers seeking fortune. This secret realm was no exception. Besides Chu Xiu, quite a few other beast tamers with at least bronze-level strength were also gathered at the entrance. As Chu Xiu observed the spatial portal ahead, the surrounding beast tamers also sensed the silver-tier aura emanating from the Snow Shadow Battle Lion. Seeing that Chu Xiu was so young, yet possessed a silver-tier beast companion, the other beast tamers perked up, speculating about his origin. This place is over 300 kilometers away from Linjiang City, and the beast tamers gathered here are not only from Linjiang City, but also from several nearby base cities. However, without exception, none of these people recognized Chu Xiu. At the entrance to the secret realm, an old man leisurely sipping tea in front of a small wooden cabin also noticed Chu Xiu. With just a casual glance at Chu Xiu and the Snow Shadow Battle Lion, the old man discerned their strength levels. A bronze 4-star kid actually raised a silver 1-star beast companion, and it's a variant I've never seen before. This kid, after seeing through Chu Xiu and the Snow Shadow Battle Lion's levels, a glimmer of light flashed in the old man's murky eyes. At the same time, Chu Xiu also noticed his presence. This old man should be a powerful figure sent by the Demon Suppression Division to guard this secret realm. Seeing the immense respect shown by the other beast tamers around him, Chu Xiu immediately guessed the old man's identity. The Demon Suppression Division is a department specifically established by the Divine Xia Empire to suppress secret realms across the nation, comprising countless strong individuals. Whenever a new secret realm appears in the wild, the powerful members of the Demon Suppression Division are the first to assess the realm's level and then dispatch correspondingly powerful individuals to guard the entrance. Their sole purpose is to prevent the demon beasts within the secret realm from breaking out and causing havoc. The fact that the old man was assigned to guard a medium-sized secret realm clearly indicates he is a platinum-tier powerhouse. Little brother, this must be your first time entering a medium-sized secret realm to seek treasure. Why not join our hunting group? It's dangerous in the secret realm, and having more people is beneficial for mutual support. As Chu Xiu looked at the old man guarding the entrance of the secret realm, a burly middle-aged man approached him, extending an invitation. The middle-aged man was tall and muscular with a powerful aura emanating from him, indicating his status as a silver-level beastmaster. Behind this middle-aged man followed 2 men and 1 woman, all beastmasters. Except for the female beastmaster who was a silver level, the other 2 male beastmasters were bronze level. Such a hunting group possessed an absolute first-class strength in Linjiang City, but they still needed to be cautious while operating in a medium-sized secret realm. The middle-aged man invited Chu Xiu to join their hunting group partly because he valued the strength of the Snow Shadow War Lion and also considered Chu Xiu's background. In the middle-aged man's view, the fact that Chu Xiu was able to cultivate a silver-level beast at such a young age indicated that his background was extraordinary, and he surely had many life-saving cards up his sleeve. Traveling with such a talented young man would greatly enhance their safety in the medium-sized secret realm. Uncle, thank you for the generous invitation, but I prefer to act alone. Faced with the middle-aged man's invitation, Chu Xiu apologized with a smile and declined. Big White, let's go. After speaking, Chu Xiu rode the Snow Shadow War Lion towards the entrance of the secret realm under the gaze of the 4. As they passed through the light curtain at the entrance of the secret realm, Chu Xiu and the Snow Shadow War Lion vanished from the sight of the 4. Oh, what a pity. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man could only shake his head and sigh in regret. Such dense sources of magical energy, 3 times more concentrated than the sources in the school's hazy secret realm. If I use the intermediate magical energy nutrient solution to accelerate my cultivation inside, I can definitely break through to silver level before the college entrance examination. Inside the valley of the secret realm, as soon as Chu Xiu entered, he was struck by the rich sources of magical energy in the medium-sized secret realm, instantly feeling an urge to start cultivating right there. Never mind, the strength of a beast master largely depends on their beast. It's more important to let Little Knife complete its evolution and enhance its strength. Moreover, I am already a bronze-level beast master, and still have an empty beast slot, so there's no rush to break through. However, his rationality quickly suppressed this impulse. After all, he was already quite busy raising the 2 contract. Little Knife, come out. After some thought, Chu Xiu immediately summoned the Dark Blade Mantis. Looking at the Dark Blade Mantis that appeared before him, Chu Xiu commanded, Little Knife, fly up to scout and give us a warning. Big White, and I will explore ahead and see if there are any silver-level monsters nearby. Be careful to conceal your aura. The Dark Blade Mantis nodded in response, then spread its wings and flew into the sky with a buzz. Big White, let's go. This place is different from outside. You should also conceal your aura. Seeing this, Chu Xiu bent down and patted the head of the Snow Shadow War Lion. Roar. Hearing this, the Snow Shadow War Lion let out a low growl, nodded, and then concealed its entire aura before leading Chu Xiu forward. The valley where the entrance of the secret realm was located was not large. It took the Snow Shadow War Lion and Chu Xiu just over 10 minutes to successfully leave this desolate valley and arrive at a forest area. Perhaps because the entrance to the secret realm was at the end of the valley, and this valley was the only way in for beast masters, the monsters inside had been cleared out by those who came before, as Chu Xiu did not encounter any monsters along the way. It wasn't until they entered the forest area that they began to encounter some monsters, but they were only weak beings of black iron and bronze level. Faced with the 2 silver-level beasts, the Dark Blade Mantis and the Snow Shadow War Lion, these monsters had no chance to fight back and were all slain by Chu Xiu's 2 beasts. Thus they traversed through the forest for a quarter of an hour. Boom. Something's happening. That noise is quite significant. It should be caused by a silver-level monster. Ha, after searching for so long, I've finally encountered a silver-level monster. A sudden roar came from the left, and upon sensing this commotion, Chu Xiu's spirit lifted, revealing a look of delight on his face. Feeling the commotion getting closer from the left, Chu Xiu immediately commanded his 2 beasts, Little Knife, take a look at the situation on the left, and then come down. Big White returned to the beast space first. As soon as he finished speaking, he retracted the Snow Shadow War Lion back into the beast space. In the air following Chu Xiu's command, the Dark Blade Mantis glanced to the left and saw a massive spider leaping through the trees from a kilometer away charging towards them. In front of this giant spider, the Dark Blade Mantis also vaguely saw several figures desperately fleeing. After clearly understanding the situation, it immediately retracted its wings and landed beside Chu Xiu. Gigi. After approaching Chu Xiu, the Dark Blade Mantis gestured with its front limbs and hopped back and forth in front of Chu Xiu, making urgent sounds. Are you saying that someone on the left is being chased by a big spider and fleeing towards us? After observing the Dark Blade Mantis actions, Chu Xiu understood what it was trying to convey through their bond, and immediately, Hearing Chu Xiu's question, the triangular head of the Dark Blade Mantis quickly nodded a few times like a chick pecking at rice. Little knife, who do you think is stronger, you or that spider? Gigi. In response to Chu Xiu's question, the Dark Blade Mantis immediately chirped twice, lightly clashed its blade arms together, straightened up in front of Chu Xiu, and raised its head. Then I can rest assured. Since that monster is coming towards us, let's just wait here for it to come to us. Seeing the confident demeanor of the Dark Blade Mantis, Chu Xiu smiled slightly, and after speaking turned to his left. The Dark Blade Mantis beside him also displayed an eager demeanor. Rumble. The sounds from ahead grew closer, occasionally accompanied by explosions. Dong, dong, dong. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu also distinctly felt the ground vibrating violently. With such a commotion, that spider must be quite large. Chu Xiu pondered as he felt the tremors from the ground. It's coming. In the next moment, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Giant Pincer Mountain Spider. Attribute Earth. Quality Rare. Level Silver 2 stars. Innate skills: Poisonous Pincers, Web Binding, Tenfold Gravity. Status: Angry. Evolution Chain 1. First evolution chain: Giant Pincer Mountain Spider, Rock Armored Spider, Lava Spider. Perfect. Required materials for evolution. Description: a large Earth-type demon beast living in forested areas, massive in size, with a fierce temperament, impressive defense, and a propensity for group living. Its powerful pincers are its greatest weapon. As the trees ahead were destroyed, a giant spider towering over 10 meters appeared in Chu Xiu's line of sight. This giant spider was pitch black with 2 rows of crimson eyes the size of grinding discs on its head. In addition to its 8 stout legs covered in sharp spines, it had a pair of pincers the size of small cars at the front. What kind of monstrous pincers are those? Did a giant shrimp go off track, or did the spider cheat? Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the image of the giant Pincer Mountain Spider. What are you standing there for? Run! Just as Chu Xiu stood still staring at the giant Pincer Mountain Spider, a hurried shout came from ahead. He looked over and saw a young man and woman sprinting towards him, chased by the giant Pincer Mountain Spider. The shout had come from, "These two are not bad, Xiao Dao, let's make a move." Noticing that the other party still remembered to remind him in such a situation, Chu Xiu nodded slightly and spoke to the Dark Blade Mantis. Whoosh! Upon receiving Chu Xiu's command, the already poised Dark Blade Mantis flapped its wings and shot towards the giant Pincer Mountain Spider like a cannonball. Hiss! The young man and woman in front felt a flash of black light in front of them, and before they could react, they heard a sharp. They turned around and were met with a horrifying sight. A massive spider web was falling towards them, overwhelming. It's over. As they watched the enormous spider web coming towards them, their eyes widened in terror. Not long ago, their beasts had been ensnared by this very web, captured alive by the giant Pincer Mountain Spider. The web's resilience was such that even their beasts could not break free, let alone the 2 beast masters. Once ensnared by this web, they would have no chance of survival. But just as despair set in, countless cold blade lights suddenly flickered. As the blade lights flashed, the seemingly indestructible giant web was shredded into countless fragments, scattering to the ground. That's the young man's beast. It effortlessly tore through the giant Pincer Mountain Spider's web. A silver-level beast. It must be a silver-level beast. We are saved. Only at this moment did the two finally see the figure of the Dark Blade Mantis, and they were both astonished and elated. Behind them, the giant Pincer Mountain Spider, seeing its web completely shredded, let out another furious roar, its 2 rows of crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity. Buzz! The tenfold gravity instantly activated, applying its pressure on the Dark Blade Mantis. In an instant, the Dark Blade Mantis, which was flying in midair, was forced down a level. Simultaneously, the 2 giant pincers of the giant Pincer Mountain Spider came crashing down from both sides, aiming to crush the Dark Blade Mantis. Watch out! Seeing this scene, the young man and woman who had just escaped the disaster exclaimed simultaneously. The giant Pincer Mountain Spider was immensely powerful, and the Dark Blade Mantis was less than 1/10 its size. If hit by this attack, there would be no chance of survival. However, just as their shouts echoed, the 2 pincers of the giant Pincer Mountain Spider collided. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a visible shockwave erupted in the air, whipping up a gust of fierce wind that blew in all directions. Not good. Seeing the giant Pincer Mountain Spider's pincers combine in attack, and not seeing the Dark Blade Mantis, the recently escaped young man and woman looked terrified. In their eyes, the Dark Blade Mantis must have been reduced to a pulp by the giant Pincer Mountain Spider's strike. In contrast, Chu Xiu, not far away, remained calm, even a slight smile gracing his lips. It's over. As his whispered words rang out, the figure of the Dark Blade Mantis suddenly appeared above the giant Pincer Mountain Spider, its sharp blades descending with the speed of lightning. Stab! Stab! A pair of blades plunged fiercely into the giant pincer mountain spider's largest two eyes, embedding deep into its head. Not yet finished having landed a successful hit, the dark blade mantis spread its wings and retreated, while simultaneously slicing through the blades embedded in the giant pincer mountain spider's head. With a swoosh, it directly severed both rows of eyes on the giant pincer mountain spider's head, leaving behind 2 wounds over a meter long. The dark blade mantis then withdrew, and at the same time from those 2 gruesome wounds on the giant pincer mountain spider, crimson blood, mixed with the white fluid from its burst eyeballs, gushed out. Hiss! Severely wounded, the giant pincer mountain spider let out a heart-wrenching scream, its immense body rolling and struggling wildly in agony. Blinded, its pincers flailed wildly, smashing the ground into one pit after another. The giant pincer mountain spider's struggles did not last long. After about half a minute, its movements weakened, eventually coming to a complete stop. Done. Xiao Dao, can you go up and dig out this guy's heart to eat? After checking, the giant pincer mountain spider's status had changed to dead on the system panel. Chu Xiu grinned at the dark blade mantis hovering in midair. Upon hearing this, the dark blade mantis immediately nodded and landed on the massive corpse of the giant pincer mountain spider, swinging its dual blades as it quickly located and extracted the heart. Gigi. Looking at the blood-red heart roughly the same size as itself, the dark blade mantis turned to Chu Xiu and emitted 2 low chirps, its large eyes filled with shock. A heart this big? Are you sure you want me to eat it? Cough. Try to eat it all. This thing is immensely beneficial for your power growth. Feeling the dark blade mantis thoughts, Chu Xiu coughed lightly and offered an awkward smile. He hadn't expected that the first silver-level demon beast would be such a massive creature over 10 meters long, and asking the dark blade mantis to finish a heart nearly as large as itself was indeed a tall order. Gigi. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, the dark blade mantis could only let out a reluctant chirp and then begrudgingly buried its head into the heart of the giant pincer mountain spider, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Buzz. As soon as that piece of flesh went down, a warm current spread through the dark blade mantis abdomen, quickly traveling throughout its body, making it feel as if it was soaking in a hot spring. The changes within it made the dark blade mantis' eyes brighten. It no longer felt unwilling and instead began to indulge in its feast. Beside him, Chu Xiu watched in silence as the dark blade mantis devoured the giant pincer mountain spider's heart in large ravenous bites, his earlier embarrassment vanishing, entirely replaced by genuine astonishment. Through the beast-taming covenant, he sensed that upon consuming the spider's heart, the dark blade mantis swiftly broke down its flesh and blood, converting them into pure energy to fortify its own essence. This phenomenon differed markedly from previous instances, such as during practical training in Qingshan Town, when he had fed the mantis flesh from other black-tier monstrous beasts, to digest the heart meat of a silver-tier beast so effortlessly. It seems I need no longer worry about Xiao Dao struggling to consume larger monstrous beasts. Upon observing this transformation, Chu Xiu exhaled softly in quiet relief. Meanwhile, the 2 fleeing beast tamers, who had just narrowly escaped death, stood frozen in disbelief, their mouths agape, utterly speechless at the unexpected spectacle before them. Only after the dark blade mantis finished devouring most of the giant pincer mountain spider's heart did they finally snap back to reality, hastily suppressing their inner shock. Regaining composure, the pair swiftly turned toward Chu Xiu and bowed respectfully. Fong Hang, of the Fong clan of Yongjin City, gratefully acknowledges your timely salvation. Fong Mo, also of the Fong clan of Yongjin City, offers deepest thanks. The Fong clan of Yongjin City. Chu Xiu's attention remained largely fixed on the dark blade mantis still feasting upon the spider's heart. Only upon hearing their gratitude did he lift his gaze toward them, murmuring the names silently to himself. Both appeared early in their 20s, barely older than himself, and bore striking facial similarities unmistakably. From the residual magical aura clinging to them during their desperate flight, he deduced each possessed strength exceeding bronze rank 7, a level deemed prodigious among ordinary cultivators. That the Fong clan of Yongjin City could nurture 2 such young prodigies suggested its foundation ran deeper than any family in Linjiang City. Though wholly unfamiliar with the Fong clan standing, Chu Xiu nodded thoughtfully and declared with practiced gravity, "So, you are indeed scions of the Fong clan of Yongjin City." Then with a casual wave and warm smile he added, "There's no need for thanks. I was already hunting silver-tier beasts. Rescuing you was merely incidental. Still, I am curious. How did you cross paths with this silver-tier giant pincer mountain spider? From what I understand, they dwell in swarms. Should you have encountered one, you'd likely be pursued by an entire horde." Having just consulted the Divine Pet Evolution System's entry on the giant pincer mountain spider, he knew it was a communal beast. If he located its nest, he might slay several more silver-tier specimens. At Chu Xiu's words, Fong Hang and Fong Mo exchanged faint wry smiles. Fong Hang stepped forward, nodded respectfully, and replied, "Brother, your insight is exceptional. You're absolutely correct. These spiders are communal beasts, and indeed we encountered not one, but an entire swarm. As for why only a single spider pursued us, it was because our clan elder intercepted the rest." Indeed. Fong Hang's reply sent a jolt through Chu Xiu. His eyes flared with sharp, incisive light. How many spiders comprised the swarm, and what were their respective strengths? Though deeply tempted by the prospect of confronting the swarm, Chu Xiu restrained himself, opting instead to gather precise intelligence before acting. He commanded only 2 silver-tier spirit beasts, the dark blade mantis and the snow shadow war lion. both of superior quality and combat prowess compared to the giant pincer mountain spider. Yet the spider itself possessed rare tier quality, merely one rank below his own beasts. Thus his companions could realistically overcome opponents up to 2 stars stronger. Should the swarm include any silver tier spiders exceeding rank 7, rushing in blindly would place him in grave peril. Hence he needed full clarity before committing. When we first encountered them, there were over 20. Most ranked bronze tier, yet 5 attained silver tier strength. My father and second uncle exhausted every ounce of their power merely to hold off 4 of those silver tier spiders. At Chu Xiu's inquiry, Fong Mo immediately interjected, her voice trembling with urgent entreaty. I know it's presumptuous to ask a savior for further aid, but I beg you, master, please help us rescue my father and second uncle. Tears glistened in her bright, expressive eyes. Beside her, Fong Heng clenched his jaw and suddenly dropped to his knees before Chu Xiu. Fong Heng implores you, savior, save my father and second uncle. In return, I vow lifelong servitude. Their father and second uncle, silver tier cultivators themselves, had reached their absolute limit, holding back 4 silver tier spiders. Meanwhile, dozens of bronze tier spiders circled like silent predators. Under such odds, neither could endure long. Having at last encountered Chu Xiu, a silver tier beast tamer, they placed all hope for their elder's survival squarely for more silver tier beasts. Chu Xiu's heart leapt at their words, then softened as he saw Fong Heng kneel. He strode forward and gently raised him to his feet. Brother Fong, rise. Your plea is granted. Thank you. Relief flooded Fong Heng and Fong Mo's faces. They stammered profuse gratitude. They hadn't truly expected assent. After all, confronting 4 silver tier giant pincer mountain spiders was near suicidal for most silver tier beast tamers. Yet Chu Xiu weighed matters differently. Both siblings confirmed that 2 of their clan's silver tier elders were holding off 4 spiders, an arduous feat, yet proof of formidable skill. With 2 such elders fighting alongside him, subduing the 4 spiders would be far safer and far more certain than going. He sought only the spiders' hearts out, everything else held no interest. Thus no conflict would arise after victory, even with 2 powerful elders present. Moreover, he acted not out of ambition, but in response to their heartfelt plea. Just then Xiao Dao, the dark-blade mantis, returned to Chu Xiu's side, its form wreathed in a faint pulsing crimson aura, having fully consumed the spider's heart. Timing is perfect. Chu Xiu glanced at the mantis's subtly swollen abdomen and smiled faintly, then turned to Fong Heng and Fong Mo, voice resonant with commanding authority, lead the way. In the mountains, Chu Xiu and his companions along with a beast swiftly dashed along a path cleared by the rampaging giant claw mountain spider racing towards its lair. They were all bronze-level beast tamers with physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, running at speeds several times that of a normal sprint and possessing ample endurance. Wait, Brother Chu, that's our beast, please help us rescue it. After running for about 5 kilometers, Fong Heng suddenly spoke to Chu Xiu, pointing ahead. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu halted his steps and looked in the direction Fong Heng was pointing. In front of them, 4 large white cocoons hung from a tree over 30 meters high, each exceeding 2 meters in size, with the largest nearing 4 meters. These cocoons were spun from the silk of the giant claw mountain spider. Turning his head, Chu Xiu glanced at Fong Heng and Fong Mo, who looked anxious and slowly nodded before addressing the dark-blade mantis. Xiao Dao, rescue them. Buzz. Upon receiving Chu Xiu's command, the dark-blade mantis flapped its wings and soared out. A flash of cold light passed, and the 4 giant cocoons hanging from the tree fell to the ground, the outer silk being sliced into pieces by Xiao Dao's blade, revealing the 4 great beasts wrapped inside. Armored giant tortoise, attribute earth quality, rare level bronze, 9-star status, severely injured and unconscious, talent skills, shell defense, rock spike, battle roar, evolution, chain rock tortoise, armored giant tortoise, diamond, armored tortoise, exceptional, armored giant tortoise, diamond, armored tortoise, golden, evolution. Description: a rare quality demon beast evolved from an elite quality rock tortoise possessing decent defensive and control abilities. Emerald blade wolf, attribute wood quality, rare level bronze, 8-star status, severely injured and unconscious, talent skills, leaf blade, flourishing plants, wood spirit, healing, evolution, chain, forest wolf, spirit leaf wolf, emerald blade wolf, rare description, evolved from an ordinary forest wolf along a common path, reaching its maximum potential. Fire python tiger, attribute fire quality, rare level bronze, 3-star status, severely injured and unconscious, talent skills, fire poison fangs, explosive fireball, fire python, dance, evolution, chain, serpent tail, tiger, fire python, tiger flame, wing python, tail, tiger, exceptional, fire python, tiger flame, wing python, tail, tiger flame, evolution. Description: evolved from an elite serpent tail tiger, its tail transformed into a fire python capable of dual attacks, showcasing extraordinary combat power. Fire tooth rhino, attribute fire quality, rare level bronze, 5 stars. 4 rare quality beasts, one of which is the peak bronze level armored giant tortoise, adept at defense. It's no wonder these 2 could run so far from the silver 2-star giant claw mountain spider. It seems the Fong family's heritage in Yongjin City is indeed substantial. Seeing the attribute panels appear above the 4 beasts after they were revealed, Chu Xiu silently mused. At this moment, Fong Heng and Fong Mo rushed to their rescued beasts, which lay on the ground, unable to rise, their faces filled with anxiety. Don't worry, your beasts are just unconscious and in no danger of death. Once you return and find someone to treat them, we should hurry and rescue your father and uncle. Seeing their anxious expressions, Chu Xiu quickly spoke up. This was both to comfort them and to avoid wasting too much time here. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Fong Hang and Fong Mo finally sighed in relief. After casting grateful glances at Chu Xiu, the two of them stored their two beasts into their beast tamer's rings and continued on their way with Chu Xiu. Boom. Owl. Hiss. After running another 10 kilometers, they gradually heard roars coming from ahead and felt the tremors of the earth becoming clearer. In the distance, several figures engaged in fierce combat came into their view. Brother Chu, we're almost there. I'm counting on you from here on out. Feeling all this, Fong Hang said to Chu Xiu with a serious expression. Don't worry, leave it all to me. Chu Xiu replied calmly with a nod. As they spoke, the three had already arrived at the location of the battling figures. At this moment, not far ahead, 4 even larger giant claw mountain spiders were relentlessly attacking a giant tortoise of similar size and a massive tiger engulfed in flames. These two beasts were of the same kind as the armored giant tortoise and fire python tiger that Chu Xiu had rescued before, but they were significantly stronger. The armored giant tortoise, reaching 10 meters in height, was at bronze 7-star level, while the fire python tiger beside it had reached bronze 6-star. The 4 giant claw mountain spiders attacking these two beasts included 1 at bronze 7-star, 1 at bronze 6-star, and 2 at bronze 5-star. Clearly, the silver-level giant claw mountain spider that had previously pursued Fong Hang and Fong Mo was the weakest. At this moment, facing the attacks of the giant claw mountain spiders, the bronze 7-star armored giant tortoise absorbed nearly all the damage. Whenever the giant claw mountain spiders attempted to ensnare the armored giant tortoise with their webs, the fire python tiger beside it would timely unleash scorching flames to incinerate the incoming sturdy silk. Fortunately, with the fire attribute of the fire python tiger, the flames could counter the webs of the giant claw mountain spiders. Otherwise, even with the armored giant tortoise's astonishing defense against the giant claw mountain spider's attacks, it would still be firmly bound by the webs. However, since the fire python tiger needed to continuously release flames to burn the webs spat by the 4 giant claw mountain spiders, its magical power was now nearly depleted. If this continued, once the fire python tiger exhausted its magical power, both it and the armored giant tortoise would only face the fate of being trapped and killed. The armored giant tortoise and fire python tiger. It seems Fong Hang and Fong Mo's beasts are indeed family heirlooms. Not far away, upon seeing the figures of these two great beasts, Chu Xiu couldn't help but reflect. It was evident that these two beasts belonged to Fong Hang's father and uncle. Nearby, 21 bronze-level giant claw mountain spiders were besieging 6 figures, 4 of which were bronze-level beasts, while the other 2 figures bore a resemblance to Fong Hang. If it weren't for the armored giant tortoise using its battle roar to attract the aggro of the silver-level giant claw mountain spiders seeking to attack them, the two would have likely perished already. Even so, facing the assault of 21 bronze-level giant claw mountain spiders, their situation was already precarious. Xiao Dao, eliminate those bronze-tier giant pincer mountain spiders first. Seeing the 2 middle-aged men besieged, Chu Xiu wasted no time and immediately instructed the Shadow Blade Mantis beside him. The moment his words left his lips, the Shadow Blade Mantis nodded and vanished in an instant. Its skill Shadow Assault activated, a wraith-like silhouette streaked low across the ground like a phantom. Within less than 2 seconds, that black silhouette materialized atop the head of a bronze-tier 8-star giant pincer mountain spider, 100 meters away. SSSSS. The sudden appearance of the ominous shadow above sent a jolt of terror through the spider, its pupils dilated violently as it emitted a shrill, panicked shriek. But the Shadow Blade Mantis gave it no chance to react. Only a flash of cold light sliced through the air, cleaving the 5-meter-long beast's skull cleanly in half. Before the severed corpse even began to collapse, the black shadow dissolved once more, reappearing instantly atop another bronze-tier 7-star giant pincer mountain spider, where another lethal blade flash erupted. Swish, swish, swish. Blades gleamed across the battlefield. Within the span of merely 2 breaths, all 21 giant pincer mountain spiders lay fallen in pools of blood, their life forces fading into silence. Once the last bronze-tier spider had perished, the Shadow Blade Mantis descended lightly to the ground, revealing its form, its gaze icy and detached, fixed upon the 2 rescued men and their 4 bonded beasts. Its exceptional quality and silver-tier 5-star rank rendered these bronze-tier spiders little more than brittle gourds. The Shadow Blade Mantis struck with such blinding speed that despite slaying 21 bronze-tier spiders, not a single drop of blood stained its twin, scythe-like forelimbs. What kind of demonic beast is this? Its power is utterly staggering. Only now did the 2 rescued men widen their eyes and awe, staring intently at the Shadow Blade Mantis as it alighted. The instant their gazes met its cold, unblinking stare, a wave of bone-deep chill surged up from their skulls, straight to the crown of their heads. Even the 4 bronze-tier bonded beasts standing beside them instinctively recoiled a step under that single indifferent. Having just slaughtered 21 bronze-tier spiders, the Shadow Blade Mantis radiated an overwhelming aura of slaughter, so potent that even a fleeting emotionless glance was enough to freeze lesser beings with dread. Father! Second uncle! 2 startled cries rang out almost simultaneously, shattering the men's stunned silence. They whirled around to see Fong Hang and Fong Mo sprinting toward them. Fong Hang, Mo, are you unharmed? At the sight of the siblings, both men were seized by shock and profound relief, and rushed to ask. Yet almost immediately their eyes fell upon Chu Xiu behind the 2 siblings, and then upon the Shadow Blade Mantis, whose recent massacre of 21 bronze-tier spiders spoke louder than any explanation. Father, second uncle. It was Brother Chu who saved us. Fong Hang's voice trembled with excitement. As his words faded, Chu Xiu stepped calmly into the circle of the group. Fong Mo promptly introduced Chu Xiu. Brother Chu, this is my father Fong Wenbin. And this is my second uncle. Then she turned back to her father and uncle. Father, second uncle. Brother Chu rescued us. Though young in years, he has already attained the rank of silver-tier beast-tamer. As she spoke, a subtle ripple shimmered in Fong Mo's eyes. A faint, unconscious flicker of admiration, softening her features. Ah, we understand. Hearing Fong Mo's introduction, Fong Wenbin and Fong Wenhao nodded deeply in earnest agreement. Having witnessed the Shadowblade Mantis's terrifying prowess, they needed no further proof. Chu Xiu's strength rivaled, or perhaps surpassed, their own. In single combat, that elusive phantasmal beast alone posed a mortal threat to them both. After exchanging silent, knowing glances, the two men turned as one toward Chu Xiu, clasped fists before their chests, and bowed low in profound gratitude. We owe you our lives, young master. This debt shall be etched forever in the annals of the Fong family. Should you ever command us, we shall brave fire and flood without hesitation. Their words flowed from the heart. Chu Xiu had not only rescued Fong Hang and Fong Mo, but had in the same stroke spared them both. Beast tamers themselves wield far less combat might than their bonded beasts of equal rank. Though both were silver-tier tamers, their personal strength barely matched that of ordinary bronze-tier demons. After prolonged battle, their mana reserves were nearly exhausted. Had Chu Xiu not intervened, they would soon have been crushed beneath the monstrous pincers of those spiders. You honor me too greatly. My true objective here was precisely those silver-tier, giant pincer mountain spiders. The rescue required but a gesture. Moreover, demonic beasts are enemies to all humanity. I trust any capable beast tamer would extend aid to a fellow practitioner in peril. Chu Xiu waved his hand lightly, offering only a serene, modest smile. Then, SSSSS. A thunderous, earth-shaking shriek tore through the air, abruptly halting their exchange. Chu Xiu and the four Fong family members instinctively turned toward the source of the roar. They're locked in fierce combat with the ironclad tortoise and the flame serpent tiger. Four silver-tier, giant pincer mountain spiders had simultaneously widened their crimson eyes, fixing their predatory gazes upon the Shadowblade Mantis. The Shadowblade Mantis's slaughter of all bronze-tier spiders had ignited the silver-tier quartet's wrath, burning with a fury so savage they longed to flay its hide, tear its sinews, and devour it raw. With a synchronized guttural bellow, all four silver-tier spiders erupted into berserk charge, barreling straight toward the group. Roar! A piercing, resonant bellow suddenly erupted from the ironclad tortoise, the signature skill battle roar. Instantly, the two strongest spiders were drawn back into its aggro, reclaiming their attention. At that very moment, a searing pillar of flame lanced forth, forcing the third spider to halt mid-stride, while the flame serpent tiger materialized before the fourth, blocking its advance. Once again, the two silver-tier beasts bore crushing pressure, holding the line against all four silver-tier spiders. Their orders were absolute: sacrifice themselves if necessary to prevent even a single silver-tier spider from breaking free of the battlefield, and thus they fought with desperate, unwavering resolve. SSSSS. Frustrated and enraged by the blockade, the four spiders unleashed their fury upon the ironclad tortoise and flame serpent tiger with redoubled ferocity. Each strike traded injury for injury, brutal suicidal tactics utterly unlike their earlier coordinated assault, doubling the strain on the two valiant silver-tier beasts. Witnessing this, Chu Xiu turned to Fong Wenbin and Fong Wenhao. Gentlemen, I shall take on the two silver-tier 5-star giant pincer mountain spiders. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Fong Wenbin and Fong Wenhao immediately nodded in agreement. The moment they had just witnessed, the Darkblade Mantis slaying 21 bronze-tier giant pincer mountain spiders, had already demonstrated its formidable strength before their very eyes. In their estimation, a beast of such overwhelming power would face little difficulty in subduing merely two silver-tier 5th-star giant pincer mountain spiders. In the next instant, the fire serpent tiger, which had been blocking the advance of the two silver-tier 5th-star giant pincer mountain spiders, let loose a thunderous, forest-shaking roar, stepping aside to clear their path forward, while joining the iron-shelled giant tortoise in confronting two far more powerful adversaries. SSSSS. Unimpeded by the fire serpent tiger, the two silver-tier 5th-star giant pincer mountain spiders instantly emitted a shrill, furious shriek and charged headlong toward Chu Xiu and his companions. At the same time, the Darkblade Mantis unfurled its wings with a sharp vibration and soared directly toward the two spiders. Seeing the very culprit responsible for the slaughter of 21 of their kin dare to launch an aggressive assault, the two spiders' eyes blazed with searing, incandescent wrath. Two colossal spider webs, each spanning nearly 100 meters in diameter, were instantly expelled, surging toward the Darkblade Mantis like suffocating veils. Yet as the webs descended, the mantis's eyes flashed with sudden brilliance, and its forelimbs swept forth in a single fluid motion. The skill cross/activated. A radiant cross-shaped blade of light erupted into existence and shot forth with blinding speed, cleaving straight through the descending webs. The moment the blade light made contact, it sliced through the webs as effortlessly as a scythe through grass. Having pierced the first web, it retained full momentum and struck the second without pause. Only after rending both webs apart did the attack's force finally dissipate. What an astonishing strike! Behind them, Fong Wenbin and Fong Wenhao could not suppress exclamations of awe. They had previously battled the giant pincer mountain spiders for an extended time and knew intimately the extraordinary tensile resilience of their webs. Even the webs spat forth by Silverdeer 5th star giant pincer mountain spiders proved nearly impervious, so resilient that even the iron-shelled giant tortoise ranked at Silverdeer 7th star could scarcely tear them apart. Only the fire serpent tiger's flame, which held elemental supremacy over them, could incinerate them outright. Yet Chu Xiu's beast had shattered 2 such webs in a single blow, an offensive might rivaling that of most elite Silverdeer 7th star combat beasts. SSSSS. Not only were Fong Wenbin and Fong Wenhao stunned, but even the 2 Silverdeer 5th star giant pincer mountain spiders recoiled in startled disbelief at the mantis's overwhelming assault. Immediately thereafter their gaze locked onto the mantis's position, and their pupils contracted sharply as they let out a cry. For the moment the dark-blade mantis severed their web-bound attack, its form vanished, utterly inexplicably, into thin air. Buzz. As the 2 spiders frantically scanned their surroundings, their eyes darting wildly in search of the mantis, it reappeared, unseen, undetected, directly beneath the blind spot beneath one spider's skull. Its scythe-like forelimbs flipped upward, its wings vibrated once, and the skill Shadow Strike activated. The dark-blade mantis dissolved into a streak of pure shadow, black light flashed, and in the blink of an eye it pierced clean through the spider's cranium, leaving behind a gaping, blood-soaked aperture running vertically from crown to jaw. As the mantis emerged and scathed from above the spider's skull, the creature's massive 10-meter-tall body stiffened abruptly, its legs buckled, and its corpse crashed to the ground with a thunderous, earth-shaking impact. SSSSS. Witnessing its comrade slain so abruptly, just moments after fighting side by side, the remaining spider shrieked in raw, unadulterated panic. Without hesitation it spat forth a thick, sinewy strand of silk that spanned 200 meters in an instant, anchoring itself to a distant mountain peak, then yanked with tremendous force, launching its colossal frame skyward in desperate flight. Clearly its courage had been shattered by that single, devastating strike. It dared not linger to fight again. To flee now? Far too late. Chu Xiu watched silently as the spider, dragged aloft by its own silk, hurtled toward the distant peak. His thoughts calm. True to expectation, just as the spider soared 30 meters into the air, a black silhouette intercepted it, already waiting poised, immovable. A flash of blade light, then the silk tethering the spider's mouth to the mountain peak snapped cleanly apart. Deprived of its anchor, the airborne spider plummeted downward, its twin rows of eyes wide with abject, paralyzing terror. The dark-blade mantis seized that fleeting moment of vulnerability with flawless timing, activating Shadow Strike once more. A blur of darkness and gleaming steel flashed midair, and history repeated itself. When the second spider struck the ground, its skull was split open by a massive gaping wound, its brain exposed lifeless, just as its fallen kin had been. Is that truly all? Those were 2 Silverdeer 5th star giant pincer mountain spiders. Such a terrifying innate ability, utterly unpredictable, utterly inescapable. What breed is this mantis? I've never heard of any mantis-type spirit beast possessing such overwhelming power. Brother Chu proves far stronger than we ever imagined. Witnessing how effortlessly the dark-blade mantis had dispatched the 2 Silverdeer 5th star giant pincer mountain spiders, all 4 members of the Fong family shuddered involuntarily, their faces etched with profound astonishment. Fong Wenbin and Fong Wenhao exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with sheer unmitigated shock. Only after witnessing the dark-blade mantis's battle firsthand did they grasp the true staggering magnitude of Chu Xiu's spirit beast's terror. Though they had assumed the mantis strong enough to contend with 2 foes simultaneously, they had never imagined it capable of instantly annihilating 2 Silverdeer 5th star adversaries. What left them most awestruck was the mantis's innate skill, the way it dissolved into shadow and struck with lethal surgical precision, the perfect assassin incarnate. Were it to hunt under cover of night, its lethality would escalate yet another tier. Even their fire serpent tiger and iron-shelled giant tortoise would likely fare no better against it than those 2 Silverdeer 5th star spiders had. Elsewhere, the dark-blade mantis did not pause, not even for breath, after slaying the second Silverdeer 5th star giant pincer mountain spider. Its form vanished, once more activating its stealth ability to glide unseen beside the third spider, engaged in fierce combat with the fire serpent tiger. By the time this Silverdeer 6th star giant pincer mountain spider sensed peril, it was already too late. Like its 2 predecessors, it fell, suddenly, silently, to the mantis's ambush. SSSSS. With 3 silver-tier spiders slain, the last and strongest spider shrieked in abject terror, abandoning all will to fight. Yet the iron-shelled giant tortoise denied it escape. Its skill battle roar thundered forth, reeling the spider back, locking it firmly within its sphere of control. With the fire serpent tiger and dark-blade mantis now fully engaged, the Silverdeer 7th star giant pincer mountain spider was overwhelmed by the coordinated assault of 3 supreme spirit beasts, and met the same grim fate as its fallen brethren. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the largest and strongest giant claw mountain spider fell to the ground. Just as the giant claw mountain spider collapsed, a shadow suddenly appeared over its corpse, followed by a flash of blades and a splatter of blood. At first glance, it was the dark-blade mantis relentlessly swinging its dual blades, slicing through the body of the giant claw mountain spider. Under the astonished gazes of the armored giant turtle and the fire python tiger, the dark-blade mantis dug a large hole in the corpse of the giant claw mountain spider, from which it extracted a heart even larger than its own body. Then in front of the shocked eyes of Fong Wenbin and Fong Wenhao, it began to devour the heart voraciously. After experiencing the benefits brought by the heart of the silver-grade monster, the dark-blade mantis no longer needed Chu Xiu's command, consuming the enormous heart in the blink of an eye. Having finished this heart, it immediately flew towards the corpse of another giant claw mountain spider. As another silver-grade monster's heart was swallowed by the dark-blade mantis, the blood aura surrounding it reappeared. Even a dark red blood stripe faintly appeared on its dark green shell, and as its aura gradually strengthened, it emanated a fierce and murderous presence. This change caused the armored giant turtle and the fire python tiger nearby to instinctively retreat. Devouring monster hearts allows it to grow stronger so quickly. Oh, what kind of ability is this? Watching the dark-blade mantis dig out another heart and gorge itself, while becoming increasingly powerful, Fong Wenbin and Fong Wenhao both swallowed hard, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and uncertainty as they ultimately looked towards Chu Xiu. Seeing this, Chu Xiu smiled slightly and explained, "My beast is a mutated beast, so it's a bit special. Please do not take offense." "So it's a mutated beast? No wonder I've never heard of such a mantis monster before." Hearing this, Fong Wenbin and Fong Wenhao finally displayed expressions of realization. Then with envy, Fong Wenbin said to Chu Xiu, "Little brother, you are quite fortunate. I see this mutated mantis beast must be at least of excellent quality, right?" "It's not bad. Oh, I did have some luck in meeting this little blade," Chu Xiu responded with a casual smile, neither confirming. "Brother, you go." While Chu Xiu and Fong Wenbin were conversing, Fong Mo secretly tugged at Fong Hang's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "No, you should say it yourself." After hearing Fong Mo's words, Fong Hang looked at her strangely and shook his head. "Oh, good brother, I beg you, just help me this once." Seeing this, Fong Mo immediately shook her head, while tugging on Fong Hang's right sleeve, lowering her voice and acting cutely. At the same time, she kept a watchful eye on Chu Xiu and Fong Wenbin in front of her, relieved when she saw they were unaware. "Sigh, I really can't do anything about you. Fine, I'll help you this once." Fong Hang, unable to withstand his adorably pleading sister, could only sigh helplessly, then stepped forward to join Fong Wenbin and Chu Xiu. "Father, the danger has passed. Brother Chu is our savior. We should invite Brother Chu to our home for a visit and express our gratitude properly." Fong Hang finished speaking, and Fong Wenhao immediately chimed in, "Eldest brother Xiao, Hang makes a good point. We should indeed properly thank our friend Chu Xiu. Without his assistance, we wouldn't have been able to return alive. Indeed, Brother Chu, please join us back to the Fong family in Yongjin City, so we can show our hospitality and express our gratitude." Fong Wenbin sincerely extended the invitation to Chu Xiu. However, in response to his invitation, Chu Xiu shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have just entered the secret realm and have important matters to attend to, needing to stay here for a while longer. As you can see, my beast requires the hearts of silver-grade monsters, and Brother Fong Hang's ability to help me find this batch of giant claw mountain spiders is already the best reward I could ask for." "That cannot be the case. This is a different matter." "Exactly. Even if all the giant claw mountain spiders here were to belong to our friend, it would not be enough to repay the life-saving grace he has shown us. We absolutely cannot forget Brother Chu's life-saving grace." Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Fong Wenbin and the others immediately shook their heads, insisting on repaying his life-saving kindness. Chu Xiu looked at the few people who were so eager to express their gratitude and could only smile helplessly. But soon he had a clever idea and said, "If you truly wish to repay me, why not help me inquire about the news of the Winter Soul Fruit? It is of great use to me." The Winter Soul Fruit is one of the resources needed for the evolution of the Snow Shadow War Lion, classified as a gold 9-star resource. He had not been able to gather any information about it in Linjiang City. The Fong family's strength is considerable and Yongjin City is larger than Linjiang City. Perhaps they may have news of the Winter Soul Fruit. After hearing Chu Xiu's words, Fong Mo immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, "I think I've seen an introduction to the Winter Soul Fruit in a book. It seems to be a gold 9-star resource, incredibly valuable." "Yes, Miss Fong Mo is well informed. The Winter Soul Fruit is indeed a gold 9-star resource." Hearing this, Chu Xiu nodded at Fong Mo, casting an appreciative glance. Although the Winter Soul Fruit is a gold 9-star resource, it is quite obscure and not many are aware of it. For instance, when he mentioned the Winter Soul Fruit, Fong Wenbin and the others looked completely bewildered. "Brother Chu, you flatter me. I only came across the introduction to the Winter Soul Fruit by chance in the school library." Upon hearing Chu Xiu's compliment, a blush swept across Fong Mo's face as she hurriedly replied, "Secretly delighted. It turns out to be a gold 9-star resource." At that moment, Fong Wenbin and the others finally reacted, their faces showing astonishment. Every piece of gold-grade resource is extremely precious, and gold 9-star resources are the most valuable among them. Even with the Fong family's resources and full efforts, it may not be possible to purchase a single gold 9-star resource. As if noticing the awkwardness of Fong Wenbin and the others, Chu Xiu smiled and added, "You only need to help me gather information. Here is my contact information. You can note it down." Saying this, he shared his contact number. "Yes, we will do our utmost to find out about the Winter Soul Fruit once we return, and we will notify you immediately upon discovering any news." After receiving Chu Xiu's contact information, Fong Wenbin immediately nodded at Chu Xiu, making a solemn promise. Seeing this, Chu Xiu cupped his hands in gratitude. "In that case, I appreciate your help. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. In the next moment, a towering ice crystal lion exuding a chilling aura appeared beside Chu Xiu. It was the Snow Shadow War Lion summoned from the beast space. Little blade big, white, let's go. Without waiting for the Fong family to keep him, Chu Xiu mounted the Snow Shadow War Lion and gave a command. The Snow Shadow War Lion immediately turned and galloped into the distance. At the same time, Little Blade had finished devouring all 4 hearts of the silver-grade giant claw mountain spiders, and upon hearing Chu Xiu's call, it instantly spread its wings and followed suit. Just like that, he's gone. Fong Mo murmured softly, her expression clouded with disappointment as she watched Chu Xiu vanish into the distance astride the Snow Shadow War Lion. Seeing his daughter's dejection, Fong Wenbin, her adoptive father of over 20 years, shook his head and sighed inwardly. How could he fail to understand the quiet yearning in his beloved daughter's heart? After sighing once more, Fong Wenbin stepped forward slowly and gently placed a hand upon Fong Mo's shoulder. Moer, Chu Xiu belongs to a realm far beyond ours. Regard this meeting as no more than a fleeting encounter. Do not dwell on it excessively. Upon hearing these words, Fong Wenhao beside him nodded in agreement and added, Elder brother speaks truly. You may have missed it, but notice carefully Chu Xiu wore only a single beast-taming bracelet, yet he summoned a second beast just now, also of silver rank. Do you grasp what this implies? At Fong Wenhao's remark, Fong Mo and Fong Heng both recoiled slightly, startled. Their cultivation foundations were comparatively weaker, thus their observation had not been as keen as that of the 2 silver-rank beast-tamers standing before them. Instantly, a startling conjecture surged through their minds. At the mere thought of it, both swallowed hard, drift-throated, and breathless. Fong Heng turned stiffly toward his father and asked hoarsely, Father, does this mean Brother Chu has already opened his own beast domain? Indeed, Fong Wenbin affirmed solemnly, nodding gravely. His own rank surpassed Fong Wenhao's by 1 star, so if Fong Wenhao had discerned the truth, Fong Wenbin had perceived it all the more clearly. HSSSS. Fong Heng instinctively drew in a sharp, icy breath at the confirmation. Only beast tamers who ascended to the gold rank could forge their own beast domain. To achieve such a feat while still at the silver rank marked one as an unparalleled prodigy, rare as phoenix feathers across the mortal realm. Chu Xiu, still ranked merely silver, had already unlocked his beast domain, and at such a tender age. Were his name entered into the national rankings, he would surely stand among the top 10 sovereign geniuses, a celestial apex utterly unattainable even for those who strained every sinew and soul. As Fong Wenbin had said, they inhabited entirely separate worlds. Yet they had all erred in their assumption. Though Chu Xiu had indeed forged his beast domain, he was not, as they presumed, a silver rank beast tamer, but merely a bronze rank one. Of course, had they known his true rank, bronze 4th star, their astonishment would have shattered all bounds. Yes, father, I understand. Only then did Fong Mo reluctantly withdraw her gaze, inhaling deeply as sorrow settled, like twilight. Indeed, father is right. How could such a transcendent genius ever cast his eyes upon a humble daughter of a minor clan? My earlier hopes were naively foolish. Hearing her reply, Fong Wenbin exhaled quietly, relief softening the tension in his shoulders. He had truly feared his cherished daughter would lose herself in infatuation. Well then, this matter is settled. These giant pincer mountain spiders' corpses still hold considerable value. Though Brother Chu's beast devoured all the silver rank spiders' spirit hearts, their bodies remain rich in rare high. Let us swiftly harvest what remains of worth, and depart this secret realm without delay, returning home to begin our search for the frost winter's soul fruit. At Fong Wenhao's urging, the others nodded swiftly and set about extracting valuable components from the spider carcasses. While the Fong family worked, Chu Xiu, guided by the Snow Shadow War Lion, had already raced dozens of kilometers away. Once assured of solitude, he halted the lion and turned his gaze intently upon the Shadow Blade Mantis. Having devoured the spirit hearts of 5 silver-rank giant pincer mountain spiders, the mantis's obsidian green carapace now bore 3 crimson flame-like patterns, its aura swelling powerfully, edging toward breakthrough to silver 6th star. Unbelievable. After consuming 5 silver-rank spirit hearts, Xiao Dao hasn't yet fully refined all that energy, and yet he's already poised for ascension. Just yesterday he broke through to silver 5th star. Once he fully assimilates the essence contained within those 5 spider hearts, he should ascend smoothly to silver 6. If Xiao Dao continues progressing at this pace, consuming 100 silver-rank spirit hearts, he may well reach silver 9th star. Then immersing him in gold-rank beast blood for evolution, he ought to surge directly into the gold rank. A flush of delight lit Chu Xiu's face as he sensed the dramatic surge in Xiao Dao's strength. Xiao Dao, return to your beast domain for now. Considering the mantis had expended immense magical energy executing consecutive techniques during the battle, Chu Xiu decided to recall him into the beast domain to rest. Within the beast domain, Xiao Dao could recover his depleted mana far more rapidly and refine the surplus energy coursing through his body, accelerating his cultivation. The Shadow Blade Mantis nodded vigorously at Chu Xiu's command, already hovering at the precipice of breakthrough, eager to enter the domain and accelerate its ascension. Chu Xiu gave a slight nod and swept his hand outward, retracting the mantis seamlessly into his beast domain. The moment Xiao Dao entered the domain, he began refining the absorbed spirit heart energy with relentless focus, the aura radiating from his form surging steadily, intensifying with each passing breath. Outside, having recalled Xiao Dao, Chu Xiu scanned the surroundings once more, finding the place secluded and undisturbed, then patted the snow shadow war lion's massive head. Bida, stand watch. Given Xiao Dao's imminent breakthrough, Chu Xiu abandoned further hunting for silver-rank beasts and chose instead to wait until the mantis ascended. After all, Bida possessed only silver first-star strength. Even if they encountered another silver-rank beast, now victory would be uncertain. Roar! At Chu Xiu's command, the lion let out a low, resonant growl, its golden eyes sweeping vigilantly across the terrain. Chu Xiu leapt down from its back and settled cross-legged upon a clear patch of earth. Then, drawing forth a vial of mid-grade mana nutrient solution from his beast domain, he drank it down and began circulating the stellar forging mana art. A soft hum vibrated through the air. Amplified by the nutrient solution, the stellar forging mana art drew torrents of potent mana from all directions, flowing into Chu Xiu's meridians with astonishing speed, condensing and refining at 10 times the rate he achieved during ordinary cultivation at home. What an astonishing cultivation speed! Training within a medium-tier mystical realm teeming with magical energy is truly incomparable to the outside world. Even Chu Xiu, who had long prepared himself, could not suppress a gasp upon sensing the rapid coalescence of magical energy within his body. With both mid-tier magical nutrient solution and the stellar forging magic art synergizing, he would ascend to bronze rank 5 within less than 2 days of training inside the medium-tier realm. Yet scarcely had the exclamation faded when Chu Xiu swiftly stilled his emotions and sank back into deep cultivation. As he continuously circulated the stellar forging magic art, magical energy sources around him gathered in ever greater density. Eventually, the amassed magical energy condensed into mist, swirling into a vortex that relentlessly surged into his body, where it was absorbed, refined, and transformed into his own magical energy. Nourished by this dense torrent of magical energy, Chu Xiu's aura steadily ascended. Half an hour after Chu Xiu immersed himself in the stellar forging magic art, a 5-member team approached from roughly 3 kilometers away, heading directly toward his location. Wait, why does the magical energy ahead feel markedly denser than elsewhere? As the squad drew within 1 kilometer of Chu Xiu's position, the team's leader, a middle-aged man with cropped hair, abruptly turned his gaze toward Chu Xiu, his expression sharpening with suspicion. Captain, you sensed it too. I noticed it just moments ago, though I assumed it was mere illusion. Now it's clear, it isn't. The moment the middle-aged man spoke, a green-robed woman stepped forward beside him, her face alight with astonishment. No sooner had the green-robed woman finished speaking than the other 3 members' eyes blazed with sharp, incisive light. One person might misperceive, but when 2 independently sense the same anomaly, only one conclusion remains: the magical energy ahead is genuinely denser than elsewhere. Within a medium-tier mystical realm, abnormally dense magical energy almost invariably signals the presence of rare heaven-born treasures. Instantly, the 3 turned expectant, eager glances toward their leader. So both senior brother and third sister perceived it correctly. The place of heightened magical energy ahead must conceal a celestial treasure. Ha ha ha. Who'd have thought we'd stumble upon such fortune just as we're preparing to leave the realm? Heaven smiles upon, brother captain, let's hurry there, before someone else claims it. Hearing their entreaties, the leader's face flickered with hesitation, swiftly eclipsed by raw, ravenous greed. He sensed the magical energy density ahead exceeded all locations he'd previously discovered within this realm, even those harboring celestial treasures. Even the most potent site he'd found, the silver rank 8 resource growth zone, possessed merely 1/3 the intensity radiating from that direction. Such extraordinary concentration could only nurture something truly exceptional, perhaps even surpassing the combined value of every celestial treasure they'd gathered thus far. It might well be a gold-tier treasure. Faced with a prize of such magnitude, even a guardian beast would be worth confronting. Let's go, see what lies ahead. At once he resolved, and the 5 set off at speed toward Chu Xiu's cultivation site. Roar! As the quintet closed within 100 meters of Chu Xiu, Shuang Warline whirled sharply and unleashed a thunderous line. Who's there? Chu Xiu snapped out of cultivation, leapt upright, and fixed his vigilant gaze upon the approaching figures. The moment the stellar forging magic art ceased circulating, the mist-like veil of concentrated magical energy surrounding Chu Xiu dissipated in an instant. After the startled cry, the 5-person squad, led by the middle-aged man and the green-robed woman, entered Chu Xiu's field of vision. Their eyes met squarely with Chu Xiu's, and with Shuang Warlian's. What a magnificent ice and snow lion. There's a human here. I assumed it was a beast guarding the celestial treasure, yet it's clearly a bonded spirit beast. This place brims with magical energy, yet shows no trace of celestial treasures. This youth must have seized. Upon seeing Chu Xiu and Shuang Warlian, the middle-aged man and his companions froze. Then myriad thoughts surged through their minds. Having witnessed no sign of Chu Xiu's cultivation, they all concluded he had arrived earlier and already claimed the treasure. Brother, the lion beside this youth is a silver rank 1 spirit beast, but its species remains unidentified. Our scanner yields no reading. Yet he stands alone, with only a single silver rank 1 spirit beast. We hold absolute advantage against him. As the 2 factions stood locked in tense confrontation, a man stepped forward, holding a scanning device, leaned close to the leader's ear, and murmured softly, "MM. Understood." At the man's whisper, the leader gave a slight nod, and a knowing, calculating smile curved, then arms crossed, and bearing an air of arrogant superiority, he fixed Chu Xiu with a piercing stare and declared, "Boy, surrender the resources you've just gathered, and we'll let you walk away unharmed." Encountered bandits specializing in ambushes and plunder within mystical realms. A chill settled over beyond city walls where civil law holds no sway. Spirit beast tamers frequently clash, and even kill, for control over spirit beast resources. Yet he puzzled over why they demanded he surrender resources he hadn't collected. He'd merely been cultivating here, finding no celestial treasures whatsoever. "I have no idea what you're referring to. I've only been resting here. I saw no celestial treasures you speak of." Though baffled by their accusation, Chu Xiu knew their appearance signaled inevitable conflict. He responded tersely, and simultaneously activated his bond with Sickle Mantis, silently commanding the creature, resting within his spirit beast space, to prepare for immediate deployment. His spirit beast space conferred a 256-fold acceleration in growth. During the half-hour of cultivation, Sickle Mantis had fully absorbed and refined the energy harvested from every heart of the giant pincer mountain spider it had devoured. It had now ascended to silver rank 6, its magical energy fully replenished, and its combat prowess vastly. Moreover, Chu Xiu detected no oppressive aura akin to that emanating from Han Xianming, a gold-tier spirit beast tamer, meaning none among the 5 were gold-tier cultivators. Without any gold-tier opponents, Chu Xiu trusted Sickle Mantis, now silver rank 6, to hold his ground. Even if outnumbered, he could withdraw unscathed. "Play dumb attack." Hearing Chu Xiu's response, the middle-aged leader's expression turned cold. In the next moment, a double-head black snake as thick as a water barrel and covered in hard scales the size of a palm appeared before him. Not only him, but the green-clad woman beside him also summoned her beast. It was a giant wolf 4 meters long with a row of towering ice spikes on its back and covered in snow-white fur. Double-head demon snake. Attributes: dark poison. Quality rare. Level silver 7 stars. Status: lightly injured. Talent skills: giant strength, strangle, twin poison fangs, shadow binding. Evolution chain 2. First evolution chain: double-head demon snake, tri-spherical demon, snake, netherworld demon king, exquisite, evolution materials. Second evolution chain: double-head demon snake, 4-headed demon snake, 6-headed demon snake, 8-headed demon snake, 9-headed snake, lord legendary, evolution materials. Introduction: a mutated dual attribute monster with immense potential. Its 2 heads, 1 dark, 1 poisonous, can attack independently, making it extremely troublesome. Ice spike wolf. Attributes: ice. Quality rare. Level silver 3 stars. Status: perfect. Talent skills: ice armor, ice howl, bomb, frostblade. Evolution chain 2. First evolution chain: ice spike wolf king, exquisite, evolution materials. Second evolution chain: ice spike wolf extreme, cold demon wolf, frost, prison wolf king, perfect, evolution materials. Introduction: a powerful predator residing in the snow, extremely cunning and adept at group hunting. As soon as the 2 beasts were summoned, Chu Xiu was able to see through their strength via the system. This double-head demon snake can actually evolve into the legendary 9-headed snake lord. What a pity such a powerful beast is wasted here. Seeing the attributes of the 2 beasts, Chu Xiu's gaze lingered on the double-head demon snake, a hint of regret flashing across his face. Once a monster is contracted by a beast master, it cannot be contracted by any other beast master. Even if the original owner dies, the seed left in the beast's consciousness will explode, dragging the beast into the abyss of death. Even if he was very tempted by the double-head demon snake, he couldn't claim it as his own. Howl. At that moment, both beasts roared angrily, releasing their powerful silver-level aura and simultaneously launching an attack on Chu Xiu. The ice spike wolf roared rapidly, conjuring thin ice blades as delicate as cicada wings around its body, then suddenly shot them towards Chu Xiu. As the ice blades flew towards Chu Xiu at high speed, they spun rapidly, stirring up waves of chilling air. If Chu Xiu were to be hit by these ice blades, he would definitely be unable to leave a complete corpse. Clearly, the middle-aged man and the green-clad woman were both intent on killing. The moment they saw Chu Xiu, they had already made up their minds to end the fight quickly and ensure that Chu Xiu did not leave alive. Because Chu Xiu was too young, possessing a silver-level beast at such a young age must mean he was from a prominent family. If they let Chu Xiu leave alive this time, they would be in trouble. Roar! Just as the 2 beasts launched their attacks, the Snow Shadow War Lion moved. Facing 2 silver-level beasts with higher power levels than his own, he showed no fear. With a flash, he directly blocked in front of Chu Xiu, shielding him behind. At the same time, a layer of crystal-clear hard ice appeared on him, which was the skill Ice Crystal Armor. Ding 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 ding. As the Snow Shadow War Lion stood protectively in front of Chu Xiu, the ice blades from the Ice Spike Wolf struck its body, creating a series of sounds. However, under the protection of the Ice Crystal Armor, the Snow Shadow War Lion suffered no harm. The ice blades that hit its armor only produced small ice chips. Such strong defense. Is this really just a silver 1-star beast? Seeing that the Ice Spike Wolf's attack did not harm the Snow Shadow War Lion, the green-clad woman's pupils suddenly constricted as she exclaimed, "Humph, so what if you block the Ice Spike Wolf's attack?" Although the middle-aged leader also showed a shocked expression, he still... At that moment, a shadow appeared beneath the Snow Shadow War Lion's feet, connecting to its shadow. Roar. As soon as the shadow connected to the Snow Shadow War Lion's shadow, it let out a startled low growl, its eyes flashing with a look of struggle. It suddenly realized that it could not move at all, as if it had been subjected to a binding spell. This is the shadow binding of the double-head demon snake. The silver 7-star double-head demon snake's shadow binding is not something a silver 1-star could escape. Behind the Snow Shadow War Lion, sensing its change, Chu Xiu immediately analyzed the current situation. However, there was no panic on his face. If he only had the Snow Shadow War Lion as his beast facing the double-head demon snake, and the Ice Spike Wolf's attacks would certainly mean certain death, but he did not. In his beast space, there was still the Dark Blade Mantis, which had broken through to silver 6 stars, and that was his strongest. Although the opponent's double-head demon snake had used shadow binding to control the Snow Shadow War Lion, it was also similarly restrained. Now was the best time for the Dark Blade Mantis to strike. Little Knife, it's your turn. With a thought, the Dark Blade Mantis appeared beside him. Taking advantage of the cover of the Snow Shadow War Lion, Chu Xiu lowered his voice and spoke rapidly to the Dark Blade Mantis. Since this guy dares to use the shadow binding skill, then follow the opponent's shadow to launch a shadow strike rush to the side of that double-head demon snake and prioritize killing its beast master. Hearing this, the Dark Blade Mantis understood. In the next moment, it activated the shadow strike skill, instantly transforming into a mass of black shadow merging into the shadow beneath the Snow Shadow War Lion. With the excellent quality potential of the Dark Blade Mantis and its silver 6-star strength, the shadow strike it executed surged along the black shadow left by the double-head demon snake on the ground, catching the double-head demon snake completely off guard. The opponent's beast has been controlled by my double-head demon snake and cannot move anymore. Sanyang, it's your Ice Spike Wolf's turn to attack. Be sure to kill that kid. Seeing his beast had controlled the Snow Shadow War Lion, the middle-aged man's face revealed a fierce look. Leave it to me, Ice Spike Wolf, charge in. Beside him, the green-clad woman chuckled lightly and issued a charge command to the Ice Spike Wolf. As long as it bypassed the immobilized Snow Shadow War Lion, the Ice Spike Wolf could easily slay Chu Xiu. Roar! Hearing this, the Ice Spike Wolf let out a roar and rushed towards the direction of Chu Xiu and the Snow Shadow War Lion, its eyes gleaming with fierce killing intent, determined to tear Chu Xiu apart. However, just as the green-clad woman's command was given and the Ice Spike Wolf had just taken 2 steps, an unexpected "Be careful, young master." A horrified exclamation suddenly erupted from the 3 bronze-level beast masters. In their line of sight, a shadow abruptly leaped from the figure of the 2-headed serpent, and in the blink of an eye appeared behind the middle-aged leader of their small team. The shadow was the Dark Blade Mantis, advancing with its shadow strike skill. Amidst the shouts of the 3 bronze-level beast masters, the mantis forelimbs had already slashed toward the leader's neck. Swish! The blade flashed. The fierce-looking middle-aged leader felt a chill at his neck, and an intense sensation of dizziness washed over him. Before he could react to what was happening, a sharp blade glowing with a blood-red light pierced through his forehead, and in that moment his consciousness fell into an endless darkness. This. Behind him, the 3 bronze-level beast masters gaped in horror, their faces pale, as they watched the Dark Blade Mantis hovering in the air, having pierced their leader's head, lifting it up. Hiss! At the same time as the Dark Blade Mantis beheaded the middle-aged man, the 2-headed serpent let out a piercing wail. In the next moment, both of its large heads exploded with a gaping hole, and its body fell helplessly to the ground. Simultaneously, the long shadow connecting to the Snow Shadow War Lion disappeared. At the moment, the 2-headed serpent collapsed. Roar! No longer restrained by the shadow of the 2-headed serpent, the Snow Shadow War Lion immediately unleashed an enraged roar at the charging Ice Thorn Wolf. Snowflakes danced around as the skill Snow Shadow Flash was unleashed. In the next moment, the form of the Snow Shadow War Lion transformed into a flash of white light, appearing before the Ice Thorn Wolf, rushing towards it. Crack! Faced with the unresponsive Ice Thorn Wolf, the Snow Shadow War Lion directly bit down on its neck, then flipped over and pinned the Ice Thorn Wolf to the ground. Oh woo! Overwhelmed by the sudden attack from the Snow Shadow War Lion, the Ice Thorn Wolf struggled with all its might, its claws frantically raking at the Snow Shadow War Lion. However, now it was locked by the Snow Shadow War Lion's throat, unable to exert even 70% of its strength. Moreover, the Snow Shadow War Lion was protected by its ice crystal armor, rendering the Ice Thorn Wolf's claws ineffective, causing no substantial damage. Oh woo! Under the Snow Shadow War Lion's throttling, the struggling Ice Thorn Wolf could only emit a series of painful howls, its breath growing weaker. How could this happen? The suddenly reversed situation left the green-clad woman in the team devoid of any smile, her face filled with terror as she stared in disbelief at everything happening. Buzz! Yet the Dark Blade Mantis did not forget Chu Xiu's command. After killing the middle-aged leader, it waved its forelimb, tossing the massive head it had skewered like a sugar-coated hawthorn. Then, under the horrified gaze of the 3 bronze-level beast masters, it took flight, its figure transforming into a streak of black light as it rushed towards them. In an instant, the Dark Blade Mantis figure intertwined with that of the 3 bronze-level beast masters, flashing past them and appearing behind them. Puff! 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 As the Dark Blade Mantis retracted its forelimbs, the heads of the 3 bronze-level beast masters immediately separated from their bodies, accompanied by 3 spouts of blood erupting from the headless corpses as they slumped to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only the green-clad woman remained from the group of 5. Crack! At the same time, the Dark Blade Mantis beheaded the 3 bronze-level beast masters, a sound of bones breaking echoed. The Ice Thorn Wolf, which had been struggling madly under the suppression of the Snow Crystal Silver Lion, suddenly stopped, its head twisted at an exaggerated angle, clearly having its neck broken by the Snow Shadow War Lion. Even if the Ice Thorn Wolf was not dead on the spot, the vitality within it rapidly waned to death, was merely a matter of time. After breaking the Ice Thorn Wolf's neck, the Snow Shadow War Lion finally released its bite, then stepped on the Ice Thorn Wolf's head, tilting its head back to emit a deafening roar. Thud! At that moment, the green-clad woman could no longer hold on, her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I can do anything for you. Facing the overwhelming power of Chu Xiu, the green-clad woman had no fighting spirit left, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. You don't know you were wrong, you just know you are about to die. Be a good person in your next life. Facing the green-clad woman's pleas for mercy, Chu Xiu showed no trace of compassion on his face, instead gazing at her with coldness, letting out a snort. No. Upon hearing this, the green-clad woman was instantly horrified. She wanted to continue begging, but before she could utter another word, her voice abruptly cut off. At the moment Chu Xiu's words fell, the dark blade mantis appeared behind her, beheading her with a single slash. Watching the head fall filled with terror, Chu Xiu couldn't help but take a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach. Though it was not his first time killing, the 5 gruesome corpses lying on the ground still provided him with a significant visual. Little Blade, the effects of the hearts of these 2 silver-level beast masters are the same as those of silver-level monsters. You handle them. After dispelling the discomfort in his body, Chu Xiu immediately spoke to the dark blade mantis. The Ice Thorn Wolf and the Two-Headed Serpent are both silver-level beast masters, especially the Two-Headed Serpent, which is a silver-level 7-star beast. These 2 silver-level monster hearts cannot be missed. Swish! As soon as Chu Xiu finished speaking, the dark blade mantis figure appeared beside the nearest Two-Headed Serpent. Having experienced the immense benefits of silver-level monster hearts, it would not let the hearts of the 2 beast masters go even without Chu Xiu's reminder. Such a big backpack, I wonder how many resources these guys collected in the secret realm, and if there is anything I can use. As the dark blade mantis got to work, Chu Xiu noticed the backpack carried by one of the bronze-level beast masters, and murmured to himself. He then approached the corpse of the bronze-level beast master, removed the backpack, and emptied its contents. Soon a pile of resources appeared before Chu Xiu. Taking a closer look, he found that most of these beast master resources were bronze level, with silver level resources comprising only a tenth. After scanning all the resources, Chu Xiu's gaze fixed on a snow-white lotus, with 4 leaves exuding an astonishing 4-leaf ice lotus, silver 8 stars, containing a rich ice attribute magical power, which can rapidly enhance the strength of ice attribute beasts when consumed. The 4-leaf ice lotus, a silver 8-star beast-taming resource, is quite good. With this lotus, the bay's strength level should see significant improvement. To buy, it's yours. Looking at the introduction of the 4-leaf ice lotus scanned by the system, Chu Xiu smiled knowingly and immediately called out to the Snow Shadow War Lion. The Snow Shadow War Lion, being an ice attribute beast, was most suited to consume this silver 8-star 4-leaf ice. Hearing Chu Xiu's call, the Snow Shadow War Lion immediately joyfully ran over, swallowing the 4-leaf ice lotus that Chu Xiu tossed towards it in one bite. Roar! After consuming the 4-leaf ice lotus, a surge of ice attribute magical power instantly erupted within the Snow Shadow War Lion, rapidly filling its entire body, causing it to let out a powerful lion's roar. Let's enter the beast space first. Chu Xiu, sensing the dense ice attribute magical power surging from the Snow Shadow War Lion, smiled faintly and said. As soon as he finished speaking, he recalled the Snow Shadow War Lion into his beast space. Within that space, the Snow Shadow War Lion could absorb the ice attribute magical power contained in the 4-leaf ice lotus more quickly. There aren't many useful resources left among these, but with so many resources gathered together, they are still quite valuable. I will first store them in the beast space and sell them once I return to Linjiang City. After recalling the Snow Shadow War Lion into the beast space, Chu Xiu glanced at the remaining resources in front of him and murmured. In the next moment, the ground before him suddenly became empty, as all the resources were stored into his beast space. After securing these items, Chu Xiu checked the bodies of a few other fallen individuals one by one, but found no other valuable items on them. It seems that this team's entire haul in the secret realm was in the backpack of that bronze-level beast master. After an unfruitful search, Chu Xiu sighed softly, buzzing. At this moment, the dark blade mantis had finished devouring the hearts of the ice thorn wolf and the 2-headed demon snake, flying over to Chu Xiu's side. Not bad, my strength has increased a bit more. Looking at the now more powerful dark blade mantis, Chu Xiu smiled with satisfaction and instructed, Little Knife, conveniently cut off the wolf skin from the ice thorn wolf and the snake skin and fangs from the 2-headed demon snake. The materials from these silver-level beasts can also fetch a good price. Upon hearing his command, the dark blade mantis nodded knowingly and flew back to the corpses of the 2 beasts to begin. Its blades were incredibly sharp, slicing through iron like mud, easily cutting the materials from the 2 silver-level beasts. In less than 3 minutes, it had completely cut out all the valuable materials from the 2-headed demon snake and the ice thorn wolf and returned to Chu Xiu's side. These creatures no longer have any valuable items. Let's go. After storing all the high-value materials from the 2 beasts into the beast space, Chu Xiu said to the dark blade mantis beside him. Thus the human and beast proceeded deeper into the secret realm. Half a month later. Roar. In a corner of a medium-sized secret realm, accompanied by a piercing cry of a beast, a 5-meter-long white rhinoceros covered in wounds collapsed to the ground. This was unmistakably a silver 8-star iron-armored giant rhino. In front of the iron-armored giant rhino stood the dark blade mantis, surrounded by a faint blood glow, which was Chu Xiu's beast. However, at this moment the originally dark green shell of the dark blade mantis was entirely covered in dark red patterns, exuding a strong aura of blood and slaughter. At this moment the aura emanating from it had already reached silver 9 stars, just one step away from becoming a gold. Swish! Seeing the iron-armored giant rhino fall, the dark blade mantis immediately flew forward, directly cleaving open its iron armor on the chest, with a single strike skillfully extracting the heart and biting into it. After consuming the heart of this silver 8-star iron-armored giant rhino, the condition to devour 100 hearts of silver-level beasts will be fulfilled. Not far away, Chu Xiu, sitting on the back of the snow shadow war lion, watched the scene unfold before him, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Time flew by, and half a month had passed since he entered the medium-sized secret realm. During this time, he and the dark blade mantis could slay 7 or 8 silver-level beasts every day. In this half-month, he hunted silver-level beasts with his 2 beasts during the day and found safe places to cultivate the star-refining art at night. Now, not only had the dark blade mantis made remarkable progress reaching silver 9 stars, but his own level had also risen from bronze 4 stars upon entering the secret realm to bronze 8 stars. As for the snow shadow war lion, its strength had also improved, reaching silver 4 stars. Chu Xiu's overall strength was now several times greater than when he had just entered the secret realm. Buzzing. As the dark blade mantis devoured the heart of the iron-armored giant rhino, a surge of vigorous vitality erupted from its body, instantly elevating its aura to the peak of silver level. Having consumed 100 hearts of silver-level beasts, the next step is to complete the soaking in the blood of golden-level beasts to allow Little Knife to undergo the second phase of evolution. Little Knife dubbed by Let's Leave Here First. Seeing the dark blade mantis completely devour the heart of the iron-armored giant rhino, Chu Xiu trembled slightly and immediately called for the dark blade mantis and snow shadow war lion to depart. The blood smell from the dark blade mantis, having slain the iron-armored giant rhino, would soon attract nearby beasts, making it unsuitable for the dark blade mantis to soak in the blood of golden-level beasts for its evolution. As for the location for the dark blade mantis to soak in the blood of golden-level beasts to complete the second phase of evolution, Chu Xiu was already prepared. It was a secluded cave he found in this medium-sized secret realm. During these days, every night, when dusk fell, he would cultivate in that secluded cave, which was very safe. Soon Chu Xiu and his companions returned to the cave. The cave entrance was not large, only allowing Chu Xiu and the smaller dark blade mantis to enter, while the snow shadow war lion remained outside guarding, as per Chu Xiu's orders. Once inside the cave, Chu Xiu took out the 2 large barrels of golden-level beast blood that Han Xian Chu had given him from his beast space, pouring them into the stone pool he had dug out in the cave. As the bright red beast blood filled the stone pool, Chu Xiu tossed in 5 prepared blood essence stones before turning to the dark blade mantis, saying, "Go in." Plop. At Chu Xiu's voice, the Onrentanglang hesitated not a moment and plunged straight into the pool of blood before it. A low hum filled the air. As the Onrentanglang soaked in the blood, the dark red veins across its carapace suddenly flared to life, emitting the 5 blood essence stones resting at the bottom of the pool dissolved the instant the Onrentanglang entered, vanishing into the golden grade beast blood. At the same time, the entire pool of golden grade beast blood seemed to answer the mantis call, beginning to boil, as if stirred by some unseen will. Ribbons of dark red blood chi separated from the pool and surged wildly toward the Onrentanglang, pouring into its body with ravenous speed. Gradually, those dark red streams of blood chi enshrouded the mantis, wrapping its entire form in a living. When the golden gray blood at the pool's bottom faded from scarlet to clear water, a single blood cocoon remained enclosing the Onrentanglang within. The blood cocoon trembled, continuously beating like a living heart with dull measured thumps. Chu Xiu murmured, "It seems the second stage of evolution will take longer than the first. I can only wait." Watching the evolution stall for the moment, Chu Xiu quietly muttered to himself. He settled cross-legged near the cocoon, produced a vial of intermediate mana nutrient serum, and swallowed it, then began to cultivate the star-tempering, demon-tempering art Xingshan Duanmaju. A torrent of mana outside the cavern was drawn and converging around him. He absorbed and refined it, each breath fortifying his cultivation. 3 hours passed in his cultivation. Just as the serum's acceleration faded, the blood cocoon suddenly stopped trembling. Crack, crack. Dozens of fissures spidered across the cocoon, and milky white light leaked from each fracture. The light of evolution. The second stage has succeeded. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed with keen light. He stood at once, staring fixedly at the cocoon. Ding! Congratulations, host, evolution successful. Achievement points 50. He realized that evolving from excellent to perfect yielded 5 times the achievement points of evolving from rare to excellent. The greater the difficulty, the richer the reward. Seeing the extra points, Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed. Counting the 10 points earned earlier from evolving Shuang Zhanshi, his total had risen to 280 achievement points. One step closer to 900. With a rustling roar, the milky light vanished, and the cocoon shattered, collapsing into a scatter of blood-colored powder. When the dust settled, before Chu Xiu stood the form born from the Onrentanglang's evolution, the Shuaran Quangtong. Its eyes burned with red fire, its hind legs stood fully erect as its height surged to 2 meters. A reverse triangle torso gave it a predatory silhouette. The scythe-like forelimbs folded across its chest, their keen edges glinting a deep garnet. From each joint jutted 3 crimson-boned spines, and the dark green carapace was laced all over with blood-red veins. Boom. The newly evolved Shu'eran Quangtong flexed its legs, and in an instant leapt from the stone basin, landing squarely before Chu Xiu. Its toes had gouged 5 deep furrows into the granite floor where it had launched. Facing Chu Xiu's astonished gaze, the Shu'eran Quangtong folded its twin blades, crossed its forelimbs over its chest, and bowed deeply. A gesture of utmost reverence. "Thank you, master." At the same moment, a grateful voice resounded in Chu Xiu's mind. "Shout out, were you the one communicating?" Hearing the voice in his head, Chu Xiu's eyes widened with delight as he looked at the mantis that had risen and bowed before him, and he hurriedly asked, "Yes, master. I am now a golden grade bonded beast, but I can only communicate by thought. Once my rank breaks through to platinum, I will be able to speak aloud." The red light in the mantis' eyes flickered as it nodded, and its voice echoed once more inside Chu Xiu's mind. "I see." Chu Xiu nodded at the reply, then turned to inspect the Shu'eran Quangtong's attributes. Shu'eran Quangtong. Type grass dark. Quality perfect. Level golden 1 star. Status perfect. Innate skills rapid blade cross, / stealth shadow assault, dark devouring toxin, bloodthirst frenzy. Evolution chain Liandao Tanglang Onren Tanglang Shu'eran Quangtong Inying Daofeng Lycong Tangwang Shukong Silius. Shu'eran Quangtong Inying Daofeng Void adaptive evolution. On a lunar eclipse night, arrange an evolution array using 3 void crystal cores, then soak in 200 liters of shadow demon blood, while continuously supplying 10 shadow crystals as aid. Description: a mutated mantis evolved by devouring vast quantities of beast blood brimming with latent potential. It excels at ambush and assassination. Its attacks can breach an enemy's defense and siphon their blood to mend its own wounds, growing stronger as it fights. It is a formidable bonded beast that combines the lethality of a top-tier assassin with the resilience of a warrior. Perfect quality golden 1 star, and 2 brand new skills gained. Xideo's power has risen considerably with this evolution. Especially the passive bloodthirst that heals while fighting fit gives Xiao Dao the confidence to face formidable foes heated. Now that I possess a golden grade bonded beast, I rank among Linjiang City's 6th tier of experts. A broad smile of triumph spread across Chu Xiu's face as he finished reading the Shu'eran Quangtong's stats. Typically, golden grade beasts are of rare or excellent quality. With the Shu'eran Quangtong's current perfect quality, even at only golden 1 star, it could ambush and kill a common golden 2 star beast with ease. Even if confronted heated by a golden 3 star creature, it would still have a fighting chance. If the Shu'eran Quangtong's rank were to rise by 2 stars, Chu Xiu was confident it could contend with Han Xianqis golden 5 star Qing Lining. Xiao Dao is already golden 1 star, Itabai has reached silver 4 star, soon they will break through further. I am the weakest of the 3 as it stands. Since Xideo's evolution is complete, there is no need to remain in this mid-level secret realm. We should return to Linjiang City, focus on producing mana nutrient serum, and accelerate training to raise my rank as quickly as possible. With my current bronze 8 star strength, I can withstand the shock of advanced mana nutrient serum. I will use advanced serum. Once back, he'll begin crafting advanced mana nutrient serum at once. Snapping out of his surprise, Chu Xiu immediately gathered his 2 bonded beasts and turned to leave. After a while, Chu Xiu rode back to the entrance of the medium-sized secret realm on the Shuiying War Lion and calmly outside the secret realm entrance, a flash of light appeared, revealing the figures of Chu Xiu and the Shuiying War Lion. The old man, leisurely sipping tea in front of the wooden house, immediately focused his gaze on the entrance of the secret realm upon sensing the fluctuations there. So it's this kid. As he saw Chu Xiu riding the Shuiying War Lion emerge from the secret realm, he felt a stirring in his heart, and a knowing expression appeared on his face. He had a deep impression of Chu Xiu. After all, when he first met him, he found that Chu Xiu was already a bronze 4 star beast master at such a young age, and possessed a silver 1 star exotic beast. These aspects left a strong impression on him, allowing him to recognize Chu Xiu at first glance. In the days that have passed, it seems this kid's strength has improved quite a bit. He glanced roughly at the other Shuiying War Lions, and Chu Xiu, sensing the aura emanating from them, which piqued his interest. He focused intently, scrutinizing Chu Xiu and the Shuiying War Lion closely. However, upon discovering Chu Xiu's current level of strength, the relaxed expression on his face vanished, and he immediately spat out all the tea he had just sipped. He then stood up in shock, staring intently at Chu Xiu, muttering in disbelief, "Bronze 8 star. He went in for just 2 weeks, and has already risen from bronze 4 star to bronze 8 star. Moreover, his beast is no simple creature. It was only a silver 1 star before entering the secret realm, but now it has reached silver 4 star. A genius, this child is definitely a genius." His sudden action immediately drew Chu Xiu's attention. Feeling his gaze, Chu Xiu thought in confusion, "Is there something on my face? Why is this powerful figure from the Demon Suppression Division looking at me like that? Big White, we should leave quickly." Seeing the other party suddenly stand up, staring blankly at him, and muttering things he couldn't hear, Chu Xiu felt a chill, and immediately ordered the Shuiying War Lion. "Roar." Upon hearing Chu Xiu's command, the Shuiying War Lion nodded, and then took off running forward. As a silver 4 star beast, its perception was no less than that of Chu Xiu, a bronze 8 star beast master, and it sensed the scrutiny from the old man. The gaze of a platinum-level expert undoubtedly placed immense pressure on it, causing it to shiver involuntarily. Swish! Just as the swaying war lion had taken a couple of steps forward, a voice suddenly rang out, and a figure abruptly appeared blocking its path. It was the old man guarding the secret realm. Seeing this, the swaying war lion quickly halted, its vigilant gaze fixed on the old man, its body slightly hunched, ready to strike at any moment. Although it knew it was not a match for the old man, if he dared to harm Chu Xiu, it would protect him even at the cost of its own life. Senior, what is your intention? On the back of the swaying war lion, Chu Xiu looked at the powerful figure from the Demon Suppression Division, who had suddenly blocked his path, his eyes also filled with wariness. Young friend, do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. I am Luo Yu. I stopped you because I noticed your talent and wanted to recruit you as a genius for the Demon Suppression Division. Sensing the tension from Chu Xiu and the swaying war lion, Luo Yu quickly explained, wearing a friendly smile as he clarified his intentions. Recruit me. Hearing Luo Yu's explanation, Chu Xiu was taken aback. He hadn't expected the old man to stop him. However, he quickly regained his composure, clasping his hands in respect, and saying to Luo Yu, I am honored by your kindness, but my strength is lacking and I fear I am not qualified to join the Demon Suppression Division. What he said was not without merit. In the Divine Xia Empire, there are three major official factions: the Demon Suppression Division, the Qingyi Bureau, and the City Defense Army. Among them, the City Defense Army has the largest number of members, with a significant presence in every city. However, although the City Defense Army has many members, the majority are ordinary soldiers at the Black Iron level, with the least number of top experts among the three official factions. Members of the Qingyi Bureau are all elites, with each member being a bronze-level beast master, specifically tackling human traders active within the Divine Xia Empire, such as members of the Tianyao Society. As for the Demon Suppression Division, it was established specifically to suppress various secret realms. For any medium-sized or above secret realm, the Demon Suppression Division sends personnel to guard them, preventing powerful beasts from escaping and causing havoc. It is precisely because they need to suppress the secret realms across the Divine Xia Empire, and since the baseline for suppression is medium-sized secret realms, every member of the Demon Suppression Division is a strong individual. After all, to suppress a medium-sized secret realm and prevent powerful beasts from escaping, one must at least have platinum-level strength. Although Chu Xiu's strength has improved rapidly, he is currently only at the bronze 8-star level, and his strongest beast, the Bloodblade Frenzied Mantis, is merely at gold 1-star, when indeed not qualified to join the Demon Suppression Division. After hearing Chu Xiu's words, Luo Yu chuckled, stroked his beard, and nodded at Chu Xiu, saying, Haha, you are correct. To become a formal member of the Demon Suppression Division, one must have at least platinum-level strength. You indeed do not qualify yet to be a formal member. However, the Demon Suppression Division is not entirely closed to recruiting members below platinum level. Like many Beastmaster universities, our Demon Suppression Division has a certain recruitment quota each year and selects outstanding young Beastmasters from the annual college entrance examination for training. Geniuses who enter the Demon Suppression Division can enjoy the highest level of training with benefits far superior to those of the so-called Beastmaster universities in the Divine Xia Empire. Before becoming a platinum-level expert, these geniuses are merely reserve members in the Demon Suppression Division and will not be assigned tasks to guard secret realms. So how about it? Are you willing to become a reserve member of the Demon Suppression Division? The Demon Suppression Division oversees all medium-sized and larger secret realms within the Divine Xia Empire, and the beast resources at our disposal are vast. You can find any beast resources you need in the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division. After speaking, he looked at Chu Xiu with anticipation. Although the reserve members recruited by the Demon Suppression Division each year are typically silver-level beastmasters, Chu Xiu, currently a bronze 8-star, had not met the recruitment conditions. However, since Chu Xiu possessed a silver 4-star beast, he met the standard for reserve member recruitment, so Luo Yu was not worried about Chu Xiu being unable to join the Demon Suppression Division. Moreover, given Chu Xiu's rapid increase from bronze 4-star to bronze 8-star in just 2 weeks, he believed that in the following half-month it was not impossible for Chu Xiu to further break through and become a silver-level beastmaster. Can you find all the beast-taming resources I need? Chu Xiu had initially been uninterested in Luo Yu's introduction, but upon hearing the last words spoken, he immediately changed his mind. With the beast evolution system, he could clearly see the evolution chains of all tamed beasts and the resources required. However, these evolution resources became increasingly precious as one progressed. Currently, he was struggling to find them. If there were a channel for him to obtain the resources needed for his beast's evolution, he could elevate the quality of his beast to epic or even legendary levels in a very short time, dramatically enhancing his strength. Senior Luo, can the Demon Suppression Division really provide almost all beast-taming resources? To confirm this, Chu Xiu asked Luo Yu. In response to Chu Xiu's inquiry, Luo Yu nodded and said, Haha, naturally. The Demon Suppression Division suppresses the secret realms nationwide, and we have indeed collected the most beast-taming resources. When it comes to the reserves of beast-taming resources, if the Demon Suppression Division claims second place, no one would dare to claim first. However, the resources in the Demon Suppression Division's treasury are not freely available. They must be exchanged for merits. As for merits, one can earn them by guarding the entrances of secret realms like I do, or by completing tasks issued by the Demon. If you join the Demon Suppression Division as a probationary member, the way to earn merits is to complete tasks released by the division. Before your strength reaches the platinum level, sending you out to execute various tasks will also be the primary means for the Demon Suppression Division to cultivate your combat abilities. I see. After hearing Luo Ye's explanation, Chu Xiu finally revealed an expression of realization, his eyes shining with excitement. Seeing Chu Xiu's expression, a smile blossomed on Luo Ye's old face like a chrysanthemum, and he looked at Chu Xiu and said, "So what do you think? As a formal member of the Demon Suppression Division, if he successfully brought in a genius as a probationary member, he would also earn a considerable amount of merit points." Originally stationed in this remote area guarding a medium-sized secret realm, he never expected to encounter a genius. However, heaven bestowed upon him a great surprise, allowing him to meet Chu Xiu, a genius who had advanced 4 stars in half a month, and he certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. "I've made up my mind. I will join the Demon Suppression Division." Facing Luo Ye's inquiry, Chu Xiu took a deep breath and made his decision. "Ha, excellent. What do you wish to be called, young friend?" "Chu Xiu. I see. Please follow me. I will report your situation, and once your information is registered, you will be a probationary member of the Demon Suppression Division." Chu Xiu's response delighted Luo Yu, who called out 3 times in excitement before heading towards his small cabin at the secret realm entrance. Seeing this, Chu Xiu jumped down from the Snow Shadow Battle Lion's back and followed Luo Yu into the cabin. There is actually a hidden world inside. Upon entering the cabin, Chu Xiu was astonished by the scene within. The seemingly ordinary cabin on the outside was filled with a sense of advanced technology inside. Various instruments filled the cabin, and in the center was a gigantic supercomputer. As Luo Yu completed a pupil scan in front of the supercomputer and entered some information, a holographic projection soon appeared before him. "Greetings, esteemed one." The moment the holographic projection appeared, Luo Yu immediately bowed respectfully to the... For someone like Luo Yu, a platinum-level powerhouse, to show such respect indicates that the other party's strength is either diamond level or master level. While observing Luo Ye's attitude, Chu Xiu looked at the holographic projection before him, which had a serious expression and an imposing presence, and thought to himself, "Luo Yu, is this the genius you recommended?" At that moment, the projection appearing indifferent nodded at Luo Yu, and then turned to inquire about Chu Xiu. "Indeed." Luo Yu, upon hearing this, hurriedly nodded. "According to the information you submitted, having a cultivation level of bronze 8 stars at such a young age, and possessing a silver 4-star beast, is indeed rare. However, this year the recruitment rules of the Demon Suppression Division have changed. To enter the Demon Suppression Division, the Beastmaster must have silver-level strength." So, the middle-aged projection glanced at both Chu Xiu and Luo Yu, delivering words that surprised them both. Upon hearing this unexpected news, Luo Yu was clearly taken aback. After a while, he regained his composure and looked at the middle-aged projection with a reluctant expression, asking, "Esteemed one, why are this year's standards different from before?" However, in response to his inquiry, the projection sighed and slowly said, "Times have changed. Recently, the number of newly emerged secret realms has been increasing. According to the Beastmaster Zhang Tian Beast of the Division Chief, the Ancient Century Beast disaster will arrive 10 years early. Now we need to concentrate all our advantageous resources to prioritize cultivating true geniuses, quickly nurturing a group of strong individuals who can act independently." "What? The beast disaster is coming early?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ye's expression of reluctance disappeared, replaced by a look of astonishment. In response to Luo Ye's exclamation, the projection merely nodded without offering an answer, instead saying to him, "If there is nothing else, we will conclude our communication here. I have many urgent matters to attend to. We bid farewell to you, esteemed one." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu immediately nodded and bowed to send off the projection. As his words fell, the holographic projection above the supercomputer vanished. Is the Ancient Century Beast disaster really that terrifying that even a platinum-level powerhouse like Luo Yu would turn pale at the mention of it? Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, who had been listening to their conversation, was left utterly bewildered. Previously, the most terrifying beast disaster he had witnessed was merely a massive beast tide faced by Linjiang City over a decade ago, which only involved 2 golden-level monsters. "Chu Xiu, I apologize, but it seems we cannot recruit you into the Demon Suppression Division ahead of time. However, with your rate of strength improvement, you still have the opportunity to reach silver level before the college entrance examination, and at that time you can still enter the Demon Suppression Division." As Chu Xiu was lost in thought, Luo Yu had already come back to his senses, and with a look of guilt said to Chu Xiu, "Senior Luo, you are too kind." Hearing Luo Yu's words, Chu Xiu regained his focus and quickly waved his hand. It was quite remarkable for a platinum-level powerhouse to apologize to a bronze-level junior like him, which further increased his admiration for Luo Yu. After saying this, Chu Xiu's eyes turned, and after weighing his options, he made a decision. He took a deep breath, looked at Luo Yu with a serious expression, and quietly said, "I forgot to mention to you earlier, my strongest beast is not the silver 4-star beast outside, but another golden 1-star beast. I wonder if this situation will allow the Demon Suppression Division to make an exception and recruit me as a probationary member in advance." Chu Xiu had barely finished speaking when an absolute silence descended upon the small wooden cottage. This deathly stillness lingered for several seconds. Then Luo Yu suddenly raised his voice, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Chu Xiu, his expression as if he had just seen a specter. "Ahem, senior, you heard correctly. I do indeed possess a golden tier beast tamer." Having resolved to reveal his bloodblade mantis, Chu Xiu had long steeled himself for such a reaction. Thus Luo Yu's startled outburst elicited no surprise, only a calm, composed nod. "No, it's impossible. Even with extraordinary talent, how could someone at bronze rank 8 star possibly form a pact with a golden tier beast? Unless you began cultivating it from its infancy. Yet even then such rapid ascension to golden tier status within so short a span is utterly inconceivable. Seeing Chu Xiu confirm with another nod, Luo Yu refused to accept it, shaking his head repeatedly. Xiao Dao. With that, Chu Xiu summoned the Bloodblade Mantis from his beast space, the very creature that had recently undergone evolution. It's truly a golden tier beast. As the 2-meter-tall Bloodblade Mantis materialized, radiating the unmistakable aura unique to golden tier beasts, Luo Yu froze in place. Eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, murmuring in stunned silence before the towering creature that stood a full head taller than himself. Wait, just now from where did you summon it? Could it be, you've opened a beast space? Suddenly something clicked in Luo Yu's mind. He whirled toward Chu Xiu beside the Bloodblade Mantis, his pupils contracting sharply. As a platinum tier beast tamer standing so close, he had distinctly sensed the spatial fluctuation emanating from Chu Xiu at the moment of summoning. The spatial ripple generated when summoning a beast from a beast ring differs fundamentally from that produced by drawing 1/4 from a beast space, and Luo Yu was certain this golden tier first star beast had not emerged from any beast ring. That left only one possibility, that Chu Xiu had indeed opened a beast space, and this golden tier first star beast had just been summoned directly from within it. Chu Xiu blinked in mild astonishment. He hadn't expected Luo Yu to deduce the existence of his beast space yet having already revealed the Bloodblade Mantis, he'd anticipated this revelation would inevitably follow. Senior Luo speaks truly. I have indeed opened a beast space. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu nodded calmly, his serene composure forming a stark contrast to Luo Yu's flustered platinum-ranked visage. A thunderous roar echoed within Luo Yu's skull the instant Chu Xiu confirmed it, his entire frame shuddering. To date, only 3 individuals in the Xinxiao Empire have ever opened a beast space while still at bronze rank. And those 3 are now the Empire's 3 pillars of heaven, transcendent figures who each command the rarest, most supreme S-tier beast spaces. Now before his very eyes stood the 4th, a bronze-rank prodigy who had achieved what none but legends had accomplished. His inner shock surged like 10,000 galloping steeds refusing to subside. After a long moment, he drew a deep breath and gazed at Chu Xiu with solemn gravity. Chu Xiu, tell me, is your beast space truly the supreme S-tier variety? The supreme S-tier beast space, yes indeed. To date, no one in this world has ever awakened an S-tier beast space. Calling S-tier the pinnacle is entirely accurate. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Chu Xiu inwardly mused, then feigned astonishment, exclaiming, Senior, how could you possibly know mine is an S-tier beast space? Though S-tier fell short of his true limit, it remained, for now, the highest known tier, and 3 others had already awakened it before him. He concealed his actual S-tier beast space, declaring only the S-tier claim, a choice that would secure maximum state recognition while tempering his own brilliance. Were he to reveal his unprecedented S-tier beast space, the resulting upheaval would be incalculable. My intuition was correct, exactly as I suspected. Luo Yu trembled again, his expression deepening into awe. Chu Xiu, let me be frank, across generations, only 3 individuals in the Xinxiao Empire have opened a beast space while still at bronze rank, and all 3 are elite masters possessing S-tier beast spaces. You too are bronze rank, and yet you've opened a beast space. Moreover, your tamed beast far surpasses your personal cultivation level. It was precisely this disparity that led me to deduce your space must be S-tier. Unconsciously, his demeanor toward Chu Xiu had shifted, his tone now carrying a subtle undercurrent of reverence he himself failed to notice. Though Chu Xiu stood merely as a bronze-tier beast tamer, Luo Yu already regarded him as an equal to the Empire's 3 pillars of heaven. With an awakened S-tier beast space, Chu Xiu, provided he avoided untimely demise, was destined to ascend to heights matching those legendary pillars. I see. Having absorbed Luo Yu's explanation, Chu Xiu nodded slowly, then added, Then may I now be admitted as a probationary member of the Demon Suppression Bureau? Absolutely. You're unquestionably qualified. If anyone qualifies, it's you. Wait, let me immediately contact Elder Master and report your case. At Chu Xiu's words, Luo Yu thumped his chest in earnest assurance, then strode to the supercomputer and executed a swift sequence of commands. Moments later, a holographic projection shimmered into existence above the console. The same stern, middle-aged man reappeared, identical in bearing and presence, before Chu Xiu, and spotting Chu Xiu and Luo Yu once more, the man's expression darkened, his voice turned icy as he addressed Luo Yu. Luo Yu, what is it now? Elder Master, what I'm about to disclose is of utmost gravity. May I ask whether you are currently alone? Luo Yu's question raised the elder's brow. Then he replied curtly, I am alone in my office. Speak quick. Elder Master, I have just confirmed Chu Xiu is no ordinary genius. He is a peerless prodigy who has awakened an S-tier beast space. What did you say? The elder's face paled instantly, and he roared. A quarter of an hour after entering the small wooden cabin at the entrance of the secret realm with Luo Yu, Chu Xiu and Luo Yu finally emerged from the cabin. Within that brief quarter of an hour, Chu Xiu had shocked Luo Yu multiple times, and even the guardian elder of the Demon Suppression Division behind Luo Yu had been stirred. After Chu Xiu claimed to have opened an S-level Beastmaster space, he was unsurprisingly recruited in advance by the Demon Suppression Division and became a reserve member. Chu Xiu, you are now a reserve member of the Demon Suppression Division. This is the black iron token we provide to reserve members. The chip inside has recorded your information. With this token, your activities in any base city will become significantly more convenient. After exiting the small wooden cabin, Luo Yu handed the black iron token to Chu Xiu. How is it convenient? Chu Xiu asked curiously as he took his identity token. Looking at the curious expression on his face, Luo Yu chuckled. Hee. With this black iron token from the Demon Suppression Division, your identity as a reserve member is solidified. Reserve members of the Demon Suppression Division hold the same status as the Deputy Commander of the City Defense Army and the Deputy Director of the Anomaly Bureau in any base city. Moreover, in any part of the Divine Xia Empire, you possess the authority to act first and report later. Even if you kill someone in the street, neither the City Defense Army nor the Anomaly Bureau has the right to take action against you. They can only leave it to the Demon Suppression Division to handle internally. Isn't that convenient? Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes brightened. Reserve members of the Demon Suppression Division have such power. Haha, that's... Seeing Chu Xiu's reaction, Luo Yu straightened his back, revealing a proud expression. Luo Yu's demeanor made Chu Xiu smile involuntarily, and he then asked, so, when do I go to the Demon Suppression Division? No rush. The Demon Suppression Division selects the top talents from across the country after the college entrance examinations every year for intensive training. He said you just need to keep the black iron token with you. When the time comes, someone will naturally notify you. As he spoke, Luo Yu's gaze turned to the black iron token in Chu Xiu's hand, signaling him. In that case, I'll head back to Linjiang City first. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu solemnly stored the black iron token in his Beastmaster space. Luo Yu nodded at him, saying, go ahead. Senior, I take my leave. Goodbye, let's go. Seeing this, Chu Xiu cupped his hands towards Luo Yu, and then called to the Snow Shadow War Lion. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Shadow War Lion let out a roar, and the next moment it appeared by his side. Chu Xiu mounted the back of the Snow Shadow War Lion, which then began to gallop towards Linjiang City. I never expected that I would discover a top talent who has opened an S-level Beastmaster space. Recommending Chu Xiu to the Demon Suppression Division will surely earn me a considerable amount of merit points, perhaps even more than all the merit points I've earned in the division over the years. Heaven is not unfair to me. With this batch of merit points, I might even attempt to break through to diamond level. Haha. Watching Chu Xiu's figure disappear from his sight, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and joy overflowed from his expression. Meanwhile, in Linjiang City, at this moment a crowd had gathered downstairs at Chu Xiu's home. Song Jijia, this house was originally approved by the Bureau as compensation for my brother and me. It was obtained by my parents with their merits and lives. What right do you have to take it away? In the center of the crowd, Chu Yuqing stood in front of her house, blocking Song Jijia, who was trying to force his way into the building, and coldly reprimanded him. Although Chu Xiu had earned quite a bit of money during this time by producing magical nutrient solutions and had transferred her over 10 million, making it entirely possible for her to buy a new house in the city center, the house behind her was left by her parents and held great significance. Therefore, neither she nor Chu Xiu had any plans to buy a new house. Now, however, Song Jijia had come with a team from the Anomaly Bureau to take away their family's house, which Chu Yuqing was naturally unwilling to accept. Opposite her, Song Jijia looked at Chu Yuqing's face, which was turning red with anger, and he sneered inwardly, but his face displayed a helpless expression as he said to her, Yuqing, this house originally belongs to the Anomaly Bureau. We only allowed you to live in it before because the Bureau saw that you and your brother were helpless and wanted to take care of you. Now your brother is about to graduate and has become a Beastmaster, so naturally the Bureau wants to reclaim this house. Moreover, many of my colleagues sacrificed their lives dealing with the Demon Clan during this operation, and their families are just as helpless as your parents were when they sacrificed. They need assistance more than you. All this was decided by the Bureau, and I am merely carrying out orders, so please step aside. You're making it very difficult. If I hadn't received the news in advance and rushed over personally, if another person had come with you obstructing the Anomaly Bureau's actions like this, you would have been arrested long ago. With that, Song Jijia looked at Chu Yuqing with a deeply affectionate expression. However, when Chu Yuqing saw Song Jijia's expression, intense disgust and anger flashed in her eyes as she shouted, Song Jijia, what are you pretending to be a good person for? My brother and I have lived here peacefully for so long, and only after you returned to Linjiang City and joined the Anomaly Bureau has it been such a short time before you want to take our house away. This matter is absolutely related to you and your Song family. As soon as her words came out, many bystanders nearby nodded in agreement, whispering among themselves. What the Chu family girl said makes sense. I am also a family member of a martyr from the Anomaly Bureau and have been assigned a house, but I haven't heard that the Bureau wants to take my house away. Indeed, I have relatives working as clerks in the Anomaly Bureau, and I haven't heard about this matter either. It seems that this Song Jijia has a personal grudge with the Chu family girl and is using the Anomaly Bureau's name to settle. Although they were deliberately keeping their voices down, Song Jijia, now a bronze 9-star Beastmaster, had hearing far beyond that of ordinary people. He clearly heard every word of their discussion. When did she become so clever? No, I can't let her continue speaking. I'll first apprehend her on the charge of obstructing the Anomaly Bureau's actions and later teach her a good lesson privately. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Song Jijia's expression darkened and his patience wore thin as he said to Chu Yuqing, Yuqing, since you are so stubborn, I can only detain you. Come take action. As Song Jijia finished speaking, 2 members of the Qingyi Bureau stepped forward to apprehend Chu Yuqing. Chu Yuqing furrowed her brows at the approaching agents. She never expected Song Jijia to be so audacious as to directly send people to capture her. Just as she was hesitating whether to resist, a voice filled with rage suddenly rang out. Who gave you the audacity to move against my sister? At this shout, everyone felt a blur before their eyes as a shadow rushed past, stirring up a whirlwind. Immediately afterwards there were two loud bangs, and the two who had just rushed towards Chu Xiu were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground unconscious. At the same time, a figure stood in front of Chu Xiu, their face cold as they glanced at the two fallen individuals before fixing their gaze on the mastermind Song Jijia. Under Chu Xiu's gaze, Song Jijia felt a chill run down his back. Isn't this kid Chu Xiu's younger brother still in his senior year? How could a high school student possess such formidable power? At this moment, Song Jijia stared at Chu Xiu with astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. Chu Xiu's movements had been too swift, so fast that even he hadn't noticed how Chu Xiu had taken down his two team members. All members of the Qingyi Bureau were bronze-level beast masters, and the two team members he had just sent out possessed the strength of bronze 6 stars. Even he, a bronze 9-star beast master, would be unable to take down two opponents in such a short time without using a beast. Yet Chu Xiu had accomplished this effortlessly. What level of strength did his opponent possess? Peak bronze or silver? The fact that Chu Xiu at such a young age had this terrifying strength truly frightened him. Brother, you're back. At this moment, Chu Xiu also noticed Chu Xiu standing in front of her and exclaimed with delight. This was the longest Chu Xiu had been away from home. Ever since she saw the note he left knowing he had ventured alone into the wilderness, she had worried about him for the past half-month. Now that she saw Chu Xiu return, she was naturally overjoyed, rushing to his side and examining him from head to toe. Look at you, you've lost weight. You must have suffered out there. Facing Chu Xiu's concern, warmth surged in Chu Xiu's heart as he smiled and replied, Sister, I'm actually stronger now. I haven't suffered at all. But you, during the time I was away, you must have encountered quite a bit of trouble. With that, the smile on his face vanished, and he coldly turned his gaze towards Song Jijia, who was frozen in place from his earlier action. Brother, they are still members of the Qingyi Bureau. A lesson would suffice. Don't let it escalate into a matter of life and death, as it would be detrimental to us. Feeling the chill in Chu Xiu's eyes, Chu Xiu quickly spoke, her face bearing a look of concern. Although she was unaware of Chu Xiu's current strength, being able to easily take down two members of the Qingyi Bureau and scare Song Jijia into immobility led her to suspect his power. At the very least, Song Jijia was no match for Chu Xiu, otherwise he wouldn't be frozen in place. Sister, rest assured, even if I were to kill them all today, the Qingyi Bureau wouldn't be able to do anything to me. However, in response to Chu Xiu's advice, Chu Xiu spoke confidently. At this point, Song Jijia also regained his senses. After hearing Chu Xiu's words, he scoffed. What a joke. You dare to kill members of the Qingyi Bureau. In the entire Xinxia Empire, there is no place for you to hide. Just for injuring my two team members, the Qingyi Bureau will not let you off. As he spoke, he secretly sent a distress message to a deputy director in the Qingyi Bureau of Linjiang City, who had condoned his actions this time. Uninformed, seeing Song Jijia still so arrogant, a murderous intent appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. Today, since Song Jijia dared to act against Chu Xiu, he had no intention of letting him leave alive. Just right today, he had the identity of a preparatory member of the Demon Suppression Division, which was his greatest support. Little knife. With a thought, the Bloodblade Mantis was summoned. As soon as the Bloodblade Mantis appeared, its golden-level ferocity was instantly unleashed. Except for Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu beside him, everyone around trembled under the terrifying golden-level pressure, feeling a booming sound echo in their minds. Such terrifying pressure. This pressure is definitely not something a silver-level beast master can possess. Golden-level beast. Only a golden-level beast can exude such terrifying ferocity. But how is this possible? How could Chu Xiu possess a golden-level beast? On the opposite side, sensing the terrifying aura released by the Bloodblade Mantis, Song Jijia's face turned pale and his pupils shook in shock. He considered himself a genius and naturally understood the treatment geniuses received in the Xinxia Empire. Now that Chu Xiu, still just a senior student, possessed a golden-level beast, his talent could only be described as monstrous. This fact was undoubtedly a thunderclap for him. For once Chu Xiu's terrifying talent was exposed, it would definitely shock the higher-ups of the Xinxia Empire. Just as Chu Xiu had said, if he were to kill him on the spot, the Qingyi Bureau truly wouldn't be able to do anything to Chu Xiu. Thud. Thinking of this, Song Jijia lost all his previous bravado, his legs giving way as he knelt before Chu Xiu, his face filled with terror as he pleaded, Chu Xiu, I was wrong. Please spare me. I swear to the heavens, I will never trouble you again. In the face of Song Jijia's pleading, Chu Xiu showed no signs of emotion, his expression still icy. He coldly gazed at the kneeling and begging Song Jijia and said, it's too late to admit your mistakes now. Little knife, kill him. Upon hearing this, Song Jijia was horrified and tried to plead once more. However, before he could speak, the Bloodblade Mantis suddenly flashed and appeared before him, raising its right front limb high before striking down, the gleaming sharp blade rapidly enlarging in Song Jijia's shrinking pupils. In a flash of dark red blade light, the Dark Blade Mantis sliced down from above Song Jijia's head, then swiftly retracted its blade and retreated, the entire motion flowing seamlessly, leaving Song Jijia, who was still in a daze, kneeling on the ground. Poof! Only after the Bloodblade Mantis returned to Chu Xiu's side did a bloodline appear piercing through Song Jijia's body, and then his body abruptly split in half and fell to the sides. Oh, murder! After a brief silence, the onlookers erupted into screams, and the crowd quickly scattered. You are being too impulsive, brother. Quickly, while the people from the Qingyi Bureau haven't arrived, yet you must run, the farther the better. At that moment, even Chu Xiu was startled by Chu Xiu's actions, her face filled with panic as she hurriedly spoke to him. Sister, I told you I'm fine, just rest assured. This time not only will I kill that Song Jijia, but I will also expose everyone involved in this plot and ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. However, in response to Chu Yuqing's reminder, Chu Xiu shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. Now that he had joined the Demon Suppression Division, he truly had a strong backing, and the Qingyi Bureau in Linjiang couldn't touch him. As for the City Defense Army, they would likely also side with him once they learned about this conflict. However, Chu Yuqing was unaware that Chu Xiu had joined the Demon Suppression Division. Seeing that he was disregarding her words, her expression grew more urgent. She stepped forward, grasped Chu Xiu's shoulder, and said seriously, "Chu Xiu, you must listen to your sister today. Killing people from the Qingyi Bureau is a grave crime. Hurry and escape, go hide outside the city and never return to Linjiang. How dare this madman kill someone from the Qingyi Bureau, seeking death." Just as she finished speaking, an angry shout suddenly. At the same time, a powerful pressure descended upon Chu Xiu and the others. "It's over." Hearing that furious shout, Chu Yuqing's face turned pale and her heart sank. Chu Xiu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fierce bird soaring in the sky, its rider a furious middle-aged man staring at him with murderous intent. Sky-breaking golden eagle. Attribute wind. Quality excellent. Level golden 1 star. Status perfect. Talent skills wind blade gale tornado rising winds wind shadow clone. Evolution chain 1. Wind, eagle gale, eagle sky-breaking golden, eagle storm, eagle king perfect. Description evolved twice from an elite quality wind eagle, has considerable potential and can use clone skills to confuse opponents. The sky-breaking golden eagle of golden 1 star is at the same level as the small blade, but this one has excellent quality and is no match for the small blade. To possess a golden 1 star beast, the newcomer must be the golden ranked deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. After scanning the sky-breaking golden eagle's strength level with the system, Chu Xiu quickly deduced the identity of the newcomer. After all, a mere Song Jijia and the Song family could not possibly summon the director of the Qingyi Bureau. At most, they could use a large sum of money to establish a connection with the deputy director. The fact that Song Jijia dared to come so brazenly to forcibly seize their house likely meant that this person had tacitly approved it. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he looked at the figure on the back of the sky-breaking golden eagle. Sky-breaking golden eagle, kill that villain below. However, at that moment, the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau on the back of the sky-breaking golden eagle charged toward Chu Xiu without hesitation, instructing the eagle to attack him. With a cry, the sky-breaking golden eagle flapped its wings, creating a storm in the sky as dozens of wind blades instantly gathered in front of it. As the sky-breaking golden eagle flapped its wings, the dozens of wind blades rained down toward Chu Xiu. Even Chu Yuqing beside him was caught in the attack range. Clearly the opponent intended to kill both of them. "Are you so eager to kill me?" Seeing that the opponent was intent on killing him, and Chu Yuqing, Chu Xiu's anger was instantly ignited. "Dare to act against my master, seeking death." At that moment, a furious voice echoed in his mind. Suddenly, the blood-blade mad mantis, which had previously been beside him, appeared above his head. Facing the storm of wind blades falling like a torrential rain from the sky, the mantis' eyes glowed with angry red light. Immediately, it swept its dual blades upward, and a blood-red cross-shaped blade light erupted forth, slashing towards the dozens of wind blades falling from the sky. The blood-colored blade light was incredibly powerful. Wherever it passed, the falling wind blades disintegrated, shattering them. In an instant, the dozens of wind blades transformed back into a sky full of wind magic that dissipated into nothingness. Yet after shattering all the wind blades, the blood-colored blade light still carried terrifying power and slashed toward the sky-breaking golden eagle in the sky. Not good. Quickly dodge. Feeling the immense threat of the blood-colored cross-blade light, the man on the back of the sky-breaking golden eagle's expression changed drastically, urgently instructing the eagle to evade. Without waiting for him to speak, the sky-breaking golden eagle felt a strong sense of crisis upon seeing its wind blades easily obliterated by the blood-blade mad mantis strike. Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, the eagle had already begun to evade. Whoosh! The blood-colored blade light barely missed the eagle's abdomen. That was close. After narrowly avoiding that strike, the man on the back of the sky-breaking golden eagle let out a sigh of relief, a cold sweat sliding down his forehead. He no longer commanded his beast to attack Chu Xiu, but instead ordered it to ascend to a higher flight altitude, watching Chu Xiu and the blood-blade mad mantis from above with a grave expression. This kid is so young, yet accompanied by a golden-ranked beast, and this golden-ranked beast looks unfamiliar. Could there be another golden-ranked beast master nearby protecting them? That shouldn't be the case. According to that bastard Song Jijia's claim, these two are just local people without any background, so how could they have a golden-ranked beast master protecting them? Could it be that this golden-ranked beast is their own? Looking down at the three figures below, a terrifying thought emerged in the middle-aged man's mind, causing his pupils to contract sharply. If this powerful golden-ranked beast truly belonged to them, regardless of whose it was, it would be a disaster for him. Because both Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing are far too young. Even Chu Yuqing is only in her 20s. What does it mean to have a golden-ranked beast master in their 20s? That is a top-tier genius that the country must take seriously, someone that a mere deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau in Linjiang cannot kill. Of course, now that the other party has such a powerful golden-ranked beast, even if he wanted to kill the two of them, it would be impossible. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath to suppress his anger, calming down, and shouted down to Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing, "Who exactly are you? Little knife, give me a beating first before we talk." Facing the inquiry from the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, Chu Xiu's expression remained cold as he addressed the Bloodblade Mantis above him. Although the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle is a wind element flying beast, the Bloodblade Mantis can also fly. Even if it is not a wind element beast, the Bloodblade Mantis speed is absolutely not slower than the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle. Moreover, the Bloodblade Mantis possesses the Shadow Strike skill, which can be activated much faster than its own flying speed. Understood, Master. I will make sure to beat them half to death. Hearing Chu Xiu's command, the voice of the Bloodblade Mantis echoed in his mind. As the voice rang out, the skill stealth was activated, and in an instant the figure of the Bloodblade Mantis abruptly disappeared from everyone's sight. Gur. At the moment the Bloodblade Mantis vanished, the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle, having lost sight of it, felt a chill in its heart, and quickly cried out, while flapping its wings to continue ascending. Simultaneously as it flapped its wings, countless sharp wind blades shot wildly downward. The wind blades tore through the air, enveloping a vast expanse, dazzling to behold. As the pet of the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle had experienced countless battles and possessed strong combat instincts. In the instant it could not perceive the Bloodblade Mantis, it thought of the best countermeasure. By launching a large-scale attack like this, as long as the Bloodblade Mantis dared to approach her, it would inevitably be forced out by its attacks. However, the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle's strategy still miscalculated. After the Bloodblade Mantis concealed its figure with stealth, it immediately activated the Shadow Strike skill, drastically increasing its speed. At the same time the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle unleashed its wind blade attack, the Bloodblade Mantis had already arrived beside it. Those wind blades attacking downward posed no threat to it at all. Buzz! A dark red blade suddenly appeared above the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle, tearing through the air and heavily striking its poo. With a sound of blade piercing flesh, the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle's back was slashed open, creating a wound over a meter long, deep enough to see bone. In an instant flesh was torn and blood flowed. Screech! At this moment intense pain shot through its back, forcing the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle to emit a piercing cry. It immediately flapped its wings, frantically trying to escape. However, now it was still burdened with the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, making it quite inconvenient to maneuver in the air. The Bloodblade Mantis only needed to exert a little force to easily keep up with it, continuously leaving bloody wounds on its body with its dual blades. Facing the Bloodblade Mantis attacks, the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle, burdened with a person, could not resist at all and was forced to continuously endure the assault. If the Bloodblade Mantis had the intent to kill, it would have long since fallen beneath its blades. What kind of beast is this? So fast. Meanwhile, the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau on the back of the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle had a drastic change in expression, staring in terror at the Bloodblade Mantis, which was so close. Coincidentally, at that moment the Bloodblade Mantis, having felt it had inflicted enough damage on the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle, locked its crimson eyes onto him, and the fierce bloodthirsty aura compelled him to involuntarily take a couple of steps back. Although he was a golden tier beast master possessing a golden 1-star beast, the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle, with form. However, facing a golden tier beast at such close range, given the power it had just displayed, if it decided to kill him, he would definitely not escape death. Swish! Just as the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau stepped back in terror, the blades of the Bloodblade Mantis retracted. Yet its figure directly lunged at the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, its body flying diagonally, delivering a powerful kick to his face. Under the tremendous force of the Bloodblade Mantis kick, the vice director was sent flying from the back of the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle, spinning several times in the air. A few broken ivory white teeth flew out of his mouth, accompanied by blood. Before he could regain his bearings, the Bloodblade Mantis appeared above him, stomping down on his stomach, instantly driving his body toward the ground. This was not the end. The subsequent attacks from the Bloodblade Mantis followed in quick succession, continuously kicking the vice director's body as he fell from the sky, his speed increasing. At this rate of descent, even a golden tier beast master would find it hard to escape a fate of being smashed to pieces. Screech! Just as the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau was about to crash to the ground, a screech echoed, and a fierce wind arose. The figure of the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle appeared just in time beneath him, catching him, and the man and beast crashed to the ground, landing in front of Chu Xiu and Chu Yu. The hard ground was instantly smashed into a large pit several dozen meters wide, and the shockwave sent layers of dust and sand flying in all directions. Pooh! Even with the cushioning from the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle, the tremendous backlash from the fall caused the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau to spit out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle beneath him lay motionless in the created pit, having broken most of its bones and its breath weak. Until the surrounding dust and sand settled, Chu Xiu, accompanied by the Bloodblade Mantis, arrived at the edge of the pit, looking frostily at the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, who lay there like a dead dog on the Broken Cloud Golden Eagle. You can't kill me, I am the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau. If you kill me, you will never escape the pursuit and manhunt of the Qingyi Bureau, no matter where you go. Looking at Chu Xiu standing at the edge of the pit with an icy expression, the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau was filled with fear as he spoke to Chu Xiu. Due to having several teeth broken by the Bloodblade Mantis, he spoke with a lisp. However, after hearing his words, Chu Xiu merely sneered. Hey, your fate was sealed the moment you decided to attack me and my sister alongside that idiot Song Jijia. Today, I will let you die with clarity. With that, he took out the identity token of a preparatory member from the demon subduing department he had just received from Luo Yu and waved it in front of the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau. Demon. Demon Subduing Department. You are actually one of them. Upon seeing the token in Chu Xiu's hand, the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau's pupils shrank, suddenly staring at Chu Xiu in disbelief. As the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau in Lingjiang City, he naturally knew the worth of the identity token in Chu. If he had known that Chu Xiu was a member of the Demon Subduing Department, he would never have assisted Song Jijia, even if Song Jijia offered him the entire Song family as a benefit. Now that he was aware of Chu Xiu's identity, it was all too late. Damn Song Jijia, damn Song family, you have ruined me. Looking at the cold, killing intent in Chu Xiu's eyes, his face turned ashen as he could only grit his teeth and rest assured the Song family will soon accompany you. Hearing the last howl of the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, Chu Xiu said indifferently, turning to look at the Bloodblade Mad Mantis beside him. The Bloodblade Mad Mantis immediately understood, its figure flickering as it appeared beside the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, swiftly striking with its blade to kill him cleanly. Screech. With his death, the Golden One-Star Beast, the Breaking Cloud Golden Eagle, let out a mournful cry as its head exploded into a bloody hole. At this point, only 4 of the 5 Golden-level Beast Masters in Linjiang City remained. My brother killed the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau. Just then, shortly after Chu Xiu killed the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, a military convoy rushed over. Soon dozens of uniformed city defense soldiers jumped out of the vehicles and hurried towards Chu Xiu and the others. At the forefront were 2 familiar faces, Zhou Hao and Gong Jiangtao, whom Chu Xiu knew. This is Lu Yong, the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau. Seeing the slain vice director before him, Zhou Hao's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed at Chu Xiu. Even Gong Jiangtao beside him was taken aback, unable to believe that in just half a month Chu Xiu had gained the strength to kill a golden-level beastmaster. But as he came to his senses, he frowned deeply and said to Chu Xiu in anguish, Chu Xiu, you were too impulsive. Indeed, Lu Yong is the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, a key figure in the country. Killing him now will lead to significant trouble, Gong Jiangtao said, reacting quickly and looking at Chu Xiu with a face full of concern. However, Chu Xiu simply glanced at the 2 of them calmly and said slowly, what brings you here? The City Defense Military Camp and the City Defense Research Institute were not close, requiring a 20-minute drive. From the time he returned to deal with Song Jijia to the moment he killed the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, only a few minutes. Clearly Zhou Hao and Gong Jiangtao had been on their way to him even before he returned to Linjiang City. I truly admire. Looking at Chu Xiu, who remained unflustered, Zhou Hao gave him a thumbs up and then answered his question. I heard from someone in the Qingyi Bureau that Song Jijia was going to make things difficult for you. You hadn't been to the City Defense Research Institute for half a month, and I was worried you might suffer losses, so I brought Master Gong along to support you. But it seems my previous worries were unnecessary. Zhou Hao sighed. However, you have caused a tremendous problem by killing the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau. Even if the City Defense Army does its best to protect you, it may not be enough. It's not that we can't protect you. I will report this to the higher-ups and submit the improved method for producing your magical nutrient solution to the state. The method for producing your magical nutrient solution has been verified by our Linjiang City Defense Research Institute and can greatly enhance the success rate and efficacy of the potion. This is a major contribution to the nation. Once the higher-ups know that the production method for this magical nutrient solution was improved by you, it will surely mitigate the... However, this will take some time. Before that, Chu Xiu, please come with us to the City Defense Military Camp. We will do our best to delay the Qingyi Bureau from taking you away. Just as Zhou Hao finished speaking, Gong Jiangtao stepped forward and said to Chu Xiu. Hearing Zhou Hao's explanation and Gong Jiangtao's concern, Chu Xiu felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected that the 2 of them could go this far for him. Don't worry, there's no need for such trouble. Since I dared to kill the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, I naturally have my own backing. What do you think this is? Chu Xiu said with a calm smile, then took out the token he had just put away and showcased it to the 2. What's this? Seeing the token, Zhou Hao's face showed a look of confusion. However, Gong Jiangtao beside him suddenly widened his eyes, taking a deep breath, and exclaimed, Chu Xiu, you are actually a reserve member of the Demon Suppression Division. What? The Demon Suppression Division. After Gong Jiangtao's shout, Zhou Hao suddenly reacted, his loud voice erupting in astonishment, instantly echoing around. Nearby city defense soldiers who heard his shout all turned to look at Chu Xiu with astonished expressions upon hearing the words, Demon Suppression Division. That's right. Seeing their reaction, Chu Xiu nodded and continued. Master Gong, the vice director of the Qingyi Bureau, first violated the rules of the Qingyi Bureau by allowing his subordinates to attack members of the Qingyi Bureau, and then indiscriminately tried to kill me, a reserve member of the Demon Suppression Division. It's perfectly justified for me to kill him, right? Ha, absolutely no problem. Gong Jiangtao laughed, his earlier shock turning into a relieved smile, as he said to Chu Xiu, why didn't you mention your status earlier? I worried about you for so long. With the identity of a reserve member of the Demon Suppression Division, even if Lu Yong of the Qingyi Bureau was at fault, even if Chu Xiu was wrong for killing him, it would only be the Demon Suppression Division that could judge Chu Xiu. No one could take him away before that. Furthermore, since Vice Director Lu Yong was the one who attacked Chu Xiu first, he was at fault, and although his crime did not warrant death, it was perfectly justified for Chu Xiu to slay him. The Qingyi Bureau could find no reason to trouble Chu Xiu now, especially given the strength Chu Xiu had displayed. His talent was nothing short of monstrous. Having awakened as a beast master for less than 2 months, he had already cultivated a golden-level beast and could single-handedly slay a golden-level beast master. Such talent was among the most exceptional in the history of the Divine Summer Empire over the years. The Demon Suppression Division would treat such a monstrous genius as a treasure to be protected and cultivate with utmost effort. It's even possible that the three pillars of the Divine Summer Empire would be alerted. Once the director of the Qingyi Bureau in Linjiang City learned of Chu Xiu's identity and the ins and outs of this matter, he would only place the blame on Lu Yong and would have no reason to pursue Chu Xiu. Even if this matter reached the headquarters of the Qingyi Bureau, the decisions made by the higher-ups would not change in the slightest. This is the kind of treatment that top talents entering the Demon Suppression Division can enjoy. Aren't you all too hasty? You haven't even let me say a few words yet. After hearing Gong Jiantao's words, Chu Xiu's lips curled up slightly as he jokingly replied, "You." Upon hearing this, Gong Jiantao couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, and then said to Chu Xiu, "Since you are now a member of the Demon Suppression Department, you need not worry about this matter. Just leave everything to us." Hearing Gong Jiantao's words, Chu Xiu nodded at him and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Well then, I will trouble Master." Then he turned to glance at the corpse of Song Jijia, who lay on the ground in a mangled state, and continued, "Just right, I need to pay a visit to the Song family. Since Song Jijia dared to violate the rules of the Qingyi Bureau and attack my family today, the entire Song family must be behind him supporting his actions. I will not spare anyone involved in this conspiracy." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao's eyes sparkled with intensity, and he immediately stepped forward to say to Chu Xiu, "Chu Xiu, I will go with you this time. Bring more people to ensure the Song family doesn't escape. Moreover, with the presence of our city defense forces, many other troubles can also be avoided. Currently, very few people know that Chu Xiu is a preparatory member of the Demon Suppression Department, and his retaliation against the Song family will undoubtedly result in numerous casualties. Such actions will inevitably cause panic among those who witness the scene, and they will likely call the police afterward, prompting the city defense forces to take action against the murderer. Instead of that, it would be better to have him lead the city defense forces along with Chu Xiu to the Song family to apprehend the culprits, thereby avoiding panic among others." "That works." Facing Zhou Hao's suggestion, Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After calming Chu Yuqing, he then set off with Zhou Hao, each leading a squad of city defense forces towards the Song family and the Song group. Only in this way can they minimize the chances of letting any fish slip through the net. Boom. At the Song family, upon arriving with a squad of city defense forces, Chu Xiu immediately summoned the Bloodblade Mad Mantis and unleashed a strike at the gate of the Song family estate, instantly blasting it open. Then Chu Xiu commanded a squad leader from the city defense forces who followed him, saying, "Surround the area outside." With that, he charged into the Song family estate alongside the Bloodblade Mad Mantis. As he and the Bloodblade Mad Mantis rushed into the Song family estate, they encountered the Song family members who had been drawn by the loud noise of the broken door. Among them was Song Zhihao. "What are you doing, Chu Xiu?" When he saw Chu Xiu and the Bloodblade Mad Mantis charging in fiercely, he widened his eyes in shock and called out, "Master, we are surrounded by the city defense forces outside." At that moment, a few more servants rushed over from another direction in the courtyard, their expressions filled with fear as they spoke to a middle-aged man standing in front of Song Zhihao. Upon hearing the servants' words, the middle-aged man, who somewhat resembled Song Jijia and Song Zhihao, instantly, "It seems you are involved in this matter as well." Seeing the change in the middle-aged man's expression, Chu Xiu's heart was enlightened, and he immediately addressed him. "Song Hua, what is going on?" A noble woman nearby, upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, instantly turned panic-stricken and hurriedly looked to her husband for answers. "Dad, what have you done? Why are the city defense forces surrounding us? And what did Chu Xiu mean by that statement just now?" At this moment, Song Zhihao also looked at the middle-aged man with confusion and panic on his face, urgently questioning him. However, in the face of their inquiries, Song Hua did not respond. Instead, he slowly approached Chu Xiu and asked, "Chu Xiu, who exactly are you?" He knew what crime he had committed, but in his view, if Chu Xiu were an ordinary person, this matter would not be able to stir any waves under their manipulation. Now that Chu Xiu had actually surrounded the Song family with the city defense forces, it was clear that Chu Xiu's identity was not ordinary. "I don't have any significant identity. I am merely a minor preparatory member of the Demon Suppression Department." Looking at Song Hua's gloomy expression, Chu Xiu intended to make him understand clearly. Demon Suppression Department. Upon hearing these three words, Song Hua's body suddenly trembled, and he slumped down like a deflated balloon. Just moments ago, when Chu Xiu surrounded the Song family with the city defense forces, he even speculated that Chu Xiu might be the illegitimate child of the commander of the city defense forces. He never expected that Chu Xiu would actually be a person from the Demon Suppression Department. Even if he was just a preparatory member, this identity surpassed his previous speculation of being the illegitimate child of the commander by 100-fold. "Chu Xiu, what has happened to my son Jijia?" After a long pause, he finally managed to ask Chu Xiu with great difficulty. "Song Jijia, he has already died alongside Lu Yong." "What?" Chu Xiu's cold response instantly caused everyone present from the Song family to shudder, their faces displaying shock. Upon hearing the news of his son's death, Song Hua felt a pang of anguish in his chest, and his expression turned pale. He clutched his chest, staggered forward a step, and knelt down before Chu Xiu, filled with regret, as he pleaded, "Chu Xiu, this matter has nothing to do with Zhihao and the others. I can turn myself in, but please spare them. It is impossible to spare them, but I can give them a quick end." However, his humble plea received nothing but Chu Xiu's cold, "Then I will fight." Hearing Chu Xiu's response, Song Hua knew there was no turning back. The pleading expression on his face instantly vanished, replaced by ferocity and ruthlessness. Almost simultaneously, two silver-level beast tamers appeared to his left and right, and suddenly launched an attack on Chu Xiu. Ice spikes and flames, two completely different attribute attacks, arrived before Chu Xiu in the blink of an eye. Swish. However, at that moment a snow-white figure appeared beside Chu Xiu, and the next moment a thick ice wall, boom, boom, boom. A series of booming sounds erupted, deafening. Chu Xiu's figure was enveloped in a swirl of blue and red energy in an instant. However, when the red and blue lights faded, Chu Xiu still stood unharmed behind the ice wall. It was evident that all the attacks had been blocked by the ice wall before him. How can this be so strong? Seeing this scene, Song Hua's pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed in disbelief. But in the next moment he felt a chill at his neck, followed by a sudden spinning sensation. When his head fell to the ground, his face was facing backward. No. The last scene he saw before his consciousness faded was filled with regret, and he died with his eyes wide open. What he saw was the blood-blade mad mantis moving like lightning, swiftly flashing by Song Jihao and his wife, and slashing them both down. After eliminating all the members of the Song family, Chu Xiu glanced at the remaining trembling individuals of the Song family, and some servants, a cold expression flashing across his face. Come here. A soft command was issued, and immediately a squad of city defense soldiers rushed in from outside the Song family courtyard, lining up beside him. Seeing this, Chu Xiu immediately called out loudly, "Take all these people back and interrogate them one by one. If there is any resistance, eliminate them on the spot." With the core members of the Song family, such as Song Jijia and Song Hua, already slain by him, the remaining individuals were either distant relatives or hired help of the Song family. He was not a bloodthirsty person. He would not spare those who harmed him, but he also would not indiscriminately kill the innocent. Upon receiving his orders, the surrounding city defense soldiers immediately responded and quickly moved forward to control the remaining personnel. Faced with the capture by the city defense soldiers, the remaining members of the Song family did not dare to resist in the slightest. What a joke. Just moments ago, Chu Xiu's beast tamer's bloodblade had effortlessly killed their strongest member, Song Hua. If they dared to resist, their only fate would be death. Before long, everyone in the Song family courtyard was arrested and taken on city defense military vehicles back to the city defense army camp. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao also arrived at the Song group. Although he did not see Song Hua and the others, he arrested all the key personnel of the Song group and took them to the city defense army camp for interrogation, awaiting results for Chu Xiu to deal with. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao also arrived at the Song group. Although he did not see Song Hua and the others, he arrested all the key personnel of the Song group and took them to the city defense army camp for interrogation, awaiting results for Chu Xiu. Lu Yong. Upon seeing the broken cloud golden eagle and Lu Yong's covered body under a white cloth within the cordoned area set by the city defense army, the face of the Qingyi Bureau director suddenly contorted with rage. Who did this? He immediately turned to a nearby city defense soldier, shouting angrily. He was unaware of the dealings between Lu Yong and the Song family. After receiving the news of Lu Yong's death, he rushed over without knowing the true culprit behind the murder. However, at that moment, Gong Jiangtao, who had been guarding outside Chu Xiu's residence, approached him with two city defense soldiers, saying, "Director Mu, I think it would be better for you to understand the situation before you get angry." Gong Jiangtao, what is he doing here? Mu Jingfeng was surprised to see Gong Jiangtao there, especially after hearing his words. He was even more puzzled. He immediately suppressed his anger, and in a calm tone asked Gong Jiangtao, "Master Gong, what exactly is going on here?" Even though he was the director of the Qingyi Bureau in Lingjiang City and a golden-level beast tamer, he showed no arrogance in front of Gong Jiangtao. After all, Gong Jiangtao was not only one of the top nurturing masters in Lingjiang City, but he also had the backing of the city defense army, holding a transcendent position in Lingjiang City. Upon hearing Mu Jingfeng's inquiry, Gong Jiangtao nodded slightly and began to explain, "Actually, everything boils down to Lu Yong's own misfortune. To my knowledge." After a while, Gong Jiangtao revealed all the information he knew to Mu Jingfeng. Chu Xiu has actually been recruited by the Demon Suppression Division ahead of time, and possesses the strength to kill Lu Yong on his own. How could this be? Master Gong, you must not be lying to me. But after listening to Gong Jiangtao's account, Mu Jingfeng was taken aback, his expression showing shock. He still had an impression of Chu Xiu. Previously, during the practical training at Qingshan Town, he had seen Chu Xiu's performance through surveillance and had high hopes for him. However, at that time, Chu Xiu and his beast had only demonstrated strength at the black iron level, close to that of bronze. How could it be that just a few days later, within less than a month, he had acquired the strength to kill a golden level beast tamer? Such a rapid increase in power was astonishing, making it hard for him to believe what Gong Jiangtao said. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed Chu Xiu's rapid improvement in strength either. However, whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Seeing his reaction, Gong Jiangtao also wore a resigned smile, shaking his head in amazement. From his tone, it was clear that even now he was still shocked by Chu Xiu's performance. Mu Jingfeng, upon hearing Gong Jiangtao's words, understood that what he said was true and there was no reason for him to deceive. Although Lu Yong had violated the rules of the Qingyi Bureau, this small matter would not have been a big deal for anyone else, and he certainly wouldn't have faced the death penalty. It could only be said that Lu Yong was unfortunate to have provoked someone he shouldn't have. After a moment of silence, he then clasped his hands to Gong Jiangtao and said, "In that case, Lu Yong is indeed to blame for his own misfortune. I know how to handle this matter. Master Gong, I would like to take Lu Yong's body back as a final farewell to his family. Director Mu, please feel free." Gong Jiangtao did not stop him, nodding in agreement. Thank you. Seeing this, Mu Jingfeng immediately thanked Gong Jiangtao, then summoned his beast, swiftly lifting both Lu Yong and the broken cloud golden eagle's bodies flying towards the direction of the Qingyi Bureau. This matter is finally coming to an end. Below, Gong Jiangtao looked up at the figure flying into the distance, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Only after Mu Jingfeng disappeared from his view did he call to the surrounding city defense soldiers, and after taking care of the remains of Song Jijia, leave together. Due to the scandal involving the Qingyi Bureau, Lu Yong's death did not cause much of a stir in Lingjiang City, and there were no reports regarding the circumstances of his death. Rather, the raid on the Song family by the city defense army became the talk of the town. As the key figure in all these events, Chu Xiu resumed his normal life the next day. Every day he was either at the City Defense Research Institute using silver-level magic source flowers to produce high-grade magical nutrition solutions, or training with the magical nutrition solutions, steadily increasing his strength. Half a month passed quietly until the day before the college entrance examination, when a message came through the Black Iron Order from the Demon Suppression Division that he had on him. I must go to school tomorrow. The recruitment personnel from the Demon Suppression Division must have arrived. Looking at the message transmitted by the Black Iron Order, Chu Xiu's spirits lifted. During this half-month, his own strength had successfully broken through to the silver 1-star level. In addition, with the accelerated growth and ample resources in the beast space, his beast strength increased even more than his own. The Snow Shadow War Lion had risen from silver 4-star to silver 8-star, while the Bloodblade Mad Praying Mantis had broken through from golden 1-star to golden 3-star, significantly enhancing its strength. Even if he did not reveal the level of his beast space, he was confident that he would secure a position in the Demon Suppression Division. The next day, in front of the gate of Linjiangno, one middle school Yangcheng was already waiting at the gate before dawn. Although Chu Xiu had won the championship in the practical training, it shouldn't necessitate the principal to meet him alone right before the college entrance examination, nor should it have required me to wait for him at the gate so early. Could it be that Chu Xiu has some secrets I am unaware of? It must be so to have gone from the bottom of his grade to the champion of practical training in less than a month. No one would believe he has no secrets. Yangcheng glanced at the dimly lit sky, adjusted his glasses, and replied to himself as he quietly waited for more. Finally, according to the message received yesterday, Chu Xiu arrived at Linjiangno, one middle school. Chu Xiu. As soon as Chu Xiu reached the school gate, Yangcheng immediately greeted him. Hearing the call, Chu Xiu turned to see Yangcheng quickly walking towards him. Teacher Yang. Seeing Yangcheng in front of him, Chu Xiu politely greeted him without showing any arrogance despite his current strength far surpassing Yangcheng. Yangcheng nodded, and then said, Chu Xiu, the principal asked me to take you to his office. Follow me. Saying this, he turned around and walked into the school. Chu Xiu guessed that the people from the Demon Subjugation Division might be in Han Ziming's office, so he nodded and followed. The principal is inside, I won't go in. Arriving outside Han Ziming's office, Yangcheng gave Chu Xiu a knowing glance, then silently turned and left. After Yangcheng left, Chu Xiu finally knocked on the office door. Come in. Soon Han Ziming's voice came from inside. Chu Xiu pushed the door open and saw not only Han Xianming, the principal of Linjiangno, one middle school, but also Senior Luo. It's you. Upon seeing Luo Yong, Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise. The message he received yesterday through the Demon Subjugation Division's Black Iron Order only instructed him to be present at Linjiangno, one middle school, where someone from the Demon Subjugation Division would arrange everything for him, but it did not specify who would meet him. Chu Xiu, we meet again. If I'm not mistaken, your level should have reached silver 1-star by now. At this moment, Luo Yong also looked at Chu Xiu, smiling as he stroked his goatee, a glint of brilliance flashing. Since he reported Chu Xiu's situation to his superiors and recruited him into the Demon Subjugation Division, he had unexpectedly received a generous reward from the division. In the past half-month, he used this reward to successfully acquire many high-grade materials, and with their aid he broke through to the Platinum 9-star realm, becoming a diamond-level powerhouse. Thus he could tell at a glance that Chu Xiu's current strength level was indeed silver 1-star. Senior's keen eye, I am indeed a silver 1-star beastmaster now. Hearing this, Chu Xiu modestly nodded, not forgetting to flatter Luo Yong. Indeed a silver 1-star, I never expected that Linjiangno, one middle school, would produce a silver-level candidate one day. However, at that moment, Han Xianming, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly stood up, his eyes shining, as he looked at Chu Xiu, his whole body trembling with excitement. Although Luo Yong had previously approached him about recruiting Chu Xiu into the Demon Subjugation Division, he had already guessed that Chu Xiu might possess silver-level strength. After all, in previous college entrance examinations, any candidate noticed by the Demon Subjugation Division was undoubtedly a genius with silver-level strength. Even if they hadn't reached the silver-level beastmaster rank themselves, their beasts would possess silver-level combat power. But now, hearing Chu Xiu declare that he had become a silver 1-star beastmaster, with Luo Yong, a powerhouse from the Demon Subjugation Division, as witness, he was still unable to contain his excitement. Principal Han, what is this? Han Ziming's behavior immediately caught the attention of Chu Xiu and Luo Yong. Observing Han Ziming's reaction, Chu Xiu asked tentatively, his face showing confusion. Cough, 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 I'm just too excited, too excited. At this moment, Han Xianming realized he had lost his composure and awkwardly coughed a few times. Seeing him look embarrassed, Chu Xiu couldn't help but smile. Then he turned his gaze back to Luo Yong. Senior Luo, should I continue with the upcoming college entrance examination or go report to the Demon Subjugation Division with you? After he finished speaking, Han Xianming immediately looked at Luo Yong. According to the usual regulations of the Demon Subjugation Division, since Chu Xiu was specially recruited, he would not need to take the college entrance examination and could be directly taken to the division. However, he still hoped that Chu Xiu would participate in the upcoming college entrance examination, as the college entrance exams in the Divine Xia Empire were conducted simultaneously nationwide, with real-time updates on the scores, allowing everyone to view the rankings of all candidates. With Chu Xiu's current strength, it would likely be no difficulty to rank in the top 100 nationwide. If a student from Linjiang one middle school could make it into the national top 100, it would surely attract nationwide attention, and as the principal of Linjiang one middle school, he would undoubtedly gain immense prestige. However, Luo Yong's next response dashed his hopes. Chu Xiu, since you are already a reserve member of our Demon Subjugation Division, you will not need to take the college entrance examination. I came here today specifically to take you to the headquarters of the Demon Subjugation Division to report in. I will take you to the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province first, and then we will teleport from there to the headquarters of the Demon Subjugation Division in the imperial capital. Now I will give you half a day to handle matters in Linjiang City, and say goodbye to your friends and family. After that, just come to the school to find me. After Luo Yong spoke, he looked at Chu Xiu. Alright, I will go back and inform my sister. Hearing Luo Yong's words, Chu Xiu immediately nodded. After politely nodding at both Luo Yong and Han Xinming, he turned and left the principal's office. Upon returning home, Chu Xiu shared everything Luo Yong had told him today with Chu Yuqing. After hearing this, Chu Yuqing, with a hint of reluctance on her face, asked, "Brother, do you really have to leave today? Is it really that urgent?" Originally in her mind, even if Chu Xiu was recruited early by the Demon Subjugation Division, it should be like other Beastmaster universities in the Divine Xia Empire, allowing the recruited students to have a summer vacation to rest well. While the Demon Subjugation Division is not a Beastmaster university, so it is naturally different from those universities. But you don't have to be too reluctant. I will come back to see you whenever I have free time while I am in the Demon Subjugation Division. Seeing the reluctance on Chu Yuqing's face, Chu Xiu smiled and comforted her. Then he took out some paper and a pen from home, quickly wrote down a document, and handed it to Chu Yuqing. "Sister, here are the materials needed for the evolution of your beast Skyhorn horse, along with the steps for the evolution. You can keep an eye on the Breeder Association for the materials listed above, and if they appear, just use the money I left you to buy them. As long as you gather the evolution materials above and complete the cultivation according to the method provided, the Skyhorn horse can evolve into an outstanding quality Moonlight Unicorn, significantly enhancing its strength." After handing the handwritten materials to Chu Yuqing, Chu Xiu said seriously, "The evolution plan for an outstanding quality beast." Hearing this, Chu Yuqing shuddered and looked at the paper that Chu Xiu had given her in astonishment. "Thank you, brother." After seeing the detailed evolution steps and various materials, Chu Yuqing opened her mouth and took a long time to say these few words. In the half-month since Chu Xiu eliminated the Song family, he had taken the time to help her evolve the elite quality unicorn, and he also taught her the star forging spell, which had greatly enhanced her strength. Now, as he gave her such a precious gift on the eve of his departure, she truly did not know how to express her gratitude. "We are siblings, so you don't have to be so polite with me. It's a pity that the unicorn you contracted has limited potential and cannot evolve beyond perfect quality. However, once I join the Demon Suppression Division and establish myself there, I will definitely find a way to get you a few high-potential beast cubs to contract. Since the senior from the Demon Suppression Division has given you half a day, you should have lunch at home before leaving. Once you join the Demon Suppression Division, it will be since the senior from the Demon Suppression Division has given you half a day, you should have lunch at home before leaving. Once you join the Demon Suppression Division, it will be rare for you to have the meals I prepare." After hearing this, a sweet smile appeared on Chu Yuqing's face, and without waiting for Chu Xiu to refuse, she immediately. Seeing this, Chu Xiu felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't rush back to Linjiang one high school, but stayed to finish lunch with Chu Yuqing. "Sister, I'm leaving now." After lunch, Chu Xiu stood downstairs and said to Chu Ting, "Brother, take good care of yourself outside. Don't overexert yourself in any situation. Your safety is the priority." Looking at the Sunto depart, Chu Yuqing earnestly reminded him, like a mother, "I know I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself, so you don't need to worry, sister." Hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled at Chu Yuqing, then summoned his Snow Shadow War Lion and leaped onto its back. Big roar. With a lion's roar, Big White immediately began to move towards Linjiang one high school. "Dad, Mom, did you see? My brother has really grown up." Downstairs, Chu Yuqing looked at the receding figure of Chu Xiu, murmuring softly, her eyes slightly red. On the other side, after Chu Xiu returned to Linjiang one high school, he quickly stored the Snow Shadow War Lion back into the beast space and headed towards the principal's office. At this moment, all the third-year students participating in the college entrance examination at Linjiang one high school had already rushed to the examination hall. Soon Chu Xiu encountered Luo Yong in the principal's office. However, the principal Han Xinming was not at school at this moment, as he had accompanied the students of Linjiang one high school to the examination venue. "Let's go to the city hall." Upon seeing Chu Xiu, Luo Yong immediately said to him. After saying that, he led Chu Xiu directly out of the principal's office. Buzz. Just as Chu Xiu stepped out of the principal's office, he suddenly realized that the magical energy in the surrounding environment began to rapidly converge towards him. In the next moment, this magical energy transformed into a pair of invisible giant hands, lifting both him and Luo Yong into the air, flying towards the city hall of Linjiang City. Flight in the air. This is a power that only diamond-level beastmasters can control. Senior Luo is actually a diamond-level beastmaster. Feeling the howling wind rushing past his ears, Chu Xiu immediately realized that his previous estimation of Luo Yong as a peak platinum-level powerhouse was indeed too conservative. However, what he didn't know was that Luo Yong's breakthrough to become a diamond-level beastmaster was also thanks to him. Before recommending him to the Demon Suppression Division, Luo Yong, who was guarding the entrance of the medium-sized secret realm, was indeed at the Platinum 9-star level, just as he guessed. We've arrived. In just a moment, Luo Tong's voice sounded in Chu Xiu's ear, pulling him back from his shock. So fast. Is this the speed of a diamond-level beastmaster? After regaining his senses, Chu Xiu looked at himself appearing in the square of Linjiang City Hall, and couldn't help but exclaim. Although it was only 10 kilometers from Linjiang No. 1 high school to the city hall, it took less than 10 seconds for Luo Tong to fly him here. Activate. However, Luo Tong was unfazed by Chu Xiu's astonishment. Once they reached the square of the city hall, he immediately stimulated the magic power within him and spoke in a low voice. Instantly, a large amount of magical power surged into the square beneath their feet like a tide. Buzz. As the magic power flowed into the square, a ghostly blue light of a teleportation array shone on the ground. As a beam of light shot up into the sky, enveloping both Chu Xiu and Luo Tong, in the next moment, their figures directly vanished from the spot. Chu Xiu felt a sudden rush of dizziness, and when he regained his composure, he opened his eyes to find that he had already left the square of Linjiang City Hall and arrived in the center of an unfamiliar square. This square was dozens of times larger than the one at Linjiang City Hall, but what moved him the most was the projection of a pagoda suspended at an altitude of 1,000 meters. The pagoda was suspended in the sky at a height of 1,000 meters, but its towering body reached straight into the clouds, disappearing into the clouds above, towering beyond measure. With Chu Xiu's vision, he couldn't even see the complete tower in one glance. This is the examination venue for the college entrance examination, the Void Tower. Seeing it in person is truly magnificent. Only by being here can one realize that this imposing aura is far beyond what can be conveyed by the news reports about the projection of the Void Tower. The Void Tower is something that even the 3 supreme powerhouses of my divine Xia Empire cannot fathom truly. If it weren't for the inability to completely comprehend the mysteries of the Void Tower, we could have used the space created within it as the examination venue for all the national candidates. With this treasure, we would have long since quelled the threats from foreign races. Hearing Chu Xiu's astonishment, Luo Tong smiled and said. As he spoke, his eyes looking at the projection of the pagoda above were no less filled with shock than Chu Xiu's. Although he had experienced the projection of the Void Tower in person more than once, every time he saw such a grand and imposing projection, his heart remained deeply shocked. Chief Imperial Censor Luo. Chu Xiu. At that moment, a startled cry rang out from not far away. Hearing the voice, both Chu Xiu and Luo Tong turned their heads simultaneously, revealing a familiar figure within their line of sight. Headmaster Han. Seeing Han Xianming rushing over, Chu Xiu greeted him calmly, unsurprised. Linjiang City belongs to Jiangnan Province. Every year during the National College Entrance Examination, candidates from Linjiang's high schools are gathered by their respective headmasters at the Municipal Plaza before being teleported via formation arrays to the Provincial Capital Plaza. Thereafter, they are drawn into the Void Tower's interior through its celestial projection, a fact widely reported in official. Just as the towering colossal projection of the Void Tower now hovers above them, it serves to transport all examinees across Jiangnan Province directly into the tower's inner realm. Though the 3 supreme sovereigns of the Xinxiao Empire failed to master the Void Tower, their research yielded profound insight. Within the tower's vast interior, they partition the space into countless isolated battlefields. Each examinee entering the tower is assigned to a unique arena confronting a beast of identical strength. Slaying the beast grants a fixed score. At this very moment, suspended beside the towering Void Tower projection above Jiangnan's provincial capital, looms another immense celestial screen. This is the real-time national leaderboard, tracking every examinee's beast-slaying feats and accumulated scores inside the Void Tower. It displays both the national ranking and individual provincial rankings for all 34 provinces of the Xinxiao Empire, crowded with names and scores. It is precisely this peerless artifact, the Void Tower, that enables elite beast-taming academies and the Demon Suppression Bureau to identify and recruit national prodigies with unparalleled precision. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Chu Xiu finished greeting Han Xianming, 13 figures soared in from the distance, each treading empty air with effortless grace, unmistakably diamond-tier beast-tamers. 8 of them wore golden tokens at their waists, the insignia of the Demon Suppression Bureau, identical to Luo Tong's. Clearly, these diamond-tier masters served the Bureau. The remaining 5 bore no visible emblems or affiliations. Yet they occupied central positions among the 13, and especially the white-haired youthful-faced elder, standing precisely at the heart of the group, radiated an unfathomable aura to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu sensed not a trace of formidable energy from him. Standing face-to-face, the elder felt no different from a gentle village grandfather. Yet such profound simplicity, the return to primal essence, often heralds supreme power. And regardless of other signs, his central position alone told Chu Xiu this elder was extraordinary. Upon seeing their arrival, Han Xianming, who had been about to exchange pleasantries with Chu Xiu, immediately swallowed his words and hastily stepped aside, barely daring to draw breath. He had watched them fly through the air with his own eyes. Who but diamond-tier beast tamers could tread the void so effortlessly? Anyone among them could erase him with a mere flick of a finger. Though he ranked among Linjiang's elite, his gold-tier strength paled utterly against the provincial capital's might. Prefect Tan. Luo Tong's gaze instantly locked onto the white-haired, youthful-faced elder at the center, bowing respectfully as he called out. Then he turned to Chu Xiu beside him and said, "Chu Xiu, this is Prefect Tan of Jiangnan Province, a master-tier beast. Every provincial capital in the Xinxia Empire is personally garrisoned by a prefect, and only master-tier cultivators ascend to such posts. Jiangnan Province ranks among the Empire's top 10 in overall strength, meaning Prefect Tan Junyi stands unquestionably among the most formidable of all provincial governors. So this is Tan Junyi, the Jiangnan prefect perpetually cited in headlines, yet never glimpsed in person. No wonder he feels so unfathomable. Master-tier cultivation indeed." Hearing Luo Tong's introduction, Chu Xiu's heart surged with awe, and swiftly offered a respectful junior salute. Junior Chu Xiu pays homage to Prefect Tan. Humble, courteous, and striking in bearing. Excellent. Tan Junyi nodded approvingly at Chu Xiu. With his cultivation, he easily discerned Chu Xiu's current rank merely a silver rank I beast tamer, barely meeting the Demon Suppression Bureau's threshold for probationary recruits. Yet Luo Tong standing beside Chu Xiu stood as irrefutable proof of Chu Xiu's extraordinary aptitude. Though not affiliated with the Bureau, Luo Tong knew it intimately. Most Demon Suppression Bureau agents dispatched to safeguard Jiangnan's secret realms teleport from the provincial capital to cities nearer their destinations. Thus he retained a faint memory of Luo Tong's arrival 2 months prior. Then still a platinum rank 9 beast tamer. Now elevated to diamond tier status, Luo Tong clearly reaped substantial rewards after recommending Chu Xiu to the. While early recommendations of prodigies earn merit points, rewards sufficient to elevate a platinum tier cultivator to diamond tier remain exceedingly rare. From this alone, Tan Junyi deduced Chu Xiu's talent was truly exceptional. After nodding toward Chu Xiu, he turned to Luo Tong, eyes crinkling into slits as he smiled. "Censor Luo, you've indeed recruited a promising talent for the Demon Suppression Bureau." By chance, Luo Tong replied humbly. Truthfully too. He'd merely accepted a bureau assignment to suppress a newly emerged mid-tier secret realm outside Linjiang City. He'd stood guard at the realm's entrance doing nothing. Yet a genius like Chu Xiu had simply appeared before him on scene. Was this not sheer serendipity? Hearing Luo Tong's answer, Tan Junyi's smile remained unchanged, but his fascination with Chu Xiu deepened markedly. That Luo Tong had gained such immense benefit, and remained utterly silent on any details about Chu Xiu, confirmed beyond doubt that Chu Xiu's talent defied ordinary measure. His gaze settled once more upon Chu Xiu. Noticing the youth carried no artifacts, he asked, "Young Master Chu Xiu, what tier is your beast-taming space?" Disaster. He'd forgotten to warn Chu Xiu not to disclose this detail. At the question, a flicker of alarm flashed across Luo Tong's eyes. He immediately stepped forward to intercept Chu Xiu's reply. Boom. Before he could move, a thunderous detonation erupted from the heavens, snapping every gaze skyward. At the moment when everyone looked up at the sky, a wide fissure suddenly opened in the space near the projection of the Void Tower. Immediately, a black-purple mist filled with a powerful aura erupted from this spatial crack, landing on the projection of the Void Tower in an instant. Buzz! As the black-purple mist made contact with the projection of the Void Tower, the tower towering high in the sky began to tremble violently, seeking death. At almost the same moment, Tan Junyi's expression changed drastically upon seeing the black-purple mist. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the black-purple mist, striking out with his palm. A surge of overwhelming magical power erupted from his body, rushing towards the black-purple mist. Moreover, at the moment he made his move, 3 formidable beast companions radiating an astonishing pressure were summoned from the beast space, all of which were master-level beasts. As soon as these 3 beasts appeared, they joined Tan Junyi in attacking the black-purple mist. Boom! The combined might of 4 master-level powers unleashed their strongest strike, tearing the surrounding space into numerous fissures in that instant. Puff, puff, puff. However, at the moment their attacks made contact with the black-purple mist, it was as if they had struck a bottomless pit, creating not even a ripple. On the contrary, the black-purple mist, after devouring these attacks, merely emitted 4 faint strands of mist towards Tan Junyi and his 3 master-level beasts. Not good. Tan Junyi's heart sank, and he quickly unleashed his strongest attack and defense to resist the assault of the black-purple mist. Boom, 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 boom. The instant they made contact with the black-purple mist, Tan Junyi and his 3 beasts were easily overpowered, spewing blood as they flew backward. How is it possible to defeat Lord Taisho with just 1 strike? What is this mysterious black-purple mist? So, could it be a king-level powerhouse? Seeing Tan Junyi's defeat in 1 move, the dozen or so diamond-level beastmasters present were stunned, their expressions filled with horror as they exclaimed. Tan Junyi was actually defeated in a single blow. Hearing their exclamations, Chu Xiu looked at the staggering figures in midair, his heart suddenly tightening. The speed of master-level powerhouses was too swift. With his strength, he couldn't even see how they made their move. All he knew was that his vision blurred, and then he saw Tan Junyi and his 3 powerful master-level beasts spewing blood as they were sent flying. Let alone him, even Luo Tong, who had just advanced to diamond-level beast master beside him, could only barely catch a glimpse of Tan Junyi's actions. Meanwhile, after severely injuring Tan Junyi, the black-purple mist did not continue its assault. Instead, it began to seep into the projection of the Void Tower with full force. It seemed that invading the projection of the Void Tower was more important than anything else. This is the power of the demon god. Oh, everyone attack together. We cannot let this thing corrupt the Void Tower. At this moment, Tan Junyi, whose face was pale in midair, shouted loudly, disregarding his own injuries, and charged again with his 3 beasts. At the same time, he summoned all his remaining beasts. Although these beasts were only diamond level, they all rushed for demon god. Upon hearing Tan Junyi shout, Luo Tong and the other diamond level beast masters on the square changed their expressions drastically. Without any hesitation, everyone quickly soared into the air. In an instant, dozens of beasts exuding powerful diamond-level auras appeared, launching attacks alongside their respective beast masters. Dozens of overwhelmingly powerful attacks surged towards the black-purple mist in the air. I didn't want to waste my strength on you, but since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish. Suddenly, an angry voice echoed in the void in response to the onslaught. The black-purple mist abruptly left the Void Tower. Faced with the combined strike of 4 master-level powerhouses and dozens of diamond-level powerhouses, the black-purple mist effortlessly dissolved the attack. Then it instantly charged towards the strongest Tan Junyi. With the terrifying power of the black-purple mist, Tan Junyi was absolutely no match. If it got close, he would surely perish. However, facing the black-purple mist charging towards him, Tan Junyi did not flinch. Although I am no match for the demon god, even if I self-destruct, I can at least eradicate a portion of this demon god's power. I'll do it. Looking at the rapidly approaching black-purple mist, Tan Junyi instead calmed down, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes, and immediately gathered all his magical power ready to self-destruct as soon as the black-purple mist got close. The 3 master-level beasts beside him and the 3 diamond-level beasts also sensed his intentions, quickly gathering around him and making the same choice. Boom. Just at this critical moment, a fissure opened in the void again, and a mighty force descended instantly. In an instant, whether it was Tan Junyi or his beasts or the other diamond-level powerhouses, even Chu Xiu, were all frozen in place, including the black-purple mist. It seemed as if time itself had been frozen at this moment. At the same time, a white-haired man suddenly stepped out from the void fissure, his star-like eyes coldly gazing at the black-purple mist in the air, then casually waved his hand. Instantly, the black-purple mist that had just forced Tan Junyi, a master-level powerhouse, into a dire situation, was utterly obliterated. The great demon god, yet you personally act against the juniors of my divine Xia Empire, shameless. After casually extinguishing the black-purple mist, the white-haired man crossed his arms behind his back, his sharp gaze fixating on the initial spatial crack that had appeared, his tone icy. As soon as his voice fell, a voice emerged from the spatial crack belonging to the demon god he had mentioned. By Yufei, you arrived quite promptly. But what does it matter? Even if you came, a part of my demon god power has already invaded the Void Tower along with the projection. Even if I cannot destroy all of you geniuses from divine Xia Empire, I can still inflict heavy losses on your talent. Now that the Void Tower is sealed, let's see how you save those little ones, ha. As this eerie voice echoed, the spatial crack closed instantly, and no trace of the demon god's aura could be felt. Buzz. Upon seeing this, Bai Yufei also withdrew his aura. The moment his aura receded, Tan Junyi and the others regained control of their bodies. We greet Lord Bai Shan. As soon as they regained their freedom, Tan Junyi, Luo Tong, and the other powerhouses looked at Bai Yufei with awe and admiration, bowing respectfully. A cultivator capable of erasing a demon sovereign's power with mere fingertips, so revered that even senior master Tan Junyi bows in solemn deference, must surely be one of the 3 supreme sovereigns of the Xinxia Empire. Who would have imagined I'd witness such a legendary figure today? At that moment, Chu Xiu gazed upward at Bai Yufei, hovering in midair, his eyes blazing with sharp light, his expression filled with profound awe and reverence. Though he had been immobilized by that overwhelming force, time itself had not truly halted. Rather, the surrounding space had been sealed, frozen in stasis. Thus, Chu Xiu had clearly witnessed Bai Yufei dispelling the black-purple mist, and heard with perfect clarity his dialogue with the demon sovereign beyond the spatial rift. To bear the title of sovereign, whether the demon sovereign glimpsed through that void fissure or Bai Yufei, now standing aloft, both were undoubtedly transcendent beings, far surpassing the rank of senior master. Indeed, they might well have ascended to the mythical ethereal realm of divinity, beyond even the fabled king-tier cultivation level. Rise all of you. You've done well, who tend to your wounds first. As Chu Xiu stood lost in reverie, Bai Yufei turned and gave a slight approving nod toward Tan Junyi and the others. At his words, a snow-white celestial deer manifested beside him, a divine companion bound in sacred covenant. Spirit healing cloud deer, attribute water light, rarity epic, rank king-tier 8th star, condition pristine, innate skills divine radiance, descent oceanic pulse resonance, mist-veiled luminous flow, spring water restoration, universal rainfall, origin returning current, evolutionary lineage tier 1, spirit healing cloud deer, spirit luminous horn, immortal legendary, evolution materials required. Description: a dual element water and light beast of dominion, peerless in healing. Prowess endowed with exceptional area-wide restorative abilities, and capable of bestowing potent combat enhancements upon its master and allies. a rare irreplaceable support class sovereign beast. The instant the white deer appeared beside by Yufei, Chu Xiu's divine beast evolution system instantly revealed its complete profile. An epic tier king tier 8th star beast, its attributes are astonishingly formidable. Upon reading the spirit healing cloud deer's stats, Chu Xiu's expression shifted. Astonishment flared across his face, and he murmured inwardly awestruck. Then with a gentle resonant call, the spirit healing cloud deer released a wave of soothing magical energy, transforming midair into dozens of azure luminous streams that descended gracefully, each alighting upon Tenjunyi, his fellow masters, and their beasts. Enveloped in that azure radiance, Tenjunyi, who moments before had been panting weakly, grievously wounded, felt a warm current surge through his entire being. His injuries healed at breathtaking speed. Within the span of 2 blinks, his unstable aura stabilized completely, his wounds vanished, and the overwhelming presence of a senior master erupted anew. Unmistakable, unshakable. Not only Tenjunyi, but also his 3 gravely injured senior master tier beasts recovered fully to peak condition in that same instant. Even diamond tier beast tamers like Luo Tong and their companions healed with startling swiftness. Such extraordinary healing power, if deployed on the battlefield, this sovereign beast would become the enemy's waking nightmare. Watching the spectacle unfold high above, Chu Xiu was once again struck dumb by the spirit healing cloud deer's transcendent might. Many thanks, Lord by Sovereign. Recovered and whole, the assembled masters bowed deeply once more, gratitude shining in their eyes. No need for formalities. Bai Yufei spoke calmly, his voice serene and unburdened. Then he turned and frowned intently at the towering projection of the void spire beside him, extending a thread of spiritual awareness deep into its illusory structure. This is grave indeed. His expression darkened swiftly. Within moments he had probed the void spire's interior. As the demon sovereign had warned, the demonic sovereign essence had already corrupted the trial beasts housed within the spire, each afflicted to varying degrees. Numerous beasts had succumbed to berserk fury, their strength surging dramatically. Worse still, the spatial formation, designed to isolate each examinee within individual trials, had fractured under the corrupting influence of that demonic essence. With the formation shattered, all examinees were now scattered across the spire's infinite tiers, and the controlled emergence of trial beasts, meant to appear one by one, had collapsed entirely. Hordes of beasts surged forth simultaneously, unchained and unrestrained. Such chaos would inevitably imperil ordinary examinees, and even elite prodigies would struggle desperately against overwhelming numbers of enraged beasts. Compounding the crisis, the void spire had sealed itself, rendering rescue from outside utterly impossible, no matter by Yufei's power. Neither I nor my 2 peers have yet fully mastered the void spire. Our only recourse is to forcibly open a temporary conduit using sovereign tier energy, and dispatch reinforcements from without to mitigate losses. Yet even my sovereign tier strength permits only a narrow aperture, one permitting passage solely for those below gold tier. Given the current state, beasts frenzied and empowered by demonic essence, even silver tier trial beasts have surged to gold tier potency. Anyone entering must possess gold tier combat capability, otherwise they enter only to perish. After careful deliberation, Bai Yufei concluded there remained but this single path forward. Instantly he raised his hand, and 30 gleaming white jade command tokens hovered before him. Gazing upon the tokens, he commanded, voice resonant and unyielding, all personnel, assemble every silver tier beast tamer possessing gold tier combat capacity. Do so immediately. The greater the number the better. Within half a watch, gather en masse in the imperial capital. This is an emergency of utmost urgency. Simultaneously, Tenjunyi, now fully restored, retrieved a white jade token bearing Bai Yufei's voice echoing the very order just issued. Without hesitation, Tenjunyi drew forth a cluster of transmission tokens and repeated Bai Yufei's decree with precision. Yet his tokens vastly outnumbered Bai Yufei's, over 1,000 densely arrayed before him. Having delivered the command, Tenjunyi did not linger in the air. He offered a respectful bow toward Bai Yufei, then departed alongside the diamond tier beast tamers of Jiangnan province, each veering towards separate destinations. Clearly they were executing Bai Yufei's directive to converge every qualified silver tier beast tamer within the remarkably efficient coordination. Below, Chu Xiu watched, unable to suppress his admiration, yet as the thought formed, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He lifted his gaze, just as Bai Yufei's eyes met his own. Why is he looking at me like that? After locking eyes with Bai Yufei, Chu Xiu couldn't help but ponder. But just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a blur in front of him, and Bai Yufei had already stood before him. You must be Chu Xiu, the one specially recruited early from Jiangnan province into the Demon Suppression Division, right? He gazed at Chu Xiu, his eyes holding an evaluating glint. Chu Xiu greets Lord Bai. Hearing Bai Yufei's inquiry, Chu Xiu was momentarily startled, but he quickly composed himself, cupping his hands in acknowledgement of his identity. You've broken through to Silver 1 star, very good. Observing Chu Xiu's calm demeanor in front of him, a hint of appreciation flickered in Bai Yufei's eyes, clearly indicating that he had heard about Chu Xiu's situation. Although the establishment of Chu Xiu's S-level Beastmaster space was classified as the highest secret of the Demon Suppression Division, his information was promptly laid before the 3 supreme beings of the Xinxia Empire. Only by attracting the attention of such powerful figures like the 3 supreme beings of the Xinxia Empire could Chu Xiu gain more security. Bai Yufei also knew that Chu Xiu had only reached bronze 4-star strength 2 weeks ago, and he had no profound background. To break through to silver 1-star in just 2 weeks was indeed remarkable. He himself had taken 2 weeks to break through from bronze 4-star to silver 1-star, and his family's by clan was one of the top 20 prominent families in the entire Xinxiao Empire. With such a background during his cultivation, various precious resources from 100 families were poured onto him, as if they were worthless. In comparison, Chu Xiu was truly superior. After a brief recollection, Bai Yufei continued to inquire, Chu Xiu, what is the current strength of your beasts? In response to Lord Bai, I currently have 2 beasts, one exceptional quality Snow Shadow War Lion, which has reached silver 8-star level. The other, a perfect quality Bloodblade Mad Mantis, has already reached gold 3-star. For Bai Yufei, Chu Xiu had nothing to hide, and immediately stated the strength levels of his 2 beasts. Gold 3-star, perfect quality. Hiss. As soon as Chu Xiu finished speaking, Han Xianming, who was bowing his head and dared not to look directly at Bai Yufei, couldn't help but gasp. Although Chu Xiu was specially recruited into the Demon Suppression Division, making it clear that he possessed talent far beyond that of an ordinary beast master, he never expected Chu Xiu's talent to be so extraordinary. As the principal of Linjiang No. 1 high school, he knew very well when Chu Xiu had contracted his beasts to become a true beast master. Yet this student, who had only become a beast master 2 months ago, now possessed strength that could rival his gold level expertise. If he hadn't been right next to Chu Xiu listening clearly to the conversation between Chu Xiu and Bai Yufei, he would never have believed it. Not just him, even Bai Yufei was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Chu Xiu's response, surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he reached out and patted Chu Xiu on the shoulder, saying with a tone of admiration, a perfect quality gold 3-star beast, you are even more outstanding than I imagined. Since you already possess silver 1-star strength and your beast has reached gold 3-star, you should also participate in this rescue operation. The strongest beasts we placed in the Void Tower are only at silver level. Even if they are enhanced by the power of the demon god, at most they would correspond to the level of some exceptional quality gold 1-star beasts. As long as you don't encounter too many gold level beasts at once, your Bloodblade Mad Mantis, being a perfect quality gold 3-star beast, will be an invincible presence in the Void Tower. Although the power of the demon god has driven the beasts we placed in the Void Tower into a frenzy, posing a significant threat to the candidates nationwide, it is not entirely without benefits. As long as you can kill those beasts that have gone berserk and reached gold level, there is a very small chance that your beast can obtain a trace of the demon god's power, greatly enhancing its strength. There's this kind of benefit. Bai Yufei's words brightened Chu Xiu's eyes, instantly stirring his interest, and he immediately clasped his fists and declared Chu Xiu is willing to enter the Void Tower and slay the frenzied beasts. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Bai Yufei's face. Good. A genius should have such an indomitable spirit. Later you shall accompany me directly to the imperial capital. Yes. After hearing this, Chu Xiu nodded quickly. Seeing this scene, the diamond-level strongman of the Demon Suppression Division, who had just returned to the square, raised no objections. Who is Bai Yufei? He is one of the strongest men in the Xinxiao Empire. His words are practically equivalent to an edict from an ancient emperor. Who would dare to oppose? Even the leader of the Demon Suppression Division wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of Bai Yufei. Buzz. Not long after Chu Xiu and Bai Yufei finished their conversation, the large square in the provincial city connecting the major cities of Jiangnan province began to shine with the light of the teleportation arrays. Teams of beast masters appeared in the provincial city's square. Although each team was not large in number, the gathering of hundreds and thousands of teams resulted in over 10,000 beast masters. These beast masters all exuded a silver-level aura, with over 90% having reached silver 9-star strength. Except for prodigies like Chu Xiu, who awakened an S-level beast master space with a 256-fold enhancement in their beast growth speed, it was already quite good for other beast masters to possess gold-level beasts at silver 9-star. While these individuals had strength levels far exceeding Chu Xiu's, when it came to the strength of their beasts, it was unlikely to find many among the 10,000 silver-level beast masters present who could rival Chu Xiu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as over 10,000 silver-level beast masters gathered in the square, Tanjunyi and the diamond-level beast masters of the provincial city flew over, each accompanied by dozens of silver-level beast masters. The silver-level beast masters from the provincial city were clearly much younger than those teleported from various cities. Lord Bai, according to your request, the silver-level beast masters from Jiangnan province have been assembled. Upon returning to the square, Tanjunyi respectfully reported to Bai Yufei. Alright, let's activate the core teleportation array in the square. Upon hearing this, Bai Yufei nodded and spoke softly. Without delay, Tanjunyi promptly complied, gathering all the silver-level beast masters in the square to the center. In the next moment, a beam of light from the teleportation array enveloped all the silver-level beast masters, and when the light dissipated, over 10,000 silver-level beast masters had vanished from the spot. Chu Xiu, let's go. At this moment, Bai Yufei looked at Chu Xiu. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu saw him casually tear apart the space beside him, and a spatial passage formed instantly. Immediately afterward, an unstoppable force enveloped him, pulling him into the spatial passage. A flash of light appeared before him, and when Chu Xiu regained his senses, he found himself standing before a towering structure 1,000 meters high. The location of the tower was a vast plaza far larger than the one in Jiangnan province's provincial city. The tower in the center of the plaza looked exactly like the towering Void Tower he had seen earlier in the skies above the plaza in Jiangnan province. This is the true body of the Void Tower. A tremor ran through Chu Xiu's heart as he felt the aura emanating from the 1,000-meter-tall tower. Although this Void Tower was much smaller than the projection he had seen before, it possessed an imposing presence that the projection. If the true body of the Void Tower is in the Imperial capital, does that mean I've already arrived at the Imperial capital? To tear through space and teleport me to the Imperial capital millions of miles away in an instant, such power is terrifying. I guess only a supreme being like Bai Yufei in the entire Divine Xia Empire could achieve such a feat. Buzzing. Just as Chu Xiu was lost in thought, beams of light began to shine from the teleportation arrays surrounding the. In the next moment, the tens of thousands of silver-level beast masters who had disappeared from the teleportation array in Jiangnan province reappeared in the plaza of the Imperial capital. Bai Yufei's speed in crossing space is even faster than that of the teleportation arrays. Seeing the crowd that had appeared in the plaza, Chu Xiu was even more astonished. It won't be long before everyone arrives. Chu Xiu, be prepared. Beside him, Bai Yufei looked at the silver-level beast masters arriving from various provinces and turned to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded in response. In less than a minute, the light from the teleportation arrays in the plaza ceased to flicker. At this moment, Bai Yufei's expression became serious. He looked at the Void Tower before him, and in a flash he arrived at its base and placed his hand upon it. An overwhelming surge of magical power erupted instantly, causing the 1,000-meter-high Void Tower to tremble violently. At the same time, beads of fine sweat appeared on Bai Yufei's forehead as he shouted gravely, "Open!" Boom! With a thunderous roar, the Void Tower trembled violently, and a massive vortex appeared right in front of it. "Everyone hurry inside!" Seeing this scene, Bai Yufei immediately shouted. Chu Xiu, standing before the Void Tower, nodded at Bai Yufei and then dashed into the black vortex before him. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this, the others hesitated not at all and rushed towards the entrance of the Void Tower. They had already received news that this entry into the Void Tower was to hunt the beasts corrupted by the power of the demon god and to rescue the National College entrance examination candidates. Regardless of the dangers within, they felt it was their duty. The entrance to the Void Tower, opened by Bai Yufei, was large. Although hundreds of thousands of silver-level beast masters had gathered in the plaza, they acted swiftly, and in less than 10 minutes all of them had entered the Void Tower. I hope there won't be too much loss this time. Outside the Void Tower, Bai Yufei watched as everyone passed through the entrance he opened. Only then did he release his hand from the tower, his face showing signs of fatigue as he spoke. As he spoke, the beads of sweat on his forehead evaporated into white steam. Inside the Void Tower, Chu Xiu appeared in a canyon where a howling wind greeted him. This world within the Void Tower is surprisingly real. It truly is a treasure. After surveying his surroundings, Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. Boom! Aoo roar! Just then the ground began to tremble, and the sound of chaotic beast roars came from ahead. Feeling this commotion, Chu Xiu quickly looked toward the front of the canyon and saw a cloud of dust rising. Figures were frantically fleeing towards him. Behind these figures was a cloud of dust that nearly obscured the entire canyon. Clearly a large number of beasts were pursuing them. Those people in front must be the candidates participating in the college entrance examination inside the Void Tower. And behind them, it's likely a horde of beasts corrupted by the power of the demon god. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiu's expression shifted slightly. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately summoned his two beasts. Big White, Little Knife. Come out. As he thought, the Snow Shadow War Lion and the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis appeared before him. As soon as they appeared, the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis immediately stood beside Chu Xiu and respectfully nodded at him. Then a voice echoed in Chu Xiu's mind from the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis. Master, I see a lot of dust swirling in the canyon ahead. With this scale of beast horde, the number of beasts might already exceed 10,000. For your safety, it would be best for Big White to take you back. Only if you are safe can I feel at ease to slaughter those beasts. The previous tone of concern in the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis voice shifted to a hint of madness when it spoke the latter part. Clearly it felt no fear of the thousands of beasts charging forward, but rather an eagerness to unleash a killing spree. Hearing the voice of the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis, Chu Xiu nodded silently. He then swiftly mounted the Snow Shadow War Lion and turned to the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis, saying, Little Knife, be careful. The beasts in the Void Tower cannot fly. Remember to use your advantages and don't act recklessly. The beasts within the Void Tower were specially selected by the Divine Xia Empire for evaluating college entrance examination candidates. To prevent flying beasts from taking advantage of their aerial ability to engage students in combat, no flying beasts were placed inside the Void Tower. The Bloodblade Crazy Mantis possessed the ability to fly, and just this advantage was enough to keep it undefeated. Moreover, after successfully evolving into the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis, it acquired the Bloodthirsty skill, allowing it to recover while fighting, maintaining its energy without worrying about magical power depletion. As long as it had enough time, the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis could definitely slaughter all those thousands of beasts. Rest assured, Master. In response to Chu Xiu's concern, the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis voice echoed again in Chu Xiu's mind. With that, its figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and in the blink of an eye it charged into the horde of roaring beasts ahead. By retreat. With Chu Xiu's command, the Snow Shadow War Lion instantly trod upon the wind with all four paws and swiftly withdrew with him toward the rear of the canyon. Meanwhile, Shui Ren Kuang Tang Xiao Dao unfurled its twin wings and shot forward as a streak of crimson afterimage, charging headlong against the surging tide of beasts. One retreated, one advanced, a stark, arresting contrast. Ahead, dozens of examinees fleeing for their lives had already worn expressions of utter despair. Blood stained every one of their robes, evidence of prior clashes with the frenzied, demonic beasts pursuing them from behind. Many had seen their spirit beasts grievously wounded, their auras faint and exhausted, barely clinging to combat readiness. It's over. There are far too many beasts. We cannot escape. Damn it. Weren't we told the beasts inside the Void Tower appear singly? Then why has this suddenly become a full-blown beast tide? My rock-scale bear is critically injured. Running further will only seal my fate. Who is that person ahead? How dare he send his spirit beast charging straight into the tide? A fleeing examinee glanced sideways and caught sight of Shui Ren Kuang Tang rushing alone toward the onslaught. His eyes widened in disbelief. To them, such an act was indistinguishable from suicide. After all the number of demonic beasts surging from behind, even those visible at that moment numbered well over 1,000. Beyond, the swirling dust roars and thunderous footfalls continued unceasingly. No one knew how many more lay hidden in the distance. A tide of this magnitude would overwhelm not merely silver-tier beast tamers, but even a fully assembled team of gold-tier cultivators would likely be ground down to exhaustion and death. Yet the next instant, every face froze in shock. The crimson silhouette reached the vanguard of the beast tide without pause, and slashed horizontally through the air with its right dual-blade arm. Shua! A blood-red crescent blade tens of meters long swept across like a scarlet moon. Before the foremost dozen frenzied beasts could even cry out, their bodies were cleaved cleanly into midair. Torrents of blood sprayed forth, staining the canyon floor crimson. And this was only the beginning. SSSSS. With a shrill, murderous, insectal shriek, Shui Ren Kuang Tang launched itself skyward. Renowned for speed and lethality, it now moved with gold-tier power. So swift it resembled an unfathomable blood-hued lightning bolt. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Spectators glimpsed only flashes of crimson light in midair, each flash heralding the collapse of a cluster of beasts within the tide. Some lost their heads in a single stroke, others were bisected cleanly, still others disintegrated entirely, shredded by that terrifying blade into crimson mist. In an instant, the ferocious tide, once unstoppable, was halted dead in its tracks by Shui Ren Kuang Tang alone. What kind of spirit beast is this? A flying mantis-type spirit beast, yet its combat prowess is utterly preposterous. Gold tier. This is unmistakably gold-tier strength. We're saved. The examinees, whose faces had been etched with despair, now ignited with hope as if grasped. At that moment, Shui Ren Kuang Tang paid no heed to their reactions. Through its senses, the demonic beasts ahead, tainted by the divine beast god's aura, were seething with agitation, their blood chi boiling, their savagery magnified tenfold. To others, these frenzied beasts posed mortal peril. But for Shui Ren Kuang Tang, whose innate ability was bloodthirst, this was nothing short of a rare slaughter feast. Kill! Twin wings vibrating, Shui Ren Kuang Tang plummeted downward in a sudden lethal dive. Below, a frenzied giant ape, over 3 meters tall, its body thickly covered in black fur, roared and swung its massive arm, attempting to swat it from the sky. The ape radiated formidable energy, clearly attaining gold-tier cultivation. Yet against that strike, Shui Ren Kuang Tang simply twisted its body aside, evading effortlessly, before sweeping one bladed arm past the ape's neck. The ape's colossal head erupted skyward. Its headless corpse staggered forward several steps before collapsing with a thunderous crash. As the beast fell, wisps of deep crimson blood chi rapidly streamed from its corpse into Shui Ren Kuang Tang, sharpening its aura to a razor's edge. Bloodthirst activated, sustained by battle. The crimson gleam in Shui Ren Kuang Tang's eyes intensified, its form now that of a slaughter god risen from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, plunging deep into the densest heart of the beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. Violent detonations echoed incessantly throughout the canyon. Frenzied wolf packs lunged en masse, only to be bisected mid-leap by sweeping arcs of crimson blade light unleashed as Shui Ren Kuang Tang streaked across the sky. Armored rhinos charged with brute force, yet failed even to graze its shadow, only to be split cleanly in two from crown to cleft by a vertical descent. Even several beasts approaching mid-gold-tier strength joined forces, attempting to overwhelm it through sheer numbers. Alas, the gulf between them was insurmountable. Gold-tier rank, 3 perfect quality. Such power constituted nothing less than dimensional annihilation within the Void Tower, a venue originally designed solely for the Imperial examination. Not even those few beasts whose base forms were merely silver tier, temporarily inflated by the divine beast god's aura, could withstand Shui Ren Kuang Tang. Even the rarest among them, having undergone extraordinary mutations, stood no chance. Shua, shua, shua. Shui Ren Kuang Tang spiraled violently midair, both arms whirling in tandem, unleashing dozens of intersecting crimson blade lights that instantly engulfed the area ahead. The next moment, the dozen surrounding beasts froze rigid. Then puff, puff, puff. A lattice of incised wounds bloomed across their bodies before they exploded simultaneously. A deluge of blood rained down, nearly dyeing the canyon floor dark crimson. This spectacle left every observer behind utterly dumbfounded. A youth stood agape, forgetting even to flee, staring dazedly at that blood-drenched warrior soaring above the carnage. Is this still a spirit beast? Or is it truly a monster? I've never seen a gold-tier spirit beast this powerful, not even remotely. A young woman beside him trembled, her face pale, yet her eyes alight with awe. While the crowd remained transfixed, Chu Xiu, astride the Snow Shadow War Lion, had already withdrawn to a relatively safe position. He halted atop a high rocky outcrop at the canyon's rear, gaze locked upon the battlefield. Watching Xiao Dao carve through the tide, Chu Xiu felt a quiet swell of emotion. Though he'd long known Xiao Dao's strength was extraordinary, witnessing it firsthand, watching it halt such a vast tide of frenzied beasts single-handedly, still stirred deep currents within him. This was the terror of a perfect quality gold-tier spirit beast, especially one like Xiao Dao, born for slaughter and reaping. In large-scale chaos, its advantages reached absolute zenith. Quite prepared to assist at any moment, Chu Xiu gently patted the Snow Shadow War Lion's head and murmured low. The lion rumbled softly, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on the battlefield ahead. Though its strength paled beside Shui Renkuang Tang's, should any beast break through, it would stand firm, without hesitation or retreat. Elsewhere, as Shui Renkuang Tang slaughtered relentlessly, the once unstoppable tide finally began to fracture. Frontline beasts perished continuously, while those behind, still driven mad by the divine beast god's aura, charged blindly forward. Crushed beneath stampeding hooves and colliding bodies, the entire formation dissolved into chaos. This disorder only served Shui Renkuang Tang better. Hovering high above, it harvested life as effortlessly as a farmer reaping rice, stroke after precise stroke. Each blade light struck with surgical precision and terminal finality. Each dive summoned a gale of gore and viscera. Within moments, hundreds of beasts lay slain at its feet, and that count surged ever upward. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Corpses littered the canyon, limbs and torsos blanketing the passage entirely. The thick, cloying stench of blood hung heavy in the air, nauseating, suffocating. Yet Shui Renkuang Tang's aura showed no sign of waning. In fact, empowered by bloodthirst, it grew stronger with every kill. Its twin blades pulsed with bloody light. Killing intent coalesced around it like tangible mist, so potent, even the frenzied beasts began instinctively recoiling in primal fear. Finally, a particularly furious roar erupted from the tide's rear. Then, like a crimson bolt, Jilin demon serpent burst forth from the mass. Its scales burned scarlet, its eyes black as ink, its maw exhaling corrosive violet-black mist. Its oppressive aura neared the apex of gold-tier cultivation. Clearly this was one of the most deeply tainted beasts, its emergence marked by a gaping maw unleashing a thick column of toxic breath straight toward Shui Renkuang Tang hovering midair. Hiss! The venomous beam corroded the very air, emitting a screeching, acrid sound. No! An examinee, watching from afar, cried out involuntarily. For the attack was blindingly fast and wide-ranging, effectively sealing off all avenues of evasion around Shui Renkuang Tang. Yet the next instant they realized they had underestimated it entirely. Shui Renkuang Tang's wings flared, its body twisting impossibly midair, grazing the toxic beam's edge. Then, instead of retreating, it surged forward, exploiting the serpent's brief post-attack rigidity to close the gap and materialize directly above its skull. Chua! The first slash struck, sparks flew. Its impenetrable scales resisted full cleavage. Yet Shui Renkuang Tang's gaze remained utterly unmoved, its second blade descending almost instantly. That second strike landed precisely along the fissure left by the first. The scarlet scale shattered, and the serpent's massive head was split cleanly in half. Roar! In agony, the Jilin demon serpent writhed violently, its colossal tail lashing like an iron whip toward the sky. But Shui Renkuang Tang had already vanished, reappearing instantly on its opposite flank. Third slash, fourth, fifth. Within a single breath, over a dozen deep bone-exposing wounds scored it. Finally, with a vertical overhead cleave delivered at full force, Shui Renkuang Tang severed the serpent cleanly at its vital nexus. Boom! Its massive serpentine body crashed down, kicking up a billowing cloud of dust. With the strongest beast slain, the tide's momentum shattered utterly. Even under the divine beast god's mind-shattering aura, the instinct for self-preservation remained irrepressible, especially when every surge forward yielded only one outcome: death. This absolute, overwhelming slaughter finally instilled true fear. A whoa! Low, uneasy growls rose uneasily across the tide. In the next moment, the front ranks began to falter, retreating. They're fleeing. Someone recognized it and shouted it, but Shui Renkuang Tang had no intention of letting them escape. Chu Xiu had instructed it to prioritize safety, and it understood perfectly. What was the safest course? To eliminate every last enemy. VVVVRR. Wings humming at supersonic frequency, Shui Renkuang Tang traced a long, blood-hued arc, spanning the canyon from left to right. Every beast turning to flee met death in pursuit, transforming the canyon in that instant into a crimson tribunal of slaughter. Frenzied wolves, giant apes, armored rhinos. Every species native to the tower fell, without exception, beneath its gaze. None survived. Half an hour later, silence reigned absolute. The deafening roars, thunderous stampedes, and violent collisions. Only the wind carried a faint metallic tang of blood, and the grotesque panorama of demonic beast corpses stretched endlessly. A landscape of carnage, a sea of blood. Amidst that sea of slaughter, a solitary crimson figure hovered motionless in midair, blood dripping slowly from its twin blades, its aura as sharp and unyielding as ever. It was Shui Ren Kuangtang, having truly single-handedly exterminated the entire frenzied beast tide sent to hunt down the examinees. Only then did the rescued examinees stir from their stupor. Immediately a wave of stunned, breathless exclamation, all of them slain. So many beasts, truly cut down by a single spirit beast. Unbelievable. Absolutely incomprehensible. Whose spirit beast is this? Under a torrent of awestruck, reverent, even worshipful gazes, Shui Ren Kuangtang slowly turned its head toward Chu Xiu standing atop the rocky outcrop. Then, wings flaring, it darted back, flashing across the canyon in mere instants, to land before Chu Xiu once. After shaking the blood from its bladed arms, it bowed its head respectfully. Master, all beasts pursuing them have been cleansed. Chu Xiu gazed upon Xiao Dao, its body wreathed in murderous aura, yet bowing to him with unwavering loyalty, and a subtle smile softened his eyes. Well done. At Chu Xiu's praise, the crimson glow in Shui Ren Kuangtang's eyes seemed to soften, just slightly. Meanwhile, the rescued examinees finally rallied, hurrying toward him. Leading them was a young man whose robes were torn, but whose expression remained composed. He stopped before Chu Xiu, clasped his fists solemnly, and said gratefully, "Brother, thank you for your timely rescue. Had it not been for you and your spirit beast, we would all have perished here today." His words broke the spell. Others hurried to echo his thanks. "Our deepest gratitude for saving our lives. Without you, none of us would have survived. Honored Savior, accept this bow." Some, overcome with emotion, actually dropped to their knees. Seeing this, Chu Xiu quickly raised his hand and said, "Everyone need not worry so much. The situation inside the Void Tower is chaotic, with rampant beasts infected by the power of the demon god everywhere. It is crucial that we first ensure our own safety." Upon hearing the phrase power of the demon god, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. Although they had previously faced unexpected changes, they were unaware of the specific reason. Now, after hearing Chu Xiu's words, they realized that this disaster was far more severe than they had imagined. Although they had never seen the demon god, they had heard of its infamous reputation. This was a great demon comparable to a deity, the most formidable enemy of all beast tamers on the entire Blue Star. For these newly initiated beast tamers, the demon god represented an insurmountable mountain capable of killing them countless times with just a glance. It made sense that the beasts used for assessments in the Void Tower, being eroded by the power of the demon god, had fallen into madness and gained immense strength. After a while, the youth who was about to kneel down to thank Chu Xiu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and asked, "Brother, do you know what the current situation in the tower is?" Chu Xiu did not hide anything, and simply recounted the events happening outside. Of course, he only briefly mentioned details involving Bai Yufei and other top-tier powers. Even so, it was enough to shock everyone. So it turns out that not only the area where we candidates are located has lost control, but also over 1,000 candidates within the entire Void Tower have been affected. The power of the demon god has caused this entire assessment to spiral out of control. Now that those high-ranking individuals cannot enter the Void Tower, does that mean we must rely on ourselves to escape? The space within the Void Tower is a world unto itself. Under the invasion of the power of the demon god, the beasts within the tower have completely gone berserk, likely forming an enormous tide of beasts. If that's the case, aren't the other candidates in just as much danger as we were? After listening to Chu Xiu's account, the candidates who had barely escaped from danger revealed anxious expressions once again. Chu Xiu glanced at the candidates around him, who looked at each other with fearful expressions, and smiled as he shook his head, reassuring them. "Everyone, there is no need to worry too much. Lord Bai has already called upon all silver beast tamers with golden level combat strength across the nation to enter the Void Tower for rescue. With the national strength of our God Xia Empire, we will surely quell this chaos swiftly." Upon hearing Chu Xiu's reassurance, the anxious candidates finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded numbly. Seeing this, Chu Xiu changed his tone and said solemnly, "However, now is not the time to relax. Since I can meet you here, there must be many candidates in other areas who are also in danger. I will now go to other areas to rescue the suffering candidates. If any of you are still able to fight, it would be best to send your beasts to scout the areas where other candidates might be located. I am too stretched thin on my own. Although I am powerful in this vast space of the Void Tower, finding people alone is not as efficient as working together to locate them quickly." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. After experiencing the life and death escape just now, they had already developed great respect for Chu Xiu and the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis strength. Now, hearing Chu Xiu speak and request those among them who still had combat ability to spread out and search for the other candidates, they naturally had no objections. "All right, we will follow your lead. I will send my beast to investigate immediately. With you, brother, and your powerful mantis beast here, as long as the candidates we find are not facing an exceptionally overwhelming tide of beasts, we can rescue more people together. All right, let's get moving." Chu Xiu said nothing further, just nodded lightly. He then mounted the Snow Shadow War Lion, while the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis flew back into the air, taking the lead and standing guard. The blood-red sunset illuminated the corpse-laden valley. The team set off once again. The dozens of candidates who had just escaped from the gates of death quickly organized their ranks, following behind Chu Xiu, while sending their beasts to spread out, forming a search network several dozen kilometers wide, advancing forward. This time, unlike their previous desperate escape, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of security, because they clearly understood that the one leading them was no ordinary candidate. Instead, it was a peerless genius capable of sweeping through thousands of rampaging beasts with a single golden-level beast. Chu Xiu lifted his gaze towards the deeper part of the valley, his expression gradually sharpening. Meanwhile, following by Yufei's highest call to action, more and more top-tier silver beast tamers from the Godxia Empire rushed in from all directions, quickly sent to the entrance of the Void Tower to assist the candidates within in fending off the assessment beasts that had been corrupted by the power of the demon god and descended into madness. Gradually, the candidates who had been on the brink of collapse under the assault of the rampaging beast tide began to stabilize their positions, except for a few who were extremely unlucky and had yet to encounter any of the silver beast tamers coming from outside. At the same time, Chu Xiu and his group of candidates had already conducted a thorough search across an area over 800 kilometers long, spanning several kilometers, with a total search area exceeding 10,000 square kilometers. Although the speed of their search across over 10,000 square kilometers in half an hour was not fast, it was by no means slow. After searching this vast area, Chu Xiu and the others finally discovered a second candidate area under attack by a tide of rampaging beasts. Brother Chu Xiu, my beast, has found other candidates in a canyon 30 kilometers northeast. The youth communicated through his silver 2-star flying beast, learning about the situation in the canyon 30 kilometers northeast, and immediately informed Chu Xiu. However, he also described the scale of the rampaging beast tide his beast had seen, wearing a deeply worried expression. Although Chu Xiu's beast was powerful, the scale of the rampaging beast tide in that canyon was at least 10 times greater than what they had encountered before. Hearing the youth's words, other candidates, except for Chu Xiu, all changed their expression slightly. Although they did not speak, their faces revealed an undeniable fear and hesitation. Whether Chu Xiu's beast could still deal with such a scale of beast tide after the previous battle's consumption was uncertain. If they were unable to cope, following Chu Xiu to provide support might result in them putting themselves in danger instead of saving up. Why not go? Hearing the youth's question, Chu Xiu responded immediately with no hesitation whatsoever. Time is of the essence. If we delay, changes may occur. Since we have discovered other candidates in crisis, I will head over first. You all follow closely behind. After saying that, Chu Xiu called out to the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis. Little Knife, you are faster. Go ahead and provide support. I will arrive shortly with Dubai. Yes, Master. The Bloodblade Crazy Mantis immediately nodded, then, with a flap of its wings, it shot forward like a crimson lightning bolt towards the canyon the youth had mentioned. Dubai, let's go. Seeing this, Chu Xiu urged the Snow Shadow War Lion to follow. Roar. The Snow Shadow War Lion roared in response, its four legs moving swiftly, transforming Chu Xiu into a silver-white shadow as they raced towards the canyon 35 kilometers to the northeast. Watching Chu Xiu rush out without looking back, the other candidates fell silent, exchanging glances. After a while, a girl weakly asked, What should we do? Should we follow? As the girl's words faded, silence descended upon the surroundings. They had survived only because of Chu Xiu, and that blood-bladed mantis, a creature so monstrously powerful it defied reason. Had Chu Xiu not intervened, they would already lie dead in that canyon. Logically, now that Chu Xiu had rushed to aid other examinees, they ought to follow and assist him. Yet the young man had made one thing devastatingly clear: the beast tide gathering in the canyon to the northeast dwarfed the one that had hunted them by more than tenfold. Tenfold. If their earlier ordeal had been a 9/19 chance of death, this tide was absolute annihilation. Should they be surrounded by such a terrifying tide, and should Chu Xiu fail to hold back the beasts, they would have no hope. Perhaps we shouldn't go. After a long, heavy silence, someone finally spoke, voice trembling. A pale-faced youth clenched his fists tightly, his expression etched with raw fear. It's not that I fear death, but our spirit beasts are already exhausted. If we follow, we won't lend strength, it will only burden Brother Chu Xiu. Indeed. A low murmur rose in agreement laced with complexity. Brother Chu Xiu and his spirit beast possess overwhelming might. Even against a massive beast tide, he may yet find a way to break free. But if we go and get swept into the tide, we won't even have time to flee. Hearing this, many faces twisted with inner conflict. They did not refuse out of indifference. They refused out of terror. The memory of fleeing for their lives, of being relentlessly pursued by the tide of imminent dismemberment and consumption, still burned deep within their souls. Just as hesitation hung thick in the air, the young man who had first led the thanks to Chu Xiu after being rescued lifted his head and gritted his teeth. Without Brother Chu Xiu, we'd already be dead. The group froze, turning toward him. He drew a slow, deep breath and continued, voice grave. He knew the beast tide ahead was far deadlier, yet he charged forward without hesitation. Why? Because other examinees are trapped there, fighting for their lives. When we ran for hours, didn't we pray, desperately, for someone to appear and pull us from the abyss? His words struck like thunder. Around him, silence fell anew. In that moment, each remembered the suffocating dread the sky sealed above, the earth barred beneath, the desperate silent plea for salvation. Now elsewhere, another group stood just as helpless, clinging to hope in utter despair. And Chu Xiu had already gone. But will our presence even matter? The girl whispered softly. The young man scanned the faces before him and replied calmly, Only by going will we know. We cannot match Brother Chu Xiu's prowess, not with a single spirit beast capable of sweeping through the tide. Yet remember, we number dozens. We are far from powerless. Even if we arrive too late for frontline combat, we can serve as reinforcements, rescue the wounded, evacuate the injured, scour the battlefield, and share the burden. His voice rose sharp and resounding. Shall we truly stand here, watching Brother Chu Xiu fight alone, while doing nothing at all? Those words struck every heart like a hammer blow. Silence returned, deeper, heavier. Then a boy who moments before had trembled with terror stepped forward, jaw set. I'll go. My spirit beast may lack brute strength, but excels in reconnaissance and harassment. It may yet prove vital. Another voice followed swiftly. Count me in. Damn it, Chu Xiu saved our lives. If need be, I'll return the favor today. Exactly. Had it not been for him, we'd be corpses already. What cowardice is this? Let's go, chase after him. Even if we can't catch up, we must go. As the first stepped forward, resolve hardened in more and more eyes. Fear remained, but for now it was drowned beneath a rising tide of courage. Good. The young man nodded firmly and commanded. Then let's waste no more time. We depart immediately. Agreed. Voices rose in unison. In moments, the once shaken group surged forward anew. Spirit beasts took flight, soaring high, swiftly orienting themselves. While on the ground, others were summoned anew, bearing their masters east-northeastward at full speed. Yet they knew with grim clarity. Chu Xiu's Snow Shadow War Lion was famed for its swiftness, and the Bloodblade Mantis a peerless aerial predator. Combined with their own delay, catching up to him was now impossible. All they could do was hasten, faster than ever, toward the fray. Even if they arrived too late to fight beside him, they would lend their strength where it mattered most. Meanwhile, 35 kilometers northeast, within the canyon, battle roared. This gorge was far more treacherous than the one where Chu Xiu had faced the tide, narrow at the entrance, widening inward, its sheer cliffs flanking both sides like a colossal funnel. It was precisely this topographical advantage that allowed over 200 examinees to endure wave after wave of frenzied beast assaults. At the canyon's mouth, 13 elite silver-rank beast-tamer stood shoulder to shoulder, its strongest defenders. Each commanded a massive frontline combat: spirit beast, rock-armored bears, flame-raging bulls, or steel-clawed tigers, forming a living bulwark that held back the maddened tide at the very threshold. Behind them, over 100 ranged spirit beasts unleashed relentless barrages. Spear-like ice shards, razor-edged wine blades, searing fireballs, thorny vines, and crackling arcs of lightning erupted ceaselessly, shattering beasts mid-charge, scattering gore across the battlefield. From above, the canyon mouth resembled a monstrous meat grinder. Every second claimed lives, and every second birthed new attackers, trampling corpses as they surged forward. The air reeked of coppery blood, the ground soaked and darkened bore the stain of endless slaughter. Yet even with terrain on their side, the examinees teetered on the edge of collapse. Hold the line. Every last one of you hold firm. A voice, crisp, calm, unyielding, cut through the... There, circling high above the gorge, soared a magnificent eagle, plumage pure as snow, wingspan stretching several zhang wide. With each beat, freezing gales swept downward, instantly encasing a pack of frenzied wolf beasts in brittle ice. In the next instant, its talons flashed, rending apart the boldest of the frenzied saber-toothed tigers, sending crimson spray arcing across the sky. Upon its snowy back stood a young woman clad in a pale blue combat uniform. The young woman's face was cool and aloof, her brows and eyes like a painted portrait, long hair whipping in the wind, yet upon that exquisite visage lay only severity and exhaustion. She was the strongest among the examinees, Yun Xinshui, a silver 8-star beast tamer. Her companion beast Shu Tianying was indisputably the most formidable combatant among them. It was by her repeatedly commanding Shu Tianying to plug gaps and cut down fearsome foes at the most perilous moments that the canyon's defensive line had been kept from collapsing. Backline ranged beasts do not cease. Those whose mana is exhausted fall back and be replaced at once. Earth-type beasts shore up the left flank. Those 3 berserk rift-claw leopards on the right are about to break through. Anyone with control skills left seal them immediately. Yun Xinshui issued command after command. Though her voice was hoarse, it remained steady and authoritative. Under her direction, lines that had been on the verge of collapse were steadied again and again. The examinees in the canyon, hearing her, felt their panic calm somewhat. Sister Yun, how much longer can we hold? Below, a youth with sweat beading on his brow urged his fire-marked lizard to spew flame, and could not help but look up. At Yun Qiangshu's words, her gaze tightened. How much longer? In truth, she had no answer herself. For half an hour, the number of beasts assailing the canyon had swelled. Those nearby seemed guided by some hand. Now the mass of monsters outside the canyon had grown to a dreadfully vast scale. She suspected that in that very area the total of berserk beasts already neared 100,000. Faced with a tide of beasts on such a scale, even with terrain advantage, they were merely clinging to life. Yet she could not, for if even she betrayed despair, this hard-won cohesion would shatter in an instant. So Yun Xinshui drew a deep breath and said in a cold voice, hold out until reinforcements arrive. The Void Tower's great aberration could not have gone unnoticed. The higher ranks of the Xinxia Empire must already be attempting a rescue. Everyone hold on a little longer. If we can endure, there will be hope of survival. Her tone was not extravagant, yet it carried a persuasive force. Hearing her, the dispirited examinees gritted their teeth and wrung the last reserves from themselves and their beasts. Right, hold on. Senior Yun is right. The big figures outside must know. Damn it, give everything we have. Even if my beast dies in battle, it will take down as many of them as it can. For a moment, the line that had been on the verge of collapse was stubbornly held together. Yet everyone knew this was only temporary. The 13 silver-rank beasts at the front tasked with taking the brunt of the assault were almost all wounded. Some had shattered scales, some had a leg mangled to bloody pulp, and others bore gaping wounds in their bellies, only through their master's constant administration of restorative and hemostatic drafts were they kept from falling. The backline ranged beasts were no better off. Frequent skill usage had long since drained their mana reserves. A few weaker beasts, having forcibly overdrawn their energy, even had blood trickling from their mouths. Everyone was barely. They had endured by will to survive by their use of terrain, and by Yuan Qiangshu's exhortations inching forward to this point. But the limit would inevitably arrive. A thunderous tremor suddenly rolled through the earth outside the canyon. This was no ordinary commotion of stampeding beasts. It sounded as if two titanic monsters were forcing their way through the throng, barreling toward the vanguard. Sensing the abnormal fluctuation, Yuan Qiangshu's expression altered. She rose higher on Shu Yu and peered beyond the canyon. In the next instant her pupils constricted. From the dense sea of beasts, two ferocious silhouettes were charging straight through. On the left loomed a black-scaled rampaging demon ape nearly 4 meters tall. Its body was sheathed in jet-black scales, its arms thick as tree trunks, and a murderous bloodkey swirled about it. Each step it took cracked the ground beneath. On the right strode a red-marked, earth-rending lizard over 10 meters in length. Dark crimson veins ran across its hide, and it exhaled searing heat. When its thick tail swept, even other beasts blocking its path were struck with bone-breaking sign-tearing force. Silver 9-star. Yuan Qiangshu's heart sank. And not ordinary silver 9-stars. Tainted by demonic, godly power and berserk frenzy, their auras had nearly reached gold rank. Such presences far exceeded what the vast majority of examinees in the canyon could withstand. This is bad, she thought. Without a moment's hesitation, she barked Shu Yu intercept that black-scaled ape. A piercing cry rent the air. Shu Yu let out a long cry, beat its wings, and a blast of cold coalesced into dozens of razor-sharp ice spears that shot toward the black-scaled demon ape. Yet a despairing sight unfolded. The ape made no move to dodge, it roared, and crossed its massive arms in front of it. With a series of detonations, the dozen ice spears shattered, leaving only faint white scars upon its black scales. Many behind watched in horror, faces drained of color. That had been Shu Yu strongest strike, yet it had failed even to breach its defense. Elsewhere, the red-marked rift lizard proved even more terrifying. As it neared the canyon entrance, it opened its gaping maw and hurled a blistering crimson fireball that slammed into the foremost rock-armored giant bear. The flame exploded. The rock-armored giant bear gave a heart-rending howl as its massive form was blasted away. Its chest armor shattered, flesh blackened, crashing to the earth and unable to rise. Again, the bear's master screamed, voice breaking, his face going as white as paper. Before he could dash forward to check, the black-scaled demon ape had already reached the front line. It bellowed a deafening roar and brought down its enormous fist with savage, overwhelming force. With a thunderous impact, a once-exhausted steel-claw savage tiger was flung aside, half its body twisted and deformed. The ape's fists rained like a storm. One after another silver-rank beasts at the foremost line were hurled away. They had already fought themselves hollow against creatures approaching gold rank. They had scarcely any strength left to resist. In mere seconds, the defensive line formed by 13 mighty beasts was torn open, leaving a gaping breach. It's over. Someone whispered, lips white. At that moment, the rift lizard surged forward, and its thick tail swung with brutal force. With a crash, 2 more beasts screamed as they were sent flying. Several examinees behind them were slammed to the ground. The front line had utterly collapsed. It's over, we're all going to die. Many candidates trembled as they watched the strongest group of candidates at the front of the canyon being crushed by 2 frenzied silver 9-star demonic beasts. Some even closed their eyes in despair. Meanwhile, the red-patterned, earth-splitting lizard and the black-scaled frenzy ape charged towards the fallen candidates, roaring as they prepared to tear them to shreds. However, just at this critical moment, a piercingly sharp sound of high-frequency wings suddenly echoed from above the canyon. Almost simultaneously, a flash of crimson light pierced through the sky, rushing in from outside the canyon. Accompanied by 2 deafening explosions, the once fierce red-patterned, earth-splitting lizard and black-scaled frenzy ape were sent flying as if struck by invisible hammers. The red-patterned, earth-splitting lizard crashed hard into the left rock wall, causing it to crack. The black-scaled frenzy ape was blasted back over 10 meters, crashing into the horde of beasts, crushing a large number of low-level demonic beasts. What was that? The few candidates who had been utterly hopeless froze in place as they witnessed the 2 silver 9-star demonic beasts being sent flying. Roar! This scene came too suddenly, and not only the candidates in the canyon, but even the rampaging demonic beasts seemed momentarily stunned. But soon a rapidly solidifying dark red figure appeared at the canyon's entrance, capturing the attention of all the candidates and demonic beasts. The dark red figure stood upright, its wings vibrating at high frequency, making it hover in midair. Its blade-like arms radiated a chilling gleam, surrounded by a bloodthirsty aura resembling a scythe of death. This figure was the blood-blade frenzied mantis, which had come with all its might following the orders of Chu Xiu. It hovered at the canyon's entrance, its scarlet compound eyes scanning the countless demonic beasts surging forward, the killing intent it exuded almost taking on a tangible form. Roar! Seeing only one beast master appearing at the canyon entrance, the crazed demonic beasts that had just been momentarily subdued by the bloodblade frenzied mantis erupted into furious roars and continued to charge forward without fear. Hiss! Facing the surging tide of crazed beasts, the bloodblade frenzied mantis roared, and in the next moment, its figure vanished from sight, moving so fast that it was barely perceptible. Boom! The bloodblade frenzied mantis flapped its wings violently, and its entire figure transformed into a crimson storm, charging headlong into the dense tide of beasts at the canyon entrance. Swish, 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 swish. Countless blood-red blade lights crisscrossed, as if weaving a giant net of death at the canyon's entrance. Any demonic beast that dared to step into the canyon would be instantly shredded into pieces. A crazed demonic wolf leaped to attack, but before it could get close, it was decapitated in midair. Several clawed leopards attempted to bypass the bloodblade frenzied mantis by using speed coming in from the sides, but they were all bisected and fell to the ground by a single spiral slash. As for the two silver 9-star demonic beasts that had just been blasted away, they roared angrily and charged back into battle. The red-patterned earth-splitting lizard opened its massive mouth and spewed forth a torrent of scorching flames. The black-scaled frenzy ape pounded its chest with its fists, leaping into the air with immense power. Faced with the two powerful enemies, the bloodblade frenzied mantis didn't even bother to dodge. It merely raised its blade arm and slashed forward. Swish! A more condensed and sharper crimson blade light instantly ripped through the air, first slicing apart the flames spewed by the red-patterned earth-splitting lizard, then sweeping across its neck. With a splatter, the enormous lizard's head soared into the air, blood gushing like a fountain. Almost simultaneously, the bloodblade frenzied mantis figure flickered and appeared directly above the black-scaled frenzy ape, crossing its blade arms for a downward strike. Crack! The black-scaled frenzy ape's two thick arms were severed at the roots, and then a massive cross-shaped wound was carved across its chest. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before its entire body collapsed to the ground. Instant kill. The two powerful, crazed demonic beasts that had forced all the candidates in the canyon into a desperate situation were as weak as infants before the bloodblade frenzied mantis. Swish! After killing the two strongest silver 9-star demonic beasts, the bloodblade frenzied mantis showed no signs of stopping. A blood-red arc suddenly swept across, and the dozens of demonic beasts that had rushed to the canyon entrance didn't even have time to react before their bodies froze in place. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, blood erupted. These crazed bodies simultaneously snapped in half. In just one encounter, the dozens of demonic beasts that had entered the canyon were all slaughtered. After killing these beasts, the bloodblade frenzied mantis continued to show no signs of rest, transforming into a dark red lightning bolt, flashing constantly at the canyon entrance. With every flash, a large number of crazed demonic beasts were sliced open and fell dead. Despite the tremendous energy expenditure from the continuous onslaught, the skill Bloodthirst had activated, drawing strands of crimson blood energy from the corpses of the demonic beasts flowing into its body, making it even more powerful and fiercely aggressive. The bloodblade frenzied mantis was like an unstoppable killing machine, standing firm against the overwhelming number of demonic beasts outside, preventing them from advancing one step further. In just a few breaths, the piled-up corpses of demonic beasts at the canyon entrance had formed a small mountain, completely blocking the candidate's view of the narrow entrance and what lay beyond. All that could be heard were the roars of demonic beasts and the fleeting yet incessant sounds of swords slicing through flesh. Gulp! Inside the canyon, all the trapped candidates and their beast companions fell silent. The entire canyon sank into a brief silence at that moment. All the candidates stared blankly at the meat wall built from the demonic beast corpses, recalling the fleeting crimson figure from moments ago, their minds completely blank. They never expected that the imminent collapse of their dire situation would be so abruptly reversed by an unknown beast. What was that dark red figure? How could its strength be so terrifying? It instantly blasted away the silver 9-star red-patterned earth-splitting lizard and black-scaled frenzy ape, slaughtering ordinary silver and bronze demonic beasts like they were nothing. Such strength is undoubtedly that of a golden-level beastmaster. How could there be such a genius among our group of candidates? Impossible. That terrifying beastmaster cannot possibly belong to any of us candidates. It must be a powerful outsider coming to assist. That's great. A powerful ally has arrived. We are finally saved. After a long while, these days candidates finally reacted, transitioning from shock to overwhelming joy. Among the candidates, Chu Xiu was the most shocked. Unlike the other candidates, she stood on the back of the snow domain, Heavenly Eagle, clearly observing the situation outside the canyon. The bloodblade frenzied mantis, with its astonishing killing intent, had already plunged into the tide of hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake. Out of the 100,000 crazed demonic beasts, not a single one was a match for the bloodblade frenzied mantis. What kind of beastmaster is this? It only has the aura of a golden 3-star, yet its strength is even more terrifying than those golden 9-star beastmasters that my family has. It has perfect quality. This is undoubtedly a golden-level beastmaster of perfect quality. Chu Xiu, a silver 8-star beastmaster, could barely see the figure of the bloodblade frenzied mantis, and upon sensing the aura, it exuded an unprecedented shock appeared in her usually cold eyes. She could feel that the bloodblade frenzied mantis aura was clearly that of a golden 3-star, but its strength and performance far surpassed any golden 3-star beast she had ever encountered. Just as the blood-blade frenzied mantis was in the midst of its rampage, a rapid and powerful sound of footsteps suddenly came from the back of the canyon. A silver-white figure swiftly dashed in from the rear, moving as fast as lightning. It was the Snow Shadow War Lion carrying Chu Xiu. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the other candidate. Is this the powerful ally that has come to help? Why are they so young? They look like they're about the same age as us. Could that terrifying beast master outside be theirs? They look about our age. Could it be that they're not an outsider, but rather one of us, a candidate from this cohort? When did such a genius beast master appear in the Divine Summer Empire? As they caught sight of Chu Xiu's remarkably youthful face, these candidates couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chu Xiu paid little attention to these excited candidates. He rode the Snow Shadow War Lion straight to the front of the canyon, his gaze crossing the wall of corpses to focus on the white figure above. What Chu Xiu was looking at was Chu and her Snow Domain Heavenly Eagle hovering in midair. Snow Domain Heavenly Eagle attributes: Ice type, Wind type quality, excellent level, Silver 8-star talents, Cold Wind / Aerial Claw, Ice, Feather Flurry, High Dive status, Perfect Evolution, Chain, Snow Feather Chick, Snow Domain Heavenly Eagle, Blizzard Mad Eagle, Aurora, Ice Phoenix, Ice, Snow Divine Phoenix, Snow Domain Heavenly Eagle, Blizzard Mad Eagle, Storm Evolution, requires consumption of 100 petals of Cold Ice Snow Lotus, and the blood of a golden level Wind type, Flying Demonic Beast, and must endure a blizzard on a snow-capped mountain for 3 days to complete the evolution. Introduction: the Aerial Overlord, soaring in the extreme north Snow Domain, its feathers as hard as iron and imbued with cold air, possessing excellent vision and high flight speed, often descending from the sky to deliver a fatal blow to its enemies. With a Silver 8-star, excellent quality, this candidate's beast strength ranks among the top in this cohort of candidates in the Divine Summer Empire. Looking at the attributes of the Snow Domain Heavenly Eagle that appeared before him, Chu Xiu nodded internally. However, his gaze only lingered on Chu Xiu and the Snow Domain Heavenly Eagle briefly before moving away. Big White, jump up and see what's going on. Chu Xiu patted the back of the Snow Shadow War Lion, signaling it to leap onto the wall of corpses. The Snow Shadow War Lion let out a low growl, its powerful legs propelling its massive body to leap onto the 5-meter-high wall of corpses, landing at the highest point. At this moment, Chu Xiu also noticed Chu Xiu. Seeing the Snow Shadow War Lion bringing Chu Xiu up to the wall of demonic beast corpses, she gestured for the Snow Domain Heavenly Eagle to spiral down and come to Chu Xiu's side. Are you the master of that beast up ahead? Seeing Chu Xiu's gaze fixed on the blood-blade frenzied mantis slaughtering demonic beasts within the horde, Chu Xiu couldn't help but ask. Yes. Chu Xiu turned to glance at Chu Xiu, nodding indifferently. It had to be said that up close Chu Xiu was indeed a stunning beauty. With delicate features, cold eyes, a curvaceous figure, and fair, tender skin. Despite having fought for a long time and showing obvious signs of fatigue, the calmness and tenacity that emanated from her made her even more remarkably attractive amidst her disheveled appearance. However, although Chu Xiu was stunning, Chu Xiu merely cast a glance before retracting his gaze. Clearly, this was not the time to be distracted. Since you can still move, then let's reorganize those who can still fight. The entrance is now stable, and the beast tide won't rush through for a while. Have your beast masters with combat capability assist my beast in eliminating these crazed demonic beasts from the sides. Chu Xiu spoke calmly, his tone neither hurried nor slow. Although the blood-blade frenzied mantis could easily handle the beast tide, he wouldn't just let it do all the work while the other candidates watched. Upon hearing his words, Chu Xiu remained silent for a moment before promptly nodding. All right, I'll arrange it right away. She then leaped down from the wall of corpses, heading towards the other candidates in the canyon. A height of 5 or 6 meters was no more taxing for a Silver 8-star beastmaster than an adult jumping down a flight of. Under Yun Qiangshu's organization, the other candidates in the canyon began to mobilize swiftly. Soon they formed a team consisting of a dozen silver-level beastmasters and dozens of bronze-level beastmasters, all crossing the wall of corpses at the canyon entrance, led by Yun Qiangshu's Snow Domain Heavenly Eagle, turning into a sharp blade that plunged into the tide of demonic beasts. Among the beastmasters in the canyon, aside from those severely injured and unable to fight, only the Snow Shadow War Lion under Chu Xiu remained. Even though the Silver 8-star Snow Shadow War Lion's combat power was greater than that of the team of beastmasters led by the Snow Domain Heavenly Eagle, if it were to charge into the beast tide, its effectiveness would surpass that of the assembled beastmaster team. However, Chu Xiu had no intention of letting the Snow Shadow War Lion join the battle. He currently had only 2 beastmasters. The Bloodblade Frenzied Mantis had already engaged with the beast tide, so he needed to keep the Snow Shadow War Lion close to ensure its safety. Boom. Shortly after Yun Qiangshu's beastmasters charged into the tide of beasts, a loud commotion suddenly arose from the back of the canyon. Brother Chu, we're here. Just as everyone turned around, a boisterous shout echoed from behind. It was the dozens of beastmasters previously saved by Chu Xiu bringing their beasts to provide support. These individuals rushed to the front of the canyon, greeted Chu Xiu, and began to assemble their beasts into a second team, also charging into the tide of demonic beasts. Chu Xiu nodded once to the next group of arriving examinees, and then resumed his place atop the towering wall of beast corpses that loomed before the canyon, his gaze returning to the battlefield beyond. Beyond the canyon, the Shui Run Quang Tang streaked like a crimson phantom, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter as it darted among the frenzied beasts. Every beat of its wings, every sweep of its blades severed swathes of beasts in twain, of severed limbs, in scarlet rain were flung into the air. Chu Xiu had instructed the Shui Rin Quang Tang to prioritize the silver-tier beasts within the rampaging tide. With the Shui Rin Quang Tang's golden 3-star, perfect-grade combat power, even silver 9-star beasts, whose ferocity had been driven wild by the Yao God's power, were dispatched in an instant. Coupled with the Mantis' exclusive bloodthirsty talent and astounding endurance, the number of silver-tier beasts in that surge plummeted. Under the one-sided slaughter led by the Shui Rin Quang Tang, the once terrifying beast tide began to lose its cohesion. The remaining beasts below silver rank were cut down in turn by 2 spearhead beast squads composed chiefly of silver-tier examinees beasts. Although those examinees beasts could not match the Shui Rin Quang Tang, they assisted from the flanks as the blade tore open the formation. Facing only bronze-tier monsters, they too crushed them with ease. The casualties among the frenzied beasts spiked further. In an instant, the tide of 100,000 beasts was held at bay by the Shui Rin Quang Tang together with just over 100 tamed beasts unable to advance another step toward the canyon. Chu Xiu watched in silence, his expression composed but unrelenting. He knew all too well that moments like these demanded absolute vigilance. The source of this anomaly was the power of the Yao God. If ordinary beasts could be driven into frenzy by that power, nothing could guarantee that something even more dangerous would not emerge on this battlefield. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the air less than 3 meters to his left abruptly warped. The sensation was like a placid lake rent by an invisible hand, a hairline tear in the fabric of space itself. The next moment, a gray-white silhouette burst forth from nothing, without warning, moving so fast it nearly exceeded the eye's limit, jaws snapping toward Chu Xiu's throat. Its fangs were bone-white, wrapped in faint ripples of void energy. Had that bite landed, even a silver high-star beastmaster might have had his throat severed in an instant. Chu Xiu, only silver 1-star, would have been fatally caught. A sudden roar split the air. At the critical instant, the Shuiying Zhanshi that had stood by Chu Xiu's side bellowed, then flashed, carrying Chu Xiu clear of the strike, and retreating several paces to take the blow with its own body. At the same time, a chill surged across its hide, as ice-blue sigils bloomed outward. Its snow shadow armor activated, and a snow-white ice carapace formed across the Shuiying Zhanshi's body. A grating clash of metal rang out, as the gray-white silhouette's fangs slammed into the ice carapace forming on the Shuiying Zhanshi's neck, sending sparks flying. The impact drove the war lion's paws to gouge deep furrows in the ground, yet it held the strike, and did not break. What is that? Chu Xiu's gaze went cold, his heart a sudden chill. If Dao Bai had not reacted in time, even if he had survived, he would have been grievously wounded. For something to close on him, without the slightest sign, could not have been an ordinary beast. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu dropped from the Shuiying Zhanshi's back and fell back, giving the wolf lion space to fight. Only then did he turn to the gray-white figure battling the Shuiying Zhanshi. The failed attacker, riding the recoil, retreated and landed upon a rock some 10 meters away, issuing a low feral hiss. Chu Xiu's pupils narrowed. The creature was only a little over 2 meters long, weasel-like in form, but covered in a dense coat of gray-silver scales. Its limbs were long and lithe, its tail whip-like. Its skull bore a hint of menace. 2 razor fangs protruded from its maw, and its vertical pupils glowed with a brutal black-purple light. What drew the eye most was the faint, wavering ripples of space that shimmered about its body. As Chu Xiu fixed his stare on the gray-white figure, a detailed information overlay manifested before him. Longyu. Type Spatial Dragon. Rarity Rare. Level Silver 7-star. Status Frenzied. Innate Skills Spatial Leap Dragon Scale / Void Fong. Evolution Chain 3. First Evolution Longyu Zhanxiong Longyu Perfect. Materials Fengxianggua X3, Huangjin Yalong Shui X1. Second Evolution Longyu Shukong Longyu Jiyu Longjun Epic. Materials Ziyuan Jingha X5, Longhun Yu X1. Third Evolution Longyu Shukong Longyu Poji Li Long Huanyu Longdi Legendary Evolution Resources Shukong Benji X, 1 Taigu Longjing X3. When Chu Xiu read the final line, his breath caught. Legendary quality, Huanyu Longdi, and an exceedingly rare, monstrously powerful spatial-type beast. Time is fleeting, in space, supremacy reigns. Spatial beasts are few and shrouded in mystery. Each bears uncanny powers. Teleportation, traversal, spatial slicing, escape, that far surpass peers of equal rank. Dragon lineage is itself among the most formidable war classes of beasts. Now this Longyu possessed both spatial and dragon attributes, and even a full path to legendary evolution. Its potential was absurdly high. Whether a beast tainted by the Yao God's power can be claimed as my third companion, such terrifying potential must be attempted, Chu Xiu thought. His eyes flared with feverish light as he stared at the frenzied Longyu. He was already a silver-tier beastmaster, and had germinated 3 beast seeds in his sea of recognition. He could contract a third beast. This beast's potential matched, or even exceeded, that of his previous 2 contracts. Chu Xiu could not be sure he could claim the Longyu in one go. He might not sleep tonight. Dabai, hold it. Disable it, but do not kill it. Chu Xiu sent the commands to the Shuiying Zhanshi at once. The Shuiying Zhanshi gave a low roar, nodded heavily, its ice-blue eyes burning with battle intent. Then, its paws skimming the wind, it lunged at the frenzied Longyu. Almost as the war lion moved, the Longyu vanished. The air around it warped as it used spatial leap, and its form blinked out of existence. The next instant it appeared above the swaying Zhanshi's right flank. Dragon Scale's silver claws surged into a lethal arc and chopped down. Dragon Scale Slash. The swaying Zhansha reacted with lightning speed, twisting and raising a paw to parry. A thunderous shockwave erupted at the collision, blasting outward. The Long Yu was hurled several meters back, and the swaying Zhansha staggered, retreating half a step. Chu Xiu's expression hardened at once. The Long Yu was frighteningly strong. Although only rare and silver 7-star, under the Yao God's frenzy, it could stand toe-to-toe with the outstanding grade silver 8-star swaying Zhansha and not be outclassed. That it could perform thus despite inferiority in both rarity and level testified to how terrifying its native talent. Chu Xiu's desire to tame it only deepened. The swaying Zhansha issued another low roar and surged forward once. Snow and wind whirled around it as its speed spiked, becoming an ice-white blur that struck out several claws at the Long Yu. But the Long Yu proved uncanny. Whenever an attack was about to land, a faint ripple of spatial distortion shimmered around its body, and it would instantly relocate to another spot. Spatial leap. The skill functioned like teleportation, granting it total advantage in close quarters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blinking 3 times, the Long Yu materialized behind the swaying Zhansha and tore forth a Fang illusion wreathed in Void Fang. The swaying Zhansha spun its snow shadow armor, reforging across its body. The Void Fang struck the ice plate with a muffled crash, even carving a hairline crack in the armor. Seizing the chance, the War Lion raked out a heavy paw, slamming into the Long Yu's flank and flinging it away. The Long Yu tumbled through the air, rolled, and rose again almost without pause, baring its fangs and charging. Its eyes, poisoned by the Yao God's power, held no reason, only pure merciless hunger for slaughter. Chu Xiu felt both alarm and satisfaction watching. To use spatial power at this level while in a frenzied state, he murmured, increasingly impressed. This was unquestionably a treasure. If he could purge the beast of the Yao God's influence and plan an evolution path for it through the divine pet evolution system, its future would be unimaginable. Thoughts raced through Chu Xiu's mind. He could beat it down by force, but the real difficulty lay in its spatial leap. If it were an ordinary silver beast, the swaying Zhansha could suppress it through quality and straightforward strength. But if the Long Yu kept blinking and skirmishing, capturing it alive would be far more difficult. Chu Xiu also suspected that the creature's ability to approach him unseen revealed a strong concealment of spatial. If it truly wished to flee, even the swaying Zhansha might not stop it. We must restrict its displacement, Chu Xiu said, and called out by do not rush in. Use ice techniques to seal the area around it. The swaying Zhansha and Chu Xiu fell into sync. Upon hearing the order, the War Lion altered its tactics. Rather than recklessly charging, it opened its maw and unleashed a broad, bone-chilling gust. The cold spread, coating the ground and rocks in frost as the temperature plummeted. It then swung its claws in succession, sending ice-blue slashes to pummel the area around the Long Yu. Chunks of ice exploded, thick icy spires shot up from the earth, and in moments formed a narrow, dense, frozen enclosure. Sensing the danger, the Long Yu attempted to spatial leap away from the confinement. But as its form blurred, the swaying Zhansha released an ear-splitting roar. The roar carried dual windedness, attribute magic, and rippled the surrounding space. The Long Yu's leap faltered, though brief. That pause was enough. The swaying Zhansha erupted forward like an arrow and slammed a paw down with brutal. The Long Yu had barely reappeared from the spatial tremor before the paw struck its chest, sending it like a cannonball crashing into the rear cliff, shattering rock and raising dust. Well done. Chu Xiu cried, elated as the War Lion had blasted the Long Yu away. The swaying Zhansha answered with an excited low roar, then, without hesitation, pressed the attack. From the dust, the Long Yu emitted an angry, pained shriek. It tried to rise, but the swaying Zhansha had already closed and pinned a paw across its back, holding it to the ground. Cracks spidered across the earth beneath them. The Long Yu thrashed, its spatial ripples flickering as it sought another leap. But the earlier blow had clearly wounded it, and under the War Lion's full suppression, it could not break free. Now, Chu Xiu's eyes brightened. He vaulted down from the rock and sprinted over, fixing his gaze on the subdued Long. Up close, Chu Xiu took in the Long Yu in greater detail. Though not large, its frame was well proportioned, its dense dragon scales and muscle lines suggested explosive power. Every inch seemed born for speed and killing. Those faint, wavering spatial ripples made it feel extraordinary. What a prize, Chu Xiu whispered. At that instant, the Long Yu, sensing the heat of Chu Xiu's covetous stare, roared louder, gathering black-purple mist in its mouth to spit at him. Pin it down, Chu Xiu barked. The swaying Zhansha responded with a deep, ferocious roar. It redoubled force and drew a vast well of cold energy from within, freezing the Long Yu beneath its paw, so that ice spread outward from beneath the paw, coating the Long Yu's limbs and body in a layer of frost that slowed its movement. It even encased the creature's body from the head downward in a block of solid ice. Seeing this, Chu Xiu crouched slightly and summoned his powerful mental force, condensing the third beast seed from his sea of recognition and driving it into the Long Yu's brow. Chu Xiu intended to forcibly tame the Long Yu, a beast infected by the Yao God's power. Hiss! In an instant, the dragon weasel let out an incredibly piercing shriek. Its black and purple vertical pupils instantly turned sinister, hair bristling all over its body, while the spatial ripples around it twisted violently, causing its entire body to tremble wildly. Chu Xiu's face suddenly turned pale. Because at the moment the beast contract seed entered the dragon weasel's sea of consciousness, a soul resistance force far more violent than he had anticipated surged toward him like a torrential flood. Damn it. Chu Xiu grunted, veins bulging on his forehead. To forcefully contract a silver 7-star beast with a silver 1-star strength, especially one with dual attributes of space and dragon possessing terrifying potential, was already an act of near madness. Even though the opponent had already been severely injured by the Snow Shadow War Lion and was restrained from moving, this forced contract beyond 6 stars was still incredibly dangerous. The soul will of the dragon weasel was far stronger than that of an ordinary silver 7-star beast. Chu Xiu felt as if his consciousness had plunged into a chaotic and twisted storm of space, with the violent and frenzied will of the dragon weasel crashing in from all directions. That will was mixed with the frenzy brought by the power of the demon god, the innate pride of dragon-type beasts, and the instinctive resistance of spatial beasts against all restraints. Suppress it for me. Chu Xiu gritted his teeth, his spiritual energy in the sea of consciousness surging wildly as he desperately urged the beast contract seed to imprint deep into the soul of the dragon weasel. However, the disparity between the two sides was ultimately too great. Even though his spiritual energy was stronger than that of an ordinary silver 1-star beastmaster, due to his 2 lifetimes, he still found it somewhat difficult to hold on. The dragon weasel's resistance was too intense. Chu Xiu felt as if his mind was being repeatedly hammered by a heavy blow, his vision rapidly blackening, a buzzing ringing in his ears, and a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Not good. In the distance, the candidates who were fighting against other frenzied beasts were unaware of what Chu Xiu was doing, but they sensed that something was off here. The Snow Shadow War Lion was firmly pressing the dragon weasel down, preventing its escape. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu stood there swaying unsteadily, his face as pale as paper, his aura fluctuating violently, clearly at his limit. Am I really going to fail? A thought flashed through Chu Xiu's mind, yet his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He truly did not want to miss out on such a potential-laden spatial dragon beast. However, if this continued, once the contract failed, his 3rd beast contract seed would be destroyed, and he would be unable to condense another one for a long time. For the next period, he would likely not be able to contract his 3rd beast at all. So perhaps I should just let it go. After weighing his options for a moment, Chu Xiu ultimately decided to play it safe and prepare to abandon the forced contract. Yet just as his sea of consciousness was shaking violently and he was about to give up, an unexpected change occurred. Deep within Chu Xiu's sea of consciousness, the 2 beast contract seeds that had originally floated quietly after contracting with the Dark Blade Mantis and the Snow Shadow War Lion suddenly began to vibrate violently at that moment. In the next instant, boom, boom. 2 overwhelmingly powerful soul wills erupted from those 2 beast contract seeds. One was cold, fierce, and sharp beyond compare, like a supreme blade tearing through the darkness. The other was majestic, domineering, and strong as a mountain, akin to a king of beasts overlooking its foes. That was undeniably the soul will belonging to Xiao Dao and Dabai. After Chu Xiu established the beast contract with them, the 3 souls had formed a deep connection. At this moment, sensing the severe damage to Chu Xiu's sea of consciousness and the impending failure of the contract, these 2 wills instinctively erupted and surged directly into the dragon weasel's sea of consciousness along the contract imprint. Hissy. The previously wildly resistant will of the dragon weasel suddenly came to a halt the moment those 2 terrifying wills descended. If Chu Xiu's soul will was merely a human beast master trying to forcibly control it, then the 2 wills crashing into its sea of consciousness at this moment were truly entities that instilled fear at a primal level. The Bloodblade Mantis, a perfect quality beast unparalleled in slaughter, possessed a terrifying foundation that far surpassed ordinary beasts after systematic evolution. The Snow Shadow War Lion, an exceptional quality beast king of beasts, exuded an aura as unyielding as a ruler of ice and snow. Though these 2 soul wills were merely reflections of the contract and not the true entities at the moment when the dragon weasel's soul was at its weakest, and it was being forcibly contracted by Chu Xiu, this impact was nearly lethal. Boom. The storm of resistance within the dragon weasel's sea of consciousness was forcefully torn apart by these 2 wills. The originally violent and chaotic resistance was instantly shattered by more than half. It actually took a turn for the better. Now's the time. Chu Xiu, who had originally decided to give up, suddenly felt a surge of spirit, his eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. He didn't even stop to think about why this situation arose. Instead, he seized this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity to urge the 3rd beast contract seed to charge in and fiercely imprint it into the deepest part of the dragon weasel's soul. Buzz! An invisible wave erupted violently. In the next second, the dragon weasel's body trembled violently. The fierce glint in its black and purple eyes flickered rapidly, its struggles first intensifying before quickly subsiding, as if forcibly calmed by some power. After a few breaths, its vertical pupils gradually regained a semblance of clarity. Meanwhile, a muffled sound echoed in Chu Xiu's mind, as if a barrier had been completely shattered. A brand new soul connection had undeniably been established between him and the dragon weasel. The contract was successful. Who? I did it. After completing the contract, Chu Xiu gasped for breath, swaying slightly, nearly collapsing onto the ground. The soul confrontation from just now had been perilous to the extreme. If it hadn't been for the sudden eruption of the soul wills of Dabai and Xiao Dao that remained in the beast contract seed at the last moment, helping him crush the dragon weasel's resistance in one fell swoop, he would not only have failed the contract, but could have also sustained significant damage to his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, in the end, everything succeeded. Hiss! Ahead, the dragon weasel pinned down by the snow shadow war lion had ceased its wild struggles and slowly lowered its head, letting out a low whimper. Though that sound still contained some unwillingness and wildness, more importantly, it was a sign of submission to its contract master. This time, entering the void tower was truly worth it. Chu Xiu looked at it, unable to suppress the joy on his face. This was an exceptional beast with dual attributes of space and dragon, even possessing a complete evolutionary path to the legendary quality Cosmic Dragon Emperor. He never expected that agreeing to accompany Bai Yufei into the Void Tower to rescue the candidates of the Divine Summer Empire would lead him to encounter such a high-quality third beast. This kind of luck could only be described as extraordinary. At this moment, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Current achievement points, 580. The lucky draw with a chance for 10 consecutive pulls at 900 points was getting closer. Though he still needed 320 points given the current trend, completing a few more beast evolutions contracts or breakthroughs in his own realm wouldn't take long to accumulate the required 900 achievement points. The assistance from previous draws had been immense. If he could manage a 10 consecutive pulls, even just obtaining a purple reward would greatly enhance his strength. Chu Xiu closed his system panel, took a deep breath to suppress his excitement, and immediately began to check the current status of the Long Yao through the contract sensing. Since it had already been contracted, his perception of the Long Yao became much clearer. Residual power of the demon god still lingered within, but due to the contract, this rampant force had been significantly suppressed, no longer spiraling out of control as it had before. Of course, complete purification couldn't be achieved in a short time, and he would need to address it gradually. However, as long as he could keep the Long Yao alive, these issues were manageable. Let's return to the beast space to recuperate. As the Long Yao entered the beast space, Chu Xiu immediately sensed that the rich energy and 256 times growth boost within the SS level beast space began to rapidly nourish its injured body and soul. With such an environment, the Long Yao's recovery speed would be astonishing. Moreover, spatial-type beasts inherently had a high affinity for spatial powers. He had a vague premonition that the benefits the Long Yao would receive after entering the beast space would likely exceed those of ordinary beasts. Next, all that was left was to clear the beast tide. At this moment, the blood-blade frenzied mantis continued to rampage through the beast tide as if it were in a realm of its own, with large numbers of frenzied beasts falling beneath its blade. Meanwhile, the snow shadow war lion remained by Chu Xiu's side, guarding him. Behind him, Yun Xianxue and several other candidates witnessed as Chu Xiu directly contracted the frenzied beast Long Yao in front of everyone, their eyes widening in shock as they regarded him like a monster. This was a silver 7-star beast that had been driven mad by the power of the demon god. The souls of such beasts were extremely wild, and even a peak silver beast master could be overwhelmed by this chaotic, while leading to a failed contract and a terrifying backlash. Yet Chu Xiu not only forcibly contracted it, but did so in the midst of a battlefield teeming with frenzied beasts, successfully completing the contract. Such astonishing courage filled even Yun Xianxue, a proud daughter of heaven, with shock and a hint of admiration that she herself had not yet realized. Sensing the gazes of those behind him, Chu Xiu did not turn back, but continued to focus on the battlefield outside the canyon. Time passed swiftly, marking another quarter of an hour. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, streams of light rushed in rapidly from the distance. From several miles away, hundreds of figures were racing toward them at an astonishing speed. Among these individuals, some rode flying beasts, others dove down from the backs of giant birds, while others dashed swiftly with their beasts beneath them. Each exuded a powerful aura far surpassing that of ordinary candidates. All were beast masters of silver 7 stars or above. It seems the other reinforcements from the Divine Summer Empire have arrived. With the addition of these hundreds of veteran silver beast masters, the safety of the hundreds of candidates he had rescued was. As these hundreds of powerful figures drew closer, the other candidates in the canyon also noticed them. Everyone, look over there. So many silver-level beast masters, all are strong ones of silver 7 stars or above. They must be the country's reinforcements. This is wonderful. With their support, we are finally safe. The candidates who had been struggling in the canyon erupted into excited cheers upon seeing this scene. As the silver-level beast masters approached, Chu Xiu glanced over and quickly assessed the strength of these reinforcements. These beast masters who had rushed from outside were mostly veteran silver-level ones, with many having reached the silver 9. Their main beasts were predominantly gold level, while the remaining auxiliary beasts were all at high silver stars, showcasing formidable battle power. Everyone, listen up. Spread out and eliminate them. Do not let a single frenzied beast escape the canyon. Gold-level beasts will charge at the front, while high silver star beasts assist in clearing, prioritizing the elimination of high-threat targets. The silver-level beast masters who arrived at the battlefield showed no hesitation and immediately charged toward the beast tide outside the canyon. With the loud commands from several leading beast masters, over 100 supporting beast masters immediately spread out like a massive net. In an instant, golden-level beasts thunderously descended onto the battlefield. A massive rock-armored bear roared as it charged into the beast horde, each paw swipe sending several beasts flying. A thunderclap falcon wrapped in lightning dove from above, unleashing bolts that turned swathes of frenzied wolves to cinders, and fire-breathing giant lizards, earth-splitting savage bulls, golden-feathered eagle kings, and cold-water giant pythons followed, each an imposing golden-level beast that crashed into the tide and scattered the 100,000 beasts that had been relentlessly assaulting the canyon's defenses. Compared to these veteran silver-level beast masters who had experienced prolonged battles, remained at the silver level for a long time, and trained their main beasts to golden level, the candidates within the examination secret realm were clearly lacking in both combat experience and overall strength. With their addition, the battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. After the arrival of these silver-level beast masters, Chu Xiu did not stop, but continued to command the Bloodblade frenzied mantis, darting left and right among the beast tide, relentlessly slaughtering the surrounding frenzied beasts. Chu Xiu had a vague feeling that the Bloodblade frenzied mantis was showing signs of a breakthrough. If he kept it killing like this, it might achieve a leap to golden 4 stars after the battle. Soon the astonishing performance of the Bloodblade frenzied mantis in the beast tide caught the attention of those veteran silver-level beast masters who had just arrived. What beast is that? It's incredibly strong. This aura is at the level of golden 3 stars, but even among golden 3 stars, how is its battle power so much greater than my iron-armored tiger rhino? This level of power is definitely not just an ordinary golden 3-star beast. Perfect quality, absolutely a perfect quality beast. That beast was leading all the others through the beast tide before we arrived. Could it be the beast of some candidate among this group? To be able to control such a terrifying beast at such a young age, the Divine Summer Empire has actually produced such a monstrous talent in this exam. Upon discovering the terrifying battle power of the Bloodblade frenzied mantis, these reinforcements couldn't help but be astonished, their eyes wide as they gazed towards Chu Xiu and the others. Seeing the young faces of Chu Xiu and the candidates behind him, they were certain that the Bloodblade frenzied mantis belonged to some genius among this group of candidates. The buy you should go to. Seeing that over 100 veteran silver-level beastmasters had come to support, Chu Xiu finally released the Snow Shadow War Lion to charge towards the beast tide outside the canyon, joining other beasts in slaughtering those demonized beasts driven mad by the power of the demon god. Before entering the Void Tower, Bai Yufei had told him that by killing these demonized beasts within the Void Tower, there was a certain chance to absorb pure demon god power, enhancing the strength of their beasts. Currently, the Bloodblade Mad Mantis was becoming more and more courageous in battle, showing signs of breaking through to golden 4 stars, and this was the reason. Previously, Chu Xiu needed to keep the Snow Shadow War Lion close by for protection against any potential surprises like the previous ambush by the Dragon Weasel. Without the Snow Shadow War Lion always following him, Chu Xiu might have faced life-threatening dangers. However, now a large number of veteran silver-level beastmasters from the Divine Summer Empire had appeared near the Void Tower, and they were approaching him and the group of students behind. Chu Xiu no longer needed to worry about his safety. These veteran silver-level beastmasters were all above silver 8 stars. Even without their beasts, their own strength was extremely formidable, not weaker than an average silver 3-star beast. With these silver-level beastmasters guarding him, Chu Xiu naturally no longer needed to keep the Snow Shadow War Lion by his side. Roar! Hearing Chu Xiu's command, the Snow Shadow War Lion immediately let out a low, excited growl. It was inherently a combative creature, having watched the Bloodblade Mad Mantis rampaging through the tide of demon beasts, killing left and right. As one of Chu Xiu's beasts, it could no longer contain itself, eager to rush out and kill to its heart's content. Now that Chu Xiu had given the command, the Snow Shadow War Lion did not hesitate at all, and immediately roared as it charged out of the canyon, racing towards the distant tide of demonized beasts. Roar! As the Snow Shadow War Lion rushed into the beast tide, the ferocity that had been suppressed for so long was fully unleashed. The thunderous roar startled the demonized beasts nearby, causing fear to flash in their eyes. Before these demonized beasts could react, the Snow Shadow War Lion transformed into a streak of white light, suddenly dashing out. In the split second of passing through, the demonized beasts were torn apart at the throat by the Snow Shadow War Lion's sharp claws, a chilling aura spreading and freezing all the beasts in its path. The demon beasts above silver level in the tide were the primary targets for the Bloodblade Mad Mantis and the golden level beasts that had come to assist. As the Snow Shadow War Lion charged into the beast tide, the demonized beasts it faced had already been cleared out by the Bloodblade Mad Mantis and other golden level beasts, leaving only those below silver level. Even though these beasts were demonized by the power of the demon god, they were no match for the silver 8-star Snow Shadow War Lion and were instantly exterminated. As the Snow Shadow War Lion and Bloodblade Mad Mantis killed more and more demonized beasts, they occasionally absorbed pure demon god power, converting it into strength to enhance their capabilities. Roar! Less than 10 minutes after the Snow Shadow War Lion entered the beast tide to slaughter, it suddenly let out a furious roar, its aura suddenly increasing, dramatically surpassing even the Bloodblade Mad Mantis, which had been fighting for some time, and breaking through to silver 9 stars. After breaking through to silver 9 stars, the excited gleam in the Snow Shadow War Lion's eyes grew even brighter, and without a moment's hesitation it roared again and continued to slaughter the surrounding demonized beasts. Chu Xiu was not particularly surprised by the Snow Shadow War Lion's early breakthrough. The gap in strength between silver and gold was quite significant. The Bloodblade Mad Mantis needed significantly more energy to break through from golden 3 stars to golden 4 stars than the Snow Shadow War Lion required to advance from silver 8 stars to silver 9 stars more than tenfold. The Snow Shadow War Lion's early breakthrough was not particularly astonishing. Virum. Shortly after the Snow Shadow War Lion completed its breakthrough, the Bloodblade Mad Mantis, which had transformed into a dark red shadow weaving through the tide of demon beasts, flapped its wings and shot up into the sky. Immediately, a terrifying aura erupted from its body, rapidly ascending as it broke through from golden 3 stars to golden 4 stars. The aura of golden 4 stars is unexpectedly strong. Is this the power of a perfect quality beast? Feeling the momentum of the Bloodblade Mad Mantis breaking through to golden 4 stars, all the beast masters could not help but stare at the dark red figure in the sky, their faces filled with shock and envy. After stabilizing its aura post-breakthrough to golden 4 stars, the Bloodblade Mad Mantis did not hesitate for a moment. It flapped its wings and transformed into a streak of dark red light, attacking the tide of demon beasts below. In the face of the 100,000 beast tide, Chu Xiu and over 300 other beastmasters' beasts slaughtered frantically, and it took a full 2.5 hours to kill all the demonized beasts in this batch. Among them, the Bloodblade Mad Mantis, relying on its superlative strength and speed, as well as its extraordinary stamina that surpassed all other beasts, single-handedly killed nearly 20% of the demonized beasts. Close to 90% of the silver-level demonized beasts in the tide died under the razor-sharp arms of the Bloodblade Mad Mantis. After such a massacre, the wilderness in front of the canyon was filled with the corpses of disemboweled demon beasts, the smell of blood thick enough to make one nauseous. However, at this moment, the candidates saw the corpses of the demon beasts and smelled the lingering acrid odor, and not only did they feel no discomfort, but their faces showed relief at having survived and a hint of excitement and joy. During the 2.5 hours of slaughter, even the beasts of these candidates had killed quite a few demonized beasts and absorbed some demon god power. Without exception, all the beasts that participated in the battle had at least improved by 1 star in their realms. Even the golden level beasts under the command of the beast masters who came to support later had all similarly advanced by 1 star. The Bloodblade Mad Mantis had increased its strength level by 3 stars due to the mass slaughter of demonized beasts, reaching golden 6 stars. Although the Snow Shadow War Lion was somewhat inferior to the Bloodblade Mad Mantis, its level had also reached golden 1 star with strength multiplied several times compared to 2.5 hours ago. Whoosh, whoosh. After clearing all the demonized beasts, both the Snow Shadow War Lion and the Bloodblade Mad Mantis returned to Chu Xiu's side at the first opportunity, flanking him and guarding him in the center. With 2 golden-level beasts standing next to Chu Xiu, the formidable aura they emitted forced the nearby beast masters to involuntarily take a few steps back. Especially the Bloodblade Mad Mantis, which had reached golden 6 stars after this round of slaughter, the terrifying killing intent emanating from it was almost tangible. Even the golden-level beasts of the veteran silver-level beast masters who had come to assist bowed their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of the Bloodblade Mad Mantis upon feeling its frightening aura. As for those beasts that were only silver level, they trembled in fear from the pressure given off by the Bloodblade Mad Mantis, not daring to approach even a fraction. The rampaging beasts here have all been dealt with. It's time to find the other candidates. After his 2 summoned beasts returned to his side, Chu Xiu glanced at the corpses of the beasts lying outside the canyon and spoke calmly. He then prepared to jump onto the back of the Snow Shadow War Lion, allowing it to continue searching for other surviving candidates within the Void Tower. Though it was a search and rescue mission, the more important aspect was that these beasts, driven mad by the power of the demon gods, were nothing more than experience packages for Bloodblade Mad Mantis and Snow Shadow War Lion. By slaying these frenzied beasts and absorbing the pure demon god power, the level-up speed of Snow Shadow War Lion and Bloodblade Mad Mantis surpassed even that of consuming high-grade magic nutrient solutions in his SS-level beast space. Such a rare opportunity for power enhancement was not something he would easily let slip by. Boom. However, just as Chu Xiu was about to leave, a deafening explosion suddenly reverberated throughout the entire space. Immediately afterward, a voice echoed throughout the entire Void Tower space. The influence of the demon god's power on the Void Tower has been eliminated. All beast masters within the tower must immediately retract their beasts. In 10 seconds, everyone will be teleported back to the entrance of the Void Tower. Hearing this voice, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, thinking it was a pity. Little Knife, Big White returned to the beast space first. With a thought, the Snow Shadow War Lion and Bloodblade Mad Mantis beside him were retracted into the beast space. Chu Xiu was already a silver-level beast master and no longer needed to conceal the fact that he had previously opened the beast space with a beast ring. Although generally only gold-level beast masters could open their inner beast spaces throughout the history of the Divine Summer Empire, there have been several exceptionally talented geniuses who managed to open beast spaces at the silver level. After Chu Xiu stored away Bloodblade Mad Mantis and Snow Shadow War Lion, other veteran silver-level beast masters and the rescued candidates also retracted their beasts one after another. Whether by storing their beasts in the beast space or in beast rings, they exclaimed, "Great, we can finally withdraw." This time it was a narrow escape. My beast level even increased by 1 star, so I guess it was a blessing in disguise. Given this uproar, how will the results of the Divine Summer Empire's high exam be calculated? Given such an incident, I estimate there is over a 90% chance that the Divine Summer Empire will conduct another high exam for Beastmasters. After retracting their respective beasts, the surviving candidates behind Chu Xiu were all extremely excited, unable to help but murmur among themselves. Buzz. The 10 seconds passed extremely quickly. These candidates had barely exchanged a few words when brilliant white lights fell from the dome of the Void Tower space, landing precisely on each person. Chu Xiu too was enveloped by one of those dazzling white lights. In the next moment, Chu Xiu, along with those candidates and the silver-level Beastmasters who had entered the Void Tower to assist, vanished along with the white lights surrounding them. After a dizzying whirlwind, the distorted scene before Chu Xiu quickly returned to focus. Upon closer inspection, he had already returned to the capital of the Divine Summer Empire, right next to the towering Void Tower. Moreover, those veteran silver-level Beastmasters, along with the candidates from the capital who entered the Void Tower for this high exam, were also teleported to the square where the Void Tower was located. After several hours of repairs, the Void Tower had also regained its previous functions. Apart from the main body of the Void Tower in the capital of the Divine Summer Empire, the projections of the Void Towers in various provincial cities also teleported out the candidates participating in this high exam. However, whether in the capital square or in the squares of various provincial cities, the atmosphere among the high-ranking officials, although the high-ranking officials of the Divine Summer Empire had swiftly responded to the Demon God crisis and restored the Void Tower to its original state, in less than 4 hours a portion of the candidates who participated in the Beastmaster High Exam inevitably perished at the jaws of the rampaging beasts. The average mortality rate was as high as 0.8. While 0.8 seems small given the vast number of candidates in the Divine Summer Empire, over 6 candidates perished in the Void Tower during this Beastmaster High Exam. In the past, there had never been any fatalities among candidates in the Void Tower during the Beastmaster High Exam. The results of over 6 deaths were something that no high-ranking official of the Divine Summer Empire could accept. Even though the crisis had been resolved, no one could find joy in it. That calamity of the Inghui Demon God caused the Divine Summer Empire to lose 68347 young Beastmasters. How infuriating. Damn it. An elder in the highest power center of the Divine Summer Empire held the reports compiled from various regions tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force as his inner fury threatened to erupt. Taking a deep breath, the elder forcibly suppressed the rage that nearly burst his chest and shouted towards the door, "Bring someone. Notify the Demon Suppression Division and the Anomaly Clearing Bureau. I want all members of the Celestial Demon Association within the Divine Summer Empire to pay for the lives of these over 6 candidates." Meanwhile, on the other side of the capital in the square where the main body of the Void Tower was located, by Yufei accurately locked onto Chu Xiu's position among the crowd of over 100,000. "Chu Xiu, follow me." As soon as Chu Xiu was teleported out of the Void Tower, he heard Bai Yufei's voice. At the same time, Bai Yufei's figure flashed and directly appeared beside Chu Xiu. Before Chu Xiu could react, Bai Yufei took him away from the square. Bai Yufei's speed was astonishingly fast, so much so that none of the surviving candidates or other silver-level Beastmasters noticed it, not even Chu Xiu. By the time Chu Xiu realized what had happened, he had already left the square with Bai Yufei and appeared in an empty room. What terrifying speed! With such a level and power, if Bai Yufei wanted to kill me, I wouldn't stand a chance at all. This speed akin to teleportation left Chu Xiu in a daze, and he couldn't help but marvel at Bai Yufei's strength. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Chu Xiu composed himself and respectfully cupped his hands towards Bai Yufei, saying, "Junior Chu Xiu, greetings to Lord Bai." "He Chu Xiu, no need for such formalities. Please take a seat." Seeing this, Bai Yufei quickly smiled and waved his hand, then gestured for Chu Xiu to sit. Chu Xiu did not put on airs either. He nodded with a smile and sat down on a red chair made of rosewood, finally asking the question that had been on his mind. "May I ask, Lord Bai, why have you called me here?" Upon hearing Chu Xiu's question, Bai Yufei's lips curved into a faint smile as he addressed him. "Chu Xiu, the moment you entered the Void Tower, I began restoring it, and thus gained insight into its internal conditions. Everything you did inside the Void Tower was witnessed by me. You single-handedly rescued over 100 candidates and slew tens of thousands of frenzied demonic beasts, an achievement that far exceeded my expectations. I summoned you here alone to bestow upon you the reward you have rightfully earned." With those words, he flicked his wrist, and a necklace adorned with a radiant prismatic gem hovered before him and Chu Xiu. "This is..." Chu Xiu gazed at the floating necklace, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. He could sense an overwhelming surge of power emanating from it. He immediately turned his gaze toward Bai Yufei, awaiting an explanation. Bai Yufei smiled calmly once more and said, "Chu Xiu, this is the Eternal Pendant, a divine artifact I commissioned long ago at great personal expense. Upon bloodbinding, it grants 3 revivals from fatal strikes, so long as the wielder remains below the divine rank." "What 3 revivals?" Hearing Bai Yufei's words, even Chu Xiu lost his composure, rising abruptly from his seat, his eyes blazing with intensity as he fixed them upon the hovering Eternal Pendant. 3 revivals beneath the divine rank amounted to 3 additional lives. Such power unquestionably merited the title of divine artifact. Without needing to ponder, Chu Xiu knew the cost Bai Yufei had borne in forging this pendant must have been staggering. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu forcibly suppressed his surging excitement and shook his head respectfully toward Bai Yufei. "Lord Bai, the Eternal Pendant is too precious. I cannot accept it." Given that bloodbinding grants 3 revivals even against mortal blows for any below the divine rank, this pendant would better serve the Empire's sovereign-tier masters, those standing at the apex of mortal cultivation. Those sovereign-tier masters who show genuine potential to ascend to the divine rank are precisely the ones most targeted and most vulnerable to assassination by demonic deities. They are the ones who truly need the eternal pendant. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's reply, Bai Yufei glanced at him with genuine surprise. Once again, Chu Xiu's response had defied his expectations. To any cultivator beneath the divine rank, such a divine artifact would be nearly impossible to refuse. Bai Yufei inwardly reflected, had he himself still been pre-divine rank, he doubted he could have declined such a life-preserving treasure, not with Chu Xiu's unwavering resolve. Yet Chu Xiu's conduct only deepened Bai Yufei's admiration. Hehe, he chuckled softly, watching Chu Xiu suppress his elation and reject the pendant with unflinching conviction. Then he continued, Chu Xiu, your latent potential surpasses any I've encountered in decades. I forged this pendant specifically to safeguard the future pinnacle genius of the Xinxia Empire. You embody that promise. Accept it without hesitation. Your suggestion, that sovereignty or beast tenders wear it, is sound, but only if they possess genuine prospects of ascending to the divine rank. Ascension to the divine rank is no trivial feat. To date, I have yet to identify a single sovereignty or beast tender within the Xinxia Empire capable of such transcendence, whereas you Chu Xiu stand poised to surpass them all and achieve divinity first. Therefore accept the eternal pendant with full confidence. Before Chu Xiu could protest further, Bai Yufei rose, took the pendant, and placed it firmly into Chu Xiu's hands. Chu Xiu stared wordlessly at the pendant resting in his palm. Moments later, he solemnly clasped his fists before Bai Yufei and declared, I thank Lord Bai for this extraordinary gift. This humble disciple vows to honor your trust, to strive relentlessly, ascend swiftly to the divine realm, and shoulder burdens alongside you. Excellent, excellent, excellent. At those words, Bai Yufei burst into unrestrained laughter, uttering the word excellent thrice in rapid succession. Soon his mirth subsided, and he turned to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, perform the blood-binding ritual before me now. Only then will my mind be fully at ease. Yes. This time Chu Xiu offered no refusal, nodding firmly before biting his fingertip and letting a drop of blood fall onto the pendant in his hand. A resonant hum echoed through the chamber. As Chu Xiu's blood touched the pendant, the artifact blazed forth with prismatic radiance, hundreds of times brighter than before, its brilliance so intense that even Chu Xiu, a silver-tier beast tender, instinctively narrowed his eyes. Once the pendant absorbed every trace of his blood, it levitated weightlessly, then glided smoothly toward. With no resistance, it settled gently around his neck. The moment it rested upon his throat, the pendant's dazzling light receded entirely, the once vibrant prismatic gem dimming into a translucent, unremarkable crystal indistinguishable from cheap street market glass. No one would ever suspect that the modest, unassuming necklace hanging at Chu Xiu's throat held the power to grant him 3 additional. Good. The eternal pendant has fully acknowledged its master. I am now truly at ease. Bai Yufei nodded, faintly speaking softly, as he observed the artifact's transformation. Chu Xiu, this pendant is my personal reward to you. Since you are already a probationary member of the Demon Suppression Bureau, and having distinguished yourself so brilliantly within the Void Tower, you have earned full membership. Moreover, your strongest beast companion has reached Gold Tier 6 star, its combat prowess rivaling that of ordinary Gold Tier 9 star beasts. In strength alone you stand but a hair's breadth from full Bureau membership. Proceed now to the Bureau's central headquarters in the Imperial capital to complete your formal registration. Upon becoming a full member, you may select several platinum tier materials from the Bureau's treasury, or seek out resources capable of enhancing your beast companion's cultivation. Having spoken, Bai Yufei waved his hand, summoning a jade tablet pulsing with potent spiritual resonance, and tossed it toward Chu Xiu. The Demon Suppression Bureau lies at the heart of the capital. Turn left upon exiting and walk several kilometers. I have urgent matters to attend. You may go alone. Present this token to the Bureau's personnel. They will know precisely. Without waiting for Chu Xiu's reply, Bai Yufei rose, and simultaneously the chamber door slid open. Chu Xiu watched as Bai Yufei stepped forward, only for his figure to vanish instantly from sight, leaving no trace, no afterimage, like instantaneous teleportation. Even having witnessed Bai Yufei's terrifying speed on multiple occasions, Chu Xiu could not suppress a quiet awe at the sheer magnitude of his power. After Bai Yufei departed, Chu Xiu wasted no time. Clutching the jade tablet, he strode purposefully from the chamber and set out toward the Demon Suppression Bureau. Following Bai Yufei's prior instructions, Chu Xiu made his way to the Demon Suppression Bureau's headquarters. Situated at the heart of the imperial capital, the headquarters exuded an aura of solemnity and restrained authority, unassuming in appearance yet profoundly imposing. 2 black stone lions stood sentinel on either side of the entrance, their heads bowed low, radiating an air of unyielding majesty. Even standing just beyond the threshold, Chu Xiu felt an intangible pressure pressing upon him. Halt! As Chu Xiu approached the gate, 2 guards raised their hands to block his path. Unfazed, Chu Xiu calmly produced the token given to him by Master Bai and handed it over. I have been dispatched by Lord Bai to complete formal registration as a full-fledged member. Lord Bai. The guard's expression froze in astonishment. He hastily accepted the jade slip, and upon glancing at it, his face underwent a sudden profound shift. Please wait a moment, sir. In an instant, all hesitation vanished. Clasping the token reverently in both hands, he hurried briskly toward the inner sanctum. Moments later, a middle-aged steward clad in deep black robes strode forth with purposeful urgency, his countenance grave and deeply respectful. "You are Chu Xiu, correct? Master Bai has already informed us of your arrival. Please follow me." Chu Xiu nodded and accompanied him inside. Along the corridor, every person they passed moved with disciplined gravity and urgent intent. The Demon Suppression Bureau teamed with formidable cultivators. Its official members were all Platinum Tier Masters. And within the Imperial Capital's central headquarters, even the passing agents surpassed ordinary expectations in strength. The 2 guards stationed at the gate were themselves Platinum Tier Masters, while those now hurrying through the Grand Hall were predominantly Diamond Tier or higher. Even in fleeting encounters, Chu Xiu sensed the razor-sharp aura emanating from each passing master. No wonder this is the Imperial Capital. Diamond Tier Masters rare, even in provincial capitals abound here, like common sparrows. As he navigated the throng awed by the procession of towering figures, Chu Xiu could not help but reflect inwardly. Soon he was ushered into a vast ceremonial hall. At the hall's center floated a massive obsidian stele, its surface inscribed with intricate esoteric patterns that pulsed faintly with spiritual resonance. The steward withdrew a token and pressed it into a recess on the stele, then turned to Chu Xiu and murmured softly, "Infuse your spiritual energy into the stele and offer a single drop of blood. Your provisional membership record will then manifest. We shall then upgrade your status from provisional to full member and integrate it into the Bureau's registry. Upon completion, you shall be an official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau." "Understood." Chu Xiu nodded and complied without hesitation. As his spiritual energy and a drop of blood merged with the stele, it blazed suddenly with radiant white gold light. Several registrars within the hall lifted their heads in unison, eyes flashing with surprise. "Chu Xiu, provisional member of the Demon Suppression Bureau, rank Silver Eye." An elderly registrar stared at Chu Xiu, twice voice trembling with disbelief. "A Silver Eye beast-tamer. To become a full member. Surely this is some mistake. All full members must possess Platinum Tier cultivation. How could a Silver Eye beast-tamer, even one of prodigious talent, possibly wield Platinum Tier combat prowess? Who is this young man? Has he slipped through the back door straight into our bureau?" Not only he but several other registrars gaped, openly whispering among themselves. Their voices carried deliberately, designed to draw attention from those nearby. True to expectation, their remarks swiftly drew the notice of numerous elite agents throughout the hall. Within moments, Chu Xiu became the focal point of heated speculation across the entire headquarters. Silver Tier full members had existed in the Bureau's annals, but only those who had reached the apex of the Silver Tier. Never before had a Silver Eye Beast Tamer been elevated directly to full membership. Silver Tier full members had existed in the Bureau's annals, but only those who had reached the apex of the Silver Tier. Never before had a Silver Eye Beast Tamer. The steward's face remained icy as he swept a cold gaze across the assembly and declared, voice edged with steel, "Chu Xiu has been personally vouched for by Lord Bai as a full member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. If you harbor objections, take them to Lord Bai himself." At those words the hall fell utterly still. To raise objections with Bai Yufei? Preposterous. He was one of the 3 supreme sovereigns of the Xinxia Empire, before whom even the Bureau's own director dared speak only with deference. Such a figure was beyond their reach. Most lacked even the privilege of glimpsing him from afar, let alone daring to. Once it became known that Chu Xiu had been endorsed by Lord Bai himself, not a single soul present dared voice dissent. For Lord Bai, the White God, to personally endorse someone for full membership was no mere appointment, it was an honor bestowed upon the Bureau itself. Who were they to criticize? In short order the gathered agents dispersed. Even the registrars who had earlier voiced skepticism now turned away swiftly, fearing Chu Xiu might remember their faces and hold grudges later. The remainder of the process proceeded flawlessly. Within half a minute, Chu Xiu's transition to full membership was complete. "Chu Xiu, this is your official membership token. Guard it well," said the steward, placing a black and gold token. Chu Xiu accepted it. The token bore substantial weight. Its front bore the characters Demon Suppression, its reverse engraved his name and serial number, while delicate spirit etchings coiled subtly along its edge. With this token you may freely access designated zones within the headquarters, and claim 1 complimentary opportunity to select resources from the treasury. Though you enjoy Lord Bai's personal recommendation, the Bureau's regulations remain inviolable. Like all newly appointed full members, you may select only 2 items from the treasury. Both must be no higher than Platinum Tier. Chu Xiu tucked the token away and offered a respectful bow. "Understood. Thank you." The steward smiled faintly. "No need for thanks. Shall we proceed to the treasury now?" He had already anticipated Chu Xiu's intent. Nearly every new full member headed straight to the treasury, eager to acquire Platinum Tier equipment suited to their cultivation path. Chu Xiu nodded. "Indeed. Very well, follow me." Without hesitation the steward turned and led him toward the treasury. Lay not on the same level as the main hall but deep beneath it, in the subterranean chambers of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Guided by the steward, Chu Xiu traversed several corridors and descended multiple staircases before arriving at the treasury's massive gate. While Xiaochun, another newcomer, "Looks rather young," remarked an elderly steward clad in bureau regalia, eyeing Chu Xiu with mild amusement. "Elder one, this is Chu Xiu, today's newly promoted full member. I've brought him to select materials from the treasury, replied Xiao Chun, bowing deeply in deference. Ah, I see. You may attend to your duties, or I'll brief the young man on the treasury's protocols. Elder One nodded gravely. Then I leave him in your capable hands, Elder One. Xiao Chun bowed once more before departing. Young man, step forward. Chu Xiu stepped obediently before Elder One. Elder One. Chu Xiu approached the old man and addressed him just like the previous steward Xiao Chun. Elder One nodded, and then said to Chu Xiu, young man, let me explain the rules for selecting items from the treasury. As a newly initiated official member, you can choose 2 resources from the treasury, not exceeding the platinum level. All resources in the treasury are under restriction and cannot be stored in your beast space. So once you have selected the resources you desire, you must bring them to me to remove the restriction before you can store them in your beast space and take them away. Don't even think about doing anything clandestine in the treasury. The Demon Suppression Division has a comprehensive monitoring system in place. Do you understand? After finishing, Elder One looked at Chu Xiu with a slight smile, his expression carrying a hint of curiosity. Understood, Chu Xiu nodded. Elder One lightly nodded in response. He then pressed a button and the treasury door behind him swiftly opened. All right, you may enter, Elder One said, gesturing for Chu Xiu to go in and select resources. Chu Xiu thanked him and stepped into the treasury with excitement. So many high-level resources. As soon as he entered the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division, he was awestruck by the sight before him. Inside the treasury, rows of jade platforms covered by special restrictions were displayed, showcasing various rare resources that shimmered with brilliance and exuded spiritual energy. The items stored in the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division are at least exquisite pieces of the golden grade, and there are also numerous materials of platinum, diamond, and master grades. The foundation of the Demon Suppression Division is indeed not something ordinary forces can compare to. Chu Xiu sighed inwardly, yet his gaze did not linger too long on the high-level resources above diamond grade. His purpose for coming this time was very clear: to find evolution materials for his 3 beasts in the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division. Currently, the highest grade of materials needed for the evolution of Chu Xiu's 3 beasts was only platinum level, and the 2 free resources he could select from the treasury were also platinum level, perfectly suitable. With a clear goal, Chu Xiu dove into the area of golden and platinum grade materials. The resources collected in the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division were extremely abundant and diverse, almost encompassing all evolution resources for beasts. In less than half an hour, Chu Xiu found all the materials required for the evolution of his 3 beasts. However, as a newly promoted official member, he could only select 2 platinum-grade evolution materials for free, while the rest would require contribution points for exchange. Having just become an official member, without undertaking any tasks, Chu Xiu had 0 contribution points, and naturally, could not take all the materials at once. After much contemplation, Chu Xiu decided to take the evolution materials for the Dragon Ferret first. This choice was made because the evolution resources for the next stage of the Dragon Ferret belonged to the spatial category, and platinum-grade resources of the spatial type were much rarer and more precious than those of other types. Even within the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division, exchanging for spatial resources of the same grade required higher contribution points. Moreover, since Chu Xiu had just contracted the Dragon Ferret, it was currently the weakest among his 3 beasts, and he urgently needed the Dragon Ferret to become stronger. Evolving the Dragon Ferret was a quick way to enhance its strength. Having made his decision, Chu Xiu immediately selected the 2 main platinum-grade materials required for the evolution of the Dragon Ferret. He arrived at Jade Platform number 821 and looked at a black crystal the size of a fist quietly hovering above. The crystal was entirely dark, yet its surface continuously revealed intricate spatial cracks, as if a twisted void was forcibly compressed and sealed within. Even through the restrictions, Chu Xiu could feel the unsettling spatial fluctuations emanating from it. Void Crack Crystal Platinum 3 stars containing an extremely rich void power can serve as a core material for the evolution of certain void-type beasts and can greatly enhance spatial attributes. After reading the description of the Void Crack Crystal, Chu Xiu did not hesitate and directly took it. He then proceeded to platform number 243 according to his memory. On this jade platform lay a half-foot-long gray-silver beast bone. The bone looked unremarkable, but as soon as Chu Xiu glanced at it, the system provided a prompt. Void Mark Beast Bone Platinum 2 stars derived from the bones of void beasts containing fragments of incomplete spatial laws can assist beasts in condensing a void body and enhance spatial adaptability. The Void Crack Crystal and the Void Mark Beast Bone were both primary materials needed for the Dragon Ferret to evolve into the Void Dragon Ferret, and Chu Xiu took them both without hesitation. After obtaining these 2 platinum-grade materials of the spatial type, Chu Xiu did not linger in the treasury, but left with the 2 materials. Arriving at the registration desk in front of the treasury's main door, Chu Xiu placed the 2 resources on the counter and said to Elder One, "Elder One, I have selected the resources I want." Seeing these 2 spatial materials, Elder One looked deeply at Chu Xiu with surprise. Could it be that this young man possesses a spatial-type beast? However, he did not ask much more. Following the rules, he took out the registration jade slip, confirmed it was correct, and then lifted the restrictions before handing the 2 materials to Chu Xiu. Once the restrictions were lifted, the 2 materials could be stored in the beast space of the Beastmaster. Chu Xiu nodded in gratitude to the steward guarding the treasury door, and then he stored both materials in his beast space before turning to leave. This young man actually possesses a spatial type beast. No wonder he could become an official member of the Demon Suppression Division, with just a silver 1-star rank, breaking the record for the fastest promotion since the establishment of the Demon Suppression Division. This young man was recommended by Bai Yufei to become an official member of the Demon Suppression Division, indicating that he is not merely relying on his relationship with Bai Yufei, but truly possesses exceptional abilities. Chu Xiu has a boundless future. Bai Yufei giving this little guy the eternal pendant was a wise choice. Elder One watched Chu Xiu's departing figure. Having guarded the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division for many years, he stroked his goat beard, his eyes glimmering with insight. Though Elder One appeared to be over 70, he had actually lived for over 500 years. Despite currently being an elder guarding the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division, his qualifications were the highest among all, as he was the former master of the Demon Suppression Division from the upper realm. At that time his strength reached the pinnacle of kings, and he was even stronger than the current master of the Demon Suppression Division. Bai Yufei, one of the 3 strongest in the Divine Xia Empire, could only be considered a junior in front of him. Elder One chose to guard the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division, stepping back from the front line, because he was severely injured by a dark strike from a demon god during a battle against 3 great demon kings. Knowing that he had no hope of advancing to godhood, he settled for a leisurely position guarding the treasury in the Demon Suppression. With his keen eye he had recognized Chu Xiu's silver 1-star Beastmaster rank the moment he saw him, and he had also noticed the seemingly unremarkable eternal pendant around Chu Xiu's neck. After leaving the treasure vault, Chu Xiu's attention shifted to the dragon weasel in his Beastmaster space. After a period of rest, the injuries on the previously severely wounded dragon weasel had healed significantly. Although only 3 hours had passed since the dragon weasel was contracted into the Beastmaster space by Chu Xiu within the SS-grade Beastmaster space that accelerated growth by 256 times, it was equivalent to a month of healing. Moreover, Chu Xiu's Beastmaster space had prepared a large amount of magical nutrient liquid for his 3 beasts, allowing the dragon weasel's recovery speed to far exceed its usual pace of healing in the outside world. Chu Xiu opened the system panel and looked at the attribute information of the dragon weasel. Dragon weasel. Attributes: space-type, dragon-type. Quality: rare. Level: silver 7 stars. Status: lightly injured. Talent skills: spatial leap, dragon scale, /void fawn. Evolution: chain dragon weasel, void dragon weasel, rift breaking crystal dragon universe, dragon emperor. Dragon weasel, void evolution requires stabilizing the passage in front of a spatial rift with void crystals as the core medium, combined with bone powder ground from Sky Scar, beast bones, applying 3 strands of soul-nourishing grass all over its body, then absorbing the power of the void until evolution is complete. Description: a peculiar weasel-like creature with thin, ancient dragon bloodlines flowing within, possessing a strong affinity for the laws of space. Though its size appears small, it possesses exceptionally strong combat instincts. The 2 main materials for the evolution, void crystals and Sky Scar beast bones, are already in hand. Now I just need to purchase 3 strands of soul-nourishing grass and find a spatial rift. Finding a spatial rift isn't difficult. The entrances to various secret realms are spatial rifts. Just find a small secret realm, and it's enough to stabilize the passage with void crystals. After confirming the evolution conditions of the dragon weasel, Chu Xiu did not linger in the Demon Suppression Division, and after leaving the Demon Suppression Division, Chu Xiu searched several shops selling beast resources in the center of the Imperial City, and soon found 3 strands of gold 5-star, soul-nourishing grass. Not only that, but Chu Xiu also found the main materials needed for the evolution of the Snow Shadow Battle Lion in the Imperial City, the gold 9-star Winter Soul Fruit, and decisively purchased it. Then he gathered all the other materials needed for the evolution of the Snow Shadow Battle Lion. In less than an hour, Chu Xiu had already collected all the resources required for the evolution of these 2 powerful beasts, spending a total of 200 million. Although 200 million is a considerable sum due to the profits earned from selling magical nutrient liquids to the City Defense Army at the City Defense Research Institute in Linjiang City, Chu Xiu had made quite a bit. He currently had nearly 350 million in his account, and there was no pressure in purchasing these resources. The Imperial City is still the Imperial City. The resources sold in these shops start at silver grade, and there are quite a few high-tier resources at diamond grade. Now I can proceed with the evolution of the dragon weasel and big white. First I will find a small secret realm nearby to complete the dragon weasel's evolution, then go to the snow mountain to complete big white's evolution. With the materials in hand, Chu Xiu left the center of the Imperial City in satisfaction and headed towards a small secret realm near the Imperial City that he had inquired about from the shopkeeper. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of a small secret realm located 20 miles east of the Imperial City. Since it was a small secret realm, it contained only golden-level demon beasts, so there were hardly any people passing by near this small secret realm. The overall strength of beast masters in the Imperial City is generally above golden level, so naturally not many people come to this small secret realm. No one is just right, it will be much less troublesome during the evolution. Seeing the surroundings were deserted, Chu Xiu felt even happier. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out all the resources needed for the dragon weasel's evolution, first grinding the Sky Scar beast bones into powder, then adding the 3 strands of soul-nourishing grass and mixing them together. As the juice from the soul-nourishing grass flowed out, it quickly fused with the bone powder, forming a sticky dough-like mixture. After completing the preparation work, Chu Xiu summoned the dragon weasel and applied the mixture all over the dragon weasel's body, ensuring it was thoroughly covered. After finishing the preparation, Chu Xiu activated the void crystals with his internal magical power and directly threw them into the entrance passage of the secret realm ahead. Buzz! The void crystals instantly burst forth with intense spatial fluctuations, opening a void space large enough to accommodate an adult at the entrance of the secret realm. Within the space, streams of chaotic spatial currents with an eerie aura flashed by. This strong void energy immediately attracted the attention of the dragon weasel, which gazed intently at the void. Chu Xiu sensed the desire emanating from the dragon weasel and smiled, saying, "Go ahead, absorb as much void power as you can." Whoosh! The dragon weasel nodded immediately, its figure flashing as it appeared directly in the void, starting to frantically absorb the void power from the surrounding chaotic spatial currents. Time slowly passed, and it was unclear how long had gone by. Buzz! Finally, at a certain moment, the void crystals stabilizing the small secret realm's entrance space exploded simultaneously, transforming into a torrent of space that surged into the dragon weasel's forehead. At this moment, the dragon weasel was forcibly pushed out of the small secret realm entrance passage, its body glowing with milky white light. In the blink of an eye, this milky white light enveloped its entire body. It has appeared the light of evolution. Seeing the milky white light, Chu Xiu's heart settled. The appearance of the light of evolution essentially guaranteed that the dragon weasel had successfully evolved. Now he didn't need to do anything, he just had to wait for the dragon weasel to complete its evolution. The milky white light enveloping the dragon weasel lasted for half an hour before finally dissipating. In the very next moment after the evolution light suddenly vanished, a brand new beast appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes, which was the evolved dragon weasel. At this moment, it had grown significantly larger than before, its limbs appeared longer and stronger, and a pair of dragon horns sprouted from its head. Its scales had transformed into a silver-gray hue with patterns resembling star rings floating on the scales. The pair of spatial wing bones on its back had already taken shape, and with a gentle flap, they caused visible ripples in the surrounding space. Void Dragon Weasel. Attributes: Space-type Dragon type. Quality: Perfect. Level: Gold, 3 stars. Status: Perfect. Talent skills: Spatial Leap Dragon Scale / Void Fong Phasing. The Dragon Weasel successfully evolved into the Void Dragon Weasel, directly surpassing the excellent quality to achieve perfect quality, and its level jumped directly to Gold, 3 stars. The Void Crystals and Sky Scar Beast Bones were not wasted after all. Looking at the new information panel that appeared before him, a smile emerged on Chu Xiu's face. At this moment, the Void Dragon Weasel had already come to Chu Xiu's side, circling around him affectionately, and even rubbing its head against Chu Xiu's chest. "Master, I have completed my evolution, and my strength has increased at least tenfold. Thank you, Master." At the same time, Chu Xiu also heard the voice of the Void Dragon Weasel in his sea of consciousness. Clearly, just like the Bloodblade Mad Mantis, which achieved perfect quality upon evolution, the Void Dragon Weasel could also engage in soul-level conversations with Chu Xiu. And as long as the two beasts reach platinum level, they can directly speak human language. No need to be polite, this is what I should do. Let me give you a name. You shall be called Long Jun from now on. Hearing the voice of the Void Dragon Weasel, Chu Xiu smiled, and gave the Void Dragon Weasel a name, gently stroking the new horn on its forehead. Upon hearing this, the Void Dragon Weasel was first slightly stunned, then joyfully nodded, rubbing its head affectionately against Chu Xiu's palm, clearly very fond of the name Long Jun. "Alright, now that you've completed your evolution, return to the beast space for now," Chu Xiu said with a smile as he patted the head of the Void Dragon Weasel. The Void Dragon Weasel nodded obediently. With a thought, Chu Xiu summoned the Void Dragon Weasel back into his beast. "I still have evolution resources that can allow Dao Bai to continue evolving, but before that I need to absorb the souls of 30 silver level or higher ice attribute monsters using 3 winter sacrifice soul fruits to complete the preparatory work for the evolution." After recalling the Void Dragon Weasel into the beast space, Chu Xiu's gaze turned to the Snow Shadow War Lion in the beast space. The system panel displayed the attribute information of the Snow Shadow War Lion, including its evolution method. Snow Shadow War Lion. Attribute: Ice. Quality: Excellent. Level: Golden, 1 star. Talents: Ice Crystal Armor, Frost Impact, Ice Storm Combo, Snow Shadow Flash. Status: Perfect. Evolution: Chain Snow Crystal Silver Lion, Snow Shadow War Lion, Winter Sacrifice, Lion Ice, Phantom Lion King, Extreme, Cold Holy Lion. Snow Shadow War Lion, Winter Sacrifice, Lion Extreme Cold. Evolution: Absorb the extreme cold energy of 10 polar ice crystals, and after using 3 Winter Sacrifice soul fruits to freeze the souls of 10 silver level or higher ice attribute monsters, it can complete the evolution. Introduction: Evolved from the mutated monster Snow Crystal Silver Lion, it commands powerful ice magical energy with increased speed and immense potential. Chu Xiu had already purchased the 10 polar ice crystals and 3 Winter Sacrifice soul fruits needed for the Snow Shadow War Lion's evolution. However, all 3 Winter Sacrifice soul fruits need to absorb the souls of 10 silver level or higher ice attribute monsters before the Snow Shadow War Lion can consume them to complete the evolution. Thus what Chu Xiu needed to do now was to find and hunt down 30 silver level or higher monsters and collect their soul. To find a large number of silver level ice attribute monsters, I can only try in a medium-sized secret realm. First, let me check the internal system of the monster suppression department to see if there are any medium-sized secret realms near the imperial capital that have a large number of ice attribute monsters. With a glance at the evolution requirements of the Snow Shadow War Lion, Chu Xiu immediately began searching the internal network system of the monster suppression department for information on major medium-sized secret realms near the imperial capital. As a department specifically responsible for suppressing monsters in various secret realms across the Divine Summer Empire, no organization or force knows more about the secret realms nationwide than the monster suppression department. Detailed information about almost all secret realms within the Divine Summer Empire is recorded in the archives of the Monster Suppression Department, including many records of foreign secret realms near the borders of the Divine Summer Empire. Under the system of the Monster Suppression Department, Chu Xiu quickly found his target. 80 miles north of the imperial capital, there is a medium-sized secret realm, and within it the snow falls year-round with ice attribute monsters, making up a staggering 95% of the total monster population. The Frostbite Secret Realm, this is it. After confirming his target, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "A buy, come out." Immediately, the imposing figure of the Snow Shadow War Lion appeared beside Chu Xiu, radiating an aura of grandeur. After summoning the Snow Shadow War Lion, Chu Xiu leaped into the air and landed on its back. Let's go head to the Frostbite Secret Realm. Sitting on the back of the Snow Shadow War Lion, Chu Xiu gave a light pat on its back to issue the command. Roar. Hearing this, the Snow Shadow War Lion let out a powerful roar, its four legs launching forward as it charged towards the direction of the Frostbite Secret Realm with incredible speed. Outside the Frostbite Secret Realm, the cold wind cut like a knife. The Snow Shadow War Lion carried Chu Xiu north from the imperial capital, stomping the ground like thunder and kicking up clouds of dust and snow along the way. 80 miles is hardly a challenge for the Snow Shadow War Lion, which has already reached the golden level. In less than half an hour, both Chu Xiu and his beast could see the massive entrance of the secret realm standing at the end of the wilderness. The entrance to the secret realm stood over 10 zhang high, enveloped in a layer of ice-blue radiance, surrounded by swirling cold mist. Even before approaching, a bone-chilling coldness rushed towards them. The entrance was guarded by the forces of the Monster Suppression Department, with many beast masters coming in and out, nearly all of whom were above the golden level. Very few silver-level beast masters like Chu Xiu were present. Beast masters near the imperial capital generally possess stronger abilities than those in other regions, and silver-level beast masters venturing into medium-sized secret realms for exploration are exceedingly rare. Sitting on the back of the Snow Shadow War Lion, Chu Xiu gave a casual glance and did not look further. "Goodbye, let's go in." The Snow Shadow War Lion let out a low growl, and without the slightest pause charged into the ice-blue spatial portal with Chu Xiu on its back. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness, the scenery abruptly changed. In the next moment, the world was enveloped in a vast expanse of white snow. Looking around, the entire Frostbite Secret Realm was draped in silver, with heavy snowflakes continuously falling from the sky, accumulating on the ground to several feet deep. The distant rolling glaciers and snowy mountains stretched endlessly, resembling an eternally frozen world of extreme cold, with an astonishing density of ice magical energy in the air. Such rich ice magical energy. As soon as Chu Xiu entered the Frostbite Secret Realm, his eyes brightened slightly. Such a place was practically a natural arena for the Snow Shadow War Lion. As expected, the moment the Snow Shadow War Lion stepped into the secret realm, it exhaled 2 puffs of white vapor, and its ice-blue eyes revealed an expression of immense excitement. The ice magical energy within it circulated at least 30 faster than usual, and the falling cold snow and the ice energy in the air could invisibly restore its consumption. "Goodbye, let's go find ice attribute monsters and collect the souls needed for your evolution." Chu Xiu patted the Snow Shadow War Lion's neck, a smile slowly forming on his lips. Hunting silver level or higher ice attribute monsters, collecting enough monster souls, and infusing them into the 3 winter sacrifice soul fruits was the primary goal of his journey. Roar. The Snow Shadow War Lion immediately understood, its 4 legs moving as it carried Chu Xiu deep into the Frostbite Secret Realm at full speed. The Frostbite Secret Realm is indeed an ice-type secret realm among medium-sized secret realms. Having traveled only about 10 miles, and Chu Xiu had already spotted traces of dozens of ice attribute monsters. However, most of the monsters near the entrance of the secret realm were merely black iron and bronze levels, far below the standard required for the winter sacrifice soul fruits to absorb their souls. Those powerful monsters with high intelligence knew that beast masters were densely packed at the entrance of the secret realm, so they naturally kept their distance to avoid being hunted. Chu Xiu had no desire to kill these ice attribute monsters below silver level. Instead of wasting time and energy hunting these low-level monsters, it was better to let them scatter in the wind and snow. After about half an hour of advancing, the Snow Shadow War Lion and Chu Xiu were now over 100 miles away from the entrance of the secret realm. It was only then that Chu Xiu finally spotted the first monster that met the hunting conditions. It was a snow-patterned ice leopard measuring over 3 meters in length, its fur pure white, with lines of icy blue patterns growing along its sides. When Shuiying War Lion and Chu Xiu discovered it, the leopard was crouched behind an ice mound, trying to conceal its form in the snowstorm to ambush the passing Chu Xiu and Shuiying War Lion. Snow-patterned ice leopard. Attribute ice. Quality elite. Level silver 2-star. Talent skills frost claw tier ice trace stealth. Status perfect. Evolution chain 2. Chu Xiu glanced at it, his eyes showing no signs of disturbance. A mere silver 2-star, its quality only elite, posed no threat at all. Dubai, go and take care of it. Chu Xiu was even too lazy to jump down from the back of Shuiying War Lion, directly giving the attack command. Roar. With a low growl, Shuiying War Lion lunged forward, its massive body crossing several dozen meters. The snow-patterned ice leopard didn't even have time to leap before Shuiying War Lion's claw slammed down upon its head. Bang. The snow exploded, blood splattered. The snow-patterned ice leopard didn't even have time to let out a cry of pain before its entire head was smashed deep into the snow pit, dying on the spot. Chu Xiu rolled off and took out a winter spirit fruit. Guided by his mental force, a faint blue beast spirit slowly floated out from the corpse of the snow-patterned ice leopard and entered the winter spirit fruit. The winter spirit fruit, which originally only emitted a faint chill, now bore a subtle ice pattern on its surface after absorbing the first spirit. Not bad starting off so smoothly. It seems collecting 30 souls of silver-level beast shouldn't be a problem this time. Chu Xiu stored the winter spirit fruit in his storage space, gazing into the endless snowfield with a satisfied smile. Then he returned to the back of Shuiying War Lion, commanding, "Dubai, continue forward." Roar. Shuiying War Lion let out a low growl and continued to sprint through the snow. Along the way, Chu Xiu encountered a qualifying ice attribute beast almost every few minutes. The number of silver-level ice attribute beasts in the Linshuang secret realm was far greater than he had anticipated. As he ventured further from the entrance of the secret realm, ice attribute beasts were everywhere on the snowfields near ice rivers and within ice valleys. Among these beasts, silver-level and above ice attribute beasts were also commonly seen. Before the current Chu Xiu and Shuiying War Lion, these silver-level beasts posed no threat, all easily slain by Shuiying War Lion. The icy winds howled, and the slaughter continued. One by one, silver-level ice attribute beasts fell in the snowstorm, and their icy souls were collected by Chu Xiu using the winter spirit fruits. Time quietly passed. In less than 3 hours, 2 of the 3 winter spirit fruits in Chu Xiu's hand had completely absorbed 10 souls of silver-level and above ice attribute beasts. At this moment, the 2 winter spirit fruits were crystal clear, with what appeared to be white soul shadows floating inside, emanating a chilling aura, clearly meeting the consumption standard. The 3rd winter spirit fruit had already absorbed 5 beast souls. Still missing 5 souls of silver level and above beasts. In no more than half an hour, I can start the evolution of Dubai. Chu Xiu stood at the entrance of an icy valley, looking down at the 3rd winter spirit fruit in his hand, softly muttering to himself. At his feet lay several beast corpses in disarray. This was a small-scale group of beasts he had just encountered, among which were 2 silver-level beasts, while the others were all high bronze-level beasts. Facing the golden 1-star, Shuiying War Lion, this group of beasts was no exception, all easily wiped out by Shuiying War Lion. The souls of the 2 silver-level beasts had already been stored in the 3rd winter spirit fruit in Chu Xiu's hand. The air around was thick with the smell of blood, but it was soon swallowed by the wind and snow. Dubai, let's go. After collecting the souls of 2 silver-level beasts, Chu Xiu stored the 3rd winter spirit fruit back into the beast storage space, preparing to leap onto the back of Shuiying War Lion to continue searching for other silver-level ice attribute beasts. Roar. However, this time Shuiying War Lion did not immediately act, but stopped, its ice blue eyes sharply gazing deeper into the valley, its fur slightly bristling as it let out a low warning growl. Is something going on? Shuiying War Lion's reaction immediately alerted Chu Xiu. He knew very well that Dubai wouldn't show such a stance without reason. Sure enough, in the next moment, a pressure far more powerful than that of ordinary silver-level beasts suddenly surged from deep within the valley, shocking the surrounding ice walls and causing large amounts of snow to continuously slide down. Boom. Following that, a massive figure slowly emerged from deep within the valley. The instant Chu Xiu caught sight of the beast's full appearance, his gaze suddenly sharpened. It was a gigantic ice bear measuring over 8 meters in length. Its body was covered in thick armor like deep blue ice crystals, its shoulders high and bulging, with 2 sharp horns resembling ice spears protruding from its head, its crimson eyes exhaling white mist. With every step it took, the ground beneath it froze, spreading a layer of ice, its internal chill astonishingly low compared to the surrounding icy environment. Hanyu Ice Bear. Attribute ice. Quality outstanding. Level golden 5-star. Talent skills Hanyu Trample Ice Extreme, Roar Profound Ice Heavy Armor Extreme Cold Charge. Status perfect. Evolution Chain 2. First evolution chain, Hanyu Ice Bear, Eternal Frozen Giant Bear Perfect, evolution materials. Second evolution chain, Hanyu Ice Bear, Snow Trampling Ice Bear Ice, Prison Giant Bear Extraordinary, evolution materials. Description: a powerful bear-type beast that lives in extremely cold snowy domains, immensely strong, with astonishing defense and formidable close combat suppression. Outstanding quality golden 5-star, and no wonder it makes Dubai so nervous. Chu Xiu's expression slightly darkened. This level far surpassed the current realm of Shuiying War Lion. Moreover, both Shuiying War Lion and Hanyu Ice Bear held the same quality, Even if Shuiying War Lion exerted all its strength, it would be impossible to defeat a golden 5-star outstanding quality beast alone. Roar! At the same time, the Han Yu Ice Bear's crimson eyes fixed intently on Chu Xiu and Shuiying War Lion, the intruders who had entered its territory and slaughtered beasts within, emitting a thunderous low roar. In the next moment, it charged directly. Boom! The Han Yu Ice Bear suddenly surged forward, its massive body kicking up an astonishing wave of snow, moving at an unexpectedly fast speed. With every step it took, the ground trembled, large chunks of hard ice shattered and flew apart, resembling a moving iceberg crashing towards them. Dubai retreat. Chu Xiu immediately gave the order. However, Shuiying War Lion did not comply but charged. Shuiying War Lion understood that Chu Xiu was right beside it. If it retreated, the Han Yu Ice Bear would surely turn its attention to Chu Xiu, something it could never accept. The moment Han Yue Bingxiong and Shuiying Zhanshi collided, Han Yue Bingxiong's massive paw was already raised, bearing. The moment Han Yue Bingxiong and Shuiying Zhanshi collided, Han Yue Bingxiong's massive paw was already raised, bearing titanic force as it slammed down upon Shuiying Zhanshi. A thunderous impact. Ice crystal armor formed across Shuiying Zhanshi's body in an instant, yet the blow still hurled it flying backwards, skidding more than 10 meters and carving deep ruts into the snow. Dubai. Chu Xiu's gaze hardened. In pure brute strength, Han Yue Bingxiong utterly towered over Shuiying Zhanshi. Shuiying Zhanshi rolled and sprang to its feet, though not grievously wounded. An unprecedented solemnity. The adversary was so powerful that a lone duel offered scant hope of victory, yet retreat was not an option. Riding its momentum, Han Yue Bingxiong unleashed a savage roar and spewed a torrent of ice blue cold. Where the frigid stream passed, vast frost blossoms crystallized in the air and swept toward Chu Xiu and Shuiying Zhanshi like a flood. Shuiying Shan. Confronting the strike, Shuiying Zhanshi's form flickered into a white afterimage and evaded. The cold blast smashed into the rear ice wall, freezing it until it shattered. Chu Xiu watched with growing chill in his eyes. Were it not for Shuiying Zhanshi's high-speed displacement skill, Shuiying Shan, that blow would have plunged them into grave trouble. Xiao Dao emerged. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu summoned his strongest beast, Xueran Quantong. As a low hum, as the beast's face opened, Xueran Quantong's blood-red silhouette abruptly manifested before Chu Xiu. Within the void tower, Xueran Quantong had slain countless frenzied monsters and absorbed vast demonic divine power, advancing to golden 6-star. Now its presence radiated overwhelming might. Blood-tinted blades gleamed upon its arms, and the thin wings on its back vibrated with a piercing tremor. Merely hovering midair, it exuded a pulse of murderous intent. At Xueran Quantong's appearance, even Han Yue Bingxiong's furious glare faltered. It perceived a dire threat. Shout out, Dubai, strike it together. After summoning Xueran Quantong, Chu Xiu issued his command with swift authority. At the command's fall, the two beasts sprang into action together with a roar and a hiss. Xueran Quantong struck, first flashing like a streak of blood-red lightning, to Han Yue Bingxiong's rear flank, its bladed arms crossing in a strike aimed at the neck. Clang clang. Han Yue Bingxiong's layer of mysterious ice armor proved too formidable. Xueran Quantong's blow carved 2 deep scars in the armor, but failed to cut flesh. Seizing the chance, Han Yue Bingxiong countered, its massive paw sweeping toward the flank. A beat of its wings, and Xueran Quantong easily dodged the attack. At that moment, Shuiying Zhanshi pounced from the front, its claws laden with biting cold, as it unleashed a succession of strikes. The Ice Storm combo Bing Bao Lianji. With a series of heavy explosions, Han Yue Bingxiong was driven back several paces as chunks of chest ice armor, but the golden 5-star beast was provoked to madness. It hurled its head back and roared ice, attribute demonic power convulsing within, and a visible ring of frigid sound waves detonated from its maw, sweeping outward. Skill, Bingji Paoxiao Absolute Ice Roar. Confronted with the eruption of skill power, Shuiying Zhanshi recoiled, while Xueran Quantong beat its wings and shot skyward. Even so, the expanding Absolute Ice Roar shook the valley, cracking ice cliffs on both sides, and sending avalanches of snow thundering down with terrifying force. Had the two beasts not evaded in time, a direct hit would have been catastrophic. Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed at the formidable. This Han Yue Bingxiong was truly far superior to a common golden 5-star. Among superior quality beasts, it stood at the apex, almost approaching flawless quality. Alas, its potential was limited. At best, it could evolve to transcendent quality, otherwise Chu Xiu might well have considered contracting it. Yet Han Yue Bingxiong's strength was finite. If Chu Xiu had possessed only Shuiying Zhanshi, victory would indeed have been hard to attain. His true trump, however, was Xueran Quantong, a perfect quality beast, whose power rating exceeded Han Yue Bingxiong's by a. With Xueran Quantong present, Han Yue Bingxiong had no chance. Their slaughter was a matter of time. Chu Xiu ordered, its ice armor is too thick, its defense is formidable. Cripple its mobility first. Xiao Dao cut the joints. Seeing Han Yue Bingxiong's staunch defense, Chu Xiu rapidly arranged his tactic. With a hiss, Xueran Quantong acknowledged the order. In the next instant, it dove from the sky, its speed erupting to an extreme. As Han Yue Bingxiong prepared to raise its paw in defense, Shuiying Zhanshi lunged from the front once more. A frost shock thundered out, and the ice blue current struck Han Yue Bingxiong, heat installing it for a heartbeat. It was in that heartbeat that Xueran Quantong became a streak of bloodlight flashing past the joint of Han Yue Bingxiong's. The strike landed. Instantly, a geyser of blood erupted as shattered ice armor flew apart, and Han Yue Bingxiong let out a wretched howl. The enormous body staggered, the right hind joint had been cleaved by a wound deep enough to reveal bone. It spun to crush Xuan Quantong with a paw, but Shuang Zhanshi vaulted in its claws, battering the beast's breast and throat, locking its attention in place. Xuan Quantong flickered through wind and snow like the coldest executioner. 1/2-3, each blow struck with surgical precision at the armor-weakened joints. In mere moments, Hanyue Bingxiong was riven with terrible wounds, roaring in fury, yet unable to land a single true blow on the blisteringly swift Xuan Quantong. With its joints mutilated, Hanyue Bingxiong's movement slowed, and its breath faded. The scales of victory had decisively tipped to Chu Xiu's side. Chu Xiu finally intoned coldly that it was almost over. In the next instant, Xuan Quantong's wings vibrated at high frequency, and its form vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it hovered above Hanyue Bingxiong's head. Two blood blades rose and descended in a sky-cleaving slash accompanied by a sickening rending sound. The blade followed the gap in the head ice armor that Shuang Zhanshi had earlier shattered, tearing through the skull's defenses in an instant. At the same moment, Shuang Zhanshi unleashed a thunderous lion's roar, leapt, and drove a claw hard into Hanyue Bingxiong. Under the twin strikes, the enormous beast finally collapsed with a crash, the impact reverberating through the entire snow. It struggled a few times, the feral light in its crimson eyes dimmed, and then faded into silence. The golden 5-star Hanyue Bingxiong was dead. Whoosh! The wind and snow howled through the valley, carrying with it a strong scent of blood. The snow shadow battle lion landed back on the ground, its chest slightly heaving, clearly exhausted from the recent battle. The bloodblade mantis lightly flapped its wings and landed beside Chu Xiu, cold beast blood still dripping from its crimson blades. Chu Xiu stepped forward, looking at the fallen Hanyue ice bear in the snow, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Goodbye, little knife, well done. This battle made him acutely aware that if the Snow Shadow Battle Lion wanted to keep up with the first tier of beast tamers, its evolution could not be delayed any longer. Otherwise, as the enemies he faced grew stronger, relying solely on the current extraordinary quality of the gold 1-star Snow Shadow Battle Lion would eventually become burdensome. Chu Xiu did not hesitate, immediately taking out a winter soul fruit to begin drawing out the soul from the Hanyue ice bear. Soon a massive ice blue beast soul, far more solid than an ordinary silver-grade beast, slowly floated out from the corpse of the Hanyue ice bear, exuding an astonishing sense of oppression. The soul of a gold-grade beast. Chu Xiu's eyes brightened. The winter soul fruit required only the soul of a silver-grade or higher ice attribute beast, so a gold-grade naturally counted, and the effect would be even stronger. As this gold beast soul was absorbed by the winter soul fruit, the third winter soul fruit, which had originally only absorbed 5 beast souls, suddenly radiated a brilliant cold light, with the white soul shadow violently surging, as if it was directly equivalent to the quality of several ordinary silver-grade beast souls. Not bad, it seems this harvest is greater than expected. With this gold beast soul, the effect of this winter soul fruit, which has gathered 10 ice attribute beast souls, is enough to match the first 2 fruits. Chu Xiu stored the winter soul fruit, and then commanded the bloodblade mantis to swiftly cut open the corpse of the Hanyue ice bear, collecting the valuable materials into the beast space. The materials from a gold 5-star extraordinary quality beast are not low in value, and must not be wasted. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chu Xiu did not linger, storing the bloodblade mantis into the beast space, and allowing the Snow Shadow Battle Lion to carry him deeper into the wind and snow. Half an hour later, in a frost-covered ice forest, the last silver-grade ice attribute beast collapsed in the snow. It was a silver 6-star frost deer adorned with ice crystal antlers, incredibly fast, yet before the Snow Shadow Battle Lion, it moved as slowly as a snail, quickly having its throat bitten through. Chu Xiu slowly approached and took out the third winter soul fruit. As the soul of the frost deer king was drawn out and absorbed into the fruit, the third winter soul fruit was finally complete. Buzz! In an instant, the 3 winter soul fruits simultaneously radiated a rich cold light, forming a faint resonance among them. Ancient ice patterns surfaced on the surface of the fruits, as if a mysterious power for winter rituals slumbered within. All 3 winter soul fruits are gathered. Chu Xiu looked at the 3 fruits, radiating a chilling aura in his hand, feeling a slight relief in his heart. To prepare for this evolution of the Snow Shadow Battle Lion, he had invested considerable resources and effort. Now that the most difficult step was finally completed, the next step was to officially evolve the Snow Shadow Battle Lion into the Winter Festival Lion. However, the location for evolution could not be chosen arbitrarily. According to the evolution route provided by the system this time, it was an extreme cold evolution requiring not only the extreme cold energy from 10 polarized crystals and the ice attribute beast souls from the 3 winter soul fruits, but also needed to be completed in an environment rich in extreme cold. The purer the environment, the better the evolution effect. Chu Xiu looked up at the towering snow-white silhouette that almost pierced the clouds in the depths of the secret realm, his expression shifting slightly. It was an exceptionally towering snow mountain. From a distance, its height was unfathomable, with the upper half already shrouded in swirling wind and snow, resembling a colossal ice pillar supporting heaven and earth. Cold currents surged around the mountain, and just a glance could feel the chilling terror. This snow mountain should be high enough, let's evolve to buy there. Chu Xiu made his decision immediately. At the summit of such a towering snow mountain, it must be the place with the densest ice energy in the frost realm, making it the most suitable location for the evolution of the Snow Shadow Battle Lion. Dubai, go to that snow mountain. Roar. The Snow Shadow Battle Lion let out a low growl and galloped towards the direction of the Snow Mountain, with Chu Xiu on its back. The closer they got to the Snow Mountain, the more terrifying the chill in the air became. Along the way, the wind and snow grew fiercer, with the howling cold wind slicing through the air like a blade. Ordinary bronze-grade beasts would likely freeze to death here in no time. Even silver-grade beasts rarely dared to linger around the Snow Mountain. However, for the Snow Shadow Battle Lion, this environment invigorated its spirit. With each step it took, it could sense the rich ice energy flowing into its body through its limbs, allowing its magical power to operate freely without needing to consciously absorb it. Upon reaching the foot of the Snow Mountain, Chu Xiu did not hastily dismount, but continued to ride the Snow Shadow Battle Lion as they ascended. The path up the Snow Mountain was extremely difficult. The higher they went, the steeper the slope became, and the ground was no longer covered in just snow, but also large areas of smooth, hard millennium ice. A moment's carelessness could lead to falling into a bottomless crevasse. Fortunately, the Snow Shadow Battle Lion had sharp claws and was adept at icy terrains, effortlessly leaping over any obstacles it encountered. Along the way, Chu Xiu also encountered several high-altitude cold currents and avalanches. However, neither the rushing torrents of snow nor the giant ice blocks rolling down from the peak could halt their progress. After more than an hour, the man and beast finally broke through the thick clouds and reached the summit of the Snow Mountain. As they stepped onto solid ground again, the view before them suddenly opened up. At the summit stood an ice and snow platform several hundred zhang wide, surrounded by swirling clouds and furious winds, while in the center of the platform stood a naturally formed ancient crystal forest. These ice crystals rose from the ground like giant pillars, entirely transparent, refracting the swirling wind and snow and the light from the sky, exuding a dreamlike azure glow. Even more astonishing was that in the center of this ice crystal forest there was a naturally sunken circular ice pool. Within the pool was no liquid, but rather a dense, almost solid cold white mist. As the mist swirled, small ice crystals formed and dissipated continuously, as if this place were the source of the chill of the entire Snow Mountain. Chu Xiu dismounted from the Snow Shadow Battle Lion, rubbing his hands as he looked at the ice pool before him, exclaiming in surprise, "So rich in ice, attribute magical power. I never expected to find such an ice pool here. With this, database evolution is definitely secured. Dubai, get ready, we will start the evolution soon." This place was practically tailor-made for the Snow Shadow Battle Lion's extreme cold evolution. Roar! Hearing Chu Xiu's words, a clear expectation and excitement appeared in the ice-blue eyes of the Snow Shadow Battle Lion. Clearly, it had also been longing for another evolution to enhance its strength. After the Dragon Weasel evolved into the Void Dragon Weasel among Chu Xiu's three beasts, it was the weakest. How could it not? No need to rush, it will be ready shortly. Sensing Shuaying War Lion's urgency, Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Without wasting a moment, he began arranging the ritual. With a mere thought, Chu Xiu retrieved 10 polar ice crystals from his beast-taming space. Each crystal was no larger than a fist. Translucent, crystalline, and seemingly imprisoning within its core the eternal cold of the deepest northern permafrost. The moment the 10 polar ice crystals were drawn forth, the ambient temperature plummeted once more. Then Chu Xiu produced the 3 Jidong soul fruits, already saturated with demonic beast souls. The 3 fruits hovered midair, their surfaces shimmering with frigid light. Faint, ghostly roars echoed from within, ethereal, awe-inspiring, and profoundly mysterious. Enter the center of the ice pool. Roar! Without hesitation, Shuaying War Lion strode into the circular pool wreathed in churning frost mist, then lowered itself slowly at its heart. Almost the instant it stepped inside, the mist surged toward it like sharks scenting blood, thick white vapors coiling around its limbs, neck, and torso, seeping relentlessly into the fissures of its icy carapace. Chu Xiu stood outside the ice pool, expression grave, his spiritual sense fully extended as he guided the fusion of resources according to the system's frost evolution protocol. Begin absorbing the extreme cold energy of the polar ice crystals. With a flick of his finger, the 10 crystals levitated and began rotating slowly around the ice pool. Next, Chu Xiu exerted his spiritual force, forcibly extracting thread by thread the profound frost essence sealed within each crystal. Hum, hum, hum. As the frost energy stirred, all 10 crystals blazed with piercing azure light. Strands of pure, blinding white energy, like silken ribbons, poured forth from their cores and converged directly into Shuaying War Lion's body. Ruawar. At the very instant the extreme cold flooded its body, Shuaying War Lion unleashed a deep its previously solid icy carapace thickened rapidly, spreading across its back, limbs, and tail. New crystalline structures erupted violently, reconstructing its entire form as if forging a new body from frozen genesis. Chu Xiu did not pause. He knew frost evolution demanded immense suffering. If Shuaying War Lion could not endure even this first trial, it would never deserve a stronger future. The flow of energy from the 10 polar ice crystals continued unabated. Soon the surrounding cold grew so dense that the lion's silhouette blurred beyond recognition. Only a colossal shifting outline remained suspended within the glacial fog, like an ancient slumbering apex predator awakening from the abyss of eternal winter. The moment the final thread of polar ice crystal energy was absorbed, Chu Xiu acted without delay. 3 Jidong soul fruits fused the souls. At his low command, the 3 fruits soared upward, hovering above Shuaying War Lion's head. In the next breath, intricate frost patterns on their surfaces flared brilliantly, and countless snow-white soul phantoms burst forth. They took the forms of wolves, serpents, leopards, bears, deer. These were precisely the 30 ice affinity demonic beast souls Chu Xiu had hunted and slain along his path, including the exceptionally dense golden soul of the Hanyue ice bear. The moment the 30 souls manifested, even the blizzard atop the mountain peak seemed to freeze mid-surge. Instantly the 3 fruits shattered, transforming into 3 orbs of pure white frigid nectar mist-like and gossamer thin. They enveloped every soul before surging downward under Chu Xiu's spiritual guidance, converging upon Shuang War Lion's brow. Hold fast to your true self by. Chu Xiu commanded, voice low and resolute. Ingesting demonic beast souls brought not only power, but also torrents of primal instinct and soul force threatening to overwhelm the mind. A single misstep could see Shuang War Lion's consciousness eroded by alien souls, dooming the evolution or plunging it into irreversible madness. True enough, instantly upon the soul's entry, Shuang War Lion threw back its head and roared, its voice laced with torment and savage fury. Its body convulsed violently, its lion eyes flickered, icy blue one moment, blood red and snow white the next. Its outer carapace cracked repeatedly, only to reform at ever deeper layers, as though undergoing a brutal, unrelenting metamorphosis. The Hanyue ice bear's crushing might, the Shuwen ice leopard's lightning agility, the Hanlin ice serpent's enduring chill, the Binjia snow wolf's feral ferocity, the Hanshuang deer king's refined ice essence. 30+ silver tier ice affinity demonic beast souls now collided and fused within Shuang War Lion's being. Chu Xiu's gaze remained calm, but his fists tightened imperceptibly. From its initial taming in Qingshan town to countless battles fought side by side, Shuang War Lion had endured relentless trials and growth. It possessed both innate talent and indomitable will. Should it falter here, it would never ascend to become the Ice Sovereign Lion, or claim the throne of the Supreme Frost Lion. Time crept forward. The blizzard intensified. After an indeterminate span, Shuang War Lion's chaotic, fluctuating aura gradually steadied. The clashing soul forces within it were increasingly subdued, not merely contained but subsumed and refined by a higher primordial ice essence. It's succeeding. Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed. Indeed. The milky white light of evolution flared anew, instantly enveloping Shuang War Lion, completely veiling its form entirely. Simultaneously shrouded in that radiant luminescence, Shuang War Lion underwent explosive transformation, its aura surging at breathtaking speed. Within mere minutes, the evolutionary radiance abruptly dissipated. Crack, boom. In the next instant, as Shuang War Lion reemerged, its entire body jolted violently, and its full carapace exploded outward in a storm of glittering ice shards. Then, unleashed from its core, a cold, far vaster, far older, far more sovereign erupted. The entire mountain summit bathed in cerulean light. The towering ice pillars encircling the pool ignited one by one, as if summoned by a monarch's presence, each channeling beams of frostlight toward Shuang War Lion. The sea of clouds froze solid. The gale hardened into glacial mist. At that moment, even standing outside the pool, Chu Xiu felt sharp stabbing pain in his lungs with every breath. Were it not for his formidable cultivation, this mere overflow of cold would have grievously wounded him. And within that boundless cerulean radiance, Shuang War Lion completed its final metamorphosis. Its lion-like frame elongated and rose. Limbs lengthening, growing leaner and more powerful, ancient snow-white ritual glyphs bloomed across its shoulders and back. Its once translucent, icy carapace evolved, not merely defensive armor, but a sacred Jidong battle armor, exuding both regal authority and arcane mystique. Its mane regrew, not as ordinary fur, but as flowing strands of crystalline frostlight rippling fiercely in the wind like banners of winter's sovereignty. Most striking of all was its forehead, where seemingly of its own accord a rhombic ice sigil slowly coalesced. Delicate snow patterns spiraled within its depths, as if holding dominion over winter's rights and command over blizzards themselves. The sky was filled with ice-blue divine light, gradually retracting as the wind and snow resumed their flow. The figure in the ice pool finally revealed itself before Chu Xiu. What was once the snow shadow battle lion had completely vanished, replaced by an even more majestic and extraordinary ice-type lion beast. It stood about 3 zhang tall, its body covered in a battle armor of interwoven ice white and light blue ritual patterns, with long limbs bursting with explosive strength, and its tail resembling a crystalline war spear. Its head was even more imposing than before, with deep ice blue lion eyes that seemed to reflect the ancient winds and snow. As it breathed, snowflakes continuously condensed in the surrounding air, swirling and dancing around it. It simply stood there quietly, like the supreme ruler of this snow mountain and this realm. This is the winter's sacrifice, not to mention it's quite handsome. Chu Xiu gazed at the figure re-emerging in the ice pool, increasingly clearer, and could not help but display a look of shock in his eyes. At this moment, the winter sacrifice lion was enveloped in a layer of hazy cold currents, its size dramatically increasing, reaching a height of 10 meters. The mane, entirely composed of condensed ice elements, swayed in the wind, emitting streams of silvery light, making the winter sacrifice lion appear extraordinarily divine. Moreover, the snow shadow battle lion, originally at the golden 1-star level, had significantly upgraded in this evolution. Its aura surged, ultimately stabilizing at the golden 7-star level. A full 6-star increase. Such a leap, even considering the experiences Chu Xiu had with the small knife and Dragon Lord's evolution, still felt astonishing. Just as Chu Xiu marveled, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding Host has successfully evolved the Snow Shadow Battle Lion achievement points 50. Winter's Sacrifice Lion. Attributes Ice type. Quality perfect. Level Golden 7-star. Talent skills Ice Crystal Armor Frost Impact Ice Storm Combo Snow Shadow Flash Winter Sacrifice Pattern Extreme Cold Domain. Status perfect. Evolution Chain Snow Crystal Silver Lion Snow Shadow Battle Lion Winter Sacrifice Lion Ice Spirit Lion King Extreme Cold Holy Lion. Winter Sacrifice Lion Ice Spirit Lion King Royal Spirit Evolution Resources. Description: transformed from Snow Shadow Battle Lion during the Extreme Cold Sacrifice ceremony, integrating Vast Ice attribute Demon Souls and Extreme Cold Essence, mastering a higher level of ice power capable of manifesting an Extreme Cold domain in combat to suppress all around with great potential. Now with perfect quality and Golden 7-star, the Winter Sacrifice Lion's battle power surged, becoming the strongest beast under Chu Xiu's command. Even the Golden 6-star Bloodblade Crazy Mantis would not necessarily be a match for the Winter Sacrifice Lion in an unknown fight. Another 50 achievement points added along with the 60 points gained from Dragon Lord's evolution from rare quality to perfect quality. I now have 690 achievement points. Just 210 more points, and I can do 10 consecutive draws. Seeing the message popping up on the panel, Chu Xiu, who had just completed the evolution for the Great White, revealed an even more joyful smile. Splash! At that moment, having completed the evolution and sensing its surging power, the Winter Sacrifice Lion leapt out of the ice pool, stirring up countless ice mists. Its figure flickered, moving so quickly that Chu Xiu barely had time to react before it was already beside him. The 10-meter-tall body crouched down, its head as large as a locomotive, affectionately nudged Chu Xiu. Immediately, a voice filled with excitement and gratitude echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Master, I feel stronger than ever, at least 10 times more. This is all thanks to you completing my evolution. Master, you are my god. When did you learn to flatter? Huh? Hearing the voice of the Winter Sacrifice Lion, Chu Xiu laughed and reached out to stroke the lion's head. Finally, Chu Xiu looked around the snow mountain, and without waiting for the Winter Sacrifice Lion to consider how to respond to his casual question, continued. Great White, the ice magic power here is exceptionally dense. I plan to cultivate here for a while, so please guard me closely. At the peak of this towering snow mountain, especially beside the ice pool right after Great White's evolution, the ice magic power in the air was so thick, it was almost vaporous. If a beastmaster with ice-type talent were to cultivate here, it would undoubtedly be twice the result, with half the effort, with a cultivation speed far exceeding that of the outside world. Although Chu Xiu was not an ice-type talent beastmaster, he possessed the legendary cultivation method obtained from the lottery, the star-casting demon refinement technique, which could easily refine the surrounding ice magic power containing extreme cold energy into attributeless magic power. Moreover, with the intermediate magic power nutrient solution he had refined and stored in the Beastmaster space, cultivating in this location would undoubtedly rapidly enhance Chu Xiu's Beastmaster strength level. Chu Xiu's 3 beast companions had already reached the golden level, while he himself was only a silver 1-star Beastmaster. Such a gap in strength was already insufficient to keep up with his beast companions. If his own cultivation level fell too far behind, Chu Xiu would become the biggest flaw. While commanding his beasts in battle, he also had to keep one beast at his side for protection, just like before in the Void Tower, keeping the Snow Shadow Battle Lion close, which undoubtedly greatly reduced Chu Xiu's speed in hunting chaotic beasts. Roar! The Winter Sacrifice Lion nearby growled immediately. Master, rest assured, with me here no one and no beast will disturb your cultivation. At the same time, a resolute voice resonated in Chu Xiu's mind from the Winter Sacrifice Lion. After speaking, the Winter Sacrifice Lion stood up, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, not allowing anyone to approach Chu Xiu. Good. Seeing the Winter Sacrifice Lion's diligent demeanor, Chu Xiu smiled slightly and nodded. Then Chu Xiu took an intermediate magic power nutrient solution from his Beastmaster space, opened the bottle cap, and drank it all in one go. Next, he sat cross-legged beside the ice pool, operating the star-casting demon refinement technique, and began to frantically absorb the rich ice magic power nearby, refining it into his own strength. The golden 7-star perfect quality Winter Sacrifice Lion, in this snow-laden frosty mist realm, had combat power nearing that of ordinary platinum-level beasts. With the Winter Sacrifice Lion guarding beside him, as long as he did not encounter platinum-level beasts, Chu Xiu had no need to worry about his safety. The Winter Sacrifice Lion would deal with all threats. As for platinum-level beasts, they were already the dominant existence in this medium-sized realm. In the Frosty Mist realm, such platinum-level beasts were far less common than silver-level and golden-level beasts, making it unlikely to encounter them easily. The icy wind howled, and the snow mist enveloped the area. By the side of the ice pool, Chu Xiu sat cross-legged, his body pulsating with magic power, as threads of ice-blue energy continuously gathered from the surroundings, flowing into his body through his breath, pores, and meridians. Since arriving at this ice pool, he had completely immersed himself in cultivation. The ice attribute magic power here was so dense that it was almost liquefied, combined with the assistance of intermediate magic nutrient solution and the efficient refining of the star refinement technique. Chu Xiu's cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. On this day, accompanied by a deep humming sound from within Chu Xiu's body, his aura suddenly surged, and the magic power within him roared like a tide before quickly stabilizing. Silver 7 stars. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance appearing in his gaze. I've finally reached Silver 7 stars. Feeling the magic power within him, now several times more vigorous than half a month ago, a satisfied smile emerged on his face. It took him merely half a month to cultivate from Silver 1 star to Silver 7 stars. Such a speed of improvement, if it were to be known, would surely astonish countless beast masters outside. Yet Chu Xiu knew very well that his ability to break through continuously in such a short time relied not solely on the technique and nutrient solution. The real key was still the ice pool at the peak of this snowy mountain. The location of this ice pool was evidently the core point of the most concentrated ice attribute magic power in the entire snow peak, possibly a natural cultivation sanctuary formed over hundreds of years in this region. If it were not for this, he could never have consecutively broken through 6 small realms in just half a month. Chu Xiu exhaled a breath of turbid air, then focused his mind to perceive the conditions of several beasts in the Beastmaster space. Soon a smile appeared in his eyes. In the past half-month, he had cultivated using the ice pool, while the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis and Void Dragon Weasel had been in the Beastmaster space, rapidly improving, with 256 times the growth acceleration and a large amount of magic nutrient solution. Such cultivation conditions were truly heaven-defying. Now both beasts had completed their breakthroughs. The Bloodblade Crazy Mantis had risen from Golden 6 stars to Golden 7 stars, its level already on par with the Winter Festival Lion, and its combat power had significantly increased. With its perfect quality heritage combined with its terrifying speed, attack power, and endurance, even against an ordinary Golden Peak beast, it would likely have the strength to fight. As for the Void Dragon Weasel, it started at only Golden 3 stars, considerably weaker than the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis, but it made even greater strides, rising 2 small realms in one go. Now, although the Golden 5 stars Void Dragon Weasel might not match the combat power of the Bloodblade Crazy Mantis or the Winter Festival Lion, as a space attribute beast, its ability to survive was undoubtedly the strongest among all of Chu Xiu's beasts. If the Void Dragon Weasel truly wanted to escape, even some platinum-level monsters and beasts would likely be unable to catch it. Roar. Beside Chu Xiu, the Winter Festival Lion, majestic as a small mountain, quietly stood nearby. Seeing Chu Xiu's breakthrough, it joyfully let out a low roar. In the past half-month, it had not strayed even a step. Whenever an ice attribute monster accidentally approached before Chu Xiu could open his eyes, the Winter Festival Lion would take the initiative to eliminate any threats at the perimeter. Because of this, Chu Xiu was able to concentrate on his cultivation until now. Thank you for your hard work, Dubai. Chu Xiu looked at the Winter Festival Lion and said with a smile, "Roar." The Winter Festival Lion let out another low roar, its golden blue beast eyes filled with affection. For it, protecting Chu Xiu was a matter of course and not a burden at all. In the following 2 days, Chu Xiu did not leave. Although his cultivation speed had slowed somewhat compared to the beginning, the residual ice attribute magic power near the ice pool still far exceeded that of the outside world, so he naturally would not waste it. Finally, on the morning 3 days later, boom. As the last trace of ice blue magic power was completely refined by Chu Xiu, his aura once again rose sharply, successfully reaching Silver 8 stars. At the same time, the ice pool, originally shrouded in thick, cold mist, finally diminished completely. The ice blue luster in the pool rapidly faded, and the cold attribute magic power in the surrounding air seemed to have been drained, suddenly becoming much thinner. Even the ice mist enveloping the peak of the snowy mountain had noticeably thinned. Chu Xiu opened his eyes and looked around, raising his eyebrows slightly. The ice attribute magic power condensed in the ice pool has almost been exhausted. It seems it's time to leave. Feeling the sudden drop in the concentration of ice attribute magic power around him, Chu Xiu stopped his cultivation, slowly stood up, and stretched his limbs. A series of light cracking sounds suddenly emanated from his limbs. After consecutively breaking through 7 small realms, his aura was now much stronger than when he first entered the snow peak. Standing there, he exuded a sense of restrained sharpness, mixed with an overwhelming presence. Let's go, Dubai, it's time to head back. Roar. Upon hearing this, the Winter Festival Lion immediately lowered its body. Chu Xiu stepped forward, his body lightly leaping, and he landed steadily on the broad back of the Winter Festival Lion. Boom. The Winter Festival Lion suddenly exerted force with its limbs, its massive body shooting out like a streak of white light racing down the snowy peak. As they sped along, the accumulated snow exploded, and the howling wind roared. On the towering snowy peak, 1 person and 1 lion soared through the air. Chu Xiu sat on the lion's back, his robe billowing, gazing into the distance. This trip to the Frosty Secret Realm had yielded astounding results. His own level had risen from Silver 1 star to Silver 8 stars. The Bloodblade Crazy Mantis had reached Golden 7 stars. The Void Dragon Weasel had reached Golden 5 stars. The Winter Festival Lion had completed its evolution, attaining perfect quality and reaching Golden 7 stars. Chu Xiu was now several times stronger than when he first entered the Secret Realm, truly a bountiful harvest. Puff. Not long after, the Winter Festival Lion brought Chu Xiu from the snowy peak all the way down to the foot of the mountain, its powerful limbs kicking up a storm of snow. Dubai, let's head towards the entrance of the Secret Realm. Chu Xiu identified the direction and patted the neck of the Winter Festival Lion. The Winter Festival lion let out a low growl and immediately adjusted its direction, heading towards the area they came from. However, before they could travel too far, an unexpected event occurred. Moi. Chu Xiu suddenly frowned, sensing something, and abruptly turned his head. He clearly felt a remarkably swift aura approaching rapidly from behind through the wind and snow. The speed of that aura was astonishing, almost as fast as the Winter Festival lion at full gallop. Is something chasing us? Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened. Soon from behind in the snow, an agile figure burst through the wind and snow, entering his line of sight. It was a beast approximately 2 meters long. It resembled a leopard overall, but was even more elongated and agile than an ordinary snow leopard, its limbs muscular and smooth, covered in a coat of silver and pale green fur, with a dense layer of scale patterns subtly visible beneath the hair. At the center of its forehead there was a crescent-shaped ice crystal horn. Its eyes were one gold and one blue, exuding a gleam of both intelligence and wildness. Most striking were the semi-transparent wings on either side of its back, which vibrated the air as it ran, allowing it to reach an astonishing speed. When Chu Xiu's gaze fell upon the figure, a stream of attribute information about that silhouette instantly appeared before him. Name: Han Yukonging Beast. Attributes: Ice Wind. Quality: Perfect. Level: Golden 5 stars. Status: Lightly injured. Talents and skills: Ice Crystal Explosion, Han Yu Blade Wind, Without Trace, Frost Shadow Assault. Evolution Chain 3. First Evolution Chain: Han Yukonging Beast. Ice Wing Moon Leopard. Extreme Cold Sky Shadow Beast. Epic Evolution Resources. Second Evolution Chain: Han Yukonging Beast. Wind Frost Spirit Beast. Kong Hen Holy Beast. Epic Evolution Resources. Third Evolution Chain: Han Yukonging Beast. Han Yuan Nightmare Beast. Star Frost Ancient Beast. Eternal Night Holy Unicorn Legendary Evolution Resources. Description: an extremely rare dual attribute demon beast born with exceptional speed and an affinity for the ice element, usually found in frigid regions, possessing immense potential and a scarcity in numbers. Upon seeing this line of information, Chu Xiu's pupils slightly constricted. A legendary quality evolution chain. Moreover, it was a rare demon beast with dual attributes, perfect quality and golden 5 stars. Such a level of demon beast could definitely be considered a rarity even in the entire Divine Summer Empire. Chu Xiu's heart instantly ignited with excitement. If it can evolve to legendary level, then this will be my 4th summoned beast. He was already a silver level beastmaster, nurturing for beast seeds in his spiritual sea, allowing him to contract 4 summoned beasts. Although he already had Bloodblade, Mad Mantis, Winter Festival Lion, and Void Dragon Weasel as his 3 summoned beasts, the position for the 4th beast had remained vacant. It wasn't that he didn't want to contract one earlier, but ordinary demon beasts simply did not catch his eye. With the Divine Pet Evolution System, Chu Xiu aimed for his summoned beasts to have at least an evolutionary path leading to an epic quality beast. The Han Yukonging beast before him, possessing an evolution chain that could lead to a legendary quality beast, perfectly matched Chu Xiu's standards for collecting summoned beasts. Dabai, stop. He immediately commanded Dabai to halt. With Chu Xiu's command, the Winter Festival Lion instantly stopped in its tracks, turning to confront the rapidly approaching Han Yukonging beast. The Han Yukonging beast clearly did not expect that the duo ahead would take the initiative to stop. Its speed slightly slowed as it landed dozens of meters away, its gaze cold and vigilant fixed on Chu Xiu. Roar! It emitted a low, threatening growl from its throat, its limbs slightly bent, poised to unleash an attack. However, Chu Xiu showed no fear, instead filled with admiration. Beautiful, truly beautiful. With such attributes and potential, this is worthy of being my 4th summoned beast. The Han Yukonging beast seemed to understand the implication in his tone, and its eyes flashed with a hint of human-like irritation. In the next moment, its translucent wings fluttered, and its form instantly transformed into a blurred afterimage, charging directly at Chu Xiu. Its speed left only a faint frost trace in its wake. Come at me. Chu Xiu whispered softly, not retreating, but instead raising his hand to wave. Void Dragon Weasel. A small yet dangerous figure suddenly appeared before Chu Xiu. It was the Void Dragon Weasel. Now the Void Dragon Weasel was already golden 5 stars, on par with the Han Yukonging beast, and with both being of perfect quality, it was not inferior to the latter in attributes and capabilities. Just as the Han Yukonging beast lunged forward, the space around the Void Dragon Weasel rippled. In the next instant, it vanished from sight. Boom. The Han Yukonging beast's claw missed, its fierce cold energy tearing deep cracks into the ground. Meanwhile, the Void Dragon Weasel appeared bizarrely on its left side, striking out with a claw the power of space, coalescing into an invisible blade. Puff! The Han Yukonging beast reacted extremely quickly, twisting its body to avoid a fatal blow, but it was still scratched along its shoulders, spilling drops of fresh blood. Ow! In pain, the Han Yukonging beast's eyes glinted with even more ferocity. Clearly, it had not expected that this seemingly small demon beast controlled the power of space. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and unleashed a crescent-shaped ice blue blade, slashing toward the Void Dragon Weasel. The Void Dragon Weasel flicked its tail, disappearing once again. The ice blade missed, crashing onto the snowy ground behind, instantly carving out a 10-meter-long ice fissure. The spatial attribute is indeed formidable. At the same quality and level, the Han Yukonging beast can't even touch the corner of the Dragon Lord's clothing. Chu Xiu stood atop the Winter Festival Lion, his gaze intensely focused on the battle, unable to hold back his exclamations. However, the strength of the Han Yukonging beast was also extremely strong, with battle awareness and instincts far exceeding ordinary demon beasts of the same level. Relying solely on the Void Dragon Weasel, it wouldn't be so easy for Chu Xiu to subdue it in a short time. Since that's the case, I can only bully you a little bit. Chu Xiu chuckled softly, preparing to summon the Bloodblade Mad Mantis to join in the attack on the Han Yukonging. The Han Yukonging beast possessed flying capabilities, and while the Winter Festival Lion was powerful, it was futile in trying to reach a target that moved quickly in the air. Only a summoned beast with flying capabilities could bridge that gap and quickly subdue it. The Bloodblade Mad Mantis had wings and could fly. The Void Dragon Weasel could also utilize the power of space to continuously teleport in midair. These two summoned beasts could eliminate the Han Yukonging beast's aerial advantage. However, just as Chu Xiu was about to summon the Bloodblade Mad Mantis to team up with the Void Dragon Weasel to take down the Han Yukonging beast, he furrowed his brows again, looking toward the back of the Han Yukonging beast. Several black dots appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching his direction. Soon they transformed into gigantic figures. Are there more demon beasts? Wait, these aren't demon beasts, they're summoned beasts. As the aerial figures drew near, several silhouettes atop these flying demon beasts came into Chu Xiu's view. This made Chu Xiu immediately dismiss his earlier judgment about those flying demon beasts. Seeing the pursuing summoned beasts and beastmasters coupled with the lightly injured state of the Han Yukonging beast he had seen earlier, Chu Xiu surmised that these beastmasters were likely pursuing the Han Yukonging beast. The injuries on the Han Yukonging beast were most likely related to these pursuing beastmasters. The flying summoned beasts of the opposing beastmasters were all golden level, extremely fast. Just as Chu Xiu made his judgment, the summoned beasts and their beastmasters had already arrived in the nearby airspace, encircling the Han Yukonging beast in the center. Just one glance at the Void Dragon Weasel, which was currently battling the Han Yukonging beast, constantly flickering and changing positions, revealed shock on their faces. Teleportation. Is this summoned beast a space-type beast? 3 gold-tier beast tamer masters. At that very moment, Chu Xiu's gaze also fell upon these figures approaching from afar. 3 airborne tamed beasts soared through the sky, each a gold-tier specimen, with the central one reaching the formidable rank of gold 9 stars. Though their rarity was merely uncommon, they were by no means to be underestimated. The other 2 tamed beasts were slightly weaker, but still ranked gold 5 stars and gold 6 stars respectively. The instant the 3 gold-tier airborne tamed beasts descended, even the howling blizzard around them seemed to freeze in place, subdued beneath the overwhelming pressure radiating from their majestic presence. Whoosh! As Chu Xiu lifted his gaze, a young man clad in brocaded foxfur robes leapt down from the back of the lead gold 9 stars Frostwind Skyhawk. He appeared no older than 20, yet had already attained the rank of gold 1-star beast tamer, his brows and eyes carrying an unmistakable air of arrogance. A piece of lamb-fat jade pendant hung at his waist, inscribed with an exquisitely calligraphed character Wang. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately after his landing, the other 2 gold-tier beast tamers descended in turn from their soaring mounts, stepping silently into position behind the young man. Once all 3 stood firm on the ground, their aerial companions remained aloft, encircling the Frostmoon Void Shadow Beast. Above, the Void Dragon Weasel and the Frostmoon Void Shadow Beast continued their fierce battle, neither yielding nor pausing. Without explicit command from Chu Xiu, the Void Dragon Weasel simply ignored the 3 gold-tier airborne tamed beasts now surrounding it, and its quarry, its sole focus locked upon subduing the Frostmoon Void Shadow Beast before it. Below, the young man's expression shifted, first stunned by the revelation that the Void Dragon Weasel was a spatial element tamed beast, then darkening into icy fury as he realized Chu Xiu had utterly disregarded them, continuing his assault unabated. Brat! This Frostmoon Void Shadow Beast has been under surveillance by the Wang family of Jingxing for half a month. Stand aside now, or we'll break your legs and feed you to the snowfield wolves. The 2 middle-aged men who had landed behind him exuded an aura as unshakable as mountains, both gold 9 stars beast tamers. Upon hearing the youth's words, they each willed forth another gold-tier terrestrial tamed beast. One was a gold 8 stars magma colossus, the other a gold 9 stars obsidian iron war rhinoceros. Huff! Roar! Both were uncommon rarity tamed beasts, and the moment they manifested, they unleashed thunderous, menacing roars directly at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu sat calmly astride the Frostwinter Lion sacrifice beast, his gaze coldly sweeping across the 2 gold-tier tamed beasts, then subtly relaxed upon recognizing them as mere uncommon rarity specimens. His eyes then settled upon the young man, a sharp, disdainful smile curling his lips. You claim your trio has hunted this Frostmoon Void Shadow Beast for half a month, with 2 gold 9 stars among you, and yet have failed to seize it. Is this truly the strength of the Wang family of Jingxing? With such feeble prowess, unable even to subdue a Frostmoon Void Shadow Beast, you dare threaten me? Ah, how laughable. At those words, Wang Xing's face flushed deep crimson. Insolent whelp, he bellowed. Wang Meng, Wang Lai, seize this arrogant fool now. Dare insult the Wang family. He shall beg for life, and find none. Beg for death, and be denied. Wang Meng and Wang Lai exchanged a glance, then raised their hands to command their tamed beasts toward Chu Xiu. But Chu Xiu remained unruffled. With a subtle flick of his fingertip, a black and gold badge materialized in his palm, the official insignia of the Demon Suppression Bureau. The character's demon suppression engraved upon its surface gleamed with a chilling luster beneath the snowlight, while faint spiritual runes shimmered along its edges, emitting the unmistakable aura of authority reserved solely for full Bureau members. Demon Suppression Bureau business in progress. Unauthorized personnel withdraw immediately. Chu Xiu's voice was low, but carried the icy finality of a glacial avalanche, freezing Wang Ming and Wang Lai mid-motion. What was the Demon Suppression Bureau? It stood atop the apex of the Xinzhou Empire's beast-tamer hierarchy, a sanctum so revered that even platinum-tier masters bowed in deference. Even the Wang family patriarch, a diamond-tier beast-tamer, would never dare defy a certified Bureau member. Seeing that badge, now how could they possibly raise a hand? Impossible. Full Bureau members must be at least platinum tier. Yet you're merely a silver 8 stars beast-tamer. How dare you wield such a badge? That badge is surely forged. Wang Ming, Wang Lai, what are you waiting for? Arrest this imposter, this counterfeit thief of the Demon Suppression Bureau. At his outburst, Wang Ming and Wang Lai instantly grasped the truth. Full Bureau membership did require platinum tier status, or higher. A silver rank beast tamer like Chu Xiu could never qualify. Thus the badge had to be fake. And if Chu Xiu bore no true authority, then they faced no restraint. Boy, you've offended the Wang family. Accept your fate. Wang Ming growled low and raised his hand. The gold 9 stars obsidian iron war rhinoceros, towering as a mountain, stomped its hooves onto the snow. Its heavy iron-plated carapace clanged like war drums, its horn blazing with lethal cold light as it charged headlong toward the Frostwinter lion sacrifice beast. Wang Lai wasted no time either, commanding his gold 8 stars magma colossus to surge forward alongside the rhinoceros, converging upon Chu Xiu. Three fools lacking even half a thought. Chu Xiu sat unmoved atop the Frostwinter lion sacrifice beast. Gently patting its mane, he murmured softly to Bai, "Activate your domain. Rule war." The Frostwinter lion sacrifice beast unleashed a deafening roar, and Chu Xiu perched upon its back felt an instantaneous wave of bone-deep chill. In an instant, a visible domain of absolute frost erupted outward from the beast's core. Within the Frost secret realm, the Frostwinter lion sacrifice beast wielded its full power, its domain striking with near platinum tier force. Temperatures plummeted dozens of degrees within a 300 hang radius, transforming the already frigid air into a killing frost. Wang Ming's obsidian iron war rhinoceros had barely crossed halfway when the snow beneath its feet hardened into impenetrable ice. Its massive armored frame skidded helplessly, its charge grinding to a sudden, humiliating halt. Wang Lai's magma colossus fared worse upon contact with the domain's extreme cold. Its molten body hissed violently, like white-hot iron doused in glacial water, spewing thick plumes of steam. Its once incandescent magma rapidly cooled into dull black slag, its swinging arms slowing sluggish and heavy. A domain technique. A gold-tier beast wielding a domain technique. What rarity is this tamed beast? Wang Ming and Wang Lai's pupils contracted sharply the moment the domain manifested. Yet before they could recalibrate their strategy, a crimson blur shot forth from behind the Frostwinter lion sacrifice beast. It was the Bloodblade Raging Mantis, summoned by Chu Xiu. Its wings vibrated at supersonic speed, slicing the air with shrieking razor-edged resonance. It paid no heed to the 2 gold-tier tamed beasts already crippled by the domain, instead streaking straight for their masters. Its target, Wang Ming himself, standing behind the obsidian iron war rhinoceros. "Danger! Fall back immediately!" Wang Ming cried out in alarm, attempting to recall the black iron war rhinoceros. But under the oppressive weight of the domain, the beast moved too sluggishly to keep pace with the Bloodblade Mad Mantis. Shink! The Bloodblade Mad Mantis slashed its scythe-like arms through the air, trailing a crimson arc. Desperately, Wang Ming summoned his 3rd golden-tier spirit beast to shield himself. Yet this mere golden rank-I beast stood no chance. It was little more than sacrificial prey for the Bloodblade Mad. With effortless precision, like slicing through soft tofu, the Bloodblade Mad Mantis cleaved the golden rank-I beast cleanly in two, then continued its lethal arc toward Wang Ming, who stood directly behind it. At the critical moment, a heart-protecting mirror strapped to Wang Ming's waist detonated, intercepting the blow. Shink! Still, he was grazed by the blade's residual chi, half his shoulder instantly drenched in blood as he staggered backward 7 or 8 steps, his face bleaching paper white. What kind of spirit beast is this? A golden rank 7, and yet possesses such overwhelming combat prowess. Wang Ming clutched his wounded shoulder, disbelief contorting his features. He had reigned supreme among spirit beast tamer circles for decades. What golden-tier beast hadn't he seen? Yet this crimson mantis before him surpassed every golden rank 7 beast he'd ever encountered, in speed, raw power, and sheer murderous aura. Even his own golden rank 9 vermilion lightning mad eagle, currently circling the Frostmoon void shadow beast in midair, could not match this crimson mantis in velocity. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the void dragon weasel vanished abruptly from the sky, only to reappear silently, imperceptibly, directly behind Wang Ming. It was only when spatial ripples shimmered at his back that Wang Ming sensed danger, but by then it was already too late. The void dragon weasel's claws pierced the void, lunging straight for his heart. Shink! The ambush left Wang Ming no time to react. The razor-sharp claws tore through his back, ripped out his still-beating heart, and thrust it clear through his chest. He stared down, eyes contracting in horror at the crimson-stained claw clutching his pulsing heart. A suffocating void surged within him. With his final breath, Wang Meng turned his gaze toward Chu Xiu, raised a trembling finger toward him, and choked out, "You." But before the word fully escaped his lips, the void dragon weasel wrenched the claw, and his heart, violently backward, severing speech mid-sentence. The force sent Wang Meng's body convulsing backward. Blood gushed forth, staining the snow beneath him crimson. Overwhelmed by crushing exhaustion, he struggled feebly to rise. Then, darkness swallowed his vision. Consciousness dissolved utterly. In one brutal motion, the void dragon weasel drove its foot down, crushing Wang Meng's skull deep into the snow, snapping his neck, ending him without mercy. Roar! Screech! At the instant of Wang Meng's death, his spirit beasts, the black iron war rhinoceros and the vermilion lightning mad eagle, let out piercing cries of anguish before collapsing grievously wounded. The vermilion lightning mad eagle's colossal form plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently onto the ground. When a tamer perishes, their bonded beasts suffer catastrophic backlash. Only because these two were exceptionally powerful did they survive the backlash, barely clinging to life. Had they been weaker, they would have perished alongside their master. Yet, even now, though still breathing, these two mighty golden rank 9 beasts possessed neither strength nor will to resist. Impossible. Nearby, Wang Xing and Wang Lai stared wide-eyed at Wang Meng's fallen body, faces frozen in utter disbelief. Wang Xing's expression twisted into raw terror, his knees trembled. It had all unfolded too swiftly, far faster than either golden tier tamer could possibly react. "Young master, flee. This youth is no mere silver tier tamer. He's been concealing his true strength." Wang Lai recovered first, whirling around and sprinting toward Wang Xing. Even as he ran, he commanded his lava colossus to charge. "Chu Xiu, lava colossus, charge." Kill that. His strategy was classic diversion, to force the bloodblade mad mantis and void dragon weasel to abandon pursuit and return to defend Chu Xiu, thereby buying precious time for escape. Roar! The lava colossus bellowed, shaking the heavens, and charged Chu Xiu like a berserk titan. Simultaneously, Wang Lai directed his other golden rank 6 aerial beast to descend from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lai seized the petrified Wang Xing and vaulted onto the golden rank 6 beast, then shot skyward toward the secret realm's exit. The remaining golden rank V aerial beast instantly broke off its standoff with the Frost Moon Void Shadow beast and veered sharply, racing after Wang Xing and Wang Lai. Roar! His tactic succeeded, seeing the golden rank 8 lava colossus hurl itself at Chu Xiu in suicidal fury. Both the bloodblade mad mantis and void dragon weasel abandoned pursuit, rushing instead to stand guard before Chu Xiu, intercepting the rampaging colossus. Through sheer defensive resilience, the lava colossus endured multiple mortal strikes from both beasts before finally falling. Yet that brief delay allowed the Frost Moon Void Shadow beast to vanish into the depths of the Ling Shuang's secret realm, fleeing at blinding speed. "Xiao Dao, Long Jun, do not let the Frost Moon Void Shadow beast escape." Chu Xiu instantly ordered the bloodblade mad mantis and void dragon weasel to give chase, already miles ahead. Even if Wang Xing and Wang Lai escaped, to report everything to the true elders of the Wang family in the capital, thereby forging a colossal new enemy for Chu Xiu, he remained utterly unmoved in his judgment. The Frost Moon Void Shadow beast was a creature capable of ascending to legendary rank, a being of extraordinary potential. How could some capital-born young master possibly compare? Moreover, even should Wang Xing return home to cry foul and turn the entire Wang family into his sworn enemies, Chu Xiu would feel no fear. Behind him stood the Demon Suppression Bureau, a single institution sufficient to obliterate the so-called Wang family of the capital. And he also had Bai Yufei's unwavering support. Were Bai Yufei to learn Chu Xiu had been hunted by the Wang family, he would intervene without hesitation, likely erasing every member of the Wang family the very moment they dared declare war upon Chu Xiu. "Yes, master." At Chu Xiu's command, the bloodblade mad mantis and void dragon weasel obeyed without hesitation, their voices resonating clearly within his mind. In the next instant, the void dragon weasel dissolved into surrounding space, leaping across dimensions in pursuit. The bloodblade mad mantis unfurled its wings and streaked forward as a streak of dark crimson light, closing rapidly on the fleeing Frost Moon Void Shadow beast. "Bye-bye, let us follow them too." Chu Xiu patted the back of Lingdong Jishur, the Frostwinter Ritual Lion, and commanded it, not even pausing to attend to the gravely injured Black Iron War Rhinoceros and Crimson Lightning Savage Eagle. Roar! With an immediate low growl, Bai surged forward, carrying Chu Xiu in swift pursuit of the bloodblade mantis and void dragon weasel. Though the Frostwinter Ritual Lion's ground-bound speed could not match the aerial velocity of the bloodblade mantis and its companion, it was still formidable. Especially within the frigid environment of the Frost secret realm, the Frostwinter Ritual Lion's power received a considerable boost. Carrying Chu Xiu across the snowfields, it remained tightly on their tail, ensuring the quarry never vanished from his sight. High above, the bloodblade mantis and void dragon weasel streaked forward at astonishing speed. Several li ahead, the cold moon sky shadow beast flapped its wings, trailing a pale cerulean frostlight as it fled deep into the heart of the Frost secret realm. At this moment, the cold moon sky shadow beast sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from the two spirit beasts pursuing it from behind. Neither the void dragon weasel master of spatial forces capable of instantaneous teleportation, nor the Bloodblade Mantis radiating lethal aura and matching its speed without effort failed to instill profound dread within it. This threat dwarfed even that posed earlier by the 3 human spirit beast-tamer masters who had hunted it. In single combat it might yet dare to maneuver and resist, but cornered by these 2 overwhelming adversaries, victory would be utterly impossible. So it fled, desperately relentlessly. Whoosh! Howling gales tore through the high heavens, of vast swaths of snow disintegrated into mist beneath the turbulent wake of its flight. Yet suddenly a ripple shimmered across the air, mere dozens of meters ahead, like water disturbed by a stone. In the next instant the void dragon weasel materialized, compact, unassuming, yet lethally dangerous, stepping forth from the void without warning. Schwa! No sooner had it appeared than it raised its forelimb and slashed downward with brutal precision. An invisible spatial blade cleaved through the air. The Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast's pupils contracted violently, its body twisted midair with desperate agility, narrowly evading mortal injury. Spurt! Though it dodged the fatal strike to its neck, a deep gash tore open along the edge of its right wing, a grotesque wound carved cleanly through flesh and membrane. Blood sprayed outward. Its translucent snow-white feather-like light wings now bore a horrifying fissure, raw, jagged, and bleeding. Arg! Racked by agony, the Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast roared low and plummeted sharply. Before it could regain equilibrium, a piercing shriek of tearing air erupted from behind. The Bloodblade Mantis had arrived. Wings vibrating fiercely, its body shot forward like a crimson arrow loosed from a bowstring, blazing toward the Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast from behind. Its twin blood-red sidearms arced down with devastating force, aimed squarely at its back. The Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast possessed extraordinary perception. In that critical instant, frigid chi surged violently across its surface. Crack! 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 A crystalline armor of ice-blue luster coalesced almost instantly, encasing its entire back. Clang! The Bloodblade Mantis's dual blade struck true, unleashing a thunderous metallic clang. Shards of ice exploded outward. The Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast was hurled downward like a meteor gone astray, crashing headlong into the snowy plain below. Boom! Snow erupted dozens of meters into the air. The impact gouged a colossal crater into the frozen. Yet the Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast was not yet defeated. The moment it struck the ground, it flipped upright with explosive force and exhaled gathering glacial chi within its maw before unleashing a barrage of crescent-shaped ice blades toward the descending Bloodblade Mantis. Shush! 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 Each blade gleamed with lethal sharpness, carving chilling trajectories through wind and snow. The Bloodblade Mantis showed no trace of panic. With a single beat of its wings, its form flickered repeatedly midair, dodging every ice blade with uncanny, near-impossible angles. Meanwhile, the Void Dragon Weasel had already vanished once more, only to reappear directly above the Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast. Its tail lashed out, sending concentric ripples cascading through space. Hum! An invisible, yet crushing spatial pressure descended upon the Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast. Just as it attempted to lift off, its limbs sank as though mired in thick mud. Its motion arrested for a fatal fraction of a second. That instant was all it took. Schwa! A flash of crimson light. The Bloodblade Mantis lunged from the flank, its sidearms crossing in a deadly arc, forming a scarlet silhouette of annihilation. Spurt! Spurt! 2 massive wounds split open across the Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast's chest and flank, blood instantly staining the pristine snow crimson. Erg! At last the Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast unleashed a roar of raw pain and fury. Its eyes blazed with icy light, dark chi surged wildly within its core, forcibly drawing in surrounding blizzards, swiftly coalescing into a swirling tempest of ice and storm. It had reached the brink, fighting for survival. Facing 2 overwhelming foes, it realized with chilling clarity, if it did not unleash its full power now, it would be captured alive this very day. Boom! The savage gale swept outward in all directions. Countless razor-edged ice feathers formed within the vortex, raining down upon the Bloodblade Mantis and Void Dragon Weasel in an inescapable deluge. Such a wide-area assault sealed off nearly every evasion route. From afar, riding the Frostwinter ritual lion, Chu Xiu watched, his gaze sharpening ever so slightly. A final futile struggle. Chu Xiu's expression remained perfectly calm. He held absolute confidence in the prowess of both the Bloodblade Mantis and the Void Dragon Weasel. Indeed, as the blizzard of ice feathers descended, the Void Dragon Weasel's surroundings shimmered with spatial ripples, and its entire form dissolved, slipping seamlessly into another layer of reality. The countless ice feathers passed harmlessly through its ephemeral form, striking nothing but empty air. The Bloodblade Mantis, however, responded with even greater audacity. Rather than retreating, it surged forward, wings beating furiously, as its body transformed into a straight, unbroken line of crimson, charging headlong into the storm's heart. Clang! 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 Dozens of ice feathers struck its carapace in rapid succession, each impact ringing with brittle clarity. Yet its evolved chitin was impossibly resilient. Each blow left only faint white scars upon its armored shell. No wound, no slowdown, no hesitation. Hum! Just as the Bloodblade Mantis closed in upon the Cold Moon Sky Shadow beast, the Void Dragon Weasel stepped forth once more from the side dimension, materializing beside it in perfect synchrony. One before, one to the left, two titans converging once more in lethal pincer formation. For the first time, unmistakable panic flickered across the cold moon sky shadow beast's eyes. It is over. From afar, Chu Xiu spoke softly, his words seeming to echo fate itself. As if answering his voice, the bloodblade mantis's sit-arms crossed and slammed downward, shattering the hastily erected ice shield before it. Simultaneously, the void dragon weasel struck its flank with a single claw, spatial energy detonating with cataclysmic force. Boom! The cold moon sky shadow beast was hurled skyward, its body spinning helplessly through the air. Then the bloodblade mantis leapt after it, twin blades flashing like a storm of crimson rain. Spurt! 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 Its protective frost armor shattered completely, torrents of blood sprayed into the air. Its translucent light wings bore the brunt of the assault, repeatedly slashed, critically damaged, leaving it utterly incapable of sustained high-speed flight. Finally, the void dragon weasel appeared directly above it, tail whipping down, compressing spatial energy into a single, devastating hammer blow. Pump! The cold moon sky shadow beast was struck as though by an invisible giant's mallet, plummeting faster than ever toward the snowfield below. Crumble! This blow surpassed the last in sheer brutality, shattering several zhang of packed snow in one impact, cracking the iron-hard permafrost beneath into a web of fractures. There at the crater's center lay the cold moon sky shadow beast, bathed in blood breath, ragged and fading. It twitched feebly, struggling to rise, yet collapsed again, motionless at last. At that moment, Chu Xiu arrived astride Lindong Jisher, drawing near the gravely wounded Hanyue Kongyin Shou. The snow-white great lion halted at the rim of the pit, its paws pressing into the snow as it released a low, resonant roar. Chu Xiu vaulted down and walked step by step across the broken snow toward the Hanyue Kongyin Shou in the pit. Xueran Guangtong and Shukong Longyou stood guard to its left and right, their breaths fixed on the beast to prevent any final counterattack. The Hanyue Kongyin Shou lifted its head, its ice-blue pupils staring intently at Chu Xiu. In that gaze there was fury, unwillingness, and a proud, untamed ferocity. Clearly even grievously wounded as it was, the creature refused to submit. Chu Xiu, however, showed no concern. He regarded the beast with a look of satisfaction. "The more it resists, the more I like it," he murmured. "If you bowed easily, I might not find you worthy." With those words spoken, Chu Xiu ceased to hesitate. He closed his eyes slightly, and the sea of consciousness within him trembled. A humming sound filled the air as a Yusho seed, emitting an uncanny fluctuation, slowly manifested before his brow. The seed shimmered with a pale silver radiance and seemed to contain a miniature starry sea within. The instant it appeared, the surrounding air thickened, as if with a new gravity. This was Chu Xiu's fourth Yusho seed as a silver-grade beastmaster. The Hanyue Kongyin Shou roared the moment it sensed the seed, its rage swelled, and its body convulsed violently. It tried to flee, but it was far too injured. Escape was impossible, and even rising to its feet proved nearly insurmountable. Seeing it struggle, Lindong Jisher flashed forward and pinned it with a single heavy paw. Shukong Longyou watched, and a glint passed through its eyes, recalling how it too had once been subdued by Lindong Jisher. Chu Xiu inclined his head slightly, then extended his right hand and pointed forward. "Go," he commanded. The Yusho seed transformed into a silver streak and pierced straight toward the Hanyue Kongyin Shou. The beast frantically stirred the remaining demonic energy within its body to resist, but grievously wounded as it was, it could muster only a feeble defense. Against Chu Xiu and his three golden-grade beasts, the Hanyue Kongyin Shou's resistance looked pitifully weak. In the next instant, the silver streak vanished into the beast's brow. A thunderous tremor erupted. As the Yusho seed merged, the Hanyue Kongyin Shou shuddered violently, and a fierce psychic wave radiated outward from it. Forced contracts are always perilous. The hardest part is not inserting the seed into the monster, but overcoming. If a beast's will is too strong and its defiance too fierce, the contract can still fail even after the seed enters, and the beastmaster may suffer severe backlash. But Chu Xiu was no ordinary beastmaster. His mental strength far exceeded that of his peers. On top of that, the evolution system of his divine beasts bolstered his consciousness, and the seed itself was inherently stronger than those used by common tamers. "Suppress it," he ordered. His gaze hardened, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged like a tide, pouring through the Yusho seed into the Hanyue Kongyin Shou. In an instant, Chu Xiu's awareness found itself within a psychic realm of snow and ice. The world lay vast, and gray wind and snow scouring the heavens. The Hanyue Kongyin Shou stood at the center of that frozen expanse, roaring its fury at Chu Xiu's mind. It refused to yield. As a perfect quality golden-grade beast, the Hanyue Kongyin Shou carried pride. How could it stoop to be enslaved by a human? With a feral cry, the beast's spirit lunged out, bringing an astounding chill. Chu Xiu merely watched it, his expression cold and unmoved. Were it another silver-grade beastmaster facing such a titanic onslaught of will, they might well be rendered helpless. Chu Xiu, however, was different. Though only silver 8 in rank, the amplification from his 3 perfect quality golden-grade beasts made his mental force no less formidable than that of a peak golden-grade beastmaster. "Submit to me, it is not degradation, but your chance," Chu Xiu intoned. His mental energy roared and condensed into an enormous invisible hand that descended upon the Hanyue Kongyin Shou's head. The psychic world convulsed. The beast trembled under the blow, yet it continued to struggle, its ice-blue eyes still burning with defiance. Chu Xiu's gaze did not waver as he maintained the suppression. One strike, then another, then a third. Each blow deepened the bond between the Yusho seed and the beast's spiritual root. At last, after an indeterminate number of assaults, the Hanyue Kongying Shou gave a weak, sorrowful cry. The resistance in its ice-blue eyes began to fracture little by little. In its place came a forced imprint of unwilling submission. Chu Xiu seized the moment and pressed the psychic brand down until it took hold entirely. Silence fell across the psychic snowscape. Suddenly, Chu Xiu opened his eyes. In the real world, the Hanyue Kongying Shou in the pit ceased its struggles at the same instant. Its once raging savage aura calmed swiftly. Though hints of pride and weakness remained in its eyes when it looked at Chu Xiu, there was now an unquestionable link and a readiness to obey. The contract is complete, Chu Xiu said, the corner of his mouth lifting in a rare smile. Simultaneously, a familiar notification flickered before his eyes on the system panel. A system prompt announced that the host had successfully contracted a fourth beast and received 100 achievement points. Chu Xiu calculated his total now at 790 points, 110 short of his goal. A faint, cool voice, slightly weakened, sounded inside Chu Xiu's mind. Master, it called softly. Chu Xiu's expression shifted as he turned his gaze to the Hanyue Kongying Shou. A faint, cool voice, slightly weakened, sounded inside Chu Xiu's mind. Master, it called softly. Chu Xiu's, what is your name? He asked. The Hanyue Kongying Shou hesitated, then replied slowly in his mind, I have no name. Chu Xiu considered for a moment, his eyes resting on the creature's moonlike, cold, dreamlike form. He smiled faintly. Very well, from now on you shall be called Yushuang. Yushuang the beast echoed the name without resistance. Thank you, master, it said. Chu Xiu nodded and withdrew several vials of intermediate mana nourishment from his storage, tossing them to Yushuang. Drink these mana tonics to restore your magical energy and stabilize your wounds, he instructed. There will likely be more trouble to deal with next. At that remark, Xueran Guangtong and Shukong Lonyu both turned their attention. They understood what Chu Xiu meant. The fugitives from the Wang family had escaped earlier. All the Wang family's golden 9-star beast masters had fallen to Chu Xiu, Wang Xing, and Wang Lai had fled. They would surely summon golden grade or higher tamers to seek vengeance. While they could face golden grade beasts without fear, confronting platinum grade opponents would pose a serious challenge. Do not worry, Chu Xiu said with a calm smile. I have the Demon Suppression Bureau at my back. Their forces guard the secret realm's entrance. Once we leave the Linswang domain, the Wang family will not dare touch me. Sensing the weight in the hearts of Xueran Guangtong and the others, Chu Xiu merely smiled and waved. He then recalled Yushuang, Xueran Guangtong, and Shukong Lonyu back into his beast space. With everything settled, Chu Xiu leapt atop Lindong Jisher and urged it to carry him swiftly back toward the secret realm. On the other side, outside the entrance of the Linshuang secret realm, Wang Xing and Wang Lai stumbled out of the secret realm's portal, startling many beast tamers stationed outside. Especially Wang Xing, whose fox fur was already mostly tattered, his face pale, and his eyes still retained a deep fear. No trace remained of his previous lofty demeanor. Quick, send a message to the family. Wang Ming is dead. Let third uncle and all the powerful members of the family who are above golden rank near the Linshuang secret realm rush over for support. Wang Xing dashed out from the Linshuang secret realm, almost hysterically shouting. Wang Lai beside him immediately reacted and began contacting the family's experts. Watching the actions of Wang Xing and Wang Lai, the surroundings erupted into a commotion. The beast tamers coming and going from the Linshuang secret realm were mostly above golden rank, considered to have some strength. If placed in a remote city, these individuals would be at the level of city lords. Even in the imperial capital of the Shunsha Empire, the information they could access was quite extensive. They had all heard of the Wang family's name in the capital. Although Wang Ming was not from the direct line of the Wang family, he was still of their bloodline. Now that Wang Ming was dead in the Linshuang secret realm, and according to Wang Xing, it was due to someone else's hand, the Wang family would surely make a significant move, likely dispatching platinum-ranked experts to hunt down the murderer. Who was this audacious fellow daring to kill a member of the Wang family in the Linshuang secret realm near the imperial capital? The Wang family usually runs rampant in various major and minor dungeons around the imperial capital, being quite overbearing. Now they have finally met their match. I truly wish to meet the one who killed Wang Ming. Oh, meeting them. Now that Wang Xing has notified the Wang family's experts with their strength in the capital, the one who killed Wang Ming probably won't be able to leave the Linshuang secret realm alive. A good show is about to unfold. I think we should temporarily avoid entering the Linshuang secret realm to prevent being caught in the crossfire. Let's wait and see what happens. That's true, we can observe from outside to see who dares to oppose the Wang family. Everyone outside the Linshuang secret realm unconsciously stopped in their tracks, no longer advancing. The beast tamers who originally planned to enter the Linshuang secret realm also dismissed the idea of entering now. After all, the Wang family acted domineeringly. No one knew whether entering the Linshuang secret realm at this moment would make them targets for the enraged Wang family's experts, suffering an undeserved disaster. Among the official beast tamers stationed near the entrance of the Linshuang secret realm, 2 platinum-ranked experts felt the commotion outside and could not help but step out of their rooms. However, after learning about the situation, the 2 platinum-ranked experts merely glanced indifferently at the furious Wang Xing near the entrance of the secret realm, then returned to their respective rooms. To others, the Wang family might be a top family force in the imperial capital, but before the demon suppression department, they were merely ants that could be crushed at will. To others, the Wang family might be a top family force in the imperial capital, but before the demon suppression department, Their task was simply to guard the entrance of the Linshuang's secret realm, preventing platinum-ranked monsters within from breaking out and jeopardizing the safety around the imperial capital. The Linshuang's secret realm is located near the imperial capital, and golden-ranked beast tamers can reach it from the capital in less than 10 minutes at full speed. As for platinum-ranked experts, they are even faster. Whoosh! In less than 3 minutes, a figure rapidly flew in from the direction of the imperial capital. In just a blink of an eye, this figure crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, suddenly appearing near the entrance of the Linshuang. It was a griffin with a pair of wings entirely snow-white, measuring over 10 meters in length, exuding a powerful aura unique to platinum-ranked beasts. This was undoubtedly a blizzard griffin that had reached platinum 8 stars. As it landed, the wings folded back, but a gust of wind was stirred up around the entrance of the Linshuang's secret realm. Even the surrounding golden-ranked beast tamers couldn't help but squint their eyes, raising their hands to shield themselves from the sand and wind whipped up by this gust. Once the blizzard griffin folded its wings, everyone saw a stern-looking middle-aged man standing on its back. The appearance of the middle-aged man bore a slight resemblance to Wang Xing. This man was Wang Xing's third uncle, Wang Tong. Third uncle. Not far away, upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Xing was overjoyed, the look of shock and anger on his face dissipating as he shouted and ran towards the direction of the blizzard griffin. On the blizzard griffin, Wang Tong's figure flickered. Before anyone could clearly see, he appeared in front of the blizzard griffin, landing right in front of the approaching Wang Xing. Third uncle. Wang Xing stood before Wang Tong, respectfully calling out once more. Wang Tong nodded slightly. Then his expression turned serious as he asked Wang Xing, "Nephew, who is the person you mentioned? Do you have any distinguishing? Tell me what he looks like. Whoever dares to kill a member of the Wang family, I will make them regret coming into this world." As he spoke, Wang Tong's expression grew colder, his voice laced with terrifying killing intent. Then he described Chu Xiu's features to Wang Tong, including the characteristics of the 3 beasts. He possessed the Winter Festival Lion, the Void Dragon Ferret, and the Bloodblade Mad Mantis. A beast tamer only at silver 8 stars, yet possesses 3 golden-ranked beasts. Moreover, one of them is even a space-type beast. Is what you said true? After listening to Wang Xing's description, Wang Tong, whose cold face was once filled with killing intent, revealed a serious expression, confirming with Wang Xing once more. A silver-ranked beast tamer with 3 golden-ranked beasts, and all 3 of those golden-ranked beasts were incredibly powerful. 2 of them were golden 7 stars, and 1 was a golden 5-star space-type beast. Even his own family's prodigies couldn't match such a powerful configuration. Moreover, since Chu Xiu dared to act recklessly and kill Wang Ming after knowing Wang Xing and the others' identities, according to Wang Xing, if Wang Lai hadn't decisively led them to escape, the 3 of them would likely have perished in the Linshuang's secret realm. To nurture a silver beast tamer who can effortlessly handle 3 golden-ranked beast tamers, the force behind him is probably even more formidable than the Wang family. Especially since the other party could so easily kill Wang Ming, a golden 9-star beast tamer, Wang Tong had to take this seriously. At this moment, the boundless killing intent in his heart, due to Wang Ming's death, had already dissipated. If the other party truly was someone the Wang family could not provoke, it would be best for him to personally accompany Wang Xing to apologize to the other party to avoid bringing disaster upon the Wang family. Wang Tang's repeated inquiry left Wang Xing momentarily stunned. Yet he quickly recovered and nodded earnestly toward Wang Tong. "Uncle Third, every word I spoke is the absolute truth. What sect or organization does he claim to belong to?" Wang Tong's brow furrowed deeper as he pressed on, his voice rapid and sharp. Wang Xing murmured, "What sect or organization?" and instantly recalled the moment Chu Xiu had produced the black and gold insignia of an official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau within the Frostglint secret realm. He immediately reported to Wang Tong. "Uncle Third, when that youth encountered us inside the Frostglint secret realm, he displayed a black and gold insignia, declaring himself an official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Yet official members of the Demon Suppression Bureau have always been platinum-tier cultivators. How could a mere silver-tier grade 8 beast tamer possibly attain such status? I am certain he is an imposter." Aside from this, the youth mentioned no other affiliations. Having spoken, Wang Xing stole a cautious glance at Wang Tong. Silver-tier grade 8, indeed utterly insufficient to qualify as an official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. He must be an imposter. Still, to brazenly impersonate an official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau demands extraordinary audacity. Any rational person would recognize such an act as courting certain death. Could there be something more beneath the surface? Hearing these words, Wang Tong muttered under his breath. As a platinum-tier cultivator and scion of the Imperial Wang clan of the capital, he knew full well the Demon Suppression Bureau's stringent vetting criteria. Not even a gold-tier beast tamer could meet those standards, let alone a silver-tier one. Had the youth presented himself as a probationary member, Wang Tong would not have harbored such profound doubt. Daring to impersonate an official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. What colossal gall. At that very moment, the 2 platinum-tier guardians stationed near the entrance of the Frostglint secret realm overheard the exchange, and their faces flushed with fury. They had noticed Wang Tong, the platinum-tier cultivator, as soon as he arrived, watching him closely ever since. Nor had Wang Tong and Wang Xing lowered their voices during their conversation. With their formidable platinum-tier cultivation, every syllable reached them with crystalline clarity. When they learned that the slayer of Wang Ming was merely a silver-tier grade 8 beast tamer, yet commanded 3 golden-tier beasts. They were profoundly shaken. Like Luo Yu upon first encountering Chu Xiu, both guardians felt a surge of admiration for this unknown silver-tier prodigy, and resolved to recruit him as a probationary member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. But upon hearing Wang Xing's accusation that the youth dared impersonate an official member, their goodwill vanished. It was replaced by simmering wrath. The Demon Suppression Bureau, as an official organ of the Xinxia Empire, tolerated no such deception. A low, resonant hum suddenly emanated from the entrance of the Frostglint's secret realm. Moments later, a figure and his beast emerged from the vast portal. The moment Chu Xiu appeared, every gaze in the vicinity instinctively turned toward him. It's him, Uncle Third. It's him who killed Wang Ming. At the sight of Chu Xiu, Wang Xing's pupils contracted. Then, as if jolted by reflex, he pointed fiercely and shouted. Indeed, a silver-tier grade 8 beast tamer commanding a golden-tier grade 7 beast. Wang Tung's eyes narrowed as he gazed upon Chu Xiu, his heart struck by quiet awe. So he is the one who dares impersonate the Demon Suppression Bureau. Youthful though he is, his strength is exceptional. But he erred gravely. Above all else, he should never have presumed to wear our mantle. Simultaneously, the 2 platinum-tier guardians of the Demon Suppression Bureau fixed their glares upon Chu Xiu, faces hardened with unmistakable hostility. Though they deeply admired Chu Xiu's mastery over beasts, even a silver-tier grade 8 cultivator, however gifted, fell far short of the threshold required for official membership. The atmosphere here feels distinctly hostile. That man beside Wang Xing must be a platinum-tier beast tamer of the Wang clan, arrived swiftly, and his strength is formidable. Even his peerless Blizzard Griffin has attained platinum-tier grade 8. Suddenly locked in the gazes of 3 platinum-tier cultivators, especially Wang Tung's, Chu Xiu, freshly emerged from the secret realm, felt immense pressure descend upon him. Yet he merely offered a silent, wry internal remark. No trace of anxiety stirred within him. He was a member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. With 2 platinum-tier enforcers standing nearby, even the Wang clan's might could not. Moreover, he wore the eternal pendant gifted by Bai Yufei, an artifact rendering his life exceedingly difficult to claim. Boy, declare your origins now. If you lack backing from some great sect, daring to slay a Wang clan heir means you forfeit your life this day. Wang Tung's platinum-tier aura erupted violently, crushing down upon Chu Xiu. Though still wary of whatever power might lie behind Chu Xiu, Wang Tung refrained from immediate action, opting instead to ascertain the youth's background before deciding whether to strike. My origins? Didn't you just tell that useless fool beside you? Chu Xiu grinned broadly, utterly unimpressed by Wang Tung's platinum-tier authority. Such insolence ignited Wang Tung's fury. Beside him, Wang Xing, incensed at being called useless, exploded. Brat. Still defiant. The Demon Suppression Bureau's masters stand right beside you. To impersonate them is to invite death. Esteemed masters, this youth, mere silver-tier grade 8, dares impersonate the Demon Suppression Bureau. We beg you mete out justice upon this vile impostor. With that, Wang Xing bowed slightly toward the 2 platinum-tier guardians stationed near the secret realm's entrance, his tone fervent, righteous, and indignant. He adopted the posture of one championing the Demon Suppression Bureau's honor. Wang Tung glanced at Wang Xing and gave a slow, approving nod. Wang Xing's quick thinking, prompting the Demon Suppression Bureau to investigate Chu Xiu's credentials rather than rushing headlong into conflict, had earned his uncle's quiet admiration. Wang Tung remained silent, turning his gaze instead toward the 2 Demon Suppression Bureau enforcers, who had yet to speak. Boy, throughout its history, the Demon Suppression Bureau has never admitted a silver-tier beast tamer as an official member. To earn such rank, one must possess platinum-tier combat prowess. Impersonating a Demon Suppression Bureau official is no trivial offense. Should you fail to produce irrefutable proof, we hold full authority to execute you on the spot. At this, the 2 platinum-tier enforcers exchanged a glance, then fixed their eyes once more upon Chu Xiu, questioning him in alternating measured tones. Their voices were glacial, their expressions stern and unyielding. As the 2 platinum-tier Demon Suppression Bureau cultivators finished speaking, their formidable auras quietly unfurled, cold, imperious, and suffused with sovereign authority. The surrounding beast tamer spectators instinctively held their breath, their gazes converging upon Chu Xiu, this audacious youth who had slain a member of the Wang family near the imperial capital and who was even rumored to have impersonated an official Demon Suppression Bureau agent. Haha, he's as good as dead. Wang Xing stood beside Wang Tung, his face once again twisting into a chilling, triumphant sneer. In his eyes, Chu Xiu was already finished. Earlier within the Frostvale secret realm, Chu Xiu had briefly terrorized others through the sheer might of his golden-tier spirit beasts. But now before him stood 2 genuine, officially commissioned platinum-tier agents of the Demon Suppression Bureau. To impersonate such an agent in their very presence was nothing short of courting annihilation. At that thought, Wang Xing could not suppress a scornful laugh, his gaze upon Chu Xiu as cold and lifeless as that cast. He could not resist calling out mockingly toward Chu Xiu, boy. If you truly claim to be an official Demon Suppression, then by all means produce that forged black gold token for inspection by these 2 esteemed masters. Let us see just how long your charade can possibly last. As he spoke, the smirk on Wang Xing's lips deepened, already envisioning Chu Xiu's counterfeit token exposed on the spot, followed by immediate execution at the hands of the Bureau's elite. Even Wang Tung now fixed his gaze intently upon Chu Xiu, though a lingering doubt gnawed at him. That a prodigy ranked Silver 8-star, yet commanding 3 Golden Tier Spirit Beasts, could hardly be so foolish as to brazenly impersonate a Demon Suppression Bureau agent. Yet the threshold for official Bureau membership remained absolute. No Silver Tier Beast Tamer could ever attain such status, at least, not in his understanding. Near the secret realm's entrance, beneath glances ranging from tense to sardonic to pitying, Chu Xiu remained utterly composed. Indeed, a faint, enigmatic smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Facing the stern interrogation of 2 Platinum-tier Demon Suppression Bureau cultivators, and Wang Xing's gloating taunts, Chu Xiu betrayed not the slightest tremor of panic, merely casting a single tranquil glance toward Wang Xing. That gaze held the detached amusement one reserves for a clown cavorting upon a stage. Then slowly Chu Xiu raised his hand. A low hum resonated through the air. A ripple of spiritual energy shimmered across the snowlit air, and there, resting serenely in his palm, reappeared a token wrought of obsidian black gold, its edges traced with arcane spirit etchings. The moment it materialized, it radiated a frigid, solemn majesty beneath the pale winter light. Upon its front, the characters Demon Suppression were carved in bold iron-stroke calligraphy, so potent that a wave of chilling authority seemed to emanate directly from the script. And encircling its rim, intricate spirals of spirit-engraved runes sent shivers down the spines of nearly all who beheld them, even with but a single glance. Wang Xing's mocking grin only widened at the sight. Ha 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 ha. He burst into unrestrained laughter, his voice dripping with undisguised derision and delight. Excellent. Truly excellent. Chu Xiu. I'd assumed mere folly, but never imagined such staggering self-destructive idiocy. You actually dared present a forged black gold token of the Demon Suppression Bureau, to brandish a counterfeit before 2 authentic Bureau masters. You are inviting your own obliteration. Hearing this, the assembled beast tamers murmured among themselves. Has this boy truly lost his mind? A fake token would never survive scrutiny in the hands of a true Bureau agent. But if it is real, no, that's even less plausible. A Silver 8-star agent of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Preposterous. Indeed, the lowest rank among official Bureau agents is Platinum-tier combat strength. Amidst the rising clamor of speculation, Chu Xiu paid Wang Xing no heed, instead flicking his wrist to send the black gold token arcing toward the nearest Platinum-tier Demon Suppression Bureau cultivator. Since you demand verification, verify it. His voice was quiet yet resonant with unshakable composure. Both Bureau cultivators' eyes narrowed, cold, sharp, and deeply appraising. In their estimation, if Chu Xiu's token proved forged, his fate would be swift and merciless. Yet the instant the black gold token settled into one cultivator's palm, his expression shattered. This. His pupils contracted violently, his hand holding the token trembled almost imperceptibly. Noticing his companion's sudden pallor, the other Platinum-tier cultivator instantly turned his gaze toward the token. The moment his eyes absorbed every detail. The material, the etchings, the embedded spiritual, the unmistakable resonance unique to official Bureau tokens. His entire body recoiled as though struck. Profound shock flooded his features. Impossible. Both men gasped in unison, low, stunned, disbelieving. That single utterance froze the entire crowd in stunned silence, especially Wang Xing, whose mocking grin locked rigidly upon his face. For the first time, he realized reality was veering wildly off the script he had so confidently imagined. There stood the 2 Platinum-tier Demon Suppression Bureau agents, transfixed upon the token, their expressions alight with raw, visceral astonishment. As official Bureau members, they knew their own tokens intimately, the weight, the resonance, the soul-etched signatures. And Chu Xiu's token matched theirs flawlessly, in substance and pattern and spiritual imprint, and in the unique resonant pulse that only authentic Bureau tokens emitted. Such a token could never be forged, not by ordinary artisans, nor even by diamond-tier beast tamers or master-level artificers. Could this token truly be genuine? The realization struck both cultivators like lightning, shattering their skepticism, extinguishing their icy disdain in an instant. What replaced it was all bordering on the sacred. Quick, access the internal verification system. One snapped voice taught with urgency. Without hesitation, the other withdrew from his spatial storage a palm-sized device, jet black, exquisitely crafted, humming with latent power. Its surface shimmered with complex spirit etchings, yet its heart pulsed a crystalline energy core, clearly no mundane artifact. This was the Demon Suppression Bureau's exclusive identity verification apparatus. A low hum vibrated through the air as the cultivator channeled his spiritual energy into it, its obsidian surface igniting with deep violet-black luminescence. Gently, he slotted Chu Xiu's black gold token into the device's recessed chamber. Instantly, the engraved runes flared, then projected a radiant golden-hued holographic screen into the air. Every eye in the vicinity snapped toward that luminous display, and when the verification results materialized upon it, a collective involuntary gasp echoed across the frost-laced clearing. Chu Xiu. Affiliation: official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Rank: official member. Enlistment date: June 12, year 2026 of the High Martial Era. Referrer by Yufei. Boom. Those few lines struck like thunderclaps, suddenly detonating within the minds of everyone present save Chu Xiu himself. In that instant, an eerie stillness fell over the entrance to the Frostglint secret realm. All stood frozen, staring blankly at the information shimmering upon the holographic screen, utterly spellbound. Chu Xiu was truly an official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau. And most terrifying of all, His referrer was none other than Bai Yufei. Who was Bai Yufei? He was one of the 3 supreme sovereigns of the Xinxia Empire, among the absolute pinnacles of power and might across the entire realm. To be personally endorsed by such a being into the Demon Suppression Bureau carried implications too profound for any discerning mind to misunderstand. It meant Chu Xiu possessed not only peerless prodigious talent, but had already drawn the direct attention of the Empire's most exalted cultivators. His future was already destined to know no bounds. This is impossible. Nearby Wang Xing stood as if struck by lightning, his face instantly bleaching bone white. His eyes bulged wide, his lips trembled faintly, brimming with disbelief and raw terror. Fake! This must be fake. How could a silver-tier 8-star beast tamer possibly be an official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau? How could it be? His voice quavered, his entire being unmoored, stripped of its earlier arrogance and gloating. Beside him, Wang Tung felt as though he'd plunged into glacial abyss. The moment those words appeared upon the luminous screen, a frigid dread surged from his soul straight up to his crown, his back drenched in icy sweat. Ruined. At that moment, only those 2 characters echoed in Wang Tung's mind. He finally understood why Chu Xiu, a mere silver-tier 8-star beast tamer, had dared slaughter Wang Ming without hesitation, even knowing full well the Wang family standing. He finally grasped why Chu Xiu had remained unruffled before him, a platinum-tier powerhouse, and even dared mock him, because Chu Xiu truly possessed that authority. Even were he falsely claiming membership in the Demon Suppression Bureau, the Bureau itself would dare not punish him. Before Bai Yufei, the very figure who stood behind Chu Xiu, the combined strength of every elite within the Demon Suppression Bureau would be as insignificant as dust. By virtue of Bai Yufei's patronage alone, no faction nor beast tamer across the entire Xinxia Empire would dare oppose Chu Xiu, let alone harm him. The Wang family, though esteemed among first-tier clans in the imperial capital, was but an ant beneath Bai Yufei's foot, crushed without a second thought. Recalling his earlier impulse to strike, Chu Xiu, Wang Tung felt an invisible hand clamp around his heart, leaving him breathless. Meanwhile, the 2 platinum-tier Demon Suppression Bureau elites, who had just verified Chu Xiu's identity, had undergone a complete transformation in demeanor. Previously, their gaze held scrutiny, skepticism, and quiet resentment. Now, however, only shock, reverence, and a barely concealed envy lingered in their eyes. Though technically equal as official members of the Demon Suppression Bureau, they knew, deep in their bones, that Chu Xiu belonged to an entirely different stratum. They themselves had trained for decades, survived countless life-or-death duels, only then earning formal membership and assignment to guard this secret realm's entrance near the capital. Yet Chu Xiu, a youth of extraordinary promise, already a silver-tier 8-star beast tamer, and personally vouched for by Yufei to join the Bureau as an official member. Such talent, such backing, such opportunity. Without exaggeration, so long as Chu Xiu avoided premature demise, he was destined to ascend, at minimum, to the rank of Grandmaster, perhaps even beyond. Reaching the sovereign tier, or higher, was no mere fantasy, and such a being was utterly beyond the reach of 2 mere platinum-tier beast tamers to offend. Realizing this, both elites swiftly suppressed every trace of emotion. One stepped forward, swiftly cradling the black and gold token reverently in both hands as he presented it back to Chu Xiu. "Senior Chu Xiu, forgive our earlier insolence." The other immediately clasped his fists in salute, his tone markedly more deferential. "We were blind and ignorant, failing to recognize your true status. We beg your excellency's clemency." Witnessing this shift, the surrounding beast tamers erupted anew in stunned murmurs. Especially the honorific, Your Excellency, a title that sent ripples through the crowd. For it signified that even these 2 platinum-tier elites now placed Chu Xiu above themselves. Chu Xiu, observing their humility, offered no airs, merely nodded calmly, and accepted the black and gold token. No matter. 2 simple words. Yet both elites inwardly exhaled in profound relief. Then Chu Xiu carefully stowed the token away once more. But as he withdrew it, his gaze did not waver. It slowly settled upon Wang Xing, standing some distance away. His eyes were cold, utterly devoid of warmth or mercy. The instant Chu Xiu's gaze locked onto him, Wang Xing felt as though a primordial predator had fixed its sight upon him. Every hair on his body prickling upright, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. "What do you want?" Wang Xing's voice cracked, words stumbling from his lips. Chu Xiu ignored him entirely, turning instead toward the 2 platinum-tier elites and speaking with quiet gravity. "You both are aware of what transpired. Within the Frostglint secret realm, this man conspired with Wang Ming and Wang Lai to assassinate me, seeking my death without mercy. I ask only this according to the Demon Suppression Bureau's statutes. How shall one be punished for attempting murder against an Chu Xiu's voice was soft, yet each syllable landed like a hammer blow upon Wang Xing's and Wang Tung's heart. Wang Xing's face drained completely of color, his knees threatening to buckle beneath him. For he suddenly realized he had celebrated far too soon. Chu Xiu was no imposter. That meant his participation, with Wang Lai and Wang Ming, in ambushing Chu Xiu inside the Frostglint secret realm had irrevocably transformed in nature. It was now a grave felony, attempted assassination of an official member of the Demon Suppression Bureau, a crime severe enough to shake the Wang family to its foundations, or even invite annihilation. The 2 platinum-level experts of the Demon Suppression Division were momentarily taken aback by Chu Xiu's words, but previously their anger stemmed only from Chu Xiu impersonating an official member of the Demon Suppression Division. However, upon learning that Wang Xing and others had actually harbored murderous intentions towards Chu Xiu, an official member of the Demon Suppression Division, their fury erupted completely. The Demon Suppression Division is the highest authority in the Divine Xia Empire for suppressing beasts and monitoring the world's beast secret realms. Attacking an official member of the Demon Suppression Division undoubtedly crossed a red line. With this thought, one of the platinum-level experts stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder echoing across the open space. According to the law of the Demon Suppression Division, those who attack official members shall be executed without mercy. The other platinum-level expert's gaze was equally chilling as he shouted fiercely, executed without mercy. As their voices fell, a terrifying aura erupted explosively. Boom. Two powerful pressures unique to platinum-level beastmasters surged into the sky, resembling two invisible storms sweeping in all directions. The surrounding golden-level beastmasters caught in this pressure changed their expressions drastically and retreated, not daring to come closer. In the next moment, the two experts from the Demon Suppression Division raised their hands almost simultaneously. Accompanied by two dazzling summoning arrays unfolding in midair, two massive terrifying platinum-level beasts roar. A deafening beast roar resonated throughout the land. One of the beasts was a gigantic wild tiger covered in dark golden scales nearly 20 meters long with limbs as thick as columns surrounded by wildly crackling golden lightning. This was clearly a platinum 8-star sky-breaking thunder tiger. On the other side, there was a slender, deep blue ice-feathered eagle, its wings extending over 30 meters. With a flap of its wings, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to plummet by several degrees, sending waves of icy air that forced the onlookers to retreat once more. This was also a platinum 8-star beast, the cold prison ice feather eagle. As the two platinum 8-star beasts descended simultaneously, the overwhelming pressure they emitted silenced the Wang Xing. Under the terrifying weight of this pressure, nearly collapsed to the ground, his face devoid of color, with only endless fear and despair in his eyes. No. Please no. Chu Xiu. No, Lord Chu. I was wrong. It was Wang Ming. It was all Wang Ming who acted first. It has nothing to do with me. Really nothing to do with me. In the face of death, Wang Xing no longer cared about the dignity of the Wang family's direct lineage, and he began to scream desperately, trying to absolve himself. Unfortunately, Chu Xiu merely stared coldly at him, his eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. Wang Xing quickly turned and cried out towards Wang Tong. Third uncle, save me. Third uncle, please save me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. You have to help me, third uncle. Save me. At this moment, Wang Xing had completely lost the demeanor of a once arrogant young master, now reduced to a terrified, snot-nosed, and teary-eyed wreck. Beside him, Wang Lai also looked pale. While he did not lose his composure like Wang Xing, the sight of the two platinum 8-star beasts filled his eyes with palpable fear. He knew full well that in the face of such power, he, a mere golden-level beastmaster, had no qualifications to resist. On the other side, Wang Tong's expression darkened at Wang Xing's terrified pleas. His fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, and his eyes exhibited a wild fluctuation of emotions. After all, Wang Xing was his nephew and the direct lineage of the Wang family. He found it difficult to stand by and watch him die before his eyes. However, if he intervened now, it would be tantamount to openly obstructing the law enforcement of the Demon Suppression Division, possibly even seen as opposing them. The consequences of such actions were far too great. Not just Wang Tong, but the entire Wang family could not bear that. Boom. Its forepaw slammed down and savage bolts of lightning instantly hurled a newly summoned Golden Tier Beast Guardian, standing beside Wang Lai, flying backward. The Golden Tier Beast Guardian did not last even a single breath, collapsing under the absolute might of the Platinum Tier Level 8 Beast Guardian, spewing blood before crashing heavily to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, the Han Yu Ice Feather Eagle beat its wings once, unleashing a torrent of ice-blue feather blades that descended like a merciless storm. Before Wang Xing could even summon his Beast Guardian, an aura of extreme cold had already frozen his limbs in place. Ah! With a shrill, agonized scream, Wang Xing was instantly encased in solid ice. Only his head protruding, his face twisted with abject terror. Seeing the dire situation, Wang Lai attempted a desperate resistance. But what chance did a mere Golden Tier Beast Tamer stand against the heaven-rending Thunder Tiger, a Platinum Tier Level 8 monstrosity? The heaven-rending Thunder Tiger lashed its tail sideways, like a colossal whip forged from lightning, and struck Wang Lai with devastating force. Pooh! Wang Lai erupted in a gush of crimson blood, hurtling backward like a severed puppet, slamming hard into the ground. His bones shattered beyond count. Then with a thunderous stomp, the heaven-rending Thunder Tiger pinned Wang Lai beneath its massive claw, crackling lightning surging across its limb, leaving him utterly immobilized. In less than a single breath, both Wang Xing and Wang Lai were captured. This overwhelming display sent shockwaves rippling through every onlooker present. Though they had long suspected that against two Platinum-Tier enforcers of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Wang Xing and Wang Lai stood no chance of resistance. The sheer unassailable authority and ruthless dominance emanating from the Demon Suppression Bureau still struck deep awe and chilling reverence into every heart. This was the Demon Suppression Bureau. Ordinarily, it refrained from interfering in power struggles among various factions. Yet once anyone crossed its inviolable threshold, only swift, thunderous suppression awaited. Nearby, Chu Xiu watched the scene with utter calm. All this stemmed solely from Wang Xing's own doing. First falsely accusing Chu Xiu of impersonating a demon suppression bureau officer, then deliberately inciting chaos. Later he had even publicly petitioned the bureau's enforcers to mete out severe punishment upon Chu Xiu, only to find himself in the end the one condemned to suffer that very punishment. Such irony was almost absurd. Soon after, the two platinum-tier enforcers escorted Wang Xing and Wang Lai before. Wang Xing's lower body remained sealed within thick ice. His entire frame trembled violently as he stared at Chu Xiu, eyes brimming with desperate supplication. Chu, Lord Chu, I was wrong. I truly repent. Please spare my life. I'll never dare again. If you grant me mercy, the Wang family will offer any compensation you demand. Wang Lai's face had turned ashen, speechless, not pleading aloud, yet his bowed head and pallid complexion spoke. At that moment their lives hung entirely upon Chu Xiu's whim. And Chu Xiu merely gazed down at Wang Xing, expression cold, detached. Spare your life? Chu Xiu repeated softly, a glacial curve forming at the corner of his lips. When you along with Wang Ming and Wang Lai ambushed me inside the Frostglare's secret realm, did you ever consider sparing my life? When you declared, again and again, that you would shatter my legs and cast me to the snow wolves, did you ever consider sparing my life? Now you don't regret. You simply realize you're about to die. With each word Chu Xiu uttered, the color drained further from Wang Xing's face, until he sank into utter abyssal despair, eyes hollow with final hopelessness. Per the Demon Suppression Bureau's code, these two may be executed on the spot, intoned one platinum-tier enforcer, his voice low, grave, even subtly deferential. Shall we carry out the sentence? No need. Chu Xiu shook his head faintly. Since they attacked me within the Frostglare's secret realm, this debt must be settled by my hand alone. Bida, kill them. With that, Chu Xiu raised his hand. Roar. A deep, resonant lion's roar echoed as the Frostwinter ritual lion stepped forward, silent and implacable. Wang Xing finally broke completely. No, don't kill me. Chu Xiu, I beg you. My father is the patriarch of the Wang family. If you slay me, the Wang family will never let you go unpunished. You cannot kill me. You cannot. Hearing Wang Xing still brandish his family's name as a threat, even at death's threshold, Chu Xiu regarded him with the same disdain one reserves for a fool. Kill them. Instantly, the Frostwinter ritual lion lunged forward. Shink. Its razor-sharp claws flashed, severing Wang Xing's screaming head midair. Blood erupted in a crimson arc, staining vast swathes of snow scarlet. His shriek cut off abruptly. Onlookers froze inwardly. The heir of the Wang family, Wang Xing, lay dead, and he died near the imperial capital, outside the entrance to the Frostglare's secret realm, in full view of countless witnesses. Once news reached the capital, tremors would surely follow. Yet what chilled them most was Chu Xiu's unflinching composure throughout the execution. Not a flicker of hesitation, not a trace of emotion. Such decisive, icy calm was utterly incongruous with a youth barely in his teens. Having dealt with Wang Xing, Chu Xiu's gaze shifted to Wang Lai, who now trembled violently, lips quivering, as if preparing to beg for mercy. But the words never left his mouth. He knew it was futile. His fate sealed the moment he joined Wang Xing and Wang Ming in attacking Chu Xiu. You see more clearly than he does, Chu Xiu remarked coolly. Wang Lai offered a bitter, hollow smile, and lowered. Victor reigns, vanquished falls. No further words needed. Only this: if rebirth grants me another life, I swear never again to serve a fool like Wang Xing. Hearing this, Wang Tung, standing nearby, could not suppress a violent twitch of his facial muscles. Yet even now he dared not retaliate. Chu Xiu said nothing more, merely raised his hand once again. The Frostwinter ritual lion understood instantly, its jaws clamping shut around Wang Lai's throat. Thus perished Wang Xing and Wang Lai alike. A frigid wind swept across the field, carrying the thick coppery scent of blood, silence descending profound and suffocating. All eyes converged upon Chu Xiu, complex layered expressions mingling in their gazes: shock, wariness, reverence, and unmistakable burning envy. Who could have imagined this silver-tier level 8 youth would single-handedly drive the imperial capital's Wang family to such utter ruin, slaying Wang Xing and Wang Lai openly before Wang Tung himself, second-in-command of the Wang clan. Most astonishing of all, Wang Tung dared not utter a single complaint. At that thought, every pair of eyes instinctively. Wang Tung's expression was as dark as if water could drip from it. He stared fixedly at the bodies of Wang Xing and Wang Lai on the ground, a torrent of suppressed fury and humiliation churning deep within his eyes. In the end, he slowly lowered his head. He knew this grievance the Wang family must swallow. At least for now it must. If they made a scene any further, it would only drag the Wang family into a far greater crisis. With that thought, Wang Tung drew a deep breath, forcing the murderous intent and humiliation that roiled inside him back down. Then he cupped his fist slightly toward the two platinum-rank enforcers of Jinyao. He spoke with a voice strained by restraint. Today, it was my Wang family who erred first. Since Wang Xing and Wang Lai have been executed in accordance with Jinyao's law, I beg Lord Chu to be magnanimous and not vent your anger upon the Wang family. As he said those words, his teeth chattered. Clearly, each syllable was a crushing humiliation to him. Yet he had no choice but to speak. It was the only way to spare the Wang family. The two platinum-rank enforcers of Jinyao remained cold and unmoved. One of them spoke, lightly go back and tell your Wang family that today's incident began with Wang Xing and his men ambushing and attempting to kill official members of Jinyaosi. Their deaths were well deserved. If your Wang family dares to hold a grudge against Lord Chu or take revenge in secret, then it will not be a matter of only a few. As he finished, his gaze turned suddenly icy. When Wang Tung heard those unabashed threats, his face drained of color. He hastily bowed his head and said, rest assured, lords, the Wang family would never dare cause trouble over this. After speaking, he cast another glance at Chu Xiu. In the end, however, he fell silent. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned, leapt onto the back of the Baoshu Ashurgio, and called, let us. At his command, the Baoshu Ashurgio beat its great wings and shot into the sky, soon vanishing toward the direction of the imperial capital. Watching Wang Tung's ignoble retreat, everyone present felt a complex swell of emotion. A proud platinum-rank powerhouse of the Wang family had arrived like a storm brimming with murderous intent. Yet in the end, he could only watch two of his kin die before his eyes, unable to utter a single harsh word, and slunk away in humiliation. Such a reversal was truly lamentable. Only after Wang Tung's departure did the oppressive atmosphere in the place find. Lord Chu, both of us witnessed what happened today. We will report the truth as it happened, they said. However, the Wang family still has influence. Although they would not dare openly defy Jinyao, they might strike from the shadows. Lord Chu should be on guard against that. Of course, if Lord Chu needs it, given your special status, you may also mobilize Jinyao's enforcement squad to wipe out the Wang family directly. The two platinum-rank enforcers then turned to Chu Xiu, their manner noticeably more deferential than before, and did not forget to suggest dispatching the enforcement squad to eliminate the Wang family. Thanks for the warning, Chu Xiu replied, nodding in acknowledgement. It is our duty. One of them waved his hand and smiled, Lord Chu, and we are all official members of Jinyao. Protecting a colleague is naturally our responsibility. Indeed, the other said, smiling and nodding at Chu Xiu. Then his eyes shone with a measure of surprise as he remarked, to be honest, today truly opened our eyes. A silver 8-star already possessing 3 golden-grade beast companions and personally recommended into Jinyao by Lord Bai Shun. Such backing is terrifying. Lord Chu's future accomplishments are limitless. Chu Xiu only offered a faint smile and did not take the bait to discuss the future. The future would take care of itself. For now, his foremost concern remained to strengthen himself as swiftly as possible. With that in mind, Chu Xiu did not linger at the entrance to the Linshuang secret realm. He cupped his fist to the 2 platinum-rank men. Your aid today will be repaid in time. I have business to attend to now, so I must take my leave. The 2 men promptly returned the salute. Lord Chu, you are too polite. May Lord Chu travel safely. Chu Xiu nodded and did not stay any longer. He leapt onto the back of the Lindong Jishur and departed swiftly. With his leaving, the many onlooking beastmasters recovered from the shock of the recent events, and the scene erupted into a long-restrained clamor. What a spectacle today! An official member of Jinyao at Silver 8-star. I've truly learned something. Isn't the biggest point that Lord Baishin personally recommended him? That kind of backing is terrifying. The Wang family really hit a hard wall this time. That idiot Wang Xing practically brought about his own death. Yes, we all thought that young man would be finished today, but in an instant, it was Wang Xing and Wang Lai who died. The Wang family has always been domineering. This time they finally met someone they cannot provoke. But tell me, do you think the Wang family will truly swallow this grievance? Whether they can swallow it or not, they must. That youth has Lord Bai Shun behind him and is an official member of Jinyao. What can the Wang family do? I've long disliked the Wang family. Now they suffered a massive loss. It's gratifying to see. Voices of commentary rose from every direction. At that moment, Chu Xiu's name began to spread among the beastmasters traveling between the imperial capital and the secret realm at an astonishing speed. It was foreseeable that before long, everything that had occurred outside the entrance to the Linshuang secret realm would rapidly reach the ears of many powers in the imperial capital. When that time came, Chu Xiu's name would enter the field of vision of every great family and faction in the capital and be remembered by all. Elsewhere, led by the Lindong Jishur, Chu Xiu dashed toward the imperial capital. He felt no ripple at the stir he had caused at the realm's entrance and paid no mind to the gossip behind him. For Chu Xiu, there was now only one objective: to increase his strength as quickly as possible. The fastest way to do so was to complete the evolutions of his beast companions. All 4 of my main beast companions have reached perfect quality. To advance further, I will at minimum require platinum-grade evolution materials for my beasts. Previously in the imperial capital, I purchased the evolution resources needed for the Lindong Jishur and Shukong Wanyu. Now my funds are almost entirely depleted. It's time to prepare and sell top-grade magical nutrient solution. Fortuitously, the beastmasters in the imperial capital are far more skilled than those in Linjiang City. There is a vast market there for top-grade magical nutrient solution. Furthermore, the recipe for the top-grade magical nutrient solution provided by the system is an improved formula. Solutions made to the same tier with it are several times more effective than those on the market. Being able to grant several times the cultivation acceleration of other top-grade solutions, the nutrient solution I make from the system-derived recipe will certainly find a market in the imperial capital. In this way, simply producing and selling top-grade nutrient solution will let me easily earn the funds needed to purchase all materials for my beast's next evolutions. Chu Xiu sat on the Lindong Jishi's back, glanced at the other 3 beasts within his beast space, and at the evolution resources that had been exhausted, and made his decision. He had previously brewed numerous batches of supreme-tier magical energy nutrient solution. Yet all were reserved exclusively for himself, and his contracted beast never sold to the Linjiang City Defense Research Institute. Indeed, to avoid drawing excessive attention, Chu Xiu had deliberately limited his output at the Linjiang City Defense Research Institute to only mid-tier magical energy nutrient solution. Even so, during his tenure there, he amassed nearly 400 million credits. The value of a single dose of supreme-tier solution is 100 times that of its mid-tier counterpart, affordable only to gold rank or higher beast-tamer cultivators who deem it worthy of their investment in cultivation. Back in Linjiang City, even if Chu Xiu had offered supreme-tier solution for sale, few could afford it. After all, gold rank beast tamers numbered no more than a handful across the entire city. Yet now in the imperial capital the landscape was entirely different. Gold rank and higher beast tamers abounded. Should he refine supreme-tier solution here, demand would be overwhelming. Roar, and master, we have arrived. Nas Chu Xiu contemplated how best to market his supreme-tier solution in the imperial capital. His mount, the Frostwinter Ritual Lion, let out a low resonant roar and gradually slowed its pace. Simultaneously, the lion's voice echoed within Chu Xiu's mind so swiftly, "We've arrived before I even know." Startled by the words, Chu Xiu snapped back to awareness and beheld mere moments away the imperial capital's colossal outer wall towering over 100 zhang high. "I return to your beast space for now." And with that, Chu Xiu leapt lightly from the lion's back and patted its foreleg. Imperial capital law was stern and unyielding, while beast summoning was permitted freely outside city limits. Public spaces within the capital strictly forbade any beast presence. After all, higher cultivation ranks typically correlated with larger beast forms. Platinum and diamond rank beasts commonly stood over 10 meters tall. Allowing such colossal creatures to roam public thoroughfares would not only incite widespread panic among ordinary citizens, but also inflict catastrophic damage upon infrastructure, leaving municipal engineers overwhelmed and exasperated. Private estates, however, remained exempt from such restrictions. Even Grandmaster rank beast tamers scrupulously adhered to these edicts. No exception, no defiance. Chu Xiu naturally observed the prohibition without hesitation. Roar, understood, master. And the Frostwinter Ritual Lion rumbled softly and bowed its massive head in quiet obedience. In an instant, Chu Xiu willed it, and the lion's imposing form dissolved into shimmering light, vanishing into his beast. Having completed the ritual, Chu Xiu strode forward toward the city gates, then made straight for the Xinxia Empire Exchange, the imperial capital's central hub of commerce. Refining supreme-tier magical energy nutrient solution required golden-tier magic source blossoms as the primary ingredient, each specimen prohibitively expensive. Back in Linjiang City, Chu Xiu had managed to locate only 10 golden-tier magic source blossoms, purchasing them for 50 million credits to produce a single batch of supreme-tier solution. To mass-produce the solution, he needed vast quantities of golden-tier blossoms, and the Xinxia Empire Exchange, the empire's largest and most authoritative trading institution, was unquestionably the optimal source. Half an hour later, Chu Xiu stood before the exchange, a monumental structure occupying an entire 100-story skyscraper at the city's heart, its interior adorned with opulent grandeur. Even the entrance carpet was woven from the pelts of golden-tier demonic beasts. Its mere length, from threshold to foyer, was valued at no less than 100 million credits. Such extravagance bespoke the exchange's staggering wealth and influence. Welcome to the Xinxia Empire Exchange. How may we assist you today, sir? No sooner had Chu Xiu stepped inside than a tall, elegant woman in a qipao approached him, her refined features graced with a polished professional smile. "I wish to sell some demonic beast materials," Chu Xiu replied. With barely 100 million credits remaining, he lacked sufficient capital to purchase large quantities of golden-tier magic source blossoms outright. Thus, he resolved to first liquidate the demonic beast materials harvested from the Frost secret realm. While aiding Bai's evolution within that realm, he had slain 1 golden-tier demonic beast and 29 silver-tier ones, most of the latter ranked silver 7 stars or higher. The combined yield from these carcasses constituted a fortune in its own right. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." Upon hearing his intent, the attendant immediately gestured gracefully and led him toward the exchange's dedicated floor for purchasing demonic beast materials. Within minutes, Chu Xiu stood on the 7th floor, the designated level for acquiring silver and gold-tier demonic beast materials. Once he released all harvested carcasses from his beast space, exchange appraisers swiftly cataloged the haul and presented him with an offer both generous and deeply satisfying: 480 million credits. With this sum added to his existing 100 million, Chu Xiu now commanded 600 million credits, enough to procure 100 golden-tier magic source blossoms and all requisite auxiliary components from the exchange. In the blink of an eye, his newly acquired fortune dwindled nearly to zero. Yet rather than depart, Chu Xiu secured a private chamber within the exchange itself. Inside the room, door sealed behind him, he arranged all 100 sets of supreme-tier solution ingredients across the living. Gazing upon the array, a faint, confident smile curved his lips. "With these 100 golden-tier blossoms, I should easily produce 300 vials of supreme-tier solution. On the open market, each vial fetches 10 million credits, but mine enhances efficacy threefold. Asking 20 million per vial seems more than reasonable." He had already refined supreme-tier solution multiple times before. Golden-tier magic source blossoms possessed extraordinary magical potency, far surpassing their silver-tier counterparts, so each blossom paired with supporting reagents yielded precisely 3 standard dose vials. Even conservatively priced at market rate, converting all 100 ingredient sets would net him 2.4 billion credits, far outpacing the profits earned through hunting and selling demonic beast materials in secret realms. Time to begin earning. In dividing the materials into 100 precise portions, Chu Xiu wasted no time retrieving from his beast space the complete set of nutrient solution refinement tools he brought from the Linjiang City Defense Research Institute. Without delay, he commenced the intricate alchemical process of refining supreme-tier magical energy nutrient solutions. While at the City Defense Research Institute of Linjiang City, Chu Xiu produced a large quantity of primary and intermediate magical nutrient solution. The method for producing the advanced magical nutrient solution is fundamentally the same as that for the primary and intermediate versions, with no significant differences. Moreover, having prior experience in crafting advanced magical nutrient solutions, Chu Xiu found himself quite adept and skilled at making them this time. With 100 portions of golden-grade magic source flowers and other auxiliary materials in his hands, they swiftly transformed into streams of pure magical essence, which Chu Xiu then filled into standard reagent bottles he had prepared in his Beastmaster space. In less than half a day, Chu Xiu had turned all the golden-grade magic source flowers into advanced magical nutrients. As Chu Xiu's crafting techniques matured, he ultimately produced more advanced magical nutrient solutions than initially estimated, reaching a total of 330 bottles. 330 bottles of advanced magical nutrient solution at 20 million each amounts to 6 billion could buy several portions of platinum-grade materials, yet he still lacked many materials needed for the next evolution of all his beasts. After completing all the advanced magical nutrient solutions, Chu Xiu looked at the neatly arranged rows of reagent bottles before him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then with a thought, he stored all 330 bottles of advanced magical nutrient solution into the Beastmaster space and exited the room. Upon leaving the room, Chu Xiu did not exit the Xinsha Empire's trading post, but instead sought out the staff again to inform them of his intent to sell the advanced magical nutrient solutions. The staff naturally led him to the designated floor for potion transactions. Supervisor Chu Xiu, this gentleman wishes to sell advanced magical nutrient solutions to our trading post. The staff member who brought Chu Xiu to the potion trading floor informed the supervisor of Chu Xiu's intentions. The supervisor was a middle-aged man around 40, exuding a formidable presence. Despite sitting calmly on the sofa, he emanated an aura of authority. This is a strong individual, at least a diamond-level beastmaster. Sensing the subtle pressure from the middle-aged man, Chu Xiu felt a stir in his heart. He had encountered several platinum-level powerhouses, but none had given him the same level of pressure as this middle-aged super. Even Luo Yu, who had recruited him into the demon-subduing division and had reached the pinnacle of platinum level, had not exerted as much pressure as the supervisor did. Clearly, the middle-aged supervisor at the Xinsha Empire trading post was not to be underestimated. You wish to sell advanced magical nutrient solutions. How many do you have? We at the Xinsha Empire trading post will take them all. As Chu Xiu assessed Qin Yu, the latter perked up upon hearing Chu Xiu's intent to sell advanced magical nutrient solutions. The advanced magical nutrient solutions are extremely beneficial for golden-grade beast masters, and even for platinum-level and diamond-level beast masters like him, they provide significant enhancement. Therefore, in a large city like the imperial capital, where golden-grade beast masters are common and platinum-level beast masters abound, advanced magical nutrient solutions are particularly sought after and will not go unsold. Even at the Xinsha Empire trading post, all advanced magical nutrient solutions are snatched up as soon as they hit the shelves. 320 bottles of advanced magical nutrient solutions. Chu Xiu replied calmly. Upon hearing his response, a hint of disappointment flashed across Qin Yu's face. While 320 bottles of advanced magical nutrient solutions may seem substantial for an individual, it's merely a trivial amount for the Xinsha Empire trading post in the imperial capital. However, even trivial amounts hold value. He nodded to Chu Xiu, saying, "All right, we will take all 320 bottles of advanced magical nutrient solution. The market price is 10 million per bottle, and our purchasing price will be slightly lower than that. Can you accept this?" Chu Xiu shook his head, stating, "The effects of my advanced magical nutrient solutions are 3 times greater than those on the market. A flat price of 20 million per bottle." Hearing Chu Xiu's price of 20 million per bottle, Qin Yu did not display any anger. Instead, he stood up in shock and exclaimed, "The effects are 3 times that of other advanced magical nutrient solutions on the market. Are you sure?" If what Chu Xiu claimed is true, then his advanced magical nutrient solution would provide tremendous benefits even for diamond-level powerhouses. Thus, the value of Chu Xiu's advanced magical nutrient solution would far exceed 20 million. With a slight smirk, Chu Xiu took out a freshly made advanced magical nutrient solution and handed it over. The truth speaks for itself. Once the other party tries his advanced magical nutrient solution, they will naturally understand its exceptional quality. Qin Yu quickly nodded as he looked at the advanced magical nutrient solution handed to him and reached out to take it. Such rich magical energy. As soon as he opened the bottle of advanced magical nutrient solution, a surge of rich magical energy burst forth, prompting Qin Yu to exclaim in admiration. The advanced magical nutrient solution in his hand was like a fountain of magical energy, continuously radiating a dense magical aura. Without any hesitation, he downed the entire bottle of advanced magical nutrient solution in one gulp. Boom. As the advanced magical nutrient solution entered his system, a torrent of magical energy erupted within him, causing his expression to change drastically as he involuntarily activated the refining magic formula he practiced. Instantly, Chu Xiu felt the magical energy around them rushing into Qin Yes' body, the speed of influx so fast it stirred up gusts of wind. Indeed, a diamond-level beastmaster. As he cultivated, Chu Xiu sensed the diamond-level beastmaster aura emanating from Qin Yu. When Luo Yu broke through to diamond level and personally came to Linjiang City to bring him to the provincial capital, he encountered many diamond-level powerhouses. He could ascertain that the man before him was indeed a genuine diamond-level beastmaster, and his strength was notably high among his peers. Supervisor Qin Yu. The staff member who had brought Chu Xiu to Qin Yu looked on in shock as Qin Yu began to cultivate right in front of their guest, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had never before witnessed Qin Yu display such a loss of composure. Then he turned his gaze back to Chu Xiu, staring at the young man with equal astonishment. To cause Qin Yu to lose composure, the advanced magical nutrient solution Chu Xiu presented was certainly extraordinary. He had just heard Chu Xiu claim that this advanced magical nutrient solution was crafted by Chu Xiu himself. At such a young age, to create an advanced magical nutrient solution that far surpasses those made by other potion masters, Chu Xiu's future is undoubtedly boundless. Chu Xiu observed as Qin Yu began his training on the spot, without haste, quietly waiting nearby. He was well aware of the effects of the special-grade magical nutrient solution he had concocted. With his silver-level beastmaster cultivation, a single special-grade magical nutrient solution could increase his training speed by nearly 20 times for a whole week. Even for a diamond-level powerhouse with profound cultivation, Chu Xiu estimated that the special-grade magical nutrient solution would undoubtedly enhance Qin Yu's training speed significantly. Thus, Chu Xiu quietly waited for Qin Yu to complete his training, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Such remarkable, young brother, the potency of your special-grade magical nutrient solution is beyond anything I've ever heard of. The effect you just mentioned being 3 times that of market solutions is still too conservative, ha. Half an hour later, Qin Yu emerged from his training, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Chu Xiu and laughed heartily, even addressing him with extra warmth. At this moment, Qin Yu's inner shock was like an unending torrent. After consuming Chu Xiu's special-grade magical nutrient solution, his training speed astonishingly reached 6 times the normal rate. Thus, even someone like him, a diamond-level beastmaster, could maintain a terrifying training speed of 6 times if he had enough special-grade magical nutrient. Thus, even someone like him, a diamond-level beastmaster, could maintain a terrifying training speed of 6 times if he had enough special-grade magical nutrient solutions. However, other market special-grade magical nutrient solutions, while enhancing the training speed of diamond-level beastmasters, could only achieve a maximum of twice the speed, and the effect would last only for a single day. If the duration is not considered, the effect of Chu Xiu's special-grade magical nutrient solution is indeed 3 times that of those available on the market, but accounting for the difference in duration makes it far superior. May I ask how to address you, young friend? After laughing, Qin Yu quickly inquired. Chu Xiu. Upon learning his name, Qin Yu nodded. Ah, so it's Chu Xiu. Your previous quote of 20 million per special-grade magical nutrient solution is still a bit low. How about I offer you 30 million per bottle? No, let's make it 35 million per bottle. I just hope that all your special-grade magical nutrient solutions can be sold to the Xingxia Empire Trading Company. We will take as many as you have. What do you think, Chu Xiu? After saying this, Qin Yu looked at Chu Xiu with great anticipation. The effects of Chu Xiu's special-grade magical nutrient solutions were surprisingly good, and the high price he offered was completely justified. Moreover, Qin Yu was planning to reserve these special-grade magical nutrient solutions primarily for internal personnel of the Xingxia Empire Trading Company, with no intention of selling them externally. After all, this was a top-tier potion capable of increasing the magical power-gathering speed of diamond-level beastmasters by 6 times, a rare elixir that could not be found even with a lantern. If Chu Xiu could supply these special-grade magical nutrient solutions in large quantities, the training speeds of all the strong individuals below the masters in the Xingxia Empire Trading Company would experience a qualitative leap. If diamond-level beastmasters could enhance their training speed by 6 times, the other platinum and gold-level beastmasters in the trading company would only train even faster with these special-grade magical nutrient solutions. If this continues, within a few years, the strength of the gold and platinum-level beastmasters in the Xingxia Empire Trading Company could potentially cross a major realm, elevating the overall strength of the company to a new level. Of course, this is predicated on having enough special-grade magical nutrient solutions. Considering the scale of the Xingxia Empire Trading Company across the nation, including all the gold, platinum, and diamond-level mid to high-level management, the number approaches 1,000. Based on the fact that a single special-grade magical nutrient solution could sustain a diamond-level powerhouse for conservatively estimating the daily consumption of special-grade magical nutrient solutions by all mid to high-level management personnel in the Xingxia Empire Trading Company would require at least 300 bottles. Hearing Qin Yu's rising offer, Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly realized he had underestimated the effects of the special-grade magical nutrient solutions produced by the system. However, since the other party showed such sincerity by not purchasing at his previous quotation, Chu Xiu did not hesitate and readily agreed, saying, "All right, then it's 35 million per bottle deal." With that he waved his hand, and all 319 remaining special-grade magical nutrient solutions stored in his beast space were neatly placed on Chu Xiu's desk. Ha ha ha, straightforward. Upon seeing the table full of special-grade magical nutrient solutions, Chu Xiu broke into a wide grin and immediately transferred all of them into his beast space. After storing these special-grade magical nutrient solutions, Chu Xiu said to Chu Xiu, "Young friend, for 320 bottles of special-grade magical nutrient solutions, that's a total of 11.2 billion. What is your account number, Chu Xiu? They'll have the finance department transfer it to you right away. By the way, can you provide these special-grade magical nutrient solutions in bulk? Ideally, we would need 100 special-grade magical nutrient solutions each month for the Xingxia Empire trade." Chu Xiu calculated that to ensure uninterrupted access to special-grade magical nutrient solutions for the mid to high-level management across the Xingxia Empire Trading Company, he would need to purchase 100 special-grade magical nutrient solutions each month from Chu Xiu. As long as there are enough golden-level magical source flowers, supplying 100 bottles a month is not a problem, Chu Xiu said with a smile in response to Chu Xiu's inquiry. Haha, that's good to hear. We can't guarantee everything else in our trading company, but we certainly have no shortage of magical source flowers for refining special-grade magical nutrient solutions. Young friend Chu, if that's acceptable, let's sign a contract where you provide us with 100 special-grade magical nutrient solutions each month, and the company will transfer 35 billion to your account monthly. Once we sign the contract, it'll have the finance department transfer 35 billion for the first month's procurement right away. Seeing Chu Xiu could provide such a large quantity of special-grade magical nutrient solutions, Chu Xiu quickly seized the opportunity. Although 35 billion a month was a significant amount, it was nothing compared to the massive scale of the Xingxia Empire Trading Company. In contrast, upon hearing the figure of 35 billion, Chu Xiu's pupils slightly contracted almost imperceptibly. For him, a stable monthly income of 35 billion was undoubtedly a huge sum. After deducting costs, he would gain over 33 billion in net profit each month from the transactions with the Xingxia Empire Trading Company for special-grade magical nutrient solutions. No problem. Let's sign a one-year contract then. After hesitating for just a moment, Chu Xiu decisively nodded, and with a net profit of 33 billion a month, any hesitation on his part would be disrespecting that amount. 33 billion a month amounts to a staggering 396 billion a year. With such a significant income, Chu Xiu could easily procure all the resources needed for the early evolution of his beast without needing to run around. All right, very forthright. Young friend Chu, please wait a moment while I prepare the contract. We will sign at once. Chu Xiu, seeing Chu Xiu agree so readily, could not help but cry out with excitement. In short order, he busied himself at the computer. A contract was swiftly printed. Chu Xiu glanced it over, confirmed there were no oversights, and then signed his name. The agreement is complete. Young friend Chu, may give me your account details or hand me your bank card, and I will have finance initiate the transfer. Having finished the signing and stamped the seal of the Xingxia Empire Exchange, Chu Xiu smiled at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded, produced his bank card, and handed it over, then added, "Manager Chu, I also need to purchase a batch of beast resources from your exchange. Please deduct the cost from the funds of the first month." Hearing this, Chu Xiu nodded and said, "Of course. Whatever beast resources you require, simply write them down. The Xingxia Empire Exchange is not short on resources. Even diamond-grade beast materials can often be found in our storerooms." With that, Chu Xiu took pen and paper from his desk and placed them before Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu said little. He took the paper and quickly wrote out every resource needed for the next evolution of his 4 grade. Every evolution material listed was at least platinum grade, and among the principal components there were numerous diamond grade items. All told, the materials for the 4 beasts' next evolutions would cost him on the order of several hundred billion. As expected, when Chu Xiu handed the completed list to Chu Xiu merely glanced at it and could not suppress a look of astonishment. Young friend Chu's beast materials are all platinum grade or higher. Items such as Yulong Ni Lin Yadragon Reverse Scale, Ing Mo Ji Shui Blood of the Shadow Demon, Yu Ming Bing Lian Nether Ice Lotus, and the like are extraordinarily rare diamond grade resources. Chu Xiu read on, and after frowning in thought for a moment, addressed Chu Xiu. Young friend Chu, the combined value of these materials is roughly 80 billion. I will accept them from you for 80 billion. How does that sound? Hearing Chu Xiu quote a price so directly, Chu Xiu understood the Xingxia Empire Exchange could supply the resources he required, and he nodded, agreed. He then asked, "Manager Chu, when can these beast resources be assembled? I am in some haste to use them." Chu Xiu pondered briefly and replied, "Since you are eager, I can expedite the process. Call in materials from warehouses across the nation and assemble what you need in about 3 days. Very well, 3 days then. 3 days to gather all the evolution materials was far quicker than Chu Xiu had expected, and he nodded with a measure of excitement. Before they concluded, Chu Xiu reminded him, "Also, to produce my supreme grade magical nutrient solution, I require a great many golden grade magic source flowers, as well as numerous auxiliary components. If possible, convert the remainder of my funds entirely into the corresponding quantities of magic source flowers and auxiliary materials." With that said, Chu Xiu took another sheet of paper and wrote down every single material needed to craft his supreme grade magical nutrient solution. To guard against the recipe leaking, Chu Xiu listed the conventional market ingredients for supreme grade nutrient solutions and additionally inserted materials drawn from the optimized formula produced by his system. With those materials included, Chu Xiu was certain that even were an alchemical master to study the list, they would not be able to reproduce the true formula in the short term. Moreover, even if someone discerned the ingredients, his production process differed from the commercial method and could not be casual. Even a consummate master seeking to decode his formula and master the system-produced method would require at least 2 years to become proficient at producing the authentic supreme-grade nutrient solution. 2 years. By then, Chu Xiu reckoned his strength would likely have advanced beyond any need for that very solution. After finishing the list of supreme-grade nutrient solution materials, Chu Xiu handed it to Chu Xiu. Very good. I will have people prepare everything and endeavor to procure as many materials as possible for you to refine the supreme-grade nutrient solution. Chu Xiu nodded, accepted Chu Xiu's list, and without inspecting it himself passed it to the staff member who had accompanied Chu Xiu, instructing him, take this list at once to the warehouse and sort out all the materials. Gather as much as possible. Understood, Manager Chen. The staff member dared not delay. He took the list and hurried off at a run. After the man left, Chu Xiu smiled at Chu Xiu. It may take the people below some time to organize the materials. Please be patient and wait a little. No matter. Chu Xiu replied calmly. Haha, then please rest in my office. I will now arrange personnel to gather the beast materials you require. Sit on the sofa and have some tea first. Chu Xiu said as he led Chu Xiu to the couch, boiled water on the tea table, personally brewed a pot of fine tea, and shared a cup with him before leaving. Among the beast resources Chu Xiu required, many diamond-grade materials were extraordinarily scarce, rarities that could rival even Grandmaster-level beast components in value. Chu Xiu understood with a single look that even the exchange's imperial capital warehouses might not hold all the materials. He would have to mobilize storage across the nation to locate and deliver what Chu Xiu needed to the capital. Time passed quickly. By the time Chu Xiu returned to the office, half an hour had already elapsed. He spent the next 2 hours accompanying Chu Xiu, drinking tea and waiting, until he finally received a message from the warehouse staff saying that all the materials Chu Xiu required had been packed. Immediately, Chu Xiu led Chu Xiu out of the office to the warehouses. The Xinxia Empire Exchange's headquarters in the imperial capital boasted a large storage district, some dozen or so warehouses. Under Chu Xiu's guidance, Chu Xiu entered warehouse No. 2 and saw hundreds of waist-high crates neatly stacked, and several staff members stood respectfully to either side. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, they greeted him. Chu Xiu nodded, then looked to a manager and said, Xiao Wang, bring the inventory list. The young man called Xiao Wang stepped forward and handed over the manifest. Chu Xiu glanced at it and then addressed Chu Xiu. Young friend Chu, we have organized a total of 5 material sets. 500 boxes in all, each box containing 100 fully packaged units. Because your purchase is so large, the exchange can offer a 10% discount. Each box is priced at 600 million, totaling 300 billion. Including the earlier batch of high-tier beast resources, the grand total comes to 380 billion. How do you wish to proceed? At Chu Xiu's announcement, a twitch appeared at the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth. He had not expected the headquarters storeroom to possess so many golden-grade magic source flowers and auxiliary components. He had signed a contract, and the first month's funds had not yet arrived before they were entirely spent, leaving him still short. Cough, cough. Chu Xiu awkwardly cleared his throat and slowly said to Chu Xiu, Supervisor Chen, apart from the 350 billion I earned from the contract signed with your organization, I have no other funds. Therefore, these 500 boxes of materials are too many. I think it would be better to first. Chu Xiu had originally planned to use his sufficient funds to purchase a limited number of premium magical nutrient liquid materials, such as only taking 450 boxes, which would just consume the 350 billion. But before Chu Xiu could finish his sentence, Chu Xiu spoke up first, interrupting him, saying, Since young friend Chu has already signed a contract worth over 30 trillion with our trading company, this amount of money can be credited first. Next month, we will deduct it from the 350 billion you'll pay us for the premium magical nutrient liquid. Hearing that Chu Xiu could allow credit, Chu Xiu quickly retracted what he was about to say and smiled at Chu Xiu, saying, That would be, then I will take all these premium magical nutrient liquid production materials. Sure. Chu Xiu nodded, then jokingly said, But young friend Chu, won't you check if these materials are correct? The credibility of the Xinxia Empire Trading Company is guaranteed. I trust you won't make a mistake, Chu Xiu said with a smile, shaking his head to indicate no need for inspection. After saying that, Chu Xiu stepped forward directly to the mountain of 500 large boxes filled with premium magical nutrient liquid production materials. Then with a wave of his hand, all the boxes in front of him disappeared, absorbed into his Beastmaster space. Supervisor Chen, producing 100 portions of premium magical nutrient liquid in a month is quite a workload. Since the materials are ready, I won't stay in the warehouse any longer. After putting away the materials for the premium magical nutrient liquid, Chu Xiu turned around to bid farewell to Chu Xiu. Young friend Chu, take care. I will see you off. Chu Xiu nodded, no longer insisting, personally accompanying Chu Xiu out of the warehouse and seeing him off at the entrance of the Xinxia Empire Trading Company. Having the supervisor of the capital's trading company personally see him off greatly enhanced Chu Xiu's prestige. After leaving the headquarters of the Xinxia Empire Trading Company in the capital, Chu Xiu returned to the Demon Suppression Division, back to a standalone villa assigned specifically for formal members. Upon returning to the villa assigned to him by the Demon Suppression Division, Chu Xiu took out a box extracting all 100 portions of premium magical nutrient liquid production materials. He then selected the unwanted materials and began the production process without wasting a moment. It took Chu Xiu about 6 hours to consume 100 portions of materials and produce the premium magical nutrient liquid. Even if he spent 18 hours a day and consumed 300 portions of materials, he could only produce about 100 portions of premium magical nutrient liquid. The Xinya Empire Trading Company requires 100 portions of premium magical nutrient liquid each month, and Chu Xiu would need at least 10 days just to produce the monthly potions. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in an instant. During these 3 days, Chu Xiu worked tirelessly producing all 12 boxes of materials into premium magical nutrient liquid, yielding a total of 3900 portions. Despite working intensely for 3 days and nights, Chu Xiu's spirit remained vibrant. As a silver 8-star beast master, his mental strength is dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Even half a month without sleep would be bearable. The 3 days and nights of potion production did not greatly affect Chu Xiu. On this day, while he was making potions, his communicator suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Chu Xiu. Is it true that all the beast evolution resources I requested have been gathered? Looking at the caller ID, Chu Xiu was pleasantly surprised and quickly answered the call. Young friend Chu, the beast resources you wanted have been gathered. Would you like to come to the trading company, or should we deliver them directly to your door? As soon as the call was connected, Yes cheerful voice came through. Just deliver them, as I am still in the middle of making potions and can't leave. The address is. Chu Xiu did not hesitate and decisively chose to have Yu send the evolution resources to his residence. His young friend Chu, this is a villa area planned by the Demon Suppression Division, and only formal members of the Demon Suppression Division can reside there. Are you still a formal member of the Demon Suppression Division? Upon hearing the address that Chu Xiu revealed, Yu was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but take a deep breath, quickly asking. Even through the phone, Chu Xiu could hear the shock in his voice. Clearly 3 days ago, Yu never anticipated that Chu Xiu was still a formal member of the Demon Suppression Division. Chu Xiu detected the astonishment in Yes' words, and could imagine how shocked the other party's expression would be at that moment, promptly saying with a smile, Yes, when you send the delivery, just mention my name, they won't stop you. I'm good. I will arrange it right away. Oh, I won't disturb you further. Yu responded immediately, and this time, even his address for Chu Xiu shifted from young friend to a respectful title. To earn such respect from a diamond-level powerhouse of the Xinya Empire Trading Company shows the substantial value of the Demon Suppression Division's reputation. After the call ended, Chu Xiu had only consumed 2 portions of materials, producing 7 portions of premium magical nutrient liquid when the doorbell rang outside the villa. So soon, hearing the doorbell, Chu Xiu set down what he was doing and quickly stood up, walking towards the door. Lord Chu, this is the beast resources our supervisor asked me to deliver. Please check them for accuracy and sign for it. As soon as Chu Xiu opened the main gate of the villa, a young man waiting outside quickly pushed a small cart filled with boxes in front of Chu Xiu, respectfully stating, These wooden boxes are made from expensive materials, and just this pile of boxes is quite valuable. Chu Xiu nodded, then began opening the boxes one by one that contained various beast evolution resources. Not bad, these resources meet the requirements, and there are no errors. After checking all the resources and confirming their accuracy, Chu Xiu nodded in satisfaction, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He swiftly took the receipt the young man handed him and signed his name. Then with a wave of his hand, he stored all the resources into his beast master space, feeling joyous. With these resources, he could complete the next stage of evolution for the 4 major beasts in his beast master space, elevating their quality to extraordinary levels or even epic. At that time, his beast strength would surge significantly, and even when directly facing a platinum level beast master, he would not be at a disadvantage. After collecting all the evolution resources for his beasts, Chu Xiu did not rush to evolve his own beasts. Instead, he immersed himself in the production of the premium magical nutrient solution. He planned to produce 10,000 bottles of the premium magical nutrient solution first, and after completing the first month's transactions, he would proceed to evolve his 4 beasts. Before long, Chu Xiu returned to his villa and continued making the premium magical nutrient solution. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Chu Xiu produced a total of 20,000 bottles of the premium magical nutrient solution in one go. After working tirelessly for half a month, even with his powerful silver level 8 spiritual strength supporting him, Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a bit fatigued. I should rest for a while to regain my energy. After that, I will submit the premium magical nutrient solution for the past 2 months at the Xinxia Empire Exchange. Following that, I will have a month and a half of free time to do what I need to do. Looking at the 20,000 bottles of premium magical nutrient solution stored in the beast space, Chu Xiu let out a long sigh of relief and then collapsed onto the sofa in the living room to sleep. In the blink of an eye, when Chu Xiu woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. After resting for a full day, he felt refreshed, and even his spiritual strength had seen a notable increase due to the intense production of the potions. This made Chu Xiu feel a surge of joy in his heart. After resting, Chu Xiu quickly freshened up and left the villa with the premium magical nutrient solution he had produced over the past few days, heading to the Xinxia Empire Exchange in the imperial capital to trade all 20,000 bottles with Yu. Yu was overjoyed and promptly instructed the finance department to transfer 320 billion large sums into Chu Xiu's account. After completing the transaction, Chu Xiu did not linger at the exchange. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chu Xiu, he left the exchange directly rushing out of the imperial capital towards the Linshuang's secret realm, which he had visited once before. Chu Xiu planned to evolve his 4 beasts within the Linshuang secret realm, avoiding any noise during the evolution that might attract the attention of other powerful beings in the imperial capital. If people were to find out that he could simultaneously complete the collective evolution of 4 beasts, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir in the imperial capital. The commotion that would arise would likely be even more intense than the speculation by the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division regarding his possession of an SS-grade beast space. After all, completing the evolution of 4 beasts at once, all evolving from perfect quality to a higher quality, is a skill that is more astonishing than merely possessing an SS-grade beast space. Once people suspect that he has the capability to guarantee the evolution of beasts, he would likely find himself under house arrest exclusively used to evolve beasts for other beast masters. In this world, although the research on beast evolution routes by beast masters has never ceased, the confirmed evolution routes over the years number only a little over 8,000 different routes. Among them, the vast majority are routes of excellent quality. For those beasts above perfect quality, the reliable evolution routes that can be researched are exceedingly rare. Combined research from all nations on Blue Star reveals that there are only a little over 300 evolution routes for beasts above perfect quality. As for the evolution routes for extraordinary quality beasts beyond perfect, there are almost none. Even top-tier experts like Bai Yufei, who have surpassed the king-level beast masters, generally have contracted beasts that evolved from perfect quality to extraordinary quality. Either they already possessed extraordinary quality or even epic quality at the time of contracting. Achieving evolution independently is not impossible, but the likelihood is extremely slim. Chu Xiu left the imperial capital and summoned the Winter Sacrifice Lion to take him directly to the Linshuang's secret realm. Lord Chu Xiu, are you preparing to enter the Linshuang's secret realm for training again? As Chu Xiu approached the entrance of the Linshuang's secret realm, the 2 powerful members of the Demon Suppression Division stationed there immediately greeted him. Although they were both formal members of the same rank in the Demon Suppression Division, after learning about Chu Xiu's background last time, these 2 platinum-level beast masters have long regarded him as being on par with the high-ranking members of the Demon Suppression Division headquarters. Seeing the 2 greet him so warmly and respectfully, Chu Xiu smiled faintly and nodded in response. He did not reveal his true purpose for entering the Linshuang's secret realm this time. After greeting the 2, he urged the Winter Sacrifice Lion and charged directly into the massive entrance of the Linshuang's secret realm. The figure of 1 man and 1 beast vanished directly into the entrance of the secret realm. Dabai, do you remember the place where we killed the Cold Peak Ice Bear last time? After entering the secret realm, Chu Xiu patted the head of the Winter Sacrifice Lion and asked, "Roar." The Winter Sacrifice Lion responded with a low growl and nodded. "Good, this time we will go to the territory of the Cold Peak Ice Bear. That guy's valley is remote, perfect for your next evolution. Roar." Upon hearing that Chu Xiu was going to continue its evolution, the Winter Sacrifice Lion immediately let out an excited roar. Without waiting for Chu Xiu to call it swiftly took off rushing toward the valley where they had encountered the Cold Peak Ice Bear last. In less than half an hour, the Winter Sacrifice Lion had brought Chu Xiu to the valley where the Cold Peak Ice Bear had once resided. However, since the last time the Cold Peak Ice Bear was killed, more than a month had passed. Now there appeared to be a new beast lord in this valley. Oh whoa. As soon as the Winter Sacrifice Lion stepped into the valley, its aura drew the attention of the new master of this valley, and a loud wolf howl echoed from deep within the gorge. Before long, a white wolf covered in snow-white fur with a vertical eye on its forehead appeared in the sight of Chu Xiu and the Winter Sacrifice Lion. This white wolf stood 3 meters tall and was massive, though it was slightly smaller than the current Winter Sacrifice Lion. However, behind this white wolf were a dozen or so smaller white wolves, clearly part of the same clan. 3-eyed snow wolf attribute ice-type quality perfect level golden 6 stars status outstanding talent skills extreme cold breath ice spirit gaze frostbite fangs snow treading evolution chain gale snow wolf 3-eyed wolf monarch perfect introduction a rare mutated wolf species born in the ever-frozen ice field. The 3rd eye on its forehead can perceive the enemy's weaknesses and release freezing rays. It possesses both speed and control abilities capable of strengthening itself by absorbing cold air during battles. The colder the environment, the more overwhelming its advantage, making it a natural polar overlord and battlefield controller. As Chu Xiu looked at this pack of wolf-type beasts, the attribute information of these wolves quickly popped up on his system panel. Except for the slightly larger 3-eyed snow wolf at the front, which had a strength level of golden 6 stars, the smaller 3-eyed snow wolves behind it were mostly at the silver level. Only the 2 slightly more robust 3-eyed snow wolves flanking the leading one were at the golden level, but they were only the overall strength of this pack of 3-eyed snow wolves surpassed that of the valley's former beast lord, the Cold Peak Ice Roar. Facing the charging group of 3-eyed snow wolves, the Winter Sacrificial Lion's gaze was icy as it immediately roared at the approaching wolves. The oppressive aura of the golden 7-star level was instantly released, causing the group of 3-eyed snow wolves, which were only at the silver level, to get scared and tuck their tails, lowering their heads and whimpering as they retreated. Even the 2 golden 1-star 3-eyed snow wolves were trembling, their eyes filled with terror. Only the leader, a golden 6-star 3-eyed snow wolf, did not show any signs of defeat. However, at this moment its three eyes became extremely serious, no longer reflecting the ferocity it had when it first charged out with its clan. Roar. It let out a low growl, and in the next moment its wolf-like eyes fixed on Chu Xiu, who was on the back of the winter sacrificial lion, its gaze flickering as if deep in thought. This beast, could it be thinking of killing me? Feeling the gaze of the three-eyed snow wolf leader, Chu Xiu's heart stirred with this. Wolves are notoriously cunning. A golden-level beast inherently possesses considerable intelligence. This golden-level three-eyed snow wolf's intellect was likely not inferior to that of an adult human. It was clear that the other party had quickly assessed that he was a beast master, and in most cases the beast master themselves was the greatest weakness. At this moment, the three-eyed snow wolf leader was weighing the pros and cons. It sensed an immense pressure emanating from the winter sacrificial lion and knew that defeating this beast was almost impossible. But as long as it could kill the beast master on the back of the winter sacrificial lion, then the powerful beast would be defeated without. At that time it could unite with its clan to kill the severely weakened winter sacrificial lion after the beast master perished, devouring its flesh and ice attribute energy, possibly reaching even greater heights. Roar. After a moment of contemplation, the leading three-eyed snow wolf suddenly let out a loud call, unleashing all of its golden six-star might. In an instant it blocked all the pressure emanating from the winter sacrificial lion. At this moment the dozen or so three-eyed snow wolves behind it regained their composure, no longer appearing so pitiful. Master, be careful, this one has its sights set on you. These wolf pups are numerous and wolf-type beasts are not slow. If they all rush at once while I am not afraid, I may not be able to block them all. If one or two slip through and injure the master, it would be disastrous. Master, please summon Dao Go. Just as the three-eyed snow wolf leader erupted with power, the winter sacrificial lion's warning echoed in Chu Xiu. Bloodblade Mad Mantis was Chu Xiu's first beast. The winter sacrificial lion had also been contracted as his second beast after being subdued by Bloodblade Mad Mantis. So after evolving into a perfect quality and being able to communicate with Chu Xiu's consciousness, the winter sacrificial lion had always held Bloodblade Mad Mantis in awe. Dao Gu is the winter sacrificial lion's term for Bloodblade Mad Mantis. Got it. This beast is not foolish. It understands the principle of capturing the king to catch the thief. However, if it wants to kill me, it needs to have the ability to do so. Chu Xiu nodded with a faint smile upon hearing this. In the next moment, as Chu Xiu focused his mind, the dark red figure of Bloodblade Mad Mantis suddenly appeared beside him, its wings fluttering slightly, allowing it to hover in midair. Oh whoa. After the appearance of Bloodblade Mad Mantis, the leading golden six-star three-eyed snow wolf let out a terrified low growl involuntarily, taking a step back. It felt the pressure from Bloodblade Mad Mantis was no less than that from the winter sacrificial lion. There was no doubt that this was another powerful beast. Just one winter sacrificial lion was already a handful for it, and now with another beast of equal strength, the three-eyed snow wolf leader lost all courage to confront Chu Xiu. With a terrified low growl, it turned and fled without warning. It didn't even have time to notify the other members of its clan to escape, planning to buy time for its kin. Hee, cunning creature. Chu Xiu saw through the three-eyed snow wolf's plan and couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Without hesitation, he immediately commanded Bloodblade Mad Mantis, Xiao Dao, kill them all. Buzz. As soon as Chu Xiu's command was given, Bloodblade Mad Mantis flapped its wings, and almost simultaneously, as a flying beast, Bloodblade Mad Mantis was incredibly fast. Even among its level, the speed of three-eyed snow wolves was top-notch, but before Bloodblade Mad Mantis, they were still as slow as turtles. Whoosh. In the instant Bloodblade Mad Mantis took off, its figure vanished from sight. Behind the golden six-star three-eyed snow wolf, a dark shadow swiftly chased along the ground like a bolt of black lightning. It was the skill Shadow Strike activated by Bloodblade Mad Mantis, transforming into shadow and doubling its speed. Before the three-eyed snow wolf leader could take a few steps in its escape, the shadow created by Bloodblade Mad Mantis caught up with it, flashing past its feet and appearing in front of it, revealing its true form. At the same time, the three vertical pupils of the three-eyed snow wolf leader, which were still running forward, suddenly constricted simultaneously. Then a line of blood suddenly appeared at the center of the vertical pupil on its forehead. Following that, hot blood gushed forth from this line. The three-eyed snow wolf leader not only had this vertical pupil bleeding, but blood also gushed from the entire midline of its body from head to tail. Then the massive body of the three-eyed snow wolf leader abruptly split in half as it ran, falling to the ground and sliding forward, leaving a trail of blood several dozen meters long in the snow. Oh woo! The other three-eyed snow wolves who had just reacted saw their leader get cleaved in half, without even a chance to react, and they all shrieked in terror. The three-eyed snow wolf leader was a golden six-star level in existence that they viewed as unbeatable and immensely powerful. At this moment, seeing it so easily slain by that dark red beast, they could not fathom just how strong Bloodblade Mad Mantis truly was. With the death of the three-eyed snow wolf leader, panic spread among the pack of three-eyed snow wolves left without a leader. The remaining three-eyed snow wolves, which were at most golden one-star, no longer dared to stay in place, shrieking in fear as they scattered in all directions. However, would Bloodblade Mad Mantis allow these three-eyed snow wolves to escape unscathed? It vanished from sight again, transforming into a shadow and darting through the canyon like lightning. In just a blink of an eye, the remaining dozen or so three-eyed snow wolves were all killed. Whether they were silver or golden level three-eyed snow wolves, none could withstand a single strike from Bloodblade Mad Mantis, all perishing instantly. Xiao Dao, superb work. Chu Xiu nodded with a smile, his gaze gleaming with approval as he surveyed the three-eyed snow wolves lying sprawled across the ground. Then he turned his attention to the Bloodblade Raging Mantis's attribute panel. Bloodblade Raging Mantis. Attributes: Grass type, Dark type. Rarity: Perfect. Level: Gold 7. Status: Perfect. Innate skills: Swift Blade Cross, Stealth Shadow, Strike Abyssal, Venom, Bloodlust Frenzy. Evolution: Chain Scythe Mantis, Darkblade Mantis, Bloodblade Raging Mantis, Shadow Edge Reaver, Rift Splitting Emperor, Void Tearing Sovereign Legendary. Bloodblade Raging Mantis, Shadow Edge Reaver, Void Adapted Evolution. Under a full moon, construct in evolution formation using 3 void crystals, then submerge the creature in 200 liters of shadow demon blood, continuously reinforcing the process with 10 shadow crystals. Description: a mutated mantis born from devouring vast quantities of demonic beast essence, possessing extraordinary potential. Exceptionally adept at ambush and assassination, it not only pierces enemy defenses, but also siphons their blood to heal its wounds, growing stronger with every battle. A peerless fusion of elite assassin and indomitable warrior. Since Xiao Dao has already been summoned, let's begin his evolution first. After scanning the Bloodblade Raging Mantis's attributes, Chu Xiu's lips curved upward, and he resolved instantly to evolve his first bonded beast. SSSSS. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing his command, the Bloodblade Raging Mantis let out an exultant hiss, and simultaneously a joyful voice echoed clearly within Chu Xiu's mind. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chu Xiu sealed all the frozen corpses of the three-eyed snow wolves into his beast bond. He then leapt down from the back of the Frostwinter sacrificial lion and instructed it, "By to stand guard. I'm about to initiate Xiao Dao's evolution." Evolution within the Frost secret realm demanded absolute vigilance against intruding demonic beasts. Chu Xiu would not evolve all 4 of his bonded beasts simultaneously. Instead, he chose to advance one at a time. This way, should any unforeseen calamity arise mid-process, he would still retain 3 gold-tier bonded beasts to counter the Once the Bloodblade Raging Mantis completed its evolution, he would proceed to evolve the Frostwinter Sacrificial Lion, the Cold Moon Void Shadow Beast, and the Void Dragon Weasel in succession. Especially since the Bloodblade Raging Mantis currently, at Gold 7, already showed faint signs of breaking through to Gold 8. Upon successful evolution, its power would surge dramatically, perhaps not yet reaching Platinum tier, but certainly ascending to Gold IX's apex. Moreover, with its Gold 9 rank and transcendent rarity, its combat prowess might rival that of a stellar rarity Platinum 3 demonic beast, making it unquestionably a sovereign tier predator within the Frost secret realm. And should it shatter into Platinum tier outright, its strength would become even more formidable. Roar. Hearing Chu Xiu's order, the Frostwinter Sacrificial Lion lowered its head in a low, resonant growl, and cast him a glance that silently conveyed, "Rest assured." Seeing this, Chu Xiu wasted no time. He immediately retrieved all materials required for the Bloodblade Raging Mantis's evolution and began preparations. Xiao Dao's evolution demanded a full moon night, 3 void crystals arranged into a formation, followed by submersion in 200 liters of shadow demon blood, reinforced throughout with 10 shadow crystals. This evolution entailed far more intricate steps and rarer resources. Yet for Chu Xiu now, such constraints had long ceased to be obstacles. All requisite evolution materials for his bonded beast's next stages were already assembled. He merely awaited the optimal moment and location to complete their ascension. Among these evolutions, only the Bloodblade Raging Mantis required the precise celestial condition of a full moon. The other 3 gold-tier beasts bore no temporal or spatial restrictions, needing only sufficient resources to advance. Chu Xiu chose the Frost secret realm for this evolution. Not only for familiarity, but chiefly because during his fortnight-long stay there, he had observed that every night unfolded beneath a luminous, perfectly full moon. This serendipitous alignment meant no need to wait outside the realm for the rare monthly full moon. Xiao Dao's evolution could commence without delay. Swiftly, Chu Xiu gathered the required materials and, accompanied by both the Frostwinter Sacrificial Lion and the Bloodblade Raging Mantis, ventured deep into the valley. There he selected an open clearing and, following system prompts, erected the stone platform upon which the formation would be inscribed. Once the formation was laid, dusk began to settle. Time to begin. When the Frost secret realm bathed in tranquil nightfall, and the radiant full moon hung high in the heavens, Chu Xiu seated himself cross-legged before the makeshift stone platform, gazed up at the luminous orb above, and murmured softly. In the next instant, his expression sharpened into unwavering focus. His fingers danced with practiced precision, methodically tracing each step of the Bloodblade Raging Mantis's evolution formation as guided by the system. At the platform's center, 3 void crystals nestled into the formation's focal points in perfect triangular alignment, their surfaces shimmering with arcane silvery glyphs that resonated with the intricate patterns etched into the ground, stirring faint ripples of warped space. When all preparations were complete, Chu Xiu drew a slow, steady breath, his eyes dark and resolute, as he turned to the Bloodblade Raging Mantis beside him and said, "Xiao Dao, enter the formation." SSSSS. The Bloodblade Raging Mantis coiled nearby, its crimson compound eyes blazing with anticipation and fervor. Fully prepared, it retracted its razor-sharp sides and strode unhesitatingly into the formation's heart. As it stepped across the threshold, all 3 void crystals ignited simultaneously. Silver light and obsidian mist intertwined. The entire formation roared to life. Even the full moon overhead seemed to resonate, bathing the array in cascading moonlight, infusing it with an invisible profound force beyond mortal perception. In an instant, countless fine runes surged like living things, scaling the black obsidian vat's surface and sealing it within a flawless containment barrier, locking away the chilling aura of the shadow demon blood. Chu Xiu dared not falter. He withdrew 10 shadow crystals and, following system directives, introduced them into the formation in measured sequence. Crack! The moment each crystal touched the formation, it dissolved, releasing pure strands of shadow energy that flowed along the runes directly into the bloodblade raging mantis's body. Simultaneously, Chu Xiu drew shadow demon blood from his beast bonding space and poured it over the mantis in careful rhythmic waves. The mantis trembled faintly, the vivid crimson tracery upon its carapace gradually fading, replaced by a deeper, more profound darkness, silent and impenetrable. Its aura shifted too. The wild, blood-soaked ferocity it once radiated slowly receded, yet in its stead rose an increasingly piercing, lethal sharpness. Like a blade sheathed in shadow, utterly still in repose, yet certain death in motion. Standing outside the formation, Chu Xiu watched every fluctuation with intense concentration, steadily pouring shadow demon blood onto the mantis as the system instructed. Each step was executed flawlessly, without deviation or error. Within the formation, the bloodblade raging mantis devoured every iota of power flooding into its body, its throat rumbling with a guttural pained hiss, crimson eyes flickering with agony, yet its will remained ironclad. It sensed its very being remaking itself, every pang of suffering propelling it toward a higher transcendent tier of existence. What after all was mere pain, when measured against the boundless ascent of power? Chu Xiu closely monitored the evolution of Bloodblade Mantis, continuously infusing it with shadow demon blood according to the system's instructions. Thus his intense mental focus persisted unbroken throughout the entire night. As the pale moon of the Linshuang's secret realm faded and dawn's first light tinged the horizon with a faint silvery hue, the full 200 liters of shadow demon blood in Chu Xiu's hands had been entirely consumed. Simultaneously, the void crystals and shadow crystallizations within the formation had also exhausted their energy completely. A low hum resonated. Just then the formation's radiance dimmed, as every trace of power was absorbed by Bloodblade Mantis. At that very moment, a brilliant milky white light erupted from Bloodblade Mantis' body, instantly illuminating the entire valley. Moreover, this milky white light coalesced into a towering pillar that pierced the heavens, a spectacle so immense it sent shockwaves through the realm. Such an extraordinary evolution light. Chu Xiu's pupils flickered subtly, his breath instinctively slowing. The emergence of evolution light heralded Bloodblade Mantis' imminent ascension. Yet this time the light surpassed all prior evolutions he had ever witnessed in intensity. Such a monumental phenomenon would inevitably draw countless observers. Whether beast-tamers who had entered the Linshuang's secret realm or the native demonic beasts dwelling within it, many would surely converge upon this valley. Yushuang, Longjun, appear now. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu summoned both the Frostmoon Void Beasts and the Void Dragon Weasel from his beast-taming space, deploying them alongside the Lingdong Sacrificial Lion to stand vigilant. Meanwhile, events unfolded precisely as Chu Xiu had feared. The soaring milky white evolution light indeed captured the attention of nearby demonic beasts and of beast-tamers exploring the periphery of the Linshuang's secret realm. Sensing the exceptionally pure energy emanating from the light, the demonic beasts gleamed with hunger in their eyes. Numerous powerful gold-tier beasts began hastening toward the valley where Chu Xiu stood. That's evolution light. So astonishingly potent. What kind of tamed beast is undergoing evolution? I once witnessed the evolution of a perfect tier tamed beast. The light paled in comparison. Could this be the evolution of a transcendent tier beast? Who is the beast tamer evolving their beast within the Linshuang's secret realm? A tamer possessing a perfect tier beast must hail from a major faction. If they're conducting such an evolution here, surely elite guardians stand watch. Best to avoid drawing attention, lest we be mistaken for intruders and slain without warning. It may not even be a tamer at all. Perhaps a wild demonic beast ascending to transcendent rank. Such an occurrence arises but once in a millennium. Should it truly be a feral evolution, capturing and forging a covenant with that beast could illuminate one's entire future. Hurry, let's go see. Unlike the demonic beasts, the nearby beast tamers instantly recognized the towering milky white column as evolution light. Instantly, the vast majority of nearby tamers spurred their tamed beasts forward, racing toward that valley. As both tamers and demonic beasts converged upon Chu Xiu's valley, inevitable encounters arose between them. In short order, fierce clashes erupted across all four cardinal directions surrounding the valley, delaying every single tamer and beast long enough that none reached the valley itself. Thus, Bloodblade Mantis evolution proceeded undisturbed within the valley. In the blink of an eye, the milky white evolution light bathing its form endured for half an hour. Once those 30 minutes elapsed, the luminous veil gradually receded. Moments later, every supernatural omen dissolved into silence. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully evolved Bloodblade Mantis. Achievement points 200. Current achievement points 990. The moment Bloodblade Mantis completed its evolution, the Divine Pet Evolution System interface flashed forth the success notification, granting Chu Xiu 200 additional achievement points instantly. Simultaneously, a new figure materialized before Chu Xiu's gaze, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed in awe. This was no longer Bloodblade Mantis' original form, but an entirely new incarnation of a tamed beast. Its already slender, razor-sharp forelimbs had grown yet more elongated and terrifying. Along their edges shimmered translucent shadow blade runes, as if a single flick of the wrist could sever space itself. Its frame, too, had become more lithe and elegant. Its carapace now interwoven with deep violet and abyssal black, its arms resembling twin demonic blades concealed within oblivion, their edge restrained, yet merely glimpsing them sent chills cascading down the spine. Even its wings underwent profound transformation, no longer mere bony structures, but layered with rippling black luminescence along their fringes. With each beat, its form flickered in and out of existence. Ambient light seemed devoured by an unseen force, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding void. Its entire silhouette appeared suspended within perpetual shadow. As Chu Xiu gazed upon the evolved Xiao Dao, its attribute panel instantly manifested before him. Shadow Blade Edge. In attributes: Grass type, Shadow type and rank, Transcendent level, Platinum, I-star condition, Perfect innate skills, Swift Blade Cross, / Stealth Shadow, Assault, Dark Devour, Toxin, Bloodlust, Frenzy, Umbral Clone Shadow, Summoning Evolution, Chain, Scyther, Shadow Blade, Scyther, Bloodblade Mantis, Shadow Blade Edge, Rift Splitting Mantis, Emperor Void, Ren Lord, Legendary and Shadow Blade Edge, Rift Splitting Mantis, Emperor Void, Evolution required. Materials: Void Sovereign Core 1 Rift. Stone 2. Indescription, an ultimate variant born when Bloodblade Mantis assimilated void and shadow energies. Masterful in concealment, assassination, ambush, and spatial rending, commanding unparalleled battlefield dominance and exceptional growth potential. Platinum I-star, exactly as I hoped. Seeing Shadow Blade Edge's level reach Platinum I-star, Chu Xiu burst into unrestrained delight. A transcendent rank Platinum I-star tamed beast carried implications he understood better than anyone. At this moment, Shadow Blade Edge's might rendered him virtually unassailable within the Linshuang secret realm. Even a perfect rank Platinum I-star demonic beast might struggle to overcome such a transcendent rank Platinum I-star tamed beast. Within the Linshuang secret realm, most native beasts ranked no higher than outstanding tier. Naturally occurring perfect tier beasts were exceedingly rare. Against an outstanding tier beast, Shadow Blade Edge could even challenge one 4-star ranks above itself. Master, your grace has granted me rebirth. As Chu Xiu's lips curled upward in barely suppressed mirth, Shadow Blade Edge approached, knelt respectfully before him, and spoke with profound gratitude. Upon attaining Platinum rank, tamed beasts gained the ability to speak human language. Not only Shadow Blade Edge, but any lower rank beast achieving Platinum status acquired this faculty. Platinum rank marked a watershed threshold, crossing it elevated one's very essence, finally ushering the being into the true ranks of the world's elite. Ha ha ha. Xiao Dao, you are my tamed beast, strengthening you strengthens me. Between us such formalities are unnecessary. Rise at once. Chu Xiu laughed heartily, stepped forward, and gently raised Shadow Blade Edge to its feet. Xiao Dao, your evolution is complete. Now it is time for you to guard Bai Da and the others while they undergo theirs. Gazing up at Shadow Blade Edge, taller by 2 heads, he smiled warmly. Shadow Blade Edge nodded solemnly and vowed, Master, rest assured, I shall permit no intrusion upon their evolution. At that instant, a voice rang sharply within Chu Xiu's mind. Master, someone approaches the valley's perimeter. It was Frostmoon Void Beast circling high above, vigilantly monitoring all movement around the valley. Swish! Just as the voice of the Cold Moon Phantom Beast echoed in Chu Xiu's mind, before he could even respond, the Shadow Blade suddenly turned and glanced towards a path outside the valley. Master, there are uninvited guests. Feeling the unfamiliar aura rapidly approaching from afar, the Shadow Blade immediately said to Chu Xiu, It seems that if I want to evolve my beast in peace, I must first deal with these annoying fellows. Chu Xiu sighed helplessly upon hearing this. Come here, let's clear out those intruders before evolving. He then called out to the 3 great beasts beside him, as well as the Cold Moon Phantom Beast circling in the air. In an instant, the Cold Moon Phantom Beast swiftly descended from the high sky, folding its wings, and alongside the Shadow Blade they surrounded Chu Xiu as they made their way towards the valley's exit. Outside the valley, 3 Golden Grade Beast Masters rode their beasts, rushing towards the valley. The 3 of them were not weak, all being Golden 9-star Beast Masters. Among them, the leading Beast Master had even reached Platinum 1-star. However, their beasts bore numerous scars, clearly having just gone through a battle, and they had not had time to rest before hurrying. Guys, if we really encounter a transcendent level beast this time, we must capture it. Hehe, that's only natural. If the 3 of us can possess a transcendent quality beast, becoming Diamond Grade Beast Masters in the future will be a piece of cake, and we could establish a significant force in the Imperial capital. Ha ha ha. As the 3 of them hurried into the valley, they talked loudly, envisioning a bright future. The reason they were so confident in capturing the self-evolving unknown beast was mainly because this valley was not deep within the Linshuang secret realm, but rather on the outskirts. In such places, the beasts that resided there were typically around Golden 6-star in strength, which was not high. Even if a beast evolved and its strength increased significantly, it definitely wouldn't reach the Platinum level. The 3 of them had 1 Platinum 1-star beast and 2 Golden 9-star beasts along with other Golden Grade beasts, making it easy to capture a beast below Platinum level. However, their smiles did not last long. Just as they arrived at the valley entrance, Chu Xiu and his 4 beasts also reached the entrance. Is someone there? The one that just evolved isn't a wild beast, it's a contracted beast. Damn it, we were excited for nothing. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, the three of them immediately ordered their beasts to stop. The smiles on their faces disappeared, replaced by deep disappointment, and they no longer felt as joyful as before. Since Chu Xiu had appeared in their line of sight, it indicated that the recent evolution light did not emanate from a wild beast, but rather from the evolution of a beast by the opposing party in this valley. At this moment, Chu Xiu also looked at the three golden grade beast masters who were less than 50 meters away from him, his gaze lingering on the platinum 1-star beast of the leading beast master. Although all three of them were golden 9-star beast masters, they only had one platinum 1-star beast, which was merely of excellent quality and could not possibly match the Shadow Blade. Immediately, Chu Xiu's expression turned serious as he spoke firmly to the three. This path is blocked. You should return whence you came. Scram. As soon as Chu Xiu's words fell, the 2-meter-tall Shadow Blade beside him also bellowed angrily at the three. Its attitude was even more domineering than Chu Xiu's. It speaks human language. This is a platinum-level beast. This young man at such a young age actually possesses a platinum-level beast. He must be a disciple of a major force in the imperial capital. The Shadow Blade's furious roar instantly caused the three to narrow their pupils and feel an unprecedented shock. Chu Xiu appeared to be under 20 years old, yet he possessed a platinum-level beast. This level of strength, even among the younger generation in the imperial capital, was among the best. Only the direct disciples of several dominant forces in the imperial capital could compare with him. At this moment, the anger sparked by Chu Xiu's extraordinarily domineering attitude was swiftly suppressed in their heart. They dared not voice any complaints and immediately called their beasts to turn around and leave. Screech. Just then a sudden screech from the distant sky caught everyone's attention. Chu Xiu and the three golden 9-star beast masters who had just turned to leave couldn't help but look up towards They saw 1,000 meters away a bird with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, its body resembling an ice sculpture, rapidly flying towards them, emanating an aura so strong that even from a distance of 1,000 meters, it made their hearts tremble. This was undoubtedly a platinum-level beast. That is one of the beast overlords of the Lin Shuang's secret realm, the platinum 3-star golden crown ice sculpture. Damn it, wasn't this guy supposed to always stay at the peak of the snow mountain deep within the secret realm? How did it come out? Chu Xiu heard the desperate cries for help from the three gold-rank beast tenders, but made no immediate response. He stood motionless, gazing calmly upward at the golden-crowned ice eagle diving from the sky, his eyes utterly unruffled. Seeing Chu Xiu remain silent, the trio's anxiety surged. Sir, we must join forces. There's no time left. This is a platinum tier 3-star demonic beast sovereign, far beyond our individual capacity to withstand. Yet Chu Xiu remained impassive even as their voices trembled with near-begging urgency. In the next breath, he turned his head slightly toward the tall, razor-sharp figure beside him, a deep crimson silhouette wreathed in shadow, and spoke coolly. Shao Dao, slay it. Yes, master. A flash of icy fury ignited in Shadow Blade's eyes. The instant Chu Xiu's command fell, his entire form vanished from sight. VVVV. Wings thundered, air tore apart. A streak of dark crimson shot skyward like an arrow loosed from a celestial bow, boldly colliding head-on with the descending golden-crowned ice eagle. Incredible speed. All three gold-rank beast tenders flinched simultaneously, pupils contracting in shock. They had never imagined Chu Xiu's beast could move so swiftly, outpacing even the golden-crowned ice eagle plummeting from afar. At that thought, a chill ran down their spines. Had Chu Xiu ordered this beast to strike them just moments earlier, when they stood barely 50 meters away, he could have ended them before they even registered the threat. A wave of profound relief washed over them, gratitude blooming silently in their hearts that Chu Xiu was no bloodthirsty tyrant. Meanwhile, high above the golden-crowned ice eagle sensed Shadow Blade's approach. Though startled by Shadow Blade's velocity, the eagle's sharp, glacial blue eyes flickered with furious disdain the moment it discerned its opponent's mere platinum tier 1-star aura. Speed alone meant nothing. How dare this lowly platinum tier 1-star beast challenge its sovereignty? Without hesitation, the eagle shifted its target and launched a full assault upon Shadow Blade. Scree! A piercing shriek sharp enough to cleave steel rent the heavens. The eagle spread its wings wide. Frost-laced gales erupted, instantly coalescing into countless crystalline spears that rained down like a blizzard upon Shadow Blade. Each spear gleamed with lethal clarity, radiating a biting cold capable of freezing iron solid. Any ordinary platinum tier 1-star beast would have been forced to retreat instantly under such overwhelming ranged bombardment. Shadow Blade, however, did not falter, not even for a heartbeat. Swish, swish, swish. Its form flickered midair, like a phantom dancing between reality and illusion, threading flawlessly through the dense lattice of ice spears. Occasional spears it could not evade were severed effortlessly by its arm blades, exploding into glittering shards of frost. Unbelievable. Below, the three gold-rank beast tenders gasped aloud, breaths held in awe. The leader among them wore the most stunned expression. He too commanded a platinum tier 1-star beast, but his own creature had confessed it could not possibly endure such an. And in that very moment of their collective astonishment, Shadow Blade closed the distance. Within mere zhongs of the golden-crowned ice eagle, its arm blades crossed in a blur. A crescent of fused crimson and obsidian light erupted, over 10 zhong long, and slashed downward with devastating force. The eagle shrieked in fury, raising its talons wreathed in glacial frost to meet the blow. Boom! Light and shockwave exploded where blade met claw, ripples visible to the naked eye. Shards of ice feathers and crimson energy scattered violently outward, shaking the surrounding air until it groaned in protest. The clash ended in perfect parity. Impossible. The trio paled. A Platinum Tier 1-star beast matching a Platinum Tier 3-star sovereign, heated in raw strength despite a disparity of several times in size. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would have dismissed it as myth. High above, seeing its attack fail, the eagle's gaze sharpened with renewed ferocity. Wings beating once, its massive frame surged skyward, frigid energy surging and coalescing around it, forming over 100 colossal ice lances, each over a zhang long. Scree! With another shriek, the lances descended like a storm, sealing every possible avenue of evasion, trapping Shadowblade within an inescapable lattice of frost. Yet Shadowblade's crimson eyes betrayed no flicker of alarm. Its body blurred, leaving behind multiple afterimages suspended in midair. In the next heartbeat, nearly all lances pierced empty phantoms, while its true form had already materialized ghost-like above the eagle's left flank. The uncanny spectral mastery of shadow-type beasts reached its zenith in that instant. Hiss! Frostlife! Shadowblade's blade grazed the eagle's right wing, ripping open a long, jagged wound. Azure feathers mingled with scarlet blood as they tumbled earthward. Scree! Enraged and wounded, the eagle whirled violently, unleashing a vortex of glacial wind meant to hurl Shadowblade back by sheer force. But Shadowblade clung like a shadow to its blind spots, blades flashing again and again. Clang! Clang! Metallic sparks and crimson splashes erupted across the eagle's chest, wing joints, and back, each impact ringing with brutal finality. Though superior in rank and possessing a formidable physique, the eagle could not wholly ignore the peerless sharpness of Shadowblade's transcendent blades. Below, the three gold-rank beast tenders watched, hearts hammering. Is this truly Platinum Tier 1-star? Its combat artistry is terrifying. It fights like a predator stalking prey. Could this be the same beast that just ascended to transcendent quality? It must be. To wield such power at transcendent rank, truly enviable. Awe rippled among them while high above the battle raged on. Frustrated by its inability to land a decisive blow, and bleeding from repeated wounds, the eagle finally surrendered to unbridled wrath. Boom! Magic surged violently within it, its feathers shimmered with incandescent frostlight. Then an overwhelming tide of cold erupted from its core. Temperatures plummeted across hundreds of meters of sky. Frost blossomed visibly in the air. A vast embryonic domain of glacial dominion began unfolding slowly around the eagle. This was its ultimate technique, the frost domain. Within its boundaries, the eagle's speed, offense, and defense surged, while enemies suffered chilling suppression, slowed movement, sluggish chi flow, and congealed vitality. It's over. The three golden-level beast masters felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. In their eyes, no matter how extraordinary the Shadowblade was, it was still only a Platinum 1-star. Once suppressed by the domain of a Platinum 3-star beast, the situation would inevitably tilt. But in the next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The Shadowblade not only did not retreat, but instead flapped its wings and charged into the frost-covered area. Dark shadows swirled around its body, and strands of black-red energy rose like flames, forcefully isolating the encroaching chill. My master granted me rebirth. How dare a mere mixed-breed beast act arrogantly before me? The Shadowblade's voice was deep and chilling. Although the voice was not loud, it sent a shiver down the spines of the three below. Boom! In the next instant, the Shadowblade's speed surged, and under the suppression of the Golden Crown Eye Sculpture's domain, it drew an almost invisible dark red line shooting straight towards the body of the Golden Crown Eye Sculpture. The Golden Crown Eye Sculpture frantically clawed, flapped its wings, and spewed forth cold currents, creating a net of— Yet the Shadowblade seemed to predict all of its movements, continuously skimming along the edges of the attacks, each movement perilously close, but unscathed. Within mere breath, the two had clashed hundreds of times. The sounds of blades and claws colliding echoed throughout the valley. Gradually, the wounds on the Golden Crown Eye Sculpture multiplied, and its breath began to grow chaotic. In contrast, although the Shadowblade also took several hard hits, leaving it with a few ice cracks on its shell, its battle intent grew stronger, and its blade's momentum became increasingly fierce. Moreover, with its bloodthirsty skill, as long as it couldn't be crushed in a short time, the Shadowblade would grow fiercer in the heat. As the Shadowblade continued its assault, its wounds began to slowly heal under the influence of the bloodthirsty skill. The cracks on its shell, originally left from the hard clashes with the Golden Crown Eye Sculpture, had healed significantly due to the bloodthirsty skill siphoning the beast's vitality. With the ebb and flow of power, the once evenly matched battle began to tip in favor of the Shadowblade. Screech! Finally, the Golden Crown Eye Sculpture let out a shrill cry tinged with panic. At this moment, it finally recognized the terror of the Platinum 1-star beast before it, and dared not continue entangling with the Shadowblade. Feeling the growing momentum of the Shadowblade, this once dominant ruler of the secret realm finally sensed a true threat of death from an enemy 2 stars lower. Not daring to harbor any thoughts of lingering, the Golden Crown Eye Sculpture began to retreat rapidly after a screech. However, how could the Shadowblade allow it to escape? Now you want to leave. It's too late. With a cold snort, the Shadowblade's wings trembled, and its shadowy power erupted, causing its form to vanish in an instant. A shadow darted out like black lightning chasing after it. In the next moment, the shadow blade reappeared, now hovering above the golden crown eye sculpture. Cross slash. With its arms raised high and across, it slashed down fiercely. A nearly 100-meter-long black-red cross blade, shrieking as it tore through the air, descended from the sky. The golden crown eye sculpture was horrified, desperately spreading its wings to conjure an immensely thick ice crystal shield in front of itself. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Crack. The shield held for just a moment before being violently sliced apart by the terrifying cross blade. Following this, the blade's momentum remained unyielding, crashing heavily onto the body of the golden crown eye sculpture. A large spray of blood poured down from the sky. The chest and abdomen of the golden crown eye sculpture were torn open, with its innards clearly visible, and its massive body was violently sent flying. It let out an extremely mournful wail, attempting to stabilize itself with its wings. Yet the shadow blade had already pursued once more. Whoosh! A cold light flashed past. The slender neck of the golden crown eye sculpture suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, a massive head crowned with ice crystal feathers shot up into the sky. Blood gushed like a fountain. The massive headless corpse swayed in the air a couple of times before crashing down heavily onto the distant snow, sending up a flurry of ice and dust. The entire valley fell silent in an instant. The three golden-level beast masters below stood frozen, their faces pale, as if they had seen a ghost. The platinum 3-star golden crown eye sculpture, one of the dominant beasts of the Frost Secret Realm, had just died before them, and it was killed by a platinum 1-star beast in a crushing manner. This beast's combat power is terrifying. It actually killed the golden crown eye sculpture, a ruler of the secret realm, despite being 2 stars lower. Who exactly is this person? How can someone so young possess such a powerful beast? He should have made a name for himself among the young generation in the imperial capital, yet why have we never heard of him before? An extraordinary beast, its power is truly frightening. Fortunately, his temperament is good. If he were hot-tempered, perhaps he would have let this beast kill us the moment we met. The three felt their scalps tingle, and a chill crept down their backs. Earlier they were merely wary of Chu Xiu's identity and background, but now they felt an overwhelming fear of Chu Xiu himself. They understood very well that had Chu Xiu harbored any intent to kill them earlier, he would not have needed a second beast to assist. Just the shadow blade alone could have wiped them and all their beasts out entirely. In the sky, the shadow blade slowly folded its wings and landed beside the corpse of the golden crown eye sculpture. With a wave of its arms, it extracted the beast crystal core from within. Whether it be a platinum-level beast or a beast master, their strength, compared to golden-level ones, had seen a significant boost, as the essence of platinum-level beasts could now nurture energy cores capable of storing vast amounts of magical power. Because of this, the strength of platinum-level beasts and beast masters had qualitatively improved compared to their golden. In terms of magical power alone, it was at least dozens of times that of a golden-level beast. After extracting the crystal core from the golden crown ice sculpture, the shadow blade held the still warm core and flew back to Chu Xiu, kneeling respectfully on one knee, saying, "Master, I have fulfilled my duty." Well done. Chu Xiu nodded lightly, a hint of a smile appearing on his face, and stepped forward to assist the shadow. "Rise. I've said that there's no need for you to kneel so readily in the future." After speaking, he took the beast crystal core offered by the shadow blade and stored it in his beast space. Then Chu Xiu's gaze fell upon the three golden-level beast masters. Just this one glance made the three of them shift. They hardly hesitated, quickly bowing with cupped hands, their voices trembling slightly. "Thank you for not holding our previous offense against us, and for coming to our rescue. We will leave now and not disturb you. We will never speak a word of today's events to anyone." Chu Xiu had no interest in talking with them, and coldly replied, "Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the three felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly mounting their respective beasts, and clumsily fleeing in the direction they came from, not daring to look back. Only after their figures completely disappeared into the snowstorm did the valley return to silence. After the three left, the shadow blade's gaze turned towards the massive headless corpse of the golden crown eye sculpture in the distance, a strange glimmer flashing in its crimson eyes. "What's wrong, little blade?" Chu Xiu asked, puzzled by the shadow blade's unusual behavior. The shadow blade stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Master, I want to use my newly acquired skill, Shadow Summon, on this golden crown eye sculpture's corpse. This skill can summon the shadow of the golden crown eye sculpture to serve me." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu was momentarily stunned. Then, as if he realized something, his eyes suddenly brightened. "Do you mean you can use the corpse of the golden crown eye sculpture to summon its shadow as your aid?" "Correct." The shadow blade nodded, its tone carrying a hint of coldness and confidence. "As long as the target's time of death is not too long, and its corpse is well preserved, I can use the power of shadows as a medium to turn it into a shadow servant under my control." Chu Xiu's heart trembled at this, and without any hesitation he immediately said, "Hurry, show me." "Yes, master." After the shadow blade responded, its wings trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye it appeared before the massive corpse of the golden crown eye sculpture. Chu Xiu focused intently, even holding his breath slightly. On the snowy ground, the shadow blade slowly raised its dual blades, and a massive surge of pitch-black shadow energy erupted around it, flowing towards the corpse of the golden crown eye sculpture like a viscous black tide. Buzz. Accompanied by a low, eerie resonance, the shadow energy began to seep into the corpse of the golden crown eye. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The vast shadows beneath the headless corpse twisted and churned violently before slowly rising from the ground. It was a massive figure made entirely of darkness. With wings spread wide, its colossal form clearly bore the outline of an ice crown atop, its head identical in appearance to the golden crown ice sculpture. What was even more terrifying was that once this shadowy body fully materialized, a chilling and powerful pressure emanated. Platinum 3-star. Chu Xiu's pupils constricted. This aura was almost indistinguishable from that of the living golden crown ice sculpture earlier. Witnessing a freshly slain Platinum 3-star domain overlord come back to life in another form was astonishing. Even with Chu Xiu's current temperament, he could not help but feel a jolt of shock at this sight. At this moment, the shadowy golden crown ice sculpture summoned by the Shadow Blade slowly lowered its head, its hollow dark eyes shimmering with a cold glow, and then it surprisingly bowed slightly to the Shadow Blade, showing an incredibly submissive posture. Clearly, it had been completely brought under the control of the Shadow Blade. Chu Xiu quickly walked over, unable to hide the shock and surprise in his eyes. Little Blade, how does the strength of this shadow servant compare to the golden crown ice sculpture at its peak? Is it weakened? The Shadow Blade immediately replied, Master, this shadow servant may lack the intelligence it had in life, but its combat instincts and abilities remain intact. If we were to compare, its current strength is not weaker than when it was alive. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's heart surged with greater waves of excitement. Its combat power is undiminished. Does this not mean that he has gained a Platinum 3-star combat force out of thin air, equivalent to having an additional Platinum 3-star beast under his command? Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu suppressed his excitement and hurriedly asked, what happens if this shadow servant is defeated? Will it be completely useless? The Shadow Blade shook its head, its tone carrying a hint of coldness. No. Such a shadow servant is not a living being in the usual sense. As long as I am alive and possess enough magical power, I can continuously reform it. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu was first taken aback, and then his breathing quickened. If what the Shadow Blade said was true, did that mean it had an almost immortal Platinum 3-star servant? It seems that the shadow servant formed from the Golden Crown Ice sculpture is even stronger in combat power than the living Golden Crown Ice sculpture. After all, this is an immortal existence capable of fighting with its life. Even if it dies, it can be revived by the magical power provided by the Shadow Blade. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu turned to the Shadow Blade and asked, Little Blade, can this skill only summon one shadow servant, or can it summon several? The Shadow Blade pondered for a moment before answering. With my current Platinum 1-star strength, I can maintain a maximum of 3 shadow servants simultaneously, and their levels can only be up to 3 stars higher than mine. If the original level of the corpse is more than 3 stars higher than mine, even with the corpse present, the summoned shadow servant's level will be reduced to 3 stars higher than mine. After speaking, the Shadow Blade's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Haha, that's enough. Seeing this, Chu Xiu laughed heartily, patting the Shadow Blade's shoulder, and continued, being able to maintain 3 shadow servants not exceeding 3 stars above your own level is already an incredible skill. Moreover, you also mentioned that this is the number of shadow servants you can control with your current strength. I assume that as your strength level increases, the number you can control will also rise. The Shadow Blade nodded. Master is correct, the number of shadow servants I can control is not fixed. As my strength increases, the number of shadow servants I can control will continue to rise, and their stability and combat power will also enhance accordingly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu felt even more delighted. Now with just a Platinum 1-star strength, he can control 3 shadow servants. If he were to break through to a higher Platinum level, or even reach Diamond or King level, how terrifying would the power of this skill? Thinking of this, Chu Xiu's eyes flashed with brilliance, feeling that his decision to let Bloodblade Crazy Mantis evolve first was indeed the most correct one. He immediately patted the Shadow Blade's shoulder armor, smiling. Great. With this ability, the safety of the other 3 beasts during their evolution will be much higher. Rest assured, Master, the Shadow Blade said solemnly. I will guard alongside this Shadow Golden Crown Ice sculpture and will not allow anything to disturb their evolution. Chu Xiu nodded, his expression completely relaxed. He then turned his gaze towards the nearby Winter Festival Lion Void Dragon Weasel and the Cold Moon Shadow Beast circling in the sky. Now that he had 2 Platinum-level combat forces by his side, he no longer needed to worry about the remaining 3 beasts being disturbed by other beasts or beast masters in this frosty secret realm. Wait, it seems I forgot something. Just as Chu Xiu was calling the 3 spirit beasts back into the valley to prepare for evolution, he suddenly realized. Then his gaze swept across the attribute panel, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. I actually forgot that Dabei's next stage of evolution requires reaching Platinum level. Now it seems I can only let Yushuang and Longjun evolve first. As for Dabai, he can only accumulate strength in the spirit beast space and level up. Dabai, you should return to the spirit beast space for now. Chu Xiu patted the neck of the Winter Festival Lion that had come to his side, reassuring it. Roar. Although the Winter Festival Lion was a bit disappointed, it showed no resentment, merely letting out a low growl to express its understanding. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu immediately recalled the Winter Festival Lion into the spirit beast space. He then summoned the Cold Moon Phantom Beast and the Void Dragon Weasel to his side, and together they entered the valley. As for the Shadow Blade and his shadow servant, the Golden Crown Ice sculpture, they flew above the valley monitoring the surroundings. At the slightest hint of disturbance, they would be on high alert ready to expel, or even slay, any spirit beast master or demon beast that dared to intrude into the valley. Yushuang Long Jr. evolution begins now. In the valley, after Chu Xiu had prepared all the resources needed for the evolution of the Cold Moon Phantom Beast and the Void Dragon Weasel, he gave the command. Upon hearing this, the two spirit beasts immediately let out excited roars and entered the evolution area prepared by Chu Xiu, beginning to absorb the power of the evolution resources to strengthen themselves. After spending half a day adding all the necessary resources for the evolution of the two spirit beasts, Chu Xiu took out a wooden box containing the materials to make 100 portions of premium magical nutrient solution. Since the I cannot evolve for the time being, let's raise its level for now. With the 256-fold growth acceleration in the spirit beast space, combined with premium magical nutrient solution, even if by reaches golden 7 stars, the speed of its strength increase will definitely not be slow. After saying that, Chu Xiu took out the equipment he had used to make the premium magical nutrient solution, and then extracted the materials for one portion of the nutrient solution skillfully, beginning the refining process. The golden magic source flower melted and refined in his hands, perfectly merging with various auxiliary materials as rich magical fluctuations continuously emanated from the reagent bottle. He refined at a rapid pace, producing a standard portion of premium magical nutrient solution every few minutes. In no time, the center of the valley formed a peculiar scene. On one side was the energetic and dramatically transforming spirit beast evolution. On the other side was the spirit beast master, focused and continuously producing potions. Time quietly passed. On the first day, the cold air surrounding the Cold Moon Phantom Beast had intensified to the point of becoming a tangible blue ice mist, turning the area within dozens of meters into a frigid zone. Meanwhile, the Void Dragon Weasel was completely enveloped by spatial turbulence, its form sometimes blurry, sometimes clear, with occasional deep dragon roars emitting a sense of oppressive dread. Chu Xiu had already refined hundreds of portions of premium magical nutrient solution, all of which were sent into the spirit beast space for the Winter Festival Lion to consume. On the second day, the evolution of the Cold Moon Phantom Beast reached a critical moment as phantom-like fluctuations began to appear around it, a sign of the manifestation of the Heart of Nightmare's power, seemingly capable of dragging one's soul into an eternal nightmare. The changes in the Void Dragon Weasel were also becoming more apparent. Its form had completely shed its weasel shape, and although it had not fully transformed into a dragon, its sinuous figure and glass-like scales were already taking on a dragon-like appearance. Especially its eyes, which with their opening and closing seemed capable of piercing through the void. The number of nutrient solutions refined by Chu Xiu had surpassed 1,000, and in the spirit beast space, the Winter Festival Lion was frantically absorbing this high-purity magic power, steadily increasing its strength under the accelerated growth conditions. Another day passed. Finally, at dawn on the third day, the energy fluctuations at the location of the Cold Moon Phantom Beast reached their peak. A milky white light of evolution suddenly rose, and just like when the Bloodblade Mad Mantis evolved into the Shadow Blade, the light transformed into a soaring pillar, attracting the attention of all spirit beast masters and demon beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles. Owl. The light of evolution lasted for half an hour, and after that a clear cry, filled with infinite coldness, echoed throughout the valley. The Cold Moon Phantom Beast's form was completely reshaped within the milky white light of evolution. When the light dissipated, a spirit beast with a more slender and elegant physique, covered entirely in deep nightski-like scales, with 2 pairs of translucent ice wings sprouting from its back, appeared in its place. The crescent-shaped ice crystal on its forehead had now transformed into a complex rune, and its eyes were no longer of different colors, but had turned into a deep, mysterious purple, as if capable of seeing directly into the hearts of others. It succeeded. Seeing this, Chu Xiu immediately clicked to check the attribute panel of the Cold Moon Phantom Beast. Han Yuan Nightmare Phantom Beast. Attributes: Ice Wind. Quality: extraordinary. Level: golden 9 stars. Status: perfect. Talent skills: Ice Crystal Explosion, Cold Moon Blade, Wind Passing, Without a Trace, Frost Shadow, Assault, Cold Abyss, Gaze, Nightmare, Ice Prison. Evolution Chain: Cold Moon Phantom Beast, Han Yuan Nightmare Phantom Beast, Star Frost Ancient Beast, Eternal Night, Holy Unicorn Legend. Description: evolved from the Cold Moon Phantom Beast by absorbing the essence of the Heart of Nightmare and the underworld Ice Lotus. It possesses immense power with the ability to freeze souls, with its formidable cold ice force, even capable of creating an ultra-cold illusion realm that traps enemies, leaving them unable to escape. Extraordinary quality: golden 9 stars. Although it didn't reach platinum level, rising from golden 5 stars to golden 9 stars in one go is still quite impressive. Seeing the attribute information of the Han Yuan Nightmare Phantom Beast, a glint of light flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction. He had anticipated that the strength level of the Han Yuan Nightmare Phantom Beast would not break through to platinum level. After all, the level of the Han Yuan Nightmare Phantom Beast before its evolution was only golden 5 stars, which was 2 stars lower than the previous Bloodblade Mad Mantis during its evolution. Yushuang, you should also enter the Spirit Beast space and consume the premium magical nutrient solution to enhance your strength, striving to reach platinum level as soon as possible. After putting away the attribute panel of the Han Yuan Nightmare Phantom Beast, Chu Xiu said to it. Okay, master. Upon hearing this, the voice of the Han Yuan Nightmare Phantom Beast echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Chu Xiu smiled slightly, casually waved his hand, and recalled the Han Yuan Nightmare Phantom Beast back into the spirit beast space. With the evolution of the Han Yuan Nightmare Phantom Beast completed, Chu Xiu felt significantly relieved. Chu Xiu then glanced at the still-evolving Void Dragon Weasel, took a deep breath, and shifted his focus back to the production of the premium magical nutrient solution. Buzz. After 2 more days while Chu Xiu was making the premium magical nutrient solution, the evolution light once again shone from the direction of the Void Dragon Weasel. It was now nighttime in the Frost Secret Realm, and the towering milky white light of evolution illuminated the secret realm for hundreds of miles around. Another success. He stopped creating the advanced magical nutrient solution, and instead stored all materials and equipment back into the Beastmaster space, quietly waiting for the evolution light to dissipate, and for the Void Dragon Weasel to complete its evolution. This time the evolution light lasted for a full hour before it ended. When the evolution light that illuminated the night sky faded, the Void Dragon Weasel finally revealed its post-evolution appearance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the Void Dragon Weasel. Achievement points 250. Current achievement points 1440 points. The moment the Void Dragon Weasel completed its evolution, the system's notification sound rang out. However, Chu Xiu did not pay attention to the change in his achievement points. Instead, he focused on the post-evolution Void Dragon Weasel. At this moment, the appearance of the Void Dragon Weasel had completely transformed. It had become a mini dragon nearly 3 meters long, its entire body seemingly crafted from colorful glass. A pair of dragon horns sparkled with clarity, and its eyes were as deep as the cosmos. On its dragon body, the gaps between its scales appeared to shimmer with fragments of the starry river. Around it, small spatial cracks appeared and vanished, clearly indicating that it had just evolved and had yet to fully retract its aura and formidable void power. Seeing this, Chu Xiu quickly opened the attribute panel of the Void Dragon Weasel. Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon Attributes Space System Dragon System Quality Epic Level Platinum 1-star Talent Skills Spatial Leap Dragon Scale / Void Fangs Phasing Glass Dragon Rift Wave Breaking Boundary I Light Evolution Chain Weasel Void Dragon Weasel Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon Universe Dragon Emperor Legendary Description: shedding the weasel form to become a glass dragon with scale gaps shimmering with starry river fragments. A single claw can tear open spatial rifts, and its eyes can pierce dimensional barriers. Its existence embodies the laws of space, boasting incredible strength. It directly jumped from perfect quality to extraordinary quality, reaching epic quality in one go, and its level also broke through from golden 5-star to platinum 1-star. The Dragon Lord has now become the strongest among my tamed beasts. Even the small knife, which is also platinum 1-star, can only rank behind the Dragon Lord. Seeing the attribute information of the Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up and his joy was beat. The Dragon Lord's evolution was even more astonishing than Yu Xuan's. It not only transcended to a higher epic quality, but also directly stepped into platinum 1-star. The newly acquired skills Glass Dragon Rift Wave and Breaking Boundary I Light are undoubtedly powerful space-based attack methods just by their names. The Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon, in terms of potential and level, has undoubtedly become Chu Xiu's foremost combat force. Dragon Lord, how do you feel? Suppressing his excitement, Chu Xiu walked over to the Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon and asked with a smile. At this moment, the Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon was also familiar with its surging power, and the spatial ripples around its body gradually converged. It lowered its head to look at Chu Xiu, who had come beside it, and in its starry eyes respect and excitement were evident as it exclaimed, "Master, I feel filled with unprecedented power. This world seems to be filled with spatial folds that I can use. As long as I think of it, I can leap there." As it spoke, its figure flickered and directly disappeared from its spot, reappearing moments later on a cliff dozens of meters away. Before Chu Xiu could react, it returned to stand before him. The entire process was silent, without even a hint of spatial fluctuation. Moreover, its speed was even faster than when it was the Void Dragon Weasel, using spatial jumps almost in the blink of an eye. Not bad, not bad. Upon noticing the Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon's speed, Chu Xiu couldn't help but praise. Then, just like before with the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast, he exchanged a few words with the Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon before putting it back into the Beastmaster space. After waving his hand to store the Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon back into the Beastmaster space, he immediately communicated mentally to the Shadow Blade in the sky, "Little knife, take your shadow minions, and let's move to another place." The commotion in this valley was too great. Twice the evolution light shot into the sky, especially the recent evolution light of the Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon, shining at night, illuminating nearly 1,000 miles. During this prolonged period, who knows how many magical beasts would be attracted. Although he was not afraid, it was still a hassle. In fact, during the time the light from the Void Dragon Weasel's evolution into the Breaking Boundary Glass Dragon lasted, many magical beasts had already rushed over, engaging in battles with the Shadow Blade and its shadow minions, all of whom were slain outside the valley. To avoid being disturbed by even more powerful magical beasts, or even beast masters, the best course of action is to leave this place immediately. "Master, I'm here." In the sky above the valley, the Shadow Blade responded immediately upon receiving the command. It then flew down with the platinum 3-star Shadow Golden Crown Eye sculpture. "You take the master and leave with me." As soon as it landed, the shadow blade spoke to the shadow of the golden crown ice sculpture. Upon hearing this, the shadow golden crown ice sculpture immediately lowered its head and lay on the ground, allowing Chu Xiu to climb onto its back. Thus Chu Xiu, along with the shadow blade and the enormous shadow minion, quickly left this troublesome place and headed deeper into the Frost secret realm. After flying for several hundred miles, they found a glacier fracture area and entered an extremely hidden ice cave. The entrance of the ice cave was concealed by thick ice layers and hanging icicles, blending in almost seamlessly with the surrounding ice cliffs, making it difficult to detect. Little Knife, guard the cave entrance. After entering the ice cave, Chu Xiu immediately ordered, and the shadow blade and its shadow minions set up watch around the ice cave. Once everything was arranged, Chu Xiu sat cross-legged on the dry ice rock deep inside the ice cave, calming his breathing. The accumulated achievement points have now reached 1440 points. All the tamed beasts that can evolve have completed their evolution. It's time for a big draw. After saying this, Chu Xiu's mind quickly sank into the system interface. Looking at the impressive 1440 achievement points, his heart racing. A 10 consecutive draw saves 100 achievement points, requiring only 900 achievement points. With 1440 achievement points, he had enough to carry out a 10 consecutive draw, leaving him with 540 points remaining. I wonder what kind of treasures I can draw this time. Opening the system's lucky roulette interface, Chu Xiu gazed at the thousands of divisions above his eyes, sparkling. Then he took a deep breath and hesitated no more. System consumed 900 achievement points for a 10 consecutive draw. Consuming 900 achievement points, the lucky roulette 10 consecutive draw begins. With the familiar system notification sound ringing out, the massive roulette shadow began to spin rapidly before his eyes. On the system panel, a vast wheel spun furiously before coming to an abrupt halt, the pointer settling on a prize slot that glowed with green light. A system notification announced that Chu Xiu had obtained Fengling KO. Instantly, a palm-sized herb suffused with potent wind attribute energy materialized before him. Immediately, the one-stop lottery wheel began to whirl again. Moments later, it stopped, the pointer resting on another slot. Each reward was issued, then the wheel spun anew in endless repetition. He received a Gaoji Dengji Tishinka and 100 portions of Teiji Moli Yinjianji. He also obtained a Fengbao Longwang Tian Ka and Xinjian Zongtian. Further rewards included a Zhongji Dengji Tishinka and another Gaoji Dengji Tishinka. The wheel produced a Juling Guijia, yet another Gaoji Dengji Tishinka, and a Hanyu Ling Sui. After 10 draws, Chu Xiu had acquired 10 items, in total 1 gold, 1 orange, 5 purple, 2 blue, and 1. The most precious was the gold tier Xinjian Zongtian. The next most valuable was the orange tier Fengbao Longwang. The 5 purple rewards comprised 3 Gaoji Dengji Tishinka, a master-level ice resource Hanyu Ling Sui, and the shell of a master-level Juling turtle Juling Guijia. The 2 blue rewards were a Zhongji Dengji Tishinka and a further 100 portions of Teiji Moli Yinjianji. A 10 draw gold. Could this Xinjian Zongtian be a true artifact? When the tenfold draw concluded, Chu Xiu's gaze fixed immediately on a 3-foot blade hovering before him, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement and expectation. The sword was bluish-black in hue, its blade bore dense abyss-like striations, through which a mysterious azure energy flowed like a coiling dragon, as if the weapon itself were breathing. As Chu Xiu stared at Xinjian Zongtian, its data panel appeared on his system interface. Xinjian Zongtian, tier mythic, level unbound, skill Zongjian technique, description special equipment. Its level scales with the host's level, and it does not occupy a beast slot. Once bound, it aids the host in comprehending the Zongjian technique. Perfected, a single strike can bury the heavens, bury the earth, bury all living things. Mythic tier special equipment, truly an artifact. Although Xinjian Zongtian's attribute panel was far simpler than any beast or demon beast Chu Xiu had encountered, those terse lines jolted him so violently that he sprang to his feet. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the 3-foot blade suffused with bluish-black energy, his heart trembling with awe. Until now, every tamed beast, wild beast, and terminal evolutionary beast he had seen had only reached legendary. He had never before witnessed a mythic tier. He had assumed legendary was the highest echelon. Now before him stood a mythic quality piece of equipment. Though not a tamed beast, the system's description made clear that Xinjian Zongtian could be used much like one. System bind Xinjian Zongtian. Chu Xiu inhaled deeply and without hesitation commanded the system to bind. A confirmation chimed, the binding succeeded. In that instant, a terrifying sword intent surged into Chu Xiu's sea of consciousness. Having never cultivated swordsmanship and possessing no foundation in the sword path, Chu Xiu trembled as a torrent of insights into the Zongjian technique flooded his memory, and he plunged into sudden comprehension. His aura grew sharper and more domineering. In a matter of breaths, a startling sword intent bloomed in his eyes, and myriad realizations rose within him. In the next instant, he thrust his right hand forward and closed his palm on empty air, and in a flash Xinjian Zongtian had appeared in his grip. Zongjian technique. Instinctively Chu Xiu cried, gripping the divine sword and striking. In an instant, countless sword radiances detonated and shot skyward. When the sword lights faded, the mountain above the cave where Chu Xiu stood had been cleaved by a shaft over 10 meters in diameter, its inner wall smooth as if cut by a single blade, forming a 100-meter-deep well. Such terrifying power. This strike is stronger than the full-force blow of a Platinum 3-star demon beast. Chu Xiu looked up, mouth slightly open, his face a mask of astonishment. Master! A startled voice from the cave entrance. Anying Daofoam cried out, clearly alarmed by the commotion. It's fine, just keep guarding the entrance. Chu Xiu waved, signaling there was nothing amiss. That reassured Anying Daofoam and halted him from entering the cave. But no sooner had Chu Xiu spoken than his expression changed, the color drained from his face, and he grew pale. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu seized one of the 100 vials of Taiji Moli Yinjianji before him and swallowed it whole. After taking a dose and resting his breath for a short, while Chu Xiu's color slowly returned and the magic that had been exhausted within him recovered by more than half, he exhaled in relief. For a silver 8-star cultivator, the unleashed power of the Zongjin technique exceeded even the full force attack of the platinum 3-star demon beast Jingguan Bingyao, truly worthy of mythic tier. However, though Xinjian Zhangxin's might was unparalleled, its consumption was outrageous. That single sword stroke had drained his strength in an instant. He wondered whether as his own power increased and the Zongjin technique grew stronger, it would continue to siphon all his magic as it had now. Regardless, the Zongjin technique could only be a last resort life-saving gambit. Unless absolutely necessary, he must not use it. Otherwise, if the enemy did not fall, the next to die might be him. Recomposed, Chu Xiu glanced at Xinjian Zongtian in his hand, now leveled to match his own silver 8-star rank, and shook his head with a rueful smile. With a thought, the Zongtian's sword dissolved into a streak of light and entered his brow. Having stowed Xinjian Zongtian, Chu Xiu turned his attention to the other items. He deposited the remaining Taiji Moli Yinjianji Finglingqiu Hanyu Lingsue and Juling Guijia into his beast space, leaving before him only 5 cards that shimmered with orange, purple, and blue light. Chu Xiu first examined the card glowing with an orange radiance, an orange tier reward second only to golden. Among all rewards obtained from this temple gacha, this card ranked second in value, surpassed only by the divine sword Zongtian. Lifting the card shimmering with orange light before him, Chu Xiu beheld a colossal 2-winged dragon wreathed in swirling tempests at its center, its wings subtly stirring lifelike and vivid. Tempest Dragon Sovereign Trial Card. Upon activation, it summons a legendary tier Tempest Dragon Sovereign from another realm, a sovereign of rank 1 monarch wholly obedient to you. The summon lasts precisely 10 minutes before dissipating. Summon a legendary tier Tempest Dragon Sovereign, rank 1 monarch. Another life-saving trump card. Must secure it immediately. Upon reading the card's description, Chu Xiu's face lit up with genuine delight, and he swiftly stowed the Tempest Dragon Sovereign Trial card away. Though merely rank 1 monarch, this Tempest Dragon Sovereign possessed legendary tier quality. Even among monarch rank beasts and bonded beasts, most attained epic tier quality. Yet this legendary tier Tempest Dragon Sovereign would rival, if not surpass, any epic tier monarch rank beast or bonded beast of rank 3. Granted, its presence endures only 10 minutes. But within that span, unless confronted by a monarch tier adversary, Chu Xiu stood invincible. Next, Chu Xiu turned his attention to the remaining 4 cards. Intermediate Rank Advancement Card. For users below Diamond rank, this card enables seamless consequence-free advancement by 1 star. Advanced Rank Advancement Card. For users below Monarch rank, this card grants flawless side defect-free advancement by 1 star. Both cards were rare treasures capable of directly elevating one's rank, differing only in their respective rank. Gazing upon these 4 rank advancement cards, Chu Xiu chose not to activate them immediately. Instead, he resolved to wait until his cultivation reached several higher realms before employing them. After all, he currently stood at silver rank 8, and with the aid of supreme grade magical vitality elixir and the stellar forging chi cultivation art, his progression would remain swift provided he cultivated with focused diligence. For both bonded beasts and beast-tamers alike, each subsequent star-level advancement grew exponentially more arduous as rank ascended. Thus, these direct rank advancement cards should be deployed precisely when one approached their usage threshold, to maximize their strategic yield. The temple gacha is complete. My bonded beast has likewise undergone evolution. It is time to return, cultivating while simultaneously refining supreme-grade magical vitality elixir. Having secured all rank advancement cards, Chu Xiu rubbed his neck and rose, stepping out of the cavern. No sooner had he emerged than Shadow Blade and the shadow golden-crowned ice sculpture it commanded hastened to his side. Master, the sheer power of your last strike was terrifying. I felt my very soul tremble. Fortunate indeed that you struck skyward. If that blow had been aimed toward the cave entrance, I doubt even I could have withstood such devastating force. How did you achieve such mastery? The moment Shadow Blade reached Chu Xiu, it burst forth with urgent inquiry, its voice thick with awe and burning curiosity. Shadow Blade, now matching ordinary platinum rank 4 beasts in strength, perceived mortal peril only in Chu Xiu's recent deployment of the divine sword Zongtian, the burial sword technique. That technique's destructive force equaled at minimum the full assault of a typical platinum rank 6 beast. Chu Xiu, possessing only silver rank 8 strength, had hitherto relied on his bonded beasts for protection. Yet just moments ago he unleashed a strike of unimaginable terror, shattering Shadow Blade's expectations and igniting profound fascination. Observing Shadow Blade's stunned wonder, Chu Xiu smiled faintly. I merely chanced upon a divine artifact, thus enabling such extraordinary power. Come, we depart. He revealed only the artifact's role, not its origin. After all, even if he explained the system to Shadow Blade, comprehension would remain impossible. Moreover, Chu Xiu had no intention of disclosing his divine pet evolution system, even to his own bonded beast. Understood, master. Shadow Blade nodded, half grasping, half perplexed, then instantly obeyed Chu Xiu's unspoken command, turning toward the distant shadow golden-crowned ice sculpture and commanding, golden-crowned ice sculpture, approach and bear our master away. Screech. With a piercing cry, the golden-crowned ice sculpture unfurled its wings and soared toward them, landing reverently beside Chu Xiu and lowering itself to the ground. Chu Xiu's lips curved slightly as he leapt lightly onto the sculpture's broad back. Once Chu Xiu settled firmly atop it, the golden-crowned ice sculpture launched skyward, bearing him alongside Shadow Blade toward the exit of the Frost Glare secret realm. Within half an hour, the golden-crowned ice sculpture brought Chu Xiu near the secret realm's threshold. What is that? Its aura is utterly terrifying. Danger, it's a platinum-tier beast. A platinum-tier beast is breaching the barrier. Alert the 2 senior beast tamers of the Demon Suppression Bureau at once. Wait, hold. Look closer, there's a human rider atop that giant. This isn't a wild beast, it's a bonded beast. Such a youthful platinum-tier beast tamer. Could he hail from one of the imperial capital's great aristocratic clans? That face, familiar indeed. Isn't he the prodigy who over a month ago decisively crushed the Wang clan? By the heavens, it is him. No wonder he earned formal appointment to the Demon Suppression Bureau. He truly commands a platinum-tier bonded beast, 2 of them. As Chu Xiu neared the secret realm's entrance station, beast-tamers, and those entering or exiting the Frostglare secret realm, all noticed the golden-crowned ice sculpture's immense silhouette, prompting waves of astonished exclamations. Initially, official beast-tamers guarding within the realm mistook the approaching figure for a rampaging secret realm beast and rushed to alert the 2 platinum-tier Demon Suppression Bureau masters. Only upon spotting Chu Xiu astride the sculpture did they realize their error, that this was no rogue beast but a tamed companion, and hastily halted their advance. When Chu Xiu drew nearer and signaled the sculpture to decelerate, many beast-tamers who had witnessed his slaying of Wang Xing months prior recognized him instantly, and cried out anew. Unfazed by the commotion he stirred, Chu Xiu gave no pause, urging the golden-crowned ice sculpture and Shadow Blade forward as they surged through the secret realm's gateway and departed the Frostglare secret realm entirely. Beyond the realm, they sped relentlessly toward the imperial capital. 2 platinum-tier bonded beasts. Chu Lord possesses 2 platinum-tier bonded beasts. That black figure, platinum rank 3, feels strangely familiar. Where have I seen it before? As Chu Xiu burst forth from the secret realm, the 2 platinum-tier Demon Suppression Bureau masters stationed outside were instantly roused. They erupted from their posts in unison, gazing after Chu Xiu's retreating form. Upon recognizing the golden-crowned ice sculpture's distinctive silhouette, they exchanged glances, each finding identical bewilderment reflected in the other's eyes. Returning to the outskirts of the imperial capital, Chu Xiu stored the Shadow Blade into the Beastmaster space. The shadow of the golden crown ice sculpture transformed directly into a shadow, attaching itself to the Shadow Blade, and followed it into Chu Xiu's Beastmaster space. After entering the imperial capital, Chu Xiu returned directly to the villa assigned by the Demon Suppression Division, immersing himself once again in the production of the premium magical nutrient solution. During the production of the premium magical nutrient solution, Chu Xiu did not forget to use the surplus solution to help the Winter Festival lion and other beasts cultivate, accelerating their growth. Under the 256-fold growth acceleration of Chu Xiu's SS-level Beastmaster space, another month passed, and the level of the Winter Festival lion finally broke through from Golden 7 stars to Platinum 1 star. It worked. Dubai has finally broken through to Platinum level. Next I can let Dubai complete the next stage of evolution. As soon as the Winter Festival lion broke through, Chu Xiu sensed it, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Now that I only have Dubai as my beast, I don't need to take it to the Frost Secret Realm for evolution. It can evolve right here, in the villa area of the Demon Suppression Division. After all, evolving a single beast can easily be seen as a pleasant surprise. Others won't take it seriously, they will just think I am lucky. After the Winter Festival lion's breakthrough, a flurry of thoughts raced through Chu Xiu's mind, and he quickly decided to complete the evolution of the Winter Festival lion in the villa's courtyard. Without any hesitation, Chu Xiu swiftly finished making the premium magical nutrient solution at hand, then stored all the produced solutions and walked out of the villa. This large courtyard should be sufficient for Dubai's evolution. In the small courtyard outside the villa, Chu Xiu glanced at the courtyard, which covered several hundred square meters, and smiled slightly, then took out the evolution resources he had prepared for the Winter Festival lion from his Beastmaster space, and began to set them up. Within just a few minutes, Chu Xiu completed the preparations for the Winter Festival lion's evolution. Dubai, it's time to evolve. With a thought, the massive figure of the Winter Festival lion appeared beside him. Master. The Winter Festival lion, upon appearing, respectfully called out to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded, then pointed to the evolution resources he had arranged in front of him, saying to the Winter Festival lion, "Dubai, begin your evolution." Hearing this, the Winter Festival lion immediately beamed with joy, expressing gratitude to Chu Xiu. "Thank you, master." As soon as the words fell, it eagerly rushed forward, quickly devouring the various evolution resources, as instructed by. As the evolution resources were gradually consumed, the aura emanating from the Winter Festival lion grew increasingly. Once the Winter Festival lion had devoured all the evolution resources, a wave of fatigue washed over it, causing it to involuntarily lie down and fall into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, powerful icy energies swirled around the sleeping winter festival lion, and the temperature in the entire villa courtyard rapidly dropped under the influence of this icy energy, causing ice crystals to even form in the surrounding air and fall to the ground. According to the system's evolution prompt, after Dubai consumes all the evolution resources, it will need approximately 3 days to fully exhaust the energy from these resources. As long as the evolution light appears, Dubai's evolution success will be assured. Chu Xiu, observing the sleeping winter festival lion, smiled lightly and said. Then he decided to take out a premium magical nutrient solution to consume, beginning his own cultivation nearby. During this past month, aside from producing the premium magical nutrient solution, Chu Xiu also did not neglect his own cultivation. With the ample supply of premium magical nutrient solution, Chu Xiu's strength saw considerable improvement over the month. His level advanced from silver 8 stars to silver 9 stars, now only a step away from becoming a golden level beastmaster. A swift glance, and 3 days had passed. Buzz. 3 days later, a pillar of milky white evolution light shot up into the sky, abruptly drawing Chu Xiu's attention from his cultivation. The evolution light has appeared. Dubai's evolution was successful. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, gazing at the milky white evolution light soaring into the sky, and he exclaimed in surprise, standing up from his spot. Looking at the winter festival lion, it was now completely enveloped in the milky white evolution light, rendering its simultaneously nearly half of the powerful beings in the imperial capital noticed this pillar of milky white light, each one turning their gaze towards the villa area where the formal members of the Demon Suppression Division resided. That is the evolution light. Such a massive commotion indicates that a beast has evolved to extraordinary quality. Extraordinary quality beasts possess boundless potential and have a great probability of breaking through to the royal level in the future. Looking in that direction, it should be the villa area where the members of the Demon Suppression Division headquarters reside. This makes sense. The Demon Suppression Division has numerous strong individuals, so it's not surprising for someone to have a beast evolve into extraordinary quality. However, the owner of this beast that has evolved into extraordinary quality will likely see an increase in status within the Demon Suppression Division. Chu Xiu's beast evolution caused quite a stir, catching the attention of the vast majority of powerful beings in the. However, upon witnessing the pillar of evolution light rising from the winter festival lion's evolution, these powerful beings could only sigh and express their sentiments. Especially after confirming that the source of the evolution light was the villa area of the formal members of the Demon Suppression Division, these strong individuals had no intention of heading over to investigate. After all, this was the imperial capital, home to countless powerful beings, including many true royal-level beasts. Over the years, there had been no less than 100 instances of perfect quality beasts evolving into extraordinary quality beasts in the imperial capital, so it naturally wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. However, if the same place repeatedly witnessed extraordinary quality beasts evolving, it would be an entirely different matter, surely sparking everyone's curiosity and prompting them to investigate. Within the villa area where the formal members of the Demon Suppression Division resided, most of the resting strong individuals stepped out of their villas to gaze in the direction of Chu Xiu's villa. This soaring evolution light indicates that if this beast completes its evolution, it will undoubtedly be of extraordinary quality. An extraordinary quality beast post-evolution can easily grow to the master level. It truly is enviable. That direction seems to be where the platinum level members reside. A platinum level beast master possessing an extraordinary quality beast is truly impressive. Let's go and see which fortunate individual is currently evolving this extraordinary quality beast. In an instant, many powerful diamond-level beast masters, and even master-level beast masters rushed toward the location of Chu Xiu's villa. The assembled elites of Xinjiao did not barge into the courtyard where Chu Xiu stood. Instead, one by one, they climbed onto the rooftops of nearby villas and watched his courtyard from a distance. They were all colleagues from Xinjiao, keeping their distance so as not to disturb Chu Xiu's beast as it evolved. Am I not sensing this wrong? How is the aura on this youngster still not at golden rank? No. Am I sensing his magical aura is only at the peak of silver? It has not broken into golden. A kid not even golden, yet a full member of Xinjiao. Are you kidding me? Although the young man's own beastmaster rank is only silver, his beast is formidable. That creature undergoing evolution already projects a platinum level momentum. A silver-ranked man contracted a platinum beast. How strong must his will be? What kind of monstrous genius has emerged here? I recognize him. His name is Chu Xiu, and he was recommended into Xinjiao by Lord Baishan. So he is the prodigy recommended by Lord Baishan. No wonder. However, when they saw Chu Xiu's youthful face and sensed the rank aura upon him, those who had been merely curious were one by one struck with overwhelming astonishment and began whispering among themselves. They were even more startled upon learning that Chu Xiu had been recommended into Xinjiao by Yufei. Meanwhile, inside Chu Xiu's villa courtyard, as expected, it has drawn quite a crowd. Chu Xiu perceived the ever-growing assembly of Xinjiao elites outside the villa, and feeling their astonished gazes, murmured to himself. Chu Xiu noticed that each of the Xinjiao members kept a respectful distance from his villa, behaving properly and not disturbing the Lindong Jishi's evolution. His attention returned to the Lindong Jishi wrapped in a milky evolutionary light. They fell silent, waiting for the Lindong Jishi to finish its metamorphosis. Thus beneath the watchful eyes of Chu Xiu and the 100 or so Jinyao elites, an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. An hour later, the dazzling evolution light around the Lindong Jishir faded completely, revealing its brand new post-evolution form. Roar! A sonorous lion's roar resounded as the creature that had been the Lindong Jishir evolved into the Bingpa Shihuang and suddenly rose to its feet. The Bingpa Shihuang now measured nearly 10 meters in length, its entire body cloaked in translucent ice blue mane, as if hewn from 10,000 years of frozen crystal. Its limbs were thick and powerful, claws sharp as frost blades, wherever it trod a fine layer of ice armor crystallized beneath its paws. Its head was regal and fearsome, a dazzling ice crystal royal crest sprouting from its brow, twin eyes cold and profound like a winter moon, with faint frost mist swirling within. Layered ice-ribbed spines ran along its back and neck, an imposing presence that bespoke the Lion Emperor's mighty aura. What a majestic and extraordinary male lion! Such quality is undoubtedly transcendent. Although this creature's rank is only Platinum 4-star, its potency likely surpasses the beasts of the vast majority of Platinum-ranked Beastmasters present. The moment the Bingpa Shihuang unleashed its aura, a nearby Grandmaster-class veteran's eyes brightened. He nodded in silent approval, having judged the beast's power. Although formal members of Jinyao are all Platinum-ranked Beastmasters, those Platinum members differ little from ordinary Platinum Beastmasters. The main beasts of most Platinum elites possess only excellent quality. Only a minority of Platinum Masters command main beasts of perfect quality. As for transcendent quality beasts like the Bingpa Shihuang, even among Jinyao's Platinum Beastmasters, they are exceedingly rare, owned by only a select few. Across the entire Jinyao Platinum Beastmasters, who possess transcendent beasts can be counted on one hand. Bingpa Shihuang, Attribute Ice. Quality Transcendent. Rank Platinum 4-star. Innate Skills Pinyin Bingpa Wangkai, Bingyu Lianzhan Shuiying Shun Lindong, Jiwen Juedui Lingyu Absolute 0 Domain, Shihuang Jinu. Status Perfect. Evolution Chain Shuejing Inshir, Shuiying Zhanshir Lindong Jishir Bingpa, Shihuang, Jihan Shengshir Epic. Next Evolution Bingpa, Shihuang Jihan, Shengshir Evolution Materials. Description: it fuses 5 strands of ice-souled demon spirits with the primal essence of extreme cold within its lion heart. An ice crystal royal crest blooms upon its brow, frost forms into armor wherever it steps, and its roar rends the void. Truly a hegemon among ice-type beasts. At the same time, an attribute readout for the Bingpa Shihuang appeared before Chu Xiu. Platinum 4-star. Although it only advanced by 3 stars, that is very commendable. Chu Xiu's eyes brightened as he read the Bingpa Shihuang's rank information, and he nodded in satisfaction. Among Platinum beasts, the gap in strength between successive star levels is several times that of Golden beasts, and the energy required to advance a single star scales accordingly. Master, many powerful figures outside are watching us. After its evolution, the Bingpa Shihuang approached Chu Xiu, first offering a respectful address, then lowering its voice as concern filled its eyes. Though it had evolved into a transcendent quality beast and attained Platinum 4-star strength, it nonetheless felt unprecedented pressure beneath the scrutiny of those 100-odd gazes. This was Jinyao, one of the strongest official institutions of the Xinxia Empire, a place thick with powerful figures. Do not worry, this is Jinyao. No one here will act against us. You have just completed your evolution. I return to the beast space and consolidate your realm. Do not worry, this is Jinyao. No one here will act against us. You have just completed your evolution. I return to the beast space and consolidate your realm first. Chu Xiu heard the Bingpa Shihuang's grave words and smiled faintly. He reached out, stroked its lowered head, and spoke. At his thought, Chu Xiu recalled the Bingpa Shihuang into the beast space. After doing so, he looked up and surveyed the Jinyao elites perched on the roofs of the nearby villas. Those who had watched the Bingpa Shihuang's evolution all gave Chu Xiu a nod, then, full of emotion, turned and left with yet one person remained. He was the strongest among the onlookers, a Grandmaster-class Beastmaster. Chu Xiu, may we speak alone? The Grandmaster-class Beastmaster came to the gate of Chu Xiu's courtyard and smiled. Chu Xiu did not refuse the Grandmaster's request. He opened the courtyard gate, led him into the villa's living room, and seated him on the sofa. Shuahufa, may I ask what matter you wish to discuss with me alone? Please speak candidly. In the villa's hall, Chu Xiu poured a cup of water for the master-level expert before him, his face displaying a look of confusion. Master-level experts possess immense strength and hold esteemed positions. Even within the Demon Suppression Department, master-level experts are highly regarded and few in number. After officially becoming a member of the Demon Suppression Department, Chu Xiu familiarized himself with the current upper echelons and was not entirely ignorant of the master-level experts within. Within the entire Demon Suppression Department, aside from the king-level department head and 2 deputy heads, there are 12 esteemed. These protectors are master-level beast tamers, representing the strongest fighting force in the Demon Suppression Department aside from the 3 leaders. The master-level expert before him is none other than Zhuo Bufan, one of the 12 protectors. Haha, then I shall be. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Zhuo Bufan laughed heartily and continued. Chu Xiu, recently a strong individual from the Qingyi Bureau, captured a high-ranking member of the Tianyao Association and discovered an important stronghold of theirs from him. For the past few days, the Qingyi Bureau and the Demon Suppression Department have joined forces to besiege the Tianyao Association members at that stronghold, and unexpectedly found that the Holy Son of the Tianyao Association is also within that stronghold. However, both departments have encountered a tricky issue as the Holy Sun and other young elites of the Tianyao Association are in a special secret realm. The entrance to this secret realm has extremely strict rules, only allowing individuals under the age of 25 to enter. Even the king-level experts, the department head and Qin from the Qingyi Bureau, cannot break through the restrictions of the secret realm's entrance. To completely eradicate the Holy Sun of the Tianyao Association and the group of young elites, the Demon Suppression Department has been gathering young talents from the Xinxia Empire in recent days, even seeking assistance from several foreign countries, looking for the strongest group of young prodigies worldwide to eliminate the young elites of the Tianyao Association in one fell swoop. I have also reviewed your information. At just 18 years old, you possess peak silver level strength. Although this is somewhat inferior to those 25-year-old beast-tamer prodigies, you have an impressive platinum-level beast. With your current beast-taming strength, you are certainly not lacking compared to the top beast-tamer prodigies under 25 from the Xinxia Empire. Therefore, I would like to formally invite you to join the extermination operation in 2 weeks to eliminate the young elites of the Tianyao Association alongside young prodigies worldwide. These individuals are the future backbone of the Tianyao Association, and their complete elimination would be an unbearable. Another encounter with the Tianyao Association. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's spirit lifted. He was not unfamiliar with this force, having faced their attack just a few months ago during his practical examination in Linjiang City. Back then, members of the Tianyao Association had infiltrated the examination venue and launched a surprise attack on them, who were still high school students. Fortunately, the Qingyi Bureau and the strong experts from the school had been prepared, preventing any casualties among the high school students in Linjiang City. At that time, Chu Xiu even managed to kill several members of the Tianyao Association who had fused beast bloodlines into themselves, turning into half-human, half-demon beings significantly stronger than ordinary beast tamers. If they launched a surprise attack, beast tamers would be unable to summon their beasts in time, making it nearly impossible to evade assassination by these Tianyao Association members in the same realm. Zhuo Bufan, seeing Chu Xiu's excited reaction, couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Chu Xiu, have you had previous encounters with the Tianyao Association?" Chu Xiu nodded calmly in response. "Indeed, I have had encounters. Those fellows once attempted to assassinate me in my hometown, but I counterattacked and killed them. No wonder." Zhuo Bufan nodded in understanding and said, "Since you've already clashed with the Tianyao Association, I need not elaborate on their situation further. Are you willing to join the siege against the Holy Sun of the Tianyao Association?" Upon hearing Zhuo Bufan's inquiry, Chu Xiu grinned. "Of course I want to go. When do we assemble?" Zhuo Bufan replied, "The full-scale assault will commence in 14 days. The imperial capital is not far from that special secret realm. We can reach it in half a day's journey." Chu Xiu pondered for a moment, and then said, "Since the operation will only enter the special secret realm to besiege the Tianyao Association members 14 days later, I would appreciate it if you could take me there 13 days later. As for the time in between, I will prepare thoroughly." Seeing Chu Xiu's decisiveness, Zhuo Bufan nodded without hesitation. "Very well." After discussing the important matters, Zhuo Bufan took a sip of water, bid farewell to Chu Xiu, and left his villa to attack the Holy Sun of the Tianyao Association. This time, not only will the young talents from across the nation gather, but there will also be those talented beast tamers from abroad, making it worth attending. However, before that, I need to make more preparations. 12 days should be enough for me to break through to the golden level. Once I break through to the golden level, I will also explore the nearby large secret realms in the imperial capital to see if there are suitable beasts to become my 5th companion. Even if I cannot find a suitable beast, I can slay a few stronger platinum level beasts to enhance the strength of my small knife. After Zhuo Bufan left, Chu Xiu immediately made plans for the next 12 days. Without any hesitation, Chu Xiu quickly gathered his supplies and left the villa, heading towards a large secret realm near the imperial capital. There are 2 large secret realms near the imperial capital, each guarded by a protector and several diamond-level beast tamers from the Demon Suppression Department. The one Chu Xiu aims to visit is the Qiyun secret realm, which is closer to the imperial capital, planning to cultivate to the golden level within the large secret realm and search for a suitable 5th beast. The spiritual energy in large secret realms is several times denser than that in medium secret realms. Even the concentration of spiritual energy in the imperial capital is inferior to that in large secret realms. While cultivating in the Qiyun secret realm, even if he does not find the ice pool-like cultivation paradise he previously discovered in the Linshuang secret realm, his cultivation speed is still faster than if he were to stay in the imperial capital. The Qiyun secret realm is located 48 kilometers southeast of the imperial capital. After exiting through the southern gate of the imperial capital, Chu Xiu summoned his shadow blade and had its shadow servant, the golden-crowned ice sculpture, carry him straight there. In less than 3 minutes, Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of the Qiyun secret realm. His arrival naturally attracted the attention of the beast tamers guarding near the Qiyun secret realm. Seeing such a young man with a platinum-level beast, they couldn't help but be shocked. However, Chu Xiu did not pause at all and directly called for the shadow blade and golden-crowned ice sculpture to pass through the nearly 1,200-meter-wide entrance of the Qiyun secret realm and into the realm. Such dense, heavenly, and earthly spiritual energy, the ambient chi of this grand secret realm, is truly extraordinary, far richer than that of the imperial capital. No sooner had he stepped into the Qiyun secret realm than the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. Chu Xiu could not help but sigh deeply upon sensing this profound spiritual energy. Even at the very entrance of the Qiyun secret realm, the density of ambient spiritual energy rivaled that of the ice attribute Qi atop the 10th of sandy-rolled frost mountain in the Linshuang secret realm, where he had once cultivated. Xiao Dao, let us find a secluded spot first, and ascend to the gold rank before proceeding further. After drawing several deep breaths of the Qiyun secret realm's potent spiritual energy, Chu Xiu turned to his shadow blade companion, Enying Daofeng. Yes, master. Enying Daofeng bowed in acknowledgement, then swiftly directed the golden-crowned ice sculpture to carry Chu Xiu cautiously deeper into the Qiyun secret realm. Grand secret realms differ markedly from medium-sized ones, not only in scale but also in the formidable strength of their native beasts. Within the Qiyun secret realm, gold rank and platinum rank beasts are exceedingly common. Diamond rank beasts abound as well, and even sovereign rank beasts reign supreme across vast territories of the realm. Though Chu Xiu now commanded 4 platinum rank spirit beasts, he dared not charge recklessly, even here. Instead, he entrusted Enying Daofeng with reconnaissance, steering clear of dominions claimed by powerful beasts while exploring with meticulous care. Thus, flying with utmost caution for over 300 kilometers, Chu Xiu finally discovered a tranquil site saturated with dense spiritual energy and utterly devoid of formidable beasts. Chu Xiu recalled Enying Daofeng into his spirit beast space, retaining only the golden-crowned ice sculpture to stand vigilant guard around him. His SS-Steer spirit beast space accelerated cultivation by a factor of 256. Within it, Enying Daofeng consumed premium magical nutrient elixir to rapidly enhance his strength. At present, Chu Xiu remained within 300 kilometers of the Qiyun secret realm's entrance, still near its periphery, where gold-rank beasts predominated and platinum-rank ones rarely appeared. The golden-crowned ice sculpture as a shadow attendant was more than sufficient for perimeter vigilance. His 4 spirit beasts cultivated at speeds vastly surpassing those possible outside the spirit beast space. With the imminent mission to besiege the saint son of the heavenly demon sect, Chu Xiu, desperate to bolster his power, would not squander Enying Daofeng's time in the open. Once Enying Daofeng was safely settled, Chu Xiu retrieved a prepared vial of premium magical nutrient elixir from his spirit beast space, swallowed it, and immediately entered serene meditation, swiftly circulating the star-forging demon art to accelerate his own cultivation. Empowered by the star-forging demon art's unparalleled efficacy and amplified by the Qiyun secret realm's abundant spiritual energy, Chu Xiu achieved breakthrough to gold rank 1 in just 7 days. Within his consciousness, see a 5th spirit beast seed coalesced. At last, I have ascended to gold rank. A gold rank spirit beast tamer truly commands immense power. The intensity and profundity of one's magical energy now dwarf even the peak of silver rank. With my current gold rank 1 strength, how devastating would the burial sword technique become when wielded with the heaven-burying divine sword? Having broken through, Chu Xiu savored the torrential surge of magical energy coursing through his body, a faint smile lifting the corners of his lips. Instantly, part of his awareness sank into his spirit beast space to inspect Enying Daofeng and his other 3 spirit beasts. Upon observing their ascended ranks, Chu Xiu's smile broadened further. While he had cultivated for 7 days within the Qiyun secret realm, the accelerated growth afforded by his spirit beast space granted his 4 spirit beasts nearly 5 years' worth of advancement. In those brief 7 days, every one of his spirit beasts surged in rank. Enying Daofeng Break Realm Lapis Dragon and Abyssal Nightmare Beast each reached Platinum rank 3, while Ice Pearl Lion Sovereign soared to Platinum rank 5. Yet during this span, half of Chu Xiu's stockpile of premium magical nutrient elixir had already been consumed. With all 4 spirit beasts now ranked Platinum 3 or higher, and each possessing transcendent quality, I am fully equipped to confront any peril, provided we avoid diamond rank or stronger beasts. After scanning their current ranks, a gleam of sharp anticipation flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke, elation evident in his voice. But this premium magical nutrient elixir depletes alarmingly fast. Within just 7 days, my 4 spirit beasts consumed 2,000 vials. If I bind more spirit beasts in the future, even crafting elixirs non-stop would likely fail to keep pace with their... Yet as Chu Xiu's gaze fell upon the remaining stockpile piled quietly in a corner of his spirit beast space, his smile faltered, then faded entirely. He shook his head resigned and fell silent. After a moment's reflection, Chu Xiu formulated a plan. Perhaps once the mission to eliminate the heavenly demon sect Saint Sun and its young elite concludes, I shall consult Director Qin of the Xinxia Empire Exchange. I will provide them the formula and precise material ratios for the premium magical nutrient elixir. Their alchemists shall produce it en masse, while I retain 30% of the output for my own use, and that of my spirit beasts, freeing me from manual labor. Yes, that is precisely what I shall do. Having resolved to partner with the Xinxia Empire Exchange on elixir production, Chu Xiu wasted no further time lingering. Xiao Dao, emerge. With a single thought, Chu Xiu summoned Enying Daofeng from his spirit beast space. 5 days remained, time he intended to spend hunting powerful platinum rank beasts within the Qiyun secret realm. Only by replenishing all 3 of Enying Daofeng's shadow attendants could his combat potential be maximized, greatly increasing Chu Xiu's odds of success when entering the unique secret realm where the heavenly demon sect's Saint Sun concealed himself. The Heavenly Demon sect had plagued the Xinxia Empire for decades without being eradicated, a testament to its terrifying might. And the Saint's son, undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Even if he were under 25, he warranted absolute respect. Chu Xiu's sole imperative was to elevate his own strength and deepen his arsenal of hidden advantages. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough. Upon emerging, Anying Daofeng bowed respectfully and offered warm felicitations. Chu Xiu gave a slight nod, then added, Xiao Dao, I have now attained gold rank 1. It is time to advance to the next phase of our plan. Understood, Master. Anying Daofeng responded instantly. Chu Xiu had already briefed him en route to the Qian secret realm, so he knew precisely what came next. Having affirmed his readiness, Anying Daofeng mentally recalled the golden-crowned ice sculpture, hovering nearby on sentry duty, then ordered it to bear Chu Xiu toward the territories claimed by platinum-rank beasts. 3 hours later, an angry roar resounded from a certain mountain in the Qian secret realm. A shadow 10 meters in wingspan was blasted backward by a scorching flame spewed from a fiery flying beast crashing straight into the hillside of a tall mountain. A dull roar suddenly erupted, accompanied by the piercing shriek of the shadow. The one sent flying was the shadow servant of the shadow blade known as the Golden Crown Eye sculpture. The beast that knocked it away was an elite platinum 6-star red flame fire crow. With ice and fire, two completely opposing attributes clashing against each other. The stronger the power, the more pronounced the effect of the opposition. It was utterly impossible for the Golden Crown Eye sculpture to defeat the platinum 6-star red flame fire crow. On a stone platform below the mountain, Chu Xiu raised his head to observe the battle in the sky and quickly made an analysis. The Golden Crown Eye sculpture, also an elite, was only a platinum 3-star and nearly completely outmatched by the platinum 6-star red flame fire crow. Even though the Golden Crown Eye sculpture was a resilient servant of the Shadow Blade, it would still find it difficult to surpass the platinum 6-star red flame fire crow. Despite the Golden Crown Eye sculpture being at a disadvantage, there was no trace of anxiety on Chu Xiu's face. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. The Golden Crown Eye sculpture was not fighting alone. As it was hurled by the flames and crashed into the mountainside, a shadow flew out from above the red flame fire crow, like a specter with its hands transformed into blades aiming directly at its head. It was none other than one of Chu Xiu's beasts, the Shadow Blade. The timing of the Shadow Blade's attack was impeccable, striking just as the red flame fire crow was exhausted from its previous efforts and had yet to regain its strength. With the stealth ability of the Shadow Blade, even under normal circumstances, the red flame fire crow in its prime would hardly be able to withstand such an ambush. In its current state, the red flame fire crow had no chance to react to the Shadow Blade's surprise attack. With almost no effective defense, a dark blade light sliced cleanly through the neck of the red flame fire crow, like cutting. The red flame fire crow emitted its final shriek before its voice abruptly ceased. Its head and body separated, with scorching blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Like a fountain, a rain of blood began to fall from the sky. At the same time, the headless corpse of the red flame fire crow and its head lost all power, plummeting rapidly toward the ground hundreds of meters below. During this, the massive body that had been ablaze in crimson flames extinguished as well. Thud, thud. Two dull sounds erupted suddenly, and Chu Xiu felt the ground tremble as the enormous body of the red flame fire crow crashed into the earth, creating a deep pit and sending dust soaring dozens of meters into the air. The dust under the immense impact transformed into a whirlwind, scattering in all directions, almost instantly covering hundreds of meters and rushing toward him. Virum. Facing the approaching dust storm, Chu Xiu did not retreat. He stood firm, channeling his abundant golden-level magic power to form an invisible barrier around himself, effectively blocking all the swiftly swirling dust. With the powerful magic of a golden-level beast master, his magic could penetrate through his body. Although it couldn't withstand attacks from golden-level beasts and their masters, it was more than sufficient to block the dust raised by the shockwave. After several seconds, the dust settled, and Chu Xiu retracted his magic barrier, finding himself unscathed before swiftly heading toward the spot where the red flame fire crow had fallen. When Chu Xiu arrived beside the corpse of the red flame fire crow, the Shadow Blade had already extracted the beast's crystal core and at the same time activated its shadow summoning skill to transform the red flame fire crow into one of its shadow servants. A shadow identical to the red flame fire crow appeared before Chu Xiu. Upon emerging, the red flame fire crow respectfully lowered its head and emitted a low sound toward the Shadow Blade. Master, this is the crystal core of the red flame fire crow. The Shadow Blade paid no attention to the red flame fire crow, but instead approached Chu Xiu with the crystal core, respectfully handing it to him. Well done. After 3 hours, we finally found a suitable shadow servant. Chu Xiu received the crystal core of the red flame fire crow, smiling as he praised. The current Shadow Blade was at a platinum 3-star level, able to control beasts up to a platinum 6-star level. During these 3 hours, Chu Xiu and his companions encountered several platinum level beasts, but these beasts were either too low or too high in level. To maximize the strength of the Shadow Blade, Chu Xiu naturally needed to choose a platinum 6-star beast reaching the limit of shadow control. Thus, in 3 hours, they found this only platinum 6-star red flame fire crow as their target, defeated it, and allowed the Shadow Blade to use its corpse for shadow summoning. Caught. Just then, the Golden Crown Eye sculpture, which had been violently slammed into the mountain, struggled out and flew to the side of the Shadow Blade, standing quietly behind it, flanked by the red flame fire crow. Little Blade, the battle just now ended quickly, but it made quite a commotion. We should leave this place quickly to avoid trouble. If we encounter a diamond-level beast, it would be troublesome. Chu Xiu merely glanced at the golden crown eye sculpture and the red flame fire crow behind the shadow blade, then casually stored the corpse of the red flame fire crow into his beast space, addressing the shadow blade. Understood, master. The shadow blade nodded without hesitation, responding immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the red flame fire crow transformed into a shadow and merged into the shadow beneath the shadow blade. The golden crown eye sculpture beside them bowed respectfully, allowing Chu Xiu to leap onto its back, continuing to search for suitable platinum-level beasts in the Qi Yin secret realm. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu and the Shadow Blade had searched the Qi Yin secret realm for half a day, and it was now deepened. After this extensive search, the Shadow Blade successfully defeated another platinum 6-star beast, the mighty magic tiger, assembling all 3 shadow servants it could currently control. However, Chu Xiu and the Shadow Blade did not leave just yet. Instead, they continued their search for a third platinum 6-star beast in the night. Once they found the third platinum 6-star beast and defeated it, the Shadow Blade would be able to replace the initial golden crown eye sculpture shadow with a new platinum 6-star shadow servant. Roar! Boom! Just as Chu Xiu stood on the back of the golden crown eye sculpture flying through the night sky in search of the third platinum 6-star beast, a furious roar echoed from afar, accompanied by the deep, dull sounds of physical collisions. Sensing this commotion, Chu Xiu's heart stirred, and he immediately said, "There's a battle over there, let's go take a look." The Shadow Blade nodded in agreement and spoke to the golden crown eye sculpture. Without hesitation, the golden crown eye sculpture immediately followed the Shadow Blade's instructions and flew toward that direction. Boom! The closer he got to the battle zone, the more intense the energy fluctuations from ahead became apparent to Chu Xiu. The commotion is considerable. Both parties engaged in battle must possess formidable strength. Wait, don't approach just yet. I will stay here in the air with the golden crown eye sculpture. Xiao Dao, you sneak over to scout the situation and see how the two sides are faring. Sensing the considerable strength of the two unknown beasts clashing ahead, Chu Xiu chose not to let the golden crown eye sculpture carry him closer, instead opting to halt. At the same time, Chu Xiu commanded the Shadow Blade to investigate the specifics before making further decisions. It was deep night, and under the cover of darkness, sending the Shadow Blade, a dark-type beast, to scout was undoubtedly the Hearing Chu Xiu's order, the Shadow Blade did not hesitate and immediately nodded in response. The moment the words fell, the Shadow Blade's figure silently vanished from beside Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu stood on the back of the golden crown eye sculpture, its shadowy form obscuring them amidst the blackness, making it nearly impossible to detect this shadow in the night sky when viewed from the ground. As long as they did not approach for a closer look, even platinum-level beasts would be unable to sense the presence of Chu Xiu and the golden crown eye sculpture. On the other side, the Shadow Blade transformed into a shadow that schemes the ground, stealthily approaching the vicinity of the battling beasts. Both of these beasts exhibited considerable strength, being platinum-level creatures. One was entirely pitch black, standing over 10 meters tall with muscles bulging. Both of these beasts exhibited considerable strength, being platinum-level creatures. One was entirely pitch black, standing over 10 meters tall with muscles bulging. Even the glossy black fur that covered it could not conceal its physique. This was a primate beast, its arms like steel with every punch it threw, creating a deafening blast that shattered the air around it. The other beast was clad in a massive shell resembling a hill, also over 10 meters tall, but nearly 30 meters long, clearly a turtle-type beast. It possessed formidable defenses and faced the attacks of the primate beast without flinching, remaining immovable like a mountain, rendering the primate beast unable to harm it. Mystic Armored Giant Turtle. Attributes: Earth Water. Quality: perfect. Level: Platinum 6 stars. Status: perfect. Innate skills: Tide Surge, Iron Wall, High Pressure Water Cannon, immovable as a mountain, 100-fold gravity, absolute defense. Evolution Chain 2. First Evolution Chain: Mystic Armored Giant Turtle, Earthshaker, Turtle Extraordinary, Evolution Materials. Second Evolution Chain: Mystic Armored Giant Turtle, Xianming Spirit, Turtle Mountain Sea, Mystic Turtle Epic, Evolution Materials. Iron Arm Demon Ape. Attributes: Gold. Quality: perfect. Level: Platinum 6 stars. Status: Enraged. Innate skills: Stone Splitting, Palm Mountain Cracking, Fist, Copper Skin, Iron Bones, Battle Roar, Frenzy, Indomitable Will. Evolution Chain 3. First Evolution Chain: Iron Arm Demon Ape, Crimson Flame, Golden Giant, Extraordinary, Evolution Materials. Second Evolution Chain: Iron Arm Demon Ape, Mighty Mad Demon Ape, Earth Splitter Demon Ape, Epic, Evolution Materials. Third Evolution Chain: Iron Arm Da. Wait. Mythical level. Upon seeing the attribute information of the two beasts, Chu Xiu, who had been calm, suddenly widened his eyes, his body trembling involuntarily, his gaze fixated on the attribute panel of the Iron Arm Demon Ape. Staring at the final evolution chain displayed on the Iron Arm Demon Ape's attribute panel, a surge of intense ecstasy rushed to his heart, filling him with excitement. This was the first beast he had encountered since obtaining the system that had the potential to evolve into a mythical quality creature. Primordial Zhu Yan, just the name sounded incredibly remarkable. A beast with the potential to evolve into a mythical quality creature. I must capture this Iron Arm Demon Ape. I just upgraded to gold level, and I still have a vacant beast slot, so it would be perfect to contract this Iron Arm Demon Ape as my 5th beast. Moreover, this perfect quality Platinum 6-star Mystic Armored Giant Turtle is also an excellent choice for the 3rd Platinum level Shadow Servant of the Shadow Blade. Encountering 2 perfect quality Platinum level beasts at once is an opportunity that is rare and must be seized. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, resolutely deciding to capture the iron-armed demon ape alive and forcibly contract it as his beast. Similarly, he would not let go of the perfect quality Platinum 6-star Mystic Armored Giant Turtle. However, Chu Xiu did not act immediately, but waited for the 2 great beasts to exhaust themselves in battle before making his move. After all, these were 2 perfect quality beasts, and both had reached Platinum 6 stars, their strength not being significantly inferior to his current Platinum 3-star extraordinary quality beast. Especially the Mystic Armored Giant Turtle, with its astonishing defenses, it was likely that even an ordinary Platinum 9-star beast would struggle to injure the Mystic Armored Giant Turtle. Currently, these 2 beasts had clearly not sustained any injuries and were in peak condition. If Chu Xiu were to act now, summoning all his beasts to attack the 2 great beasts, they would surely join forces to counter. Even if Chu Xiu had the Platinum 5-star extraordinary quality Ice Soul Lion King, capturing these 2 beasts in peak condition within a short time would be impossible. If the battle here drew too much attention, it would certainly attract other beasts from the Qian secret realm and might even lure diamond-level beasts over. It would become difficult for Chu Xiu to achieve his goals of contracting the iron-armed demon ape and eliminating the Mystic Armored Giant Turtle. The battle between these 2 beasts is unlikely to conclude quickly, so it is better to wait until they are both exhausted before making a move. Alternatively, I could wait until they finish fighting separate and then take them down one by one. Xiao Dao, you stay hidden nearby, do not strike, just keep an eye on them. I will hide with the Golden Crown Eye sculpture to avoid being discovered by other beasts attracted by their battle. After some contemplation, Chu Xiu made a decision and immediately communicated his plan to the Shadow Blade through their understood. From a distance, the Shadow Blade, lurking near the battlefield of the Mystic Armored Giant Turtle and Iron-Armed Demon Ape, received Chu Xiu's order and nodded immediately. Let's go down. Upon hearing the reply from the Shadow Blade in his mind, Chu Xiu reached out and patted the back of the Golden Crown Eye sculpture. Hearing this, the Golden Crown Eye sculpture immediately descended with Chu Xiu, finding a secluded and shadowy corner. Chu Xiu and the Golden Crown Eye sculpture were hiding in a low valley. The valley was surrounded by oddly shaped rocks and overgrown weeds with a naturally formed curtain of vines overhead, creating a massive black drape that completely concealed them. In the distance, the battle between the iron-armed demon ape and the Xuanjia giant turtle continued. Boom, boom, boom. The deep muffled roars echoed from deep within the mountains. The iron-armed demon ape swung its arms, each punch landing with the force of a small mountain crashing to the ground, sending clouds of debris flying amidst the terrifying shockwaves. The Xuanjia giant turtle lay steadily on the ground, its massive shell resembling a towering mountain, remaining immobile despite the iron-armed demon ape's relentless attacks. Occasionally, the Xuanjia giant turtle would open its massive mouth and unleash a high-pressure water cannon. The thick water column seemed to pour down from the heavens, creating sharp explosive sounds as it compressed the air along its path. The iron-armed demon ape dared not take the hit directly, instead relying on its astonishing speed to dodge left and right. However, each dodge left deep footprints in the ground. The 2 beasts exchanged blows, causing the mountains to tremble and the surrounding peaks to be flattened by the aftermath of their battle. Chu Xiu sat cross-legged deep within the valley, observing the situation on the Shadow Blade's side through their soul contract. The Shadow Blade was currently lurking in the shadow of a massive rock several hundred meters away from the battlefield, never revealing its location. From its perspective, both the iron-armed demon ape and the Xuanjia giant turtle maintained formidable combat power. Although the iron-armed demon ape had consumed considerable stamina, each punch it threw still carried immense strength. The Xuanjia giant turtle's shell bore no visible scars, its thick carapace completely withstood the demon ape's assaults. The defenses and stamina of these 2 fellows are quite extraordinary. One with copper skin and iron bones, the other a steel wall with absolute defense. It seems unlikely to determine a winner in the short term. Chu Xiu observed the ongoing battle with a sense of admiration. However, his greatest concern was that the commotion from the 2 beasts' fight might attract other nearby beasts. If other platinum-level beasts were drawn here, capturing the iron-armed demon ape as his 5th beast would likely require. However, half an hour passed with no other beasts appearing in the vicinity. Not even a single golden-level beast approached. This left Chu Xiu somewhat puzzled. Strange. He furrowed his brow and glanced towards the battlefield through the gap. With such a ruckus, not even a platinum-level beast shows up, let alone golden-level ones. Are the beasts in the Qian secret realm really this cautious? Or is there some special power in the vicinity that can isolate breaths and sounds? Chu Xiu carefully sensed his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth remained rich, and there were no unusual energy fluctuations in the valley. He naturally did not know that the iron-armed demon ape and the Xuanjia giant turtle were famous rivals within 1,000 miles. These 2 beasts were evenly matched and possessed extremely volatile temperaments, often erupting into fierce battles. Nearby beasts had long since grown accustomed to this. Moreover, the territorial instincts of the iron-armed demon ape and Xuanjia giant turtle were exceptionally strong. As long as other beasts sensed their presence, they would actively detour, not daring to approach. Realizing that the two beasts were battling again, the nearby beasts would not come to investigate. Instead, they would try to stay as far away from this area as possible to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Because of this, the situation that Chu Xiu was worried about never occurred. Amidst his anxiousness and confusion, the battle between the iron-armed demon ape and the Xuanjia giant turtle unconsciously continued for over 2 hours. However, after more than 2 hours, even two perfectly quality platinum-level beasts began to feel the strain of their massive energy consumption, and the battle gradually reached its conclusion. Roar! In the distance, the iron-armed demon ape let out a thunderous roar. It leaped high into the air, fists clenched, golden light surging around it as its muscular arms seemed to swell. In the next moment, it descended like a meteor from the sky, crashing down onto the Xuanjia giant turtle, executing its skill, the mountain-breaking fist. Boom! The terrifying force struck the shell of the Xuanjia giant turtle. A visible shockwave expanded outward, causing the ground within hundreds of meters to collapse instantly. The massive body of the Xuanjia giant turtle was forcibly pressed into the ground, the earth beneath its shell cracking like a spider's web. However, the Xuanjia giant turtle suffered no substantial damage. A glimmer of anger flashed in its cold eyes. Its massive head suddenly lifted, mouth agape. Boom! A high-pressure water cannon was suddenly unleashed. At this moment, the iron-armed demon ape was already exhausted and had no time to dodge, getting hit directly by the water cannon. Its towering body was sent flying backward, crashing into a mountain wall hundreds of meters away. The mountain wall instantly collapsed. A large amount of debris buried the iron-armed demon ape's body. Roar! After a moment, it struggled out from the pile of rubble. Its arms hung low, chest heaving heavily, its black fur covered in dust. Although that last strike hadn't breached its defenses, the prolonged battle had completely drained its stamina. Even its eyes, which had always burned with fighting spirit, now appeared somewhat dimmed. The Xuanjia giant turtle on the other side was not in a much better state. Though its shell bore no visible cracks, the energy within had already been depleted by more than half. Each breath it took resonated with a heavy rumble. The two beasts locked eyes across hundreds of meters for a moment. Ultimately, neither continued to attack. They both understood that continuing the fight would only result in mutual destruction. Roar! The iron-armed demon ape issued a low growl filled with threat towards the Xuanjia giant turtle before turning and dragging its weary body back towards its territory. The Xuanjia giant turtle also snorted coldly, turning around and slowly crawling in the opposite direction. Seeing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. It's finally over. After waiting for 2.5 hours, this was the moment he had been anticipating. Little Blade, prepare to act. First, follow the iron-armed demon ape. After the two beasts have separated by some distance, then we can strike, and there will be no worry about them teaming up against us. Chu Xiu conveyed this to the Shadow Blade through their soul contract. Understood, master. The voice of the Shadow Blade immediately echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. Chu Xiu then stood up and waved his hand. A white light appeared beside him. Dabai, come out. Roar. With a majestic roar, the towering form of the Ice Soul Lion King manifested in the valley. Its body was covered in ice blue fur, its size several dozen times that of an ordinary lion, and as it stepped on the ground, the temperature around it dropped. Platinum 5 stars, extraordinary quality. The Ice Soul Lion King's current strength was now the strongest among Chu Xiu. Dabai, let's follow them. After summoning the Ice Spirit Lion King, Chu Xiu mounted its back and issued the command. Yes, master. The Ice Spirit Lion King immediately responded, then raced towards the direction the iron-armored demon ape had departed, with the golden crown ice sculpture, a shadow servant of the Shadow Blade, closely following. Dragon Lord. Just as the Ice Spirit Lion King chased after, Chu Xiu raised his hand to summon the boundary-breaking glass dragon. Master. The boundary-breaking glass dragon floated in the air as soon as it appeared, respectfully addressing Chu Xiu. Its translucent body shimmered with a faint glow in the night sky, its wings spread wide, causing ripples to form in the surrounding space. You go and track the Xuanjia giant turtle without being detected. Once I deal with the iron-armored demon ape, I'll meet up with you. Understood. The boundary-breaking glass dragon nodded, then with a flick of its body, it melted into the void. As a beast with spatial attributes, while it was not adept at direct combat, its abilities in hiding and tracking were exceptionally strong. As long as it did not reveal itself, even a diamond-level beast would find it hard to detect its presence. After arranging everything, Chu Xiu confidently pursued the iron-armored demon ape on the Ice Spirit Lion King. The territory of the iron-armored demon ape was not far from the battlefield. Although it exerted tremendous physical effort, being a platinum-level 6-star beast, its speed was astonishing even while walking. In just a few minutes, it had covered over 10 kilometers. After several dozen kilometers, the iron-armored demon ape finally entered its territory, which was a primeval forest covered by countless giant trees. Each ancient tree stood over 100 meters tall, their canopies shading the sky and their thick roots coiling around the ground like dragons. The iron-armored demon ape usually resided in a cave deep within the forest. Once it returned to the cave, it could quickly restore its strength by absorbing the rich spiritual energy of the land. We're almost there. The distance between me and the Dragon Lord has widened to over 50 kilometers, and with the dense vegetation here, even if a battle breaks out, the commotion won't reach the Xuanjia giant turtle. Little Knife, you can attack now. At that moment, Chu Xiu ordered the Shadow Blade through the soul contract. Kill. The Shadow Blade did not hesitate for a moment. Its figure instantly vanished into the darkness. At the same time, the Golden Crown Eye sculpture, the Scarlet Flame Fire Crow, and the Mighty Earth Demon Tiger, the three shadow servants that followed as shadows simultaneously charged from three directions. Screech. The Golden Crown Eye sculpture was the first to launch an attack. A wave of icy blue chill swept out from beneath its wings, instantly transforming into a sky full of ice needles that enveloped the iron-armored demon ape. An ambush. Damn it. The iron-armored demon ape sensed the danger, its face changing drastically, and it quickly turned around, growling loudly with its arms crossed in front. Copper skin, iron bones. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, a faint metallic sheen rapidly appeared on the surface of its muscles. The countless ice needles struck its body, shattering upon impact. However, just as the iron-armored demon ape was defending against the ice needles, a surge of black flames cascaded down from above. The Scarlet Flame Fire Crow spread its wings, and the blazing black flames engulfed everything like a sea of fire. The iron-armored demon ape's expression changed, and it stomped the ground forcefully. Battle roar. A terrifying sound wave erupted from its mouth, instantly scattering a large area of flames. However, just as it finished casting its skill, a massive shadow slammed into it from the side. The Mighty Earth Demon Tiger's limbs struck the ground like a moving mountain, crashing directly into the iron-armored demon ape's waist. Boom. The massive body of the iron-armored demon ape was sent flying, crashing through several ancient trees along the way. Roar. It roared as it climbed back up from the ground. But at that moment, the Shadow Blade finally made its move. It appeared like a black ghost without a physical form, silently behind the iron-armored demon ape. The pitch-black blade emerged from the shadows, aiming directly for the back of the iron-armored demon ape's neck. Sensing the crisis, the iron-armored demon ape forcefully twisted its body. Clang! The Shadow Blade's dual blade struck the iron-armored demon ape's shoulder, producing a piercing sound of metal clashing. Although it did not slay it in one blow, the terrifying force still caused the iron-armored demon ape to stagger. But the next moment, the Ice Spirit Lion King activated the skill Snow Shadow Instant, transforming into a white blur that appeared right in front of the iron-armored demon ape. Roar! The Ice Spirit Lion King opened its massive mouth and unleashed a breath of icy cold. The terrifying chill swept through, instantly freezing the iron-armored demon ape's legs. It desperately urged the gold energy within its body, trying to break free from the icy binding. However, the battle, lasting over 2.5 hours, had already drained its stamina. At this moment, under the surprise attack, it could not unleash its full power from its peak condition. Stone Rending Palm. The iron-armored demon ape roared and struck out with a palm. The golden palm print tore through the air, crashing towards the Ice Spirit Lion King. The Ice Spirit Lion King did not evade its surrounding chill, surging as its massive paw slammed down. Boom! The two forces collided. The golden palm print held for less than a second before being forcefully shattered by the Ice Spirit Lion King. The aftermath struck the iron-armored demon ape's chest, sending it flying. It crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just as it attempted to struggle to its feet, the Shadow Blade had already reappeared before it. The pitch-black blade mercilessly slashed at its limbs. Puffed. Blood splattered. The iron-armored demon ape's arms and one thigh simultaneously bored deep, bone-visible wounds. It emitted a pained roar, attempting to unleash its berserk skill. But before it could finish gathering strength, the Mighty Earth Demon Tiger lunged from the side, its sharp fangs viciously biting down on its shoulder. The Scarlet Flame Fire Crow simultaneously breathed out black flames, engulfing its entire arm. The chill of the Golden Crown Eye sculpture then struck from the other side, freezing half of the iron-armored demon ape's body. Roar! The iron-armored demon ape struggled madly. After all, it was a Platinum Level 6, star-perfect quality beast. Even though it was exhausted, it still unleashed an astonishing amount of power. The Mighty Earth Demon Tiger was sent flying by a punch. The Scarlet Flame Fire Crow was also shaken back by the golden energy it unleashed. But the Shadow Blade and Ice Spirit Lion King did not give it any chance to catch its breath. The Shadow Blade transformed into a shadow flickering around it. With each appearance, it left several wounds on the iron-armored demon ape. The Ice Spirit Lion King pressed forward, the terrifying chill continuously eroding the iron-armored demon ape's body. In less than half a minute, the iron-armored demon ape was already covered in wounds. Its massive body was covered in frost, blood flowing from its wounds, quickly crystallizing into dark red ice. Finally, the iron-armored demon ape could no longer hold on. It buckled at the knees and crashed to the ground. Roar! It let out a deep and unwilling roar, its eyes still burning with fierce fighting spirit. Even at this point, it still had not truly surrendered. Indeed, worthy of a demon beast capable of evolving into Taiga Zhu Yan. Such iron will is beyond that of ordinary beasts. From the distant woodland, Chu Xiu emerged upon seeing TB Mayuan subdued. He stood in the shadows, eyes fixed on the fallen, feebly struggling creature, admiration glinting in his gaze. TB Mayuan sensed Chu Xiu's presence, lifted its head, and stared unblinkingly. Though it did not recognize the human before it, the beast instinctively felt a powerful threat emanating from Chu Xiu. Human, get out of my territory. TB Mayuan roared, a thunderous voice that sent leaves trembling and falling from the tree. Presumptuous. Enying Daofeng and Bingpa Shihuang bellowed in unison, one on either side, stamping the creature ruthlessly beneath their feet. Chu Xiu stepped calmly before TB Mayuan and spoke plainly. TB Mayuan, you have nowhere left to run. If you do not wish to die, obediently become my Yusho. It roared in fury, eyes alight with rage. You expect me to become your slave? Dream on. Residual power surged wildly within its body. Beneath the frost-still flesh, a golden radiance began to re-emerge. Clearly, TB Moyuan had not given up and was preparing a final counterstrike. Chu Xiu's gaze tightened for a moment. Obstinate. Dubai, suppress it for me. Bingpa Shihuang answered with a single. In the next instant, a terrifying aura of ice descended. An endless chill burst forth from the beast, and in an instant, a vast field of frost spread around them. Within that domain, the temperature plummeted. The golden energy that had just stirred within TB Moyuan slowed under its movements grew sluggish. Seizing the moment, Inying Daofeng slipped from the shadows behind it. The black blade pierced through the shoulder blade with a wet, decisive sound, pinning it to the earth. TB Moyuan emitted a howl of pain and tried to wrench free, but Bingpa Shihuang raised a massive claw and slammed it down upon the beast's head. With a thunderous impact, TB Moyuan's skull was driven into the soil. It no longer had the strength to struggle nor the breath to cry out. Chu Xiu approached slowly, raising his right hand. His eyes turned cold as he declared in a harsh tone, "Since you refuse to submit willingly, I will force a contract upon you." At his words, a Yusho seed shot from between Chu Xiu's brows, flying into TB Moyuan's skull and merging with Chu Xiu's soul power followed the seed into the beast's consciousness, condensing into a contract array. His potent spiritual force took shape as silver chains that sought to enshroud TB Moyuan's soul. It roared, "Lowly human, get away." Sensing the contract's force, TB Moyuan flailed in desperate struggle. Its soul power burst forth, attempting to rend the binding chains apart. The silver chains shuddered under its thrashing, but Chu Xiu had already broken through to Golden One Star. His mental and arcane strength far exceeded his former silver peak. Aided by the wills of 4 platinum-class Yusho and bolstered by the artifact Zongtian Xinjian, Chu Xiu's soul power was unshakable. TB Moyuan could not budge the chains an inch. After a brief stalemate, the contract chains began to tighten. No! TB Moyuan's soul essence roared, and it threw its remaining strength into the struggle, but could not prevent the contract's intrusion into its spirit. Before long, a silver contract rune seared into the depths of its soul. A silent tremor seemed to echo through heaven and earth. Between Chu Xiu and TB Moyuan, the Yusho contract was formally established. Contract successful. Easier than I expected. A smile spread across Chu Xiu's face. From this moment, TB Moyuan would be his 5th Yusho. At the same time, the Divine Pet Evolution System surfaced detailed information about TB Moyuan. TB Moyuan, attribute gold. Quality perfect. Level platinum 6 star. Status severely injured, weakened. Able to evolve into mythic Taigou Zhu Yan. The potential of this 5th Yusho is now the strongest among all my Yusho. Reading the system panel, Chu Xiu's smile deepened and his excitement grew. Since acquiring the system, this was the first Yusho he had encountered with mythic tier evolution potential. How could he not be thrilled? Even though TB Moyuan was only of perfect quality now, if it followed the evolution chain, it would inevitably become a Taigou Zhu Yan in time, a being of mythic legend. Master. At that moment, TB Moyuan's deep voice sounded in Chu Xiu's mind. The tone was weak. The beast was clearly gravely wounded. By Xiao Dao, the contract is complete. Release it. Chu Xiu said at once to Bingpa Shihuang and Inying Daofeng. The 2 great Yusho immediately loosened their hold on TB Moyuan and removed all suppressive forces. TB Moyuan struggled up from the earth, and then with a solemn gesture bowed its proud head respectfully to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu smiled, reached into the Yusho space, and produced a batch of top-grade mana nutrient, tossing it to the beast. From now on, you shall be called Zhu Yan. Drink this top-grade mana nutrient and recover your injuries. Zhu Yan regarded the vial with curiosity. As a demon beast, it had never before drunk any mana nutrient. Despite its doubts, Zhu Yan did not refuse. It opened its maw and swallowed the potion. The top-grade mana nutrient became a rich surge of energy, within rapidly mending its damaged body. The formerly feeble breath of Zhu Yan began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Astonished by such potency, the giant beast's eyes brightened as it thanked Chu Xiu. Thank you, master. Return to the Yusho space for now. Chu Xiu inclined his head slightly, then waved to draw the badly wounded beast into the Yusho space. Although deeply injured within the Yusho space's 256x time acceleration, a period of convalescence there would allow Zhu Yan's wounds to heal swiftly. Let's go find Xuanjie Zhuguei. With those words, Chu Xiu signaled to his 2 great Yusho and vaulted upon Bingpa Shihuang's back. He then led a host of platinum-class Yusho and shadow servants as they retraced their steps. Long Jun, where are you now? As he traveled, Chu Xiu used the soul contract to contact Poji Lilong and confirm the position of Xuanjie Zhuguei. Master, I have closed in on Xuanjie Zhuguei, the dragon replied. It has entered the territory, but has not yet reached the core area. Poji Lilong's voice came quickly. Good. Chu Xiu nodded and ordered his Yusho to quicken their pace as they pressed onward. The territory of the Iron-Armed Demon Ape is not far from that of the Xuanjia Giant Tortoise. Within less than a quarter of an hour, Chu Xiu arrived at another mountain range through his connection with the boundary-breaking glass dragon. The territory of the Xuanjia Giant Tortoise is a vast lake. The area of the lake spans several dozen square kilometers with depths that are unfathomable, surrounded by an abundance of water-attributed spiritual plants. The Xuanjia Giant Tortoise is slowly crawling toward the depths of the lake. Its speed is not fast, and the powerful aura emanating from it appears quite weak. The recent battle with the iron-armed demon ape has consumed a significant amount of its strength. Even its once indestructible shell has lost its original luster at this moment. At this moment, Chu Xiu and the Shadow Blade along with other beast tamers have already arrived nearby. Master, should we attack now? The Shadow Blade inquired in a low voice. Attack. Chu Xiu did not hesitate at all. Although the Xuanjia giant tortoise's defense is strong, it has already exhausted a great deal of energy. If it enters the depths of the lake and uses the water to restore its strength, it will undoubtedly be much more difficult to kill. At Chu Xiu's command, the Shadow Blade initiated the attack. Its figure melded into the darkness at the edge of the lake, suddenly appearing above the Xuanjia giant tortoise. The pitch-black dual blades slashed down fiercely. Roar! Sensing danger, the Xuanjia giant tortoise quickly withdrew into its shell, while simultaneously leaping with all four limbs, crashing toward the Shadow Blade with its entire shell. Seeing this, the Shadow Blade could only strike down on the Xuanjia giant tortoise's shell with both hands. Clang! The blade struck the tortoise's shell, producing a piercing metallic collision sound. Although it did not break the shell, the immense force still caused the Xuanjia giant tortoise's leaping body to sink and fall. At the same time, the Shadow Blade was sent flying back by the powerful recoil of that strike. Roar! The Xuanjia giant tortoise, having repelled the Shadow Blade with a single blow, extended its head again, letting out a furious roar. Its massive head suddenly turned, opening its mouth to unleash a high-pressure water cannon at the retreating Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blade was prepared, transforming into a black shadow, narrowly avoiding the water cannon. The water cannon skimmed past its body, directly obliterating a small mountain in the distance into a cloud of debris. Meanwhile, the Ice Phantom Lion King had also reached close to the Xuanjia giant tortoise. The breath of cold ice surged forth, instantly enveloping the Xuanjia giant tortoise. The Xuanjia giant tortoise immediately utilized its iron wall skill. A heavy earthy yellow light rose from its shell, forming a hard defensive barrier. The cold air of the Ice Phantom Lion King collided with the barrier, causing large areas of frost to rapidly spread. Dragon Lord, attack its limbs. Chu Xiu commanded immediately. Yes. The boundary-breaking glass dragon revealed itself from the void, flapping its wings, causing the surrounding space to twist violently. A space blade instantly formed, slashing toward the Xuanjia giant tortoise's right front limb. The Xuanjia giant tortoise sensed danger and immediately retracted its limbs and head back into its shell. The space blade struck its limb's edge, drawing a streak of blood. Although the injury was not severe, it caused the Xuanjia giant tortoise to let out a painful howl. Golden Crowned Ice Sculpture, Red Refining Fire Crow, and Mighty Earth Demon Tiger attacked together. Shatter its shell. Seeing the Xuanjia giant tortoise retracting, the Shadow Blade exclaimed. Instantly, the Red Refining Fire Crow dove down from above, continuously spewing black flames. The Golden Crowned Ice Sculpture followed closely, releasing countless ice crystals that rained down upon the Xuanjia giant tortoise's shell. The Mighty Earth Demon Tiger pounced from the side, its massive claws crashing into the shell. Boom, boom, boom. Flames, ice crystals, and powerful attacks continually struck the Xuanjia giant tortoise. The earthy yellow light on its shell flickered wildly. Although the Xuanjia giant tortoise had unleashed its absolute defense and temporarily blocked many attacks, the energy within it was already scarce, and at this moment the defensive barrier was rapidly dimming. Roar! The Xuanjia giant tortoise realized that if it continued to passively defend like this, it would inevitably be killed, and decided to fight with all its might. Its head suddenly extended out, then it opened its massive mouth wide, causing the water in the lake to seemingly be drawn by some force, rushing toward it wildly. Tidal wave. In the next moment, a gigantic wave hundreds of meters high surged upward, carrying immense power, sweeping toward Chu Xiu and his beast companions. If hit directly by this colossal wave, even a platinum-level beast would suffer serious damage. Ice Phantom Lion King, block it. Chu Xiu immediately commanded. The Ice Phantom Lion King let out an angry roar. Endless cold air surged from its body, causing the lake's surface to freeze instantly. A thick layer of ice rapidly spread out from the Ice Phantom Lion King. Before the hundreds of meters high wave could crash upon the group, it was frozen into a massive ice wall by the cold air. The Xuanjia giant tortoise's pupils contracted sharply as its desperate attack was so easily neutralized by the Ice Phantom Lion King. Before the Xuanjia giant tortoise could react, the boundary-breaking glass dragon spread its wings with the power of space, gathering wildly within it, suddenly launching a new round of attack. In the next moment, a silvery white spatial rift appeared beneath the Xuanjia giant tortoise. The spatial rift opened like a gaping maw, instantly swallowing one of the Xuanjia giant tortoise's hind legs. Unprepared, the Xuanjia giant tortoise's massive body lost balance and tilted to one side. Its heavily armored belly was exposed at that moment. Now's the time. A glint of brilliance flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. All beast companions, focus your attacks on its belly. The shell defense on its belly is much weaker. Roar! Hearing this, the Ice Phantom Lion King was the first to attack. It leaped up, its sharp claws striking fiercely at the Xuanjia giant tortoise's belly. Uff! As expected, this claw easily tore through the Xuanjia giant tortoise's belly shell defense. The thick skin beneath the shell was directly ripped apart, and blood immediately gushed out. The Shadow Blade followed closely, transforming into a streak of dark blade light, stabbing fiercely into the wound torn open by the Ice Phantom Lion King. The black flames of the red refining fire crow, the powerful strikes of the mighty earth demon tiger, and the ice spikes of the golden-crowned ice sculpture all struck at the same time on the Xuanjia giant tortoise's belly. Boom. Continuous attacks completely tore open the defenses of the Xuanjia giant tortoise. Alo. In pain, the Xuanjia giant tortoise struggled violently, its massive body thrashing, and its claws wildly striking the ground, trying to turn itself over. Each strike stirred up large amounts of soil and waves of water. However, under the siege of 6 powerful platinum-level beast companions and the shadow beast minions, the Xuanjia giant tortoise's struggles were in vain. Soon the Xuanjia giant tortoise's struggles became weaker and weaker. The shadow blade seized the opportunity, crossing its dual blades to strike. A streak of dark blade light swept across the already torn belly of the Xuanjia giant tortoise. Blood gushed out. The Xuanjia giant tortoise let out a mournful howl as its massive body crashed to the ground. Roar! It still wanted to struggle. However, the Ice Phantom Lion King pressed down on its head with a paw. The boundary-breaking glass dragon's power of space simultaneously enveloped it, completely sealing the space around the Xuanjia giant tortoise. No matter how the Xuanjia giant tortoise struggled, it could not move an inch. In the next moment, the Shadow Blade led the 3 shadow minions to launch the final round of attacks. The black flames of the red refining fire crow completely engulfed the Xuanjia giant tortoise. The golden-crowned ice sculpture unleashed a blizzard, freezing its limbs. The mighty earth demon tiger raised its claws and struck fiercely at the shell. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the shell on the back of the Xuanjia giant tortoise finally could not withstand the continuous attacks and exploded. Heavy shell fragments flew in all directions, and over half of the Xuanjia giant tortoise's flesh was blown away. Its life force rapidly weakened and ultimately faded away completely. Well done, little blade, it's your turn now. Upon witnessing the Xuanjia giant turtle being slain, Chu Xiu immediately praised, then turned his gaze towards the Shadow Blade. Hearing this, the Shadow Blade nodded earnestly at Chu Xiu, then with a flash of its figure it appeared next to the corpse of the Xuanjia giant turtle. Buzz! Suddenly the golden-crowned ice sculpture shadow, which was still hovering in the air, vanished without any warning. Immediately afterward, the Shadow Blade activated its shadow summon skill again, targeting the corpse of the Xuanjia giant turtle. In the blink of an eye, a massive shadow rose from the corpse of the Xuanjia giant turtle. This shadow was identical to the Xuanjia giant turtle with no differences in size or aura. The Xuanjia giant turtle of perfect quality and platinum 6-star rank officially became the Shadow Blade's shadow servant, the strongest among the 3 shadow servants. Currently, the Shadow Blade itself was at the platinum 3-star level in extraordinary quality, and with the addition of the powerful demon tiger, the scarlet flame fire crow, and the Xuanjia giant turtle, all platinum 6-star shadow servants, its combat power was not inferior to the Ice Soul Lion Emperor, which had reached platinum 5-star. Level has broken through to the golden level and also gained 3 platinum level shadow servants for the Shadow Blade. This harvest is abundant, it's time to return. Seeing the Shadow Blade transform the Xuanjia giant turtle into its shadow servant, Chu Xiu's smile grew even. After retrieving the beast crystal core from the head of the Xuanjia giant turtle, Chu Xiu addressed his many-summoned beast, saying, "Let's go, it's time for us to leave this secret realm." "Yes, Master." The Shadow Blade, Ice Soul Lion Emperor, and Scarlet Flame Fire Crow responded in unison. With a thought, Chu Xiu immediately recalled the Ice Soul Lion Emperor and the Scarlet Flame Fire Crow into the beast space, leaving only the Shadow Blade outside. The Shadow Blade then recalled the Xuanjia giant turtle and the powerful demon tiger, leaving only the Scarlet Flame Fire. The golden-crowned ice sculpture had been eliminated by the Shadow Blade, and now the Scarlet Flame Fire Crow could only carry Chu Xiu on the road, like the previous golden-crowned ice sculpture. However, the platinum 6-star Scarlet Flame Fire Crow clearly flew faster than the original golden-crowned ice sculpture, which was only platinum 3-star. In less than half an hour, the Scarlet Flame Fire Crow brought Chu Xiu and the Shadow Blade back to the entrance of the Qian secret realm, then flew directly through the entrance towards the direction of the Imperial capital. In under half an hour, Chu Xiu returned to the Imperial capital. Upon returning to the Imperial capital, Chu Xiu did not head to the residence area of the members of the Demon Suppression Division headquarters, but directly went to the Xinhua Empire Trading Company, intending to purchase evolution resources for the Iron Arm Demon Ape. Chu Xiu's Shadow Blade, Ice Soul Lion Emperor, and other extraordinary quality summoned beasts required a large amount of diamond level and even master level resources to complete the next stage of evolution. The Xinhua Empire Trading Company might not have all of them. However, now that he had just contracted the Iron Arm Demon Ape, the evolution resources for this perfect quality Iron Arm Demon Ape only required some platinum level and a few diamond level resources. Purchasing the materials required for the evolution of the Iron Arm Demon Ape at the headquarters of the Xinhua Empire Trading Company was no problem. Soon Chu Xiu spent over 100 billion to buy all the evolution resources needed for the Iron Arm Demon Ape. After buying all the evolution resources needed for the Iron Arm Demon Ape, Chu Xiu did not leave the Xinhua Empire Trading Company immediately, but sought out Qin Yu again. Previously, he had already decided to cooperate with the Xinhua Empire Trading Company to produce a special-grade magical nutrient solution. This visit was also to finalize the cooperation. "Chu, my young friend, what brings you here? Please take a seat." In the office, upon seeing Chu Xiu's arrival, Qin Yu immediately greeted him with a smile, quickly coming to his side to invite him to sit. During this time, the special-grade magical nutrient solution he purchased from Chu Xiu had earned him a lot of praise from the higher-ups of the trading company, thus gaining him many benefits. In fact, the higher-ups of the trading company had even decided to promote him to the general manager of the Imperial Capital Trading Company next month. And all of this was brought to him by Chu Xiu. Thus his attitude towards Chu Xiu was extremely friendly. After being invited to sit on the sofa, Chu Xiu took a sip of tea and smiled at the beaming Qin. "You saying, Supervisor Qin, I came here to discuss the cooperation regarding the special-grade magical nutrient solution." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was momentarily stunned and quickly asked cooperation on the special-grade magical nutrient solution. "My young friend, aren't we already cooperating?" As he spoke, a hint of panic flashed across Qin Yu's face. He was worried that Chu Xiu might change his mind and no longer provide the special-grade magical nutrient solution to the Xinya Empire Trading Company. During this time, the Xinya Empire Trading Company had thoroughly investigated Chu Xiu's background. As a formal member of the Demon Suppression Division, he was backed by Yufei, one of the three supreme powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if Chu Xiu were to breach the contract and cancel cooperation with the Xinya Empire Trading Company, they had no means to pursue him and wouldn't dare to hold him accountable for breach of contract. Seeing the expression on Qin Yu's face, Chu Xiu immediately understood his worries and smiled, saying, "Haha, Supervisor Qin, don't panic. I've been too busy lately to make the special-grade magical nutrient solution. I came this time to hand over the production process and required material ratios for the special-grade magical nutrient solution to the Xinya Empire Trading Company so that the pharmacists of the company can produce it." Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Qin Yu was initially taken aback, but then his breathing quickened. "Chu, my young friend, is this true?" Qin Yu deeply understood how powerful the effects of the special-grade magical nutrient solution made by Chu Xiu were. As the supervisor of the Xinya Empire Trading Company, he was even more aware of what possessing such a formula would mean. He never imagined that Chu Xiu would be willing to hand over such a formula for a special-grade magical nutrient solution comparable to a money-printing machine. Of course it's true. This is the formula for making the special-grade magical nutrient solution, and Supervisor Qin can have. Chu Xiu remained quite calm, taking out the prepared formula for the special-grade magical nutrient solution and pushing it. Indeed, this formula is different from the usual special-grade magical nutrient solution formulas. Not only are several medicinal materials different, but even the production process and techniques are distinct. "Please wait a moment, my young friend. I will have our pharmacist try it out immediately." Taking the formula handed over by Chu Xiu, Qin Yu glanced at it and quickly said to Chu Xiu, "All right." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu gently nodded. Seeing this, Qin Yu hesitated no longer and immediately left with the formula, clearly heading to have the company's pharmacists test it. An hour later, Qin Yu returned to the office with a face full of delight and hurried over to Chu Xiu. "Young friend Chu, your formula is flawless. How would you like to cooperate?" Although the formula was already in their hands, and they had successfully produced a batch of the top-tier magical nutrient solution with identical effects, the Xinxia Empire Exchange could thereafter manufacture it independently and no longer strictly needed to continue collaborating with Chu Xiu. But Chu Xiu was no ordinary man, and none of them dared to offend him. After all, Chu Xiu's background was plain to see. If they provoked him, the entire Xinxia Empire Exchange would suffer. It would not mean annihilation, but every official involved in the top-tier nutrient project would pay dearly for it. Chu Xiu heard this and calmly raised 5 fingers. "Simple. Of the top-tier magical nutrient solution you produce, I take 50%. Agreed. Deal," Qin Yu answered without a moment's hesitation. Chu Xiu, surprised at his promptness, thought to himself, it seems asking for 50% was actually too modest. He had originally told himself that merely contributing a formula deserved 30%, and he had quoted 50% only to have room for bargaining. He had not expected Qin Yu to be so decisive and to accept immediately. Still, Chu Xiu did not haggle further over the share of the top-tier nutrient and quickly consented. After all 50% exceeded his expectations, he was well satisfied. After finalizing the cooperation with Qin Yu, Chu Xiu left the Xinxia Empire Exchange and returned to the villa that the Zhenyao Sea headquarters had assigned him. 3 days remained. 3 days would be enough for the TB Mayuan to heal every wound, restore itself to peak condition, and complete its evolution. Back home, Chu Xiu glanced into his beast sanctum at the TB Mayuan and nodded slowly. After a period of recuperation, and under the dual effects of accelerated growth within the beast sanctum and the top-tier magical nutrient solution, the TB Mayuan, once grievously wounded and near death, had already recovered more than half of its injuries. In just another half-day, it would be restored to its full prime. Then once the TB Mayuan devoured all of the evolution resources, it would evolve into a transcendent grade, Huangzhan Mayin, greatly enhancing Chu Xiu's beastly combat strength. After observing the TB Mayuan for a while, Chu Xiu withdrew his consciousness from the beast sanctum. Having reached an agreement with the Xinxia Empire Exchange over the top-tier nutrient, Chu Xiu ceased producing the solution himself. Once his consciousness left the beast sanctum, Chu Xiu took a hot bath at home, and then lay down on the mattress in his bedroom. Chu Xiu had not slept while inside the Qiyun realm. This sleep carried him through until the next morning. Upon waking, he immediately checked on the TB Mayuan within the beast sanctum. He saw that the TB Mayuan's wounds had fully healed, and its spirit had returned to the pinnacle. Zhu Yan has recovered to full vigor and can now be arranged for evolution. Chu Xiu's face brightened at the sight. He rose at once and went out into the villa's small courtyard. Although the TB Mayuan was enormous, reaching the height of 3 stories, the villa the Zhenyao Sea headquarters had provided Chu Xiu was no mean estate. the courtyard could easily accommodate the beast. Soon Chu Xiu retrieved all the evolution resources he had purchased at the Xinxia Empire Exchange the day before, and following the system's guidance began feeding them to the TB Moyuan. Half an hour later, every evolution resource had been consumed by the TB Moyuan, and its aura began to rise steadily. After devouring all the resources, the TB Moyuan fell into a deep slumber, just as the Rindong Jishur had when it evolved into the Bingpa Shihuang. Time passed swiftly, a full day and night elapsed. The next afternoon, in the villa district of the Jinyaosi headquarters, a pillar of milky white evolution light soared once more into the heavens. Even though it was daylight and the pillar was not as blinding as when the Rindong Jishur evolved into the Bingpa Shihuang, at night it still drew the attention of every strong cultivator throughout the imperial capital. Another evolution light. That momentum. Surely it is the aura of a beast evolving to transcendent quality. Within a single month, Jinyaosi has produced 2 transcendent-grade beast evolutions. That is truly unusual. I wonder if the beast evolving this time belongs to the same beastmaster as last time. For a time, those platinum-ranked and higher cultivators in the imperial capital could not help but indulge in speculation, muttering to themselves or whispering to companions. Within Jinyaosi's villa district, the strong also poured out of their residences, as before, and made their way toward Chu Xiu. When they discovered that the evolution had once again come from Chu Xiu, every pair of eyes widened as they stared stunned at the TB Moyuan bathing in the evolution light. Chu Xiu's beast again. In just 2 weeks, he has overseen the evolutions of 2 transcendent-grade beasts. Could Chu Xiu possess some special ability that speeds up his beast's evolutions? Not at all. Chu Xiu is a genius recommended by Baishun. With Baishun's backing, several transcendent-grade evolutions are hardly surprising. True. With Baishun's influence hiring the grandmasters who study beast evolution to devise transcendent evolution paths and plans for Chu Xiu would be no difficulty. To have a supreme powerhouse lay everything on the line for you. Chu Xiu's treatment is truly enviable. Those Jinyaosi strong nearby watched the evolving TB Mian and the composed Chu Xiu standing not far off. Their astonished faces were tinged with deep envy. Almost everyone assumed that Chu Xiu's back-to-back transcendent beast evolutions in half a month were the direct result of Bai Yufei's support. They did not know that every one of Chu Xiu's beast evolutions had been accomplished by his own efforts without anyone's help. Under everyone's gaze, the evolution light surrounding the TB Mian persisted for more than half an hour before gradually fading. When the TB Moyuan completed its evolution, its new appearance and attribute information appeared before Chu Xiu. The TB Moyuan had transformed into a Quanzhan Moyuan. Its size had not increased by much compared with the TB Moyuan, still about 12 meters, but its muscles seemed cast from tempered steel, sharp and well-defined. Its fur had shifted from gray-black to a deep, dark rust red. The mane along its shoulders and neck stood on end like burning flame. Its arms had undergone greater mutation. The forearms were sheathed in a rough yet resilient layer of dark gold bony armor, and its claws had lengthened, flashing with a metallic cold light. Its eyes had become pure crimson, and a faint visible red murderous aura radiated about its body. Quanzhan Moyuan. Affinities metal blood, quality transcendent, a rank platinum, 8-star, condition perfect. Innate skills: Lisher Zhang, stone-splitting palm Bangshan, Quan mountain crushing fist, Tongpi, Tiegu bronze skin, Ironbone Zhanho war, Cry, Quang Bao berserk, Zhani Bushi unextinguished fighting, Will Quanzhan Shuefei, raging battle blood Shuesha, Ling Yu bloodkiller domain. Evolution chain: TB Moyuan, Quanzhan Moyuan Finshan, Zhanyuan Dozhan, Xingyuan Taiga Zhu Yan mythic. Next evolution stage: Quanzhan Moyuan Finshan Zhanyuan. Materials required for next evolution: Finshan, Yin Sui Finshan Flame Marrow X5, Qi Lian Gang, Jing Chilean Steel Essence X50, and so on. Platinum 8-star. Though the evolution only raised it by 2 stars, it is more than sufficient. After reading the Quanzhan Moyuan's attributes, Chu Xiu looked at the beast's platinum 8-star level and grinned. A platinum 8-star spirit beast of extraordinary quality, its combat prowess could rival a perfect quality diamond-grade beast. Zhu Yan returned for now. Chu Xiu diverted his gaze from the Quanzhan Moyuan's attribute panel and issued a soft command. Before the beast could reply, he waved his hand and recalled the Quanzhan Moyuan into his beast space. This evolution had once again attracted the attention of many strong figures within Jinyaosi. 2 consecutive extraordinary quality evolutions within half a month were enough to spark every elder's curiosity. For now, Chu Xiu knew he must keep a low profile and avoid arousing the suspicions of other powerhouses. After recalling the Quanzhan Moyuan, Chu Xiu returned to his villa, shut the door, and waited quietly for his Wabufan to arrive and lead him to that special secret realm to join the encirclement of the Tianyao Hu's Saint Sun. Chu Xiu did not realize that his worries were entirely needless. Even though he had produced 2 extraordinary beasts in half a month, the Jinyaosi elders all knew that Bai Yufei stood behind him and instinctively attributed these feats to Bai Yufei's support. To this day, no one suspected Chu Xiu of possessing any special ability to accelerate a beast's evolution. After he returned to his villa, the Jinyaosi strongmen who had gathered around quietly dispersed and left. Chu Xiu lay down on the living room sofa to rest and wait. Half an hour later, a chime sounded at the villa gate. Hearing the call, Chu Xiu rose and went out. As expected, Wabufan stood smiling outside the courtyard gate. Protectors what? Chu Xiu hurried forward, opened the door, and greeted Wabufan. Zhuo Bufan nodded, then scanned Chu Xiu with surprised eyes, and exclaimed, Chu Xiu, in just half a month you have broken through to the golden rank. A cause for celebration. Zhuo continued. A golden grade beast tamer so young, and with more than one platinum grade beast. Such talent and strength are rare in the history of the Xinxiao Empire. Perhaps only 3 of the Supreme could even slightly surpass you. Chu Xiu smiled modestly. Protectors, will you flatter me? My advancement to the golden rank was mere luck. I doubt that, thought Zhuo Bufan. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, his expression turned oddly contemplative, but he kept his thoughts on. Seeing Zhuo was silent for a moment, Chu Xiu asked first, Protectors, wait, did you come to take me to that special secret rank to begin the operation against the Tianyao Hu's people? Zhuo Bufan nodded and said, Indeed. It seems you are prepared. Chu Xiu replied, Yes, I can depart at any time. Very well, Zhuo said. The director and the young talents invited from several foreign powers have also arrived. We shall set off immediately. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's readiness, Zhuo Bufan wasted no time and led him from the villa district for formal Jinyao members toward the assembly point where the Xinxia empires and other nations' contenders had gathered. Once they were quickly clear of the capital, Zhuo Bufan summoned a master-rank flying beast Bixiao Yusen, and mounted on its back, they sped toward their destination. Such speed. This is the power of a master-grade beast. Chu Xiu stood upon Bixiao Yusun's back, feeling the clouds whip past his heart, filled with awe. This Master 2-star Bixiao Yusun moved at a speed 10 times that of anying Daofeng. With such a chasm in velocity, if Bixiao Yusun sought to slay anying Daofeng, the latter would have no hope of resistance. Master-grade beasts are terrifying in their strength. Facing an ambush from an enemy of that caliber, I might not even have a chance to react. It appears my own strength is still far from sufficient. I must steady myself and continue to elevate my beast's power. Complacency is forbidden. Having witnessed the dreadful speed of a master-grade beast, Chu Xiu, who had once felt a little smug about owning 5 platinum-grade beasts, shed his frivolity and regained a steady composure. Beside him, Zhuo Bufan took in Chu Xiu's demeanor. With his master-level mental acuity, he could effortlessly discern the changes in Chu's bearing. This youth not only wields platinum-grade power at such a tender age, his temperament far outstrips other geniuses with such prodigious talent and temperament, and with Bai Yufei's tutelage behind him, this one's future achievements will assuredly not fall short of a sovereign's. Perhaps in only a few years our Xinxiao Empire will gain another supreme being above the level of kings. Sensing the shifts in Chu Xiu's aura and gaze, Zhuo Bufan nodded inwardly and felt an even greater admiration. Under Bixiao Yusun's guidance, Chu Xiu and Zhuo Bufan reached their destination in less than a quarter of an hour. Though they had flown only minutes, the beast had carried them hundreds of kilometers, depositing them within the rolling mountain range to the northeast of the imperial capital. They alighted, and Zhuo Bufan immediately recalled Bixiao Yusun into beast space. Turning to Chu Xiu, he said, Chu Xiu, the secret realm is underground. We must enter on foot. Let us go. Chu Xiu nodded. The Tianyao Hu's stronghold would be deeply concealed. It could not be reached so easily. Zhuo Bufan motioned for Chu to follow, then led him toward a densely vegetated area ahead. After advancing for hundreds of meters, Chu Xiu discovered a cave veiled by thick foliage. Within the cave, they traversed a narrow passage over 1,000 meters long, barely wide enough for one person, and emerged into an underground karst cavern hundreds of meters deep, where the special secret realm was located. Such secrecy. Had it not been for Qingyi Just operatives extracting intelligence from core members of the Tianyao, no one would have suspected this place to be one of their hidden bases. The underground cavern had clearly been remodeled by the Tianyao Hui. It was vast in volume, comparable to an indoor. Embedded in the cavern walls were gems that glowed by themselves like lamps, rendering the grotto as bright as daylight. At the far end of the cavern stood an eerie 3-meter-high azure light curtain, the special secret realm where the Tianyao Hu's Saint Sun and his companions were concealed. Someone else has arrived. That is the Protector Zhua from the Xinya Empire's Demon Suppression Division. Who is that young man beside him? Could he be another genius participating in the encirclement mission? What genius? This kid only has the aura of a golden 1-star. Such strength is the lowest among all participants in this demon extermination operation. What is wrong with Zhuo Bufan? Why did he bring a golden-level kid here? As Chu Xiu followed Zhuo Bufan into the underground cave, the beast tamers who had gathered here turned their heads to look at Among these people, besides several dozen young ones, there were also a dozen middle-aged powerhouses. The strength of these middle-aged powerhouses was quite impressive, all being beast tamers of diamond rank or above, with a few even being master-level beast tamers like Zhuo Bufan. Many strong individuals, upon seeing Chu Xiu and sensing his level of strength with their powerful spiritual energy, displayed strange expressions. Among them, 2 foreign master-level powerhouses with blonde hair and blue eyes looked at Chu Xiu with a hint of disdain. The 2 were reinforcements invited from across the ocean from America by the Qingyi Bureau and the Demon Suppression Division, tasked with escorting several top young beast tamer geniuses from America. Behind them were 3 young talents from America, 2 men and 1 woman, all around 23 or 24 years old, each a platinum-level beast tamer. This guy is only at golden level. With such low strength, what's he doing here? Is the Xinya Empire out of people, eh? How could they let a golden-level waste participate in the demon extermination operation? When these 3 young talents from America heard the 2 master-level powerhouses escorting them say that Chu Xiu was only at golden level, their gazes towards Chu Xiu were filled with disdain. Not only the foreign geniuses invited, but even the young talents from the Xinya Empire showed doubt in their eyes when they heard the nearby powerhouses discussing Chu Xiu's golden level strength. After all, the holy son of the Demon Extermination Society and the young backbone of the society were not weak, all possessing strong platinum-level combat power. These young talents from various countries participating in the encirclement were all platinum-level beast tamers, and now with the emergence of Chu Xiu, a golden-level beast tamer, it was inevitable that they would look down on and doubt him. Facing the contempt and suspicion of the crowd, Chu Xiu, however, remained indifferent, walking calmly beside Zhu Bufan as they approached the others. Old Zhu, you mentioned half a month ago that you found another young talent with platinum-level strength. You can't be referring to him, right? As Zhu Bufan brought Chu Xiu before the crowd, a middle-aged powerhouse, dressed in Qingyi bureau attire, stepped forward, frowning as he asked. Upon hearing this, Zhu Bufan nodded and smiled, saying, "That's right, it's Chu Xiu." Without waiting for the other to voice doubts, he began to introduce Chu Xiu to everyone. He raised his voice a few notches and continued, "Everyone, this is our new official member of the Demon Suppression Division, Chu Xiu. Don't underestimate Chu Xiu just because he is a golden-level beast tamer. He possesses more than one platinum-level beast, and his strength is not inferior to that of a platinum-level beast tamer. Moreover, Chu Xiu is the youngest among us, only 18 years old, younger than all the young talents entering the secret realm for the demon extermination operation this time." Upon hearing this, both the master-level powerhouse from the Qingyi Bureau and the foreign powerhouses and geniuses invited from America were visibly shaken. The name of the Demon Suppression Division was extremely prestigious even in the beast tamer circles abroad. They were not unfamiliar with the requirements to become an official member of the Demon Suppression Division. In fact, they were quite familiar. To become an official member of the Demon Suppression Division, one must possess platinum-level combat power, otherwise no matter how monstrous the talent, one can only be a reserve member. Now with Zhu Bufan, a master-level protector of the Demon Suppression Division, personally announcing Chu Xiu's official membership, no one would doubt his strength any longer. This time the young talents entering the secret realm for the demon extermination operation are all under 25 years old, mostly around 23 or 24. Chu Xiu is only 18, which is 5 or 6 years younger than the average age. At just 18, he possesses the strength of a golden 1-star. This child's cultivation talent is truly monstrous. Not only that, but at 18 he already has platinum-level beasts. This combat power is stronger than that of anyone present when they were young. Such a young golden-level beast tamer shows remarkable talent. If he is given 4 or 5 years to grow, by the time he is 23 or 24, he may well reach diamond-level beast tamer. Such a young genius, how could the Xinya Empire be willing to let him join this operation? Aren't they afraid of accidents? The foreign master-level powerhouses couldn't help but discuss among themselves. As for those young talents, upon hearing that Chu Xiu was already a golden-level beast tamer at just 18 and possessed more than one platinum-level beast, those who had previously looked down on him all lowered their heads. A few who had disparaged the genius felt their cheeks flush, overwhelmed with shame. Protectors were now that everyone is here. After a moment, the master-level powerhouse from the Qingyi Bureau, having calmed his shock, glanced at Chu Xiu and spoke to Zhu Bufan. "Good." Zhu Bufan nodded. He then gathered Chu Xiu and the 20-some platinum-level young talents present together and shared the information they had gathered about the holy son of the Demon Extermination Society and the young backbone of the society. The holy son of the Demon Extermination Society is 23 years old, already possessing platinum 5-star strength, and after transformation, he has combat power of platinum 8-star, strong enough to match any one of you present. In addition, the Demon Extermination Society has 6 young backbones, all with platinum-level strength. The weakest is at platinum 2-star, and the strongest is at platinum 5-star, with combat power reaching platinum 7-star after transformation. From the previous battles, we have a rough understanding of the basic situation regarding their demonic transformation power. The holy son of the Demon Extermination Society after transformation becomes an incredibly adept fighting mad giant ape with extremely strong combat power. Zhu Bufan quickly relayed all the intelligence gathered regarding the holy son and his group to help Chu Xiu and the others have an advantage when facing them. These individuals are strong, and when gathered together, they should not be underestimated. Once we enter the secret realm, it is best that everyone does not act separately. If we must split, we should only divide into 2 teams, each with no less than 10 members. Is that understood? After sharing all the intelligence, Zhu Bufan cast a sharp glance at everyone and commanded, "Understood." Chu Xiu and the others immediately replied in unison. Seeing this, Zhu Bufan nodded firmly and exclaimed, "Good, then, let's set off. Wishing you all a victorious return." With that, he waved his hand. Chu Xiu and the other 24 young talents from various regions of Blue Star headed toward the entrance of the secret realm and swiftly stepped inside. Passing through the entrance of the secret realm, Chu Xiu and his companions found their vision suddenly unobstructed, revealing a vast, boundless plain stretching before them. Roar, and howl, and screech. At the very moment they entered the secret realm, every beast tamer simultaneously summoned their spirit beasts. In an instant, 25 platinum tier spirit beasts manifested, each radiating overwhelming aura that surged skyward, blanketing a radius of over 100 li. These beast-tamers selected to join the joint operation against the celestial demon sect's young elites were all prodigies of their generation, each commanding platinum-tier combat prowess and seasoned battlefield experience. Thus, upon entering the realm, they instinctively unleashed their most formidable spirit beasts without delay, to guard against unforeseen threats. Chu Xiu likewise summoned Shadow Razor, which now stood faithfully at his side. Though Shadow Razor was but a single spirit beast, it commanded 3 platinum 6-star shadow servants, capable of instantaneous manifestation to shield Chu Xiu in moments of peril. As for his other spirit beasts, Chu Xiu withheld them as hidden trump cards. After all, no one could predict what dangers might arise during this suppression campaign. Preserving one's full strength remained the wisest course. Among the 25 spirit beasts summoned, the most striking was a golden griffin, standing 5 meters tall, its fur shimmering like molten gold. This golden griffin belonged to the strongest youth among the Americana trio. Chu Xiu's gaze was drawn irresistibly. Golden griffin attributes: metal wine quality, perfect in rank, platinum 9-star status. Perfect quality, platinum 9-star golden griffin. The Americana youth possessed formidable strength. After glancing over its attributes, Chu Xiu gave a quiet, thoughtful nod. With such power, the golden griffin could stand toe-to-toe with the celestial demon sect Saint Air, and perhaps even gain the upper hand. Aside from this powerful foreign ally wielding a platinum 9-star spirit beast, the remaining external reinforcements ranged mostly below platinum 7-star. Among the Divine Xia Empire's own rising stars, however, one prodigy also commanded a platinum 9-star spirit beast, equally perfect in quality, rivaling the golden griffin in every aspect. This secret realm is immense. Coordinating as one group would make locating the celestial demon sect's remnants nearly impossible. I propose dividing into 2 teams, one led by myself, the other by Prant, to scour the realm concurrently. Having confirmed the surroundings were secure, the Divine Xia Empire's platinum 9-star prodigy scanned the endless expanse of the plain and addressed the others. I endorse Qin Chuan's proposal. Splitting into 2 teams will accelerate our search, allowing us to eliminate the celestial demon sect's fugitives swiftly and depart without delay. No sooner had he spoken than Prant stepped forward in agreement. At that moment, his golden griffin let out a piercing cry, releasing its full platinum 9-star aura to magnify its master's authority. As the golden griffin unleashed its sovereign presence, a faint, imperceptible smile flickered across Prant's eyes before he declared, head held high. I propose all external allies join my team, while Divine Xia's beast-tamers accompany Qin Chuan. Let us turn this hunt into a contest. May the first team to locate and eradicate the celestial demon sect's remnants claim victory. I support Prant's suggestion, and no objections here, and we concur as well. And the numbers between Divine Xia's beast-tamers and our foreign allies are nearly equal, perfect for division into 2 balanced teams. At Prant's words, the external allies nodded in swift unison. The Divine Xia beast-tamers likewise voiced notice. They too preferred operating alongside compatriots, not strangers, finding greater ease and cohesion within. Very well, let us proceed, as Prant proposed 2 teams, 2 paths. Qin Chuan paused only briefly in contemplation before accepting. Almost immediately the group split cleanly into 13 Divine Xia beast-tamers, including Chu Xiu, formed one team. The remaining 12 external allies formed the other, each departing in opposite directions to begin their systematic sweep. 13 Divine Xia beast-tamers, including Chu Xiu, formed one team. The remaining 12 external allies formed the other, each departing in opposite directions. En route, each beast-tamer summoned their swiftest travel companion, mounting these spirit beasts to accelerate. Chu Xiu followed suit, summoning the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign to bear him forward. Half an hour later, seated atop the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign, Chu Xiu swept the terrain within a 1,000-meter radius. His vision extended through Shadow Razor's aerial vantage point. This secret realm differs markedly from any I've entered before. Not a single demonic beast in sight. Is this realm naturally barren, or have the celestial demon sect already eradicated all its denizens? After half an hour of fruitless searching, doubt stirred within Chu Xiu. They had traversed over 100 kilometers, yet encountered not a single demonic beast. Only ordinary wildlife dotted the endless plains. A silence so profound it felt unnerving. Hours passed, a dusk descended, and the sky darkened. Once night fell, Qin Chuan promptly gathered the team. He assembled Chu Xiu and the others, refusing to risk nocturnal patrols where ambushes might lie in wait. The celestial demon sect excelled at stealth and subterfuge, though dispersing after dark would invite disaster. After assembling everyone, Qin Chuan stationed spirit beasts in outer perimeter guard positions, then kindled a roaring campfire, around which the beast-tamers settled in close formation. Stirring the flames with a slender branch, Qin Chuan stoked the fire higher, then cast his gaze across the circle, asking, "Friends, what discoveries have you made today?" "Nothing. Not a soul in sight all day. Those celestial demon sect bastards know how to vanish," growled a broad-shouldered, rugged youth, frustration sharpening his voice. Chu Xiu and the others shook their heads in unison, reporting nothing found. Qin Chuan watched their reactions, a faint smile curving his lips. No matter. Today was merely the beginning. Had this mission been simple, the Purification Bureau and Demon Suppression Office would hardly have mobilized such force. "You've all labored tirelessly today. I'll take the first watch. You rest deeply, restore your vitality, and resume tomorrow." Ni's words drew unanimous nods. "You've all labored tirelessly today. I'll take the first watch. You rest deeply, restore your vitality, and resume tomorrow." Ni's words drew unanimous nods. Weariness settled in after such sustained focus. Chu Xiu, however, remained unwaveringly alert. Though today's search demanded considerable mental exertion, it paled beside the grueling multi-day alchemical refinement of supreme-grade magic nutrient elixir he'd once endured. He had once refined that elixir continuously for over 10 days without sleep, making today's efforts seem negligible. Still, Chu Xiu declined to share the night watch with Qin Xuan. Like the others, he claimed a quiet patch of ground, summoned his spirit beast to stand sentinel beside him, and only then allowed himself to rest fully guarded and at ease. Xiao Dao, stay alert. Chu Xiu instructed the Shadow Blade after arriving at an open space, asking it to continue its vigilance in the air. Rest assured, Master, the night is my domain. I guarantee that within 100 meters of you no rustle will escape my perception. The Shadow Blade immediately assured Chu Xiu with confidence. Then it flickered and directly merged into the surrounding darkness, making it impossible for anyone to see where it had gone. After assigning the task to the Shadow Blade, Chu Xiu turned to the Ice Phantom Lion King beside him and said, just stay by my side. Yes, Master. The Ice Phantom Lion King nodded heavily and then laid down beside Chu Xiu. Its massive body shielded Chu Xiu from behind, preventing any surprise attack from that direction. Seeing this, Chu Xiu smiled and nodded, then sat down on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. The other beast tamers around him also summoned their beasts to guard them, only then daring to relax. Even with a powerhouse like Qin Xuan keeping watch, they still trusted their beasts more. As everyone began to rest, the surroundings quickly fell silent, with only the sound of their even breathing and the occasional crackling of wood from the campfire. Meanwhile, the external support team, led by Plant, also chose to gather and rest at night. They were all young talents from various countries, platinum-level powerhouses who had grown up together and naturally acted with great caution. At the same time, deep within the secret realm, 13 people gathered in an underground palace. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Society and 6 other young elites were prominently present. Besides these 7, the other 6 were all over 50 years old, with one elderly man even surpassing 70 years of age. These individuals were all members of the Heavenly Demon Society. Just then a black snake slithered in from outside, quickly arriving beside one of the middle-aged men and coiling around. After the black snake coiled around his hand, the middle-aged man lifted it, locking eyes with the snake's pupils, seemingly receiving some information. Elder Bashan, the situation has been clarified. This time the Divine Summer Empire has sent 13 of its young talents into the secret realm and even gathered 12 genius beast tamers under the age of 25 from around the world to enter this secret realm. In total, there are 25 individuals, each possessing platinum-level beasts, all outstanding figures of the younger generation. Now those fellows are split into 2 groups, searching everywhere for the traces of the Holy Sun and others, and have already penetrated 800 kilometers into the secret realm. I think we can take action. Before long, the middle-aged man's expression brightened, and he immediately turned to the white-haired elders seated at the main position. The Heavenly Demon Society was born to eliminate the geniuses of the Blue Star humanity, and the simultaneous appearance of so many geniuses is something the society has never encountered before. Especially now that these individuals have entered this special secret realm with the unique rules of this realm, the powerful figures from the Divine Summer Empire outside cannot enter at all. They can freely slay all the geniuses who intrude into this secret realm. The leading elder Bashan's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he coldly snorted, saying, "Humph. The Qingyi Bureau and the Demon Suppression Department of the Divine Summer Empire have destroyed the most crucial stronghold of our Heavenly Demon Society, killing so many of us, and now they still want to eradicate the Holy Sun. They are being too much." However, immediately after his fierce expression vanished, replaced by a chilling smile, those old fellows from the Divine Summer Empire will never expect that we have long been prepared. As long as we slay all 25 young geniuses, it will be enough to make the higher-ups of the Divine Summer Empire feel pain, and the fall of geniuses from other countries will be enough to give them headaches. I truly want to see the expression on those old fellows' faces when they realize that all the geniuses they painstakingly cultivated have died in this secret realm. Ha! As he spoke, Elder Bashan couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, as if he could already envision the fury and helplessness of the powerful figures from the Divine Summer Empire after he slaughters all the geniuses. The other 5 middle-aged powerhouses, upon hearing this, also slightly raised the corners of their mouths, revealing a hint of cruelty and impatience in their eyes. What Elder Bashan referred to as being prepared was indeed about these elder powerhouses. This special secret realm only allows individuals under the age of 25 to enter. The reason they could stay in this secret realm is that when the Heavenly Demon Society discovered its uniqueness, they had proactively selected a group of young talents to enter. Elder Bashan and his companions have been residing in this secret realm since their youth, never leaving. Although the spiritual energy in this secret realm is extremely thin, and there are no magical beasts, they relied on the resources periodically sent by the Heavenly Demon Society to gradually cultivate themselves to the diamond and master levels. Apart from Elder Bashan, a master-level powerhouse, the other 5 middle-aged individuals are all diamond-level powerhouses. It is precisely because of their absolute strength that they are so excited upon learning that the Divine Summer Empire has gathered 25 young geniuses to enter the secret realm, intending to exterminate the Holy Sun and others. Although Qin Xuan and the young talents like Plant are indeed powerful, they are merely platinum-level beast tamers. Faced with the Heavenly Demon Society's diamond and master-level powerhouses, they would only be slaughtered unilaterally, having no chance against Elder Bashan and the others. For Elder Bashan and the others from the Heavenly Demon Society, Chu Xiu and the others are currently like fish in a barrel ready to be killed at any moment. Elder Bashan, esteemed attendants, since we have discovered those fellows, we should not delay. Let us quickly take action and eliminate. At this moment, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Society suddenly stepped forward, cupping his hands towards the leading Elder Bashan, equally impatient. The Divine Summer Empire has forced him to hide in this secret realm. It is likely that he will find it difficult to leave this. Originally, with his status in the Heavenly Demon Society and his cultivation talent, he had every hope of stepping into the master level or even higher realms. Now being forced into this secret realm, the entrance is guarded by the powerful figures of the Divine Summer Empire. Staying in the secret realm with no cultivation resources sent by the Heavenly Demon Society and such thin spiritual energy, it would be a limit for him to break through to the diamond level in this lifetime. Facing the genius beast tamers of the Divine Summer Empire, who have cut off their promising futures, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Society, at this moment, desires more than anyone else to slay all the genius beast tamers who enter this secret realm. Very well, as the Holy Son has said, let us first eliminate this group of intruders in the secret realm. The Elder of Bashan nodded in agreement. He slowly rose and looked at the two diamond-level experts of the Heavenly Demon Society beside him, instructing, "You two go directly to guard the exit of the secret realm now. Although they cannot possibly escape from our hands, we must guard the exit just in case, and not let a single one leave alive. The rest follow me and the Holy Son. Let us first eliminate those from the Divine Summer Empire, and then deal with those little brats from abroad." With just a few simple words, the Elder of Bashan arranged the tasks for everyone. No one from the Heavenly Demon Society had any objections to the proposal to first eliminate the genius beast tamers of the Divine Summer Empire. Even the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Society and others expressed strong agreement. They were driven to this point by the Beast Suppression Bureau and the Anomaly Clearance Bureau of the Divine Summer Empire, and naturally wished to eliminate the genius beast tamers of the Divine Summer Empire first. After the Elder of Bashan finished speaking, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Society sneered and said, "Elder Bashan, remember to leave a few alive for us. I want to torture them well and ensure they do not die easily." "Haha, even without your saying, I would never let those guys die easily." The Elder of Bashan laughed, his eyes also revealing a cold and ruthless glint. Then he swept his gaze over everyone present, changed his tone, and ordered, "Let's go, it's time to set off." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped out toward the outside of the underground palace. Seeing this, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Society and others exchanged glances and quickly followed. Late at night, when people are sleeping the deepest, the Elder of Bashan and the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Society approached quietly to where Chu Xiu and the others were resting. "Is there a situation?" Just as these experts from the Heavenly Demon Society approached, the shadow blade hidden in the darkness immediately sensed their presence. It instantly focused its spirit and probed ahead. In just an instant, the shadow blade detected a dozen powerful auras rapidly approaching from a kilometer away, causing it to shudder. Especially upon sensing the powerful aura of the Elder of Bashan, the shadow blade's keen intuition immediately alerted it to an extreme sense of impending danger. This sense of crisis was an unprecedented threat. Sensing this terrifying aura, the shadow blade did not hesitate at all and immediately activated its skills, rushing to Chu Xiu's side, heavily stating, "Master, enemies are coming. Their strength is formidable, at least diamond-level experts. And not just one." The shadow blade did not lower its voice. This shout caused Chu Xiu to shudder, quickly opening his eyes and standing up. At the same time, the night watchman Qin Chuan was also startled, and even the other beast tamers who were resting woke up one after another, looking towards Chu Xiu. "Diamond-level experts. Are you sure?" Qin Chuan's figure flashed as he quickly arrived beside Chu Xiu, his expression grave as he looked at the shadow blade beside Chu Xiu. The shadow blade coldly glanced at Qin Chuan, but still spoke in a deep voice. "There are not just one, but several diamond-level experts, and even more terrifying existences, and my senses cannot be wrong. If it weren't for the fact that you and Chu Xiu are on the same side, I wouldn't even talk to you. How is this possible? Isn't this secret realm only accessible to those under 25? Where did the Heavenly Demon Society find diamond-level experts under 25, and not just one?" At this moment, other beast tamers also gathered around, and upon hearing the shadow blade's response, they all revealed skeptical expressions, not believing the words of the shadow blade. Only Qin Chuan and Chu Xiu both wore solemn expressions. Seeing that Chu Xiu had a serious expression like his own, Qin Chuan looked at Chu Xiu with a bit more respect and said, "It seems we are on the same page. What I think is that these diamond-level experts from the Heavenly Demon Society might be those who were arranged to enter this secret realm long ago and have never left after turning 25, continuing to cultivate until now. Is that what you think too?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu showed a smile and asked Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. He did not answer, but slowly nodded. "Damn it, how did we not think of this before? What are we going to do now?" Their conversation immediately caused the expressions of all the surrounding beast tamers to change drastically. They were all talented beast tamers of the younger generation from the Divine Summer Empire, and with just a little hint, they immediately understood everything. Upon learning that more than one diamond-level adversary was approaching them, everyone lost their composure. Although they were powerful, this was only relative to their peers. Even though they were the elite of the younger generation facing seasoned diamond-level experts, they were outmatched. Let's quickly retreat while those from the Heavenly Demon Society haven't arrived yet. One suggested an immediate retreat. Knowing they had to deal with more than one diamond-level adversary, the talented youths of the Divine Summer Empire lost their courage to fight. The power gap between diamond and platinum levels was too vast. Haha, indeed worthy of the best of the younger generation of the Divine Summer Empire. You discovered this so quickly. Unfortunately, even if you have discovered this, it is already too late. None of you will escape today. However, just as this young beast tamer finished speaking, a strange voice suddenly erupted in the night sky. Boom. Immediately after, a terrifying pressure descended, enveloping the talented youths of the Divine Summer Empire. In an instant, everyone was forced to bend down, their feet sinking several centimeters into the ground. Even their beasts were pressed down by this terrifying pressure, causing the ground beneath them to depress. Whether it was the beast tamers or their beasts, they all felt as though they were carrying a mountain, immobilized by the overwhelming. What a terrifying pressure. Just relying on pressure to suppress Platinum 9-star beasts is enough to immobilize them. Diamond 9-star experts might not even have such terrifying pressure. Could the enemy be a master-level expert? Feeling the weight on their bodies, everyone's expressions grew even more grim. Especially when looking at the figure of the elder walking in the air among the several figures that appeared in their sight. Qin Xuan and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils in terror. In the master realm, whether beast tamers or non-flying beasts, one can walk in the air. The elder who came walking in the air had no beast carrying him or was not transformed into a flying beast. There's no doubt that this elder was a genuine master-level expert. It's over. At this moment, apart from Chu Xiu, the hearts of Qin Xuan and the other 12 platinum-level youths were filled only with endless despair. Against diamond-level enemies, they might still have a chance to fight. But facing a master-level expert, they had no hope of winning. Never imagined that my very first mission with the Demon Suppression Bureau would pit me against a Grandmaster-level cultivator. Looks like I'll have to unveil my ultimate trump card. Amidst the crowd, Chu Xiu's brow glistened with cold sweat as his gaze locked onto Baishan Elder, hovering midair with arrogant disdain, and sighed inwardly in resignation. He had never expected such wretched luck, to encounter a Grandmaster-level foe from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Instantly, a golden card materialized in his palm. This card was the Storm Dragon Sovereign trial card he'd obtained during a 10-pull gacha event, a fleeting boon granting him command over the Storm Dragon Sovereign for precisely 10 minutes. Though brief, it sufficed. The summoned sovereign was of legendary rarity, a level 1 sovereign whose might rendered victory over these Heavenly Demon Sect cultivators effortless. Baishan Elder, do reign in your power. Don't crush them all at once. I'd rather they not die so easily. At that moment, the Heavenly Demon Sect's crown prince tilted his head upward and addressed Baishan Elder, then fixed his gaze upon Chu Xiu and the others, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. The Divine Xia Empire has ruined me utterly. I still harbor a storm of resentment with nowhere to unleash it. Ha! Rest assured I won't let them perish too swiftly. Under my oppressive aura, they're already paralyzed. Do as you please, your highness. Baishan Elder sneered in reply. Boom. The moment his words fell, the terrifying pressure enveloping Chu Xiu and his allies intensified, crushing them and their spirit beasts into utter immobility. Not even a finger could twitch. Let's move. First slaughter their spirit beasts, then savor our playtime with them. With a feral grin, the crown prince cracked his knuckles and surged forward, poised to exterminate Chu Xiu and the other young prodigies of the Divine Xia Empire. The other 6 elite youths of the Heavenly Demon Sect likewise flexed their muscles, advancing with merciless smiles toward their designated targets. Seeing the Heavenly Demon Sect members prepare to strike, Chu Xiu hesitated no longer. He tightened his grip on the Storm Dragon Sovereign summoning card and focused his will. Summon the Storm Dragon Sovereign. At his mental command, the golden card dissolved instantly into shimmering stardust within his palm. Kerkome. The instant the card vanished, a deafening thunderclap split the heavens, a bolt of pure lightning cleaving the tranquil night sky. The serene starry firmament darkened abruptly beneath surging ink-black clouds, like a churning ocean, within which serpentine bolts of lightning writhed and detonated in relentless, earth-shaking roars. What in the world is happening? The sudden celestial upheaval froze the crown prince and his 6 comrades mid-stride, heads snapping upward toward the tempestuous heavens. Not only they, Baishan Elder and the 3 other diamond-tier elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect also lifted their astonished gazes skyward. Especially Baishan Elder and the Elder Cultivators, having dwelled within this secret realm for decades, even centuries, had never witnessed such an abrupt, unnatural celestial omen. Bewilderment gripped them all. Yet before they could decipher the phenomenon, an even more awe-inspiring spectacle erupted from the heart of the churning cloud sea. A jagged rift tore open, golden and violet light bleeding through its violent edges, rending the heavens asunder. Beyond that rift, a colossal silhouette emerged, so vast it stole the breath from every onlooker, as it stepped forth and crossed the void, appearing directly above them. It was a dragon, its entire form wreathed in crackling lightning and howling gales. Its scales gleamed like divine iron wings, unfurled, wide eyes blazing with molten gold fire that bathed the surrounding night in blinding daylight. Its titanic body soared hundreds of zhang high, akin to a mountain soaring through the skies. Ruoe. As the dragon manifested, it threw back its head and unleashed a primordial roar, the sound shattering clouds, cleaving the firmament itself, as if heaven and earth bowed in obeisance to its majesty. Simultaneously, an overwhelming draconic aura descended, engulfing the entire secret realm. Below every soul save, Chu Xiu trembled violently beneath that piercing resonant cry. Many staggered, collapsing to their knees outright. Even the most formidable spirit beasts, Shadow Blade Fong and Ice Spirit Lion Sovereign included, shuddered uncontrollably, prostrating themselves helplessly upon the ground. The Storm Dragon Sovereign's tier and lineage eclipsed every spirit beast present, its superiority absolute, leaving none capable of rising under such crushing dominion. Even Baishan Elder, the strongest among the heavenly demon sect, a grandmaster, bent low under the sheer weight of that draconic presence. Gritting his teeth, Baishan Elder struggled to steady himself, pupils contracting sharply as he stared up at the sovereign dragon now dominating the night sky, his expression contorting into raw, unmasked terror. A sovereignty-er demonic beast, nay a legendary dragon clan member. How is this possible? In that instant his grandmaster aura evaporated entirely, replaced by trembling disbelief, his former pride and authority shattered beyond recovery. His shock stemmed not only from the sudden appearance of a legendary dragon, but also from the impossibility of its arrival tearing through dimensional barriers into this sealed realm. This secret realm possessed but a single entrance, and under its immutable laws only those under 25 could pass through. Even sovereignty-er cultivators were barred from forcing entry beyond that age limit. When the heavenly demon sect first discovered this anomalous realm, their reclusive, peerless sect master attempted to breach it by force. He failed utterly, and sustained grievous injury in the attempt. That master stood at the pinnacle of sovereign cultivation, yet even he could not violate this realm's sacred edict. Thus the Storm Dragon Sovereign's spatial rupture struck Baishan Elder with the force of cosmic blasphemy. Storm Dragon Sovereign, of those 11 before you, spare only the weakest. Slay the rest. Just as Baishan Elder reeled in disbelief, Chu Xiu's voice rang out, calm, commanding, absolute. Then came a sight none present would ever forget, the vision searing itself into their souls for eternity. Chu Xiu stepped forward, serenely raised a hand, and pointed directly at the heavenly demon sect party, issuing his order to the godlike figure suspended in the heavens. High above the 100-soffing-tall Storm Dragon Sovereign's molten gold eyes flickered with subtle brilliance. Then before every stunned, gaping face it bowed its mighty head in profound reverence. Yes, master. Boom. That single word, master, exploded like thunder across the battlefield, freezing every expression in place, every breath caught mid-long. Did I hear correctly? Did that sovereignty dragon just call Chu Xiu master? How is this possible? That giant dragon is actually that kid's beast. How could he at such a young age contract a king-level beast? The more terrified were the Elder of Baishan and the 11 members of the Tianyao Society. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's command and the response of the Storm Dragon King, these individuals were so frightened that their hearts nearly stopped. At this moment the Storm Dragon King's gaze was already directed at them. The Elder of Baishan and the others felt as though they were being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper, a chilling dread instantly sweeping over their bodies. We fight to the end. A whoa, roar. The Elder of Baishan and the others did not sit idly by. Instead they unleashed their full momentum. The Elder of Baishan and the other 3 diamond-level mid-age powerhouses of the Tianyao Society gritted their teeth, directly igniting their own essence blood, urging their inner demon power, transforming into half-human, half-demon monsters. The leading Elder of Baishan transformed into a werewolf-like figure, his size tripling, his clothing bursting apart, his body covered in dense black fur, and his eyes becoming bloodthirsty and frenzied. His aura surged directly to Master 6 stars. The other 3 diamond-level powerhouses of the Tianyao Society also transformed, their momentum soaring with none lower than diamond 3 stars. As for the 7 young backbone members of the Tianyao Society, they were rendered immobile by the pressure of the Storm Dragon King. Even though they yearned to transform desperately, the gap in strength between them and the Storm Dragon King was too vast. Under the terrifying dragon might of the Storm Dragon King, even the strongest among them, the Saint of the Tianyao Society, could not mobilize any of his powers. A mere grain of rice dares to compete with the bright moon. Facing the fully transformed Elder of Baishan and the others, the Storm Dragon King in the sky was filled with disdain, letting out a light snort. As soon as he finished speaking, the Storm Dragon King did not give the Elder of Baishan and others any chance to resist, raising his dragon claw and casually slapping down. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly echoed in the night sky. A dragon claw entirely composed of magical power and shimmering with purple-golden lightning ruthlessly tore through the night, directly slamming down towards the Elder of Baishan and the others below. Moon Wolf Demon Cannon. Sky Tear Strike. Endless flying feathers. Below, facing the casual strike of the Storm Dragon King, the Elder of Baishan and the others had twisted expressions and erupted with all their might, executing their strongest killing moves. The attacks of the 4 powerful figures erupted instantly, aiming at the purple-golden lightning dragon claw, descending. However, this combined strike, which gathered the full strength of a master and 4 diamond-level powerhouses, collapsed the moment it collided with the purple-golden dragon claw's phantom falling from the heavens. The casual strike of the Storm Dragon King effortlessly obliterated the attacks of the 4. The purple-golden dragon claw phantom descending from the heavens did not pause for a moment, its power unchanged, heavily crashing down to the ground, engulfing the Elder of Baishan and the other 9 members of the Tianyao Society. Boom! As the dragon claw struck the ground, purple-golden lightning flashed, the earth trembled, and a visible shockwave stirred up a cloud of dust sweeping outward. Once the dust settled, a massive pit several hundred meters in size appeared in the sight of Chu Xiu and the others, bearing the outline of a dragon claw and reaching depths of over 100 meters. As for the depths of the pit, not a single living person could be seen. Such terrifying power, a mere casual strike, obliterated all members of the Tianyao society, including a master powerhouse and 3 diamond-level powerhouses. Is this the power of a king-level beast? Looking at the enormous pit before them, Qin Xuan and the other talented beast masters of the Xinxia Empire could not help but swallow hard, their hearts shaken, with one of them unable to hold back a low exclamation. Wait, not all members of the Tianyao society have been exterminated. There is still one left. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xuan shook his head and pointed to a figure near the giant pit. Everyone's gaze turned to that person, seeing that he was the weakest among the young backbone of the Tianyao society, possessing only platinum 3 stars of strength. This guy survived solely because of Chu Xiu's order to leave a living witness. However, even if this guy was alive, the Storm Dragon King did not allow him to escape unscathed. Although the recent attack avoided him and intentionally suppressed part of the impact's force, being so close, the residual waves of the attack still heavily injured this young backbone of the Tianyao society. At this moment, the young backbone of the Tianyao society appeared, pale blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his aura weak to the extreme, collapsing directly on the spot, lacking even the strength to stand. Before this survivor of the Tianyao society could react, the Storm Dragon King gently lifted a finger, and he was enveloped by an invisible force floating before Chu Xiu. Master, as per your command, I have only left the weakest living witness. After finishing all this, the Storm Dragon King respectfully spoke to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded. His gaze then turned to the member of the Tianyao society before him, sternly commanding, "Speak. How many strong members of the Tianyao society are still in this secret realm? Where are they hiding?" Chu Xiu left a living witness precisely to ascertain the situation of the Tianyao society in this secret realm. Since a master-level powerhouse of the Tianyao society has already emerged, he couldn't guarantee that there weren't other Tianyao society powerhouses lurking within this secret realm. The Storm Dragon King's experience card has a time limit, and it is a consumable item. After 10 minutes, the Storm Dragon King will depart. By then, if he encounters another master-level Tianyao society powerhouse, he would no longer have such a powerful trump card to deal with it. If you think you can extract any information from me. However, to Chu Xiu's surprise, the Tianyao society member before him was quite tough, outright refusing to answer. Storm Dragon King, do you have any way to make him speak? Seeing this, Chu Xiu did not waste time directly looking at the Storm Dragon King. As a powerful king-level beast, and a member of the legendary dragon race, the Storm Dragon King surely possesses more capability than he or the platinum-level beast masters around him to extract the desired information from this Tianyao society guy. Since the master wants information, soul-searching is the way to go. As expected, upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, the Storm Dragon King immediately responded. In the next second, its dragon eyes, burning with purple-golden flames, suddenly focused on the surviving member of the Tianyao society. An invisible, formidable spiritual power instantly descended upon him, forcefully invading his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the Tianyao society survivor stiffened, his eyes rolling back, his body twitching uncontrollably. In merely 2 breaths' time, his body ceased twitching, collapsing on the ground, with his eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. Though his life force had not completely dissipated, having his consciousness invaded forcefully by the Storm Dragon King's powerful spiritual force, for soul searching, this young backbone of the Tianyao society was essentially rendered completely incapacitated. Even if he lived, he would only be a vegetable. Master, I have obtained the information you wanted. Within this secret realm, only 2 diamond-level ants from the Tianyao society remain. At this moment, they are guarding the exit of this secret realm, intending to cut off your retreat. After the soul search concluded, the Storm Dragon King looked at Chu Xiu and conveyed the information it had gathered. 2 diamond-tier cultivators guard the exit. How cautious these scum of the Heavenly Demon Association truly are. Chu Xiu heard Storm Dragon Sovereign's words, and a glint of icy fury flashed across his eyes. Without hesitation, he immediately commanded Storm Dragon Sovereign, take me there. Slay both of them. Leave none alive. They had spent the entire day probing deep into the secret realm, now far from its entrance. Chu Xiu's summoned Storm Dragon Sovereign had less than 9 minutes remaining. 9 minutes. Far too brief for platinum-tier beast-tamer cultivators like Qin Xuan to traverse that distance to the entrance. Yet for a sovereign-tier beast such as Storm Dragon Sovereign, 9 minutes sufficed to cross the entire secret realm. Yes, master. Upon hearing the command, Storm Dragon Sovereign bowed respectfully and affirmed without delay. Instantly, its colossal form descended slowly from the heavens, landing beside Chu Xiu. Seeing this, Chu Xiu swiftly recalled Shadow Blade and Ice Spirit Lion Emperor into his beast space, then turned to Qin Xuan and the others. I shall now eliminate the final 2 members of the Heavenly Demon Association. Once they fall, this mission will be perfectly concluded. As for you, proceed directly toward the secret realm's entrance. Exit immediately upon arrival. Without waiting for their reply, Chu Xiu braced his legs and leapt upward, landing squarely upon the outstretched dragon claw of Storm Dragon Sovereign. Storm Dragon Sovereign cradled Chu Xiu within its palm. In the next breath, its pair of draconic wings erupted with violent force. Boom! A deafening sonic blast tore through the air as Storm Dragon Sovereign unleashed a cataclysmic gale, soaring skyward in a single blinding surge. A tempest so fierce it nearly unbalanced even platinum-tier beast tamers swept over Qin Chuan and his companions. In an instant their vision blurred, and Storm Dragon Sovereign's immense form vanished utterly from sight. Across the starless night sky Storm Dragon Sovereign rode wind and thunder, transforming into a streak of violet gold lightning, hurtling toward the secret realm's entrance at 1,000 li per blink. In under half a minute Storm Dragon Sovereign bore Chu Xiu across 10,000 li. A faint golden energy barrier shimmered over its dragon claw, shielding Chu Xiu completely from the maelstrom. Within that sovereign barrier Chu Xiu stood motionless upon the dragon's palm, untouched by the howling gales raging all around. Not a single strand of his hair stirred. Such speed, more than tenfold faster than Zhou Buffan's Grandmaster tier Azure Sky Peregrine. A legendary tier sovereign class beast, its power is indeed unfathomable. When will I finally possess a sovereignty or beast of my own, eh? Sheltered within Storm Dragon Sovereign's energy veil, Chu Xiu gazed intently at the world blurring past, and could not suppress a quiet sigh of awe. Master, I have located them. Those two move too slowly, they have yet to reach the entrance. Even as Chu Xiu marveled, Storm Dragon Sovereign abruptly decelerated. Simultaneously its voice resonated in his mind. Chu Xiu's lips curved faintly, unfazed, unsurprised. After all, Storm Dragon Sovereign had learned from the Platinum-tier youth of the Heavenly Demon Association that all their members had departed simultaneously. Even these two Diamond-tier cultivators, racing straight for the entrance, could not have distanced themselves far from Elder Bashan and the Heavenly Demon Association's Saint Heir. Though formidable Diamond-tier cultivators paled before Storm Dragon Sovereign, their speeds existed on entirely different. It was only natural that Storm Dragon Sovereign overtook the two Diamond-tier cultivators en route to the entrance. Without further instruction, Storm Dragon Sovereign banked sharply to the right front where the two awaited. As a level 1 sovereign, Storm Dragon Sovereign's spiritual perception spanned 1,000 li effortlessly. At present, those two Diamond-tier cultivators were merely 800 li away, within 10 seconds reach at Storm Dragon Sovereign's velocity. Beneath the moonless night, two figures sprinted furiously across the plains toward the entrance. Elder Bashan remains excessively cautious. In my view, none of the beast tamers who entered this secret realm will escape. Indeed, with Elder Bashan himself intervening, even the most prodigious juniors stand no chance of evading him. Blocking the entrance is redundant, mere overkill. Precisely. Even capturing a few juniors for cathartic vengeance seems unlikely now. As they raced, the two exchanged grievances, lamenting Elder Bashan's assignment of guard duty. The Xinxia Empire's cultivators had sealed this secret realm's entrance, effectively cutting off their cultivation paths. Their resentment ran no shallower than that of the Saint Heir himself. Given the choice, they would rather join Elder Bashan's assault, to slaughter Chu Xiu and the other young elites who dared intrude, thereby quenching their seething wrath. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine, as though watched by unseen eyes? One Diamond-tier cultivator's brow twitched, his expression darkened instantly. Mole, sure of this. Within this secret realm, what foe could possibly threaten us? His companion's face paled slightly, alarmed not without reason. For his fused demonic beast lineage granted extraordinary danger sense, and never before had that instinct failed. Before the words fully left his mouth, before the other could respond, a crushing aura descended upon them, forcing. They whirled leftward, and beheld far across the night sky a streak of violet gold lightning hurtling toward them. So terrifying an aura. What is that? From distant speck to looming presence, it took but a blink for the lightning to resolve into a colossal dragon descending upon them. Staring at the rapidly approaching, ever-sharpening silhouette, their pupils contracted to needle points. With voices trembling on the edge of hysteria, they shrieked, "D-Dragon!" Storm Dragon Sovereign closed the distance without pause, granting no time for reaction, then slammed its dragon claw downward. Boom! Boom! A thunderous detonation shook the earth. In the next moment, the ground where the two stood bore an enormous clawprint, identical to the one left earlier by Elder Bashan and his entourage. The two Diamond-tier cultivators of the Heavenly Demon Association did not even cry out, reduced instantly to ash. In the blink of an eye, two Diamond-tier cultivators had utterly perished. Only then did Storm Dragon Sovereign carry Chu Xiu to hover above the colossal crater it had gouged. With a single claw, cast a glance downward, and said to Chu Xiu, "Master, all enemies have been eliminated." Very well, Chu Xiu nodded. With Storm Dragon Sovereign's intervention, the remnants of the Heavenly Demon cult, mere Diamond-tier demons, stood no chance of survival. Without even inspecting the battlefield, he instructed Storm Dragon Sovereign, "All hostiles have been eradicated." However, the foreign auxiliaries led by Prant have yet to realize what has transpired. Storm Dragon Sovereign, take me to inform them that the mission is complete, and instruct them to return to the realm's entrance. As he spoke, Chu Xiu pointed toward the direction Prant and his team had departed. Yes, Master. Storm Dragon Sovereign bowed its head, then unleashed its full sovereignty or spiritual sense, a torrent of regal star-level consciousness sweeping across a 1,000-mile radius. In the next instant, its wings flared, its form dissolved into a streak of violet gold lightning hurtling at blinding speed toward the direction Chu Xiu had indicated. Within 3 minutes, Storm Dragon Sovereign had traversed over 10,000 miles, and its spiritual sense locked onto Prant and his companions. It immediately altered course, surging straight toward their location, appearing overhead in less than a heartbeat. The moment Storm Dragon's sovereign manifested, even without deliberately unleashing its aura, its overwhelming presence crushed every beast tamer and their bonded beasts into panic. Terror seized the crowd, chaos erupted instantly. What is that? Such terrifying pressure. My Platinum Tier 7-star beast has collapsed to the ground paralyzed, utterly devoid of will to fight. What tier of demonic beast is this? I've witnessed numerous Grandmaster tier beasts, even 7-star Grandmasters, but none radiate such crushing dominance. Could this truly be a sovereign tier demon? A sovereign tier demon. This realm actually harbors one. Then we're doomed. Wait, don't panic. There's a human riding it. Is that Chu Xiu of the Xinxiao Empire? What? How could? Ah, it is him. As Prant recognized, Chu Xiu collective dread subsided, only to be replaced by profound, speechless astonishment. Chu Xiu stood atop Storm Dragon's sovereign, observing the group's reactions below, and smiled. Gentlemen, all remnants of the heavenly demon cult have been eradicated. I've come personally to inform you. You may now withdraw along your original path. He didn't wait for replies. Patting Storm Dragon's sovereign's scaled shoulder, he added, let's go. Back to the realm's entrance. Roar. At that thunderous dragon's cry, every beast under Prant's command collapsed, trembling uncontrollably upon the earth. Prant and the other foreign prodigies stood frozen, like statues, gazing after Chu Xiu's retreating silhouette. Only minutes after Storm Dragon's sovereign vanished did they slowly regain composure, still reeling with indelible awe, as they hurried toward the realm's entrance. Meanwhile, Storm Dragon's sovereign had already set Chu Xiu down before the immense sapphire-hued barrier marking the realm's threshold. Chu Xiu glanced upward at the dragon's sovereign, silently calculating less than 3 minutes remained on the summoning duration. He did not depart immediately. Instead, he waited, motionless, until Storm Dragon's sovereign's summon time full. A low hum resonated, the moment the temporal limit expired. Storm Dragon sovereign's colossal form began to shimmer, growing translucent. Dense torrents of lightning and tempests surged from its body, coalescing into radiant violet gold beams that tore rifts through the surrounding space. Its immense silhouette dissolved seamlessly into the void. Roar. With one final, echoing draconic roar, Storm Dragon sovereign vanished completely. Chu Xiu stood alone beneath the empty night sky, a flicker of regret passing across his eyes. A pity. The trial card is a single-use consumable. If only it could be summoned repeatedly. Yet he swiftly stilled his thoughts. Now was no time for sentiment. Calm restored, he turned and strode resolutely toward the sapphire barrier. Its surface rippled faintly. Then Chu Xiu stepped through and disappeared. Beyond the realm lay an underground cavern. Zhuo Bufan and over a dozen Grandmaster and Diamond Tier cultivators stood near the entrance, their expressions grave as they watched the azure barrier. Suddenly violent ripples disturbed the barrier. Someone's emerging. A Grandmaster Tier cultivator cried out. All eyes snapped toward it. From within the sapphire light, a lone figure emerged. Clad in black combat gear, face composed Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu. Zhuo Bufan's eyes lit with delight, and he rushed forward. Yet his brow soon furrowed in confusion as he scanned behind Chu Xiu, finding no one else. His joy evaporated. Chu Xiu, why so soon? Where are the others? Have the heavenly demon cult Saint Air and their elite youth been slain? At Zhuo Bufan's words, every powerful cultivator fixed their gaze upon Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu remained unruffled. He swept his gaze across the assembly and replied, all members of the heavenly demon cult have been exterminated. I dealt with every last remnant alone, then departed ahead of schedule. Qin Xuan and the others remained behind, mopping up the aftermath. Zhuo Bufan blinked in disbelief. Less than 24 hours, and you've annihilated the Saint Air and his entire cadre. Indeed, Chu Xiu affirmed with a nod. You claim you eradicated every cultist single-handedly. What proof do you offer? An American Grandmaster narrowed his brows, voice thick with skepticism. Chu Xiu was merely a gold-tier 4-star beast tamer. Even if he commanded a platinum-tier beast, it defied logic that he could obliterate the entire cult alone. After all, the Saint Air himself was a platinum-tier 8-star cultivator, formidable in strength. The Grandmaster's urgency stemmed from the reward structure promised by Xinxia's Qingyi Bureau and Demon Suppression Bureau. Though the bureaus had expended considerable resources to recruit these foreign elites, the bulk of their compensation hinged upon their demonstrable contribution in confronting the Saint Air and his lieutenants. If Chu Xiu had slain them all unaided, their prospective rewards would shrink drastically. Chu Xiu met his gaze, offered no further explanation, and said coolly, the truth stands as it is. Proof is unnecessary. Moreover, Qin Xuan and Prand remain inside the realm. Ask them yourself when they emerge. With that, he turned away, strode to an unoccupied stone seat nearby, and sat closing his eyes to rest. You. The American Grandmaster flared with fury at Chu Xiu's dismissive attitude toward his sovereignty-tier cultivator, and moved to confront him. Master Edward, let us await the other's emergence before drawing conclusions. Zhuo Bufan stepped forward, blocking his path and silencing his retort. Simultaneously, a Grandmaster-tier cultivator from Xinxia's Qingyi Bureau advanced beside him, silent, yet stance unmistakably protective. Very well, we'll wait. I refuse to believe a single man slaughtered every cultist within this unique realm. Edward suppressed his rage, for this was Xinxia's sovereign territory, and he knew he stood no chance against Zhuo Bufan. With Edward's retreat, silence fell once more across the cavern. Yet all attention now fixated on the realm's entrance, waiting for Qin Xuan and the other young prodigies to emerge. 6 hours passed. They're coming out. At last the barrier shimmered anew, and Qin Chuan stepped forth first. Soon after other young Xinxiao beast-tamers followed. Yet each bore faces still etched with lingering shock and daze unlike their confident entry. Bringing up the rear, two youths carried a comatose young man between them, blood-soaked pallid eyes rolled back, froth bubbling at his lips. This is one of the heavenly demon cult's elite youth. Zhuo Bufan's gaze sharpened. He recognized the youth, and he approached Qin Chuan and asked, Qin Chuan, were all the cultists truly eradicated as Chu Xiu claimed? Qin Chuan bowed respectfully. Honorable guardian, it is as you say, every cultist was slain by Chu Xiu alone. This youth is the sole survivor among their ranks, though he may never awaken again. As Qin Chuan finished speaking, the two Xinxiao youths brought the unconscious youth forward and laid him before Zhuo Bufan. Zhuo Bufan recoiled inwardly and bent to examine the fallen youth. Master Edward and the other grandmasters likewise pressed forward, confirming the youth's identity as one of the cult's most promising heirs. His spiritual sea has utterly collapsed. Though life lingers, he is irreversibly broken, no longer fit. This youth possessed platinum tier 3rd star strength. To shatter his spiritual sea thus demands mental force rivaling diamond tier intensity. Diamond tier spiritual pressure. Neither Qin Chuan nor Prant, despite their exceptional talent, possess such power. Could Chu Xiu's claim truly be true, that he acted alone? Stunned silence gripped the cavern. All eyes turned, slowly, incredulously, toward Chu Xiu still seated in quiet repose. Qin Chuan, what precisely transpired inside the realm? Seeing Chu Xiu unmoved, Zhuo Bufan pivoted to Qin Chuan. Instantly the cavern fell silent, every gaze converging upon the young man. Under the weight of so many Grandmaster and Diamond tier presences, Qin Chuan felt immense pressure. Yet compared to Storm Dragon Sovereign's overwhelming aura, this paled to insignificance. He drew a deep breath and began recounting events within the realm. Upon entering, we divided into 2 teams per Prant's suggestion, scouting separate paths. We found no trace of the cult by day, until midnight when they launched a sudden assault. Their forces included 1 Grandmaster tier cultivator, 3 Diamond tier warriors, the Saint Heir himself, and 6 elite. The Grandmaster unleashed his aura, crushing us all, human and beast alike, into immobility. As he spoke, Qin Chuan's face still betrayed residual fear. What? A Grandmaster tier and Diamond tier cultivators inside the realm? Impossible. Are you fabricating this? Zhuo Bufan and Master Edward stared incredulous. Yet Qin Chuan stood firm. I swear every word is true. They will vouch for me. Others echoed him. Indeed, we all bear witness. That declaration sent shockwaves through the assembled masters, leaving them breathless and shaken. Finally, Edward broke the silence. If your account holds, how did any of you survive? Qin Chuan met his gaze. All credit belongs to Chu Xiu. We were moments from annihilation when Chu Xiu summoned a sovereign-tier dragon. In an instant the tide turned. What? Edward thought he'd misheard. A sovereign-tier dragon. Zhuo Bufan gasped aloud, his expression stunned beyond belief. Qin Chuan nodded solemnly. Precisely. A dragon capable of tearing through spatial barriers, entering the realm by sheer force. The moment it appeared, its draconic aura enveloped the entire realm, paralyzing all beings, cultists, our beasts, even our own wills. Then, Qin Chuan recounted everything that followed, without omission. Chu Xiu had never instructed him to keep silent, and as he spoke before Zhuo Bufan and the others, Chu Xiu showed no objection, clearly permitting full disclosure. As Qin Chuan narrated, every listener stood transfixed, eyes wide, breath held, overwhelmed by sheer impossibility. When his tale concluded, the cavern plunged into absolute silence. Every person rooted in place, as though petrified. A sovereign-tier dragon, ripping through dimensional boundaries to invade a sealed realm. 1 claw strike annihilating Grandmaster and Diamond-tier cultivators. Summoned by Chu Xiu, a mere gold-tier foot-star beast-tamer. Combined, these facts sounded like myth, especially for foreign cultivators who'd earlier mocked Chu Xiu's low rank. Now their faces burned with humiliation. They deemed him unworthy of participation. Reality had delivered a devastating rebuke. Impossible. A blonde, blue-eyed Diamond-tier cultivator blurted out, he's barely 20. How could he possibly command a sovereign-tier and a dragon, a legendary lineage? Exactly, it's preposterous. Even sovereign-tier beings cannot breach realm laws. How could any sovereign-tier beast enter? A gold-tier tamer summoning a sovereign-tier beast. Absurd. You might at least craft a plausible fiction. Yet it is fact, Qin Chuan declared, voice steady. We all witnessed it. Others nodded emphatically. Qin Chuan speaks truth. You're all Xinxiao nationals. How do we know you haven't colluded to credit Chu Xiu alone? Precisely. Your testimony alone carries little weight. Let us await Prant's emergence for verification. Agreed. Once Prant exits, truth will be self-evident. Despite Qin Chuan's testimony, Master Edward and the foreign cultivators refused to accept it, insisting on Prant's confirmation. Before their voices faded, the realm's entrance trembled once more, drawing every gaze back to the sapphire barrier. Before them, the sapphire-hued barrier sealing the secret realm churned violently like boiling water. One by one, figures surged forth from its depths. Prant and a host of young beast-tamers hailing from overseas nations. Though they had not been attacked by the heavenly demon sect, the sheer oppressive aura unleashed by the Storm Dragon Sovereign had been utterly terrifying. Even now their faces remained etched with lingering dread. Prant. Upon spotting them, Edward hurried forward without hesitation and demanded, what truly transpired inside the secret realm. Is what Chu Xiu claimed true? Before Prant had fully emerged, Edward seized his arm. After a moment's stunned pause, Prant glanced around at the assembled crowd and asked gravely, what did Chu Xiu say? He said Chu Xiu summoned a sovereignty dragon within the secret realm, bypassing its immutable laws by force, then annihilating a grandmaster-level expert and 3 diamond-tier masters with a single claw strike, eliminating the entire leadership of the heavenly demon sect. Edward spoke with blistering speed, then pressed further, is this true? At these words, a complex expression flickered across Prant's face. Instinctively, he glanced back at his fellow overseas youths. They too fell silent, mirroring his conflicted expression. It is likely true, Prant finally conceded, nodding hesitantly after a long pause. What do you mean likely true? Edward frowned sharply. Such equivocation was precisely what he had hoped to avoid. Seeing Edward's reaction, Prant drew a deep breath and continued, Master, we encountered no members of the heavenly demon sect inside the secret realm, so we cannot confirm whether Chu Xiu truly eliminated them all. At this, a smile briefly lit Edward's face, only to freeze rigid an instant later. Prant paused, then shifted tone and added, however, Chu Xiu does indeed possess a dragon as his beast companion. Are you certain? Another foreign grandmaster interjected urgently. Did you witness Chu Xiu summoning a sovereignty dragon with your own eyes, eh? We saw the dragon ourselves, Prant affirmed, bowing his head firmly toward the grandmaster. As he spoke, the image surged unbidden into his mind, Chu Xiu descending upon the storm-racked realm astride the storm dragon sovereign, an awe-inspiring spectacle that still left him breathless. After a long moment, he inhaled deeply, steadying his racing heart before continuing. Yet whether it truly ranks as sovereignty, we cannot ascertain. We were searching for traces of the heavenly demon sect when suddenly an overwhelming aura erupted from afar. It struck without warning. Within an instant, it blanketed hundreds of li in every direction. Our tamed beasts offered no resistance whatsoever. They collapsed to the ground, prostrate in sheer instinctive terror. Fear still lingered in Prant's eyes as he spoke. That sensation, like an ant confronting a primordial leviathan, revealed a gulf of existence beyond comparison. I have witnessed grandmasters in combat. I have felt the crushing pressure of an 8-star grandmaster's beast companion. Yet against that dragon, such power paled into insignificance. Thus I assert with certainty, even if it falls short of sovereignty, that dragon's strength rivals the pinnacle of grandmaster cultivation. His words settled over the cavern like stone. Silence descended once more. Though he stopped short of declaring the storm dragon sovereign a sovereignty entity, his testimony rendered the distinction irrelevant. For Prant himself had now confirmed Chu Xiu commanded a dragon companion whose might equaled or surpassed the zenith of grandmaster tier, sufficient alone to eradicate every member of the heavenly demon sect. So Chu Xiu spoke truthfully. You confirm Chu Xiu possesses a dragon companion, and its tier stands at least at the apex of grandmaster cultivation. Edward breathed deeply, seeking final verification. Indeed, Prant affirmed. With that confirmation, the last vestige of hope dissolved from the hearts of Edward and the other. They had clung to the faint hope that Prant would expose Chu Xiu's claims as deliberate exaggeration, or even suspect collusion among the Divine Xia Empire's beast-tamers fabricating Chu Xiu's extraordinary feat. Now, however, Prant's account aligned perfectly with Chu Xiu's, and in certain details his eyewitness perspective lent even greater clarity. The reality was irrefutable. Chu Xiu commanded a dragon companion whose strength matched or exceeded grandmaster tier. A gold-tier beast-tamer barely past 20, yet bonded to a dragon surpassing grandmaster tier. This defies reason. A foreign diamond-tier expert murmured aloud, his spirit shaken to its core. Even if Chu Xiu began cultivating from the womb, such a bond at his age is impossible. How could his spiritual capacity possibly sustain a pact with a grandmaster tier beast? Has the Divine Xia Empire uncovered a method to accelerate beast evolution? At those words, many exchanged knowing, speculative glances. Had Chu Xiu merely possessed an ordinary platinum tier companion, their astonishment would have been profound, but bearable. Yet a grandmaster tier, or potentially sovereign tier, dragon companion shattered the very boundaries of their understanding. A sovereign tier beast was a force capable of dominating entire regions, or even redrawing the geopolitical map of mid and small-sized nations. Even the great powers represented here dared not claim mastery over breeding such a being. And yet Chu Xiu, barely out of his 20s, already wielded such a trump card. It was nothing short of miraculous. While Prant and the other foreign elites stood paralyzed in disbelief, Zhuo Bufon's voice cut through the silence. Enough. With Chu Xiu and Prant all corroborating the account, it is now indisputable Chu Xiu alone eradicated every remnant of the heavenly demon sect. With the sect's holy prince slain, our mission concludes successfully. Let us withdraw immediately and report to Director Bai of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Zhuo Bufan knew Chu Xiu had entered the bureau under the personal recommendation of Bai Yufei, the supreme sovereign of the Divine Xia Empire. Any prodigy favored by such a figure must possess extraordinary merit. Indeed, Zhuo Bufan now surmised that Chu Xiu's dragon, certainly Grandmaster tier or higher, had been bound to him through some unique method devised by Bai Yufei, serving as a safeguard for the young master's survival. Precisely because he understood the towering presence shielding Chu Xiu, Zhuo Bufan accepted this staggering revelation far more readily than the others. Master Zhuo speaks wisely. The Holy Prince is vanquished. We must inform Director Bai without delay, echoed the Grandmaster from the Qingyi Bureau, nodding in agreement. Others followed suit, offering reluctant assent. Thus the group departed the subterranean cavern one by one. The Bixiao falcon unfurled its wings, creating a long gap in the clouds below as it soared over the undulating mountain ranges. Chu Xiu stood on the falcon's back, his clothes flapping loudly in the wind, while beside him Zhuo Bufan remained silent for a long moment. Just as the Bixiao falcon was about to return to the imperial capital, he turned his face slightly and couldn't help but ask Chu Xiu, "Is that giant dragon beast of yours a gift from Lord Baishan?" Chu Xiu summoned the Storm Dragon King, having already prepared his excuse upon being seen by Qin Xuan and the others. Hearing Zhuo Bufan's inquiry, he shook his head and replied, "Zhuo Hufa, this is not a beast given to me by Lord Baishan, but rather a special beast-taming talent that I possess. As for the specifics, I cannot disclose." Special beast-taming talent. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's response, Zhuo Bufan's pupils constricted. Indeed, in this world, only a very small number of beast-tamers possess such extraordinary talents, but the probability is exceedingly low. Even among the three supreme beings of the divine Xia Empire, not everyone possesses the special beast-taming talent. For instance, Bai Yufei is merely a beast-tamer with an S-level beast space and lacks any special talent. Without a doubt, those beast-tamers who possess the beast-taming talent are all formidable individuals. The other two supreme beings of the divine Xia Empire, who have long been stationed in the Abyss world, are also top-notch beast-taming geniuses with extraordinary talents and immense strength. Although Zhuo Bufan was extremely curious about the special beast-taming talent mentioned by Chu Xiu, he sensed that Chu Xiu was unwilling to elaborate further and thus refrained from asking more. "I understand now." Zhuo Bufan gave a deep glance at Chu Xiu beside him before nodding. Before long, Zhuo Bufan's Bixiao falcon brought Chu Xiu back to the outskirts of the imperial capital, and the two quickly returned to the Demon Suppression Department. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Department, the head of the department, who had already received news from Zhuo Bufan en route, was personally waiting outside the headquarters. As soon as Chu Xiu and Zhuo Bufan returned to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Department, they saw a figure standing with hands clasped behind his back at the entrance, surrounded by an invisible flow of air that gave an oppressive feeling, as if gazing into an abyss or looking up at the heavens. The person wore a dark robe embroidered with golden patterns, with a hint of frost at his temples, appearing to be in his 40s, yet his eyes held the essence of the galaxy, shifting with each blink. This is an unparalleled powerhouse. Upon seeing this, Chu Xiu felt a chill in his heart. At the same time, Zhuo Bufan stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to the figure, saying, "Lord Chief." Then Zhuo Bufan smiled and introduced Chu Xiu, saying, "Chu Xiu, you may not have met our esteemed chief before. This person is the head of our Demon Suppression Department, a peaked beast-tamer, Jiang Wuwei, chief of the Demon Suppression Department." Hearing Zhuo Bufan's words, Chu Xiu's spirit lifted, and he quickly bowed, saying, "I am Chu Xiu, paying my respects to the chief." Jiang Wuwei's gaze fell upon Chu Xiu, and with a gentle smile, he spoke, "No need for formalities. Zhuo Hufa has already informed me of your exploits in this mission, and you performed exceptionally well. This time it was our intelligence work that fell short. If it weren't for your presence, our divine Xia Empire would have suffered great losses among our talented beast-tamers, making it difficult to explain to other nations. You have made a great contribution by turning the tide in the secret realm." Chu Xiu bowed his head, saying, "Chief, you flatter me. I dare not take the credit." "Ha!" At these words, Jiang Wuwei burst into laughter. His laughter eased the suffocating pressure around him. Humility. Finishing his words, he waved his sleeve, and a golden token materialized in front of Chu Xiu. "In this mission, you single-handedly defeated one master, 5 diamond-ranked opponents, and several platinum-ranked adversaries, thwarting the conspiracy of the Celestial Demon Society, thus preserving our divine Xia's talents from other nations. You are credited with a significant achievement. Due to your outstanding contributions, I promote you to the position of Inspector of the Demon Suppression Department, with the authority to patrol various regions, inspect local branches of the Demon Suppression Department, and possess the right to act first and report later, ranking just below me and the 2 deputy chiefs." Chu Xiu accepted the token, feeling its warmth in his hand. The surface was covered in dragon patterns inscribed with the words Inspector of the Demon Suppression Department Chu Xiu, along with a mark belonging to a peak powerhouse, signifying the authenticity and authority of this token. Chu Xiu carefully stored the token and took a deep breath, clasping his hands to Jiang Wuwei, saying, "I accept the order. I will not disappoint the chief's expectations. Rise, Inspector Chu." Jiang Wuwei personally helped him up with a gentle yet irresistible force. "Although your rank is now high, you still need to solidify your foundation. Your beast may be powerful, but you are only a golden-level beast-tamer. While having a strong beast is undoubtedly important, one's own cultivation cannot be overlooked. Now that you have become an inspector, you may cultivate in the spirit nurturing pool at the headquarters for 10 days each month, which will help accelerate your growth as a beast-tamer. 10 days of cultivation in the spirit nurturing pool each month." Upon hearing Jiang Wuwei's words, Chu Xiu showed no reaction, but Zhuo Bufan, beside him, revealed an incredibly shocked expression. The spirit nurturing pool is a coveted training haven that all members of the Demon Suppression Department dream of. The pool's water is refined from immense resources by the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Department, almost equivalent to liquefied natural spiritual energy. Beast-tamers can absorb it with minimal refinement, directly converting it into their own cultivation. 1 day of cultivation in the spirit nurturing pool is worth a month's worth of effort in the outside world. Even for someone of his master-level prowess as a protector of the demon suppression department, he could only cultivate for 3 days in the spirit nurturing pool in a month. Yet Chu Xiu, being merely a golden level 1-star tamer, had joined the demon suppression department only a few months ago and was granted such generous treatment. How could this not astonish him? However, recalling that Chu Xiu was already a golden level beast tamer at such a young age, possessing several platinum level beasts, and even having the talent to summon beasts above the peak master level, Zhuo Bufan felt reassured. A talent like Chu Xiu is certainly worth the full support of the demon suppression department and even the entire divine Xia Empire. For a talent like him, granting 10 days of cultivation in the spirit nurturing pool a month is hardly excessive. Zhuo Hufa, what is this spirit nurturing pool? You seem quite shocked. At this moment, Chu Xiu noticed Zhuo Bufan's reaction and immediately asked him. Having only joined the demon suppression department recently, he didn't pay much attention to its affairs, focusing solely on his own cultivation and evolving his beasts. This was the first time he had heard of the spirit nurturing pool and was unfamiliar with it. Seeing this, Jiang Wuwei laughed heartily, saying, I am quite busy with affairs, so I will take my leave now. Zhuo Hufa, please explain the spirit nurturing pool situation to Inspector Chu. Subsequently, when Inspector Chu goes to the spirit nurturing pool, I will trouble you to guide him. Zhuo Bufan, upon hearing this, quickly bowed to Jiang Wuwei and said, I obey the order. I obey your command. Hearing Jiang Wuwei's order, Zhuo Bufan immediately bowed in response. Jiang Wuwei nodded slowly upon seeing this. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant so fast that Chu Xiu, standing before him, did not even perceive how he left. Chu Inspector, let us go. I will take you to the spiritual pool now. After Jiang Wuwei left, Zhuo Bufan spoke to Chu Xiu. After being promoted by Jiang Wuwei to the position of inspector in the demon suppression division, Chu Xiu's status within the division has surpassed that of Zhuo Bufan. Now Zhuo Bufan no longer dares to address Chu Xiu by name, instead using the respectful title Chu Inspector. Thank you for your trouble. Chu Xiu smiled calmly at Zhuo Bufan's change in address. You are too polite, Chu Inspector. Thus Chu Xiu followed Zhuo Bufan into the headquarters of the demon suppression division, and after several twists and turns they finally arrived at the spiritual pool. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so rich. Upon arriving at the location of the spiritual pool, just standing beside it, Chu Xiu felt the incredibly abundant spiritual power within and couldn't help but exclaim. The spiritual energy here is much denser than that of the large secret realm he had previously entered. Chu Inspector, this is the spiritual pool meticulously crafted by the demon suppression division. Naturally, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceedingly rich, far beyond that of ordinary paradises and blessed lands. From now on, you will have 10 days each month to cultivate in this spiritual pool, truly enviable to others. Even we, the Dharma protectors of the demon suppression division at the Grandmaster level, can only cultivate in this spiritual pool for 3 days each month. Hearing Chu Xiu's exclamations, Zhuo Bufan immediately chuckled, but as he continued, his face was filled with emotion. I understand. There's no time like the present. I will cultivate in this spiritual pool now. Chu Xiu promptly replied with a smile. Without waiting for Zhuo Bufan's response, he stepped forward, instantly plunging into the spiritual pool. Upon entering the spiritual pool, the liquefied spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards Chu Xiu, flooding into his body, without him needing to actively absorb it. These spiritual energies of heaven and earth directly dive into my body, without even operating any techniques. If I were to operate my techniques, the speed of cultivation would surely be unprecedented. Feeling the rapid influx of spiritual energy into his body, Chu Xiu's eyes brightened with excitement. Without any hesitation, he immediately began to operate the star refining technique, absorbing the abundant spiritual energy from the spiritual pool. Buzz! In an instant, the speed at which the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Chu Xiu increased by more than tenfold. The liquefied spiritual energy now flowed into Chu Xiu's body like a floodgate opened, even forming a vortex of energy around him. What a terrifying absorption speed! Is Chu Xiu really just a golden 1-star beastmaster? The sudden spike in Chu Xiu's absorption rate of spiritual energy left Zhuo Bufan, who was watching from behind, astounded, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he stared at the scene. Zhuo Bufan had also cultivated in the spiritual pool multiple times, and had seen beast masters of various levels cultivate there, so he was aware of the general cultivation conditions. The higher the level of a beast master, the faster they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, Chu Xiu's absorption speed of the spiritual energy was much faster than that of an ordinary diamond-level beast master, even comparable to some who had just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. But as Zhuo Bufan thought back on the time he spent beside Chu Xiu, he recalled that Chu Xiu had repeatedly created miracles beyond his comprehension, making it seem less difficult to accept. A talent like Chu Xiu cannot be judged by common standards. Shaking his head, Zhuo Bufan chose not to linger any longer and turned to leave. He was unaware that Chu Xiu's ability to rapidly absorb the spiritual energy of the spiritual pool was entirely due to the technique he mastered, the star refining technique. The star refining technique is a golden legendary cultivation method that Chu Xiu initially obtained from the Lucky Wheel. Compared to the techniques practiced by all beast masters on Blue Star, it is much more powerful, allowing him to absorb and refine spiritual energy at a speed far exceeding that of other beast masters at the same realm. left. Now I can fully operate my techniques. Realizing that Zhu Bufan had left, Chu Xiu's lips curled up, and in the next moment, he fully activated the star refining technique. Immediately the speed at which he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy doubled once more. Indeed, cultivating in this spiritual pool is, as Zhu Bufan said, at least 30 times faster than cultivating in the outside world. Now cultivating for just one day in this spiritual pool is equivalent to over 30 days of full force cultivation outside, enough for my cultivation to advance significantly in a short time. Feeling the speed at which he operated his techniques to cultivate, Chu Xiu smiled slightly and murmured. He then calmed his mind and devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Inside the spiritual pool, vast amounts of spiritual energy surged into Chu Xiu's body, which he rapidly absorbed and refined, transforming it into his own cultivation. Chu Xiu's aura was also steadily and swiftly rising. In the blink of an eye, he had cultivated tirelessly in the spiritual pool for 10 days and nights. Buzz. On the last night, as Chu Xiu's body trembled slightly, his aura suddenly surged significantly. In just 10 days I have risen from Golden 1 star to Golden 8 star, a total increase of 7 small realms. This few days of cultivation in the spiritual pool of the Demon Suppression Division is equivalent to a year of hard training outside. The effects of cultivation in this spiritual pool are just too strong. Having just broken through, Chu Xiu opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance passing through them. It's almost time. The 10 days of cultivation are over, and I should leave now. Calculating the time, Chu Xiu realized that he had cultivated in this spiritual pool for a full 10 days. He immediately stood up from the spiritual pool and turned to walk out. About half an hour after Chu Xiu left the spiritual pool, a figure approached from outside the pool. It was Zhu Bufan. He knew that Chu Xiu had been cultivating in the spiritual pool for 10 days and had come to inform him that the cultivation time was up and it was time to leave. It seems Chu Xiu has indeed followed the rules and left a step early. I was worried for nothing. Upon arriving near the spiritual pool, Zhu Bufan scanned around with his spiritual sense, but did not find Chu Xiu, and a calm smile appeared on his face. However, soon Zhu Bufan frowned slightly, murmuring in confusion, "Why do I feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spiritual pool seems to have diminished a bit?" But soon Zhu Bufan shook his head, self-mocking, and said, "Chu Xiu is just a golden-level beast master. Even if his speed of absorbing spiritual energy is comparable to that of someone who has just stepped into the Grandmaster level, how much can he absorb in just 10 days? Shaking his head, Zhu Bufan restrained his smile and turned to leave the area. In the residential district of the Demon Suppression Bureau's headquarters, Chu Xiu returned to his villa. After freshening up, he reclined on the sofa and accessed his official profile within the Bureau's internal system. His status had now been elevated from an ordinary member to an inspector of the Bureau's central headquarters, a dramatic promotion that not only conferred immense prestige, but also granted him a staggering 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points, enough to acquire several master-tier resources. Yet my current mounts require master-tier materials for their next evolution stage. 10,000 points fall far short of enabling all 5 to advance simultaneously. The supreme-grade magical nutrient solution has already been entrusted to the Xinxia Empire Exchange for production. I no longer need to craft it myself. First, I shall survey the Bureau's treasury for master-tier evolutionary resources immediately usable, then complete the evolution of one among my 5 mounts. Reclining on the sofa, Chu Xiu reviewed his updated Bureau profile and instantly navigated to the Treasury inventory interface, scanning it with focused urgency. The evolutionary resources required by my 5 mounts are nearly all available in the Bureau's treasury, but with only 10,000 points I can evolve just one. I shall begin with the rampaging demon ape, transforming it into the Inferno War Ape. Half an hour later, after careful deliberation, Chu Xiu resolved to evolve the rampaging demon ape once more. Though it was his 5th contracted mount, and thus the newest, its sheer level rendered it uniquely qualified. The rampaging demon ape had already reached Platinum Tier 8 star. Upon successful evolution into the Inferno War Ape, it would undoubtedly ascend to Diamond Tier. Among all Chu Xiu's mounts, only the rampaging demon ape possessed the rare guarantee a single evolution would elevate it directly to Diamond Tier. Once evolved, its epic tier essence combined with Diamond Tier rank will surely yield formidable combat prowess. Beyond, it is time to visit the Bureau's central treasury once more. Having decided, Chu Xiu sprang upright from the sofa. Without pause, he strode toward the treasury. 10 minutes later, he stood before its massive gate. Guarding the entrance stood Elder One, the same venerable elder Chu Xiu had first encountered upon joining the Bureau. "Young Chu, in mere months you've ascended to Gold Tier 8 star, truly extraordinary." At the sight of Chu Xiu, Elder One's previously clouded eyes blazed with sudden piercing light. He sat bolt upright from his lounge chair, gaze sharpening with unmistakable astonishment. In that instant, Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming pressure, vast as a mountain, sweep over him like a spectral Its source lay in this very elder, whose kindly visage betrayed no trace of power. That pressure, so intense, so fleeting. It rivaled even Zhang Wuwei, the Bureau's director himself. No wonder that senior officer showed such profound deference to Elder One. He is no ordinary figure. Indeed, who else but an exceptional cultivator could be entrusted with guarding the Bureau's most vital treasury? Having sensed that fleeting, terrifying aura, Chu Xiu instantly grasped the elder's profundity and bowed deeply, voice reverent. This unworthy disciple Chu Xiu pays respects to Elder One. No need for such formality, young Chu. Elder One chuckled warmly, waving dismissively. You've come to access the treasury for resource exchange. Indeed. Very well. I'll open the gate. You enter at your leisure. Many thanks, Elder One. Think nothing of it. As they spoke, Elder One swung open the treasury gates, and Chu Xiu stepped inside. Elder One, these are the resources I wish. Before long, Chu Xiu gathered all essentials for the rampaging demon ape's evolution. The Inferno Flame Marrow Crimson, Refining Steel Essence, and more. Then carried them back outside the treasury. Inferno Flame Marrow Crimson, Refining Steel Essence, Master Tier materials, and even the Vermilion Fire Demon Lotus qualifies as Diamond Tier. Young Chu, are you certain you wish to redeem these? Elder One surveyed the hall with evident surprise. Yes, precisely these. Chu Xiu nodded calmly, expression unruffled. Elder One sighed lightly and acquiesced. Very well. I shall dispel the seals upon these resources. All items within the Bureau's treasury bore binding seals. Unless removed, they could not even be stored within a mount's spatial domain. Once the seals were lifted, Elder One slid the resources toward Chu Xiu and said, Young Chu, the total amounts to 9,380 contribution points. Present your identification token. Aware of Chu Xiu's recent appointment as inspector, and of his 10th Sandpoint reward from the prior mission, Elder One extended his hand with an easy smile. Chu Xiu wasted no time. He produced his token, allowing Elder One to deduct the points. After the deduction, Chu Xiu stored all resources within his mount's spatial domain, offered a final bow of gratitude, and departed. Back in his villa, Chu Xiu did not initiate the rampaging demon ape's evolution there. Instead, he opened the Bureau's intranet task board, preparing to accept new assignments. The Demon Suppression Bureau enforced strict regulations. Even as an inspector second only to the director and deputy director in authority, Chu Xiu could not freely appropriate high-tier treasury resources. Even the director himself required personal contribution points accumulated over years to redeem treasury assets. Chu Xiu's 10,000 points had now been fully expended, sufficient for only one mount's evolution. To acquire further evolutionary resources, he would need to undertake Bureau missions and accumulate additional contributions. It has been too long since I returned home. With this spare time, I shall accept missions across Jiangnan province, fulfilling duties while also visiting Linjiang City to see my elder sister. Moreover, Zhu Yan's prior evolution at headquarters drew considerable attention. Continuing evolutions there would be unwise. Better to return to Linjiang City and complete Zhu Yan's next stage evolution in secrecy. With that resolve, Chu Xiu immediately accessed the Bureau's internal intranet, navigated to the task board, and began searching for assignments within Jiangnan province. In the Jiangnan province, the task of capturing a diamond-level strongman from the Heavenly Demon Society who escaped into the abyssal secret realm seems quite appealing. It's conveniently located near Linjiang City. After finding information about the Demon Suppression Division's tasks in Jiangnan province on the system of the Qingyi Bureau headquarters, Chu Xiu immediately located a suitable mission. Without hesitation, he accepted the task and set off directly towards Jiangnan province. Although the layout of Blue Star is not much different from Earth before, Chu Xiu's transmigration Blue Star size is 1,000 times larger. Yushuang, come out. The distance from the imperial capital to Jiangnan province is several 100,000 miles. Just after leaving the imperial capital, Chu Xiu summoned Yushuang. Having spent such a long time in the beast-controlling space, the level of the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast has also increased by 1 level, now reaching Platinum 4 stars. Master, as soon as the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast appeared, it respectfully greeted Chu Xiu. Let's go, we are heading back to Jiangnan province. Chu Xiu looked at the extremely respectful Han Yuan Nightmare Beast, nodded, and pointed in the direction of Jiangnan province. Seeing this, the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast immediately nodded in response, then crouched down, gesturing for Chu Xiu to climb onto its back. Chu Xiu smiled slightly and leaped up, landing directly on the back of the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast. Once Chu Xiu was settled, the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast flapped its wings and soared into the sky, rapidly flying towards Jiangnan province. The speed of the Platinum 4-star Han Yuan Nightmare Beast can already rival that of diamond-level beasts. Even so, the journey from the imperial capital to Jiangnan province, which spans tens of thousands of miles, still took the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast half a day to complete. The Abyssal Secret Realm is a large secret realm containing master-level powerful beasts. Although the escaped Heavenly Demon Society strongman is only diamond level, it would be safer to evolve Zhu Yan before pursuing him. Upon entering the Jiangnan province area, Chu Xiu pondered for a moment and commanded the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast to fly towards a remote mountain range. Finding a desolate mountain devoid of human presence, Chu Xiu had the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast land and instructed it to remain on guard, then took out all the evolution resources such as Burning Heaven Flame Essence and Red Refining Steel Essence. After making all the preparations for evolution, Chu Xiu summoned the Berserk War Demon Ape and began the evolution process following the system's prompts. With a series of actions from Chu Xiu, the Berserk War Demon Ape quickly devoured all the evolution resources and fell into a deep sleep just like before. Seeing this, Chu Xiu and the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast stood guard nearby for the Berserk War Demon Ape. 2 days later, a familiar milky white glow of evolution began to emanate from the Berserk War Demon Ape. Immediately after, a pillar of light, far more astonishing than the one during its evolution at the Demon Suppression Division headquarters in the imperial capital, shot up into the sky. The evolution was successful. Watching the soaring pillar of light, a glint of excitement flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he quickly regained his focus. Without hesitation, he summoned the Shadow Blade. Little blade, be on guard. Understood. The Shadow Blade responded immediately upon appearing. Turning around, it saw the evolution light of the berserk or demon ape and realized that such commotion would surely attract attention, drawing many powerful individuals to investigate. Without any hesitation, the Shadow Blade immediately summoned the red refining fire crow, the mighty demon tiger, and the Xuanjia giant turtle, arranging them in a triangular formation to protect the berserk or demon ape in the center. As the three shadow servants took their positions, they transformed into shadows, merging into the darkness beneath the trees, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the Shadow Blade stood quietly beside Chu Xiu along with the Han Yuan nightmare beast safeguarding him. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Before the berserk war demon ape could complete its evolution, two figures appeared in the distance, flying quickly towards them. Master, someone is coming. Sensing the approaching figures, the Shadow Blade immediately alerted Chu Xiu, its gaze sharpening as it looked towards the direction of the newcomers. The Han Yuan nightmare beast also perked up, vigilantly watching ahead. When Chu Xiu looked towards the direction indicated by the Shadow Blade, he saw two figures swiftly traversing the air from the distance. They are walking through the air. Both are master-level strongmen. At this moment, Chu Xiu's expression darkened. The two master-level strongmen were not something he could handle right now. However, soon the gravity of Chu Xiu's expression dissipated, replaced by a relieved smile. As the two approached, he recognized a familiar face among them. Little Blade Yushuang, don't be nervous. The newcomers are friends, not foes, Chu Xiu said with a light laugh, reassuring his two beasts. Then he stepped forward, waiting for the two figures in the distance to arrive. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon the two master-level strongmen reached the vicinity of the desolate mountain where Chu Xiu was located. Looking up at him. You are Chu Xiu? One of the master-level strongmen exclaimed in disbelief, widening his eyes as he confirmed Chu. Hearing the inquiry, a smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face as he nodded, saying, Governor Tan, long time no see. The master strongman addressing Chu Xiu was none other than Tan Junyi, the governor of Jiangnan province, whom Chu Xiu had met. This master strongman had previously held his ground against the demon deity for a moment outside the Tontian Tower's branch. Now that Chu Xiu was a golden 8-star beast master, his strength had grown stronger, and his perception of powerful individuals became even sharper. At this moment, he sensed a faint pressure emanating from Tan Junyi, which was stronger than when he encountered him in the provincial. Clearly, after the previous battle with the demon deity's avatar, Tan Junyi's strength had improved. He might now be a peak master-level beastmaster. Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. However, at this moment, Tan Junyi was even more shocked than him. After confirming Chu Xiu's identity, Tan Junyi took a deep breath, looked at Chu Xiu, and asked in astonishment, Chu Xiu, if I am not mistaken, you are now a golden 8-star beastmaster. Compared to Tan Junyi's improvement, Chu Xiu's enhancement was clearly even greater. One might even say it was exaggerated. 3 months ago, when Chu Xiu was taken by Luo Tong from Linjiang City to the provincial city, intending to use the teleportation array to reach the imperial capital, he was merely at Silver 1 star. In just about 3 months, Chu Xiu had risen from Silver 1 star to Golden 8 star, almost crossing 2 major realms. The speed of such an increase in strength is truly astonishing. Tan Junyi had never encountered a genius whose cultivation improved so rapidly. Although he sensed that Chu Xiu's aura indeed reached Golden 8 stars, he still found it hard to believe. Indeed, Chu Xiu watched the look of utter astonishment on Tan Junyi's face and smiled as he nodded. A sharp intake of breath escaped Tan Junyi. Even he could not hide his awe after Chu Xiu's confirmation. The Grandmaster tier powerhouse, standing beside him, wore the same expression of profound shock. He was also one of the Grandmaster powerhouses of the provincial capital of Jiangnan province, and had seen Chu Xiu here before, so he knew Chu Xiu's previous cultivation level. That aura is already approaching diamond rank. After a long moment, Tan Junyi steadied himself and fixed his gaze on the towering column of evolutionary radiance. Chu Xiu's eyes swept over the Quanzhan Moyuan, entirely wrapped in the evolutionary light. A peculiar gleam crossed his gaze. The other man turned to Chu Xiu again and asked, Chu Xiu, is this your bound beast evolving? Chu Xiu merely nodded with calm composure. At that instant, the Quanzhan Moyuan, swathed in milky white evolutionary light, let out a deafening roar. The moment the roar erupted, the towering pillar of light rapidly dispersed. When the evolutionary light finally faded, a 10-hang-tall crimson figure stood revealed before everyone. None other than the newly evolved Finshin Zhanyuan. Now every hair on the Finshin Zhanyuan had turned a blazing scarlet. As it moved, its fur billowed like living flame. Chu Xiu hurriedly looked at the Finshin Zhanyuan, and a status panel visible only to him appeared within his sight. Finshin Zhanyuan. Attributes: metal, blood, fire, quality epic, level diamond 2 star, condition perfect. Innate skills: stone rending palm, mountain crushing fist, bronze skin, iron bones, battle roar, berserk, unquenchable battle, will, berserker blood boil, blood slaying domain, crimson flame vajra body, a rebirth of desire. Evolution chain: TB Moyuan, Quanzhan Moyuan, Finshin Zhanyuan Dozhan, Xingyuan Taiga Zhuyan mythic. Next evolution: Finshin Zhanyuan Dozhan. Xingyuan materials required Dihua, Link in X1, Huashan, Jingjing X10. As Chu Xiu had expected, the Finshin Zhanyuan's level had reached diamond rank, and its aura was extraordinarily formidable. So it truly reached diamond rank, and even diamond 2 star. Chu Xiu's heart swelled with joy and an eager smile lit his face as he read the attributes. Master. With a flash the Finchen Zhu Yan came to Chu Xiu's side and addressed him with respectful deference. It then turned its gaze hard with hostility and stared at Tan Zhenyi and his companion some distance away. Chu Xiu quickly laughed and said, Zhu Yan, these two are powerhouses from the Jiangnan Xing province office. Do not worry. At Chu Xiu's words the Finchen Zhu Yan let go of its hostility. Chu Xiu, your bound beast is extraordinary. If my assessment is correct, after evolution this beast's grade has reached epic. Tan Zhenyi looked at the Finchen Zhu Yan beside Chu Xiu and exclaimed in admiration. From his vantage as a grandmaster, and from the sheer scale of the evolutionary pillar that had shot into the sky, he could decisively say the beast's grade surpassed the transcendent tier. This was a bona fide epic grade-bound beast. Even a grandmaster of his standing would possess at most one such creature, and that would be his principal companion. With such a bound beast at his side, Chu Xiu, barring misfortune, would inevitably become a grandmaster beastmaster in time. Epic grade beasts also carry a high probability of surging into king rank. Chu Xiu nodded and said, Prefect Tan, your eyes are sharp. Zhu Yan has indeed reached epic grade after evolution. Tan Zhenyi nodded again, then turned his attention to the Inying Daofeng and the Hanyuan Yinkong show beside Chu Xiu, his astonishment growing. Whether the Hanyuan Yinkong show or the Inying Daofeng, both beasts impressed him. Though they ranked around platinum 4-star, the demonic power coursing through them was far denser than that of ordinary beasts of the same tier. Clearly the grades of these two bound beasts were not low. Even if they were not epic, they were of transcendent quality. For Chu Xiu to possess two transcendent quality beasts and one epic quality beast at such a young age meant his bestiary was already comparable to that of a grandmaster powerhouse. Perhaps it won't be long before this boy Chu Xiu surpasses this old man, Tan Zhenyi thought, shaking his head with a rueful smile. He then looked at Chu Xiu and said, Chu Xiu, you must have only just returned to Jiangnan Xing province. Come to the provincial capital for a visit, so I may fulfill a host's duty. Chu Xiu shook his head apologetically. No. I have returned on a Jinyaosi assignment, or I need to go to Heiyuan Mijing to pursue a powerhouse of the Tianyao Hui. I've already delayed 2 days aiding Zuyan's evolution. I cannot afford further delays. Tan Zhenyi did not take offense at the refusal. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Very well, then the mission must. He then asked, Heiyuan Mijing is a large secret realm. Do you require me to dispatch some powerhouses to assist your pursuit? Only formal members of the Jinyaosi may accept its missions. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Tan Zhenyi had already concluded that Chu Xiu had become a full member of the Jinyaosi. When he had seen Chu Xiu before in the provincial capital, Chu Xiu had been only a reserve member. Now with 2 platinum beasts and a diamond beast, his power had altered dramatically. It did not surprise him at all that Chu Xiu was now a formal member of the Jinyaosi. What Tan Zhenyi did not know was that Chu Xiu was not only a formal member, but had been personally promoted by the head of Jinyaosi to the post of patrol inspector, a rank subordinate only to the head and deputy head of Jinyaosi. One could say that aside from the head and deputy head of Jinyaosi headquarters, Chu Xiu held the highest authority within the Jinyaosi of the Xinxia Empire. By rank alone, Chu Xiu's position as patrol inspector at Jinyaosi headquarters even exceeded that of Prefect Tan of Jiangnan Xing province. When Tan Zhenyi offered to send men to assist in apprehending the Tianyao Hui operative, Chu Xiu smiled and shook his head. Thank you for the offer, Prefect Tan, but one scoundrel of the Tianyao Hui is within my capacity. The guardians who watch over the Heiyuan Mijing will aid me in exterminating that Tianyao Hui miscreant, so you need not trouble. Tan Zhenyi no longer pressed the matter and simply nodded. Very well. Be careful. Do not worry, Prefect Tan, I know my limits, Chu Xiu replied with a faint smile. Chu Xiu let out a soft laugh and ordered the Inying Daofeng to withdraw its 3 shadow minions. He then recalled both the Inying Daofeng and the Finchen Zhu Yan into his beast space. The sight of the Inying Daofeng retracting its 3 shadow servants sent another shiver through Tan Zhenyi and the Grandmaster beside him. Chu Xiu smiled and exchanged brief farewells, then mounted the Hanyuan Yinkong show and departed toward the direction of the Heiyuan Mijing. Chu Xiu, this young man's future accomplishments are boundless. On the summit of a desolate mountain, Tan Zhenyi gazed at Chu Xiu's retreating figure and could not suppress a sigh of admiration. Then turning to the master-level cultivator beside him, the martial sovereign from Jiangnan province, he smiled and said, Let us depart, it is time we returned. Hearing this, the sovereign nodded slowly. In an instant the two soared skyward, vanishing toward the provincial camp. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu sat astride the Hanyuan Yinkong beast and activated his smart wristband to review the latest mission briefing from the Demon Subduing Bureau. Elite cultivators from the Jiangnan provincial branch of the Demon Subduing Bureau have cornered the fugitives of the Heavenly Demon sect, who fled into the Black Abyss secret realm, within a region known as Pado Marsh. Upon entering the realm, proceed directly to Pado Marsh and track down the target. Having read the updated mission intelligence, Chu Xiu murmured softly to himself, then opened the Demon Subduing Bureau's detailed topographic map of the Black Abyss secret realm and studied it intently. Only after committing every contour, landmark, and pathway of the Black Abyss secret realm to memory, until its geography felt as familiar as his own palm, did the Hanyuan Yinkong beast finally carry him to the realm's outer threshold. Master, we have arrived, announced the Hanyuan Yinkong beast, descending gently near the entrance of the Black Abyss secret realm before addressing Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's gaze settled upon the colossal entrance ahead, a swirling aperture of violet-black energy over 100 meters wide and tall. He nodded once, then leapt lightly from the beast's back. The moment the Han Yuan Yenkong beast set down outside the entrance, the demon-subduing bureau's sentinels stationed there sensed their arrival and responded with disciplined swiftness. Hardly had Chu Xiu alighted when the master-level sentinel guarding the entrance appeared before him. Inspector General, the sovereign bowed deeply, hands clasped in formal salute. Having accepted this assignment, Chu Xiu had already been registered in the bureau's internal system. The sentinel knew he was coming, and knew too that Chu Xiu had recently been appointed Inspector General of the Central Bureau. Though Chu Xiu ranked only gold tier in cultivation strength, his official standing as Inspector General surpassed even that of this sovereign-level guardian. Before Chu Xiu, even a bureau guardian such as himself was obliged to pay formal obeisance. Seeing this, Chu Xiu quickly raised his hand with a warm smile. "Guardian, he shall please. No need for such formality. How stands the situation inside?" Reporting, sir. Director Qin Zhe has led Jiangnan province's demon-subduing forces into the realm and driven the heavenly demon sect's criminals deep into Pato Marsh. Yet Pato Marsh sprawls across vast terrain shrouded in toxic miasma. Locating the fugitives therein will demand considerable time and effort. Chu Xiu nodded. "Understood. I shall proceed to Pato Marsh immediately." Without pause, he vaulted back onto the Han Yuan Yenkong beast and commanded it forward into the realm. At his command, the beast unfurled its wings and surged toward the yawning entrance, vanishing into the black abyss secret realm in the blink of an eye, watched all the while by Guardian He Xiao. Whoosh. The instant Chu Xiu crossed the threshold, he activated his wristband's navigation interface to pinpoint his location within the realm. "Yu Shuang, fly this way." Having oriented himself, he directed the Han Yuan Yenkong beast toward Pato Marsh without hesitation. Pato Marsh lay 30,000 kilometers from the realm's entrance, a half-day's flight even for the Han Yuan Yenkong beast. Yet Chu Xiu's journey to the entrance had not been unchallenged. The Black Abyss secret realm was a grand domain, flying so openly through its skies inevitably drew attacks from territorial beasts along the way. Less than half an hour after departing the entrance, the Han Yuan Yenkong beast encountered a platinum-tier aerial demon beast, the Flame-Scorched Bird. This particular Flame-Scorched Bird was a platinum-tier 3-star specimen of exceptional quality. But against the Han Yuan Yenkong beast, ranked platinum 4-star and superior by 2 quality tiers, the bird lasted less than 3 seconds before being slain. The beast did not even need to close distance. From afar it dispatched the Flame-Scorched Bird with a single precise technique. Even before the corpse struck the ground, the Han Yuan Yenkong beast, without instruction, flashed forward and sealed the carcass into its beast-taming space. A platinum-tier beast's remains yielded valuable materials, a substantial windfall. With the matter resolved, Chu Xiu pressed onward, urging the beast toward Pato Marsh without pause. With his current strength, even diamond-tier beasts would struggle to overwhelm him. Should retreat become necessary, he could withdraw unscathed. As for sovereign-tier beasts, lords of the realm, they were exceedingly rare, appearing only as apex predators within the Black Abyss secret realm. The Bureau's map explicitly marked the territories of these sovereign-tier lords. By carefully circumnavigating those zones, Chu Xiu could avoid drawing their attention entirely. Moreover, these sovereign-tier beasts possessed intellect rivaling human cultivators. Across all secret realms within the Xinxia Empire, nearly every such beast recognized the authority and power of the demon-subduing Bureau. Indeed, an unwritten accord existed between them and the Bureau's sovereign-tier cultivators. Bureau sovereigns refrained from encroaching upon the domains of sovereign-tier beasts, and in turn those beasts never ventured beyond the realms guarded by Bureau sovereigns. Having witnessed the Empire's might, these sovereign-tier beasts held the demon-subduing Bureau in profound respect, and should Chu Xiu encounter one, declaring his identity as an Inspector General would suffice. Unless utterly reckless, no sovereign-tier beast would dare slay him. After all, no secret realm harbored more than 2 or 3 dozen sovereign-tier beasts. To kill an official of Chu Xiu's rank would invite catastrophic retribution from the Xinxiao Empire, retribution no single beast could withstand. The Empire boasted over 100 sovereign-tier beast tamers, and numerous monarch-tier cultivators besides. Though normally dispersed, garrisoning provincial capitals, or anchoring major secret realms, upon imperial summons, assembling dozens of sovereign-tier warriors would pose no difficulty. And each sovereign-tier cultivator commanded not merely one sovereign-tier beast. Even 30 such masters acting in concert, willing to bear losses, could raise an entire grand secret realm. Due to the continuous assaults from the beasts along the way, Chu Xiu spent an additional half a day before finally reaching the outskirts of the Pato Marsh. Arriving at the outer edge of the Pato Marsh, Chu Xiu stood up from the back of the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast and looked towards the area shrouded in a gray-green miasma ahead. Finally arrived, this journey has been anything but calm. As he gazed at the miasma-filled Pato Marsh, Chu Xiu couldn't help but recall the encounters he faced along the way, letting out a sigh. At this moment, within his beast-controlling space, the corpses of 36 platinum-level beasts were neatly stacked. Of course, the beasts Chu Xiu encountered along the way were not limited to these, as there were also several diamond-level beasts. However, after engaging in battle with Chu Xiu, these diamond-level beasts found themselves unable to handle him, and subsequently retreated, not willing to engage him further. Otherwise, Chu Xiu might have arrived at the Pato Marsh even later. Whoosh! Just as Chu Xiu was about to set off into the Pato Marsh ahead, a platinum-level flying beast suddenly rushed towards him from the distance. On this beast stood a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of the Beast Suppression Department. Before the beast could reach Chu Xiu, a powerful voice reached his ears first. The Beast Suppression Department is conducting an investigation. All unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately. As the words fell, the platinum-level Beast Master from the Beast Suppression Department arrived before Chu Xiu, led by the Beast. Seeing the other party's intent to drive him away, Chu Xiu did not waste words and directly tossed his identity token from the Beast Suppression Department over. What is this? The middle-aged man frowned upon seeing the identity token thrown by Chu Xiu and took it in his hands. Upon realizing the significance of the token, his pupil shrank and the frown on his forehead relaxed as he hastily apologized to Chu Xiu, saying, I was unaware of the presence of the inspecting envoy. I have offended you, please punish me. There's no crime in merely fulfilling your duty, Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile. The Beast Suppression Department needs diligent individuals like you. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, quickly expressing his gratitude to Chu Xiu, and then offered the identity token back with both hands. Roar! The Han Yuan nightmare beast let out a low growl, and a gentle wave of magical power surged forth from its body. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the token in the middle-aged man's hand was swept to Chu Xiu, who retrieved it into his beast-controlling space. Yushuang, let's go in. After securing the identity token, Chu Xiu nodded to the middle-aged man, and then issued commands to the Han Yuan. Yes, master. The Han Yuan nightmare beast nodded in response, flapping its wings and flying toward the miasma-covered marsh ahead with Chu Xiu. Buzz! As soon as they entered the miasma hovering over the Pato Marsh, the Han Yuan nightmare beast activated its magical barrier isolating the surrounding miasma. It is rumored that the head of the Beast Suppression Department personally promoted a young inspecting envoy. It must be this one, but he seems too young. Moreover, the aura emanating from him clearly indicates that he is not even at the platinum level, but simply unbelievable that he could be promoted to inspecting envoy. After Chu Xiu and the Han Yuan nightmare beast disappeared into the miasma, the middle-aged man finally exclaimed. Meanwhile, having plunged hundreds of meters deep into the Pato Marsh, Chu Xiu concentrated and summoned the Shadow Blade. Little Blade, send your shadow minions out to search for this person's trace. After summoning the Shadow Blade, Chu Xiu brought up the image of the diamond-level strongman from the Tianyao Association associated with his task. As Chu Xiu pressed the projection button on his smart wristband, a holographic projection of a middle-aged man with a buzz cut appeared before him and the Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blade carefully observed the projection, memorizing all the physical and facial features before nodding vigorously. Immediately, the three platinum-level shadow minions, the Scarlet Flamefire Crow, Ironclad, Profound Turtle, and Mighty Demon Tiger, transformed into three shadows, diving into the marsh below and quickly rushing in three different directions. The three shadow minions merged into the marsh, moving with extreme secrecy, making it difficult even for a master-level expert to detect them. Previously, when the three shadow minions assisted the frenzied battle demon ape in evolving its guardian, they had been lurking in the surrounding jungle, and even the peak master-level Tan Junyi failed to notice them. Thus, sending the three shadow minions to search for the Tianyao Association's perpetrator in the Pato Marsh was quite fitting. Let's move on. After the Shadow Blade dispatched all three shadow minions to search in three different directions, Chu Xiu did not stay idle, but called upon the Shadow Blade to join him and the Han Yuan nightmare beast in searching in another direction. The miasma in the Pato Marsh was pervasive. Not only was it toxic, but it also severely obstructed vision. Even Chu Xiu could only see less than 20 meters in the miasma above the Pato Marsh. In contrast, the two platinum-level beasts, the Shadow Blade and the Han Yuan nightmare beast, could still see over 100 meters away. Chu Xiu did not rely on his eyesight to search for the hidden strongman of the Tianyao Association in the Pato Marsh, though instead he directly deployed his spiritual power to sweep through every area he passed. Although Chu Xiu was only at the 8th star of gold, his spiritual power, amplified by numerous high-quality beasts, was even stronger than that of an ordinary platinum-level beast master, comparable to a typical peak platinum beast master. While his range of spiritual power coverage was far less than the thousands of kilometers that the king-level Storm Dragon King could cover, it was still sufficient to encompass a radius of 1,000 meters, sensing the presence of strong beings within that distance. Using spiritual power to search for the hidden strongman of the Tianyao Association in the Pato Marsh was clearly more. After instructing the Han Yuan nightmare beast to lower its flight altitude and speed, he continued to expand his spiritual power coverage, thoroughly searching the areas traversed by the Han Yuan nightmare beast. While the Shadow Blade sensed the search process of the three shadow minions, it remained alert, constantly keeping an eye on the surroundings to protect Chu Xiu, who was fully focused on searching for the enemy's traces. The sky in the Black Abyss secret realm gradually darkened, and time passed quickly into the deep night. In the center of the Pato Marsh, bubbles continuously rose from the black marsh, bringing up wisps of gray-green miasma. Not far away, Chu Xiu was searching towards this direction with the Han Yuan nightmare beast and the Shadow Blade. In the central region of the marsh, where the miasma was densest, the mud churned, and dozens of shadows, each over 10 meters long, swam in the marsh. Are these guys from the Beast Suppression Department all dogs? They just won't let go of me. One of the shadows glared at the figure flying towards him from a distance, anger flashing in his eyes. A platinum-level beast and a gold-level beast master. With this strength, they dare to hunt me. But the next second this shadow in the marsh noticed the approaching figure from afar, a momentary look of shock flashing in his eye. Following that, a cold glint flickered in his eyes, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The shadow in the center of the swamp is the diamond-level powerhouse of the Tianyao Association, who is being pursued by the Demon Suppression Division. Only diamond-level powerhouses truly enter the Pachuo swamp to hunt down this Tianyao Association powerhouse. Platinum-level beast tamers would never pursue him alone for fear of being caught off guard and killed. As a result, this Tianyao Association powerhouse has been pushed to the brink by the diamond-level members of the Demon Suppression Division during this time. Even when facing a weaker, diamond-level member of the Demon Suppression Division, he dared not engage in a fierce battle, fearing that, if they became stalemated, other members of the Demon Suppression Division would arrive to finish him off. However, when confronted by a golden beast tamer with only platinum-level beasts, this diamond-level powerhouse of the Tianyao Association had absolute confidence that he could eliminate him in an instant, leaving no chance for other members of the Demon Suppression Division to react or provide support. The beast tamer discovered by this Tianyao Association powerhouse is none other than Chu Xiu. At this moment, Chu Xiu is seated on the back of the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast heading in this direction. Chu Xiu needs to use his spiritual power to search for the mission target, and there are many monsters lurking in the Pachuo swamp. Even with his formidable spiritual power, he needs time to analyze whether the entities within his range are monsters or human powerhouses. Therefore, the flight speed of the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast is not fast equivalent to that of an ordinary silver-level monster. After being pursued by the Demon Suppression Division for so many days, I have nowhere to vent my frustration. This kid is coming at just the right time. Feeling Chu Xiu drawing closer, the Tianyao Association powerhouse noticed that he was not coming directly towards him, but would fly by from the side, so he decided to stop hiding. He submerged into the swamp, using its cover to move towards the direction where Chu Xiu and the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast were located. As this Tianyao Association powerhouse stealthily approached Chu Xiu's direction and just entered the kilometer range covered by Chu Xiu's spiritual power, both he and Chu Xiu felt a shiver in their hearts. Chu Xiu sensed the aura of a diamond-level powerhouse. Although he couldn't distinguish if it was a human or a monster at that moment, it was enough to put him on alert. The diamond-level powerhouse from the Tianyao Association was shocked by the strength of Chu Xiu's spiritual power. But in the next moment, a frenzied excitement appeared in his eyes. A golden 8-star beast tamer actually possesses spiritual power comparable to that of a platinum peak. This child must be a top genius among the younger generation of the Divine Xia Empire. With a thought, his magic power erupted instantly, and he shot up from the mire of the Pachuo swamp. Ha, heaven has not treated me poorly, but just when I am in a desperate situation, it sends me such a monstrous genius. With such a genius as a cover, I won't lose out. In the moment he burst out of the mire, a pair of black wings suddenly sprouted from his back, and his hands transformed into sharp claws capable of easily tearing apart steel, directly entering a half-human, half-eagle demonized state, laughing as he charged towards Chu Xiu. A distance of less than a kilometer is nothing for a diamond-level powerhouse. Oh, just as Chu Xiu heard his laughter, he had already arrived before Chu Xiu. But Chu Xiu's reaction was equally swift. At the moment this Tianyao Association powerhouse erupted with magic power and charged towards him, Chu Xiu's spiritual power captured the opponent's movements and immediately reacted. As the Tianyao Association powerhouse rushed over, Chu Xiu leaped off the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast, rapidly retreating backward. He summoned the Ice Soul Lion Emperor from his beast space, precisely catching him and descending towards the swamp below. As the Ice Soul Lion Emperor landed, an extreme chill instantly spread from beneath its feet, freezing the mire below. The mud that would have sunk upon stepping on it became extremely hard under the Ice Soul Lion Emperor's freezing aura, as if formed of concrete. At the same time, the breaking boundary glass dragon was also summoned, charging alongside the Shadow Blade and the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast towards the Tianyao Association powerhouse. All of this happened in a flash. The diamond-level powerhouse of the Tianyao Association had barely charged in when he was faced with the assault of 3 platinum-level beasts, leaving him momentarily stunned. Even though Chu Xiu's 3 beasts were all platinum 4-star, their quality was exceptionally high and their combat strength was comparable to that of platinum peak beasts. Especially the breaking boundary glass dragon, which possessed epic-level quality and was an extremely rare spatial attribute beast, had combat strength even stronger than that of the Shadow Blade and the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast. The combined force of the 3 beasts was enough to unleash the combat power of a diamond-level monster. This Tianyao Association powerhouse was only at the diamond 3-star level. Facing the combined assault of Chu Xiu's 3 beasts, he was unable to break through the encirclement in a short time. Damn it, what are these 3 beasts? Clearly only at platinum 4-star level, yet their combat power is so ferocious. Faced with the combined assault of the 3 beasts, the Tianyao Association powerhouse's expression darkened as he cursed angrily. Capture the leader first, kill that kid, and severely injure those beasts. His gaze turned towards Chu Xiu, and he made a decision. Immediately he erupted with magic power and charged towards block him. Seeing this, the Shadow Blade shouted angrily and immediately activated the Shadow Strike skill, almost instantly arriving before the Tianyao Association powerhouse, crossing his hands to deliver a cross slash towards him. Get out of my way. Facing the attack from the Shadow Blade, the Tianyao Association powerhouse shouted angrily, his claw-like hands swinging forward. A claw shadow condensed from magic power rushed towards the Shadow Blade, directly knocking him back. Just as he sent the shadow blade flying, intending to continue attacking Chu Xiu, the massive body of the breaking boundary glass dragon blocked his path again, its dragon claws swiping towards him. A golden claw light resembling a sword's glow tore through space, slashing directly towards him. Damn it! Faced with this strike from the breaking boundary glass dragon, he dared not delay, cursing under his breath as he quickly crossed his arms in front of himself. Clang! The claw light struck against his arms, which were covered with a layer of hard scales, producing a piercing metallic sound. The tremendous impact sent the diamond-level Tianyao Association powerhouse flying back several meters. Before he could catch his breath, the Han Yuan nightmare beast unleashed countless icy blades resembling crescent moons, shooting towards him like rain. Faced with these attacks, he could only darken his face, continuously swinging his hands to shatter all the incoming icy blades with his claws. Meanwhile, the 3 platinum 6-star shadow servants, Red Flame Fire Crow, Xianjia Giant Turtle, and Mighty Earth Demon Tiger, searching for the Tianyao Association powerhouse's whereabouts in another location, vanished in an instant at the command of the Shadow Blade. At that moment, 3 shadows emerged from the Shadow Blade, and the 3 shadow servants were reformed and launched an attack on the diamond-level Tianyao Association powerhouse. With the 3 beasts and the 3 shadow servants joining forces, they formed an unbreakable prison. Although they could not kill this diamond 3-star Tianyao Association powerhouse, they could at least trap him thoroughly. Half-human, half-eagle diamond 3-star. This guy should be the formidable demon from the Tianyao Association codenamed Xian Ying that I encountered in my mission. Behind Chu Xiu stood on the broad back of the Ice Soul Lion King, observing the Tianyao Association powerhouse, besieged by his 3 great spirit beasts, confirming the identity of the opponent. He then activated the smart bracelet on his right hand, once again checking the details of the mission. The mission requires capturing him alive. A mere diamond 3-star individual has actually prompted the director of the Demon Suppression Division of Jiangnan Province to lead a team in the hunt, and it was even posted on the mission board of the Demon Suppression Division headquarters. This guy must possess critical intelligence. After confirming the mission information once more, Chu Xiu looked towards the besieged Tianyao Association powerhouse, Xian Ying, with a flicker of unusual expression in his eyes. Time passed second by second, and facing the joint assault of the Shadow Blade, Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast, and World-Breaking Glass Dragon, along with the relentless attacks of the 3 shadow servants, Xian Ying remained trapped in the encirclement, unable to break through the blockade of the 3 spirit beasts. In the blink of an eye, the fierce battle between the 2 sides had persisted for 3 minutes. As the chaos of the battle escalated, Xian Ying grew increasingly anxious. This cannot continue. I must break through these damned spirit beasts' encirclement with all my might. If this continues, once a diamond-level powerhouse from the Demon Suppression Division detects the commotion, they will surely rush over immediately. At that time, I will have no chance to eliminate Chu Xiu, the top talent of the Divine Summer Empire. The combat strength of the 3 platinum-level spirit beasts is formidable. Xian Ying has already guessed that these spirit beasts are at least of the transcendent level. Chu Xiu possesses 3 such powerful spirit beasts at such a young age, and despite only being at the golden 8-star level, his mental strength has reached the peak of platinum. This kind of talent far exceeds any genius Xian Ying has encountered before. It is precisely for this reason that he is even more determined to eliminate Chu Xiu. Otherwise, if Chu Xiu is allowed to grow, the Divine Summer Empire may very well see the emergence of a 4th powerhouse beyond the monarch level. Having made the decision to fight desperately, Xian Ying immediately called upon his magical power, his eyes instantly tinted with a layer of crimson as he directly ignited his own life force. Boom! In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, breaking through to Diamond 4-star. Not good, he's desperate. His target is the Master. You 3 stop him quickly. Seeing this, the Shadow Blade, Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast, and World-Breaking Glass Dragon all felt a chill in their hearts. The Shadow Blade even commanded the 3 shadow servants to block Chu Xiu, risking their lives to withstand Xian Ying's assault. Meanwhile, the Shadow Blade and the World-Breaking Glass Dragon prepared to unleash their skills Shadow Strike and Teleportation, intending to jointly obstruct Xian Ying. The 2 spirit beasts were fully confident in their strength. Even if Xian Ying forcibly burned his life force to elevate his power to Diamond 4-star, they believed they could still hold him back. Little Blade Moonfrost Dragon, Lord, let him come. However, at that moment, Chu Xiu's voice suddenly echoed in their minds as he communicated through the beast contract. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's command, the actions of the Shadow Blade and the World-Breaking Glass Dragon momentarily paused. Seizing this fleeting moment, Xian Ying flapped his wings and transformed into a sharp arrow that pierced through the bodies of the 3 shadow servants, the Crimson Flame Fire Crow, Mighty Demon Tiger, and the Xian Armor Giant Turtle, instantly killing them. After slaying the 3 shadow servants, Xian Ying did not slow down, continuing to charge towards Chu Xiu. Die! As he drew closer to Chu Xiu, Xian Ying's crimson eyes were filled with a malevolent grin as he shouted at Chu Xiu. He urged all his magical power to the limit, seeking a single decisive strike. Buzz! In response to Xian Ying's desperate assault, the Ice Soul Lion King surged with magical power, instantly forming an ice wall that enveloped both him and Chu Xiu. Before Xian Ying's attack could land on the ice wall conjured by the Ice Soul Lion King's full magical power, a scarlet figure suddenly appeared between Xian Ying and the Ice Soul Lion King. This figure was the Burning Heaven War Ape summoned by Chu Xiu. As the Burning Heaven War Ape stood between the 2, Xian Ying's attack landed heavily on the massive body of the Burning Heaven War Ape. Clang! The The piercing sound of metal rang out once more as Xian Ying's sharp claws struck heavily against the chest of the burning heaven war ape, creating a spark. However, this colossal and forceful attack did not slice through as it had when Xian Ying killed the 3 shadow servants. Instead, it was firmly blocked. In fact, before the burning heaven war ape equipped with the passive skills of copper skin, iron bones, and crimson flame titan body, even the outer defenses of the burning heaven war ape were not breached, only severing a few strands of crimson hair from its chest. What? The sudden blockade by the burning heaven war ape left Xian Ying momentarily stunned, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. Feeling the powerful aura of Diamond 2-star from this spirit beast, as well as the terrifying defense of the burning heaven war ape, the once malevolent grin on Xian Ying's face was instantly replaced with disbelief. While Xian Ying was in shock, the burning heaven war ape did not stand idle. With a wave of its right hand, it swiftly grabbed the still dazed Xian Ying in front of it. Xian Ying was caught by the burning heaven war ape, his entire body held tightly, leaving only his head exposed. Only after being caught by the burning heaven war ape did Xian Ying react, hastily shouting for the burning heaven war ape to release him. But the burning heaven war ape had no intention of complying. Not only did it not let go, but its grip also tightened. Crack, crack. As the burning heaven war ape exerted more force, the sound of bones fracturing began to echo from Xian Ying's body. After Xian Ying transformed, the wings that sprouted from his back were the first to break under the immense grip of the burning heaven war ape, the bones snapping into countless pieces. Following that, the bones in Xian Ying's body began to crack. The ribs in his chest and the bones in his limbs were slowly fracturing under the pressure of the burning heaven war ape's immense strength. Ugh! The excruciating pain pierced his soul, causing even the diamond-level Xian Ying to let out a pained wail. Against the epic-quality burning heaven war ape, which had reached Diamond 2-star, Xian Ying at Diamond 3-star, even when burning his life force to unleash Diamond 4-star strength, still stood no chance, unable to resist, and could only despairingly succumb to the burning heaven war ape's grip. Xian Ying's agonized howls did not last long. After a few cries, they abruptly ceased as he fainted from the open. Zhu Yan, be careful not to crush this fellow. Chu Xiu smiled at Zhu Yan as he watched the Xian Ying stop struggling. He had seen the Xian Ying fighting desperately earlier, so he immediately ordered the Shadow Blade to abandon their obstruction, allowing the Xian Ying to approach him in order to capture it alive. Otherwise, with the combined strength of the 3 spirit beasts of the Shadow Blade, even if the Xian Ying burned its own vitality, it would not be able to break through their blockade in such a short time. In the end, it would only exhaust its own vitality and die in vain. If the Xian Ying died, Chu Xiu's mission to capture it alive would fail. Although the Shadow Blade Han Yuan Nightmare Beast and Pajeli Long were powerful, they were ultimately only platinum-grade spirit beasts capable of only stalemating with the Xian Ying and could not capture it. Only by letting the Xian Ying come over and allowing Zhu Yan, who was also diamond-grade, to take action could it be captured. This was also the main reason why Chu Xiu let the Shadow Blade allow the Xian Ying to attack him. Rest assured, Master, I'm holding back. The Burning Sky War Ape responded with a smile upon hearing Chu Xiu's reminder, easing its grip on the Xian Ying. Chu Xiu nodded in response, and then called all the spirit beasts back to his side, returning the Shadow Blade to the spirit beast space, leaving only Zhu Yan, the diamond-grade spirit beast, by his side. Even in its unconscious state, the Xian Ying was still a 3-star diamond-level powerhouse. Chu Xiu could only feel at ease by having the strongest under his command, the Burning Sky War Ape, control it. Zhu Yan, let's go. After leaving the Burning Sky War Ape behind, Chu Xiu sat directly on its shoulder and spoke to it. The Burning Sky War Ape nodded slowly, still holding the unconscious Xian Ying in its hand, and strode confidently towards the distance. As it stepped forward, crimson flames erupted from underfoot, instantly evaporating all the moisture in the muddy swamp below, transforming it into solid ground. When the Burning Sky War Ape stepped on it, the ground did not collapse. Instead, it leaped directly from the dried ground, crossing hundreds of meters in one bound. In the Pado Swamp, the Burning Sky War Ape moved as if on solid ground, with the swamp having almost no impact on its speed. When running at full speed, it was as fast as the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast flying in the air. Moreover, the powerful aura of the diamond-grade spirit beast intimidated the monsters in the Pado Swamp, preventing them from daring to make any move. There were no master-level monsters in this area of the Pado Swamp. Otherwise, the Xian Ying, being a diamond-grade powerhouse, would not dare to venture deep into the swamp. The Diamond 2-star Burning Sky War Ape was a dominant presence in the Pado Swamp, especially with its scorching fire attribute aura perfectly countering the monsters within the swamp. Previously, when the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast was searching for the Xian Ying with Chu Xiu in the Pado Swamp, they had encountered monster attacks more than once. But now, under the leadership of the Burning Sky War Ape, no monsters dared to attack, and upon sensing the burning aura emanating from the Burning Sky War Ape, they all retreated. The journey was smooth and uninterrupted. In less than half an hour, the Burning Sky War Ape had led Chu Xiu out of the mist-laden swamp area and into the outskirts of the Pado Swamp. As the Burning Sky War Ape just broke through the layer of mist covering the swamp, the members of the Demon Suppression Division guarding the Pado Swamp immediately noticed and flew towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu also sensed the approaching member of the Demon Suppression Division and did not let the Burning Sky War Ape leave, instead standing still to wait. The director of the Jiangnan branch of the Demon Suppression Division was also personally leading the hunt for the Xian Ying in this Black Abyss secret realm. There was no need to take the Xianing to the Jiangnan branch to report the task. He could simply have the director come here. Soon the member of the Demon Suppression Division arrived at the location of Chu Xiu and the Burning Sky War Ape. Upon approaching, he clearly saw the person standing on the shoulder of the Burning Sky War Ape. Seeing that it was Chu Xiu who had come out of the Pado Swamp, he immediately perked up and respectfully greeted Chu Xiu, saying, "Zhao Shan from the Jiangnan branch of the Demon Suppression Division, I greet you, Honorable Inspector." Earlier when Chu Xiu had just arrived outside the Pado Swamp and met that middle-aged member of the Demon Suppression Division, he had shown his identity token as an inspector, and the other party had already reported his arrival to the headquarters. At this moment, everyone involved in the pursuit of the Xianing in the Jiangnan branch of the Demon Suppression Division was aware of Chu Xiu's identity. Zhao Shan immediately recognized Chu Xiu upon seeing his true face. Chu Xiu was not particularly surprised that Zhao Shan recognized him. He knew that the news of him becoming an inspector of the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division would quickly spread to all branches throughout the Divine Xia Empire, known to all members of the Demon Suppression Division. Chu Xiu first nodded at Zhao Shan, then gestured for the Burning Sky War Ape to lift the right hand that was holding the Xianing, and said to Zhao Shan, "This is the person from the Tianyao Association you were looking for the Xianing. I have subdued him. Please send your branch director to take him away." Only then did Zhao Shan react, seeing the Xianing whose head was the only part exposed and held tightly in the right hand of the Burning Sky War Ape, and exclaimed in shock, "The Xianing. Did the Honorable Master catch him?" Surprised, she quickly nodded at Chu Xiu and swiftly took out a signal flare from her spirit beast space, shooting it into the flare exploded high in the sky, transforming into the unique fire mark of the Demon Suppression Division, extremely bright, visible even from miles away. "It's the signal from our Jiangnan Demon Suppression Division. Someone has captured the Xianing. Hurry and go check it out." In an instant, the members of the Demon Suppression Division surrounding the Pado Swamp, who saw the signal, summoned their flying spirit beasts and rushed from all directions towards the location of the signal explosion. Is this a signal from outside the Pado Swamp? Could it be that someone has captured that fellow Xianing and brought him out of the... Or did that fellow try to escape from the Pado Swamp and was discovered by our people? On a high mountain outside the Pado Swamp, a middle-aged man in a green shirt with a serious expression looked down at the vast swamp below and suddenly turned his gaze towards the area where the signal had exploded. With a soft exclamation, as soon as he spoke, he stepped out, directly flying towards the location of the signal without using any spirit beast, clearly a master-level powerhouse. This middle-aged man in a green shirt was the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Demon Suppression Division, Zhu Qing. In less than 10 minutes, Zhu Qing arrived. By the time he reached the location where Chu Xiu was, over 20 beast masters from the Demon Suppression Division had already gathered around him. These were platinum-ranked beast masters monitoring the situation around the Pado Swamp. They arrived promptly due to their proximity to the area overseen by Zhao Shan. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, the members of the Demon Suppression Division treated him with the same respect as Zhao Shan. At this moment, they all stood behind Chu Xiu, their expressions solemn and respectful. When Zhu Qing arrived, these platinum-ranked beast masters respectfully addressed him as director in unison. Zhu Qing merely nodded indifferently, his gaze fixed on Chu Xiu. Indeed, he is a young prodigy. At such a young age, he is already a golden 8-star beast master and possesses a diamond-level beast. It seems his appointment as an inspector of the Demon Suppression Division is not merely due to a powerful background. As he approached, Zhu Qing confirmed that the person before him was indeed the inspector appointed by the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division a short time ago. The aura emanating from Chu Xiu and the fierce presence of the Burning Heaven War Ape beside him caused Zhu Qing to reconsider his previous assumption that Chu Xiu's appointment as an inspector was solely based on his background. At such a young age, possessing the strength of a golden 8-star and a formidable diamond-level beast, his potential is not at all inferior to the 3 supreme powerhouses of the Divine Summer Empire. As long as Chu Xiu does not perish prematurely, he is very likely to become the 4th supreme powerhouse of the Divine Summer Empire in the future. Jiang Wuwei's elevation of Chu Xiu to the position of inspector undoubtedly reflects his recognition of Chu Xiu's immense potential. If a supreme powerhouse were to emerge from the Demon Suppression Division in the future, it would bring tremendous honor to the... Moreover, if Chu Xiu were to become a supreme powerhouse in the future, any benefits he might bestow upon the Demon Suppression Division would greatly benefit its strong members. Having witnessed Chu Xiu's strength and immense potential, Zhu Qing set aside his usual demeanor as the director of the Demon Suppression Division in Jiangnan and respectfully bowed to Chu Xiu, saying, "Zhu Qing, director of Jiangnan's Demon Suppression Division, has come to meet the inspector." Chu Xiu did not leverage his status to intimidate others. Instead, he smiled kindly and responded with cupped hands, "Director Zhuge, you are too kind." He then turned to the Burning Heaven War Ape beside him, saying, "Zhu Yan, hand over the Xian Eagle to Director Zhuge." "Yes, master." Zhu Yan responded with a low growl, then released its grip on the Xian Eagle. Boom. At the moment the Burning Heaven War Ape let go, an unexpected event occurred. The Xian Eagle, which had been fainted and unconscious, suddenly opened its eyes. The last remnants of its magic power erupted violently as it charged at Chu Xiu. It had awakened before Chu Xiu exited the Pado Swamp, but it had been held captive by the Burning Heaven War Ape. Even when it regained consciousness, it couldn't escape, so it feigned unconsciousness. At this moment it finally saw its opportunity when the Burning Heaven War Ape released its grip. With Chu Xiu right beside it, the moment the Burning Heaven War Ape let go was the Xian Eagle's awaited chance. the only chance to kill Chu Xiu. Now surrounded by so many strong figures from the Demon Suppression Division, including Zhu Qing, a master-level beast master, it had no chance to escape. Previously, it may have considered fleeing, but since Zhu Qing's arrival it had resigned itself to death, determined to eliminate Chu Xiu, this genius of the Divine Summer Empire. Be careful, bold, you seek death. The sudden explosion of the Xian Eagle caught everyone off guard. Zhu Qing quickly shouted loudly, releasing the pressure of a peak master-level powerhouse, and swung his hand toward the Xian Eagle. A tremendous pressure bore down on the Xian Eagle like a mountain, but even so it could not deter the Xian Eagle from attacking Chu Xiu with its death wish. The distance between Chu Xiu and the Xian Eagle was only 2 to 3 meters, while Zhu Qing was 5 to 6 meters away from Chu Xiu. Given the Xian Eagle's unexpected burst of speed, even Zhu Qing, a peak master-level powerhouse, needed time to react. Yet this short distance was sufficient for the diamond-level Xian Eagle to strike at Chu Xiu before Zhu Qing could intervene. The Xian Eagle raised its only unbroken right claw and swiftly struck down at Chu Xiu's head. Its sharp claws sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Seeing Chu Xiu in a state of shock and horror, the Xian Eagle's lips curled up slightly, as if envisioning Chu Xiu's head being sliced into pieces by its attack. Buzz! Just as Chu Xiu's life hung in the balance, a brilliant seven-colored light erupted from his brow. In an instant, the Burial Heaven Divine Sword appeared before Chu Xiu, unleashing a breathtaking sword aura that surged towards the Xian Eagle. The Burial Heaven Divine Sword is a divine artifact. Even though its rank aligns with Chu Xiu's strength only at Golden 8 star, it possesses an automatic protective feature. Despite being only Golden 8 star, the sword aura it emitted was powerful enough to shake a diamond-level power. As for the sword's body, it was incredibly hard. Even a king-level powerhouse's attack could leave no trace on it. Under the explosive sword aura of the Burial Heaven Divine Sword, the Xian Eagle's right claw, which was about to strike Chu Xiu's head, was completely severed. The severed claws were blasted away by the soaring sword aura, unable to harm Chu Xiu in the slightest. Boom! At the same time, a massive fist slammed into the Xian Eagle, sending it flying. The one attacking the Xian Eagle was in fact the Burning Heaven War Ape. You seek death. After punching the Xian Eagle away, the Burning Heaven War Ape roared, its eyes blazing with fury. Just a moment more, and Chu Xiu would have been killed by the Xian Eagle. And all of this was due to its negligence, having been deceived by the Xian Eagle and letting its guard down when it released its hold. If Chu Xiu were truly injured due to its carelessness, it would be impossible to atone for its sins, even if it died 1,000 times. At this moment, all the self-reproach within the Burning Heaven War Ape transformed into unparalleled rage. After sending the Xian Eagle flying, it flickered, and before the Xian Eagle could land, threw another punch, once again sending the Xian Eagle soaring. Before the Xian Eagle reached its highest point, the Burning Heaven War Ape suddenly leaped the ground, cracking beneath its feet, as it shot upwards like a cannonball, directly soaring several hundred meters high, surpassing the ascending Xian Eagle. Upon reaching above the Xian Eagle, the Burning Heaven War Ape immediately clenched its fists and slammed down heavily. The Xian Eagle was struck again, its bones shattering at that moment, blood spewing from its mouth, and then it plummeted like a meteor, crashing rapidly to the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook and the ground was blasted into a massive pit with a diameter of several meters. The Xian Eagle's body was deeply embedded in the center of this pit, lying on its back, eyes glazed over, spitting blood, and once again lost consciousness. The Xian Eagle was slammed to the ground, and not long after, the Burning Sky Battle Ape descended from the sky, landing at the edge of the massive pit it had created. As the enormous body of the Burning Sky Battle Ape hit the ground, everyone, including Chu Xiu, who was standing on the surface, felt a tremor that shook the earth. With a furious roar, the newly landed Burning Sky Battle Ape directed its wrath at the Xian Eagle, which had already lost consciousness in the center of the pit. It violently pounded its chest with its fists, venting its anger. Until now, it still remembered the instruction from Chu Xiu not to kill the Xian Eagle, but to spare its life. Therefore, seeing that the Xian Eagle had no strength left to resist, and had completely fainted, it restrained itself, and did not continue the attack. Otherwise, in the current state of the Xian Eagle, a single strike from the Burning Sky Battle Ape would be enough to obliterate it. What terrifying combat power! What beast is this giant ape? I've never seen it before. Its crimson fur, is it a blazing fire monkey? But that can't be right. The blazing fire monkey isn't this large. The other members of the Beast Control Division looked on in shock, their faces displaying astonishment as they speculated about the origins and species of the Burning Sky Battle Ape. Zhu Qing, who had just rushed in front of Chu Xiu, also wore an expression of astonishment as he gazed at the Burning Sky Battle Ape, his mind shaken. The aura of a Diamond 2-star level, but the power that erupted just now exceeded that of an ordinary Diamond 5-star beast. Chu Xiu's beast is extraordinary. Sensing the aura emanating from the Burning Sky Battle Ape, and recalling the combat power it displayed when attacking the Xian Eagle, Zhu Qing vaguely guessed that the Burning Sky Battle Ape's rank was definitely not lower than epic. Only beasts of such high rank can unleash combat power that surpasses several star levels, even at the diamond level. Zhu Qing's gaze quickly shifted back to Chu Xiu. To be precise, it landed on the Zongtian Divine Sword, which was floating beside Chu Xiu. This sword is even more terrifying, capable of unleashing sword energy at a level equivalent to a Diamond 9-star, enough to shatter a fatal strike from a Diamond 3-star powerhouse. This must have reached the legendary rank. I initially thought Chu Xiu's talent was already monstrous, but I didn't expect each of his beasts to be more terrifying than the last. Having an epic beast and a legendary beast in his arsenal, such a configuration of beasts could surpass all master-level beast tamers. Thinking about the power that the Zhongtian Divine Sword had just demonstrated, and its current level, Zhuge Qing was certain that the grade of the sword that could automatically protect its master was even higher than that of the Burning Sky Battle Ape. The Burning Sky Battle Ape was already an epic beast. If something could surpass it, it could only be of legendary grade. And there are very few legendary beasts in the entire Xinxiao Empire. Beast tamers who possess legendary quality beasts can be counted on one hand. Although non-sentient types like the Zhongtian Divine Sword are extremely rare, they have appeared before. As a peak master-level powerhouse, Zhuge Qing had encountered no fewer than 100,000 beast tamers and had seen all kinds of beasts. Regarding the Zhongtian Divine Sword, Zhuge Qing was not particularly shocked. He was simply stunned by the possibility that its rank could exceed epic. At this moment, Chu Xiu also regained his composure from the earlier shock. He focused his thoughts, and the Zhongtian Divine Sword which was hovering in front of him transformed into a beam of sword light, merging into his brow and returning to his sea of consciousness. After recalling the Zhongtian Divine Sword, Chu Xiu felt the astonished gaze of Zhuge Qing beside him, but he paid it no mind and called out to the still enraged Burning Sky Battle Ape in the distance, "Zhu Yan, come back." Upon hearing this, the Burning Sky Battle Ape let out one last roar at the fainted Xian Eagle before returning to Chu. Once the Burning Sky Battle Ape was back at Chu Xiu's side, he stored it back into the beast space, then turned to Zhuge Qing beside him and smiled, saying, "Director Zhuge, this Xian Eagle still has a breath left, so I'll leave it to you. For my task contribution points, I would appreciate it if Director Zhuge could verify with headquarters that I have completed the task of capturing the Xian Eagle alive and credit the contribution points to my account in the Beast Control Division." Zhuge Qing's expression changed upon hearing this, and he quickly replied to Chu Xiu, "Rest assured, Inspector Chu, I will report to headquarters as per the truth. Since you've been hunting the celestial demons in the Pado Marsh for a while, why not come with me to the Beast Control Division headquarters in Jiangnan to rest for a bit?" Having witnessed Chu Xiu's immense potential, Zhuge Qing wanted to build a good relationship with this monstrous genius who might become the fourth strongest in the Xinxiao Empire. Zhuge Qing thought that while Chu Xiu's strength had not yet fully developed, it would be best to do him a favor or two. This way, once Chu Xiu's strength grew and he became a top powerhouse, any resources that flowed from him would be a great opportunity for someone like him, a master-level powerhouse. However, while Zhuge Qing's imagination was beautiful, Chu Xiu did not accept his invitation and instead politely declined. "Director Zhuge, I still have other matters to attend to. I will visit the Beast Control Division headquarters in Jiangnan when I have." Chu Xiu shook his head with a smile, and without waiting for Zhuge Qing's response, summoned the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast. He jumped with force and landed directly on its back. Roar! As soon as Chu Xiu landed on the back of the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast, it let out a roar, its silver-white wings flapping as it soared into the sky, quickly flying toward the direction of the Black Abyss Secret Realm. "Oh, what a pity I couldn't build a relationship with such a monstrous talent." Zhuge Qing watched Chu Xiu quickly leave and shook his head with a sigh. Although Chu Xiu had turned down his invitation, Zhuge Qing felt no anger. After a sigh, his gaze turned to the fainted Xian Eagle, which had been completely knocked out by the Burning Sky Battle Ape, his brow furrowing slightly. With his powerful mental strength at the peak of master level, he quickly detected the severe injuries on the Xian Eagle. At that moment, the Xian Eagle was still alive, but was in a state close to death. Seeing this, Zhuge Qing did not dare to delay and immediately looked at the dozen or so members of the Beast Control Division beside him, saying, "You all have healing beasts, so treat this guy. We can't have him die before we get any information out of him." "I will." As soon as Zhuge Qing finished speaking, a strong member of the Beast Control Division stepped forward and summoned a platinum-level healing beast to cast healing skills on the Xian Eagle. After stabilizing its injuries, Zhuge Qing then had the still unconscious Xian Eagle escorted away from the Black Abyss. Outside the Black Abyss Secret Realm, the sky was dark and the surroundings were pitch black. Only the entrance of the Black Abyss Secret Realm, slowly rotating, emitted eerie blue light. With a rumble as the entrance of the Black Abyss Secret Realm shook, Chu Xiu and the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast suddenly burst forth from the entrance. The master-level expert He Xiao guarding the entrance of the Secret Realm became vigilant the moment Chu Xiu and the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast emerged, preparing to intercept them. After all, he had to be wary of the heavenly demon expert, Xian Ying, who might take the chance to escape the Black Abyss Secret. However, upon realizing that it was Chu Xiu and the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast who had just entered the day before, He Xiao quickly abandoned his plan to intercept and watch them leave instead. Chu Xiu, without any hesitation, directed the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast to fly straight towards the direction of Linjiang. He could easily take on missions around the Imperial Capital's Demon Suppression Division, but he chose to travel far to Jiangnan Province just to visit home. The Black Abyss Secret Realm was not very far from Linjiang City, only a little over 3,000 miles away. In less than an hour, the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast brought Chu Xiu back to the outskirts of Linjiang City. Finally back home after 3 to 4 months. Outside Linjiang City, Chu Xiu looked at the familiar city shining with countless lights and revealed a heartfelt smile. As he spoke, Chu Xiu reached out and patted the head of the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast cheerfully, saying, "Yushuang, let's go home." "Understood, master." The Han Yuan Nightmare Beast felt Chu Xiu's genuine joy and happily responded. With a flap of its wings, it swiftly soared into the sky above Linjiang City. Linjiang City was in no way comparable to the imperial capital, where the strongest beast masters were merely at the golden level. Moreover, there were no regulations in Linjiang City prohibiting beast masters from riding flying beasts within the city. Therefore, Chu Xiu didn't have to stop outside the city, as in the imperial capital, and walk in. What an intimidating aura. A presence beyond the golden level is approaching. Quick, let's see whether this powerful presence is friend or foe. As the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast brought Chu Xiu into Linjiang City, the stationed beast masters of the city defense were stunned by the overwhelming aura emanating from the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast and hurriedly glanced at the night sky. In the distance, a massive creature emitting a moonlight-like glow was flying towards Linjiang City. On its back stood, fortunately, it's a beast controlled by a beast master. Upon seeing this, the serious expressions of the city defense experts stationed at this section of the city wall eased slightly. Since there was someone standing on the back of that powerful beast in the night sky, it indicated that this was not an invasion by demon beasts, and it could be confirmed that the arrival was not an enemy. Nevertheless, the silver-level beast master captain responsible for the city defense did not dare to be negligent and immediately reported the situation of a platinum-level beast master entering Linjiang City. Inside the Linjiang City Defense Army camp, Zhou Guoqiang was busy handling official matters at his desk. Suddenly the phone rang, and he promptly answered. A platinum-level beastmaster is coming to Linjiang City. Upon hearing the report from the other end of the line, Zhou Guoqiang's expression changed dramatically, causing him to stand up from his seat in shock. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Guoqiang quickly clarified the direction in which the suddenly arrived platinum-level beastmaster was headed. Upon learning the direction in which Chu Xiu and the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast had departed, Zhou Guoqiang straightened his collar with both hands, then left his office and hurried towards the city center. At the same time, Zhou Guoqiang informed the director of the Linjiang City Anomaly Bureau and the principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School, both golden-level experts, to gather at the city center. Linjiang City was merely a remote small town with the strongest beast masters only at the golden level. The sudden visit of a platinum-level beast master without any prior notice and in such a grand manner was enough for Zhou Guoqiang and the other golden-level experts in Linjiang City to take seriously. Meanwhile, Han Xianming, the principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School, received Zhou Guoqiang's message and immediately sat up from his bed, quickly dressed, and went out. Linjiang No. 1 High School was located right at the center of Linjiang City. Han Xianming's residence was in the most luxurious villa community in the city center, in the same villa area where Chu Xiu had previously purchased a new home for himself and Chu Yuqing. Just as Han Xianming finished preparing and stepped out of his villa, Chu Xiu had already arrived above this villa community, guided by the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast. What an overwhelming pressure! It must be a platinum-level beast. Such a shape and appearance I have never seen before. Who could this powerful platinum-level expert be? Watching the silhouette of the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast from a distance, Han Xianming's pupils constricted as he murmured, his expression extremely serious. However, soon after, the serious expression on his face vanished, replaced by an incredulous look of shock. Wait, why does that figure on the back of the beast look so familiar? Am I seeing things? Isn't that Chu Xiu? Or am I hallucinating? His eyes widened suddenly, staring intently at the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast that had entered the villa community, specifically at the figure on its back. Seeing Chu Xiu on the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast, Han Xianming exclaimed in disbelief, even rubbing his eyes, still unable to believe what he was seeing, thinking he was hallucinating. After all, 4 months ago, Chu Xiu was still a student at Linjiang No. 1 High School. Although he was a late bloomer specially recruited by the Demon Suppression Division as a reserve member, when Chu Xiu left Linjiang No. 1 High School, he had only just broken through to Silver 1 Star. Han Xianming couldn't believe that within less than 4 months, Chu Xiu had grown from a Silver 1-star beastmaster to a powerful expert capable of controlling a platinum-level beast. In less than 4 months, Chu Xiu had become a platinum-level expert that even he had to look up to. Such a rate of growth was beyond his comprehension. However, the next scene, where the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast descended from the sky above the villa community and headed towards the villa where Chu Yuqing was located, forced Han Xianming to accept that the figure he saw was indeed Chu Xiu and not a hallucination. Because of Chu Xiu, after his departure, prominent figures in Linjiang City, such as Han Xianming, Zhou Guoqiang, Master Gong from the City Defense Research Institute, and Mu Jingfeng from the Anomaly Bureau, all took great care of Chu Yuqing. Living in the same villa community, Han Xianming naturally knew that the direction in which the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast was descending was indeed the villa where Chu Yuqing resided. At the Chu family's villa, the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast retracted its aura and steadily landed in the small courtyard of the villa, its massive form occupying a large part of the yard. At that moment, the villa's main door opened, and Chu Yuqing stepped out, her expression wary as she looked towards the imposing figure in the courtyard. With the resources provided by Chu Xiu before his departure and the evolution plan for the Star Unicorn, Chu Yuqing's strength had significantly increased over the past few months. She had grown from a gray-white 9-star Beastmaster to a black-iron 5-star Beastmaster. Moreover, with the support of the resources and funding left by Chu Xiu, Chu Yuqing had successfully completed 2 evolutions of her elite quality unicorn, transforming it into the exceptional Moonlight Unicorn, boosting her strength to bronze 5-star. Yet despite this, Chu Yuqing's power was still leagues behind that of the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast. Even though the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast had retracted all its imposing presence at Chu Xiu's command, it still exerted tremendous pressure on Chu Yuqing. Just as Chu Xiu nervously opened the villa's front door and was trying to gauge whether the cold abyss nightmare beast was friend or foe, a familiar voice called out to her from afar. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Xiu's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly turned to look in the direction of the sound, spotting Chu Xiu emerging from beside the cold abyss nightmare beast. Bro, little brother, you're back. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chu Xiu. The presence of the cold abyss nightmare beast was even more terrifying than the golden grade beasts she had encountered. She never expected that after just 3 or 4 months Chu Xiu would return with such a formidable beast. While Chu Xiu was still in shock and hadn't fully regained her composure, Chu Xiu had already recalled the cold abyss nightmare beast back into the beast's space and approached her. Sister, what's wrong? Have you forgotten your little brother after such a short time? Chu Xiu said with a smile, noticing Chu Xiu still in a daze. His voice finally pulled Chu Xiu back from her astonishment. Regaining her senses, she turned to Chu Xiu and quickly replied, of course not. She then continued to explain, it was just that the pressure from the beast you had earlier was too overwhelming and I didn't react. Quickly tell me, what level of strength have you reached now? That beast just now must be at least on par with a golden grade beast. She then continued to explain, it was just that the pressure from the beast you had earlier was too overwhelming and I didn't react. Looking at the excited Chu Xiu smiled and said in a teasing tone, sister, let's go inside first. It's been hard for me to come back. You can't just leave me standing at the door. Right. Let's go inside and talk. Chu Xiu exclaimed, quickly inviting Chu Xiu inside. The siblings entered the villa one after the other. Once inside, Chu Xiu began recounting his experiences in the Imperial City during this time. However, to avoid worrying Chu Xiu, he didn't mention the incident where he encountered a master-level enemy while hunting the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Society. Moreover, he said nothing about the system. That was his greatest secret, one he could never disclose, even to his family. Meanwhile, at the villa where Han Xianming was located, Director Mu, I believe I know who this platinum-level powerhouse entering Linjiang City is. Come over here, and we can go together to meet this platinum-level powerhouse. Colonel Zhou, yes, it's me. The platinum-level powerhouse is in the same villa area as me, so come over here. I've already notified Director Mu, and we can all go together. Having witnessed the cold abyss nightmare beast land at the Chu family's villa, Han Xianming snapped out of his shock. Once he regained his senses, he immediately called Mu Jingfeng and Zhou Guoqiang, asking them to gather at his location so they could visit Chu Xiu together. After receiving the news, Mu Jingfeng and Zhou Guoqiang, though briefly taken aback, set off immediately towards Han Xianming. In less than 15 minutes, the two golden grade powerhouses arrived outside Han Xianming's villa. Old Han, you say you know about that platinum-level powerhouse. Who is it? Principal Han, you mentioned that the platinum-level powerhouse is in this villa area. Where exactly is he? The moment they saw Han Xianming, they couldn't wait to ask. Han Xianming looked at their eager expressions, a hint of emotion crossing his face, and said to them, it turns out you both know that platinum-level powerhouse. We know. Hearing this, Zhou Guoqiang and Mu Jingfeng were both taken aback, utterly confused. Seeing their reaction, Han Xianming decided not to keep them in suspense, and said, you might not believe it, but that platinum-level powerhouse is none other than Chu Xiu, who was taken by Inspector Luo of the Demon Suppression Department about 4 months ago. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Guoqiang and Mu Jingfeng trembled, their faces displaying disbelief as they exclaimed, Chu Xiu, are you sure it's him? Seeing their reaction, Han Xianming smiled helplessly and continued, when I first saw Chu Xiu, I was just as shocked as you are now, but this is indeed the truth. Right now Chu Xiu is at his family's villa. Let's go together to see him, and you'll know I'm not lying to you. Zhou Guoqiang and Mu Jingfeng exchanged incredulous glances, both seeing the same astonished expression reflected in each other's eyes. After a moment of silence, both nodded earnestly at Han Xianming. Then the three of them set off together towards the villa where Chu Xiu. Little brother, I didn't expect your experiences in the Imperial City over these past few months to be so thrilling. Chu Xiu exclaimed after listening to Chu Xiu's recount of his experiences. Although Chu Xiu had omitted the more perilous parts of his time in the Imperial City, Chu Xiu still felt her heart racing. Ding dong. Just as Chu Xiu was about to say that it was all no big deal, the doorbell at the villa's entrance suddenly rang. So late, who could it be? Hearing the doorbell, Chu Xiu looked puzzled and exclaimed softly. Chu Xiu, on the other hand, activated his spiritual sense to scan the outside, and immediately sensed the auras of 3 familiar golden grade beast masters. Noticing the 3 familiar auras outside the villa, Chu Xiu smiled slightly and said to Chu Xiu's sister, it should be Principal Han and the others. Hey, let's go out together. Okay. Upon hearing that Han Xianming and the others were here, Chu Xiu perked up and nodded repeatedly. To her, figures like Han Xianming were of high status, so she naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu walked out of the villa gate, heading towards the gate of the small courtyard. There stood Han Xianming, Mu Jingfeng, and Zhou Guoqiang in a line, their bodies straight, as they raised their heads to peek through the crack in the door towards the small courtyard. It's him, it's really Chu Xiu. As Chu Xiu stepped out from the villa door and walked towards the main gate, Han Xianming caught sight of him and immediately gasped. Mu Jingfeng and Zhou Guoqiang also saw Chu Xiu in person, and their previous doubts were now mostly dispelled by Han Xianming's earlier words. Under the gaze of the three, the main door opened, revealing the figures of Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu before them. Principal Han, Director Mu, Master Zhou, what brings you 3 here? As soon as the door opened, Chu Xiu smiled and spoke to Han Xianming and the others. Chu Xiu, we came this time because we wanted to see the mysterious platinum-level beast master who entered Linjiang City tonight. We truly cannot be at ease if we are unsure of their intentions. If I am not mistaken, the one who rode the platinum-level beast into Linjiang City should be you, right? Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Han Xianming responded with a smile. Among the three, he was the only one who had personally seen Chu Xiu commanding the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beastland at the Chu family villa, so it was natural for him to speak. After hearing Han Xianming's words, Chu Xiu immediately understood why the three golden-level beast masters had come. He said to the three, "What Principal Han said is correct, that platinum-level beast is indeed mine. I apologize for not informing you in advance, which caused you three to worry. However, Principal Han's words are not entirely accurate. I am not yet at the platinum level, just a golden-level beast master who possesses a platinum-level beast." As he spoke, a hint of regret appeared on Chu Xiu's face as he nodded and gestured to Han Xianming and the others. Still a golden-level beast master. Upon hearing Chu Xiu claim he was still a golden-level beast master, Han Xianming and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be quite unbelievable for Chu Xiu to grow from a silver 1-star to a platinum level in such a short period. As for the platinum level beast that Chu Xiu possessed, Han Xianming and the others believed it was likely obtained for him by the strong figures within the Demon Suppression Division. It is not impossible for a genius beast master with the help of strong individuals to forcibly contract a beast of a higher level than himself. Since you three are here, why not come in and have a seat, enjoy a cup of tea? Seeing that Han Xianming and the others were standing there in silence, Chu Xiu broke the quiet. It's late, Chu Xiu, there's no need to trouble yourself. We'll be leaving shortly. Since we've confirmed the background of that platinum level beast, we can rest easy, haha. Yes, I have military affairs to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Hearing Chu Xiu's invitation, Han Xianming and the others hurriedly waved their hands, indicating they had matters to handle and bid farewell. Having confirmed that the platinum-level beast belonged to Chu Xiu and that it was a friend rather than a foe, they naturally would not disturb the reunion of the brother and sister at such a late hour. Alright, that's fine. Chu Xiu nodded in response and did not insist. After the three greeted him again, they left together. After Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing silently watched the three leave, they closed the small courtyard gate and turned to walk back inside. I didn't expect the owner of that platinum-level beast to really be Chu Xiu. Isn't Chu Xiu still under 19? To become a golden-level beast master at such a young age and possess a platinum-level beast, his future is limitless. Yes, after all these years in Linjiang City, we've finally produced a monstrous genius. On the sidewalk of the villa area, Han Xianming, Zhou Guoqiang, and Mu Jingfeng walked side by side, chatting among themselves, their faces filled with amazement. Especially for Han Xianming and Mu Jingfeng, the shock and emotion they felt inside were the greatest. For months ago, during the outdoor training in Qingshan Town, Chu Xiu was still a student who needed their protection. Now he had transformed into a golden-level powerhouse, standing shoulder to shoulder with them, and even his strength surpassed theirs, becoming a figure they needed to look up to. This immense change and disparity made both men feel a sense of aging. The three continued to express their astonishment until Han Xianming saw Mu Jingfeng and Zhou Guoqiang off at the community entrance, after which they parted ways and returned to their respective residences. The next morning, the morning light poured into the living room through the curtains. Chu Xiu had just gotten out of bed when he caught the aroma wafting from the kitchen. By the time he finished washing up and walked out of his room, Chu Yuqing had already set steaming breakfast on the table. "Little brother, come eat. Today I made your favorite meat porridge and fried eggs." "Sister's cooking is the best," Chu Xiu said as he sat down, not being polite, and immediately picking up the porridge to eat. The brother and sister chatted while eating, the atmosphere warm and delightful. After breakfast, Chu Xiu put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at Chu Yuqing, and said, "Sister, you are now a black iron level beast master and can contract a second beast. Today I will take you to explore a medium-sized secret realm and help you pick a suitable monster as your second beast." Hearing this, Chu Yuqing's eyes instantly lit up, but then she hesitated. "Little brother, the medium-sized secret realm contains platinum-level monsters. Won't it be too dangerous for us to go there?" Chu Yuqing was aware of the classification of secret realms. The medium-sized secret realm had many golden and platinum-level monsters, and even though Chu Xiu possessed a platinum-level beast, she did not want him to take risks. Moreover, Chu Xiu would have to bring along her a mere black iron level burden, which would undoubtedly increase the danger. However, in response to Chu Yuqing's concerns, Chu Xiu smiled nonchalantly and said, "Sister, don't worry. With my current strength, a mere platinum level monster cannot harm me." Without waiting for Chu Yuqing to refuse, he confirmed today's itinerary and continued, "Sister, I prepared a strategy last night. There are no medium-sized secret realms near Linjiang City. The nearest one is over 360 kilometers away, located near Yongjin City, called the Mudo Secret Realm. Let's go to the Mudo Secret Realm to find a suitable monster." "Okay." Seeing Chu Xiu so determined, Chu Yuqing felt she could not refuse and nodded vigorously. Afterward, the two quickly finished their breakfast, tidied up a bit, and then Chu Xiu led Chu Yuqing out of the villa. Upon reaching the courtyard, he summoned the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast. With a wave of cold and profound spatial fluctuations, the massive Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast slowly appeared, enveloped in a moonlit glow. Although its powerful aura had been mostly restrained, it still stirred feelings of awe. Although Chu Yuqing had seen it once last night, standing in front of the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast at such a close distance still caused her to hold her breath. "Let's go, hop on." Chu Xiu leaped onto the back of the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast first, and then reached out his hand to Chu Yuqing. With Chu Xiu's help, Chu Yuqing climbed onto the back of the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast. Yu Shuang head toward Yongjin City to the Mudo Secret Realm. Once Chu Yuqing was settled, Chu Xiu indicated the direction of the Mudo Secret Realm to the Cold Abyss Nightmare Beast. Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing flew towards Yongjin City on the back of the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast, which moved at an incredible speed. In just a little over 10 minutes, the silhouette of the mountain range housing the Mudo Secret Realm appeared in their sight. Although the Mudo Secret Realm is only a medium-sized secret realm, it is quite famous around Yongjin City. This secret realm is home to numerous gold-grade and platinum-grade magical beasts, which belong to a relatively powerful category among medium-sized secret realms. Therefore, the Demon Suppression Division of the Xinxia Empire dispatched 2 platinum-level experts to guard the entrance of the secret realm, preventing the magical beasts within from rushing out and causing chaos in Yongjin City. The Mudo Secret Realm is less than 50 miles from Yongjin City, so there are many beast tamers traveling back and forth between the two. Compared to Linjiang City, Yongjin City's overall strength is significantly greater. The commander of the City Defense Army and the director of the Qingyi Bureau are all platinum-level beast tamers, and there are also no less than a handful of gold-level beast tamers in Yongjin City. As for silver-level beast tamers, there are even more. The Mudo Secret Realm is well known among the surrounding cities, thus the number of beast tamers traveling to and from the Secret Realm is considerable. However, most of the beast tamers entering and exiting the Mudo Secret Realm are silver-level and gold-level. Platinum-level beast tamers are relatively rare. When the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast slowly descended from the sky, with Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing, it immediately attracted the attention of many nearby beast tamers. What kind of beast is that? This aura is so strong, at least platinum level. My gold 4-star magical beast trembles at the presence of this beast. Its level is definitely platinum. Look, the person on that beast is so young. A platinum-level beast tamer at such a young age, could he be a genius from the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast did not hide its overwhelming aura. As it landed near the entrance of the secret realm, the nearby beast tamers all turned to glance, whispering in amazement. However, Chu Xiu paid no attention to the astonished gazes around him, merely directing the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast to continue flying towards the entrance of the secret realm. That's the Lord Inspector. At this moment, the 2 experts from the Demon Suppression Division stationed at the entrance of the Mudo Secret Realm also looked towards the approaching Han Yuan Nightmare Beast. Upon seeing Chu Xiu on its back, both of their pupils constricted slightly. The 2 were guarding the entrance with little to do, often passing the time by browsing the internal network of the Demon Suppression Division to keep up with recent events. Naturally, they had heard about the significant news regarding the inspector personally promoted by the head of the Demon Suppression Division, and they had paid special attention to this newly appointed inspector's situation. Furthermore, just last night, the Jiangnan headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division had spread the news that Chu Xiu the inspector had arrived in Jiangnan province to all branches across the province. Zhuge Qing had even personally instructed the members of the Demon Suppression Division in Jiangnan province to not treat Chu Xiu lightly upon meeting him. Now seeing Chu Xiu's true form, they immediately recognized him. "We greet you, Lord Inspector." Upon Chu Xiu's approach, the 2 dared not hesitate and quickly bowed respectfully to him. Seeing this, Chu Xiu merely nodded indifferently to the 2. Meanwhile, the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast maintained its speed, taking Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing directly through the entrance of the secret realm without pausing. Who exactly is that young man? He's managed to command such respect from 2 platinum-level experts of the Demon Suppression Division. Both of these experts from the Demon Suppression Division are above platinum 7-star. If they show such respect to that young man, he must be a person of great importance. I think I just heard them call that young man Inspector. What level of position is that? The actions of the 2 experts left the nearby beast tamers in shock. The area near the entrance of the Mudo Secret Realm was suddenly abuzz with chatter as everyone speculated about Chu Xiu's identity and background. Faced with the discussions and curiosity of the crowd, the 2 experts from the Demon Suppression Division merely cast a casual glance at everyone without responding, returning to their posts, and once again adopting an unapproachable demeanor. Seeing their expressions, the beast tamers who had initially intended to inquire about Chu Xiu's background immediately suppressed their impulses. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, buzz, accompanied by a subtle spatial fluctuation, the scenery before them. What came into view was an endless expanse of lush mountains and forests filled with the rich fragrance of plants, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was noticeably higher than outside. Is this a medium-sized secret realm? Chu Yuqing looked at the scene before her, her eyes filled with wonder. Although she had learned about wild secret realms from books and the internet, she had never truly stepped into one. The first magical beast she had contracted, a unicorn, was also found in a faint secret realm at school. This was her first time entering a wild secret realm and witnessing the wonders of a medium-sized secret realm. Seeing Chu Yuqing's reaction, Chu Xiu smiled slightly. Then he said to Chu Yuqing's sister, "For the next 2 days, we will specifically search the outer areas for suitable black iron level magical beasts to be your second contracted beast. You are currently only a black iron 5-star beast tamer, so the success rate of contracting a black iron level magical beast." Chu Yuqing does not possess the strong mental power that Chu Xiu has. Even if Chu Xiu suppresses the magical beast for her, she will still have to rely on her own mental energy to condense the beast tamer seed to contract the magical beasts. Thus, to be safe, Chu Xiu decided to only look for black iron level magical beasts for Chu Yuqing to contract. He was not concerned that the strength of black iron level magical beasts was too low. The magical beasts that Chu Xiu searched for Chu Yu had to at least have the potential to evolve into epic quality being. Even if the strength of the black iron level second magical beast that Chu Yu just contracted was weak, as long as Chu Xiu helped her evolve it a few times, its strength would naturally improve. Alright, I'll follow your lead, little brother. Chu Yu nodded excitedly at his words. Seeing this, Chu Xiu said no more and immediately directed the Han Yuan Nightmare Beast to swiftly search the outskirts of the Mudo secret realm. The Han Yuan Nightmare Beast released its platinum 4-star formidable aura, causing the black iron and bronze level magical beasts in the outskirts of the Mudo secret realm to prostrate in submission too intimidated to move. This also made it easier for Chu Xiu to inspect the attributes of these magical beasts and assess their growth potential. Thus, over the next 2 days, Chu Xiu and Chu Yu began to search continuously within the Mudo secret realm for their desired magical beasts. Over the past 2 days, Chu Xiu and Chu Yu had encountered a bewildering variety of beasts. Azure-striped hounds, rock-armored rats, iron-feathered sparrows, crimson-tailed foxes, thornwood lizards, shadowflower butterflies, green-scaled turtles. In a span of nearly 2 days, Chu Yu had seen more kinds of beasts than in all her previous time combined. The different species alone numbered in the hundreds. Many of them were striking in appearance and exuded formidable auras, stirring a keen desire within Chu Yu. Whenever that happened, Chu Xiu would consult the system to examine each beast's evolution path. After assessing their potential, he would shake his head and dismiss them. This one won't do. Its potential is too low, it can at best evolve into rare quality. This one could reach excellent quality, but it isn't suited to be a primary battle beast. Unsuitable. That shadowflower butterfly looks pretty, yet it can only evolve to rare, its combat ability is weak, and its survivability mediocre. Keep looking. All along the way, whenever Chu Xiu saw a beast that made Chu Yu's heart flutter, he immediately provided a thorough analysis and persuaded her to let it go. Chu Yu, observing how methodically and persuasively Chu Xiu evaluated each creature, could not help but marvel at the razor-sharp acuity of his judgment in selecting war beasts. What astonished her most was Chu Xiu's ability to predict a beast's future growth and its potential evolutions with such clarity. This talent left Chu Yu profoundly impressed. Had Chu Xiu not already stunned her so many times before, Chu Yu might have suspected that her younger brother was a reincarnation of some great beastmaster possessing such an abundant reserve of beast mastery knowledge. With Chu Xiu's steady stream of rejections, a moment later the two found that they had entered the third day inside the Mudo realm. On the third afternoon, the Han Yuan Yinkong beast carried Chu Xiu and Chu Yu into a dim woods threaded with vines. Ancient trees rose thickly here, their trunks entwined with thick jade-green vines. The ground was damp and the air carried the faint vital tang typical of wood attributes spiritual energy. No sooner had they arrived than the Han Yuan Yinkong beast stretched out a claw and pointed to a great tree in the distance. In a low voice it said, "Master, there is a black iron rank beast beneath that tree." Chu Xiu followed its gesture and soon spotted a slender greenish snake coiled among the roots of the tree. The little serpent measured just over 2 meters, its body covered in fine close-set scales. Its frame was slender but not frail, more like a flexible, powerful vine than a brittle snake. Its eyes were a pale green and delicate vine-like patterns rippled across its skin, lending it a lively, alert air. At the same time, system information flickered into view before Chu Xiu's eyes. The system read: Mu-Tung Snake. Attribute Wood. Quality Elite. Level Black Iron 9-star. Status Perfect. Innate Skills Vine Whip Leaf Blade. Evolution Chains 3. First Chain Mu-Tung Snake, Qingting Snake Rare. Evolution Materials. Second Chain Mu-Tung Snake, Dewang Snake, Junwang Snake Excellent, U Evolution Materials. Third Chain Mu-Tung Snake, Muling Snake, Xiling Python Jinglei, Ranzidian Leijiao Epic, Evolution Resources. When Chu Xiu reached the final evolution in that chain, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Epic quality. And the ultimate form was the Zidian Leijiao, one of the Jia Dragon kin. Jiao beasts are naturally powerful, combining the agility of serpents with the might of draconic lineages, yet the same tier their combat strength often far surpasses ordinary beasts. If Chu Yu could raise this Mu-Tung Snake all the way to its final form, her future achievements would be anything but modest. Little brother, what do you think of this snake? Hearing Chu Yu's low question, she had noticed Chu Xiu's gaze lingering. Chu Xiu's mouth curved slightly, and he nodded. This is the one. This one. Chu Yu blinked in slight surprise. Although the Mu-Tung Snake looked decent, serpentine beasts were known for cold dispositions, she had expected Chu Xiu to pick something more dazzling or overtly powerful for her. Chu Xiu read the doubt in her eyes and smiled. Don't underestimate it. This Mu-Tung Snake's potential is extremely high, far stronger than your Moonlight Unicorn. With proper cultivation, its future accomplishments will not disappoint you. Hearing this, Chu Yu no longer hesitated and nodded at once. Then it settled. We'll follow your choice. Chu Xiu hummed and signaled the Han Yuan Yinkong beast to fly closer. The Mu-Tung Snake seemed to perceive danger, its pupils sharpened, its body tensed, and it issued a low hissing warning. With a roar, the Han Yuan Yinkong beast bellowed at the Mu-Tung Snake. The imposing pressure of a platinum rank 4-star war beast erupted and descended upon the little serpent. The Mu-Tung Snake, overwhelmed by that terrifying aura, had no strength to resist and was instantly subdued. After a frightened hiss, the Mu-Tung Snake slipped from the tree, curled into a quivering bundle, utterly powerless to fight back. Seeing this, Chu Xiu guided the Hanyuan Yinkong beast to land. He and Chu Yuqing then leapt down from its back and approached the subdued serpent. Sister, let's perform the contract right away, Chu Xiu said lightly as he accompanied Chu Yuqing to the Mu-Tung snake's side. Chu Yuqing drew a deep breath, tamped down the nervousness at her core, and stepped forward. She gathered her spirit force and condensed the second beast contract seed residing in her spirit sea, then sent it into the Mu-Tung snake's mind, initiating the bond. Under the intimidation of the Hanyuan Yinkong beast and the murderous intensity in Chu Xiu's gaze, the Mu-Tung snake only struggled briefly before giving up its resistance and allowing the contract to complete. A faint contract sigil slowly glowed between Chu Yuqing and the Mu-Tung snake. With the final ray of light fading, joy bloomed across Chu Yuqing's face. She could clearly feel a newly forged intimate mental link with the Mu-Tung snake. From this moment on, she had acquired a second war beast. Little brother, I did it, Chu Yuqing cried out to Chu Xiu in delight. The Mu-Tung snake, obedient, now slithered close and rubbed against her in a display of affection. Not bad. This little fellow is quite sensible, Chu Xiu said with a glance at the snake, and then at Chu Yuqing's pleased expression, a small smile touching his lips. With Chu Yuqing's second beast contract complete, Chu Xiu did not linger further in the Mudo realm. He planned to lead Chu Yuqing out of it at once. The materials required for the Mu-Tung snake's next two evolutionary stages were not exceedingly rare. It was highly likely that Yongjin City could supply the needed resources. Chu Xiu therefore decided to take Chu Yuqing to Yongjin City, first to procure the evolution materials and help the Mu-Tung snake complete its two evolutions. With that in mind, Chu Xiu told Chu Yuqing's sister, now that the beast contract is done, let's leave the Mudo realm. Yongjin City, near the Mudo realm, is sizable, but we should be able to buy the materials for the Mu-Tung snake's evolutions there. We'll complete them in Yongjin City and then return. All right, they'll follow your lead. Chu Yuqing agreed, then immediately recalled the Mu-Tung snake into her ward. Chu Xiu mounted the Hanyuan Yinkong beast with Chu Yuqing, and together, they turned and flew away from the Mudo realm toward Yongjin City. Soon Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing, guided by the cold abyss nightmare beast, left the Mudo secret realm, and before long found themselves outside Yongjin City. Yongjin City dwarfed Linjiang City in scale, towering walls, a constant procession of beast tamers, bustling commerce, and countless industries centered on spirit beasts. After entering the city, Chu Xiu did not dawdle. Once he learned the location of Yongjin's largest market for beast materials, he led Chu Yuqing there at once. The beast materials market sat at the city's heart. Voices rose in a roar, stalls lined every lane, and every conceivable ingredient. Monster parts, evolution elixirs, spirit plants, and ores was on display. Chu Yuqing was dazzled by the abundance. Chu Xiu, consulting the system's evolution prompts, quickly listed the materials the woodvine snake would need for its next evolutions. For its first evolution, the woodvine snake needed to become the wood spirit snake. The required components were a century-old green vine heart, a vial of purple spirit flower sap, a wood origin crystal, and 3 greenwood spirit fruits. The first 3 ingredients were not rare at all, bronze-grade resources, whereas the final greenwood spirit fruit was a silver-grade rarity. All of these items were plentiful in Yongjin's market. Chu Xiu had only to visit a handful of material shops before he had gathered every resource for the woodvine snake's first stage evolution. He did not stop there, however, and continued to procure materials for the snake's later stages. After evolving into a wood spirit snake, the next stage would demand silver and gold tier resources. The principal ingredient was a gold 9-star Xiang spirit fruit. Silver tier items were manageable, but a gold 9-star resource was scarce even in Yongjin City. Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing ran through more than 10 shops before at last a large emporium supplied every item needed to evolve the wood spirit snake into a purple spirit python. The owner greeted them with a practiced smile. This Xiang spirit fruit, he explained, had only just been acquired from a hunting party the day before. He continued, rubbing his hands, that the items the customer sought were by no means cheap, especially the Xiang spirit fruit, a treasure almost impossible to procure. Together the resources were worth well over 100 million. Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing were plainly dressed and looked young, certainly not the signs of any prominent Yongjin household this proprietor would recognize. The shopkeeper doubted they could muster such funds. Chu Xiu caught the thinly veiled contempt in the man's gaze. Casually he produced from his beast's paste the corpse of a platinum-grade monster and tossed it out. Is this intact platinum 3-star black swamp mud croc corpse sufficient? He asked. Chu Xiu's tone was cold as he spoke. He still held trillions obtained from the Xinxia Empire exchange. The cost of these materials was negligible to him. The proprietor's contempt hardened his resolve to teach a lesson. A platinum-grade beast corpse. At the instant the black swamp mud croc's carcass hit the floor, the shopkeeper's eyes widened, locked on the colossal beast nearly 10 meters in length. The owner himself was a competent silver-tier beast tamer, yet even he felt a chill at the formidable aura still emanating from the dead croc. With his knowledge of that creature, he had no doubt Chu Xiu's claim was true. This was unquestionably a platinum-tier monster. Could an ordinary person casually produce such a thing? Not even the platinum-tier experts of Yongjin's hegemonic factions would casually present a platinum-grade corpse to. Stunned into realization, the shopkeeper recovered swiftly, bowed obsequiously, and declared, it is enough, it is enough. I was blind earlier, allow me to settle at once for such an honored guest. He dared not show the slightest negligence. He settled the sale immediately, and rather than profiteer sold Chu Xiu the materials at cost. The shopkeeper purchased the intact platinum-grade corpse from Chu Xiu at a generous price. In the end, Chu Xiu not only paid nothing extra for the materials, he even left the shop with more than 300 million. Outside the shop, Chu Yuqing could not help laughing. Our little brother has real power now. The way that owner changed his tune, it was so satisfying. She quickly sobered, and with a helpless shake of the head added, my woodvine snake's next evolution already needs hundreds of millions. If it advances to even higher tiers later, won't the resources be ever more costly? She sighed. This beast evolution burns money. Chu Xiu waved his hand with a smile. It does not matter if the resources are expensive, if it is worth it. If this woodvine snake truly evolves into an epic-grade spirit beast, even trillions would be a bargain. Sister, once your strength grows, you will understand that to a truly powerful beast tamer, money is little more than a string of... Hearing him, Chu Yuqing fell silent and merely nodded. By the time Chu Xiu had purchased both stages materials, evening had already begun to darken the sky. Chu Xiu did not leave Yongjin that night. He booked an entire top floor and terrace of the finest hotel in the city. After washing away 3 days of grime from the realm, they rested while planning to prepare the woodvine snake's evolution the next day. At dawn on the hotel's broad rooftop terrace, Chu Xiu had arranged every material with careful precision. The woodvine snake coiled in the center, its serpentine pupils edged with tension and unease. Although bound by a contract, the creature instinctively felt that what lay ahead would bring a monumental change. Chu Xiu, guided by the system's prompts, began the ritual step by step. The century-old green vine heart was first crushed into an emerald sap and evenly smeared over the snake's scale. Then the purple spirit flower sap was dripped onto the center of its brow, swiftly merging with the vine juice and causing faint violet streaks to bloom across its scales. Chu Xiu produced the 3 greenwood spirit fruits and fed them directly into the snake's mouth. At that instant, the body of the snake convulsed violently, trembling and twisting in place. Seeing this, Chu Yuqing grew anxious. Little brother, will it be all right? She asked. Relax, this is normal, Chu Xiu. As time passed, the snake's aura climbed rapidly. Intricate, mysterious patterns began to appear upon its once green scales, as if nature itself had engraved them into its flesh. After roughly half an hour, a milky white radiance suddenly erupted from the creature's core, enveloping the woodvine snake in a luminous sphere. The evolution light had appeared. Chu Xiu allowed a small smile. Chu Yuqing breathed out in relief, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a joyful smile. Buzz. Minutes later, as the milky white light of evolution faded away, a snake's shadow, significantly thicker than before, appeared in the line of sight of Chu Xiu and Chu Yuqing. The once slender woodvine snake had now grown to nearly 4 meters in length, its scales becoming increasingly dense and tough, with faint purple spiritual patterns appearing on its green scales. Its aura was also several times stronger than before. Wood Spirit Snake attribute: Wood level bronze, 4-star quality, rare status perfect, innate skills: Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Rapid Healing, Spiritual Rain, Evolution Chain, Wood Vine Snake, Wood Spirit Snake, Purple Spirit Python, Thunderstorm Python, Purple Electric Thunder, Flood Dragon, Epic Next Stage Evolution, Wood Spirit Snake, Purple Spirit Python, Evolution Resources. Brother, my Woodvine Snake has successfully evolved, reaching bronze 4-star, and it has learned 2 new skills. After sensing the changes in her beast's evolution, Chu Yuqing immediately turned to Chu Xiu, exclaiming in delight. She could feel that her Woodvine Snake was now much stronger than before, having reached bronze 2-star, and she could also sense that it had learned 2 brand new skills. Unlike Chu Xiu, who had a system and could intuitively see the growth of the Woodvine Snake's power after evolution, she could only sense it vaguely. Upon hearing Chu Yuqing's exclamation, Chu Xiu smiled and said, "Sister, it should now be called the Wood Spirit Snake. This is the beast type after the evolution of the Woodvine Snake, and it is a rare level beast. However, soon the Wood Spirit Snake will evolve again into the even stronger Purple Spirit Python." As he spoke, before Chu Yuqing could recover, Chu Xiu began to take out all the resources needed for the Wood Spirit Snake to evolve into the Purple Spirit Python, preparing for its continued evolution. Meanwhile, Chu Yuqing suppressed her excitement, watching eagerly as Chu Xiu helped her evolve her beast. The second stage of evolution took longer than the first. By the afternoon, a milky white light of evolution finally appeared on the Wood Spirit Snake. 20 minutes later, as the milky white light slowly dissipated, a massive snake shadow brimming with purple energy coiled up on the terrace. At this moment, its scales had all turned purple, shimmering with crystalline luster under the setting sun, resembling a spirit python carved from purple jade, exuding a breathtaking pressure. The Wood Spirit Snake, which was originally about 4 meters long, had now grown to nearly 7 meters, its body robust and powerful, with its head held high, a faint golden pattern appearing on its forehead, giving it an even more noble and ethereal appearance. Purple Spirit Python attribute: Wood Spirit quality perfect, level silver, 1-star, status perfect, innate skills: Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Rapid Healing, Spiritual Rain, Spirit Vine, Entanglement, Purple Chi Protection, Evolution Chain, Wood Vine Snake, Wood Spirit Snake, Purple Spirit Python, Thunderstorm Python, Purple Electric Thunder, Flood Dragon, Epic Next Stage Evolution, Purple Spirit Python, Thunderstorm Python. Evolution Resources. Sister, after these 2 evolutions, the Woodvine Snake is now a perfect quality silver 1-star beast. No, it should now be called the Purple Spirit Python. Chu Xiu glanced at the attributes of the Purple Spirit Python and smiled. Perfect level silver 1-star. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Chu Yuqing's breath caught momentarily, and then her delicate face displayed an unmistakable look of joy. Has it become so much stronger than my previous moonlight unicorn? She had thought that evolving the woodvine snake into the rare level wood spirit snake was already quite remarkable. Yet she never expected that after the second evolution it would leap over the excellence level and reach the perfect level. Now as merely a black iron 5-star beast master possessing such a powerful beast that surpassed her by 2 major realms was something she had never even dared to dream of. After the overwhelming surprise, Chu Xiu suddenly turned her head to look at the calm-faced Chu Xiu, her eyes filled with complexity. In just half a day the woodvine snake had completed 2 evolutions, and its power had skyrocketed. How many secrets does this younger brother of mine hide? Is he truly still the ordinary little brother I once knew? Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Chu Xiu cleared his throat lightly as Chu Xiu stared at him. Hearing this, Chu Xiu blurted out, little brother, I'm curious, when did you learn such remarkable abilities? Cough, well sister, it's getting late, and we haven't eaten all day, so let's hurry and grab something to eat. Chu Xiu glanced at the sky and quickly changed the subject. Now is not the time to reveal to Chu Xiu about his possession of the system. Having said that, Chu Xiu did not wait for Chu Xiu to respond, and immediately turned to head towards the restaurant downstairs. Seeing that Chu Xiu was unwilling to elaborate, Chu Xiu did not press further. Little brother, wait for me. She glanced at the purple spirit python beside her, and with a thought retracted it into her beast space, chasing after Chu Xiu. The restaurant was brilliantly lit, and the floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the night view of the entire Yongjin city, with neon lights flowing like a sea and traffic moving like a river, creating an illusion of being in a dream. Chu Xiu was in a great mood today, and specially ordered several signature dishes. Chu Xiu also took the rare opportunity to relax, accompanying her while eating and chatting, occasionally reminiscing about funny stories from their childhood that made Chu Xiu laugh uncontrollably. However, just as they had finished their meal, an unexpected change occurred. Woo woo woo. A piercing alarm suddenly shattered the night sky over Yongjin City. Immediately afterwards, crimson warning lights lit up all over the city, and the broadcast echoed like thunder. Citywide alarm. Citywide alarm. Beast riot. A large number of beasts are attacking the outer city defense area. All residents must immediately enter the nearest shelter. Repeating beast riot. All beast masters immediately head to the city defense area for support. In an instant, the once prosperous and peaceful Yongjin City was thrown into chaos. The streets were filled with screams, the sounds of cars slamming on brakes, the low calls of beast masters summoning their beasts, and the hurried footsteps of patrol soldiers, all intertwining into a cacophony. Xiao Dao, protect my sister. Immediately after summoning Shadow Blade, Chu Xiu issued the command. Shadow Blade possessed formidable strength rivaling that of ordinary platinum tier apex beasts, and commanded 3 shadow servants. Though not the most powerful among Chu Xiu's tamed beasts, Shadow Blade was unquestionably the optimal guardian for Chu Xiu. With its 3 shadow servants at hand, even if unforeseen danger struck suddenly, Shadow Blade could dispatch them to confront adversaries while remaining ever at Chu Xiu's side. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's order, Shadow Blade bowed without hesitation and replied, yes, master. Shadow Blade was Chu Xiu's first tamed beast, contracted within the faintly glowing secret realm of his academy, and later healed by Chu Xiu's unicorn horse. Chu Xiu's memory of Shadow Blade remained fixed on its earlier form, the unevolved Scythe Mantis. Hearing Chu Xiu affectionately call it Xiao Dao, she instantly recalled the moment she had lent her unicorn horse to heal the Scythe Mantis. This is Xiao Dao. At that moment, Chu Xiu gazed upon Shadow Blade, towering over 2 meters tall humanoid in silhouette, standing silently beside her, and gasped in astonishment. The Shadow Blade before her bore little resemblance to the Scythe Mantis she remembered. Vastly more powerful, its form utterly transformed beyond recognition. Had Chu Xiu not just introduced it, she would never have recognized this majestic tamed beast as the diminutive Scythe. Indeed, it has merely undergone several evolutions, hence the dramatic change in appearance. Chu Xiu smiled gently at Chu Xiu, then added earnestly, Sister Xiao Dao is now a platinum tier tamed beast. Let it guard you. I'll scout the situation beyond the city walls. Chu Xiu's expression flickered with complex emotion, yet she nodded swiftly. Brother, be careful. You're safe. Though reluctant to see him risk himself, she knew Chu Xiu served as an inspector of the Demon Suppression Bureau, and when demonic beasts erupted in chaos, he could not stand aside. Realizing she could not dissuade him, Chu Xiu chose not to obstruct him, only to urge caution once more. Rest assured, I face no threat from platinum tier beasts near Yongjin City. Chu Xiu cast her a reassuring glance, then vanished in a blur, leaping from the hotel rooftop into the night air. Roar! The moment Chu Xiu plunged downward, Han Yuan, Yin Kong beast materialized beneath him. Catching him, with a low resonant growl it unfurled its wings and surged forward, bearing Chu Xiu toward the distant city wall, where artillery fire lit the sky. Across Yongjin City, elite beast tamers summoned their tamed beasts and raced toward the wall, joining the city defense corps to fortify the city's front line. Most conspicuous were Yongjin City's foremost platinum tier tamers, each riding a platinum tier flying beast, cleaving the night sky with sovereign authority as they sped toward the battlefield. That tamed beast is also platinum tier, and platinum 4-star at that. Its power is formidable. I've never seen this beast before. Must belong to a passing platinum tier master unfamiliar with Yongjin City. Fortune favors us. We've gained another platinum tier ally. With one more such powerhouse, our chances against this demonic beast uprising have markedly improved. As these Yongjin city masters soared toward the front lines, they naturally spotted Han Yuan Yenkong Beast cutting through them. Sensing the platinum tier aura radiating from Han Yuan Yenkong Beast, the masters' faces softened into relieved smiles, their taut expressions easing at once. Though Yongjin city sprawled wide, platinum tier flying beasts traversed distances with breathtaking speed. Within mere heartbeats, Chu Xiu arrived above the battlefield, guided by Han Yuan Yenkong Beast. The scale of this demonic beast assault on Yongjin city is vast, and these beasts emit a faint, strangely familiar aura. Gazing upon the surging tide of beasts, Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, swiftly sifting through memory for any prior encounter with this peculiar resonance. In an instant he recalled the divine gate, and his pupils contracted sharply. This faint aura, it mirrors precisely that of the frenzied beasts within the Void Tower during the Xinxia Empire's imperial examination. Could this demonic beast uprising be linked to the demon god? Though far weaker than the ravenous aura permeating the Void Tower's beasts, this trace shared the same origin, the sacred yet sinister essence of the demon god. Demon god essence, the exclusive dominion of the demon god alone. A being transcending sovereignty or power, the demon god stood as humanity's gravest existential threat upon Blue Planet. The chilling implication that Yongjin city's uprising bore the demon god's mark sent a jolt of urgency through Chu. Without delay, he transmitted the intelligence to headquarters via the Demon Suppression Bureau's secure network, and simultaneously contacted by Yufei Xinxia Empire's paramount sovereign using the private channel by Yufei himself had provided. Only a sovereignty or transcendental like by Yufei could contend with the demon god. Chu Xiu, what urgent matter? The comlink crackled open. Bai Yufei's voice, sharp with agitation, echoed across the line. Why does Bai Yufei sound so strained? Has something gone awry on his end? Chu Xiu frowned inwardly at the tone, but asked nothing. Instead, he recounted Yongjin city's crisis with crisp. He had expected the revelation of demon god essence to unsettle even Bai Yufei, the empire's supreme sovereign. Yet Bai Yufei responded instantly. Chu Xiu, you're correct. The demon god's shadow indeed looms over this and it's not confined to Yongjin city. Demonic beast uprisings have erupted across nearly every mid-tier secret realm throughout the Xinxia Empire. The Demon Suppression Bureau, Qingyi Agency, and other imperial high councils convened moments ago. All concur this is retaliation orchestrated by the celestial demon cult, harnessing demon god essence to incite secret realms beasts, driving them to besiege our cities. Though only mid-tier realms have breached containment, thus far our sovereigntier and above masters dare not mobilize freely. They must remain vigilant over all grand-tier secret realms, lest the celestial demon cult unleash their most fearsome beasts from those depths. Thus only platinum-tier tamers may be deployed, dispatched immediately to quell outbreaks wherever they flare across. Soon Chu Xiu concluded his communication with Bai Yufei. Upon ending the transmission, his expression hardened with grave seriousness. From the intelligence Bai Yufei had just relayed, he realized the monstrous uprising in Yongjin city was no isolated incident. It was a nationwide retaliatory campaign orchestrated by the Heavenly Beast sect across the Xinxia Empire, likely in vengeance for the slaying of their saint heir and numerous elite young disciples. To prevent the Heavenly Beast sect from inciting similar uprisings within the Empire's major secret realms, all Grandmaster-level cultivators of the Xinxia Empire were now stationed at those sites, leaving them unable to spare reinforcements. Meanwhile, Bai Yufei himself remained entrenched in the imperial capital, vigilant against covert sabotage by the demonic deity linked to the Heavenly Beast sect. Thus, for the foreseeable future, Yongjin city would receive no powerful external aid, and must rely solely upon its own strength to withstand this wave of monstrous assault. The beasts besieging Yongjin city are almost certainly those summoned by the shadowy agents of the Heavenly Beast sect from the Mutuo secret realm. Given the overall power level of the ferocious beasts dwelling within Mutuo, they pose no existential threat to me, yet their sheer numbers remain deeply concerning. The Mutuo secret realm teems with countless monsters. Should the entire bestial host of Mutuo surge forth en masse, Yongjin city alone would stand little chance of holding them back. Standing atop the Han Yuan Yenkong beast, Chu Xiu gazed outward at the dense tide of monsters battering relentlessly against the city walls beneath, artillery fires swiftly assessing the battlefield. Yu Shuang, we fly to the Mutuo secret realm. Chu Xiu declared firmly to the beast beneath him. To save Yongjin city, he must sever the source of these monsters. If he could reach the entrance of the Mutuo secret realm beyond Yongjin city and bar its threshold, holding back its entire menagerie of mid-tier realm beasts, the crisis would collapse like a house of cards. Another motive driving Chu Xiu toward the Mutuo entrance was his deep concern for the safety of the beast tamers stationed there. Even two platinum-tier beast tamers from the Monster Suppression Bureau lacked the might to resist the full fury of Mutuo's. Indeed, those guardians stationed at the Mutuo entrance were already on the verge of annihilation. Otherwise, so many black iron, bronze, and silver-tier beasts would never have breached the realm and surged toward Yongjin city. With a resonant hum, the Han Yuan Yenkong beast unfurled its wings and shot skyward, a silver-white streak cleaving the night, as it sped toward the Mutuo entrance. Within mere heartbeats, the beast carried Chu Xiu to the vicinity of the Mutuo entrance. As anticipated, the battle raging there dwarfed even the carnage before Yongjin city, in ferocity and devastation. Hundreds of corpses littered the area, monstrous bodies spewed from the realm, fallen beast tamers, bonded beasts, and even the shattered remains of the tamers themselves. Only 2 Platinum-tier officers of the Monster Suppression Bureau remained standing, fighting shoulder to shoulder with their bonded beasts against the onslaught of Mutuo's Platinum-tier sovereign beasts, while all other tamers lay dead. Damn it! Chu Xiu's gaze swept over the unceasing torrent of beasts erupting from the realm, and over the mangled, trampled corpses of tamers strewn across the earth. A surge of righteous fury ignited within him. Dabai, Long Jun, appear. In an instant, Chu Xiu summoned the ice-pure lion sovereign and the boundary-shattering lapis dragon from his beast space. Slay every last one of these beasts. With a furious gesture toward the 15 platinum-tier monsters encircling the 2 Monster Suppression Bureau masters, Chu Xiu roared. Roar! Sensing their master's wrath, both divine beasts unleashed thunderous roars and vanished in twin blurs converging upon the platinum sovereigns. Mutuo housed 15 platinum-tier beasts, 2 of which ranked platinum 8-star stood as apex predators. Though the 2 Monster Suppression Bureau guardians were formidable, platinum 7-star and platinum 8-star tamers respectively, they commanded only 5 platinum-tier bonded beasts combined. Faced with triple their number, 15 platinum beasts, their 5 bonded creatures were already grievously wounded, their position perilously close to collapse. Another platinum-tier intruder, merely platinum 4-star and 7-star beasts, no threat. First eliminate these 2 Monster Suppression Bureau officers. Dispatch 2 beasts of comparable strength to intercept them. Once we crush these 2 officers, we'll unite to annihilate. Chu Xiu's arrival instantly triggered alarm among the platinum-tier beasts. Yet upon discerning that his summoned beasts peaked only at platinum 7-star, they dismissed the ice-pure lion sovereign and boundary-shattering lapis dragon as insignificant, and resumed their relentless assault upon the 2 bureau masters. Simultaneously, 1 platinum 4-star and 1 platinum 7-star beast broke from the siege to intercept the charging lion sovereign and lapis dragon. The inspector has arrived. We're saved. Chu Xiu's appearance did not go unnoticed, not only by the beasts but also by the 2 besieged bureau masters. Recognizing him, they froze momentarily, then erupted in elation, shouting urgently toward Chu Xiu. Both had heard rumors of Chu Xiu capturing a diamond 3-star heavenly beast sect elder within the Heiyuan secret realm, and knew he commanded a bonded beast capable of effortlessly overpowering diamond-tier foes. With such a powerhouse now present, their survival was assured. Even if Mutuo unleashed dozens of platinum beasts, none could withstand a diamond-tier sovereign. At that thought, their morale soared. Roaring fiercely, they directed their wounded beasts into a desperate, furious counteroffensive. What is this, Inspector? Can a mere platinum-tier tamer truly inspire such fervor? Their exuberance puzzled the encircling beasts. Though familiar with the Monster Suppression Bureau's existence, they knew nothing of its internal hierarchy. To them, Chu Xiu was merely a youth commanding several platinum-tier beasts, himself not yet having attained platinum rank. At most, he was a prodigious human talent with exceptional beast-taming aptitude, yet still too young, too weak to pose any real danger. That these besieged platinum masters should rally so dramatically at his arrival left the beasts utterly baffled. But soon, very soon, they would understand precisely why. Absolute Zero Domain. Facing the platinum-tier 7-star beast rushing to intercept it, the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign unleashed its domain technique without hesitation. Instantly, the air temperature within a radius of several thousand meters centered on the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign plummeted. Within the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed into a desolate, snow-blanketed wasteland. Beasts ensnared within the domain froze mid-motion. Those below Golden Tier were instantly encased in ice, frozen solid and slain in an instant. Even Golden Tier beasts staggered, their movements sluggish, thick layers of frost crystallizing upon their bodies. The Platinum Tier 7-star beast charging toward the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign likewise suffered greatly, shuddering violently, its speed markedly diminished. Such terrifying cryogenic power. This beast's strength surpasses mine. Sensing that overwhelming frigid force, the Platinum Tier 7-star beast's gaze hardened with sudden gravity. Yet before it could react, the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign vanished. Not by teleportation, but by activating its Snow Shadow instant technique, propelling itself to peak velocity in an instant. No, it's gone. Where did it go? The Platinum Tier 7-star beast instantly grasped the danger and frantically scanned its surroundings for the Lion Sovereign's position. At that very moment, the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign materialized beside it. No pause, no warning. Its razor-sharp claws lashed downward toward the beast's skull. Ice Prison consecutive strikes. In the same breath, another technique erupted, a single claw strike multiplied into dozens of blinding rapid assaults. Dozens of azure blue spirit-infused claw imprints slammed into the Platinum Tier 7-star beast. Too swift to evade, it was decapitated outright, its upper torso reduced to mangled ruin. With full power unleashed, the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign annihilated its Platinum Tier 7-star counterpart in a single exchange. Meanwhile, high above, in the aerial battlefield, the Platinum Tier 4-star beast that had rushed forth to impede the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon met the same fate, struck down instantly without chance to react or retaliate. Though only Platinum Tier 4-star, the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon possessed an epic tier essence, surpassing even the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign by 1 tier. Moreover, it was an exceedingly rare spatial domain beast, its combat prowess rivaling that of the Platinum Tier 7-star Ice Soul Lion Sovereign. Indeed, the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon slew its opposing beast even faster than the Lion Sovereign. Having eradicated both Platinum-tier adversaries, neither the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon nor the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign paused. They surged onward, descending upon the dozen Platinum-tier beasts, besieging the two demon-subduing Bureau beast-tamers. What unbelievable power! Able to execute a peer in one strike. These two beasts must have reached the pinnacle of Platinum-tier strength. Retreat, immediately. The sudden annihilation of two Platinum-tier beasts sent shockwaves of terror through the remaining dozen attackers. Among them the strongest ranked merely Platinum-tier 8-star. That the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign could so effortlessly slay a 7-star foe meant none among them stood a chance against it. One sovereign beast alone inflicted catastrophic losses, let alone the second, the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon, whose might rivaled it. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from both beasts, the remaining Platinum-tier assailants reacted at once, fear overriding all else. Without hesitation they abandoned their assault on the two demon-subduing Bureau Masters, and turned instead to flee. As Platinum-tier beasts, they possessed exceptional intelligence. Though the demon god's power could incite lower-tier beasts into mindless, frenzied rampages, driving them to storm human cities, it exerted only limited influence over these elite beings. It stirred their fury, emboldening them to undertake reckless acts, breaking free from the Mudo secret realm, confronting demon-subduing Bureau elites in open battle. Yet when confronted with mortal peril, primal fear seized them. Unlike lesser beasts, they remained neither fearless nor unyielding under the demon god's power. Ha! Now that Inspector Chu Xiu has intervened, do you still think escape is possible? Too late. Kill, bind them down. But the Platinum-tier beast's flight was met with fierce resistance from the two demon-subduing Bureau Masters. Roaring commands to their own beasts, they launched immediate counterattacks. Roar! Wounded and battered after prolonged siege, the 5 Platinum-tier beasts under their command now unleashed pent-up fury, howling as they charged headlong into the retreating horde. Despite grievous wounds, those 5 beasts held fast, locking down all dozen fleeing foes, denying even a single escape. All this unfolded in the span of a lightning flash. Having dispatched the 2 intercepting beasts, the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign and boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon surged forward, joining the fray within a single breath. With these 2 peerless warriors, each matching the apex of Platinum-tier might, the burden upon the demon-subduing Bureau Masters, 5 Platinum-tier beasts lifted dramatically. The Ice Soul Lion Sovereign unleashed absolute zero domain once more, slowing the dozen Platinum-tier beasts to a crawl, then in a single exchange struck down a Platinum-tier 5-star adversary. Meanwhile, the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon soared aloft and unleashed its Lapis Dragon spatial rift wave, a cobalted shockwave tearing through space, piercing straight through a Platinum-tier 6-star beast's body. Its trajectory was unerringly precise, having cleaved the first beast. The wave continued, piercing a second Platinum-tier 4-star beast standing nearby. In an instant, the last 2 airborne beasts fell together, annihilated in succession. 3 more Platinum-tier beasts perished in the blink of an eye, leaving the survivors shattered, paralyzed by terror. They fled wildly, some even burning their own lifeblood to hasten escape. Yet under the absolute supremacy of the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign and boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon, even the rarest, most flawless specimens among them, though ranking as high as Platinum-tier 8-star, could not elude death. Within less than a minute, the 2 beasts, aided by the demon-subduing Bureau's pair of Platinum-tier masters, slaughtered every last Platinum-tier adversary. All 15 Platinum-tier beasts lay dead, none escaped. Every one fell beneath the claws and fangs of Chu Xiu's 2 sovereign beasts. The demon-subduing Bureau Masters' 5 Platinum-tier beasts played only a supporting role, delaying and containing the fleeing enemies. Once the final Platinum-tier foe had fallen, neither the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon nor the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign lingered. They wheeled instantly toward the realm's entrance. There Chu Xiu and the Han Yuan Nightmare Void Beast raged through waves of low-tier beasts surging endlessly from the rift. How formidable are the Inspector's beasts! Platinum-tier 7-star and 4th-star, yet wielding such overwhelming might. Their rarity must exceed the transcendent tier. Having witnessed the sheer dominance of Chu Xiu's 2 sovereign beasts, the 2 demon-subduing Bureau Masters could not. Without delay, they too commanded their beasts forward, racing toward the secret realm's threshold. Many thanks to Inspector General Chu Xiu for saving our lives. 2 Platinum-tier cultivators from the Demon Suppression Bureau rushed to Chu Xiu's side, launching coordinated assaults against the demonic beasts surging forth from the Mutuo's secret realm, while simultaneously expressing their profound gratitude. Chu Xiu had truly saved their lives. Without his timely intervention, they would have fallen within minutes under the relentless siege of triple their number, Platinum-tier demonic beasts. It is merely my duty, hardly worthy of mention. Chu Xiu responded with quiet indifference. Then shifting tone decisively, he addressed them. The Mutuo secret realm teems with demonic beasts. Across the nation, medium-tier secret realms are erupting in demonic beast uprisings, and behind this chaos looms the shadow of the celestial demon cult, a cabal of traitorous human collaborators. To quell this demonic tide, we must enter the Mutuo secret realm itself, to locate and eliminate those celestial demon cult members manipulating events from the shadows. You two hold the perimeter outside the realm. I will go in alone. Though their cultivation strength fell short of Chu Xiu's, both were latest-stage Platinum-tier beast tamer masters, each commanding 5 Platinum-tier spirit beasts. While they could not withstand a full assault by platinum-tier demons, they were more than capable of containing the lower-tier beasts pouring forth from the Mutuo secret realm. Even if overwhelmed, they could retreat with composure and unscathed. "We obey your command, sir." Upon hearing Chu Xiu's order, the two platinum-tier beast tamers bowed deeply in solemn reverence. "Sir, please take utmost care." As an afterthought, both added a heartfelt note of concern. Chu Xiu merely nodded curtly, then flanked by his three platinum-tier spirit beasts, the Han Yuan Yenkong beast, the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign, and the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon, he plunged straight into the Mutuo secret realm. With three battle companions whose might rivaled that of peak platinum-tier cultivators, even the ceaseless torrent of demonic beasts surging from the realm's entrance failed to impede Chu Xiu's advance. In the blink of an eye, carving a crimson path through the maelstrom, he surged deep into the Mutuo secret realm under the fierce protection of his trio of spirit beasts. No sooner had Chu Xiu crossed the threshold than his vision filled with a seething, immeasurable horde of demonic beasts, packed densely at the entrance, surging wildly toward the exit like a ravenous tide. Roar! At the sight of Chu Xiu and his three spirit beasts breaching the realm, nearby demons roared and unified. A vast wave of beasts instantly abandoned their attempt to break free, turning instead to launch a frenzied assault upon Chu Xiu and his entourage. Absolute zero domain. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign's gaze turned glacial, and once more it unleashed its domain technique. From its center, a kilometer-wide radius froze solid, every demonic beast within crystallized into perfect ice statues, instantly slain, over 1,000 perishing in that single devastating strike. Only gold-tier demons within the domain's reach managed to writhe briefly, before succumbing to the Han Yuan Yenkong beast's razor-sharp ice blades. Do not linger in battle with these beasts. The celestial demon cult masters controlling them lie deeper within the tide. We press forward now. Just as the Han Yuan Yenkong beast, the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon, and the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign prepared to resume slaughter, Chu Xiu's voice halted them mid-motion. Though formidable enough to obliterate sub-platinum-tier demons effortlessly, the sheer scale of the Mutuo secret realm's demonic horde was staggering. Even standing still, letting the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign and its allies kill without pause, the beast's numbers would drain their magical reserves to exhaustion. Yes, master. At Chu Xiu's command, the three spirit beasts ceased all action instantly. With a mere thought, Chu Xiu recalled the Ice Soul Lion Sovereign into its spirit beast dimension. He himself soared forward, guided by the Han Yuan Yenkong beast racing toward the rear of the demonic tide. Meanwhile, the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon flew tight beside him, flanking him alongside the Han Yuan Yenkong beast in unwavering protection. Any flying demons intercepting their aerial path were swiftly annihilated in tandem by the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon and the Han Yuan Yenkong beast, denying them even a moment to impede Chu Xiu's advance. In an instant, guided by the Han Yuan Yenkong beast, Chu Xiu traversed nearly 100 kilometers, arriving at the very rear of the monstrous tide. Surveying the tide from above, Chu Xiu estimated its scale. Mad beasts continued erupting from the dense jungle deep within the Mutuo secret realm, swelling the already colossal swarm, his brow furrowed in grave contemplation. This tide spans nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. Its total count must exceed 1 million. And reinforcements continue converging from all corners of the Mutuo secret realm. Unless we root out the celestial demon cult operatives, the tide will only grow more catastrophic. Yet the Mutuo secret realm is vast. Locating hidden celestial demon cult masters within it is no simple task. Were Xiao Dao here, with his three shadow servants, the search might proceed far more swiftly. Having witnessed the sheer magnitude of the demonic tide, Chu Xiu's expression hardened with sober resolve. Yet he paused only momentarily, then directed the Han Yuan Yenkong beast to circle high above, scanning the tide's outer perimeter with meticulous precision. Simultaneously, he dispatched the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon on a separate course, plunging directly into the heart of the Mutuo secret realm, dividing their efforts to accelerate the hunt for the celestial demon cult masters. Half an hour passed. The Han Yuan Yenkong beast swept the entire outer rim of the tide, yet found no trace of the celestial demon cult. They are not near the tide's edge, so they must be deep within the Mutuo secret realm. Failing to locate them, Chu Xiu fixed his gaze upon the realm's most remote shadowed interior. Without hesitation, he signaled the Han Yuan Yenkong beast to veer inward, flying in the exact opposite direction of the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon, deliberately avoiding previously scoured territory. Master, I found them. Scarcely had Chu Xiu begun his deep infiltration search when the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon transmitted the breakthrough through their spirit beast covenant. Keep them in sight. I'm coming immediately. Chu Xiu, who had been intently projecting his spiritual sense across the realm in search of hidden enemies, erupted with elation upon receiving the message. Without pause, he commanded the Han Yuan Yenkong beast to reverse course, hurtling at blinding speed toward the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon's coordinates. Meanwhile, deep within the Mutuo secret realm, the boundary-shattering Lapis Dragon hovered high above, its gaze locked heavy with foreboding upon a lone figure atop a jagged mountain peak. There upon the summit stood a demon-human hybrid, bone wings sprouting from his back, vertical pupils gleaming, holding aloft an unfamiliar crimson beast bone, channeling torrents of demonic energy into it. Under his relentless infusion, the bone pulsed with invisible waves, silent, insidious, radiating outward in all directions. Had Chu Xiu stood there, he would instantly recognize the emanating aura, the demonic god's power, the very force driving every beast in the Mutuo's secret realm into feral madness. Though vastly inferior to the demonic god's power unleashed personally within the Void Tower, capable of simultaneously enhancing demonic beast strength, this corrupted variant retained its core function, enslaving beasts, twisting them into mindless, blood-frenzied monsters.